sunlight, a sandy beach, and coconut trees. The sound of waves and seabirds filled the air. Lin Ye lay on the sand, opening his eyes. He looked around, then at the bathrobe in his hand, a huge question emerging in his mind. Where is the hotel? That huge resort hotel, how could it just disappear? Lin Ye was a graduate in dance. After the university graduation performance, sponsored by a wealthy classmate, the entire class and teachers came to the seaside resort for a 3-day graduation trip. After a day of fun, Lin Ye returned to the hotel, picked up his bathrobe, and was about to take a hot shower. Suddenly, everything went black. When he woke up, he was lying on this beach. Looking around, there was only the blue sky, endless sea, and deep forest. The hotel was gone. Even the chairs and umbrellas on the beach were nowhere to be seen. On the huge island, there was only dense, boundless forest with no trace of human activity. Lin Ye wandered aimlessly. Crossing a huge reef, the view suddenly opened up. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Ye stopped in his tracks and couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This was a scene he could never have dreamed of. A group of women lay scattered on the beach. Only a few were properly dressed. Some wore pajamas, some bathrobes, some bikinis, legs everywhere. A few were completely naked, young, vibrant bodies with enticing curves fully exposed. The scene was so stunning that Lin Ye forgot to look away. After a while, he noticed details. Someone still had shampoo bubble. Someone had a face mask on. Someone had only half removed makeup. It seemed they too had suddenly fallen unconscious and been dumped on this beach. Familiar faces made Lin Ye quickly recognize them, all female classmates from his class along with their instructor Su Wei. Damn, something big has happened. Lin Ye immediately rushed towards Su Wei. Su Wei was 29 this year, the instructor for the graduation performance and the lead teacher for this trip. In Lin Ye's impression, Su Wei was reasonable, warm-hearted, and kind, someone you could talk things over with. Facing this sudden upheaval, Lin Ye instinctively turned to her for advice. To avoid embarrassment, Lin Ye first straightened Su Wei's robe, pulling the hem down to cover her fair legs. His eyes inadvertently glanced. It seemed she was wearing nothing underneath. Lin Ye panicked and quickly averted his eyes. Teacher Su, wake up. He shook her shoulder for several minutes before she showed signs of waking. Su Wei's eyes moved for a long time before she weakly opened them. Who's calling me? Lin Ye, why are you? As she started to say, why are you in my room, she realized she was lying on the beach. Where is this? Su Wei was completely bewildered, more flustered than Lin Ye had been. Lin Ye gave an awkward smile. Teacher Su, we might have time traveled. He couldn't think of any other explanation. Our whole class time traveled together. Lin Ye looked at the surrounding girls and added another sentence. Su Wei hadn't yet grasped the seriousness. Don't joke. But when she clearly saw the dance class girls lying around, her words trailed off. Su Wei, usually so mature and decisive, was now filled with terror. What happened to them? Was it a tsunami? Did a tsunami hit the resort? Su Wei fired off questions rapidly, her voice breaking. Lin Ye shook his head, holding up the bathrobe draped over his arm. I was about to shower, then suddenly fainted and ended up here. The others must be the same. There's no sign of human activity here. It looks like a deserted island. Su Wei, carrying a fragrant breeze, threw herself into Lin Ye's arms, grabbing his shoulders, her body trembling. Lin Ye, what should we do? What should we do? Lin Ye scratched his head and said in a low voice, Teacher Su, go wake up the classmates. They'll first check the surroundings. The most urgent thing is to find food and water, then build a shelter for the night. It would be best to start a fire. Su Wei stared with wide eyes, her gaze full of surprise. Wake them. Those girls weren't dead. She had thought they were all dead because no one was moving, almost scaring her to death. Lin Ye didn't notice her thoughts. Thinking she was calmer, he handed her the bathrobe. Some of them aren't wearing anything. I just happen to have an extra. Su Wei understood this was to avoid embarrassment. Even among friends, being completely exposed was unacceptable. Seeing that Lin Ye was still as tactful as ever, a glint of admiration flashed in Su Wei's eyes. At the same time, she realized she was still tightly holding Lin Ye. Su Wei quickly let go, pretending to fix her hair to cover her embarrassment. Leaving Su Wei, Lin Ye turned and walked toward the forest on the island. The island was long and narrow. The end where Lin Ye stood seemed like a tail jutting out. Passing through the sparse coconut grove led to the other side of the beach. The further inland, the wider the land and the denser the vegetation. The grass was over a man's height and the shrubs more than 2 meters tall. The view gradually became obscured. Lin Ye guessed that such vegetation could already support large animals. Going in unarmed and like that wouldn't be safe. He found some cobblestones, chipped a stone blade, cut down an egg-thick shrub, and carved a simple wooden spear. He tapped the grass as he walked, startling some lizards and birds. He also discovered palm trees, mango trees, banana trees, and pineapples in the bushes. The air carried not only the salty sea breeze, but also the stench of animal excrement, the smell of rotting meat mixed with rotten eggs, pungent and dizzying. There should be a beast marking its territory here. I can't go any deeper. Lin Ye immediately wanted to retreat, but a thought suddenly arose. If I don't find out what kind of beast it is, how can I defend against it or hunt it? The situation was clear. They had to go deep into the island to find a stable water source and food. If he wanted to survive on this island, he had to be ready to face this beast. Lin Ye gritted his teeth and took a step forward. He remembered that many animals identify prey through smell and sound. So he found a downwind spot and walked quietly into the forest. After exploring a few hundred meters, he suddenly saw a patch of mottled patterns. When he identified the body, those patterns belonged to a chill shot from his body to the top of his head, making his hair stand on end. It was a giant python, only about 10 meters away. It was as thick as a water barrel, about 10 meters long. A section of its body was bulging as if it had just eaten something. From the size of the bulge, the prey was about the size of a sheep. Lin Ye retreated without hesitation. Since the python can survive on the island, it means there's plenty of prey here. If we can kill the python, we can obtain those resources. Though his current strength wasn't enough to fight the python, Lin Ye was already mentally prepared to challenge it. The exploration of the forest had taken a lot of time. Lin Ye guessed the girls should be awake by now, so he picked 2 bunches of ripe bananas, balanced them on his spear, and started heading back. On the beach, a group of beautiful figures was active. The girls' silver bell-like voices drifted far with the sea wind. They were still unaware of the dangers on the island. Seeing them wandering on the beach, worry spread across Lin Ye's face. Not a single person went to look for food or water. Surviving in the wilderness with this group of inexperienced young ladies is like hell mode. Lin Ye had a lot of complaints inside, but when the girls saw him, their faces lit up with joy. Lin Ye found naturally grown bananas must be delicious. Thanks for the feeding, class monitor. Without any self-awareness of being looked down upon, the girls swarmed over and instantly divided the bananas Lin Ye had carried on his shoulder. Lin Ye scanned the crowd. No one was naked anymore. The unclothed girls had borrowed clothes from classmates to cover themselves. Some girls were only wearing life jackets, obviously borrowed from others. Luckily, a few non-swimmers had been wearing life jackets while playing in the water, so they brought them along when they time traveled. Otherwise, the naked ones would have had a hard time finding something to cover themselves. As Lin Ye was pondering this, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Welcome to the primordial continent, young ones. This is a world that experienced destruction and was reborn. Dangers come not only from nature, but also from savage barbarians and other survival groups. You can only survive in this world by building a tribe and growing stronger. Now build your camp, light a bonfire, and declare your sovereignty over this island. The sudden voice exploding in his mind was like a thunderbolt, leaving Lin Ye dazed. The girls who had been scrambling for the banana also heard the voice. They all stopped silent. The stillness lasted over 10 seconds, then shattered by their cries of alarm. After the chaotic panic, they unanimously found Lin Ye. Lin Ye, what's going on? What primeval world? We're not on Blue Star anymore. Can we never go back? I don't know how to do anything. Whoa, I don't even have makeup remover left. Half my face still has makeup. 23 girls crowded around Lin Ye, chattering all at once. Lin Ye's ears rang with the noise. He couldn't catch a single word. Spotting Su Wei standing at the periphery, he quickly appealed for help. Teacher Su. Su Wei sighed and called out, all right, quiet down. Since none of you know what to do, then listen to Lin Ye. The girls finally fell silent. Lin Ye rubbed his ears, organized his chaotic thoughts, and then spoke. First, we can confirm that we were brought to another world by an irresistible force. Whether we can return or not, we must survive in the present. There are no soldiers here to rescue us. We can only rely on ourselves. The girls had already suspected. Lin Ye's words confirmed their conjectures. Facing this harsh truth, their emotions plummeted to rock bottom. Their eyes reddened, and some began to sob. Lin Ye had been about to mention the threat of the forest python, but seeing them on the verge of collapse, he quickly changed his tone to console them. Don't lose heart. That entity that brought us to this world probably wouldn't let us die so easily. Seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Ye's tone became lighter. What we need to do now is follow that voice's instructions, build a camp, light a campfire, and see what rewards we get. That should be the foundation for our survival. No sooner had Lin Ye finished than someone asked, but we have no fire. Lin Ye was about to say he had a lighter in his pocket when a girl in a bathrobe raised her hand. I have a lighter. Xiang Fei. Someone immediately called out the girl's name. You said you don't smoke, but now the cat's out of the bag. Xiang Fei glanced guiltily at Teacher Su and defended herself. I don't smoke. I got the lighter from the hotel room. These people still had the nerve to investigate who smokes. Lin Ye complained internally. Lin Ye knew best whether Xiang Fei smoked or not, because the two of them often enjoyed a smoke together. Since Xiang Fei was in trouble, he had to cover for her. Lin Ye said, now is not the time to talk about smoking. Since we have a lighter, let's go find firewood quickly. And we need materials to build the camp. Xiang Fei, as if pardoned, chimed in. I have fire, he'll be in charge of keeping the flame. You go find the wood. What is there to guard with just one lighter? She obviously wanted to slack off. Su Wei quickly steered the conversation. Lin Ye, tell us what materials we need to build the camp. Lin Ye's head ached from the chattering of more than 20 girls. He felt it was too difficult to lead so many people alone. It was better to delegate leadership and let them manage themselves. Let's divide into 3 groups first. Counting Teacher Su, you are 24 people. 8 per group, that makes 3 groups. After several years of classmates, Lin Ye knew that the girls in the class were roughly divided into 3 factions. One faction centered around the rich beauty Liang Qian, another around the top student Zhou Yuyao, and the rest were neutral. Dividing into 3 groups would let Liang Qian and Zhou Yuyao take their respective cliques, leaving Teacher Su with the rest. Soon 3 natural clusters formed. After several rounds of negotiation, the 3 teams finally had balanced numbers. Don't go deep into the forest, only operate at the edge. If you smell excrement, leave immediately. That marks the territory of a wild beast. After Lin Ye finished reminding them of safety, he started assigning tasks. Group 1 gathers firewood, Group 2 gathers materials, Group 3 gathers food. Firewood is simple, anything dry and burnable. For shelter materials, fibers that can be made into rope like palm bark, branches and sticks for building, leaves for roofing like banana leaves or palm fronds. Also we need tools. For example, sharpened shells into cutting tools, chipstones to make axes for cutting trees. As for food, there are coconuts, bananas, mangoes, pineapples in the woods. There should be shellfish and small fish in the rocks on the beach. Just after Lin Ye finished assigning tasks, the three teams of women began to argue. After more than 10 minutes of negotiation, they finally reached a consensus. Liang Xian's team gathers food, Zhou Yuyo's team gathers firewood, Su Wei's team gathers materials. Clearly they all thought gathering building materials was a tough job, so they left it to the honest ones led by Teacher Su. Before the teams even set out, someone took the chance to stir. Lin Ye, what do you do? You're a man, you can't just do nothing, right? The speaker was an oval-faced girl wearing a bathrobe, tall and long-legged, standing out in Liang Xian's group like a crane. Lin Ye knew who it was just from the voice. Chen Na again. In their freshman year, Chen Na had confessed to Lin Ye. Lin Ye had never encountered such a situation. Noticing that Chen Na reeked of alcohol and seeing Liang Xian and a few others watching from a distance, Lin Ye guessed they were playing truth or dare and deliberately messing with him. Lin Ye decisively turned down Chen Na. Since then, Chen Na has never given Lin Ye a good face and takes every opportunity to mock him. Recognizing his old nemesis, Lin Ye retorted bluntly, "I'm in charge of carrying materials and building the house. If you think it's easy, you can switch with me." Chen Na stuck out her tongue and rolled her eyes. The squad leader is throwing his weight around. Lin Ye took the chance to add fuel. Watch her, if she slacks off, make her a group of one tomorrow, so she doesn't drag the others down. Everyone was used to the two of them bickering, so they didn't say much and went off to work separately. By evening, the three groups returned one after another. Liang Qian's group hadn't slacked off, but their work results were quite disappointing. Told to find food, they only picked the easiest bananas and pineapples, not caring whether they were ripe. Many of the fruits were inedible. Lin Ye directly blamed Chen Na. Among that group, she was the tallest and strongest, surely the main worker. She was the one leading the haphazard picking, resulting in so many unripe fruits. Fortunately, Teacher Zu's team, while collecting palm leaves, had also brought down some coconuts, compensating for the lack of drinking water. Given that there was enough food for the evening, Lin Ye temporarily refrained from punishing Liang Qian's group. Using the materials brought back by Teacher Zu's team, Lin Ye built 3 large and 1 small rain shelters. 3 long rain shelters, each with only 1 wall, but arranged in a triangle to block wind for each other. With a campfire in the middle, spending the night should be fine. The small shelter had 4 walls tightly enclosed, standing apart from the triangular shelters like a toilet. This was actually Lin Ye's own place. Everyone was not dressed very securely. It would be inevitable that some might reveal themselves while sleeping. Lin Ye, being male, couldn't squeeze in with them. A separate quarters was necessary. Seeing Lin Ye had a private room, Chen Na started stirring. "Why do you get a private room?" Lin Ye shot her a look. "If you want me to sleep in the main camp, I can squeeze in with you. How about that?" Chen Na had nothing to say. With the shelters completed, the next step was to light the campfire. The rewards for completing the task depended on this. Xiang Fei, light the fire. Lin Ye looked at the keeper of the flame. Xiang Fei tugged at her bathrobe to prevent it from slipping, then minced over to the woodpile with small steps. Boom. The kindling caught fire, sending up a burst of orange flame that illuminated everyone's faces. No one cheered. They all waited for the mysterious voice to sound in their minds. "Congratulations. You have successfully built your camp, meeting the basic conditions for survival in the primeval world. Camp construction complete. Your group has earned 25 survival points." That voice finally brought good news. The mysterious voice echoed in their consciousness, once again igniting excitement among everyone present. "It's done. The mission is finally complete." The girls embraced each other, squealing and jumping with joy. Su Wei smiled, her arms crossed, while Lin Ye glanced towards the lower right corner of his vision. There appeared a floating panel. Lin Ye's clan: living status, starving and freezing. Overall strength, feeble. Survival points 50. The task reward was 25 points, but where did the other 25 points come from? Lin Ye briefly pondered, but chose not to delve deeper. It was more important to study the uses of survival points first. Focusing on the survival points section, lines of explanatory text emerged. Survival points can be used to awaken or enhance talents. 10 points can allow a clan member to awaken a talent once or enhance an existing talent. For each clan member that survives a day, the clan earns 1 survival point. We have 25 people surviving for a day, earning 25 points. This means as long as we don't lose anyone, we get a basic income of 25 points every day. Lin Ye quickly understood the purpose and source of the points. At this moment, the others also noticed the newly appeared panel. Points can awaken talents. I want to awaken my talent. We currently have 50 points, enough to awaken 5 talents. Count me in. I've worked the hardest today. He'll go. I need to enhance my strength. Suddenly thrown into a strange world, unable to eat well or fill their stomachs, and lacking even proper clothing, the girls were desperate to change their situation. But after a day of physical labor, they deeply realized their lack of stamina and survival experience. Learning that they could awaken their talents felt like finding a lifeline, and they eagerly wished to grasp it. However, there were only 5 slots for awakening talents. How would they divide it among 25 people? After the excitement, arguments ensued. The camp instantly transformed into a debate arena with chattering and bickering. Lin Ye shook his head. Not waiting for them to tire from arguing, he knew this matter couldn't be resolved through discussion. While others were in a quarrel, Lin Ye picked up a coconut, used a sharp shell to cut it open, and drank the coconut water before eating the flesh. After over 20 minutes, the girls finally reached a consensus. As the class monitor and the only male, Lin Ye should awaken his talent to enhance his labor capacity, upgrading to Beast of Burden Plus. Lin Ye shook his head. Not waiting for them to tire from arguing, he knew this matter couldn't be resolved through discussion. While others were in a quarrel, Lin Ye picked up a coconut, used a sharp shell to cut it open, and drank the remaining slot would be decided by a vote. Xiang Fei, as the bearer of the fire seed, fiercely competed against food-gathering expert Chen Na. In the end, Chen Na's clique strongly rallied support for her, and Xiang Fei lost narrowly, gritting her teeth in frustration. The last awakening slot of the day was claimed by Chen Na. With the slots determined, they began to allocate points. Lin Ye adjusted the survival points from the clan's allocation to the 5 individuals. At this point, someone noticed something amiss. Why is Lin Ye the one distributing points? When did Lin Ye get this authority? Look at the panel. The name is Lin Ye's clan. When did Lin Ye become the clan leader? Faced with the girl's doubts, Lin Ye helplessly shrugged. I don't know, I just became the clan leader out of nowhere, probably because I'm the class monitor. The girls exclaimed that they had been deceived, but it was too late. Lin Ye becoming the class monitor was a choice they made themselves. As the only boy in the class, Lin Ye became the class stud by default. The fact that the female candidates couldn't agree on who should be monitor led to him being pushed into the position. In response to this, Lin Ye could only say, "You all have made me suffer. How hard could it be to be a class monitor?" No one would respond when asked to work. Infighting was impossible to mediate. With 24 people, there were over 30 groups. Lin Ye only joined 9 groups, and one could imagine that the others were all complaining about him. After being the class monitor for 4 years, Lin Ye's hairline had receded significantly. Now gaining clan leader authority through his role, Lin Ye considered it a compensation for his 4 years of burdensome service. While the girls were still discussing how to awaken their talents, the mysterious voice resounded in everyone's consciousness. Su Wei awakened talent Eye of Insight. Gazing at a target for more than 5 seconds allows one to know their condition. Su Teacher is amazing. Su Teacher, can this see through clothes? Su Teacher, can this diagnose illnesses? The girls surrounded Su Wei, urging her to demonstrate quickly. Su Wei stared at the most enthusiastic Chen Na for 5 seconds and said, "You are currently in a risky period. It's best not to go back into the water, or else your stomach will hurt." What? Chen Na was taken aback. Isn't mine too early? How did it come early? Lin Ye thought to himself. So it's that time of the month, no wonder she was so irritable. The other girls hurriedly urged, "Su Teacher, look at me, look at me." Su Wei selected another girl, saying, "You are dehydrated, drink more coconut water." The girl rushed to get a coconut. Another girl came forward. Su Wei said, "You have inflammation in your body. You also need to drink more coconut water." That girl also went to get a coconut. Drinking more water when sick is indeed helpful, mainly because it's what their boyfriends tell them, which they are unwilling to hear. Seeing how useful Su Wei's talent was, Liang Qian quickly spent points to awaken her own. Liang Qian awakened. You can distinguish the medicinal value of plants. Liang Qian's expression dimmed, unsatisfied with the result. Zhou Yuyao smiled gracefully and also began to awaken. Zhou Yuyao awakened talent blade polishing. You are skilled at making sharp tools. The girls who were about to congratulate her noticed Zhou Yuyao's expression darkening and tactfully fell silent. With this comparison, Liang Qian brightened up and the cheers from the surrounding girls grew louder. Witnessing this scene, Chen Na felt it was her time to shine. Chen Na awakened talent animal affinity. You always find the right way to communicate with animals. Chen Na's smile faltered. She despised shedding cats and dogs. Now she was asked to befriend animals. Oh, wasn't that asking for trouble? But she quickly thought of the benefits of this talent. I can train animals, and in the future I can have pets help me with work. It will be easy and enjoyable. Xiang Fei, who lost in the voting round, was about to mock her when she had to bite her tongue and rolled her eyes. The girls began to fantasize. Sister Na, if you tame an elephant, it will be much more convenient for us to carry things later. Sister Na, if you tame a seal, it can help. Sister Na, a monkey would be great too. Let it help us pick coconuts. In the midst of envious and jealous compliments from her sisters, Chen Na's ego swelled as she looked at Lin Ye and provocatively asked, "Class monitor, what's your talent? You didn't fail to awaken, did you?" "Sorry, I don't play the role of a useless character in a reverse harem story." Lin Ye smirked slightly, but chose not to respond. He deliberately waited until the end to awaken. From the earlier results of the 4 awakenings, it seemed that the talents corresponded to personal traits. Su Wei excelled at uncovering each student's strengths, hence, she awakened the Eye of Insight. Liang Qian had always insisted on using herbal essences for skincare, so she awakened herbalism. Zhou Yuyao had good handcraft skills, thus, she awakened the crafting talent. As for Chen Na, she had always had a dog-like face, so it was reasonable for her to awaken animal affinity. Considering this pattern, Lin Ye felt a bit melancholic. He seemed to have no other specialties besides his strengths. If he couldn't find a reference trait and had to randomly select a talent, that would be too nerve-wracking. But with someone throwing out the first stone, Lin Ye believed his talent would definitely not be the worst. He decisively spent points to begin awakening. Lin Ye awakened talent More Children, More Blessings. The mysterious voice sounded once more. Everyone present was puzzled about what kind of talent this was. As if aware of everyone's confusion, the voice began to explain. Reproductive behavior can enhance physical fitness and increase the success rate of acquiring new abilities. Your offspring will be safe during the pregnancy and childbirth process. Each surviving child will enhance all of the parents' abilities by 50. Upon realizing the implications of Lin Ye's talent, the entire crowd fell into silence. The girls looked at Lin Ye with disdain. More children, more blessings. What kind of perverse talent is this? How could a decent person possibly awaken such a talent? The girls initially whispered among themselves, but their excited chatter grew louder. Let's just say he's a hypocrite. Pretending to be a gentleman, yet so lewd in reality. He must be a fertility freak, otherwise how would he have such a talent? EW. So disgusting. Lin Ye's face turned dark as he felt his reputation taking an unprecedented. I have maintained my integrity and reputation for 4 years among these girls without any scandal, and I'm still single, yet you label me, with more children, more blessings. Is it because I have a unique talent like a reader? Or is it just because I am the only man here? Lin Ye wanted to argue, but the girls regarded him as a threat, avoiding even his gaze. As if Lin Ye could make anyone pregnant. At that moment someone piped up. Chen-Na, you should be careful in your current state. If he catches you, it'll be game over. Chen-Na had just been outed by Su Wei for being on her period. Learning about Lin Ye's awakening of a stud talent, but before she knew it, she was dragged into the conversation. This reminded Chen-Na of an embarrassing incident from her freshman. That night, she had gotten drunk and called Lin Ye out of the dorm to confess her feelings publicly, thinking it was a sure win, only to be ruthlessly rejected. This incident had caused her to be ridiculed for over 3 years. With old grievances and new anger combined, Chen-Na felt rage boiling within her. How dare a stud reject me? Unable to confront Lin Ye directly, Chen-Na retorted to the girl who had spoken. You should be careful. With your petite frame, if someone drags you into the bushes, you won't escape. The petite girl immediately imagined the scenario, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and tears welling in her eyes. Chen-Na, you're talking nonsense. You're the one who'll be forced. Chen-Na smirked. He can't beat me, but you're an easy target. The petite girl panicked and began to speak recklessly. He may not beat you, but you would willingly cling to him. Li Qingqing, I'll tear your mouth apart. Chen-Na instantly lost her cool, charging forward and pinning Li Qingqing down like an eagle grabbing a chick. Li Qingqing cried out in panic, causing chaos among the girls. They rushed to separate the two, and Li Qingqing had already developed red marks on her face, clearly having been through a struggle, and was now crying like a distressed flower. Seeing the girls escalating the situation, Su Wei had no choice but to intervene. Lin Ye's awakened talent is random, it's not his personal choice. We cannot mock someone based on their talent. This applies not just to Lin Ye, but to everyone. Su Wei's words resonated. Seeing the first group of 5 awakened talents that were increasingly bizarre, they worried that they too might awaken strange talents one day and be ridiculed. The girls who had previously felt silenced by the heated atmosphere began to speak up. Su Wei is right, we cannot judge people by their appearance nor ridicule someone because of their talent. No matter what the talent is, if utilized properly it can contribute to our team. We shouldn't rank talents as superior or inferior. The atmosphere in the room began to improve. Su Wei continued, Lin Ye's talent is somewhat unique, involving very private matters. I believe that whether for gaining new abilities or other purposes, both parties should be fully consenting. What do you all think? The girls nodded continuously. Chen-Na's earlier comment about being dragged into the bushes had truly. Lin Ye, standing at 6 feet tall and possessing the physique of a dancer. Most of the people present would not stand a chance against him in a strength confrontation. Lin Ye, do you want to say a few words? Su Wei looked at Lin Ye. He could no longer hold back. Awakening a talent that implies more children, yet being treated like a potential perpetrator. Damn it, this is infuriating. You may question my abilities, but you cannot question my character. Su Wei is right, it must be consensual from both sides, especially for me. Lin Ye shouted with all his might, his voice resonating. The girls were momentarily confused. Wait, aren't you a big guy? Aren't you afraid of women being aggressive? Are you afraid of being dragged into the bushes? I'm the one who should be afraid, Lin Ye replied with irritation. You have 24 of you while I'm just one who I can't possibly handle all of you. What if you all decide to use me like a workhorse just to boost your attributes? Would I even survive? The girls finally understood Lin Ye's meaning and felt embarrassed and angry. Shameless. Who would want that? Taking advantage and still acting innocent. And comparing yourself to a workhorse. Are you even as strong as one? Ladies, let's unite and make sure he has no chance. Oh, let's render his talent completely useless. The girls were filled with righteous indignation as they turned their ire towards Lin Ye. Su Wei flushed with embarrassment. Her heart was filled with shyness and excitement. Did Lin Ye include me because he thinks I could also be involved? Unlike the immediate aversion and resistance of the other girls, Su Wei felt a sense of longing towards Lin Ye's talent. Having one child would boost all abilities by 50. If I had 3, that would be 150. Such a significant enhancement is absolutely worth it. Moreover, the process of pregnancy and childbirth poses no danger safer than modern medical conditions. Giving birth still takes 10 months, which feels quite distant. The immediate benefit is that it can enhance physical strength in one go, also increasing the success rate of learning new abilities. If I could do this several times, I can hardly imagine. If I weren't afraid of losing, Su Wei would have wanted to grab Lin Ye to boost her attributes. Su Wei was lost and thought, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, she heard Lin Ye speaking. Actually, this talent of mine is just a bonus, not a necessity. As long as we have 25 people and don't lose any, we can accumulate enough points in 9 days for everyone to awaken their talents. So let's not always focus on my abilities. As long as we work hard and live well, we can enhance our own capabilities. Before Lin Ye could finish, he was driven out of the camp by the girls. So shameless, as if we're all craving his body. Such a narcissist, it's truly embarrassing. After getting rid of Lin Ye, the girls continued to grumble in indignation. Back in his small room, Lin Ye lay down comfortably. Since no one was coveting his abilities, he felt relieved. He really feared these women would tie him up and squeeze him dry. Having been classmates for 4 years, he understood too well how frightening these seemingly innocent and sunny girls could be when they got dirty. After a busy day, Lin Ye quickly fell asleep. Having drunk too much coconut juice, Lin Ye woke up in the middle of the night, needing to relieve himself, only to find the camp filled with girls sound asleep. Revelry could not prevent exhaustion, it only made it come more violently. These girls who usually pay attention to their image had sleep postures after playing that were truly eye-watering. Not only were there many exposed bodies, but some were even cuddling their positions, extremely intimate. Looking at the chaotic scene, Lin Ye shook his head and sighed. It was easy to foresee that these people would have little energy to move. The first food shortage would severely torment this group of young ladies with no survival experience. Lin Ye returned to his room to continue sleeping, vaguely hearing rustling sounds behind him. Turning around, he saw a graceful tall figure walking towards his small room. Are you treating my room as a bathroom? Lin Ye just had this thought when he felt something was off. Not good, a female rogue really has her eyes on me. Good heavens, you complain with your mouth, but your body is so honest. Lin Ye quickly rushed into the room and grabbed the wooden spear leaning against the door. He wanted to see which female rogue dared to set her sights on him. It's me, Su Wei said in a low voice, bending her body. As she spoke, she cautiously glanced back towards the camp. Su Wei coming to find him at this moment felt suspicious. She said it was about that matter. But considering her usual demeanor, it didn't quite fit. While Lin Ye was lost in thought, Su Wei slipped into the room and closed the door made of banana leaves. Their eyes met, their breaths intertwined, creating an increasingly ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Ye, Su Wei began lowering. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. Teacher Su, I didn't expect you to be this kind of woman. After a moment of silence, Su Wei gathered her courage and continued. Lin Ye, I'm not young anymore. My family has been urging me to find someone, but I've never had the time. Now that I'm here, I don't have other choices. Realizing her words could be misunderstood, Su Wei quickly added, what I mean is we will end up together eventually, so why not? I am willing. Her words became increasingly tangled. Lin Ye could feel the heat radiating from her face. It seemed Su Wei's cheeks were already burning. The fragrant air mixed with the warm atmosphere continuously invaded Lin Ye's nostrils. An ambiguous tension spread over them, and Lin Ye felt himself becoming restless. In fact, he was captivated by Su Wei's mature and powerful aura since their first class. Mature, intelligent, composed, yet exuding tenderness. She was simply the nemesis of Xiao Chun Nan. However, Lin Ye dared only to think if only he could find a girlfriend like Teacher Su in the future. Su Wei's actions completely disoriented Lin Ye. Of course he wanted to agree. But if he agreed right away, it would make him seem too sleazy, as if he had been planning this all along. Should he hold on a bit longer? He was also afraid of scaring her away. At that moment, Lin Ye fully experienced the bittersweet pain of a fisherman who had hooked a 100-pound catfish. Facing Lin Ye's silence, Su Wei felt increasingly insecure. After thinking for half the night, she had finally made up her mind to take this step. But now that she was here, she had exhausted her courage. So shameful. Su Wei, how could you be so shameless as to do such a thing? Feeling utterly embarrassed seeing Lin Ye's prolonged silence, she reached for the door handle, wanting to escape. Lin Ye quickly grabbed her. If she shrank back like this, it would be even harder to start later. Teacher Su, actually Lin Ye had just spoken halfway when Su Wei covered his mouth with her hand. Call me Sister Su. This seemed to be Su Wei's last line. Sister Su. Lin Ye had barely spoken when he felt Su Wei's forehead pressing against his chest and a pair of soft hands wrapped around his waist. Those hands were smooth and long, full of elasticity, as if enchanted. Just a gentle touch stirred Lin Ye. Lin Ye was so excited he felt a bit dizzy. As a novice with no practical experience, alarm bells rang in his heart. Stay composed, don't get too excited, or it would be embarrassing if he messed up at a crucial moment. The two of them rolled onto the hay bed. Just as they were about to go further, Lin Ye suddenly heard footsteps from outside. Someone bumped into the rain canopy, made of banana leaves, making a rustling sound. Su Wei was startled, her body shivering, almost screaming. Thinking about being caught in an embarrassing situation, she buried her face deep in Lin Ye's embrace. Determined to not show her face no matter what, she silently prayed that Lin Ye would protect her. Lin Ye, quick on his feet, covered Su Wei's fragrant lips with his palm, while propping the door with his foot. The newcomer gently pushed the door, and finding it unyielding, softly called out. Lin Ye opened the door. Upon recognizing the voice, Lin Ye's eyes widened, and he whispered back, Xiang Fei, what are you doing here? Goodness, even Xiang Fei had developed feelings. Xiang Fei looked like the foreign star Lisa, and Lin Ye initially had a good impression of her. However, after spending time together drinking, smoking, and gaming, they became too familiar, making it awkward to pursue her. Unexpectedly, just a bit of luck and fortune had made Xiang Fei abandon their brotherly bond. I considered you a brother, and now you want to have children with me. It's hard to maintain that boundary. Xiang Fei impatiently urged, stop the nonsense, open the door, and let's talk inside. Letting her in would just turn it into a game of cards. Lin Ye hurriedly advised, if you have something to say it now. I'm not dressed, it's not convenient for you to come in. You damn. Xiang Fei stomped her foot in anger. What do you think I'm here for? Do you really think I would mind you being naked? Lin Ye could only smile wryly and continue to persuade. Xiang Fei, I understand your feelings, and I have similar thoughts. I just feel that given our relationship, there's no need to start so hastily. What do you think? Xiang Fei hesitated. After a long silence, she finally spoke again. Do you have any cigarettes? Asking for candy turned into asking for cigarettes. Lin Ye almost choked on his breath. Get out. Lin Ye replied irritably. You didn't bring any cigarettes, how could I have? When I came I was wearing pajamas, and you were in your daytime clothes. You should have cigarettes on you, right? Lin Ye helplessly replied. I left the cigarettes on the table when I returned to my room, I didn't bring them over. You should hurry back or someone will see you, and you'll be in trouble. Ultimately feeling that public opinion was daunting, Xiang Fei reluctantly left. Hearing the footsteps fade away, Su Wei broke free from Lin Ye's embrace, wanting to go out. Lin Ye quickly pulled her back. What are you doing? Let go of me. Su Wei's voice was tinged with tears. Lin Ye reached out and realized there were traces of tears on her face. Why was she crying for no reason? Lin Ye couldn't understand at the moment. Su Wei was not only sad, but also very angry. Hearing Lin Ye's words to Xiang Fei, her self-esteem was triggered. You don't want to start hastily with Xiang Fei, but it's fine with me, right? Su Wei felt that by offering herself so readily, she was devaluing herself. She decided that she had to leave no matter what. Unable to break free from Lin Ye's grip, Su Wei kicked at him. Lin Ye dared not let go and instinctively caught her leg under his armpit. The two of them became strangely entangled together. Certain parts began to heat up. Let go of me, Su Wei threatened. Lin Ye reminded her. If you go out now, you'll be caught by Xiang Fei. How will you explain that? Su Wei's strength suddenly. They sat facing each other in the dark. Su Wei pleaded. I can stay, but please don't take it any further. Lin Ye, give me some. Lin Ye smiled wryly. But I'm really quite worked up right now. Su Wei's cheeks were flushed, her head lowered in embarrassment. A night passed. The horizon lit up with splendid dawn. Strength 6. Constitution 8. Spirit 7. Agility. Su Wei's soft voice recited the numbers. Her hair was disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and strands of hair on her forehead and lips were damp with sweat. This time my constitution still hasn't improved. Su Wei snuggled against Lin Ye, her forehead just touching his lips. However, her attention was focused on the personal attribute panel. After their first attempt, realizing her constitution had indeed increased a little, Su Wei and Lin Ye completely let themselves go. Yet the panel data didn't change. Initially, both thought it was due to insufficient time. Later, they suspected it was a lack of emotional investment. After a night of exploration, exhausted to the point of collapse, her constitution had not increased further. Lin Ye's face still bore traces of excitement, but his eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He also looked at his attribute panel. Strength 10. Constitution 11. Spirit 9. Agility. After a night of hard work, his constitution had only increased by 1. It seems there are limitations to increasing one's constitution. Lin Ye pondered aloud. I just don't know what the conditions are. Can one partner only increase it once? Or can it only increase once in a certain period? Su Wei smiled. Then why not try with other people later? No way. Lin Ye laughed. One thing at a time, let's wait until tonight to try again. No. Su Wei stubbornly shook her head. I can't take it, you should go find someone else. Worried that Lin Ye might get too handsome again, Su Wei quickly put on her robe, crossing her legs, and cautiously headed toward. Lin Ye, feeling his body drained, also had some regrets. In the future, such matters should be approached with more restraint. It wasn't necessary to go to extremes. Su Wei left, and the room still carried her fragrance. Lin Ye sniffed his arm and frowned. He didn't know what perfume Su Wei used, but the scent had seeped into him. The scent was too distinctive. If he didn't wash it off properly, someone would notice. Lin Ye hurriedly got up and went to the other side of the beach to wash his body in the seawater. The morning sea was too cold, and Lin Ye shivered from the chill. After washing up, he quickly went to the campfire to grab a piece of firewood, lighting a fire in his grass hut to warm himself. A fireplace with a chimney would be much more reliable, otherwise the smoke from the fire is suffocating, Lin Ye thought to himself. People began to stir in the camp, all looking for food. Yesterday they only ate fruit, which did little to satisfy their hunger. The sleeping girls woke up hungry. We need some protein. Lin Ye couldn't help but contemplate the source of food. Once the sea warms up, I might as well practice my underwater fishing skills. If only I could learn a skill. Oh, after all, it took a hard night to get this opportunity. I can't waste it. Lost in thought, Lin Ye unknowingly fell asleep again. When he woke up, the sun was already high in the sky, nearing noon. Only Su Wei and a few girls remained in the camp. They were tearing palm tree bark into fibrous strands for Su Wei to twist into thread. At Su Wei's feet, there were already several spools of twisted thread. It seemed Su Wei intended to weave fabric from the brown thread. For the girls' clothing was also a pressing need. Outside the camp, the hungry girls were desperately searching for food. Beneath every coconut tree, someone was throwing stones, trying to knock down coconuts. More people were chasing the tide, picking up seafood left on the beach. Occasionally their cheers or panic shouts could be heard. Seeing that they had not ventured into dangerous areas, Lin Ye decided not to intervene. He had his own matters to attend to. After finishing his warm-up exercises, Lin Ye took his wooden spear and searched for a relatively warm reef to practice diving. After the tide receded, the water level on the reef was very low. Lin Ye floated just above the water surface, paddling deeper into the reef. Some seaweed swayed between the rocks, looking edible. Following his memory, Lin Ye picked some brown and green seaweed. Taking a bite to taste, it was similar to kelp. He decided to gather a large amount, using his wooden spear to poke it, and swimming back to shore. This seaweed is edible. You can roast it and see how it tastes. Lin Ye handed the items to Su Wei, took a circle of brown rope, and returned to the reef. He tied the harvested seaweed to the reef, planning to pull it back. When he finished, Lin Ye was busy with his task when he suddenly noticed something unusual on the surface of a patch of rocks. Upon closer inspection, he found it covered with shells and oysters. Good stuff. Just what I need to replenish. Lin Ye regretted not bringing a container. He looked around and saw no one nearby, so he took off his underwear, tying both ends to use as a net. He pried off the larger oysters and shells, filling his underwear, and went back to dump them on the shore. After several trips back and forth, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Lin Ye has unlocked the profession fisherman. Those engaged in this profession are more likely to acquire related skills. Lin Ye emerged from the water, his face filled with astonishment. What does this mean? I haven't learned the skills I needed, yet I've unlocked a profession. Does being a fisherman also require unlocking? Not only was Lin Ye confused, but others were also baffled. What does it mean to have a profession? After all our hard work, are we still unemployed? Where is Lin Ye? How did he unlock a profession? The girls who were catching seafood rushed back to the camp to inquire. After learning from Su Wei that Lin Ye was gathering seaweed at a reef, they flocked over. Seeing the pile of oysters and shells Lin Ye had on the beach, they became even more excited, waving and cheering towards. Lin Ye had filled his underwear with more oysters and shells, and was worried about how to carry them back to the camp when he saw them and hurried ashore. But he forgot that he was still holding his underwear. He isn't wearing pants. My eyes. Pervert. The girls screamed and scattered in a flurry. What the hell? Lin Ye felt mortified on the spot, hurriedly dumping the seafood and putting his underwear back on. Without storage tools, the efficiency is too low. It will have to do like this. Lin Ye dragged the seaweed back to the shore and called for people to come and help carry it. Along the way, the girls all had flushed faces. Lin Ye pretended as if nothing happened. As long as I don't feel awkward, the awkwardness belongs to others. The girls catching seafood also had quite a haul. Upon learning that Lin Ye's shells and oysters were all carried back in his underwear, they adamantly refused to eat them. You must not be hungry enough yet, Lin Ye said with displeasure. Su Wei quickly stepped in to mediate. Lin Ye, how did you unlock the fisherman profession? Lin Ye recalled his previous experience and said, I collected over 100 pounds of seaweed, and then several pounds of shells and oysters before the prompt appeared. It should be that a certain quantity of catch triggers it, a girl raised her hand to ask. But we also gathered quite a bit of why didn't it work for us? Before Lin Ye could answer, someone said, could it be that the things we picked while catching seafood don't count as a catch? Though it was discouraging, it was likely true. So yesterday, we worked for nothing. Xiang Fei interjected, we chopped down so many trees to build houses, yet we didn't unlock the lumberjack or carpenter professions. Everyone felt quite dejected. Su Wei said, regardless, we have found a way to unlock professions. Next, we should split into groups and try various profession-related activities to unlock more professions. This way we will increase our opportunities to learn skills. After speaking, Su Wei's gaze flicked towards Lin Ye. If everyone could learn skills through professions, Lin Ye's talent might not be as impressive. To do such things to increase the chance of learning skills seemed too costly. Many people could not get over that mental hurdle. At the same time, Lin Ye was feeling uneasy. The profession path offered more opportunities to learn skills. Would someone try to take advantage of him to increase their learning? Lin Ye quickly ate a piece of oyster meat to calm his nerves. To work, well, one must sharpen their tools. Supplementing himself wouldn't hurt. A simple seafood feast helped restore protein intake for the 25 people. Everyone experienced the benefits of the fisherman profession and eagerly requested to join the fishing ranks. Lin Ye hurriedly advised, let's keep some people to unlock professions like lumberjack. Zhou Yuyao chimed in, Su Wei's group is busy making clothes, so our group will go chop wood. After this period of psychological preparation, Zhou Yuyao finally accepted her identity as a craftsman. A craftsman cannot work without materials. She decided to lead her group to start with lumberjacking. Liang Xian's group automatically became fishermen. Many of the clothes people were wearing were not suitable for water activities. Thus the scene suddenly became quite risque. As they donned their light swimwear and looked back, a man stood on the shore dazed. Screams erupted one after another, followed by a chorus of curses. Lin Ye, how could you peep? That's pervert. Lecher. He must have done it on purpose. Lin Ye came to his senses, feeling quite wronged. I was just caught off guard. I had no way to avoid it. No one accepted Lin Ye's explanation. They immediately shooed him away, claiming they were naked to prevent him from peeping. Thus the reef where Lin Ye was fishing was seized by them. Even the brown rope he left there could not be taken. Lin Ye reluctantly left. However, the fleeting glimpse he caught would forever remain etched in his memory. Liang Xian is not only beautiful, but also has an explosive figure. The worth of the school beauty has definitely risen another level. Chen Na is also a hidden gem. Her figure is even more exaggerated than a fitness instructor. So had I known her figure was that good, I should have agreed to her back then. Even if it was a prank, I would have made it into reality. There are a few others as well. The dance class is indeed a treasure trove, and here I am, having remained a singleton for 4 years, which is simply foolish. Lin Ye felt he had missed out on a fortune. Fortunately, another 100 billion was laid before him. He walked along the beach for a long way, but still couldn't find another bountiful reef, so he had to focus on practicing his freediving. Efforts do not betray the diligent. That voice finally sounded again. Lin Ye acquired the skill freediving. Dive duration increased by 200, swimming speed increased by 50. Lin Ye surfaced, wiping the seawater from his face. Finally unlocked a skill. Remembering the hard work from last night, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry tears of joy. This notification was announced to all members of the group. At the same time, others also learned of this news. On the rocky beach, the youthful and lively mermaids swayed their bodies, searching in the water. They were not worried about being overheard, gossiping without any concerns. After suffering a loss, they were filled with resentment towards Lin Ye and couldn't stand seeing him have good fortune. Chen Na wore a cold smile, her tone laced with bitterness. In a bit, he'll unlock the fishing profession and then learn a new skill. All the benefits are falling on him. Liang Xian pondered, could it be a benefit from the clan leader? The clan leader must have some bonuses in this area, right? Chun Na chuckled mischievously, nudging Liang Qian, her ample curves creating a ripple effect. Do you still remember the first point of his talent? After doing that, the success rate of learning new abilities increases. Liang Qian instantly understood Chun Na's implication. Recalling that she might have been seen by Lin Ye earlier, her heart was in turmoil, and a blush spread from her cheeks to her neck. But out of modesty, she didn't want to discuss such topics. No matter if she could return or not, she wouldn't do such things just to gain a... Therefore, her attitude was to not ask, not listen, and not discuss. Liang Qian chose not to engage while the other girls were ablaze with gossip. She must have rolled in bed with someone last night. Who is so shameless? Can't even hold back on the first night. There are many shameless people. Whoever learns a new skill must have issues. Fishing-related skills should be excluded. We wouldn't do that. The girls were discussing animatedly, and Chun Na said mysteriously, as for who it was last night, I can guess it right now. The others immediately stopped their actions and urged her to speak quickly. Chun Na smiled. It must be Xiang Fei. She usually went around with Lin Ye already having an affair. Last night, not securing the awakening spot, she must have shamelessly gone to warm his bed. Xiang Fei. The girls expressed their disdain. Xiang Fei, as a problem student who smoked, drank, and frequented internet cafes, had her reputation among classmates polarized. Those who thought highly of her said she was straightforward, while those who didn't directly labeled her as a little delinquent. Undoubtedly, this group were Xiang Fei's haters. Due to Chun Na's failed confession, they naturally regarded Lin Ye as a scumbag. And Xiang Fei was just the third party who got involved with the scumbag. Whenever there was an opportunity, they would criticize Xiang Fei. Just then the notification sound rang out again. Su Wei acquired the skill weaving. You have mastered the technique of spinning thread and weaving cloth, increasing production efficiency by 100. The girls' chatter abruptly stopped. Someone suddenly said, is it possible that last night it was Teacher Su? Are you crazy? Even Teacher Su is being implicated. Someone quickly refuted. Another person said, how could Teacher Su possibly do such a thing? Even if Lin Ye forced her, she definitely wouldn't accept it. Given Su Wei's good reputation, everyone unanimously believed Teacher Su was absolutely innocent. Unexpectedly, the notification sound rang out again. Su Wei unlocked the profession weaver. Those engaged in this profession are more likely to acquire related skills. Those who had previously doubted Su Wei were suddenly relieved. Teacher Su is indeed innocent, as she unlocked her profession through her own efforts to benefit everyone. Haha, we now have another way to learn new abilities. A Lin Ye's talent is even less useful now. It can now be confirmed that Lin Ye's talent is useless. No, the talent isn't useless. The key is that the person isn't capable. Such talent requires a male god to harness it. The girls fishing for seafood were increasingly pleased. However, Liang Qian found it rather dull. Her talent was herbalism, and she could have established her own specialty, like Teacher Su foraging in the sea for food. What was this about? Unfortunately, there weren't many plants available for research in the current area, and venturing deep into the island was... Feeling frustrated, Liang Qian said, you all should take it seriously, or don't fail to learn the fishing skill, and end up being... After her reminder, the girls remembered that this profession was unlocked by Lin Ye, making them feel quite uncomfortable. Some even began to consider switching to Teacher Zu's group to become seamstresses. Once this thought crossed their minds, they couldn't stop. Everyone's clothes were too revealing, giving Lin Ye, that scoundrel, an advantage. They had to quickly make new clothes. In the camp, the 8 members of Su Wei's group had all turned into seamstresses on the spot. The processes of extracting fibers from palm tree bark, spinning thread, and weaving cloth had already taken initial shape. All that was lacking were the professional tools. Su Wei was already contemplating making a weaving loom. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuyo's group had been busy all afternoon, but still hadn't unlocked the lumberjack profession. They returned one by one, dejected, and upon finding no coconuts were ready to roll up their sleeves and plan to chop down the... Seeing this, Lin Ye hurriedly stopped them. We are going to live here for a long time. If we chop down the trees, we'll have less coconut supply in the future. What should we do then? We have no water to drink. The girls looked disheveled and thirsty, appearing quite distressed. Lin Ye surveyed the coconut trees and sighed. Let's climb the trees to pick them. Can you climb trees? That's too dangerous. The girls exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Lin Ye's firm attitude, Zhou Yuyao stepped out and said, I saw a technique for climbing trees to pick coconuts in a documentary. Since you want to pick coconuts, let's make some preparations. Zhou Yuyao found strong brown ropes and made a loop to tie on the tree, allowing Lin Ye to climb in. Then she made 2 small loops for Lin Ye to place his feet in. After listening to Zhou Yuyo's explanation, Lin Ye fumbled around and initially mastered this tree climbing technique. Climbing to the top of the tree, he first secured the coconut stem with the brown rope, then took out a shell and began to saw at the coconut stem. The edge of the shell was sharpened with a row of serrations, and using it to saw the stem worked quite well. In just a few minutes, he cut through the stem and safely lowered the coconut down from the tree. With this experience, Lin Ye grew increasingly confident, successfully harvesting coconuts from over 10 trees. Suddenly, the notification sound rang out. Lin Ye unlocked the profession lumberjack. Those on the ground were in an uproar. A new profession has emerged. We have been busy all afternoon and didn't unlock it. How did Lin Ye do it in just a moment? This isn't fair. We worked so hard for so long. Zhou Yuyao looked at Lin Ye deep in thought. Having been classmates for 4 years, Zhou Yuyao knew very well about Lin Ye's learning ability. For Lin Ye to unlock 2 professions in a day and also learn a skill, it was hard to say it had nothing to do with his talent. Who was it that did that with Lin Ye last night? Zhou Yuyao couldn't help but turn into a detective. Initially she suspected it was Xiang Fei, but judging by Xiang Fei's performance today, she immediately dismissed that guess. The only suspect left is Teacher Su. I didn't expect Teacher Su to be so uninhibited in private. Could she have had an affair with Lin Ye long ago? I remember during rehearsals Teacher Su often kept Lin Ye behind for special training. The intuition of a woman coupled with logical reasoning directly brought the truth to light. Lin Ye never expected that by chopping dozens of coconuts he would unlock the woodcutter profession. This was indeed a delightful surprise. I wonder what skills I can learn as a woodcutter. There should be skills like chopping that can be used in combat, right? Relying solely on coconuts for fresh water is ultimately not sustainable, so Lin Ye naturally thought of enhancing everyone's combat abilities and venturing inland to find water sources. On such a large island there must be fresh water sources. As long as they deal with that giant python there is hope. Watching the sun set below the horizon, Lin Ye felt satisfied as he finished his work. Sliding down the coconut tree he suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his consciousness indicating a prompt. Lin Ye has acquired the skill climbing. Your climbing ability has increased by 100. Is it really possible to learn skills this way? Is there no limit to learning new abilities? Lin Ye was somewhat taken aback. The girls below the tree were all dumbfounded. Unlocking 2 professions and learning 2 skills in a single day was simply outrageous. Many gazes directed at Lin Ye were somewhat ambiguous. If his talent was truly that remarkable, it wouldn't be impossible. After all, Lin Ye was tall and handsome, being with him wouldn't be a loss. Unmentionable images flashed in their minds. After coming to their senses they shook their heads vigorously, trying to dispel the tainted thoughts. Carrying coconuts, Lin Ye returned to the camp and found Su Wei looking at him strangely. Su Wei was quite anxious as she called Lin Ye to the seaside, saying worriedly, "They suspect us." He thought something serious had happened, but it turned out to be this. Lin Ye felt a sense of relief in his heart and smiled, saying, "Let them suspect, after all there's no evidence." Su Wei grew even more anxious. It's already so obvious on the first day. If we keep unlocking skills and professions, everyone will know that you and I are connected. Lin Ye replied solemnly, "Then let's just make our relationship public." His idea was simple, being open and above board would save a lot of trouble. Lin Ye was very clear about his own worth. He had no intention or ability to please everyone, nor did he expect everyone to like him. Even if he was the only man here, he never thought about having something with each of them. As long as he could be with a few who caught his eye, that would be enough. Even just being with Su Wei wouldn't be a problem. As for Xiang Fei, it was purely out of brotherly feelings. He couldn't bear to see her remain single. Su Wei was more flustered when she heard Lin Ye talking about making their relationship public, exclaiming, "No, that won't do. How can I live like that?" Lin Ye was left speechless. "Weren't you very brave last night? Why are you being timid now?" If it weren't for Su Wei taking the initiative, Lin Ye wouldn't even dare to think about her. Su Wei's timidity now was purely from being scared by that voice's public execution. Every time the reminder was given, it felt like it was saying someone had an affair with Lin Ye. Su Wei was on the verge of collapse. Grabbing Lin Ye's hand, her face was filled with pleading. "During this time, let's not be alone together anymore. Can you give me a bit more space?" It seemed she was determined. Lin Ye sighed helplessly. "How long do you want to wait?" Su Wei had already thought it through and replied immediately, "Wait until a few more people are with you. Wait until others feel this kind of thing is acceptable." Lin Ye opened his mouth, unsure of how to evaluate her thoughts. Su Wei thought Lin Ye was being stubborn and advised, "I know you just want to be with me now, but this is just a temporary impulse for you, not a lasting one. You will eventually have someone else. Oh, why should we cling to this delusion?" Su Wei's age gave her a deeper understanding. The vows of love do not necessarily mean they will be fulfilled. Often there is no deceit involved. It is just human nature that cannot withstand testing, facing stronger temptations, and previous promises naturally crumble. Now the temptations Lin Ye faced could be said to be irresistible to any man. Even if he wanted to remain aloof, other women wouldn't let him remain calm. Don't be fooled by their current disdain and resistance. Their attitudes would soon make a complete turn. Su Wei didn't want to be the foolish one trying to stop the inevitable. She just wanted to go with the flow and have her own slice of happiness. Hearing Su Wei say that, Lin Ye wanted to argue but lacked confidence. At least with Xiang Fei, he couldn't refuse. Lin Ye could only agree to keep their relationship strictly confidential. Su Wei left with a sense of relief. Lin Ye shook his head with a bitter smile. "Looks like I can only be the scumbag now." Returning to the camp, he caught sight of Xiang Fei squatting on the ground peeling coconuts. He nudged her with his foot, signaling her to move to another spot. Xiang Fei, holding a coconut, followed Lin Ye to a secluded place. Lin Ye asked directly, "Are you coming tonight?" Xiang Fei appeared somewhat shy, smiling awkwardly and hesitating to respond. But her retreating actions had already exposed her inner thoughts. "Coward." Lin Ye cursed inwardly and laughed. "Did you come to tease me on purpose last night?" "No." Xiang Fei laughed shyly. "I'm mainly shy. We know each other too well, it's a bit awkward." "All right." Lin Ye wasn't angry, rather he felt relieved. He was also unsure if, after breaking that layer of glass with Xiang Fei, not daring to take risks, he thought it was safer to maintain the status quo. "Let's just forget about it." Lin Ye wanted to put an end to. "Don't just forget it," Xiang Fei said again. "I'm just saying it's not convenient right now." "What exactly do you want to do?" Lin Ye was left confused by her. After hesitating for a moment, Xiang Fei finally stammered, "I want to wait until I awaken my talent before we do that." "Continue speaking." Lin Ye gestured for her to go on. Xiang Fei explained in detail, "If I do that with you now, and then learn new skills, Chun Na and the others will laugh at me. If I wait until I awaken my talent before being with you, they will have nothing to say." Lin Ye understood. After all the fuss, Xiang Fei really saw him as a tool for brushing attributes and learning skills. Damn it, I knew it was unreliable to be in a relationship with her. Lin Ye weakly waved his hand at her. But Xiang Fei grabbed his hand, pleading, please help me secure a spot for tonight's awakening. Lin Ye laughed helplessly. Do you really think I as the tribe leader can control everything? Xiang Fei pouted cutely, just help me vote at a critical moment. You didn't vote yesterday. You're a leader, how can you not vote? Lin Ye scratched his head and looked dazed. Didn't I vote yet? Xiang Fei nodded vigorously. Lin Ye thought carefully, and it seemed he really hadn't. He had been careless, truly careless. Lin Ye thought for a moment, and said, my vote will only play a role in case of a tie. If I publicly support you beforehand, it might even cause some people who originally supported you to change their minds. You need to think this through. Xiang Fei nodded and said, you just need to come out and break the balance at the critical moment. Hearing this, Lin Ye felt relieved. A secret weapon can just be kept hidden, only needing to be used at crucial moments. Lin Ye felt that with Xiang Fei's popularity, that critical moment of a tie might not even arise. Alas, this unfortunate child will have to play the role of a supporting runner for a long time. Dinner concluded and the competition for the awakening slots began anew. With 2 slots available, the selection would be determined by votes. The number of contenders had increased. On Liang Qian's side, Han Yutong was nominated, while Su Wei put forward Li Qingqing, and Zhou Yuyao nominated Xiang Fei. The 3 took turns to explain their reasons for needing an awakening slot. Han Yutong, resembling Fan Yi with her large eyes, radiated an air of determination, adding a hint of fierceness to her delicate features. Our team is currently responsible for food gathering. Everyone knew that food sources were highly unstable. Judging from the ripeness of fruits on the island, autumn and winter will soon arrive, making food gathering even more challenging. We must prepare for food storage. Allow me to awaken my talent first, which will enhance our team's efficiency in food gathering. No sooner had she finished speaking than Li Qingqing's rebuttal rang out. The class monitor has unlocked the fisher profession. As long as you all work hard, you can learn relevant skills. Your team already has 2 awakened talents. Oh, why must you compete for another awakening opportunity? Currently, our food supply is quite sufficient. The lack of food is mainly because your team isn't putting in enough effort. The class monitor brought back so many catches at noon, and look at how much you have gathered after an entire afternoon of work. During autumn and winter, warmth is of utmost importance. Our weaving team needs the awakening talent even more. Li Qingqing, petite in stature, was sharp-tongued. Her gaze shifted to Chen Na, who had struck her yesterday, and she added, and what about that one who awakened the animal affinity? Didn't you say you wanted to tame beasts? Why is there no action at all? Useless at everything, yet claiming to be the best at bragging. Chen Na, caught off guard, wanted to argue back, but was held back by those around her, only able to threaten, why don't you come out if you have the guts? Li Qingqing had already retreated into the crowd, hiding behind Su Wei. As chaos erupted on sight, Xiang Fei, with long straight black hair and a fringe, her round face accentuated by peach blossom eyes, she appeared to be a compliant girl. Yet upon her entrance, she boldly stepped over a burning dry log. Currently our team faces the greatest hardships. We are responsible not only for firewood, but also for crafting tools, and now we must add tree cutting to our duties. We have the worst tools, the weakest average stamina, and lack effective talent enhancement. At this point, Xiang Fei faltered, quickly glancing back at Zhou Yuyao for a hint. Zhou Yuyao exchanged glances and mouthed words, gesturing with her hands. However, Xiang Fei received no information and could only summarize awkwardly. In short, our team needs the awakening talent the most. Among us, I have the best physical strength, so if I awaken my talent, it will enhance our team's capabilities. Xiang Fei pounded her fist on her thigh, powerfully completing her campaign declaration. With the formalities done, the voting commenced. Su Wei produced 2 coconut bowls. One was filled with engraved shells while the other was empty. Voters simply needed to select a shell corresponding to candidates 1, 2, or 3 and drop it into the empty coconut bowl. Today's voting process was indeed more organized. Let the voting begin. As Su Wei explained the rules, she was suddenly interrupted by Lin Ye's voice. Before we vote, I have a few words to say. Su Wei looked at Lin Ye in panic, worried he might say something impulsive, unable to meet. Xiang Fei's eyes sparkled with hope, thinking finally, he's going to rally support for me. Yet Lin Ye spoke, have you all considered the patterns behind awakening talents? Everyone looked confused. Only Su Wei let out a sigh of relief. Lin Ye continued, there are indeed patterns in what talents individuals awaken. For instance, consider Teacher Su. Su Wei, who had just relaxed, felt tense again. Think about why she awakened the insight talent. Hearing Lin Ye raise this question, the girls present became excited. Teacher Su has strong insight. She excels at identifying the characteristics of others. The girls chimed in. Su Wei was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to be viewed in such a light. Lin Ye nodded, and then looked at Liang Qian, who was sitting quietly across from him. Liang Qian, what do you think caused you to awaken the herbalism talent? Liang Qian avoided Lin Ye's gaze, bowed her head in contemplation, and slowly replied, my grandfather is an old Chinese medicine doctor, my mother is a physician, and I've learned some knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine. I also enjoy studying beauty-related topics. Lin Ye then turned to Zhou Yuyao, what about you? Have you discovered where your talent comes from? Zhou Yuyao blushed slightly, I enjoy doing crafts. And I like watching blacksmithing competition videos. Does that count? Thinking about it, I seem to have a particular fondness for slender, sharp objects, especially those with clear edges. Li Qingqing nodded vigorously beside her, exactly, she often draws those strange stars on paper with spikes like thorns. I thought she had artistic talent, but it turns out she has psychological issues. Zhou Yuyo's expression gradually darkened. The two had shared a dormitory in college, but had never become close friends. Lin Ye concluded thus the pattern of talent awakening amplifies a certain characteristic of ours. This characteristic should occupy a significant portion of our personality traits. Chen Na, who had been waiting to ask, saw that Lin Ye had skipped the question and answer segment, and quickly interjected, "But I don't like animals at all. Why did I still awaken animal affinity?" Lin Ye shot her a glance. "That's something for you to reflect on." Laughter erupted around them. Chen Na felt that Lin Ye was subtly mocking her, but had no evidence. "What should I reflect on?" Lin Ye chuckled. "Think about what makes you different from a wild beast." This sounded like an insult, and Chen Na grew anxious. Beside her, Liang Qian laughed. "It means you have a wild side." Li Qingqing seized the opportunity to take revenge. "It means you are untamed and lack humanity. You little..." Chen Na exploded, not knowing whether to take her anger out on Li Qingqing or Lin Ye. Standing in the center, she glared around, then was pulled away by others. Su Wei noticed the situation and quickly redirected the topic. "Lin Ye, what is the significance of this pattern?" Lin Ye then returned to a serious demeanor. "Once we discover this pattern, we can predict what talents we might awaken. Identify the most prominent characteristics in your personality, compare them with your preferences, and ask yourself whether the talents related to these characteristics are what you desire." Upon hearing this, many girls became excited. Only Xiang Fei looked dejected. "It's over. All I think about is smoking, drinking, and playing games, and I'm going to awaken some useless talent." At this moment, Li Qingqing raised her hand to ask, "If it's not the talent I want, can I change it?" "Of course," Lin Ye said, casting an appreciative glance at the supportive Li Qingqing, ready to share the method he had come up with. He had yet to elaborate, but just this statement piqued everyone's curiosity. Liang Qian and Zhou Yuyao looked over in unison. Chen Na also forgot her anger, straining to eavesdrop on the answer. Xiang Fei's eyes held a hint of grievance. After all this time as good brothers, how could he not share such an experience with me? Those who had yet to awaken their talents were also eagerly anticipating. Seeing everyone's intense reactions, Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle to himself. From today onwards, no one should come out to compete for the awakening slots. Xiang Fei, I have done you a great favor. You owe me a call of foster father. Lin Ye then proposed his fabricated method for awakening talents. I suspect that during the awakening of talents, we only refer to the most prominent traits we've exhibited in a short period. Seeing everyone's intense reactions, Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle to himself. From today onwards, no one should come out to compete for the awakening. For instance, if one wishes to awaken a power-related talent, they should engage in intense training and imagine themselves as a mighty warrior. If one wants to awaken a talent related to a certain skill, they should conduct extensive research in that field. If one desires to awaken a talent like that of teacher, relevant training can also be done. Once you feel your training is sufficient, awakening may lead to the desired talent. This method has no solid basis. However, those who have suffered in probabilistic events tend to believe in some claims. Even metaphysics has its believers. Moreover, what Lin Ye said had a slight resemblance to science. Those who had awakened their talents regretted knowing too late. Those who had not awakened began to feel anxious, worrying that some of their habits might pollute the awakening talent pool. Xiang Fei, fearing to squander the opportunity to awaken her talent, quickly waved her hand, shook her head, and resolutely declared, "I withdraw. I do not want a night slot. You all shouldn't choose me." Originally confident about securing an awakening slot, Han Yutong was now anxiously whispering with others, trying to find someone to take her place. Previously, they had fiercely competed for a single slot. Now it was hard to even let one go. Tonight's awakening slots went. However, amid the peaceful and friendly atmosphere, a discordant voice emerged. "Class monitor, did you awaken the talent of many children because you've been thinking about having kids with someone lately?" Lin Ye looked up and saw that the question came from Li Qingqing. He suddenly felt that this woman had not taken a beating in vain. Lin Ye struggled to keep a straight face, preventing his smile from breaking through. "No, I didn't. Stop talking nonsense." Lin Ye immediately denied it 3 times, and then seriously stated, "I awakened this talent because I truly love children." After saying that, he quickly fled the camp. The second clan meeting ended unhappily. Lin Ye slept until dawn, his body feeling invigorated. The camp was filled with the sounds of snoring bodies sprawled. Lin Ye felt a surge of frustration. Perhaps he should peel a coconut to relieve his irritation. Lin Ye approached the campfire, just picking up a shell to start peeling, when a girl behind him woke up, warily covering her neckline, and asked nervously, "Lin Ye, what are you doing?" Lin Ye turned around to see it was Liang Qian. At that moment, Liang Qian looked weak and delicate, evoking a sense of... However, her eyes were bloodshot and her expression was haggard, showing that she was in poor condition. Not wanting to disturb the others, Lin Ye raised the coconut to signal and quickly left the camp. Yet Liang Qian followed him. The morning breeze fluttered her nightgown, accentuating her curves. Lin Ye silently groaned. "I was already struggling to resist. Why are you fanning the flames? You're pushing me down a path of temptation. Aren't you going to sleep?" Lin Ye quickly made a polite remark, hoping to send her away. "I couldn't sleep anyway." Liang Qian sighed softly, tinged with a hint of grievance. She played with her hair, wanting to say something, but hesitating, ultimately sitting beside him with her legs hugged, watching Lin Ye peel the coconut. Although he couldn't see her clearly, Lin Ye felt she occupied all his senses. It was as if the warmth radiating from her body along with her curves sparked his imagination. Could she possibly know the power of my talent and want to engage in a friendly competition? Lin Ye found himself caught in the 3 great illusions of men, nearly cutting himself multiple times. Finally managing to finish with the coconut, he turned to see she hadn't left and had no choice but to offer, "Would you like to have a sip?" Liang Qian shook her head and did not take the coconut. Lin Ye was puzzled by her meaning and decided to ask, can't you sleep? Liang Qian replied with a hint of grievance and began to complain, some people grind their teeth, some talk in their sleep, some toss and turn. With over 20 people sleeping together, even the slightest noise is unbearable. I haven't had much sleep these past 2 nights, been going crazy. Lin Ye pondered, with so many people crammed together, it's indeed a problem. Once we have enough materials, we should give everyone their own room. Liang Qian smiled bitterly, I doubt I'll see that day. Lin Ye understood now that she wanted a private room. Only he could build houses, so she came to him. In the pitch-black darkness, going to build a house. Lin Ye didn't want to move now, thinking that Liang Qian probably couldn't wait that long either. He suggested, you can go take a nap in my room first. Liang Qian's eyes lit up with surprise, then she bit her lip and shook her head. If someone sees me sleeping in your room, who knows what they'll say about me? She had quite a few concerns. Lin Ye could only say, that room is yours now. I'll just build another one for myself to sleep in. Liang Qian thought for a moment and found this solution quite good, finally breaking into a smile. You're quite a nice person. After saying a compliment, Liang Qian, fearing Lin Ye would misunderstand, added, Chen Na is also nice. Why can't you two get along well? Lin Ye rolled his eyes. This woman was far too self-consuming. Not only did she exhaust herself, but she also drained others. After gaining an advantage, she wanted to reciprocate, but also feared misunderstandings, trying to matchmake him with Chen Na. Not wanting to lose out, she sold out her best friend, her conscience clearly in tatters. However, remembering Chen Na's figure, Lin Ye thought this condition might not be unacceptable. But the two had been fighting for over 3 years and had long become enemies. For him to lower his head and pursue Chen Na now was something Lin Ye couldn't bring himself to do. I never actively made things difficult for her. She was the one who stirred up trouble, and I merely responded simply. Lin Ye could only follow the conversation, saying something here and there. Liang Qian said, but she targets you for a reason. Lin Ye retorted, she confessed, I rejected her. Does that give her a reason? He left room for doubt, not wanting to suggest that they were playing a prank. Liang Qian continued, she finally took the initiative once, and you ruthlessly rejected her, without leaving any face. Of course, she can't understand. Unexpectedly, the school beauty was also a double standard. Lin Ye decided to clarify things with her. Let's switch perspectives. If someone confessed to you, as long as you didn't agree, they could keep bothering you, and you wouldn't be able to retaliate. Liang Qian shook her head and smiled playfully, but no one has ever confessed to me. Alright. Lin Ye chuckled mischievously and decided to tease her. Clearing his throat, Lin Ye feigned seriousness. Liang Qian, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? You're just playing tricks. Liang Qian was flustered and wanted to get up to escape, but ended up sitting back down, propping herself up on the ground to distance herself. You started the tricks first. Lin Ye threatened, think carefully about how you should respond. If you refuse, it'll make sure you regret it. If Liang Qian tried to casually agree to brush him off, Lin Ye would take it as a cue to escalate. No way. Liang Qian was not fooled. Her attitude was resolute, her expression furious, and her voice icy. We are discussing your matters with Chen Na. Do not drag me into this. You are involved now, so it has everything to do with you. Lin Ye continued to play coy. Liang Qian, her eyes brimming with tears, trembled as she said, can we please talk about your issues with Chen Na first? Alright. Seeing her genuinely anxious, Lin Ye quickly took a step back. If she were to shout, attracting the attention of others, Lin Ye would find himself at a loss for words. When it comes to choosing between the campus belle and a stud, people would undoubtedly side with the campus belle. Lin Ye then thought that if he could resolve the conflict with Chen Na through Liang Qian, it would be a good thing. He immediately said, you should persuade Chen Na not to antagonize me, and naturally, I won't have any conflict with her. Liang Qian rubbed her forehead, visibly troubled. We have tried persuading her before, but it was useless. Just treat her like a child, throwing a tantrum, arguing with you just to vent her frustrations, and don't take it to heart. Lin Ye retorted, her grievances are not caused by me, why should she vent them on me? Whoever mocked her should be the target. What sense does it make for her to come and make trouble for me? Because she still likes you. Liang Qian said earnestly. Lin Ye nearly choked on his coconut juice. Chen Na likes me. Lin Ye thought this was the most absurd joke. How could it be called liking when she relentlessly pursued him at every opportunity? I can't tolerate that kind of liking. Lin Ye shook his head, offering a bitter smile. Liang Qian continued. When planning the graduation trip, everyone thought it would be inconvenient for a group of girls to go to the beach with one male classmate, but she insisted on inviting you along. She actually cares about you. Then I can't forgive her even more. If it weren't for her, I'd still be enjoying modern life. Lin Ye was speaking against his heart. Liang Qian covered her mouth and yawned. Forget it, I won't interfere in your affairs any. With that, she walked away. Lin Ye stared dumbfounded. Wait. I was just making a small remark, you could still mediate. Watching Liang Qian walk away, without looking back, Lin Ye began to have a bad feeling. It seemed he had once again been lured into a trap by her. Liang Qian didn't appear to be sincerely trying to match him with Chen. Liang Qian returned to the campsite and shook Chen Na awake. What are you doing? It's not even dawn yet. Chen Na was full of morning grumpiness, very impatient. Come with me. Liang Qian turned and walked outside. Chen Na followed while yawning, and when she saw Lin Ye's small cabin ahead, her drowsiness evaporated considerably. What are we going to do in Lin Ye's house? Chen Na grabbed Liang Qian, her face filled with shock. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Did Liang Qian get involved with Lin Ye? Is Lin Ye threatening Liang Qian? Liang Qian led Chen Na into the house and began to explain. It's too noisy at the campsite, I couldn't sleep, so Lin Ye gave me his little house. He will build another one for himself. Chen Na's expression tightened, advising. But if others see you sleeping in his house, they will definitely gossip. That's why I called. Liang Qian smiled. Chen Na, infuriated, said, "You want me to take the blame? This is called sharing the blessings together." Liang Qian yawned and urged, "Let's sleep quickly. It's much quieter here than at the campsite, and it's warm too." Chen Na looked around the room and found it very displeasing. A fire pit, a chimney made of banana leaves, and a bed frame. Making us women squeeze together on the floor while he sleeps in a bed, how special is that? Liang Qian pushed Chen Na. "Alright, stop complaining. This house is ours now, we are the special ones." "No way," Chen Na angrily said, "such differential treatment will make others think we have some unspeakable relationship with him." "It's you who has a relationship with him, I'm just riding on your coattails." Liang Qian smiled brightly. Her inner plan was to let Chen Na move in first, creating a set fact, and then give them both a chance to reconcile. "Why should I?" Chen Na turned to leave. Liang Qian hurriedly grabbed her. "I won't sleep well in a new place, just stay with me for a while." "So you want me to take the blame and sleep with you?" Chen Na complained sarcastically. "Should I lull you to sleep?" "That won't be necessary." Liang Qian curled up on the bed yawning. "Just stay with me for a while, once I fall asleep you can go out." Chen Na lay down on the bed in a fit of pique, stretching out her arm. "Do you want to use my arm as a pillow?" "Don't touch me." Liang Qian pushed her away. The two lay down for a short while before Liang Qian's breathing grew heavy. Chen Na felt wide awake, got up, and went outside to find Lin Ye. She didn't believe that Lin Ye would give up his house to Liang Qian without any ulterior motives. Thinking of how Lin Ye dared to have designs on Liang Qian, Chen Na clenched her fists. Chen Na circled around outside the campsite and quickly spotted Lin Ye sitting on a rock, peeling a coconut, and "You give me a pear." Lin Ye was using a shell to shape a coconut bowl, humming an unknown tune, looking quite pleased with himself. He must have taken advantage of Liang Qian. Chen Na's anger surged. She approached her toes, kicking up a handful of sand which she threw at Lin Ye. Lin Ye shook off the sand, and upon seeing it was Chen Na, he cursed. "Are you out of your mind?" "You're the one who's out of your mind," Chen Na angrily questioned. "Are you after Liang Qian?" Lin Ye habitually wanted to provoke her. With a mischievous grin he replied, "Yes, I'm pursuing Liang Qian." "Do you have— How dare you?" Chen Na did not expect Lin Ye to admit it. How could he be so bold? In her fury, she kicked at Lin Ye. Lin Ye deliberately provoked her, having anticipated this move, and easily dodged it, sweeping his foot to trip Chen Na. Dressed in a nightgown, Chen Na fell and rolled in the sand. This was the only piece of clothing she had after crossing over, and it pained her greatly. She got up and lunged at Lin Ye. Lin Ye threw the coconut bowl aside, grabbed Chen Na's arms, and with a twist threw her down. The nightgown rolled up, resulting in serious consequences. The sky was already bright, revealing everything. The loss was substantial, and the humiliation was intense. Chen Na was filled with shame and anger, wanting revenge. However, distracted by her nightgown, her movements inevitably became a bit cautious. Lin Ye seized the opportunity, grabbing the collar of her nightgown, and threw her down again. Chen Na slid like she was on a skateboard, skidding far away until she finally stopped at the water's edge. The cold dampness did not extinguish her anger, instead it ignited it further. She simply tore off her nightgown and rushed towards Lin Ye in the nude. This tactic left Lin Ye completely at a loss. In the rosy dawn, her fit physique was fully revealed. The treasure was revealed to the world, waves roared, and the atmosphere was overwhelming. Lin Ye was directly taken aback, only to realize he had been tricked when Chen Na was nearly upon him. How unethical. How could she release such a mental disturbance? Lin Ye was caught off guard, being hugged around the neck by Chen Na and directly pinned to the beach. Standing at 178 centimeters tall and weighing over 150 pounds, Chen Na took advantage of her physical dominance to firmly press Lin Ye down. Lin Ye struggled several times but failed to turn over. He thought to himself, what a disaster. Indeed, the color of desire is a double-edged sword. Feeling helpless, he could not help but think that this wave of benefits was not a loss. Chen Na gasped for breath and smugly asked, "Are you convinced?" Lin Ye cast a sidelong glance at the close proximity of the big car light and retorted, "To hell with you." Chen Na noticed him glancing at her and felt both shy and angry. In a moment of desperation, she thought of a tit-for-tat response, pressing Lin Ye's mouth shut and directly biting down sand clinging to her lips. After a bout of roughness, Chen Na asked again, "Are you convinced?" This kind of action, while sensual, was still insulting. Lin Ye spit out the sand, enduring the discomfort in his heart, and laughed recklessly. "Feels good, let's do it again." Chen Na was taken aback by Lin Ye's shamelessness at this moment and nearly fainted from anger. In that moment of distraction, Lin Ye seized the opportunity and broke free from her grip. He flipped over and pinned Chen Na to the ground, leaning in without hesitation. Chen Na was left with a face full of saliva, feeling as if she had been licked by a dog, which made her feel disgusted. Refusing to back down, she shouted, "Come on, let's do it." Lin Ye hesitated a bit. Voices were already ringing out from the camp. If anyone came out, they would witness. This made him feel a bit guilty. Seeing Lin Ye hesitate, Chen Na became even more arrogant. "What kind of hero wears clothes? Take them off and let's go." Her words acted like a spell, instantly unsealing his pent-up desires. After a night of conserving energy, he was eager to unleash his instincts. In that moment, Lin Ye looked at Chen Na beneath him and could not help but feel stirred. Such a fit physique was something he had only seen while scrolling through short videos. He had never had the chance to experience it himself. Regardless of whether Chen Na was acting out of spite, he truly wanted to show her his true skills. Just pressing her bare against the ground would be explosive enough. If they were to have a reality show, being seen by others would surely lead to social death. After awakening his talent, Lin Ye's image in the eyes of the female classmates had become synonymous with a stud if he were to let it all go. He dared not think about it, completely unwilling to imagine. Lin Ye released Chen Na, picked up his robe, and tossed it onto her. Chen Na's face flushed red, unsure if it was from anger or excitement. Are you even a man? Are you incapable? Lin Ye chuckled. Come to my room tonight, and I'll let you know if I am or not. Who's cowardly, who's a grandson? As Chen Na put on the robe, she spat out fierce words. Lin Ye decided not to get entangled with her any longer. He switched his profession to woodcutter on the group panel, picked up some jagged stones, and ran off to chop wood. He had given his small hut to Liang Qian, and still needed to build his own shelter. As Chen Na watched Lin Ye walk away, her momentum finally dissipated. Her mind was a blank. She had only come to question Lin Ye, wondering why it had ended up like this. Once she had truly wanted to be close to Lin Ye, but definitely not in this manner. After a brief moment of distraction, Chen Na thought of a solution. After all, she hadn't lost anything, and no one had seen it. It would be as if nothing had ever happened. Chen Na went to the seaside, splashed seawater on her face, and slapped her cheeks. After a while, her flushed face returned to normal. As dawn broke, the girls who had woken up from hunger began to rise in twos and threes. After filling their stomachs a little, they went to the seaside to gather shellfish, spin, thread, and chop wood. The experience of huddling together for a makeshift bed was unbearable for everyone, not just Liang Qian. The pressure of being wealthy combined with the yearning for a comfortable life prompted them to take action, eager to do something. If Lin Ye had not awakened that abnormal talent, they would have thought of finding him to solve their troubles right away. But now they were too wary to approach him. No one dared to interact with Lin Ye. Naturally, they entered the three professions of fisherman, woodcutter, and weaver, trying to see if they could learn any skills. Especially the weaver profession, which had an enormous appeal for the girls who were scantily clad. Today, as they self-divided, a ridiculous scene appeared. 12 girls had become weavers. Excluding the 8 from the woodcutter group, only 4 were left to look for food. By the way, one of them was still napping in Lin Ye's previous hut. In reality, only 3 were out gathering shellfish. At noon, when Lin Ye returned to the camp carrying building materials, he found that the food consisted only of coconuts and seaweed. This was still what he had gathered yesterday. The food group was already in name only. It wouldn't do to continue like this. Lin Ye found Han Yutong, who was still gathering shellfish, and asked how many of you were still looking for food. Han Yutong had large eyes resembling those of Fan Bingbing, with distinct facial features blending charm with a hint of heroism. Remembering how she had been seen naked by Lin Ye yesterday, she dared not meet his gaze. Thinking Lin Ye was lacking food, Han Yutong pulled out a roasted shell from a bag sewn from brown cloth, saying, "Class leader, this is..." The 2-finger-wide green mussel looked as if it had been through a fire, or perhaps nuclear radiation. It was unappealing. Lin Ye still accepted it, and took a look around. In your group, are you the only one working? Han Yutong replied, there are 4 of us, me, Wei, Jia, Liang Qian, and Chen Na. Liang Qian hasn't slept well these past 2 days, and doesn't have the energy to work. This morning, only the 3 of us were gathering shellfish. Chen Na was still out gathering shellfish. It seemed the morning's incident had no effect on her. Lin Ye could not help but speculate, could it be that she really likes me? At that moment, Han Yutong added, but it seems we can't learn the fisherman skill while gathering shellfish. The seawater is too cold, and we can't go in the water this morning. Class leader, do you have a solution? All being girls, going into the water every day is indeed inconvenient. Lin Ye thought for a moment, and said, you should go find Zhou Yuyao, and ask her to help you make fishing nets and rods. Fishing? We don't know how. Han Yutong replied, looking dejected. The confidence she had during the election had completely vanished, and she now looked like a punching bag. Lin Ye explained the catch mainly comes from fish traps. Fishing is to give you a chance to learn the fisherman skill. Oh, that's good. They'll go find Zhou Yuyao now. Han Yutong did not dare to stay with Lin Ye for too long, and quickly turned to leave. Lin Ye thought for a moment, but did not follow. He was also unsure how to make fish traps. Zhou Yuyao should have watched videos on making outdoor traps. He decided to let her. Lin Ye decided to continue building his house. He had not received any professional survival training in the wild. The skills and ideas he had for his previous shelter had many issues. For example, if the foundation was unstable, it could be uprooted in high winds. The ventilation for the smoke from the fire was also poorly done. This time, while rebuilding his dwelling, Lin Ye planned to address these shortcomings. It could be considered an iteration of construction skills. I wonder if I can unlock a profession like builder. Lin Ye was filled with anticipation for this house-building endeavor. Lacking a staking tool, Lin Ye simply chose to use the available trees as pillars. A palm tree and 2 shrubs became the supporting columns of the small hut. With one corner remaining, it was just right for a fireplace. The palm fronds were tied together to form the shape of a fireplace and chimney covered inside and out with a layer of clay, resulting in a rough but complete fireplace. Next, using the fireplace as a starting point, he tied up a windbreak wall and covered it with a rain canopy. By around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the single-person hut was basically completed. Finally able to bask in the sun and dry off the dampness. Lin Ye felt quite satisfied with this construction speed. Unfortunately, despite cutting down so many trees, he still hadn't learned the lumberjack skill. The anticipated builder profession also remained locked. This deepened Lin Ye's understanding of the success rate enhancement of his talents. With a real comparison to his learning speed, the effects of a single attempt seemed quite exceptional. Lin Ye was not accustomed to this state without any talent boost, feeling that everything he did was a waste of time. It seems I should try not to be idle every night from now on. Lin Ye's mind was filled with that matter, half genuinely wanting to improve and half stimulated by Chen Na. Now, whenever he quieted down, that exaggerated curve of a body would surface in his mind. Saying it felt like a tadpole taking over was too conservative. Lin Ye felt like he had a brain growing on a mushroom. He couldn't help but think if he had gone for it with Chen Na in the morning would the outcome have been too severe. Did I eat something wrong? Lin Ye snapped back to reality. He remembered the oysters he had eaten yesterday. Were they that powerful? In Blue Star Lin Ye had eaten plenty of oysters, but never had such a strong feeling. He suspected that the variety in this world was different. Taking advantage of the warm seawater, Lin Ye went to the reef to catch some seafood, adding some protein to his dinner. During dinner, Lin Ye noticed the strange looks the girls were giving him. Looking at Su Wei again. She was buried in her food with a guilty expression. Class monitor, class monitor. Li Qingqing's voice suddenly rang out. Why didn't you unlock a new profession or learn a new skill today? Lin Ye realized what was strange about the atmosphere. Comparing the performances over the last 2 days made the previous day seem even more abnormal. Su Wei's interrupted contact not only failed to reduce suspicions, but also provided evidence for everyone's speculations. It was a case of making things worse. Lin Ye guessed what Li Qingqing would ask next and directly countered, irritated. It's just dinner has stopped the chatter. However, Li Qingqing still asked the question, did you not learn any skills today because you didn't use your talents last night? Lin Ye pretended not to hear. Li Qingqing continued, class monitor, what do you think of me? Suddenly laughter erupted around as people started to spit out. Lin Ye nearly choked on the seaweed he was swallowing. Before he could respond, someone voiced a warning. Li Qingqing, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking? Someone quickly reached out to cover her mouth. Li Qingqing broke free from the other's restraint and shouted towards Su Wei, Su teacher, I volunteer to have a child with the class monitor, is that okay? Su Wei's face turned red as she buried her face in her coconut bowl, pretending to drink, mumbling, that depends on whether Lin Ye is willing. Lin Ye's expression darkened. Can this matter be discussed openly? Can it be asked privately? Do I have no dignity? He glanced towards Chen Na, hoping she would suddenly explode and drag Li Qingqing away for a good scolding. Chen Na had been paying attention to Lin Ye's reaction and felt nervous when she saw him looking over. The harsh words they exchanged this morning were still fresh in her mind. Is he testing whether I dare to find him tonight? If I don't dare, will he agree to Li Qingqing? Chen Na's defenses gradually began to crumble. She expected Lin Ye to back down first. Instead, she now found herself in a difficult position. Chen Na's heart was battling with itself, and she ultimately decided to divert the crisis. Just agree to her. Chen Na spoke to Lin Ye for the first time with goodwill. Qingqing is great, she's delicate, and sweet-talking, consider yourself lucky. The girl is making the first move, you can't back down, right? In terms of looks and figure, Li Qingqing was indeed quite pleasing to the eye, though after all there were no ugly girls in the dance class. Unfortunately, she had a big mouth. Lin Ye wanted to refuse. But then he thought about Li Qingqing's big mouth. What if she turned out to be like Chen Na, constantly nagging him with her sharp tongue? How could he bear that? The combination of the sharp tongues of Chen Na and Li Qingqing. At least Chen Na had some reservations. Li Qingqing's thought process was impossible to predict. Forget it, let's just recruit her. Lin Ye wavered. Looking at Li Qingqing, he sincerely said, I already have plans for tonight. How about tomorrow? Goodness, even having a child with him required a cue. How many people have secretly gotten close to him? The crowd erupted in an uproar. Scumbag. Shameless. What did my ears just hear? Su teacher, you need to manage him. The girls exclaimed in shock. Su Wei felt faint, wishing she could pass out immediately. In the end, this world had turned into the very thing she feared the most. Li Qingqing was also stunned. This was not the— Sometimes I speak without thinking, but you can't genuinely believe I have no brain. Class monitor, who is that person? Li Qingqing asked angrily. She swore she would spit in that woman's face. Sneaking around with the class monitor was utterly shameless. Such matters should clearly be brought to light. The straightforward Li Qingqing could not tolerate this kind of sneaky behavior. Chen Na's heart sank, fearing Lin Ye would reveal. However, Lin Ye smiled and shook his head, saying, I can't say just yet. If she stands me up, I'll tell you her name. Li Qingqing immediately revealed a victorious smile. Regardless of whether that woman would stand him up, she would soon find out who was so shameless. The gazes of the surrounding women towards Lin Ye grew increasingly hostile. Scumbag daring to threaten a classmate. Utterly shameless, he should be punished. Facing the sharp gazes of the crowd, Lin Ye felt a bit guilty and quickly left after finishing his meal. The newly built hut had too much humidity, he needed to start a fire to dry it out for a better sleep. Worried that the fireplace would crack, Lin Ye didn't dare to make too big a fire, only creating a small pile and gradually adding small sticks. Before long, the door was kicked open. Chen Na entered with her hands in the pockets of her robe, holding her head high and maintaining a stern expression. No matter how flustered she felt inside, she couldn't lose her momentum. Lin Ye blocked her path. If she didn't come, it would be social death. If she did come, there would be other consequences. After shutting the door with a kick, Chen Na coldly huffed. I'm here. And so? Lin Ye replied nonchalantly. You came, so what? Do you want me to beat the drums and welcome you? Chen Na sat down on the bed made of branches with a creak, shaking her head. She said disdainfully, this bed isn't sturdy, it won't last long before collapsing. Lin Ye responded without turning around. Then be careful, if it collapses you'll have to sleep on the ground. After a few probing remarks, Chen Na was at a disadvantage. An ominous premonition loomed over her heart. Chen Na softened, lying on the bed feeling anxious. Once her greatest desire was to be alone in a room with this man. But now with the right place and atmosphere her mood had vanished. Just thinking about what was about to happen made Chen Na very anxious. She wondered if it was still too late to run. This scoundrel would definitely not let her escape. In truth, Lin Ye felt uncertain. When Chen Na arrived, the ball landed at his feet. He had no idea how things would develop. Busying himself with tasks helped alleviate the awkwardness in his heart. He became increasingly meticulous in throwing firewood into the fireplace. Once the fireplace was dry, he carefully brought the blanket, made of brown fabric, to warm it by the fire. As time flowed by, it soon became late at night. Chen Na noticed Lin Ye's bluster masking fear, and stretched lazily, exaggerating a yawn. Hey, what do you really want? Give me a straight answer. What straight answer? Lin Ye pretended not to understand. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Na laid her cards on the table. Are you in or out? If not, I'm leaving. Just stay if you're here. Why would you leave? It's much more comfortable to sleep here than to squeeze with others on the ground. Chen Na abruptly stood up, almost blushing. Staying here felt like imprisonment. After a night passed, Lin Ye opened his eyes and turned to look through the wall's crevice. He saw the dawn breaking on the horizon. How did he fall asleep? Lin Ye felt a wave of annoyance. Following the sound of breathing, he saw Chen Na sleeping beside him and sighed. Neither of them had yielded last night and had lain side by side, enduring each other's presence. Eventually, they had drifted into sleep without doing anything. Now Lin Ye regretted it. If he was going to do it, then so be it. It seemed Chen Na wasn't truly resistant. Lin Ye rested his arm on his head, hesitating. He was inclined to take some action, but he felt that if he missed the opportunity and acted later, it would seem unwarranted. At that moment, Chen Na turned over and draped her arm over him. Following that, she pressed her leg over him. The wild beast in Lin Ye's heart broke free. After all, she was the one who made the first move. What followed was a heavyweight struggle, as if time itself had accelerated. When the storm subsided, the room returned to silence. The sky was already lightening, and the walls woven from palm leaves resembled a canvas filled with stars. The scattered lights fell gently on their sweaty cheeks. Both of them were enveloped in steam. Chen Na's eyes were vacant, and it took a while for her to regain her spirit. Her eyes no longer held the previous defiance. Instead, they sparkled with tenderness and a hint of moisture. Gazing closely into those eyes, Lin Ye felt a slight tremor in his heart, unable to shake off the doubt that his earlier actions might have been too intense. Chen Na's athletic figure carried a deceptive quality. At first glance, one might think she resembled a wall capable of blocking fierce winds and storms. In reality, she was like a piece of white paper, easily torn and crumbling under touch. Does it hurt? Lin Ye asked with concern. Chen Na replied with a hint of sorrow. Of course it hurts, and my heart has ached for 4 years. Lin Ye was left speechless. That's not what I meant to ask. Seeing Lin Ye's despondent expression, Chen Na mistook it for guilt and self-reproach, suddenly feeling relieved. Her stubbornness over the years was merely in search of a reason to let go. Having reached this point with Lin Ye, she felt liberated and enlightened. She broke into a playful smile, as if saying, "You've finally fallen into my hands." Their subtle interactions grew more frequent. The atmosphere became increasingly peculiar. Lin Ye decided to abandon his plan of just a gentle touch and resolved to give it all. Subsequently, the two of them fell into a weary sleep. As dawn broke, the sky was awash with rosy light, casting a crimson hue over the sea. The tribe members, barely clinging to sleep in the camp, were suddenly awakened by a voice echoing in their minds. Chen Na has begun to conceive new life. Tribe survival points 10. Due to Lin Ye's blessing of many children talent, all abilities of Chen Na and Lin Ye have increased by 50. The information was scant, but the implications were enormous. The women, still groggy, quickly understood the message conveyed by the mysterious voice, instantly shaking off their sleepiness. A shocking revelation fell from the sky, and it was delivered precisely to everyone's ears. It was both bitter and sour with a hint of spice. It was truly explosive. Chen Na and Lin Ye. How is that even possible? To conceive a child in one night, that's insane. Are they out of their minds to have a baby at this time? If those two can get together, then who else is innocent? The girls felt as if their worldview had shattered. Chen Na and Lin Ye had been bickering for over 3 years, and every time they met they were unforgiving, not stopping until one turned red. Yet now they had actually gotten together. Could they really be so shameless just for that slight boost in abilities? Unlike the girls who were regretting their lives while eating melon seeds, 3 of them experienced a soul-stirring sensation. Su Wei secretly rejoiced at having decisively ended her relationship with Lin Ye. If she had accidentally gotten pregnant, and it was exposed, how would she ever face anyone? Liang Qian felt a sense of relief. Those 2 resentful CPs were finally locked together. Liang Qian felt more accomplished than completing a level of a match 3 puzzle. Li Qingqing spent 10 minutes cursing Chen Na for being shameless, then smugly boasted, "I told you she would end up in this situation. I said she would be struck by fate. Quick, call me a prophet." The girls kept their distance from Li Qingqing. From today on, she was not just sharp-tongued, but also a jinx it was best to steer clear. Inside the small room, Lin Ye and Chen Na, startled awake by the tribe's announcement, were trembling in shock. They never expected that pregnancy would also be announced by that voice. Now everyone knew that they had created a life. Neither of them had the courage to step outside. Lin Ye regretted it immensely, realizing that she was in her dangerous period. Why did I provoke her? On the other hand, Chen Na was filled with joy. It turned out that the enhancement from the child began from the pregnancy period. With a 50 increase in all abilities, my combat power must be off the charts now. She wondered if she could now punch Li Qingqing to death with one blow. At that moment, she really wanted to hit Li Qingqing. The 50 boost in abilities wasn't something that could be achieved instantly. Such a substantial increase in abilities required significant alterations to both their bodies. It was a visible transformation. A sense of comfort settled in their hearts. We have socially died, yet we have also grown stronger. But this meant that they could no longer hide away. The hunger signals from their bodies lacking in nutrients urged them to go out and find something to eat. I'm hungry. Chen-Na rubbed her belly, a conflicted expression on her face. If she were alone, she could endure hunger, but now there was a child in her womb. That was not just one child, but also the source of their buffs. I'll go find something to eat. Suddenly a weight pressed down on Lin Ye's shoulders. As he pushed the door open, he realized the tremendous changes his life had undergone. Damn, how did I become a father? I had just ended my novice phase, and now I'm a dad. This unexpected fatherhood didn't bring Lin Ye any joy. Now not only was he struggling to survive, but he also had to support a pregnant woman, which was simply adding insult to injury. He hadn't taken a few steps when suddenly a hand grabbed him. Chen-Na followed him out, grabbing Lin Ye's left hand and interlocking their fingers. Lin Ye immediately thought that this act, his mood sank further. His career as a scoundrel was also on the verge. Lin Ye and Chen-Na quickly arrived at the campsite. Under the gaze of the crowd, they felt like they were being watched closely and could only face the situation with a stiff demeanor. Their mood was like being on the execution ground, yet their actions resembled a fashion runway. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, it's others who will feel awkward. The two played this strategy to perfection, maintaining calm expressions while each took a coconut and began peeling it. Everyone else unanimously paused their actions, and murmurs of discussion and laughter erupted within the crowd. Lin Ye and Su-Na's nonchalant attitude left the onlookers feeling deprived of stimulation. They then turned their gaze towards Su-Wei. Each person's eyes conveyed a single thought: Su Laosher must be feeling Su-Wei quickly sensed the pressure. She wasn't jealous, just a bit regretful. If she had made their relationship public back, then she would now be able to openly be with Lin Ye. Unfortunately, she had hesitated. Though filled with regret, she couldn't take it back. She could only continue pretending that nothing had happened. To appear more normal, Su-Wei got up and walked over to check Chen-Na's health. The Eye of Insight activated. Already pregnant, yet lacking nutrition. Su-Wei then turned her gaze towards Lin Ye. Lin Ye's body was also severely lacking in nutrition. Su-Wei stared in shock at Chen-Na. Did engaging in that activity with Chen-Na consume so much stamina? Su-Wei didn't realize that Lin Ye and Chen-Na's nutritional deficiency was due to a 50 boost in their abilities, which led to physical alterations. She had thought that their multiple battles had drained their bodies. You all should bring out some of the seafood you gathered from the sea. Lin Ye and Chen-Na need to replenish their nutrition. Just one night, and you need to replenish your nutrition. Is Chen-Na really that powerful? Getting pregnant in just one night, who knows how many times they've done it. With Chen-Na's physique, even an average man would. Looking at the class leader, it seems like dark circles are forming under her eyes. Listening to the whispers around her, Lin Ye's face turned almost entirely black. At that moment, the girls giggled and placed several coconut bowls on the table. In front of Chen-Na was a mix of shells and seaweed, while in front of Lin Ye was a combination of oysters and seaweed. Clearly, everyone knew which aspect of nutrition the two needed to replenish. No, I'm not lacking. Lin Ye looked at the oysters before him and recalled the torment he felt yesterday while pondering. Eating this again, he wondered if he could handle it. He wanted to explain, but seeing the expressions of those around him, he stopped short. They wouldn't believe him. Those who misunderstand you only believe in the truth they imagine. Lin Ye felt quite aggrieved during this. Class leader, what profession do you plan to unlock today? Just after Lin Ye finished his meal, Li Qingqing's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Ye looked up to see other girls, also filled with anticipation. Now everyone had come to a consensus after engaging in that activity. The class leader could unlock a new profession every day. Lin Ye was indeed willing to answer this question. This would show he was contributing to the team rather than just indulging himself. His demeanor suddenly elevated. You all are crammed together on the floor. It must be uncomfortable to sleep, right? I plan to continue building houses, preparing a single room for each person. However, my personal energy is limited, so I want to unlock the building profession first, allowing everyone to learn some skills to improve their own dwellings. As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, the girls erupted into cheers. Long live the class leader. I want to build a villa. I want to build a castle. The girls immediately began to fantasize. Dreams should be nurtured. Who knows, someone might help you. Lin Ye did not interrupt them, but looked towards Zhou Yuyao. How many materials do you have now? Zhou Yuyao replied, with the kind of single room you're envisioning, we probably have enough materials for about 4. But our most important task is to help Su Laosher build the loom. Right now they need 3 people to assist with weaving, and the efficiency is too slow. Sure, I can build about 4 rooms a day, that should suffice. Lin Ye wasn't familiar with the loom and couldn't help much, so he said, you can save your physical labor for me. I have a lot of strength right now. Zhou Yuyao smiled with delight, excitedly, saying, that's wonderful. Oh, our biggest problem right now is transporting the materials. They're too heavy and hurt our shoulders. While speaking, she lifted her collar and brown fabric shoulder pad, revealing her shoulder. I'm about to get blisters here. On her fair shoulder there were red marks from pressure, and the bruises had not faded after a night. It looked quite painful. After showing her shoulder, Zhou Yuyao suddenly realized that her action was too impulsive and quickly covered up again. Lin Ye didn't pay attention to this. He was thinking about solutions in his mind. He thought of a sled for transporting wood from a certain game. You can make a cart like this with a sled design on the bottom for easy sliding and a railing on top for easy loading of items. Fill the cart, and he'll push it. That would improve efficiency. Lin Ye sketched the structure of the cart in the sand. Zhou Yuyao blushed looking at the drawing and nodding repeatedly. Lin Ye thought that he and Chen-Na had both become big eaters, so he should allocate some energy for food as well, and thus asked, have you made the fish traps and fishing rods? Zhou Yuyao, still immersed in the cart's design, came to her senses and said we made several fishing rods, but everyone's fishing skills are quite poor, and we haven't caught anything yet. We made 3 fish traps, Han Yutong, and the others plan to wait until the sea warms up at noon to place them in the rocky area. That's good. Give me the fishing rods at Chun Na, and I will go fish first, gain the fishing skill, and then go build houses. Lin Ye actually wanted to deploy fish traps on a large scale, but thinking the first version of the traps might not work, well, he dismissed the idea. Testing 3 fish traps first to see the effect, then improving and mass-producing them was the most rational approach. After finishing the meal, Lin Ye and Chun Na went to the seaside. The fishing rods and traps were already piled up here. Hearing that Lin Ye was going fishing, a group of girls quickly surrounded them. They weren't looking to learn fishing skills, but rather wanted to know how long it would take Lin Ye and Chun Na to learn a skill with the enhancement of their more children, more blessings talent. In the coconut bowls, there was a mixture of crushed shells and sea snails blended with some mud to increase stickiness. This was the bait made by Han Yutong and her group. It looked quite professional. Lin Ye pinched a lump of the meat paste and wrapped it around the fish hook. With a gentle flick of the fishing rod, he cast the brown line into the deep pit outside the rocks. After setting one fishing rod, Lin Ye operated the next one. Chun Na did the same. Lin Ye noticed that these fishing hooks were made from either bones or shells, and they were all large and heavy. Small fish couldn't possibly swallow such large hooks, and big fish rarely appeared in this area of water. This was the reason why Han Yutong and her group had not caught any fish. Lin Ye had a feeling this trip might yield little. He could only pray that luck wouldn't be too bad. Lin Ye and Chun Na tended to 5 fishing rods, continuously reeling in empty lines for over 10 rounds with no catches. Chun Na directly turned red with anger, stamping her feet. What a waste of time, or I might as well go into the water myself to catch some. Lin Ye quickly grabbed her. You're pregnant now, don't go into the water and catch a chill. This might really be a disaster. As expected, the curse of the empty-handed will treat every fisherman equally. Thoughts of going back to make new hooks swirled continuously in Lin Ye's mind. Lin Ye wanted to leave, but the gaze of the crowd made him reluctant to admit defeat. Come on, a foolish fish, bite the hook. I don't want to become an Air Force guy. My reputation is at stake. However, the foolish fish did not appear. Yet a notification sound came. Lin Ye acquired skill fishing. Your fishing success rate has reached 50. Chun Na acquired skill fishing. Your fishing success rate has reached 50. Not even catching a fish gives you experience. Chun Na exclaimed excitedly, standing up and nearly slipping into the sea. The girls beside her, who were ready to leave, erupted in excitement upon hearing the notification. She really learned a skill? How is that possible after just a dozen casts? We fished for so long this morning and didn't learn any skills. They were envious of the talent anomaly, while simultaneously filled with resentment. Why does the success rate for learning skills only increase through such perverse methods? We really don't want to do such embarrassing things with the class leader. The girls dispersed, filled with grievances. Only Li Qingqing remained, her face full of anticipation. Class leader tonight. Lin Ye turned back, utterly shocked. Qingqing, are you serious? Lin Ye worried that Chun Na in a fit of anger might throw Li Qingqing into the sea, preparing. But Li Qingqing continued recklessly. Chun Na, I mean no harm, I just want to learn the skill quickly, and at most have a child. You already have one, you should let the class leader go. What kind of wolfish words are these? Lin Ye worried that Chun Na would lose her temper and quickly held her back. Chun Na laughed in anger. Do you think just because I'm pregnant I can't fight back? With my 50 full ability boost, hitting you would be like hitting a dog. She truly wanted to punch this sharp-tongued anomaly. Before I make a move, get lost. Chun Na gritted her teeth, angrily cursing. Li Qingqing felt wrong, tears welling in her eyes. Teacher Su said long ago that as long as both parties are willing, it's fine. What gives you the right? Just this. Chun Na raised her fist, veins bulging on the back of her hand. You are too domineering. Li Qingqing angrily walked away, seemingly going to complain. Watching the small figure leave stubbornly, Lin Ye suddenly felt that perhaps Li Qingqing was the one most suited to this environment. She had already discarded the mental shackles of her previous world and was fully engaged in survival. Li Qingqing left, leaving the conflict between Chun Na and Lin Ye. The two sat side by side in silence, and the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Lin Ye felt very sorry for Chun Na. She was newly pregnant, and getting into this mess would surely upset her. Chun Na felt that Lin Ye should not be blamed for this. After all, it was her who had brought the two together the night before. By rights, she was the one who broke her promise first. However, even knowing she was in the wrong, she was still very angry. After finally getting together with Lin Ye, she didn't want to share him with other women, as she was unwilling. If it were any other woman, Chun Na could barely accept it, but Li Qingqing. She was absolutely unwilling. No matter what, she wouldn't let Li Qingqing succeed. Chun Na did not want to ruin the atmosphere between her and Lin Ye, choosing to remain silent. The two pretended to focus on fishing. Lin Ye planned to sit for a while longer before finding an excuse to do something else. Suddenly, the fishing rod's float sank sharply. It's biting. It must be the effect of the fishing skill. Lin Ye grabbed the fishing rod, feeling a great force on the other end. Almost instinctively, he guessed that he wouldn't be able to pull this one up. The strength of the hook was insufficient, and the rod's elasticity was severely lacking. Breaking the rod and losing the hook was inevitable. But he didn't want to let this big fish go. You handle the rod and keep it steady. Just don't let it run away. Lin Ye shoved the fishing rod into Chun Na's hands and said urgently, I'm going into the water to catch it. Chun Na was a bit bewildered, but followed Lin Ye's instructions and began to maneuver the fish. Lin Ye ran back to the hut, grabbed a wooden spear, and returned. He took off his t-shirt, shorts, and beach shoes, diving into the water wearing only tight-fitting underwear. After swimming a short distance, Lin Ye felt his speed in the water had increased significantly. The previously learned diving skill had increased his swimming speed by 50, but not as dramatically as now. Lin Ye now felt completely at ease in the water. Aside from the water pressure, there was no other discomfort. He could even spare some attention to check his personal panel while swimming. Strength 15. Physical 18. Spirit 13. 5. Agility 10. 5. Skills diving, climbing, fishing. Focusing on diving, he saw the skill description had changed to underwater duration increased by 250, swimming speed increased by 100. The 50 full ability boost for the child also benefits skill effects. Lin Ye thought this was a bit outrageous. If he could have a few more children, no, just need to conceive a few more, the cumulative effect would become incredibly powerful. While pondering, Lin Ye had already swum to the deep pit. A fish over a foot long was wildly thrashing entangled in the fishing line. The smaller fish had all fled in fear. Seeing a massive creature appear, the big fish panicked and struggled even more fiercely. Lin Ye sensed danger, shook his waist vigorously, and kicked hard with his legs, lunging at the big fish. Entering the stabbing range, he thrust his hand forward, the wooden spear piercing through the big fish's belly. Lin Ye quickly surfaced, throwing the big fish onto the shore. What a huge fish! After eating shellfish and seaweed for days, Chun Na's eyes sparkled at the sight of the big fish. Braised fish would definitely be delicious. But never mind, let's boil it together with the seaweed. Too bad we don't have enough fresh water right now. And no pot. Chun Na, having caught the big fish, dreamt of various cooking methods filled with sweet troubles. Lin Ye merely smiled with satisfaction. With the fishing skill boost, the food problem should be resolved in the future. Next, they needed a stable water source. The giant python in the forest blocked the way into the island's interior and had to be dealt with. With a 50 boost to his abilities, Lin Ye felt confident enough to confront the giant python. However, since it had been proven that violent fishing worked, it was time to expand their success. If we fish like this, we'll make too much noise and scare the fish away. Let's spread out the fishing rods and keep them farther apart. Lin Ye's words reminded Chun Na. One big fish wasn't enough to feed more than 20 people, they needed to catch more. The two began to disperse their fishing rods. At this moment, Li Qingqing had returned to the camp and found Su Wei to complain. Teacher Su, Chun Na is being too unfair. The class leader has promised to have a child with me, but she's trying to stop it. Li Qingqing's outrageous claims stunned the girls present. Do you hear what you're saying? Trying to seduce someone else's man and blaming others for stopping you. Su Wei wished she could find a hole to hide in. Every time confronted with such topics, she felt like she was being publicly executed. Teacher Su, you have to do something. She's too domineering. Li Qingqing kept pleading. Su Wei was shaken by Li Qingqing holding her shoulders, feeling dizzy. Forced into a corner, she could only play peacemaker well. Since it's voluntary, Chun Na must also be willing. After all, she was with Lin Ye first. You should discuss it with her. Li Qingqing angrily replied, but she's with the class leader without your consent. Clearly you were the one who got together with him first. Su Wei's anger flared, her vision going dark. Her relationship with Lin Ye was the most embarrassing thing for her to mention. It was one thing for them to gossip behind her back, but to say such things in front of her. It was too much. Li Qingqing, shut up. Su Wei's face turned red as she shouted. Li Qingqing continued to mumble, it's the truth. Shut up. You get out. Su Wei stood up abruptly, startling her coiled hair loose. Her unprecedented anger caused veins to bulge on her. The two girls quickly dragged Li Qingqing out. Li Qingqing, like a defiant prisoner before execution, was dragged away, still protesting, I'm just speaking the truth. Teacher Su got benefits, but won't admit her relationship with the class leader. Clearly she was in the wrong. You should say less. Finally someone covered Li Qingqing's mouth. Su Wei, covering her face, squatted on the ground, crying loudly. She regretted it. Had she known it would come to this, she should have made her relationship with Lin Ye public. Now she couldn't hide it, and there was no way to be with Lin Ye. In the rocky area, Lin Ye and Chun Na were still fishing. With a baseline success rate of 50 in fishing skills coupled with innate talent, it was nearly guaranteed that a big fish would bite. 5 fishing rods were busy with bites occurring one after another. The two were almost overwhelmed. Chun Na was guiding the fish on shore while Lin Ye was violently scooping them up underwater. After about an hour, they had caught 27 large fish. That's enough to eat. Let's call the others to help clean the fish. Each fish had been punctured in the belly and could not be kept for long. Lin Ye, feeling a bit hungry, decided it was time to wrap things up. Upon returning to the campsite, Lin Ye noticed a strange atmosphere. The girls looked at him first with evasive glances, then with a hint of gossip. It seemed that Li Qingqing's return had caused quite a stir. Lin Ye speculated as he saw Su Wei crouched down sobbing. She must have been upset by Li Qingqing. You girls go to the beach and help with the fish. We caught too many for one person to handle, and they will spoil if left too long. Lin Ye sent a few girls away. They wanted to stay and watch the excitement, but upon hearing there were many fish, their curiosity got the better of them. After they left, Lin Ye approached Su Wei and softly called, Sister Su. This one utterance seemed to open a floodgate. Su Wei trembled slightly, looking up to see only Lin Ye in front of her. Her tear-filled eyes showed both surprise and grievance. Lin Ye felt a heaviness in his chest as Su Wei hugged him tightly. Lin Ye, I regret it. Su Wei's face pressed against Lin Ye's as she choked out her words. Lin Ye gently stroked her long hair flowing like a waterfall and said, Don't listen to what others say. There's no need for regrets. We're still the same as before. But Chun Na. Su Wei's eyes sparkled with hope, but as she thought of their current situation, she hesitated. Lin Ye sighed, internally unsure of how to talk to Chun Na. Feeling exhausted, he thought, let it all be destroyed. I'm just a scum. In the midst of a long drought, the sweet rain fell, and thunder clashed with fire. Although the two knew this was not an appropriate place, they couldn't help but exchange intimate gestures, eager to explore. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, voices could be heard from outside the campsite. Chen-na led a few girls back with the clean fish. Each rod had several fish strung on it, carried by two girls. Divided into 3 groups, they walked in a line, swaying, as if little monsters were offering blood food to the Mountain King. Lin Ye quickly withdrew his hand and sat down by the campfire. Su Wei tied her robe securely, smoothed her disheveled hair, but the blush on her face could not be hidden. The cheers of the girls returning with fish startled the others working outside. Hearing there would be a fish feast, the girls who were chopping would also rush back. Today they finally had a fish feast. Upon learning that the fish was available to eat, cheers erupted continuously within the campsite. Everyone adapted to today they finally had a fish feast. Upon learning that the fish was available to eat, cheers erupted continuously within the campsite. Everyone adapted to the situation and lit fires around the campsite. Grilled fish, boiled fish, and the aroma of fish filled the air. No one complained about the blandness of the fish, nor did anyone consider keeping a slim figure. Everyone only stopped after overeating. You really can eat. Lin Ye was taken aback. Earlier he had thought 20 fish would be enough for one meal. In the end of the 27 fish over a foot long, only 2 remained to be made into smoked fish for preservation. These women had only been hungry for 2 days and had transformed into gluttons. It was quite terrifying. After eating their fill, everyone was curious about how so many fish had been caught. Lin Ye also wanted to enlighten them, and the reason you couldn't catch fish before was that the hooks were too large. Small fish couldn't swallow them, and big fish were rare, making the chances of a bite too low. By learning the fishing skill, it directly increases the chance of a bite by 50. With the added bonus from talent, this made it easier for big fish to bite. Upon hearing it was a skill effect, the girls who had fished before showed a look of disappointment. To learn skills quickly, they would have to get close to Lin Ye. It was simply too embarrassing. They were in a contradiction. Previously, they were unwilling. Now they were willing, but there was a roadblock in the form of a fierce mother tiger. Didn't they see that Li Qingqing got chased away? With Chen-na blocking them, it was impossible to get close to the class leader. Now they suddenly empathized with Li Qingqing. The class leader belonged to everyone. Oh, why should one person monopolize her? This mindset was quite strange. When she was unclaimed, they found various faults. Once she was claimed, they felt a strong envy. Seeing the changing expressions of the girls, Lin Ye sensed something was amiss. Oh no, they were plotting to take away my kidneys again. Actually, the fishing skill can be learned quickly. Lin Ye cleared his throat and quickly pointed out a clear path for them. Even if the fish don't bite, it still counts as experience. Utilizing this, we can quickly gain experience. He continued, I calculated that with the talent bonus, it would take about 50 casts to learn the fishing skill. Without the bonus, it would take 500 casts, even if the number of casts was multiplied by 10. By making more fishing rods and using 10 rods to fish at the same time, we only need to waste some bait. I estimate that it can be learned in a day. As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, Xiang Fei stood up. Everyone's gaze turned towards her. Xiang Fei smiled awkwardly. My legs fell asleep, I need to get up and move a bit. Upon hearing that they could exploit a glitch to learn skills, she impulsively wanted to become a fisherman. Realizing that her goal wasn't to handle logistics, she quickly came to her senses. But her thoughts had already opened up. Since learning to fish could exploit a glitch, learning other skills and awakening talents should also be possible. After skipping this small interlude, Lin Ye continued, there's a problem everyone needs to pay attention to. Currently our hooks and rods cannot catch big fish. Chen-na and I each guided a fish while one went underwater to catch them, which is how we managed to bring them to shore. The idea of going underwater to catch fish. The eagerly anticipating girls suddenly felt disappointed. Not to mention whether they could catch up to the fish underwater. Going in frequently, their bodies couldn't take it. Zhou Yuing, being a craftsman, was very concerned about this issue and immediately asked, how should the hooks and rods be improved? Lin Ye replied, the strength of the hooks is insufficient due to material limitations and cannot be resolved for now. The rods lack flexibility. Using the leaf stems of palm leaves to bind them together might yield better results. Han Yutong interjected, even if the rods are made well, the hooks being weak means we still can't catch big fish. Zhou Yuing sighed. It seems we'll have to make the hooks smaller and fish for smaller ones. But our ability to cut and polish bones is still too weak, making it difficult to create small hooks. The tool group had to make tools and collect materials, which was already a heavy burden. Lin Ye felt it unnecessary for them to waste time on small hooks. Then let's not make small hooks. We should still make large hooks and solve the issue of scooping fish with a net. Using coarse cloth attached to a long handle, we should be able to make a large net, right? Zhou Yuing's eyes lit up as she nodded excitedly. No problem, this processing difficulty isn't high. After the meal, the food group people all ran to the tool group to make fishing rods and nets together. It seemed that the fishing enterprise was on the verge of revival. However, Lin Ye was unaware that a female rogue had her eyes on him. Taking advantage of the suitable water temperature, Lin Ye and Chen-na went to the rocky area to catch dozens of fish, allowing the girls in the weaving team to process them into smoked fish for later consumption. Afterward, Lin Ye began attempting to unlock the building profession. With the prepared materials, the construction speed increased significantly. Lin Ye built the small houses among the palm trees. Using the palm tree trunks as pillars improved the house's resistance to strong winds and made it easier to gather palm. Although they were single rooms, considering the girls might feel scared living alone, Lin Ye reserved enough space for 2 people to allow the girls to live together. In the evening, the notification sound finally rang out. Lin Ye has acquired the skill carpentry. You will find it easier to master wood processing techniques. Why carpentry? Lin Ye felt the logic behind skill triggering was somewhat absurd. Is there really no building profession? Upon receiving the notification that Lin Ye had learned carpentry, Zhou Yuyao rushed over. Class leader, what effect does this carpentry skill have? Zhou Yuyao was anxious about processing wood, stone, and bones, and envied Lin Ye's carpentry skill. It currently has no effect. Lin Ye was also curious. The skill description is quite special. Unlike weaving, which improves efficiency, it increases the success rate of mastering techniques. Then you should quickly try processing wood. Zhou Yuyao pointed at a wooden stick. Lin Ye picked up the stick and felt completely. What do you want to process it into? Lin Ye sought some inspiration from Zhou Yuyao. Drilling holes. Zhou Yuyao mentioned the most troublesome task at present. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Dry it a bit, use charcoal to scorch the spots where holes are needed, and then drill the holes with sharp stones. As he spoke, ideas kept flowing in his mind. Lin Ye simply picked up the stick and began to draw on the ground. A stone drill bit designed with a slight spiral to reduce impact loss. The drill bit fitted onto such a drill handle coupled with a rope to suspend the horizontal grip. This kind of rope drill requires less effort and is more efficient. Zhou Yuyao looked at the sketch Lin Ye had drawn and immediately understood how to use this tool. Yes, exactly. Zhou Yuyao squatted on the ground, getting closer to Lin Ye, their foreheads almost touching, unaware. I remember seeing this in a documentary, but I just couldn't recall the detailed structure. Now I finally understand. Lin Ye was even more surprised. This carpentry skill was evidently knowledge-based. Holding a material and thinking about the processing goal allowed him to naturally recall how to handle it. Lin Ye quickly thought of another drilling tool. We could also make a stand using foot pedals to drive the drill rod, bringing the materials close to the drill bit. He drew another sketch. Zhou Yuyao stared at the sketch, trying hard to memorize it. The most headache-inducing part of making a loom for Su Wei these past 2 days was the drilling and grooving at the connection points of the wooden frame. Lin Ye provided her with 2 solutions addressing her urgent needs. Zhou Yuyao soon thought of another problem. Is there a simple and easy-to-process mortise and tenon structure for connecting with joints that tends to loosen? Lin Ye asked Zhou Yuyao to sketch out the basic structure. It turned out to be the main frame of the loom. Lin Ye envisioned the mortise and tenon structure in his mind, and quickly eliminated the need for drilling holes. We can do without mortise holes, just create 2 tenons with barbs. When stacked together, the 2 barb-shaped tenons will secure each other, and with just rope binding it will be quite stable. Zhou Yuyao looked at the drawing Lin Ye created, and quickly understood that it could be made with just cutting and polishing. Great! Tonight we can make the loom that teacher Su needs. Zhou Yuyao exclaimed in delight, realizing she had gotten too close to Lin Ye. Their foreheads were pressed tightly together, and they could feel each other's warmth. Her expression gradually became awkward, and she awkwardly laughed as she pulled away, her cheeks growing hotter. Zhou Yuyao hurriedly turned to find someone to work with. Lin Ye shook his head, casting aside his distracting thoughts. Dinner was already prepared in the camp. Tonight it was still fish meat, coconut, and bananas. The raw bananas that Chun Na had gathered on the first day had finally ripened after being covered in grass, thus becoming the dinner for today. Just as Lin Ye was about to enter the camp, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Class leader. Li Qingqing crouched down and ran up to Lin Ye. This Li Qingqing had been low-key for quite some time, but now she had come to stir things up again. Li Qingqing took out a bag woven from palm leaves and handed it to Lin Ye. Class leader, this is for you. With this bag you won't have to take off your pants when you go harvesting oysters. After saying this, she tied the bag around Lin Ye's waist. This bag also came with a palm bark woven belt. Lin Ye didn't know what to say. It was quite surprising that Li Qingqing still remembered the incident of him using his underwear to hold oysters and shells. To prevent him from exposing himself, she specially wove a bag for him. Lin Ye tried it out, and the bag was indeed quite convenient. However, thinking about the consequences of accepting the bag made Lin Ye tighten his waist. He suddenly felt as if the school belle had her eyes on him. The price of receiving a gift is to be taken to bed. What a painful realization. On one side was Chun Na's fist, and on the other was Li Qingqing's embrace. The test for Lin Ye had arrived. Lin Ye decided to respond to Li Qingqing in a highly emotional intelligence manner. This bag is for Chun Na, you can make another one for me. Li Qingqing was reluctant upon hearing this. This is a gift for you. How can it be given to someone else? Lin Ye, if we don't pacify her, how could it be possible? Li Qingqing was immediately moved, tears welling in her. So the class leader did this to break the barriers and be with me. Li Qingqing nodded heavily. Then I'll make you, and thank you. Lin Ye took the bag and quickly approached Chun Na. Chun Na naturally slung the strap over her shoulder, treating the bag as a crossbody, looking increasingly satisfied. She was wearing a nightgown with only a strap tied around her waist, making it very inconvenient, as she could expose herself either from the top or bottom with any large movements. This bag slung across her body tightened the nightgown securely. Did you make this? Chun Na looked at Lin Ye with, this bag was not only useful, but also quite exquisitely made. For a big man to create something like this was truly outstanding. Lin Ye smiled, and said Li Qingqing made it. Chun Na's smile instantly faded as she took off the bag. What do you want it for? Lin Ye, It was originally a gift for me, but I said to give it to you first. If you get pacified, then you will be more agreeable. Chen Na looked at him with disdain. So you are also that petty. Lin Ye did not take the blame for this. There was only a thin line between a sycophant and a lickspittle. Li Qingqing's intentions of giving it to him had nothing to do with him. Chen Na was displeased, and the bag in her hands was probably with the idea of having received the benefits but not fulfilling the duties. She tied the bag on her shoulder and began to show off everywhere. After dinner, it was time for the daily awakening assembly. Yesterday's awakening slots were abandoned by everyone. Now the tribe's survival points had reached 60 points. It all depended on whether the sex prodigies dared to come out to test their talents. Tonight, does anyone wish to awaken their talent? Lin Ye asked, his gaze sweeping across the girls' faces. The 3 candidates from yesterday remained silent. Han Yutong kept her head lowered, clearly feeling unprepared. Xiang Fei wore a proud look as if restraining a trump card and waiting to astonish everyone. Li Qingqing looked love-struck, her mind far from any awakening. The others seemed to drift in thought as though overnight they had attained some Buddhist serenity and no longer coveted an awakening slot. Su Wei was surprised by the situation, but she had not expected Lin Ye's words from yesterday to carry so much weight. After confirming that no one wished to awaken now, Lin Ye raised a new topic. If you want to adjust your state before awakening, that's fine. But we urgently need to raise our strength through points. Since no one is awakening a talent, why not use points to enhance your existing talents first? Any objections? Those who had already awakened immediately felt their eyes light up. Only 5 people had awakened, and with 50 points they could all be enhanced. There was no need to scramble. Su Wei felt her talent was sufficient and remained calm. Liang Qian, however, brimmed with expectation. Her herbalism talent had yet to show its worth. The situation made Liang Qian feel useless, especially as Lin Ye's talent stole all the attention, leaving a bitter ache in her chest. Zhou Yuyao felt urgently that her talent was inadequate. Her talent sounded like it would help learn how to finish blades, but she already knew the tool-making techniques and had no space for that. As for the even less conspicuous awakener of animal affinity, that was another matter entirely. If talents could be enhanced, this could be a turning point for a comeback. Quickly the hall agreed to enhance talents. First came Su Wei. Su Wei obtained enhanced talent Eye of Insight. By fixing your gaze on a target for 5 seconds, you can discern that person's attributes, talents, skills, and health status. A look of surprise flashed across Su Wei's beautiful eyes as she couldn't help but exclaim, before I could only see health and now I can see attributes, talents, and skills too. As the one experiencing it, Su Wei felt the change keenly. The others, however, found the improvement rather ordinary. If we ask each other now, we can know one another's attributes, talents, and skills. Someone mumbled among the crowd. No need to see to know whose voice it was. Li Qingqing. Su Wei's expression dimmed. I put like that the enhanced talent seemed unimpressive. Lin Ye smiled. Against our own people it's mediocre, but against enemies it's extremely useful. Su Wei is our Lin Ye planned to take Su Wei to inspect the giant forest python. To know the enemy is to have the upper hand. Understanding her talent's purpose, Su Wei smiled with delight, and when she looked at Lin Ye, a hint of coquettishness slipped through. But the nature of their relationship was already obvious, and it failed to excite the onlookers. Next was Liang Qian, who was expectant and anxious, her legs trembling slightly. Liang Qian obtained enhanced talent herbalism. You are more likely to perceive a plant's medicinal and poisonous properties. Liang Qian felt like crying. Once again the talent description felt absurdly limited. She could not find enough plants to study and did not know where to obtain the herb she needed. Merely increasing awareness of plant toxicity did nothing to solve her predicament. Lin Ye had gleaned a method for such talents. Liang Qian, yours seems knowledge inspirational. If you bring a relevant plant and try to probe its properties and poisons, you'll receive hints. That's how I learned my woodworking skill. Ah, that's how it's used. Liang Qian felt a surprised hope amid her confusion. Try it later, Lin Ye said. He had already chosen the team to scout the python, but Liang Qian would certainly be brought along. Next was Zhou Yuyao. Zhou Yuyao obtained enhanced talent blade forging. You can now manufacture metal blades. Zhou Yuyao looked bewildered. She had not even fully mastered stone tools, yet her talent leapt straight to metallurgy. Her previous talent had been too primitive, this one was far too advanced. She was utterly speechless. Finally, it was Chen Na's turn. She could not wait to enhance her talent. Chen Na obtained enhanced talent animal affinity. You can now domesticate animals. Only now can I domesticate animals. Chen Na exclaimed. One could imagine the talent's initial level merely making an animal hesitate between biting her or not. Congratulations, Sister Na, you can be a beast tamer. Na, go tame a pet tomorrow. First to bring a pet. Na, you're... A chorus of girlfriends began to flatter her with colorful praise. After the excitement subsided, everyone turned to Lin Ye. Class monitor, if your talent is enhanced, can it make someone pregnant with 100% certainty? Li Qingqing broke the silence, first provoking outrage. 100% pregnancy. How is that possible? That defies biological common sense. It's already perverse enough, strengthen it further, and what will become of us? Class monitor, don't enhance it. The girls' cries revealed how instinctively they had begun to regard themselves as stakeholders in Lin Ye's talent. If it could be boosted to guarantee pregnancy, none of them would dare sleep with the class monitor. Lin Ye could only smile wryly. My talent cannot be further enhanced, it is already in its complete form. He had just checked his character panel and found no enhancement option. His words failed to comfort the girls, they felt even worse. Wasn't talent supposed to have no ranks? Why is the class monitor's already complete? Not just complete, I think it's SS rank. This is too much. Did the class monitor cheat? Does the chieftain give him special treatment? Different faces voiced the same sentiment, how unjust the heavens were. Lin Ye, however, was very pleased with tonight's talent enhancements. Several people's talents had finally gained the power to influence events. This was how talents ought to be. Next, the matter of assigning rooms, Lin Ye continued. I've finished building 4 double rooms in the Palm Grove. Discuss how to distribute them. Priority goes to those who sleep poorly. Lin Ye expected fierce contention and braced himself for a noisy exchange. Instead, the hall fell silent. Does no one want to live in the new houses? Lin Ye asked in surprise. This was about housing. When had these people become so principled? The girls exchanged glances and shook their heads. Under Lin Ye's prodding, someone finally explained, Class monitor, the new houses are too close to the woods. It's scary to sleep there at night. Once someone spoke up, the room grew lively. Class monitor, could you renovate the main camp? As long as we don't have to sleep on the ground and add a few partitions for privacy, that would be enough. Yes, it's better if everyone sleeps together and feels safer. Lin Ye could only laugh through tears. Earlier they clamored for villas and castles, yet none dared occupy the solitary cabins near the woods. A bunch of cowards. To avoid the house collapsing on him, Lin Ye had no choice but to promise to build a wall on the side close to the forest. He also committed to living there in the future. This was when people began to apply for the houses. However, the applicants were somewhat unusual. Su Wei applied to live alone in a room. Li Qingqing also applied to live alone in a room. Zhou Yuyao applied to live alone in a room. The remaining room was claimed by Han Yutong and Wei Jia. Lin Ye felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Sure enough, Li Qingqing came out to cause trouble again. There's one more issue that must be clarified. Li Qingqing, with a serious expression and a righteous demeanor, said, from now on, anyone who wants to have children with the class monitor must apply publicly. No private arrangements are allowed. The girls initially couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Li Qingqing was about to clash with Chen Na again. Then they realized this was purely directed at them. Li Qingqing, what do you mean? Do you think everyone is as thick-skinned as you? Do we really need to apply publicly for such matters? Isn't that shameful? Why should we apply? As long as the class monitor is willing, that's enough. They allied with the past Li Qingqing to resist the current Li Qingqing. The scene was in chaos, and Lin Ye, holding his head in despair, sighed helplessly. The world had ultimately crumbled into a sight he could hardly bear to witness. Faced with the doubts of the crowd, Li Qingqing's words were resolute. In private arrangements, who can ensure that it is consensual? What if one side is coerced or tempted? Doesn't that violate the principle of complete voluntariness? Chen Na couldn't help but be moved. Indeed, a consensus reached in private was not entirely voluntary. I was coerced and tempted step by step. Li Qingqing, though outnumbered, engaged in a fierce verbal battle, showing no sign of backing down. With just a few words, she branded those who questioned her as potential villains who would go to any lengths to entice the class monitor. Li Qingqing truly despised this kind of sneaky behavior. Chen Na then thought of a problem. If they approached Lin Ye privately, who knows how many seductresses would be secretly trying to steal a march? By the time the group was informed, they would already have cooked rice. I agree. From now on, applications must be public. Chen Na finally spoke up in support. This act of betraying the camp instantly drew the ire of the crowd. Someone retorted, Chen Na, you also had private dealings with the class monitor. How can you say that? Chen Na cited an example. I only interacted with him privately because I was threatened and had to go to his room. You all know this. This black pot left Lin Ye dazed. Before he could defend himself, the girls began to curse Chen Na, collectively showing a hint of anger mixed with embarrassment. Everyone's attitude was unanimous. Chen Na, don't take advantage of the situation to act innocent. Who doesn't know that you were publicly rejected while chasing the class monitor? Did the class monitor threaten you? If he truly threatened you, you'd be waking up laughing in your dreams. Chen Na was a bit confused. What's wrong with these women? I'm considering them, and they actually oppose me. Chen Na forgot that the current big bad wolf was no longer Lin Ye, but had turned into herself. As for Lin Ye, he had quietly transformed from the big bad wolf into the charming big bad wolf. With the arguments continuing endlessly, Lin Ye had to step in and persuade, all right, applications need to be public from now on, but let's add another clause, others can also nominate. Nominate. Soon everyone understood the implication. Those who found it embarrassing to apply themselves could have others not. This added a layer of modesty, allowing everyone to save face. I support it. Li Qingqing was the first to agree. Other girls also raised their hands. Su Laosher, what's your opinion? Li Qingqing asked. Su Wei covered her face. She really did not want to speak. Nominating doesn't that just mean selecting a concubine for Lin Ye? Only a few days, and you have all fallen so low. Under persistent questioning, Su Wei had to state her position. Agreement. The proposal passes. Li Qingqing was visibly excited. Next topic, based on the principle of mutual consent, every applicant must receive majority support from the committee to establish a relationship with the class monitor. The first batch of committee members are Su Laosher, Chen Na, and Xiang Fei. Does anyone have any objections? Initially, everyone was unsure of what the committee was. But upon seeing the list, they instantly understood. Aren't these just the women who have that kind of relationship with the class monitor? The matron committee. Everyone stared at Li Qingqing as if she were a fool. This woman must have taken the wrong medicine, creating a council in the group and bringing in a cabinet. The three committee members had varied expressions. Su Wei has always covered her face, too embarrassed to bring up this topic. Chen Na felt this was beneficial for herself and silently accepted it. Xiang Fei looked bewildered. Wait, I have nothing to do with Lin Ye. I'm innocent. Why am I counted as one of his women? Just as she was about to argue, Xiang Fei suddenly realized, wait, I've become the matron, oh no, the elder. Enjoying the blessings of others without having to suffer. This seems pretty good. Alright then, never mind, you all continue. Xiang Fei squatted down on the floor, resting her chin on her hand, enjoying the show. Unsurprisingly, this proposal also passed. Only the protagonist Lin Ye felt a bit strange. These women seem to really be treating me like a draft horse for production. Just as Lin Ye was about to protest, Li Qingqing smiled and presented her third proposal. I formally apply to have children with the class monitor. Please vote for approval from the committee. Lin Ye slapped his forehead. So she was waiting here. Su Laoshi, do you agree? Li Qingqing directly called her out. Su Wei lowered her head and muttered weakly, I agree. Xiang Fei, do you agree? Li Qingqing asked again. Xiang Fei was taken aback. She hadn't expected that after just joining the committee, she would have to fulfill her duties. She quickly nodded, I agree. After saying that, she cast a proud glance at Lin Ye. I'm considering you, you should thank me. Chen Na. I oppose. Chen Na finally realized she had been tricked. Li Qingqing smiled and said 2-1 majority agrees, I've passed it. Chen Na stood up with a bang. I said I oppose. Li Qingqing still smiled, but they all agreed. You. Chen Na glared at Li Qingqing, grinding her silver teeth. Seeing Chen Na on the verge of exploding, Su Wei quickly intervened to ease the tension. Even though we voted this through, how to start is up to Lin Ye. What do you all think? Lin Ye nodded repeatedly. That's right, the candidates are decided by you, but the time and place must be determined. After this diversion, Chen Na calmed down slightly, but she cast a threatening glance at Lin Ye. The meaning was obvious tonight. He was not allowed to seek out Li Qingqing. At that moment, another voice rang out. I also apply. Everyone was shocked. Who else was so bold? Besides Li Qingqing, was there another hidden talent? As everyone searched for the speaker, that person fell silent. Lin Ye recognized the voice and quickly found the speaker. Zhou Yuyao. It was actually her. Zhou Yuyao was lowering her head, biting her lip. Hearing the others press for answers, she quietly said, I also apply to be with Lin Ye. Everyone was stunned to see the applicant was Zhou Yuyao. How could this be possible? Each person was reflecting on this question. Not only did Zhou Yuyao excel in her academic subjects, but she also consistently led in her specialized courses. In everyone's eyes, Zhou Yuyao had always been an unattainable existence. If she hadn't crossed into this world, her future achievements might surpass even Liang Xian. The key point was that Zhou Yuyao and Lin Ye had almost no intersection. There had been no emotional connection in the past, and they hadn't interacted much in recent days. How could she suddenly make such a decision? Yuyao, do you want to think about it again? Someone advised. Zhou Yuyao gently shook her head, looking at Lin Ye with a resolute tone. I have already made up my mind. Lin Ye felt his heart tremble under her burning gaze. Zhou Yuyao left no way out for herself nor for him. This time, if Lin Ye did not accept her, she would never consider this. Lin Ye understood clearly that Zhou Yuyao was not making this decision out of affection. She felt that her talents would be of little use even after enhancement, so she wanted to pursue a different path to improve her abilities. Like Su Wei, she recognized that in this world her best choice for a partner was Lin Ye. Since she had determined this outcome, she accepted it decisively. I agree. While Lin Ye was still in a dilemma before others could recover from their shock, Chen Na was the first to express her opinion. She purely wanted to add trouble for Li Qingqing. So what if Li Qingqing had used tricks to pass the vote? Now there was an additional Zhou Yuyao. Chen Na could even guess how Lin Ye would choose between Zhou Yuyao and Li Qingqing. It was all about making sure Li Qingqing had a hard time tonight. After Chen Na spoke, Su Wei also quietly said, I agree. Xiang Fei nodded, saying, I agree as well. Stealing a glance at Lin Ye, Xiang Fei was filled with the impulse to gossip. This guy was truly having a good time, even managing to win Zhou Yuyao. It felt like a humble mutt getting paired with a noble dog. How tempting it was to eavesdrop. What should I do? Soon after, Xiang Fei felt something was amiss. Can Lin Ye handle so many? He wouldn't have already become a silver lining waiting for me, would he? Suddenly she felt a bit regretful. No, from now on I must be strict and not approve anyone who comes my way. The third clan meeting concluded successfully. Lin Ye returned to his small house, where Chen Na had already started a fire in the fireplace. What are you back for? Go. The sarcastic tone indicated she was in a bad mood. Lin Ye hugged her from behind, saying, Of course I'm here to accompany you tonight. Stop pretending in front of me. Chen Na said angrily, Do you think I don't know your true nature? Half an hour later. Chen Na's almond-shaped eyes were dreamy as she lazily pulled up her robe to cover her body. Are you satisfied now? Hurry and leave. If you want me to go, then I'll go. Lin Ye finally stood firm, put on his clothes, and left. A night passed. The morning light danced in the woods. After finishing a grilled fish, Lin Ye wiped the grease off his fingers on a tree bark and picked up a stone to start chopping wood. Today he planned to acquire the lumberjack skill first, then use the chopped wood to make throwing spears. He was preparing for a team reconnaissance of the giant python. In the woods, many people were already chopping trees or processing wood. Lin Ye spotted Xiang Fei and walked over. Xiang Fei was holding a stone blade, knocking on the tree trunk like a chick pecking at rice. Are you giving the tree a massage? Lin Ye teased. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Xiang Fei rolled her eyes at him. Lin Ye laughed. So knowledgeable one, explain your puzzling behavior. Xiang Fei completed a series of disdainful gestures before saying, This is the correct usage of a stone axe. Using small amplitude, high-frequency chops achieves the best balance between cutting efficiency and the durability of the stone axe. What are the benefits? Lin Ye became slightly serious. Xiang Fei replied, Didn't you say? The experience for gaining skills is calculated by the number of attempts. By doing this, I can learn the chopping skill faster while maintaining high efficiency in lumbering. This idea is pretty good, not bad. Lin Ye couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Just then the clan notification sound rang out. Zhou Yuyao has acquired the skill chopping. Your chopping efficiency increases by 100 and stamina, and tool durability loss decreases by 50. Zhou Yuyao had gotten up early to work hard and became the first to learn the skill. When the clan announcement came out, the girls working nearby became lively. Yuyao was the class monitor with you last night. Oh, you really rolled in bed together last night. Yuyao, so you're already a young married woman. Amidst the laughter, Zhou Yuyao's face turned bright red with shyness as she lowered her head and secretly glanced at Lin Ye not far away. Xiang Fei assessed Lin Ye, her worldview shattered. Did you do it on the first night? You really are a beast. Didn't you say that feelings need to be cultivated? Lin Ye smirked. Rolling in bed is the best way to cultivate feelings. Beast. Animal. Stud. Xiang Fei could only despise Lin Ye. Lin Ye deliberately teased her. Look, if you want to learn skills quickly, just do it once. Why make it so complicated? Xiang Fei stubbornly replied, skills will come sooner or later. My true goal is to train myself to become an expert in using an axe, and then awaken the axe specialization talent. I didn't know you had aspirations. Lin Ye felt a sense of comfort, as if his own child was walking the right path. Soon after, Lin Ye also began to chop trees seriously. Small amplitude, high-frequency chopping, huh? This indeed seemed useful. Following Xiang Fei's advice, Lin Ye went on a chopping spree. Lin Ye has acquired the skill chopping. Your chopping efficiency increases by 100 and stamina, and tool durability loss decreases by 50. With the skill acquired, Lin Ye began to chop suitable branches and shrubs for making wooden spears. Another clan announcement sounded. Chen Na has acquired the skill carpentry. You find it easier to master wood processing techniques. Chen Na got up early and went to process materials to renovate her house. Previously, she thought Lin Ye had a good living space because he was special. Now that the house had become her own, she felt it was still. Thus, she became the second person to master carpentry skills. This was an ordinary event, but made the gossiping crowd think otherwise. Could it be that the class monitor was playing cards last night? A strange image lingered in their minds. Just then, Li Qingqing has acquired the skill weaving. You have mastered the techniques of weaving tools, and production efficiency increases by 100. Li Qingqing has unlocked the profession bamboo weaver. Those engaged in this profession find it easier to acquire relevant skills. The gossiping crowd erupted in an uproar. Did the class monitor seek out Li Qingqing last night? Simply a diligent little bee. A master of time management. With such intensity, can the class monitor handle it? The gossiping women began to worry about Lin Ye's health. They hoped that before it was their turn, the class monitor wouldn't be exhausted. In the camp, whispers were heard. Although quiet, Su Wei could hear them. Teacher Su hasn't learned the new skill, yet a Lin Ye probably didn't go looking for her last night. Sai newcomers surpassed the old. Teacher Su is after all older. Lin Ye is too much. This is just abandoning the old and seeking the new. Exactly, if he found Teacher Su old, he shouldn't have pursued her in the first place. Boss scumbag. Although they were scolding Lin Ye, Su Wei found their words particularly piercing. They had no regard for her feelings, right? Without a public relationship, they said she had an affair with Lin Ye. With a public relationship, they said she had fallen out of favor. I am just aging, not losing my allure. No, I'm not old yet. Su Wei's fingers clenched so tightly they turned pale, her silver teeth grinding together, wishing she could go out and yell at those gossipers. He came last night and was even more frantic than ever. The more Su Wei thought about it, the angrier she became. With more women around, it was inevitable that there would be attempts to bring her down. Allowing them to spread rumors made it seem as if she had truly lost her edge. At the same time, Su Wei felt that she should take advantage of Lin Ye's talent boost and quickly learn some new skills. Once the loom was built, weaving became purely repetitive labor, no longer requiring her oversight. Others operating the machine merely resulted in reduced efficiency. Su Wei arrived at Li Qingqing's weaving station, switched her profession to that of a bamboo craftsman, and began weaving with palm leaves. At this time, Li Qingqing's bag for Lin Ye was already mostly complete. Su Wei decided to make a bag for herself as well, starting to weave by imitating the design. Once the bag was finished, the tribes announced. Su Wei acquired the skill weaving. You have mastered the techniques of weaving tools, increasing production efficiency by 100. Holding the bag, Su Wei wore an uncontrollable smile as she paused outside the camp. Teacher Su has learned a skill too. Last night the class leader went to find Teacher Su. How terrifying. So crazy. Isn't he afraid of dying from overwork? The production team's donkey isn't even trying this hard. Su Wei revealed a victorious smile. However, the tribe's announcements continued to ring out. Zhou Yuyao acquired the skill throwing sharp objects production. You have mastered the techniques of producing throwing sharp objects, increasing production efficiency by 100. Lin Ye acquired the skill throwing sharp objects production. Chen Na acquired the skill throwing. Your throwing speed is increased by 100, accuracy by 50, and physical consumption is reduced by 50. As materials increased, Lin Ye began crafting throwing spears and long spears. Zhou Yuyao, possessing the talent for sharpening blades, naturally came to help. The two of them successively learned new manufacturing skills. Meanwhile, upon seeing a pile of throwing weapons, Chen Na couldn't help but practice, becoming the first to learn the throwing skill. A series of tribe announcements stirred the onlookers into a lively discussion. Now they had new topics to talk about. Zhou Yuyao learned 3 skills, Chen Na learned 2 skills, and Teacher Su and Li Qingqing only learned 1. Is this related to the number of attempts made? No way. If the number of attempts directly correlates with the number of skills learned, the class leader is being too unfair, completely disregarding Zhou Yuyao's well-being. Hearing these discussions, Su Wei felt her heart tighten. No matter how they twisted it, they had to say that she had lost favor, right? Fine, I'll let you know how many times I had last night. Su Wei thought about how she would need to scout enemies in the future and must learn some offensive techniques, so she went to the woods, grabbed a stone axe, and began chopping trees. With the chopping skill mastered, she then started practicing throwing spears. By midday, she had learned 3 skills. The young girls in the camp were astonished upon seeing Su Wei. Is teacher Su really that fierce? With age comes experience, no wonder the class leader is captivated and can't let go. I wonder if teacher Su would be willing to share her experiences. I really want to learn. Su Wei felt darkness cloud her vision. These little brats. No matter what you do, they can always find a way to twist it. However, even though these comments were hard to hear, they at least counted as praise for her abilities. Fine, let them know the power. Su Wei joined the fishing team. Han Yutong, Wei Jia, and Liang Qian were guarding dozens of fishing rods by the shore. They were following Lin Ye's strategy, using quantity to grind fishing experience. Su Wei took a few fishing rods, baited them, and cast them out. After more than an hour, she received another tribe announcement. Fishing skill acquired. Learning 4 skills in a morning. Let your imaginations run wild, little brats. Su Wei wore a smile of vindication. While Su Wei was rapidly acquiring skills, the fishing trio was left in the dust. Teacher Su, are you showing off? You evil cultivators should at least consider our feelings. As the main force of the fishing group, not one of them managed to learn the fishing skill. How embarrassing. Yutong, quickly help me scoop the fish. Han Yutong was filled with complaints when Su Wei's voice rang in her ears. With the fishing skill effect triggered, Su Wei hooked a big fish and was frantically letting out the line. Liang Qian and Wei Jia were caught off guard, scrambling to find the scoop net. They never expected it to actually bite, and the scoop net was buried at the bottom, making it very inconvenient to retrieve. Han Yutong came to her senses, seeing the struggling back of the big fish in the water. Her adrenaline surged. A big fish. Finally, she had caught a big fish. This was the first fish of the day's opening. She quickly grabbed the longest scoop net and formed a triangle with Liang Qian and Wei Jia surrounding the big fish. As the big fish was brought ashore, the strategy of combining fishing skills with the scoop net was finally validated. Su Wei transformed into the main force of the fishing team. So fishing is this thrilling, no wonder men get hooked on it as they age. Su Wei became enamored, unable to pull herself away. The trio scooping fish were also tired yet joyful. Looking at the catch stored in the puddle, they gained a deeper understanding of the fishing skill's abnormality. A single thought echoed in their minds: it must be learned. When Su Wei and the fishing team returned to the camp with over 10 fish, Li Qingqing also approached Lin Ye with the palm leaf bag she had made. Class leader, this is the bag I made for you. It has a belt and a shoulder strap, making it convenient for you to hang other things. Li Qingqing's eyes were crescent-shaped with laughter, her voice sweet as syrup. While tying the belt for Lin Ye, she suddenly made a playful move while Chen Na wasn't watching. Lin Ye flinched, casting a Li Qingqing revealed a triumphant smile, throwing a flirtatious glance. It was quite thrilling. Seeing Chen Na look over, Lin Ye hurriedly said seriously, Qingqing, this bag is very useful. Could you help us make a few more shoulder bags for carrying throwing spears? One that can be slung across the body for easy access with the right hand. No problem. How many do you need? Li Qingqing asked with a serious expression. Lin Ye replied, 4 would be good. More would be even better. Li Qingqing asked, how many throwing spears can each shoulder bag hold? Lin Ye thought for a moment and said 6 or 12 in 2 sizes. 2 bags for 12 spears and 2 for 6 spears. Alright, I will get started on it. Li Qingqing said as she spoke, taking advantage of Chen Na's moment to fetch throwing spears. She quickly pecked Lin Ye on the face before leaving. Chen Na approached Lin Ye holding a bundle of throwing spears, looking at him with disdain, while suddenly mimicking Li Qingqing's playful tone. Class leader, this is the bag I made for you. So disgusting. How could you stand it? In the eyes of women who couldn't mimic that tone, those who did were seen as outcasts. The reasons to disdain Li Qingqing increased. Just as Chen Na was about to make a sarcastic remark, the tribe announcement rang out again. Xiang Fei acquired the skill chopping. Your chopping efficiency is increased by 100 and physical and tool durability consumption is reduced by 50. Xiang Fei finally learned her first skill thanks to her little tricks. After a moment of surprise, Chen Na's gaze towards you went to find Xiang Fei last night. Aren't you afraid of overexerting yourself? Lin Ye looked aggrieved. That unjust. It's utterly unfair. Lin Ye quickly explained, I didn't go to Xiang Fei's place last night. Really, you have to believe me. Chen Na waved her hand dejectedly, her expression one of profound despair. I can't control that you're on your own. Still, she didn't believe him. No, Xiang Fei slept in the main camp last night. I couldn't possibly go there to be with her. Lin Ye still wanted to struggle a bit. Chen Na revealed a meaningful cold smile. It's not like you can't do it on the beach, it's just a matter of a moment. This was indeed projecting one's own thoughts onto others. Wait, what do you mean by a matter of a moment? Lin Ye felt a sense of being unable to defend himself. He wanted to explain further, but the gazes around him had already delivered their verdict. The girl's eyes reflected a complex meaning. The first implication, beast. The second implication, durable. The third implication, desirable. It was a mix of praise and blame. Seeing Xiang Fei, Lin Ye felt as if he had found a savior. Xiang Fei, you explain this. Explain what? Xiang Fei flipped her long hair and looked bewildered. Lin Ye blinked rapidly, signaling frantically about what's going on between us. Xiang Fei confidently replied, what is there to explain? As a woman who had infiltrated that committee, Xiang Fei could not deny her relationship with Lin Ye. It was bound to come out soon. To others, Xiang Fei's words were an acknowledgement. Lin Ye felt even more wronged. He hadn't enjoyed any benefits, but was still shouldering the blame. Is this a betrayal? Tonight there was truly nothing he could do about it. Xiang Fei slept soundly in the main camp, giving Lin Ye no. In the afternoon, Lin Ye worked sullenly on the wall. At dinner, he ate in silence. During the fourth clan meeting, they confirmed plans to scout for the giant python and look for a route to the inland of the island. Chen Na needed to tame a pet, and Liang Qian needed to gather herbs. Most importantly, they needed to find a clean water source. The coconuts had already been harvested, and they could only meet their basic drinking water needs for another 2 days. Without another water source, everyone would die of thirst. When going out, they naturally couldn't wear pajamas. The brown cloth they had woven in the past 2 days was all cut up to make clothes. The excess brown leather was also used to sew protective gear. Working late into the night, Lin Ye had no energy to turn into a busy bee. Yet he still forced himself to visit Li Qingqing's room. There's only 20 battery left. Li Qingqing reluctantly took out her phone. It'll shut down soon anyway, so I might as well use it. Faced with this long-awaited mental nourishment, a treasure that encapsulated the essence of Blue Star, human civilization, Lin Ye could hardly wait. Li Qingqing opened an American and European video amidst a pile of study materials. The screen displayed provocative scenes, but unfortunately, she didn't dare turn up the volume. After a while, Lin Ye's hands began to misbehave. Let's stick to this theme today. Wait a moment, let me turn off the phone first. Li Qingqing thought about saving battery and pressed the power button before her clothes slid off her neck. Half an hour later, Lin Ye felt a little regretful, sensing he hadn't performed well. However, he still fell into a deep sleep with a sense of satisfaction from being enlightened by knowledge. On the 5th day, the reconnaissance team finally got ready to set off. Lin Ye, Chen Na, Su Wei, and Liang Qian all donned brand new outfits. Lin Ye wore his t-shirt and shorts with a vest and pants made from brown leather on top. The material, similar to that of a poncho, provided some defensive effect. On his feet were not beach sandals, but boots made from brown leather. This type of boot was gear that all 4 of them had. Chen Na and Su Wei changed out of their pajamas and wore tight clothes made from brown cloth, accentuating their curves and looking somewhat alluring. The brown cloth was woven from brown threads, lighter and more comfortable than the leather outfits, but with almost no defensive effect. The style was made so fitted merely due to the shortage of fabric, leaving no choice. Liang Qian had crossed over in formal attire, so today she still wore a fitted shirt with buttons under great stress. Below, she had changed into pants made from brown cloth styled similarly to jeans. This outfit, anyone who had watched short videos on denim jeans would understand. Lin Ye leaned on a spear, carrying 12 throwing spears along with a simple spear-throwing device. He also wore a heart-shaped bag made by Li Qingqing at his waist. Chen Na had a similar setup. Su Wei carried 6 throwing spears, but her brown leather bag only held 4 peeled coconuts, which were their drinking water. Liang Qian carried an empty palm leaf shoulder bag and a brown leather pouch. As a herbalist, she needed to gather plants and had a small bone knife in her hand. Lin Ye knew the location of the giant python, so he walked along the beach for 2 kilometers before diving into the forest. After walking for a few minutes, he arrived at the python's habitat. Chen Na and Liang Qian stayed behind. Lin Ye and Su Wei went to scout. Su Wei saw the giant python and was so frightened that her legs felt weak. To prevent her from making noise, Lin Ye had to carry her closer to the python. After Su Wei took a look, she signaled Lin Ye to leave. Once they were far away, she began to recount the observations. This is an elderly boa constrictor suffering from stomach ulcers and enteritis, looking somewhat lethargic. Strength 47. Constitution 13. Spirit 8. Agility 6. Talent violent, strength, skill fierce, bite. Upon learning that the boa constrictor had a strength of 47, a chill ran through Lin Ye's body. His own strength was insignificant in the face of the boa. It seems that if I want to dominate this forest, I need to have more children. Lin Ye's gaze unconsciously swept over Su Wei. Forget it, Su Wei would likely need to go out on reconnaissance often in the future, and being pregnant would be inconvenient. It's better to let others conceive first. Lin Ye couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. What should we do next? Su Wei was frightened by the boa and still looked pale. She actually wanted to hurry back, but she knew that was impossible, feeling very conflicted inside. This boa constrictor is old and lethargic. Its desire to move shouldn't be too strong. Lin Ye stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and decided to take a risk. You all retreat to the beach. I'll go try to see if I can enter the inland of the island from the edge of the boa's territory. The island was roughly funnel-shaped. Both coasts were cliffs. The boa's territory just happened to block a canyon between the cliffs, sealing the road to the inland. If he could enter the canyon from the edge of the boa's territory, he could temporarily avoid conflict with it. Lin Ye waved his hand, signaling the 3 to step back. Chen Na frowned and asked, should I go with you? Lin Ye shook his head. I can run faster alone. Chen Na thought about her pregnancy, and indeed couldn't run at full speed, so she had to give up. Su Wei and Liang Qian knew that if they followed, they would only slow him down, so they simply retreated to the coast obediently. Lin Ye brushed against the edge of the boa's territory, stepping on the layer of decaying leaves, and walked onto a small path. A path. Lin Ye felt something was off. After a careful look, he quickly discovered that it was indeed a small path leading straight to the boa's resting place. It seemed the boa often entered the inland through this canyon. Realizing this was the boa's path, Lin Ye quickened his pace and hurriedly left. Following the small path, Lin Ye climbed a small hill and glanced back at the boa's territory, suddenly noticing a small pond overgrown with wild grasses and shrubs. This should be freshwater. Unfortunately, it's stagnant water and somewhat dirty, not suitable for direct drinking. Lin Ye continued to climb, walking for over half an hour until he reached a higher boulder. His view opened up, and he could see the general shape of the entire island. The island stretched east to west over 40 kilometers long, with the widest part being less than 10 kilometers, and the narrowest part, where the camp was located, only about 100 meters. The eastern part was broad and towering, while the western part was narrow and low. To the north was a continuous mountain range, and to the south were rolling hills. In the middle canyon, multiple streams converged, forming a long lake about 2 to 3 kilometers long and a few hundred, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides with a freshwater lake in the middle. This is a great place to build a home. Lin Ye was quite delighted with this discovery. What delighted him even more was that the southern hills had multiple openings leading to the coast. There is a gap in the hilly area leading to the coast, allowing direct access to the canyon. We can avoid the territory of the boa constrictor, just take a slight detour. I can go back and call them to join us. Lin Ye chose the easiest gap to traverse, arriving at the coast, and hurriedly flew towards the location of Chun Na and the others. An hour later, Lin Ye reunited with the three. Great. I can go catch a pet. Chun Na exclaimed excitedly. Liang Qian's face flushed slightly as she said, I can go find some herbs. We didn't bring food, so we have to solve lunch ourselves outside. We should also pay attention to things we can eat on the way, Lin Ye added. Food is simple. We can hunt an animal and make barbecued meat. I remember you have a lighter, right? Chun Na smiled. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye quickly reached into his pocket. Confirming the lighter was with him, he let out a sigh of relief. Chun Na had snatched his underwear to wear, so he was genuinely worried the lighter would also fall into her hands. Stealing someone else's lighter is a bad habit among humans. The four of them walked along the beach, reaching noon as they entered the canyon through the gap in the hills. The focus shifted to Liang Qian. Every time she encountered a plant, she stepped forward to investigate. Following Lin Ye's earlier advice, she grabbed a leaf, considering its medicinal effects and toxicity. As expected, herbalism is a knowledge-inspired talent. A stream of information naturally formed within her consciousness. These leaves have effects similar to tea leaves, Liang Qian said. Su Wei immediately picked a handful and put them in her bag. The food situation had been dire these days, and she longed for a life with tea and coffee. Next, Liang Qian dug up the roots of the plants for examination, and the results were similar to the leaves. They walked and explored, with various medicinal plants being meticulously selected by Liang Qian. Su Wei and Liang Qian's pockets gradually filled up. Lin Ye and Chun Na's waist bags were also stuffed with some herbs. Suddenly, Liang Qian touched a certain grass stem and instinctively let go as if electrocuted. It's toxic. Eating it will cause severe stomach cramps and damage liver and kidney functions. The three women quickly retreated a distance away from the patch of poisonous grass. Poison. Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised and stepped forward. That boa constrictor has gastric ulcers and enteritis. If we make it eat this, could it die from the poison? Even though we can bypass the boa constrictor's territory to enter the canyon, I still want to take it down. Chun Na shook her head, saying the boa constrictor eats meat, it doesn't consume plants. Moreover, it has grown up in this area, it should know not to eat this kind of grass. Lin Ye emptied his bag, using it entirely to store the poisonous plants. Even if it doesn't poison the boa constrictor, it can be used to poison something else. Lin Ye remembered there were barbarians. If there were a barbarian tribe in the canyon, if they couldn't confront them hidden, they could always poison them covertly. They wouldn't be able to guard against that. The four continued forward, climbing over the hills, and a lush vine-covered gully appeared before them. A faint smell of dung and decaying leaves wafted through the wind. Chun Na frowned, reminding, it seems we've entered the territory of other wild beasts. Lin Ye twitched his nose a few times, saying this dung smell feels a bit familiar. Have you eaten it? Chun Na suddenly interjected. Lin Ye pushed her aside, stop interrupting. Over there something's moving. Liang Qian suddenly pointed at the grass in the gully, saying, I saw the grass shaking a bit. As she spoke, the grass shook again without the wind. Su Wei quietly tightened her grip on Lin Ye's sleeve. Lin Ye noticed that the grass was being disturbed by a certain vine. The same vine was also nearby him. Lin Ye plucked a leaf and saw that the stem oozed white sap. Liang Qian immediately began to investigate. Not toxic and no medicinal effect. Liang Qian dipped her finger in the sap and tasted it, surprised it has a starchy flavor. There should be a tuber underneath. Isn't food here? Lin Ye immediately used his spear to loosen the soil, digging it up. Sure enough, he found a tuber palm-sized and similar in shape to yam. There's still a piece below, but unfortunately, I broke it off, Lin Ye lamented. Liang Qian picked up the tuber for inspection, saying it has effects for nourishing yin and enriching blood. Chun Na immediately knelt down and began to dig vigorously, saying, let's dig it all up, don't waste any. Lin Ye pulled up the vine, coiling it around his arm, saying this might be a variant yam. The vine should be able to be propagated. Let's take it back for planting. Su Wei said planting requires watering, but we don't have a water source there. Lin Ye then remembered that there was no water source near. Their main purpose this time was to find water. With a sense of dejection, Lin Ye dropped the vine on the ground, shielding his eyes from the sun as he looked around, trying to spot any possible water sources. His gaze fell into the gully when he suddenly recalled something he had overlooked. Earlier he had noticed the vine because it was moving. Now that he confirmed the vine had a tuber to eat, the mystery was solved. Lin Ye suddenly realized there should be a wild boar in the gully. Wild boars have a habit of rooting for tubers, it must be it. Wild boar? Chun Na drew her spear, saying let's kill it and have some barbecue. Lin Ye stopped her, saying don't be impulsive. Wild boars are social animals, we shouldn't startle the herd right away. Then how do we catch it? Chun Na still looked eager to try. Lin Ye shot her a glance, saying, don't forget what your talent is. Chun Na came to her senses, catch a wild boar as a pet. Then how do we catch it? Chun Na still looked eager to try. Lin Ye shot her a glance, saying, "Don't forget what your talent is." Chen Na came to her senses. "Unjust. It's utterly unfair." Lin Ye quickly explained, "I didn't go to Xiang Fei's place last night, really you have to believe me." Chen Na waved, "You want me to raise a pig, just to kill it for food?" Chen Na kicked Lin Ye. Su Wei and Liang Qian, who had been scared into silence by the mention of wild boars, finally dared to speak as they watched the two bicker. Su Wei said, "Pigs eat anything. They are indeed easy to raise." Liang Qian added, "If we can raise pigs for meat, we won't lack for meat in the future." Chen Na angrily said, "I'm a beast tamer, not a pig farmer. Stop talking nonsense. We need to be alert and see if there are other wild boars nearby." Lin Ye urged. Chen Na climbed onto a rock, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, saying, "It seems there are no other movements." Lin Ye then took out the tuber they dug earlier, smashed it, and placed it on the ground. Then he tied a noose with the palm rope and propped it up on a stick. The trap was quite simple, relying on the willingness to take the bait. Lin Ye laid the palm rope and retreated behind the rock. Su Wei and Liang Qian also cautiously followed. The smashed tuber emitted a fragrant aroma of food wafting through the wind and quickly spreading into the grass of the gully. The grass rustled. A dark figure slowly emerged. A wild boar weighing dozens of pounds with dirt on its snout sniffed the air and cautiously approached. Su Wei's voice softly whispered in Lin Ye's ear. "A juvenile wild boar, healthy body. Strength 12. Constitution 11. Spirit 9. Agility 11. Talent charge. Skill ground rooting." Lin Ye realized it was a young wild boar, confirming he could take it on. In the village, the yearlings weighed over 100 pounds. This one was only a few dozen pounds, easily manageable. The only challenge now was getting the wild boar to step into the snare. At this moment there was no other option but to wait. Lin Ye, Su Wei, and Liang Qian crouched behind a rock, leaving Chen Na on the rock to observe. All around was quiet, with only the rustling sound of the wild boar pushing through the grass. A gentle breeze blew, gradually dissipating the scent of humans. The fragrance of the tuber grew stronger. The wild boar finally let down its guard and ran towards the tuber. Its front legs crossed the snare. What a perfect opportunity. Lin Ye yanked the rope. The snare tightened, trapping the wild boar around its waist. Worried that the rope might snap under the boar's struggle, Lin Ye rushed forward as the boar jumped and shook its head, pinning it down to the ground. His movements were skilled, resembling a seasoned rogue at work. Seeing Chen Na still dazed on the rock, Lin Ye shouted, "Are you dumb? Get down here." "Oh." Chen Na hurried to the wild boar, feeling lost. "Try to tame it," Lin Ye urged. "I'm trying, but how do I tame it?" Chen Na was anxious. She had only eaten pork, never seen a pig run, and certainly had never raised one, leaving her utterly perplexed. Lin Ye speculated that animal affinity was also an intellectually inspired talent, saying, "Don't you have a talent? Touch the wild boar, think about how to tame it, then calm down and feel." Chen Na's hand brushed against the wild boar, finally resting carefully on its back. Closing her eyes to sense carefully, she awkwardly said, "I feel that touching it there can calm it down." Seeing Chen Na point at the 2 rows of small buttons on the boar's belly, Lin Ye couldn't believe it. "Are you sure?" Lin Ye was both amused and exasperated, finding it quite unreliable. This was clearly just a nuisance. Could it really tame the beast? If it was a male boar, wouldn't that require? Only then did Lin Ye remember to check the wild boar's gender. Noticing the absence of male genitals on the boar's belly, he guessed that it must be a female. Mimicking the actions of piglets, nursing might calm it down. Lin Ye said with determination, "You should try it." Chen Na reached out her hand, but quickly withdrew. "It might kick me." Lin Ye had no choice but to pin the wild boar down with his legs. "Hurry up." Chen Na quickly reached out, selecting a spot on the boar's belly, gently rubbing it. The wild boar's struggles gradually diminished. Even its squealing stopped. "It really works." Lin Ye found it hard to accept. Chen Na was greatly encouraged, rubbing with even more vigor. Lin Ye said irritably, "Change your position. If you keep fiddling with the same spot, can you stand it yourself?" Liang Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Su Wei's cheeks flushed. Chen Na quickly changed her position. Liang Qian interjected, "Try feeding it something." Chen Na took out the tuber she had dug up and placed it by the wild boar's mouth. The wild boar sniffed, letting out a few low grunts, and began to munch on it. Chen Na excitedly said, "I feel like I should stroke its neck and head now." Lin Ye urged, "Then hurry up and touch it." Chen Na, worried the wild boar might bite her, reached out to stroke its neck and ears. Lin Ye tried to put the wild boar on the ground while handing Chen Na the brown rope. "Let it get used to being led by you," Lin Ye reminded. Chen Na followed suit, finally getting the wild boar accustomed to following her. She quickly finished the tuber she had on her. "Let it find food on its own," Su Wei suggested. Lin Ye found an old root of a vine and loosened the soil with his. Chen Na led the wild boar over, and it sniffed a few times before quickly rooting around. Once the wild boar finished the tuber, Lin Ye found another vine and told Chen Na to bring the pig over. "We need to get it used to cooperating with us." Chen Na's face was full of excitement. Being a pig herder was quite thrilling. After the wild boar tasted a few sweet rewards, Lin Ye began to fill his own pockets. After the wild boar unearthed some tubers, Lin Ye took the opportunity to break off most of it, leaving only the tail root deep in the soil as a reward for the boar. After a short while, he had harvested several pounds of tubers. During this time, they discovered a trickle of clear spring water seeping from a low gap between the stones in a gully. The flow was small, but it was drinkable. The 4 of them immediately opened the coconuts they had brought and drank, then filled them up with the spring water. Lin Ye also dug out a small reservoir beneath the water flow. The collected water was just enough to wash the tubers. Using the raw tubers, they managed to make do for lunch. Chen-Na gnawed on the bland tuber, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Shouldn't we hunt another wild boar to roast? Lin Ye thought for a moment and shook his head. Better not, let's not make too much noise for now. Moving slowly with the wild boar, we should head back. Tomorrow let's wrap a few water containers in banana leaves and come back to fetch water. Thinking about this, Lin Ye felt quite regretful. He had come out to find water but had not brought enough containers, which was a big oversight. It was a pity he hadn't thought of using banana leaves as containers earlier. After filling his stomach a bit more and digging up over 10 pounds of tubers, he began to head back. The path was unfamiliar, winding around the beach, and it would probably take 2 hours to return to the campsite. Once we gain enough strength to ensure our safety here, we might as well move the campsite over. Lin Ye silently thought. After walking along the beach for over an hour, the previously docile wild boar suddenly became restless. What's going on? I can't calm it down. Chen-Na tried several methods, but none were effective. Lin Ye frowned. It might be reacting to being away from its familiar environment. What do we do now? Chen-Na finally had a pet and didn't want to lose it now. Lin Ye said solemnly, tie its 4 legs, we need to carry it back. It was impossible to let it go. If they carried it back to the campsite, it still wouldn't be tamed. Lin Ye was considering trying to roast the whole pig instead. Of course, he couldn't dare to say this to Chen-Na. The two of them hastily tied up the wild boar and lifted it onto the spear. The wild boar was still squealing as if it were a festive pig about to be slaughtered. Chen-Na was annoyed by the noise, unable to hold back. I don't know why, but I feel very anxious and uneasy. Over there, Su-wei suddenly pointed towards the forest. Lin Ye's hair stood on end. The wild boar must have sensed the snake's scent, that's why it's making noise. Then let it go, Chen-Na said sorrowfully. Now we can't let it go, Lin Ye replied seriously. Why, oi? Chen-Na was bewildered. Lin Ye waved to Su-wei and Liang Qian. You two run fast. Don't stop. The two sensed something was off and hurriedly asked, what about you? Lin Ye pulled the spear out from the wild boar, put the pig down, and we'll run too. Chen-Na reached out to untie the rope, but Lin Ye quickly stopped her. If you untie the rope, it will run away. Oh, where will we find it? We can't just leave it like this. Chen-Na hesitated. Lin Ye intentionally deceived her. I'll distract the snake and come back to carry the pig. How can that work? Chen-Na urged. Let's just run, she added anxiously. Lin Ye took the opportunity to change his words. Then you run quickly, I'll follow soon. Chen-Na then turned and ran towards the campsite. Lin Ye did not run away, but instead grabbed a throwing spear to wedge it in the wild boar's mouth. He reached into his bag and took out some poisonous herbs, stuffing them into the boar's mouth. If I can kill the python, it would be avenging you. Lin Ye had intended to use the wild boar to hold the python back from the very beginning. The python had likely been hunting wild boars for food. Faced with such a familiar prey, the python was the most vulnerable. Lin Ye filled the boar's mouth with poisonous herbs and tied its mouth shut with a palm rope. The boar's cries turned into whimpers. The forest was filled with the rustling sound of fallen leaves. Lin Ye took off running, splashed into the sea to wash away his scent, then continued running ashore. After running about a kilometer, Lin Ye hid behind a rock and looked towards the direction of the wild boar. The vibrant body of the python slithered out slowly from the forest. The python surrounded the wild boar with its body tightening its grip. The boar quickly fell silent and was swallowed whole by the python. It really ate it. Lin Ye's face was filled with excitement. Once the python digested the wild boar, the poisonous herbs would enter its stomach. Whether the herbs could kill the python now depended on their potency. It's a pity there weren't enough poisonous herbs. Lin Ye felt a bit regretful for not collecting more at the time. While lost in thought, he heard a crisp sound behind him. Lin Ye was startled and turned around to see a pebble rolling behind him. Chen-Na had returned without him noticing. You're such a... Chen-Na's face was flushed with anger, tears in the corners of her eyes. Did you plan to feed my pig to the python all along? You made up your mind as soon as I caught the pig, didn't you? This? Lin Ye awkwardly smiled and quickly explained, no, I really didn't intend to. If the wild boar hadn't startled the python, I wouldn't have thought of this method. You owe me for my pig. You owe me for my pig. Chen-Na shook Lin Ye's collar violently. Alright, I'll replace it for you tomorrow, Lin Ye pleaded. The one I catch tomorrow will be a different pig. Chen-Na complained. Lin Ye replied with a bitter smile. Even if we dig the wild boar out of the python's belly now, it's useless. Chen-Na saw that there were no more poisonous herbs in Lin Ye's bag, and became even more furious. Not only did you feed my pig to the python, but you also gave it poison. You're heartless. Lin Ye comforted her. As a hunter, it's normal for some to feed others. Pets are meant to sacrifice for their owners, you should understand. Then he'll beat you up and you should understand. Chen-Na lunged at him. Lin Ye grabbed her hand and held her down. Su-wei and Liang Qian, who followed quickly. Don't fight, be careful of the baby inside you. Chen-Na, Lin Ye was right. At that moment, we could only protect the person. Chen-Na finally calmed down. But she was still glaring angrily at Lin Ye, gritting her teeth, wishing she could bite him. The four returned to the camp and saw a new stone wall built around the palm grove. Upon learning that there was a python over 10 meters long nearby, the girls were terrified. The branch fence Lin Ye had built earlier did not provide them with a sense of security. Those who stayed at home today all ran to collect stones and built a wall about a meter high around the palm grove. They actually undertook such a big project. No wonder Li Qingqing unlocked the stonemason profession and learned the stoneworking skill. Lin Ye thought, looking at the stone wall, unable to contain his amazement. Such a low wall would certainly not stop the python, but it gave them a bit more sense of security. Lin Ye thought to himself, thankfully, I didn't tell them on the first day, otherwise these women probably would have had to cuddle up to me to sleep at night. Lin Ye quickly reassured them. The python won't easily try to eat humans, and it's old, too lazy to move, and slow. We can easily outrun it. The girls still looked uneasy. In truth, they weren't that concerned about whether the python would eat humans. The key was that just thinking about such a large snake made them scared. Lin Ye said to them again, "Today I stuffed poisonous herbs into the pig's mouth, letting the python eat it. If the herbs are effective, it might kill the python." They finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Na angrily said, "That was my pig. I tamed it as a pet." This remark, originally intended to vent, piqued the interest of the girls. "Sister Na, did you really succeed in taming an animal? How big was the wild boar? Is it enough for us to eat? Can you tame more and bring them back for meat?" Chen Na had thought that these women would sympathize with her, but instead they all wanted to eat her pet. "Enough. That's a pet, not. You've all had pets. Why do you think of eating them when talking about pets?" Chen Na was furious. But people's joys and sorrows, everyone was still immersed in fantasies about pork recipes, especially during dinner. Seeing only seaweed and seafood, their minds filled with images of the second senior brother cooked to perfection. After dinner, it was time for the tribe meeting. Before Lin Ye could ask who wanted to awaken their talents, the women all spoke in unison. Let Chun Na strengthen her talent. Lacking the courage to hunt, they directly thought of capturing animals through Chun Na's animal affinity talent. Sister Na sacrificed her pet today. She should be compensated. That's right, Sister Na should strengthen her talent again. If we can command a herd of beasts, our safety would be even more assured. Beastmaster Hunter, Sister Na, you deserve it. Instead of touching Chun Na's sore spot or talking about meat, they proposed using the beast herd to protect everyone. With a high degree of consensus, the proposal was passed directly. Chun Na once again strengthened her talent. Chun Na strengthens talent, animal affinity. Gained ultimate talent, beast herd leader. You can always find the right way to communicate with animals. You can now tame animals. You can influence the entire beast herd through the tamed animals. The tribe's announcement echoed and the crowd erupted in cheers. It worked. It really worked. Beast herd leader, how impressive. We can use the beast herd to protect us from now on. We won't lack meat in the future. The last one who misspoke was covered up. With Chun Na's talent enhancement being so powerful, others who had awakened their talents were also itching to try. The women, like children opening treasure chests, shouted in unison, "Enhance, enhance all." Now there were still 50 survival points. Enough for them all to enhance their talents once. With this condition, they could be reckless. Su Wei strengthens talent, Eye of Insight. Gained ultimate talent, Tactical Master. By staring at a target for 5 seconds, you can see the opponent's attributes, talent, skills, health status, and fatal weaknesses. Su Wei's ultimate talent directly developed towards combat support. Next up was Liang Qian. Liang Qian strengthens talent, Herbalism. Gained ultimate talent, Master Herbalist. You can easily identify the toxicity and medicinal effects of plants, and you are proficient in herbal concoction. Liang Qian showed a satisfied smile. Now her talent truly exhibited its practicality. Lastly was Zhou Yuyao. She felt a bit anxious. Zhou Yuyao strengthens talent, Blade Forging. Gained ultimate talent, Master Blacksmith. You are proficient in the smelting and forging of metals. Zhou Yuyao's expression fell. Her ultimate talent was still as impractical as ever. With the current conditions, she didn't even have the opportunity to try. Zhou Yuyao forced a smile on her face, but as she heard others discussing the usefulness of their talents, a hint of bitterness crept into her expression. Teacher Zu's talent allowed him to scout targets, providing an advantage in battle. Chun Na's talent enabled her to tame beasts, ensuring safety for everyone, and even providing meat. Even Liang Qian, who had previously been inept in herbalism, suddenly became the only one in the team capable of healing. Yet her talent remained utterly useless. A master blacksmith. How could she forge anything without metal? With no ores, no furnace or anvil, and even lacking fuel. She, who was accustomed to being at the top of her class, felt an immense sense of loss in the face of such dire circumstances. Lin Ye noticed Zhou Yuyao's dejected demeanor and approached her, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. "Don't lose heart. Your talent is exactly what we will need in the future. It's not that your talent is useless, it's that our development is too far behind." Zhou Yuyao forced a smile and nodded, asking in a barely audible voice, "Will you still come tonight?" Lin Ye quickly understood what she meant. Today's stonemason profession and stonemasonry skill had been unlocked by Li Qingqing. This made Zhou Yuyao feel quite unbalanced. If Lin Ye had spent the night in her room, all of this would have belonged to her. No matter how useful the blade forging or master blacksmithing was, they paled in comparison to stonemasonry now. This skill was something Zhou Yuyao had to learn. Lin Ye nodded at her, saying, "I will come." Their eyes met briefly before Chen Na noticed this interaction as well. She guessed that with Zhou Yuyao's nature, she must be wanting to improve her abilities, which was why she had taken the initiative to seek out Lin Ye. Then she recalled the peculiar actions of Li Qingqing in the camp today. Last night Lin Ye had only gone to Li Qingqing's place. Was he either finding every woman or just seeking Li Qingqing? What was so special about Li Qingqing? Chun Na's anger surged, and when Lin Ye returned, she stepped hard on the back of his foot. Lin Ye winced in pain, and at the same time he heard Chun Na threaten him in his ear, "Don't bother coming back tonight. Am I being kicked out of my own home?" Why was Chun Na even jealous of Zhou Yuyao? Lin Ye couldn't understand, but he had to accept reality. There are still 20 points left. Does anyone want to awaken their talent? Lin Ye endured the pain both physically and mentally, and continued to preside over the meeting. The girls were stirred, eager to step forward and give it a try. However, the incredible benefits of awakening a formidable talent held them back. This damned competitive spirit. The slots for awakening talents went unsold again. Just as Lin Ye was about to announce the meetings, Li Qingqing's voice rang out. Is there anyone who wants to have children with the class leader? You can apply now or privately seek my nomination. After spending 2 nights serving Li Qingqing felt she had gained significant power within the committee. She directly seized the opportunity to nominate candidates. This action inadvertently stung Lin Ye. Chen Na looked at Lin Ye with eyes that seemed to fire bullets. Li Qingqing, you are ruining me. Lin Ye gritted his teeth in anger, secretly deciding to cast her into the cold palace tonight. The 5th clan meeting ended on an unsatisfactory note. Lin Ye arrived at Zhou Yuyao's room. There was no one inside. Lin Ye guessed that Zhou Yuyao wouldn't stand him up, so he lit a fire and waited. After a while, Zhou Yuyao returned, her hair dripping with water. It seemed she had gone to the beach to wash up. Zhou Yuyao appeared a bit reserved. The previous night, they had only skimmed the surface of their interactions. Since she had invited him tonight, she couldn't be too aloof. But she also didn't know how to start. She felt a bit regretful. Li Qingqing watched those things in the dormitory, and she should have followed suit. She used to scoff at Li Qingqing's lewd words, but now she craved that knowledge. Knowledge doesn't come from nowhere, but it can be continuously transported by people. Facing the bewildered Zhou Yuyao, Lin Ye took the initiative to become the bearer of knowledge. Teaching, imparting knowledge, resolving doubts, and reviewing the old to learn the new. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Zhou Yuyao felt as if she had died several times, completely sated in the ocean of knowledge. You can't come again. Feeling Lin Ye's hand still groping around, Zhou Yuyao hurriedly pleaded, you should go find them instead. Lin Ye actually wanted to leave as well, and upon hearing Zhou Yuyao's words, he sensibly dressed and exited. Creak. Lin Ye pushed open Su Wei's door. Su Wei had just lain down, startled and shivering. When she saw it was Lin Ye, she relaxed. I just came to check on you, I just wanted to see how you were doing, Lin Ye said with a smile. Su Wei was skeptical that Lin Ye was merely coming to check in. She shot him a look of mock reproach mixed with helplessness while loosening her robe. Half an hour later, Lin Ye let out a long breath. There was no smoke, but a sense of ritual was still necessary. Su Wei supported Lin Ye with her shoulder softly, saying, you must not go find Li Qingqing tonight. Lin Ye responded casually, resting his hand on her leg, gently kneading it. Su Wei recalled the long-lost exercise segment and adjusted her body, saying, just help me stretch a bit, otherwise I'll be sore tomorrow. Lin Ye helped her finish a set of stretching exercises, and Su Wei reciprocated. For a moment it felt as if they had returned to the training room back at school. Lin Ye squinted his eyes and suddenly remembered a question. Every time Teacher Su keeps me behind to practice, we have to stretch together. Does she have feelings for me already? Why didn't I think of taking the opportunity to do something back then? Lin Ye sighed, too young, too innocent. After finishing the stretches, Su Wei patted Lin Ye. You should go back now. Chen Na kicked me out, Lin Ye said awkwardly with a smile. The more she tries to push you away, the more you should go back, Su Wei replied. If you really don't go back, she'll be even angrier tomorrow. Alright. Just as Lin Ye was about to leave, he finally gathered the courage to voice the thought he had been contemplating for a long time. Sister Su, can you help me find out when Zhou Yuyao and Li Qingqing's dangerous periods are? What? What do you want to do? Su Wei was quite surprised. We haven't fully settled down yet, getting pregnant would be troublesome. Lin Ye sighed. There's no choice for the time being, this is the only way to enhance my strength. Otherwise exploring the canyon will always leave me on edge. Su Wei fell silent. Lin Ye continued, that old forest python clearly preys on wild boar, yet it resides near a pool, without prey, indicating that there are even fiercer predators in the canyon than it. The dangers there might exceed our imagination. Su Wei opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, in a few days I will be in my dangerous period. You can't. Lin Ye stated. You need to scout with us, it wouldn't be convenient if you're heavily pregnant. Then, I'll check on the others instead, Su Wei said solemnly. Lin Ye dressed, and left, heading to the beach to wash up before returning to the small house he shared with Chen Na. The door was barred from the inside. This was nothing difficult for him. He slipped his fingers through the gap in the branches, and pushed aside the wooden stick barring the door. Lin Ye climbed onto the bed, stealthily reaching out. Wait. This softness felt like a fragile hand, the size was even just as Lin Ye was puzzled, the person in his arms let out a soft whimper, playfully scolding, don't make trouble. All the distracting thoughts in his mind vanished in an instant. Lin Ye quickly withdrew his hand, and reached towards the other side. It was soft yet firm, impossible to grasp with one hand. This must be Chen Na. Chen Na had called Liang Qian over to sleep, and even switched positions. This caused Lin Ye to attack the wrong target. Now that he had been discovered, he was bound to be punished. Facing Chen Na, who had a protective talisman, he would definitely suffer. Lin Ye did not hesitate, rising to slip out of the room. This commotion startled the previously drowsy figure on the bed, who immediately sat up. Liang Qian had a light sleeper, and once she was fully awake she realized it was Lin Ye who had returned. She recalled the strange sensation she had earlier, and instantly understood what had happened. Her breath quickened and her heart was in turmoil. Yet ultimately, she remained silent, only to find herself unable to. Lin Ye knocked on Zhou Yuyao's door again. Zhou Yuyao crossed her arms over her chest, her sleepy eyes wide with fear. Why are you here again? Lin Ye entered, closed the door, and directly lay down. Don't worry, I'm just here to sleep, nothing else. It was still more reassuring to sleep here with Zhou Yuyao, because she wouldn't take the initiative to stir up trouble. When he woke up in the morning, Lin Ye found a disheveled head resting in his arm. Zhou Yuyao's face was rosy as she rubbed against his arm, occasionally smacking her lips. Lin Ye was genuinely afraid that she would dream of a ham and take a bite out of him. In Lin Ye's impression, Zhou Yuyao had always been quiet, intelligent, and capable. That night he realized that in some aspects Zhou Yuyao was naive to the point of being laughable. Now he was witnessing her cute and innocent side again. If it weren't for his crossing over Lin Ye might never have intersected with her, let alone experience her charm. Lin Ye couldn't help but linger in bed for a while. When he saw the sky brightening and people starting to move outside, he finally urged himself to get up. He needed to find Liang Qian and clarify what happened last night. As he stepped out, Lin Ye saw Liang Qian sorting the herbs she brought back seemingly to dry them on the stone wall. Lin Ye quickly went over to help. Liang Qian's previously fluid movements suddenly became clumsy. She fumbled with a bunch of herbs, seemingly unable to find the best angle to dry them. About last night, Lin Ye said quietly. Liang Qian dropped the herbs, forced herself to calm down, and asked in surprise, what happened? Lin Ye instantly understood that she wanted to play dumb and brush this off. Oh, I must have made a mistake. Lin Ye pretended to be clueless as well. Hearing the word mistake, Liang Qian's cheeks flushed. She scattered the herbs haphazardly on the stone wall and turned to walk into her small room. Lin Ye couldn't chase after her and had to give up. After this incident, Liang Qian's impression of him surely worsened. Lin Ye couldn't worry too much, he just needed to make sure Qian Na. There were many tasks to tackle today. First he had to learn the newly available stoneworking skill. Then he needed to prepare containers for carrying water. Lin Ye saw that the hand-pushed sled had been made, so he pushed it to the beach to collect pebbles. After transporting 2 loads of pebbles, he dumped them outside the palm tree grove and smashed them all into pieces. The stone wall built by the girls reminded him. The temperature would only get lower from now on, and a wall made of branches and banana leaves would surely not survive the winter. In the face of inadequate warm clothing, building a stone house was necessary. Lin Ye's hammering caught the attention of others. Let me help you, Zhou Yuyao approached. She also wanted to quickly acquire this. Then Su Wei came to help as well. After hammering stones for half an hour, the tribe's announcement sounded. Lin Ye has acquired the skill stoneworking. You have mastered the techniques for mining and processing stone materials, increasing production efficiency by 100. Zhou Yuyao has acquired the skill stoneworking. Su Wei has acquired the skill stoneworking. Everyone was awakened by this. Qian Na, upon hearing the tribe's announcement, knew exactly where Lin Ye had spent the night. You ran so far yesterday, and you're still making trouble. How are you not exhausted? Qian Na couldn't help but mock. Her tone was unpleasant, but at least it broke the ice. Lin Ye smiled proudly, saying, youth is on my side, I am in good shape. Qian Na, enraged, kicked him on the leg. Upon learning that Lin Ye wanted to build a stone house, Qian Na also started moving stones. Thinking about how they all learned the stoneworking skill, she felt frustrated again. If you had come to my room last night, I would have learned the stoneworking skill by now. Lin Ye was speechless. You didn't give me a chance, yet you blame me for not trying hard. How could I come when Liang Qian was sleeping with you? Lin Ye said casually. Qian Na instantly became alert. How did you know? Lin Ye realized he had let it slip and quickly covered up. I was planning to go back to sleep, but I heard 2 breathing sounds inside and didn't dare to come in. During the day, Qian Na scolded. Speaking of this, she was no longer blushing or shy, she was merely worried about being discovered. During the day, Qian Na scolded. Speaking of this, she was no longer blushing or shy, she was merely worried about being discovered. Lin Ye seized the opportunity. Waking up too early and taking a nap is quite normal. Qian Na didn't respond and walked to the sea to wash her hands. The two walked one after the other, casually strolling, and when no one was watching, they quickly turned into the house. 2 hours later, Su Wei arrived at the door. Aren't you two almost done? It's time to eat. Qian Na stepped out, tidying her messy hair, but the blush on her face couldn't be wiped away. She explained as she walked. I fell asleep. Is it already noon? Almost, Su Wei replied. Aren't we supposed to go over there to fetch water today? We should grill all the fish we just caught, have an early lunch, and set off. Qian Na headed towards the camp. Su Wei pushed the door open, saw Lin Ye sprawled out snoring loudly, and couldn't help but scold. Wanting children, but wasting your energy on Qian Na. Lin Ye only woke up around noon. Qian Na headed towards the camp. Su Wei pushed the door open, saw Lin Ye sprawled out snoring loudly, and couldn't help but scold. Wanting children, but wasting your energy on Qian Na. Lin Ye planned to set off after lunch. Li Qingqing ran over. Class leader, I thought of a kind of water container. Lin Ye asked in surprise, made of clay. Li Qingqing explained, take the leaf stalks of palm or coconut leaves, split them into thin strips, weave them into a cage, then coat the inside and outside with clay. After it dries, apply fish oil to the inner wall, and it can be used to hold water. This method sounded quite reliable. Lin Ye thought for a moment and added, for holding water, the clay of the container shouldn't be too thick, but it also needs to ensure enough strength. Let's mix some palm fiber into the clay and add some thick bamboo strips for support, ensuring it can bear the entire weight. Okay, I'll go try it out. Li Qingqing ran off to test it. The clay needed to dry, and it wouldn't be finished in a day or two. The coconuts would need to be finished soon, and the drinking water was already insufficient. Lin Ye called for people planning to fetch water first. The camp members gathered around upon hearing the news. Class leader, I'm going to die of thirst. I want to wash clothes. The sea water made them salty, and they're uncomfortable to wear. I want to take a shower, dim almost pickled like cured meat. Having not bathed with fresh water for a week, the girls could no longer endure. All right, Li Qingqing and the tool group can stay behind, everyone else can go. Seeing their eager expressions, Lin Ye had no choice but to let them follow. But he gave them a task. Those who stay behind, change out of your fabric clothes. You'll wash them clean and bring them back. This small task they were more than willing to take on, excitedly following the group. They went, but the water source hasn't been found yet. Lin Ye felt a bit of a headache. As they approached the territory of the python, the girls' excitement calmed down. Just the thought of a snake over 10 meters long made them feel uneasy. Lin Ye made the others stop. He and Su Wei went to scout the situation with the python first. Su Wei was still nervous and shaky, so Lin Ye carried her carefully through the forest. After a day and a night, he still didn't know if the python had become poisonous. After walking for a few minutes, Lin Ye saw that the shrubs on the ground appeared to have been trampled. After walking a bit further, the light in the forest suddenly became ample. It was bright and distinctly different from the usual darkness. Soon Lin Ye discovered several fallen trees completely covering a small pond. There was no trace of the python to be seen. Could it have gone out to hunt? Lin Ye felt a surge of joy as he ran to the pond's edge to closely examine the python's lair. The mud from the pond splashed onto the shore. Judging by the mud marks, it seemed to have splashed out only this morning. With such a commotion, could it really have been poisoned? Lin Ye was filled with doubt. Over there. Su Wei's voice trembled. Lin Ye focused his gaze and saw two pythons entwined at the canyon entrance, strangling each other while biting down. The older python still seemed to have the upper hand. Su Wei said, "It hasn't been poisoned. Damn it. The herbs are ineffective against the python." Seeing how vigorous the older python still looked, Lin Ye felt even more troubled. Lin Ye carried Su Wei as they sprinted through the forest, finally emerging onto the beach where he could catch his breath. The boa isn't dead, but it's preoccupied fighting off other boas for territory and won't pay us any mind. Upon hearing this, the group first stepped back in fear, but then someone snapped back to reality and urged, "Hurry, we can't go back and die of thirst." Thinking of their purpose to find water, the women gathered their courage once more. Though their legs felt weak, they hurriedly made their way to the ravine where they had previously caught wild boars. The water pit dug by Lin Ye was now filled with clear water. After days of drinking coconut juice, the women rushed over to the clear water as if they were gluttonous children encountering a feast. "Don't drink the water from the pit." Lin Ye quickly pulled up the women who were about to drink. "It might be contaminated by leeches and poisonous insects, so boil it before drinking. If you want to drink now, go to the dripping water source." After some persuasion, the women started to drink in an orderly manner. The water here was too scarce. There wasn't enough to drink, let alone wash. Lin Ye called for Chun Na and Su Wei to follow. "We need to search for other water sources." Liang Qian also wanted to tag along. Lin Ye, worried that she wouldn't be able to navigate the mountain paths, said, "You should stay here with them. If we encounter unfamiliar plants, we'll gather them for you." "Oh." Liang Qian felt a bit dejected, thinking that Lin Ye thought she would slow them down. Su Wei couldn't walk, but Lin Ye could carry her. If it were her, it would be inconvenient for Lin Ye to carry her. Chen Na could also manage being carried, but Liang Qian felt embarrassed to have a pregnant woman carry her. "Pig. I want to catch a pig." After crossing the ravine, Chen Na started looking around, constantly muttering. Today she had brought a thick brown rope ready for a big hunt. Let's dig out some tubers to use as bait first. With the experience from the previous day, Lin Ye planned to use the same strategy. Chen Na found this very reasonable. When gathering subordinates, it's essential to prepare some gifts for the first meeting. The three of them spent some time on the hillside digging up over 20 pounds of tubers. Suddenly the voice of the tribe's announcement echoed. Lin Ye thought it was due to their prolonged digging triggering a new skill. But upon listening closely, he realized it was Zhou Yueying making a commotion at the camp. Zhou Yueying acquired the skill pottery. "You have mastered the technique of pottery making, increasing production efficiency." By Zhou Yueying unlocked the profession potter. Those engaged in this profession find it easier to acquire related skills. Pottery. What are they doing to unlock this profession? Chen Na exclaimed, both surprised and puzzled. Lin Ye explained, Li Qingqing wants to use clay to coat the cage and create clay pots for holding water. Perhaps the process of applying the clay triggered the pottery skill. During these days of cooking with coconut bowls, the inconveniences had made everyone eager for new cooking utensils. Both Chen Na and Su Wei couldn't help but ask, "Can we make a clay pot for boiling water?" Lin Ye shook his head. "The clay made from seawater probably can't be used to make pottery. We need to find a place here to create it." After hearing this, both women grew hopeful about the water source. Lin Ye reminded, "Let's catch some pigs first. We don't yet know what dangers lurk in this area. Taming the pig herd to help guard against ferocious beasts would also provide an additional layer of safety. Alright, let's go find wild boars right now." Chen Na stood up, dusted off her pants, and was the first to dive into the bushes. Lin Ye and Su Wei hurriedly followed. It was the hottest time of the day, and as they entered the shade, a cool breeze greeted them. "There's the smell of pig dung." The three of them immediately became alert. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they suddenly spotted a large wild boar glaring at them from the outside of a crack in the forest. This was an adult wild boar. Its body was shaped like a spindle with a long pointed head and protruding tusks. The front half was robust and large, while the back half was lean and smaller. The large wild boar pushed off the ground with its hind legs, bowing its body ready to charge, emitting a low growl of threat. Behind it was a slightly smaller adult boar accompanied by several half-grown piglets. "Its strength is 34, be careful." Su Wei shouted. "There's an injury on its left hind leg. If you stand on its right side, it will be off balance if it charges at you. They'll confront it first. You quickly set the rope trap." Lin Ye fixed his gaze on the wild boar and said in a deep voice, "Su Laosher, step back and find cover." Chen Na and Su Wei quickly sprang into action. Lin Ye revealed his spear, intimidating the wild boar, while slowly shifting his stance to draw its attention. Seeing the sharp tip of the spear, the wild boar's desire to attack slightly diminished. Comparing itself to Lin Ye's larger physique, the wild boar felt at a disadvantage and shifted its desire from attack to defense. It only hoped to scare off these intruders or find an opportunity to escape with its piglets. Alright, Chen Na's voice. She had already set up rope traps and snares using the surrounding trees. Lin Ye glanced at the position of the snare out of the corner of his eye and then made a provocative gesture. Seeing Chen Na retreat, the wild boar assessed that its only remaining enemy was Lin Ye, and upon noticing Lin Ye's momentary distraction, it immediately kicked off the ground and charged. Lin Ye swiftly turned and dodged to the side of a tree trunk. The wild boar missed its target, ran into the rope trap, and was knocked down by the snare. Chen Na tightened the rope, sensing trouble, and let out a scream. The pigs hiding in the crevice suddenly charged out, scattering in all directions. At this point, Lin Ye had already lunged forward and pinned the wild boar down. Using the technique practiced on the domestic pig, he pressed the wild boar onto its side, rendering its four limbs unable to gain leverage, leaving it to thrash helplessly. Hurry and tie up its legs, bind the front and hind legs separately. The adult wild boar was not as easy to handle as the small pig from yesterday, and Lin Ye quickly reminded Chen Na to restrict its movements. Chen Na quickly tied up the wild boar's forelimbs. Its body was tied to a tree, unable to move, and the wild boar felt an impending doom, letting out a furious and mournful howl. The sound was so piercing that it left Chen Na slightly dazed. After enhancing her talent to that of a herd leader, she seemed to be able to sense the emotions of animals. This made her feel a kind of empathy towards the wild boar's desperation. Hurry and tame it, Lin Ye reminded. This wild boar was probably male. Lin Ye couldn't help but say, this is a male pig, the previous method probably won't work now. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Na scolded angrily. This banter actually helped her calm down. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Chen Na squatted beside the wild boar, continuously murmuring these phrases. Her tone was soothing and gentle, seemingly imbued with comforting power. The wild boar's screams began to slow down, and its dark eyes stared curiously at this strange creature. From the words of this creature, it sensed a kind of familiarity, instinctively believing that this creature harbored no hostility towards it. Don't be afraid. Good. Calm down, Chen Na murmured, inching closer to the wild boar. She extended her fingers and began to stroke under the wild boar's front leg, gently gliding down to its belly. The belly is the most vulnerable part of an animal, and the wild boar tensed its body in vigilance, wanting to struggle. However, the gentle caress accompanied by soft words gradually relaxed it. Allowing another creature to touch its belly was a sign of submission, and the wild boar unknowingly accepted this creature's comfort, perceiving itself as subordinate. Feeling the wild boar's emotions calm down, Chen Na took out a tuber and held it near its mouth. Very good, this is a reward for you. Eat. The wild boar sniffed the tuber's scent, and sensing Chen Na's emotions, hesitated for a moment before opening its mouth to eat. This interaction was achieved. Chen Na felt an invisible spiritual bond forming between herself and the wild boar, akin to the telepathic connection between a mother and her child. An absurd thought surged in Chen Na's mind. Have I just adopted a big son? Chen Na's feeling was not mistaken. The wild boar indeed evoked memories of maternal love. Wild boars are social animals, and family members spend a long time together. This establishes deep impressions of relationships in their memories. In the wild boar's memory, only its mother gently comforted, called, and fed it. The emotional resonance Chen Na felt, combined with the act of feeding, instantly reminded the wild boar of its mother. It was unclear when it began, but the pressure of survival had to be faced alone with a family to support, living in constant fear and exhaustion. Suddenly, the familiar mother appeared. Are you hungry? Eat well. The long-lost concern moved the wild boar to tears, much like a middle-aged man worn out by life. This is maternal love. She is the mother. The wild boar quickly recognized its role. It devoured the tuber and affectionately licked Chen Na's hand. Chen Na was both amused and bewildered. The relationship developed too quickly. Regardless, since this method worked, the wild boar projected the role of a mother onto her, and she embraced that role. Thus, she took out another tuber and gently fed. This is the taste of a mother. Oh, it's truly delicious. As the wild boar ate, it couldn't help but smack its lips. After finishing, it playfully nudged for more. Lin Ye, facing this strange relationship, scratched his head, unable to comprehend. He was unaware that he had accidentally. Seeing Chen Na untie the ropes from the wild boar, Lin Ye hurriedly asked, "Aren't you afraid it will run away?" Chen Na confidently replied, "No." Then she waved her hand at the wild boar and called, "Go bring your wife and children. I have food here." Her tone resembled that of a kind old grandmother eagerly anticipating the arrival of her grandchildren. The wild boar couldn't understand the words, but felt the maternal love in her tone. Seeing Chen Na shake the food in her hand and point towards the direction where the pigs had escaped, it understood her intention. This was an invitation for the family to reunite. The wild boar stood up and ran out, letting out a low growl to call its family members, who quickly gathered in front of Chen Na. She began to feed them one by one. The pig group soon succumbed to the taming effect of food and gentle words. After bonding with the pigs for a while, Chen Na stood up and said, "Let's find a water source." Chen Na led the pig group ahead, with Su Wei following closely and Lin Ye bringing up the rear. As they transitioned from hills to the canyon, they could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. A stream washed over a pool of water, appearing among the bare rocks. The sediment on top hasn't sprouted grass, yet a mountain flood must have occurred here recently. Lin Ye analyzed the situation, while Su Wei kept a vigilant watch. The deeper they went into the canyon, the denser the vegetation became. It felt as if there were pythons lurking in every patch of grass. Su Wei's nerves were tightly wound. Lin Ye focused on the pig's reactions. As soon as the wild boar showed any sign of panic, he would go on high alert. Suddenly the pig group stopped, all arching their bodies and letting out angry roars. The danger they faced seemed more severe this time. Following the direction the pigs were facing, Lin Ye spotted a sliding striped tail among the bushes not far away. There really is a python. Lin Ye tensed up and instinctively took out his spear. Su Wei gazed in that direction and said, "It's scared and has run away. It seems the python only dares to attack solitary wild boars." Lin Ye felt both awe and a sense of relief. Chen Na frowned, her tone puzzled. "I can sense the python's emotions. It's actually quite timid." Lin Ye suddenly had a whimsical idea. "Would you like to tame a python as a pet?" Chen Na shuddered and shook her head repeatedly. "I wouldn't dare to touch it." After encountering the python, Lin Ye hesitated about whether to consider that pool of water as a water source. Soon he shook his head and chuckled. "What am I thinking? This is the nearest water source. There are no other options." Lin Ye maintained vigilance as he arrived at the stream's edge. The stream had a large flow, and the water in the pool remained constantly flowing and looked very clean. Considering the needs of the women, Lin Ye said, "Let's build 2 dams below the pool, one for bathing and the other for water." Su Wei and Chen Na naturally agreed and immediately got busy. Lin Ye broke off branches and tied together 3 simple barriers around the bathing pool. While waiting for the dam to accumulate water, they went back to call the others. The pig group had already started rolling in the stream. Upon hearing Chen Na's call, they reluctantly left the water flow and followed her back. On this trip, the pig group did not stop to be wary of danger. It seemed the python had already moved far away. Along the way, Lin Ye couldn't help but ponder. Given the python's speed of movement, it would be quite difficult to catch a wild boar on land. But that old python actually considers wild boars as its main prey, which indicates it must have a unique skill. I initially thought it was just a weak chicken that had been expelled. It turns out it's a master. The assessment of the old python's combat ability rose another level. After more than 10 minutes, they returned to the spring's location. The women who had drunk water were busy chopping trees and moving stones, a scene of bustling activity. "What are you all doing?" Lin Ye asked. Liang Xian wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, brushed her hair away from her mouth, and said, "This place is suitable for a campsite. We are preparing some building materials in advance." The other women were also quite excited. "Captain, let's move here. Anyway, the coconuts over there have been eaten, and there's no point in this place can be used for making pottery and cooking. Finding firewood is also convenient." The reasons for moving were quite compelling. However, just over 10 minutes away from this place, they had encountered a python. Safety was hard to guarantee. They couldn't expect every python to be so timid. Lin Ye decided to inform them of the Actually, there are pythons here too. We encountered one on the way, only 10 minutes away from here. Lin Ye finished speaking and looked at Su Wei and Chen Na. The two confirmed one after another. The excited women quieted down and began whispering among themselves. After a few minutes, someone asked, "Can wild boars defeat pythons?" Chen Na shook her head. Lin Ye said, "Pythons can crush small cars. A solitary wild boar is no match for a python." Another person looked at Chen Na and asked, "Sister Na, can you tame a python?" Chen Na felt her scalp tingle, unable to suppress her anger at these women. "Are you afraid of pythons?" "Don't you think I am?" The thought of having to touch a python during the taming process gave her goosebumps. Chen Na hurriedly deflected, saying, "I can only tame animals smaller than me. Pythons are too big." That woman still did not want to give up. Pythons also have young ones. If you find a not fully grown one, you should be able to tame it right. Chen Na refused to answer. No matter how small a python was, it was still larger than a snake. She didn't even dare to touch a snake. Lin Ye took this opportunity to dispel their unrealistic hopes. "Currently, we can't tame pythons, nor can we kill them. In this situation, do you still want to move over here?" Lin Ye thought this was. However, after whispering for a while, they all answered in unison, "Yes." "Aren't you afraid of pythons?" Lin Ye was quite surprised. The women revealed mysterious smiles. "If you have more children, you should be able to defeat the pythons, right? At worst, we can all have children with you." The women's response was truly unexpected for Lin Ye. They wanted him to have more children to enhance their strength. Lin Ye was also willing. It was a mutual endeavor. However, growing stronger is not something that can be accomplished overnight. The current 50 enhancement of their full abilities has yet to be fully realized. In recent days, Lin Ye has been undergoing a complete transformation. Sometimes during the night, he would cramp due to the intense changes in his body. At the current rate, Lin Ye estimates it will take another 2 or 3 days for his true strength to reach a 50 increase. Adding another 50 increase will take even longer. For now, it's safer to stay in the original campsite. After all, there is only a lazy old forest python over there. They still did not know how many forest pythons were lurking nearby. After Lin Ye revealed his situation, the women finally abandoned their illusions. Faced with this gorge, they looked at it, as if gazing at an unclaimed territory, their eyes filled with regret comparable to that of an award-winning actor. "It's getting late. We should go fetch water, bathe, and do laundry, and return early after we finish." Hearing Lin Ye's words, the women became excited again. The need to bathe and do laundry in fresh water temporarily overrode their fear of the forest pythons. "Everyone stay together and don't wander off," Lin Ye reminded them. In truth, they already knew to gather for courage without needing his urging. More than 10 people along with a group of wild boars marched towards the stream in a grand procession. This time they encountered no unexpected incidents. Upon seeing the long-awaited fresh water, the women couldn't help but cheer. Some jumped into the pool as soon as they removed their clothes, only to shiver from the icy water before rolling back out. Su Wei reminded them, "The water is very cold, it's best if you don't get in. Just splash some water to wash off." She took the lead by the water's edge to start washing herself. She had no reservations, directly stripping off her clothes to freshen up. The other girls followed suit. In an instant the scene was filled with spring-like beauty, each woman showcasing her charm. Even Liang Qian's school beauty demeanor seemed to lose some of its luster amidst the competition. At that moment Lin Ye suddenly remembered his childhood experience of eating cherries. When eating one he would want to grab a handful and stuff them into his mouth. But truly shoving a handful of cherries into his mouth felt less flavorful than savoring them one by one. Lin Ye watched in a daze, wishing he had compound eyes to capture close-ups of everyone. Finally someone noticed that there was still a man nearby. "Aunt!" A startled cry interrupted their cheerful laughter. "The class leader is still here, why are you all undressing?" The women snapped back to reality, covering themselves, both shy and angry. "Lin Ye, you are too much. Why are you looking? Don't you know it's inappropriate to stare? Your eyes are practically glued to Liang Qian." Liang Qian mentioned, blushed fiercely, finally becoming aware, and began to cover herself. Having been seen by Lin Ye before, and having been in such situations, she was actually indifferent. Facing so many people, Lin Ye couldn't possibly only be watching her. However, with so many eyes upon her, not covering up would seem like a lack of modesty. The women searched for something to cover themselves, while verbally chastising Lin Ye. By the pool the chatter was lively. However, Lin Ye was no longer a novice. Faced with such scolding, he felt no mental. "If you all don't cover up, how would it seem if I turned around and didn't look? Wouldn't that make me seem unromantic?" As he spoke, Lin Ye couldn't bear to blink. "Perverted. You're taking advantage and pretending to be innocent." The women, disregarding their own exposure, each splashed water at Lin Ye. Only then did he retreat in disarray. At that moment Su Wei said, "Lin Ye has already arranged a bathing area for you, and even built a wall. You insisted on bathing outside, so who can you blame?" Under Su Wei's guidance, everyone looked towards the lower part of the pool and discovered that there indeed was a small, enclosed bathing area. It turned out Lin Ye had considered privacy all along, they had just been careless. But they still didn't want to forgive Lin Ye. "Clearly there is a bathing pool, yet he didn't inform us, waiting to see us make fools of ourselves. He has ulterior motives. It's all your fault. You said you wanted to have children with him, which made him so reckless." With Lin Ye gone, there was no longer a need. They simply continued washing by the pool. Some even discovered the benefits of the bathing area. "Come over, there's a wall to block the wind, it's not as cold here." The women hastily crowded in. As they pressed together, their warm bodies indeed provided comfort. Suddenly the makeshift wall made of branches collapsed with a crash. Another round of startled cries erupted. They scolded the culprit responsible for knocking down the wall, leading to a playful scuffle among them. Lin Ye had not walked far, sitting on a nearby stone, shaking his head at the scene. "I had only heard that women take a long time to bathe, and now I have seen it with my own eyes." After running around all day and having dealt with wild boars, Lin Ye was also quite dirty. He found a place to wash himself. Just halfway through he heard a burst of laughter. Looking up he saw people crowding on the rocks. They had come to watch him bathe as a form of retaliation for his earlier peeking. Not only did they watch, but they also pointed and commented on his physique. It was a public execution. Lin Ye finally felt embarrassed. "You bunch of female rascals." He quickly finished washing and hurriedly put on his leather. He immediately transformed into a scarecrow shape. There was nothing left to see, and the women were disappointed. "Is that it, eh? Did you even wash properly? I suspect you just splashed some water, you didn't even wash off the sweat. How can a man be so quick?" Lin Ye's face darkened upon hearing this. "When you say quick, you better mean in bathing." Lin Ye held his t-shirt and shorts, rinsing them in the stream. His only set of fabric clothing had to be preserved. Suddenly Liang Qian approached him, tossing a handful of leaves. Crushed up they will produce bubbles like soap. "Thank you." Lin Ye picked up a few leaves and began to rub them. The women gathered around. "Such a useful thing. Liang Qian, why only tell Lin Ye? Are you too involved?" They pressed her with questions, making Liang Qian's cheeks flush. She hurriedly explained, "No. I just discovered it, there are many more in the woods over there." The women finally set aside their gossiping thoughts and rushed off to gather the natural soap. Lin Ye quickly cleaned his clothes and hung them on a branch to dry. Seeing the women still playing around, he quickly reminded them, "Hurry up, once you finish washing your clothes we should head back. It's getting dark and the path won't be easy. Don't forget we still have to pass the lair of the forest pythons." Only then did the women speed up. As the sunset darkened, they finally emerged from the forest carrying their damp clothes. At first they wanted to dry their clothes. However, many had brought hotel bathrobes, which were large, fluffy, and particularly absorbent. They were too lazy to wring out the water. Someone came up with the idea, since we can't wring them out, why not just carry the waterlogged clothes back? We might as well bring some extra fresh water. So a group of them carried the clothes dripping water all the way. Chen Na, however, was reluctantly bidding farewell to the wild boars. "Can't we really take them back?" Chen Na looked at Lin Ye with red-rimmed eyes, hoping for a different answer. Lin Ye shook his head. "When we pass through the forest python territory, they will smell the pythons and get scared. If they stir them up, it will be troublesome." Chen Na had no choice but to wave her hand, leaving the boars in the woods. Under the sunset, a group of wild boars watched the people leave the hills. The scene was unexpectedly touching. While passing through the territory of the old forest python, Lin Ye and Su Wei routinely went ahead to scout. This time they also brought Chen Na along. Upon learning that the beast leader talent could sense animal emotions, Lin Ye prepared to let Chen Na assess the personality traits of the old forest python. At the same time, he harbored another thought. The old forest python would definitely be injured from fighting with its kind over territory. If the old fellow were gravely injured, Lin Ye wanted to see if he could take the opportunity to eliminate it. Lin Ye walked ahead with Su Wei on his back, while Chun Na trembled behind them. If it weren't for Lin Ye carrying someone, Lin Ye felt Chun Na's hand gripping the hem of her clothes trembling, and couldn't help but chuckle. It's not that scary, it's just a bigger snake. Today it had a fight regardless of the outcome. It must be moving awkwardly. Don't worry. Chun Na remained silent, biting her teeth to avoid making any clattering noises. Her fear had nothing to do with whether the python would attack humans. Just thinking about such a large python sent shivers down her spine, raising goosebumps all over her body. The area near the pond was still chaotic. The forest python was not in the pond, but curled up in a pit formed by protruding rocks. Its body was swollen, looking extremely bloated. Seeing this, Lin Ye couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This old fellow had won the fight, and had even swallowed another forest python. Could it still digest another python with a gastric ulcer and enteritis? Lin Ye thought the old fellow was in deep trouble. It has 3 puncture wounds on its tail, all bite wounds. The wounds are starting to get inflamed. Su Wei's voice echoed in Lin Ye's ear. Then she continued, it's currently bloated and uncomfortable, very fatigued, and its mind is not clear, making it even less inclined to move. Chun Na, what do you sense? Lin Ye asked in a low voice. Chun Na gripped Lin Ye's arm, her nails digging painfully into his flesh. After a long pause, she finally said, it's very scared. Is it its fear or your fear? Lin Ye questioned skeptically. It's its fear, Chun Na replied. It's afraid of us. Lin Ye gazed at the forest python, falling into silence. This was undoubtedly the python's weakest moment. If they acted now, there was indeed a chance of success. But with Chun Na being this frightened and pregnant, her combat capability was limited. As for him, he wasn't much stronger than an ordinary human. The chances of a mishap in a fight were still very high. Sister Su, how long do you think it will take for this python to digest the food in its belly? Can you tell? Lin Ye asked in a low voice. Su Wei used her inside eye again, and said, I estimate about 10 days. That means the old fellow has at least 10 days to hide. This is a precious window of opportunity. Let's head back. Lin Ye decided not to take risks. He thought of the pythons in the canyon. Today there were pythons coming out to seize territory, and there would be more in the future. If they eliminated the old fellow, what if another curious python wandered into the palm grove? The old fellow posed no immediate threat to them, and could fend off other pythons migrating over. It was more economical to keep it around. When the 3 returned to the beach, they found all the women looking alarmed. They had been worried something had gone wrong due to the delay in their return. Lin Ye smiled, and said the old fellow won against the young ones trying to seize its territory, and is currently digesting its food, too lazy to move. For the next 10 days we don't have to worry about it running amok. Only then did the women feel relieved, their faces breaking into smiles, and some even began to play around. As the sky darkened, Lin Ye and the group returned to the camp. In the pitch dark, the people who stayed behind were huddled on the ground. What are you all doing? Why is the fire out? Lin Ye, Xiang Fei had a lighter, so even if the fire accidentally went out, she could reignite it. They wouldn't be left staring at ashes. Li Qingqing and Zhou Yuyao exchanged glances, looking dejected and a bit panicked. Zhou Yuyao said, this afternoon a boat appeared on the sea, a wooden boat with 2 people rowing, and the people on it looked like natives. Li Qingqing interjected, the natives saw us and rowed back. We were worried they would call for help and return, risking our position, so we extinguished the fire. At this moment, Xiang Fei spoke from the crowd. The natives wear animal skin clothing and have bows and arrows. The spearheads are tied with black sharp blades and have tail feathers. Their weapons are better than ours. Even the natives' gear was superior to their own. Lin Ye's heart sank. The women behind him fell silent. Even though the tribe had reported the presence of savages long ago, they had not mentally prepared for an attack. Surviving on the island was already tough enough. The thought of fighting was unimaginable. With the python issue unresolved, encountering savages, Lin Ye felt like cursing. However, the others were already on edge, and if he didn't boost their morale, the situation would only worsen. Lin Ye took out his lighter, ignited the fire, and said, let's distribute the water we brought back to everyone. Prepare something to eat. We've been running all afternoon and are a bit hungry. The water bottles made from banana leaves were passed around. Once the water bottles were emptied, someone brought over damp clothing to squeeze out the remaining water. It wasn't very clean, but at least it was fresh water, and everyone cherished it. The water stored in a nightgown could almost fill a banana leaf water bottle. This method of transporting water was indeed inefficient, and the women couldn't help but discuss the progress of making water storage jars. Zhou Yuyao had unlocked the potter profession, and everyone was looking forward to making pots that could hold and boil water. They shared stories about their experiences in the forest, and the atmosphere finally became lively again. The aroma of smoked fish wafted through the camp. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye announced the good news. The forest python next to our camp no longer poses a threat for now. Having explained the situation with the python, Lin Ye continued, we found a stream and pond in the canyon, resolving our water source issues satisfactorily. The crowd fell silent. The people who stayed behind were extremely curious. Those who had gone out also needed to refresh their memories with this information to regain their survival confidence. As for the threat from the natives, Lin Ye said casually, if necessary we can fully retreat into the forest. There we have prepared timber and stones, and building a camp is not difficult. Chun Na has tamed a group of wild boars which can help us defend ourselves. The people who stayed behind suddenly became quite excited. Then let's move over right away. Actually, we wanted to come earlier, but we're afraid of dangers on the road, which is why we didn't leave. Let's make torches from grass. Hearing about a better place, they couldn't wait to finish their meal and leave. Lin Ye raised his hand to signal them not to rush, smiling, "We can indeed move, but I want to stay back for a fight." The women looked puzzled. Some had eager expressions. Lin Ye sounded so confident that they all felt he must have a way to win. "That's a boat. With our conditions, how long would it take to make a boat? With a boat, we can go fishing at sea, and it would be convenient to transport things between the canyon and here." Lin Ye revealed a greedy smile. "And bows and better spears. Oh, and their leather armor. If we win all of the—" While this sounded good, the key was how to win. Su Wei understood that Lin Ye wanted to boost morale, and played along. "Lin Ye, how do you— My plan is to catch them off guard and launch a surprise attack." To reassure everyone, Lin Ye briefly shared his— Glancing at the faces of the crowd, Lin Ye asked with a smile, "Qingqing Yuyao, how many of you were spotted by the natives today?" Li Qingqing replied uncertainly, "Maybe 3 of us were seen." Zhou Yuyao recalled the event, saying, "We were 9 in total, with 3 digging in the woods, 3 at the camp weaving baskets, and 3 going to the beach for water. The ones who were seen should only be the 3 fetching water." "I was fetching water by the beach at that time," Xiang Fei said. "I remember there were only 2 people on the beach, so the natives on the boat should have only seen those 2. Lin Ye nodded, analyzing as he spoke. "If they only saw 2 women, they might think there's a family on the island. They would estimate our numbers to be around 5 to 7 people. They will probably send out double the number of people. Considering the capture of prisoners and loot, they should have 7 to 9 small boats, or perhaps they might use a larger ship directly. We can take advantage of their underestimation, feigning weakness, engaging in small skirmishes, and then suddenly launching a fierce counterattack." Lin Ye was uncertain whether his analysis was reliable. Everyone was on edge, so it was essential to give them a clear hope to instill confidence for the battle. They were all poor and could not help but look at the natives with greed in their eyes. This was just the right way to transform their fear of the enemy into a frenzy for seizing spoils of war. Seeing Lin Ye so confident, the women finally believed that this battle could be promising. They all looked forward to better days, and no one thought about surrendering at the first opportunity. Without Lin Ye's command, they started gathering branches to make throwing spears. The wooden sticks, after being charred and sharpened, still had a certain degree of penetration against unarmored areas. Everyone who had free time practiced throwing with their wooden spears. Simple throwing devices were almost in the hands of everyone. Including Lin Ye, there were 5 people with throwing skills forming the main firepower group. Others formed teams of 5 to compensate for their lack of accuracy, with collective throws acting as support personnel. Lin Ye did not expect them to cause much damage. The key was to create a deterrent effect at critical moments. Next was the modification of the defensive fortifications. The previous stone walls were piled up to a height of 1 person, with supports and roofs built every 2 or 3 steps, covered with grass mats, and a layer of sand serving as cover for those defending against projectiles. Lin Ye did not participate in the fortification modifications. He took Chen Na, Su Wei, Li Qingqing, and Zhou Yuyao, who had throwing skills, to rest early. From the opponent's perspective, Lin Ye felt that launching an attack at dawn would be the most advantageous. All the main force needed to rest well in advance to ambush the enemy. To avoid wasting time, he specifically arranged for Xiang Fei to be responsible for keeping watch and waking everyone up. He was indeed tired yesterday and did not wake up naturally. He groggily heard Xiang Fei's call and hurriedly got up to dress. Lin Ye roasted a smoked fish, ate a few bites casually, and then went to inspect the beach. Where the sea met the sky, there was only a grayish-white line. By the time it was bright, Lin Ye still did not see any boats appearing on the sea. He had overestimated the tactical skills of the natives. "Damn it, I'm glad I didn't voice my speculation, otherwise I would have embarrassed myself." Lin Ye cursed under his breath, his mind filled with speculations. Would the natives not come to attack? No, that's impossible. He shook his head to dismiss that speculation. If he were a native and saw 2 beautiful women on a deserted island, if he didn't want to take them back, he wouldn't be considered a man. Not attacking immediately and taking people could be seen as the natives being cautious. Of course, they might also want to seize them immediately, but couldn't fit 2 women in their small boat, so they went back to find help. But why haven't they come yet? Lin Ye furrowed his brows, pacing back and forth on the beach. Suddenly, he looked out at the sea, realizing the problem. There were no other islands in sight. This indicated that the distance between the islands was at least over 30 kilometers. Rowing a wooden boat that far would take several hours. To launch a dawn attack, they would need to mobilize their forces at midnight. The natives might not have that level of discipline. If they lacked night navigation skills or had night blindness, it would be even more challenging. If we set off at dawn, it would probably take another 2 to 3 hours to get here. Lin Ye called the others up to familiarize them with the battle tactics. As for himself, he planned to take a nap. Returning to the palm grove, he saw a group of women standing in the clearing. Chen Na, Su Wei, Li Qingqing, Zhou Yuyao, Xiang Fei, as well as Han Yutong and Wei Jia. They had strange expressions on their faces, and the topic of their earlier discussion seemed quite explosive. "Hurry up and tell us," Su Wei urged Han Yutong and Wei Jia upon seeing Lin Ye arrive. "What should we say?" Lin Ye had a bold idea in mind. Han Yutong and Wei Jia exchanged glances, both feeling. Under Chen Na's urging, Han Yutong stepped forward a half step and whispered, "I want to learn the throwing skill quickly." Wei Jia also mustered the courage to say, "I am in a dangerous period now." As expected, it was this matter. Lin Ye understood what they were aiming for. Refusal? Of course not. He felt a bit excited. However, it was indeed awkward. After all, although they were familiar with each other, their relationship couldn't really be described as good. Lin Ye knew that these 2 often talked behind his back. Calling him a scumbag was the mildest of insults. "Hurry up, stop pretending to be nice. Chen Na said impatiently pushing. Chen Na's current mindset was somewhat like a broken pot that was ready to be smashed. Since she had already compromised with this jerk, it was entirely normal for her best friend to fall into his clutches as well. You really have caused me a lot of trouble. Lin Ye still wanted to hold back a bit, but the approaching figures left him with no way to retreat. What are you still standing there for? There's not much time left. Han Yutong's serious expression showed not a hint of distraction. She wasn't truly detached as she just decided to go all out. With the imminent threat of a native attack, they could only use this method to enhance their combat power. The damage from wooden spears was already low. If they couldn't hit accurately, they posed even less threat. They had to learn the throwing skill as soon as possible. In recent days, Han Yutong and Wei Jia had been trying to improve their fishing experience by using multiple fishing rods. However, Lin Ye's promise to learn the fishing skill within a day had not materialized. After all, baiting hooks 500 times in a day was not so easily achievable. If learning the fishing skill had tricky methods and was hard to master, then the throwing skill would be even harder. Without Lin Ye's talent boost, Han Yutong doubted her own perseverance to learn the throwing skill. From hating evil cultivators to understanding them to wanting to become one who knows what kind of mental journey she had gone through. She just hadn't had the courage to bring it up before. In this critical moment of foreign invasion, Han Yutong and Wei Jia finally took this step. For the sake of their group. For the sake of battle. With such a grand reason, who could refuse? Half an hour later, Han Yutong and Wei Jia walked out of the small room. They needed to make the most of their time to practice their throwing skills. Having finally gotten this hard-won opportunity, they did not want to waste a single second. Their steps were a bit disorganized, but that did not affect their practice with the throwing spears. Lin Ye had not slept long before he heard a call. Is the boat coming up? As Lin Ye's consciousness just began to awaken, he suddenly sat up. 6 boats, 1 large and 5 small, with a total of 15 people. It was Han Yutong's voice. Having practiced throwing spears earlier, fine beads of sweat covered her forehead, her gaze sharp, and her cheeks flushed, exuding a blend of heroism and femininity. Lin Ye recalled the past half an hour, an unusual feeling surging in his heart, but he had no time to think further. He approached the stone wall cover, crouched at the gap, and widened his eyes to look out. On the sea surface, 6 rowing boats were slowly approaching. On the large boat, there were 4 rowers, and the small boats had 2 rowers. Including the one standing at the bow, there were exactly 15 people. Fully armed young natives, 15 of them. It seems these guys are quite cautious. I must make them develop a mindset of underestimating us. Lin Ye calculated in his heart, and shouted loudly, the 2 from yesterday on the beach come with me outside. Do not bring spears. The others stay hidden in the cover, and do not show themselves. The triangular camp was empty. The people in the palm tree forest rushed into the stone wall cover. Soon Xiang Fei and another girl ran over. Are we the only 3 for the first wave? Can you handle the monster? Xiang Fei yawned lazily, trailing behind Lin Ye. To be precise, I will handle the first 3 waves by myself. Lin Ye said confidently, turning back to appraise Xiang Fei's attire. On her palm fiber stitched jacket, there was a belt woven with brown rope. 3 stone blades were inserted into a palm leaf woven sheath. It looked a bit flashy. Little Li's flying dagger. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh. Xiang Fei pulled out a stone blade, weighing it in her palm. This is a flying axe, 1 axe to seal the throat. The stone blade had a curve with a short grip. Can it work? Lin Ye was quite skeptical about the lethality of this thing. Xiang Fei was very proud. The power is definitely not small. The accuracy might be a bit off, mainly because I haven't learned throwing skills yet. Lin Ye took the stone blade to try it out, feeling it quite comfortable, and unceremoniously said, take it off, give it to me. I worked hard to make 3 of them, or it took a long time to adjust. Xiang Fei clutched her belt, reluctant. Lin Ye simply snatched it from her. You have no skills, just throw wooden spears honestly. Xiang Fei pouted in grievance. Without throwing skills, she had no reason to refute. The reason I brought you out is mainly to show ourselves, letting the natives see that we are only 3 people. Lin Ye said seriously, all right, the show is over, you can go back into the cover now. Xiang Fei hesitated, wanting to stay and watch the excitement, but Lin Ye kicked her away. On the beach, Lin Ye was left. He pretended to be a native, holding a wooden spear, dancing as he faced the sea, shouting nonsensically. The women in the cover watched in confusion. What is the squad leader saying? He might be speaking the native language. When did he understand the native language? Maybe it's a privilege of the chief. What does it mean? It sounds like a warning to those boats, telling them not to approach. Do you understand the native language too? I see the gestures. Lin Ye continued to shout in gibberish, looking very angry and anxious. Meanwhile, the boats on the sea accelerated, rushing toward the beach. This made Lin Ye appear small, pitiful, angry, yet helpless. Lin Ye continued to display his impotent rage. Cursing and jumping, he picked up a stone and threw it toward the boats. At such a distance, it would naturally cause no harm. Even the splash of water was fleeting. The people on the boats revealed expressions of disdain. Seeing only 3 people on the beach, they had long since lowered their guard. Now, with only 1 person facing them, looking so weak, they found it boring. On the large boat, a young man put down the oar and stood up excitedly. He picked up a rattan shield and a stone axe, asking for permission from the leader. With the others' permission, the young native jumped off the boat and was the first to land in the waves. You think I'm weak, so you let the young man practice. Lin Ye watched this scene with narrowed eyes, beginning to calculate in his heart. This young man and the leader must have an unusual relationship. If I kill him directly, the other side might become furious and rush at me. First injure him to use as a hostage, then demand a duel. The young native holding the rattan shield circled Lin Ye, slowly approaching. The stone axe swung rhythmically, deliberately, creating a sense of oppression. Whoosh. An arrow flew from the boat, landing between Lin Ye and the young native. Little trash can't play properly. Lin Ye expressed his disdain. Trying to make the young man compete in a duel while threatening him with long-range firepower was against the martial code. Lin Ye held the wooden spear and stepped back. A fierce look appeared on the young native's face, and he quickened his pace. Seeing Lin Ye's fair skin, he concluded that this was a fool who did not understand combat. He took 2 steps, and then jumped lightly, moving gracefully as if dancing. Suddenly his toe kicked up, a bit of sand flying toward Lin Ye's face. Just like Chin Na's trick so girly. Lin Ye pretended to be hit, reaching out to rub his eyes. The young man moved forward, smashing the shield and swinging the axe. A series of combos entered Lin Ye's close range. Lin Ye raised the spear with one hand, sweeping it horizontally, hitting the opponent's calf. Then he rolled to the ground and came behind the young man. This was the flexibility and agility of a dancer. The wooden spear struck like a viper, piercing the opponent's side. Trash. Lin Ye's face was full of disdain. The young native groaned in pain, seeing Lin Ye's expression instantly filled with humiliation and anger. Ignoring the blood flowing from his wound, he charged at Lin Ye with a series of shield bashes and axe strikes. However, Lin Ye quickly retreated, creating distance for several spear thrusts. Although the young native did not have transparent holes in his body, his wounds were as dense as pinholes. Lin Ye was holding back his strength, mainly targeting non-lethal strikes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrows rained down. But the position Lin Ye chose for the fight was outside effective range, and by the time the arrows reached here, they were soft and lacked power. Lin Ye was too lazy to use the spear to fend them off, simply dodging with his movements. He struck the young native on the head with the wooden spear, and taking advantage of his daze, directly grabbed the shield and stone axe. If it weren't for the rain of arrows, he would have wanted to strip the leather armor off the native. Having snatched the items, Lin Ye hurriedly retreated, shouting and gesturing to indicate he would not harm the person, and call for the other side to come to help the injured. Seeing his comrade disarmed and turned into a hostage, the leader on the large boat was furious, veins bulging on his forehead, shouting and waving for people to come forward. 2 more natives landed. One stood guard while the other moved forward to drag away the injured. After bringing the injured back, the guard let out a roar, signaling him to come and fight. He had 3 throwing spears on his back. Removing a spear, he directly threw it at Lin Ye. The tail of the spear was adorned with a bunch of feathers, and the tip was a crystalline black spearhead. It should have been polished from obsidian. If this thing hit, it would definitely create a transparent hole. Lin Ye raised the rattan shield cautiously on guard. Crack! The spearhead pierced through the rattan shield, nearly stabbing Lin Ye's hand. The obsidian blade had no weakness in its armor-piercing ability. Without waiting for Lin Ye to react, another throwing spear shot came. I can't take it, Heaton. Lin Ye learned from his lesson, hurriedly crouched down, using the rattan shield to protect his body. Sensing the incoming spear, he tilted the shield up. This time the throwing spear failed to penetrate the rattan shield and was deflected. The native, frustrated by repeated failures, drew his stone axe and charged at Lin Ye. Seeing this, Lin Ye revealed a relieved smile. The opponent's throwing spears were accurate and fierce, making them hard to defend against. A few more times, and he might not be able to hold up. If the opponent chose hand-to-hand combat, Lin Ye would have to use long-range attacks. He reached to his waist, drew the stone blade, and threw it at the native. Puff! The stone blade unexpectedly pierced into the native's neck. The man was shocked, unable to believe he had been slashed at the throat. The damage from the stone blade was not enough to make him lose combat effectiveness instantly. The native, furious and humiliated, attacked even more fiercely with his axe. He even abandoned defense with the shield, using it only to smash and collide. Let me show you what it means that an inch longer is an inch stronger. Since the opponent was not defending, Lin Ye seized the opportunity to stab at the weakest point. With one thrust, the native fell, clutching his leather skirt. The screams echoed across the beach like that of a slaughtered pig. The native clutched his groin, letting out a wretched scream from deep within. Yet evidently this cry was insufficient to vent his pain. Lin Ye defeated his opponent and waved his wooden spear, performing an arrogant celebratory gesture. At the same time, he pointed to the sea, indicating for the others to leave his territory. Leave? That was certainly out of the question. The natives on the boat wore sneers of disdain. The battle was just beginning. Without needing to be commanded, the native warriors jumped into the sea and charged onto the beach. Unable to win in a Onion, they aimed to gang up. You lost the duel, yet still refused to retreat. You have no sense of martial ethics. Lin Ye feigned disbelief, naturally slipping into a state of anger. The 3 javelins from the previous native were gathered by Lin Ye. Watch closely, this is the true throwing skill. Lin Ye revealed a cruel smile. At this moment, his body had not yet fully achieved a 50 enhancement of overall capabilities. However, a 20 enhancement had already been gained, equating to at least a 20 increase in strength. On this basis, the actual effect of the throwing skill enjoyed an additional 50 enhancement. A 150 increase in the speed of thrown objects was terrifying enough. With an accuracy reaching 100, the javelins became akin to regulated weapons. As long as Lin Ye made no mistakes and the opponent did not execute absolute evasion or blocking, they would certainly hit their mark. Lin Ye raised the obsidian javelin, launching a series of throws like shooting stars. 3 javelins flew toward 3 targets. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 sounds of the spearheads piercing flesh resounded on the beach. The native screams were deafening. Yet those 3 thuds, like the whispers of death, reached the ears of every native. Especially for those 3 unfortunate souls. The first had his neck pierced. The second had his side pierced. The third had his thigh pierced. The over 1 meter long javelins nearly pinned the 3 to the beach. Instantaneously 3 were downed. The remaining natives turned pale, pulling out their javelins to hurl at Lin Ye in a frenzy. The 2 archers also drew their bows to shoot. They had lost confidence in fighting Lin Ye in close combat. Lin Ye had long taken the weapons of the injured natives and held up 2 vine shields covering himself thoroughly. As the javelins and arrows flew, he retreated behind the stone wall for cover. "Get ready with your wooden spears, on my command fire." Lin Ye distributed the vine shields to others to block possible flying arrows. He then took his satchel, drew a wooden spear, and prepared to initiate the first wave of coordinated fire. Seeing Lin Ye hide behind the stone wall, the 10 natives became more cautious. They spread out, covering each other as they encircled. Worried that someone might be ambushed in the triangular camp's shed, they even overturned a wall and carefully searched inside. During this time, the 2 archers kept their aim steady. Any sign of movement would be sniped. Lin Ye, having experienced the precision and ferocity of the javelins, did not wish to gamble on the accuracy of the native archers. Crouching behind the stone wall, watching the natives push closer while his teammates dared not stick their heads out to attack, Lin Ye suddenly hatched a plan. He removed his brown leather vest, wrapped it around a wooden stick, and extended it toward the gap. Thud thud. 2 arrows struck accurately with almost no delay. What a quick reaction. Lin Ye extended further, and the archers ceased fire. Changing his angle, the archers fell for it again. After being played with several times, the archers erupted in frustration, urging the others to charge quickly. The encirclement was continually shrinking, and soon someone would enter the side attack angle. They were about to be encircled. Lin Ye knew the time had come. He extended the wooden stick wrapped in brown leather, while simultaneously throwing a spear to the ground. A scream echoed as someone fell. 2 arrows flew toward Lin Ye's position. "Flank them, archers!" Lin Ye shouted. 6 individuals suddenly emerged from the bushes, raising their wooden spears and shooting toward the archer's position. It was Su Wei Chen Na, Li Qingqing, Zhou Yuyao, along with Han Yutong and Wei Jia, who had just mastered the throwing skill. 6 wooden spears instantly pierced the 2 archers, turning them into a porcupine. Chen Na's spear had the strongest impact, directly piercing one archer's neck. Following that, another 6 spears were launched. The natives were caught off guard, suffering nearly half casualties in an instant. But their attention shifted towards the 6-person squad, which had no cover. In close combat, Chen Na and the others were fire. Lin Ye discarded the wooden stick riddled with arrows and drew a javelin. Over a dozen girls stood up, simultaneously raised their spears to throw, and quickly took cover. Just as the natives directed their attention towards the bushes, over 10 wooden spears flew in. Fear spread across their face. These wooden spears appeared to lack force, but their sheer number demanded caution. The natives raised their vine shields to block, but it was impossible to guard against everything. Lin Ye awaited this opportunity, rapidly drawing wooden spears and launching them at the silhouettes outside. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Quick and accurate. The standing natives were all struck in the legs by javelins, unable to support their bodies. After exhausting his spears, Lin Ye took up a vine shield, pulled out a stone axe, and charged out with a roar. On the other side, Chen Na and the others also charged out with long spears. The girls behind cover raised their javelins and stones, with some even lighting torches rushing out in a swarm. Lin Ye struck down any native he encountered, and the barely standing ones were quickly taken down by the following Chen Na and others, who stabbed them to death. Amidst the battlefield atmosphere, no one had yet fainted or weakened. They were all driven by adrenaline. In their eyes, there was only slaughter, with no time to consider any leniency toward captives. The natives' screams rapidly diminished the sea breeze, carrying the scent of blood, making one feel nauseous. The native leader still held up his vine shield, retreating while fighting, fiercely resisting. He bore wounds from javelins at his waist, but they were not fatal. In his hand, he held a metal machete, which he used to cleave through the javelins that came stabbing. For a moment, the girls found themselves at a loss against him. His knife is made of bronze. His helmet is bronze. His belt buckle is bronze. Zhou Yuyo's exclamation rang out. As a forging master only surrounded by stones, she was suddenly thrilled. This shout ignited the blood of everyone present. They all remembered that the purpose of this battle was to seize goods. As long as they obtained them, they would transition from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. No need for words, stab him to death. Over 20 wooden spears, like a swarm of snakes, frantically pecked at him. The native leader was finally overwhelmed, getting struck repeatedly. Thud! Suddenly a stone axe swung from behind, aiming for his neck. Blood and flesh flew, the stone axe being deflected by bone. Xiang Fei was covered in blood, her expression one of shock. Such a prime opportunity for a decapitation was lost due to an unwieldy weapon. If the neck couldn't be severed, then strike. With one hand wielding a stone axe, she frantically hacked at the exposed arm of the native leader. The native leader twitched as if electrocuted and collapsed. Stop! He's dead, quickly stop! Chen Na shouted, dragging Xiang Fei away. The native leader's helmet, machete belt, and the trinket around his neck were all taken by her. Xiang Fei snapped back to reality, lunging to strip the native leader of his hide armor, leather skirt, and boots, completely ignoring the discomfort of the exposed site. The others also hurriedly rummaged for loot. It seemed as if this battlefield was not theirs. They needed to quickly seize valuable. Lin Ye meanwhile approached the ship, holding a black obsidian javelin. The key to this operation was to seal off the news, not allowing a single survivor to escape. Inside the cabin of the large ship lay the young native. He bore no fatal wounds and was still alive and well. After witnessing his side's sudden ambush and instantaneous annihilation under crossfire, he was in despair. He gritted his teeth against the pain, grasping the oar to paddle, preparing to escape. But a large ship like this could not be maneuvered skillfully by a single person. The ship turned a few wide arcs before being caught up by Lin Ye swimming after it. His swimming speed had increased by 100, and he easily caught up to the large ship. The young native looked at Lin Ye in terror, raising the oar to resist. Shabi. Just as he uttered an incomprehensible phrase, his neck was pierced by a javelin. He clutched the javelin with both hands, but could not halt his momentum, his body plunging into the sea like a toppled onion. Damn, I have to retrieve the corpse. Looking at the quickly closing splash, Lin Ye couldn't help but curse. Splash. Water splashed everywhere. Lin Ye emerged from the sea dragging a rope as he climbed onto the wooden boat. As he pulled the rope, the corpse of a young native also surfaced. This guy's identity and status are indeed extraordinary. He wore a leather armor that was crafted with exceptional skill. It consisted of 2 layers of leather with a copper plate embedded in between, secured with copper nails. A thick layer of fabric was sewn in a close-fitting position. Although it was already soaked, it still felt quite comfortable when worn. Lin Ye tried on the leather armor, but soon stripped down to nothing, jumping back into the water to push the boat. For such a large wooden boat, paddling alone was not as convenient as pushing it in the water. Upon noticing Lin Ye's actions, the girls remembered the most important loot, the wooden boat. The natives had been worried about running aground and had not dared to bring the boat to the shore. They had no such concerns. The girls worked together to push 5 wooden boats onto the shore and filled brown leather bags with stones to use as anchoring weights beneath the boats. By the time Lin Ye pushed the boat to the shore, they had even divided the ownership of the 5 small boats. However, the more than 10 corpses on the beach were ignored by everyone. Looking at the naked bodies, Lin Ye felt his eyes sting. Aren't you all scared to leave these corpses lying on the beach? Someone replied, they're all naked, and it's not convenient for us girls to move them. During the looting, they hadn't felt that the nudity. Now that they had returned to their ladylike states, they were averse to seeing anything indecent. Lin Ye decided to handle it himself. After moving the bodies to the large ship, Lin Ye needed to find 3 people to row for him. Scanning the crowd, he spotted 3 small dark-skinned girls. The 3 had been gossiping while following Liang Qian and Shen Na. They were also the most active source of gossip after switching to the weaving group. With so much energy, they should not be afraid of corpses. Yushan, He Xian, Su Wan, you 3 come help me row the boat. Lin Ye called them out directly. Looking at the boat cabin filled with corpses, the 3 girls resisted strongly. Lin Ye threatened them, our camp is in the calm waters of the waves. If we throw them too close, the corpses will float back to the shore. You wouldn't want to wake up one day and find giant corpses on the beach, right? Why did you choose us? Yushan protested, others are clearly just as idle. Lin Ye smirked slyly, because you just argued with me, which shows you're in good spirits and won't be afraid of dead bodies. You're taking personal revenge. The 3 women were even more annoyed. Hurry up. Lin Ye didn't give them a chance to bargain. If we finish this in 2 trips, great. If we waste time, we'll have to work until dark. Thinking about throwing corpses into the sea after dark, the 3 girls couldn't help but shiver. Seeing someone putting in effort, others also pushed them forward. Reluctantly, the 3 acted as rowers. A series of chaotic maneuvers almost capsized the boat, filled with corpses on the beach. Seeing them behave, Lin Ye began to direct them to synchronize their actions. The large ship swayed unsteadily like it was drunk as it moved toward the open sea. As the sunset darkened, the last of the corpses were thrown out. The cabin was filled with blood water, and Lin Ye dragged them to wash the boat. Well done, you are now qualified sailors. From today on, you are crew members of this ship. Who wants to be your crew member? I will never set foot on a boat again. I'd rather do dirty work on the shore than row a boat. I have no appetite for food anymore. You are doing this on purpose. The 3 fled to the shore as if escaping a disaster. That night, they ate grilled fish and boiled fish in fresh water. Except for Lin Ye, no one else had an appetite. The after effects of the battlefield struck, and they could hardly eat much. Some even began to vomit at the sight of the mushy fish in the coconut bowl. Dinner quickly transitioned into a spoils distribution meeting. How should we divide the items we collected this time? Shen Na, who had acquired the best items, was eager to establish ownership. At this stage, they couldn't implement privatization of the spoils. Lin Ye directly suggested all the items collected this time should be public property and distributed according to actual needs. You have no objections, right? Hearing that everyone would have a chance to use the spoils, naturally no one opposed. Lin Ye then began the distribution. 2 bows, likely only Chun Na and I can draw them, so we will use them for now. The obsidian throwing spears will be given to those with throwing skills. Take them as needed and return them afterward. The obsidian axes will be provided for the tools group in normal times and concentratedly provided to combat personnel during battles. Do you have any objections? Everyone responded, we have no objections. As for this helmet, Lin Ye rubbed the golden copper helmet a bit disdainful. This thing has mediocre defensive capabilities, mainly used to signify status, essentially marking a target during battles. This helmet looks like a pot. Lin Ye pondered, we happen to lack cooking utensils. Why not heat it up and hammer it into a copper? This helmet looks like a pot. Lin Ye pondered, we happen to lack cooking utensils. Why not heat it up and hammer it into a copper pot? Asked, cooking with copper won't that cause copper poisoning? The girls' faces changed immediately. They were already struggling without cooking utensils and were worried about the technological hazards. Lin Ye reassured them using it for a short time should be fine. Once we make ceramic pots, we will replace it. Already eager, Zhou Yuyao excitedly declared, I will quickly transform the helmet into a pot. As a forging master, I finally have metal to work with. I can indulge in my forging cravings. Lin Ye thought for a moment and took off the leather armor he was wearing. There's a copper plate embedded in it. He'll take it out and make a copper saw. This way we can process wooden planks to make barrels for storing water. Looking at the fish in the coconut bowl, Lin Ye added, in the future, when we process fish, let's collect the scales and boil them in the copper pot to make glue, which can be used for making barrels or bows. Hearing Lin Ye say this, Chun Na took off the leather armor she was wearing and also removed her belt. This leather armor also has a copper plate. I've heard that drilling holes has always been a hassle. Could the copper buckle on the belt also be made into a drill bit? Zhou Yuyao excitedly nodded. We are just lacking hard materials for drill bits. In the crowd, Xiang Fei stood up waving her hands. I think making a drill bit from obsidian would be better. Look at this obsidian dagger. With a little polishing it can be used for drilling holes. That works too. Zhou Yuyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Ye pulled out the dagger he had searched from the young native. The handle was clogged with grease and meat residue, suggesting it was usually used as tableware. Lin Ye tossed the dagger. You can take this too, and see what tools you can modify it into. Zhou Yuyao accepted the dagger somewhat nervously, saying, what about that bronze cleaver? Do you have any use for it? Chen Na pulled out the bronze cleaver, wiping its sharp edge. A cleaver is just a cleaver. What else could it be used for? We currently lack tools for mining stones, and the cleaver is made of bronze with good hardness and toughness, making it very suitable for crafting stone chiseling tools. Are we really going to destroy the only bronze knife like this? Chen Na was reluctant. It's great for chopping down trees. Xiang Fei took out a stone axe. The obsidian-bladed stone axe is already quite sharp for chopping down trees. In the end, the bronze knife was also taken to be modified into a stone chiseling tool. After discussing weapons, someone proposed the banana leaf water bottles are really not usable. We have obtained a lot of leather armor this time, but should we make some leather water bottles? The banana leaf water bottles became deformed and leaked after a day, and everyone who used them was dissatisfied. Many people were indeed tempted by the leather water bottles. A set of leather armor could make several water bottles without consuming much material. Lin Ye directly agreed. The distribution of spoils finally came to an end. Then began the daily topic. Did anyone awaken their talents today? After experiencing this crisis, Lin Ye estimated that some might want to awaken their talents. Lin Ye had miscalculated. No one was eager to awaken their talents today. Even with 70 points accumulated, the girls still felt unprepared. Once they started comparing themselves to each other, it would be endless. Awakening a talent had become a more demanding task than choosing a husband. Lin Ye directly urged Xiang Fei, haven't you found your state yet? Xiang Fei shook her head vigorously. I want to awaken the berserker talent. I just got the right tool today and need more time to train. Berserker. Lin Ye almost laughed. With your bean sprout physique, even if you go berserk, how much damage could you really inflict? Stop looking down on me. Xiang Fei, unconvinced, moved to an open area, swinging a stone axe with remarkable vigor. A nimble berserker is truly a meat grinder on the battlefield. Xiang Fei proudly puffed out her modest chest. Lin Ye felt a headache coming on. His adoptive daughter was straying down the wrong path. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ye suppressed a smile and said, I actually know a way to test if someone has berserker potential. What way? Xiang Fei asked curiously. Lin Ye approached her and took her stone axe. Stand straight and relax. Xiang Fei hesitantly complied. Lin Ye pinched her waist. It was as if a switch had been flipped, and Xiang Fei, ouch, that hurts. Xiang Fei rubbed the sore spot, looking down with a mournful face. It's all bruised. You lunatic. Lin Ye chuckled. As a berserker, after enduring pain, you should unleash even greater combat power. Clearly you lack that. You. Xiang Fei realized she had been tricked and grew furious. Just wait, I'll show you my power. She grabbed a burning piece of wood and charged at Lin Ye. Lin Ye quickly fled. The two chased each other around the camp for several laps, never encountering one another until others intervened. The 7th clan meeting was hastily concluded. As Lin Ye exited the triangular camp, he saw Han Yutong waiting at the entrance. Tonight. Han Yutong hesitated. Lin Ye was somewhat surprised. After such a wild morning, could it continue? Han Yutong realized he misunderstood and quickly explained, I can't, it's for Wei Jia. So she was calling for Wei Jia. Lin Ye understood Wei Jia's intentions. She mentioned helping him activate a 50 talent boost, and she was determined to follow through. It was too much. Her earnestness was heart-wrenching. Previously, Lin Ye thought Wei Jia had a stubborn personality, but now it seemed that she was indeed a girl of her word. However, this made Han Yutong feel awkward. Lin Ye took the opportunity to give her an out. Yutong, Liang Qian might be scared sleeping alone tonight. Why don't you go keep her company? Han Yutong looked relieved and left. Yutong. Lin Ye suddenly called out to her. Han Yutong turned in surprise, her body enveloped in a warm embrace. Feeling her alluring curves, Lin Ye patted her shoulder and left. Han Yutong stood there, her eyes a bit misty, but a smile squeezed through her lips. In the room, Wei Jia remained silent. As seeing Lin Ye arrive, she simply shrank back, making space. Wei Jia's attitude of sacrificing herself for the collective made Lin Ye feel somewhat embarrassed. His own lowly interest felt excessive, leaving him feeling ashamed. Jia, why don't we just forget it? Lin Ye hesitated. Wei Jia bit her lip and said nothing. Silence was her answer. Lin Ye chose not to say more. In the end, Wei Jia only hummed a few words. At a critical moment, be gentle. Half an hour later, Wei Jia blushed deeply, 2 tears hanging at the corners of her eyes, exhausted, yet filled with anticipation. Lin Ye tucked her blanket in and softly said, go to sleep. Wei Jia closed her eyes, brooded for a moment, and finally could no longer hold it back. You should leave. I'm not used to sleeping next to someone so heartless. You really are tough. Lin Ye dressed and left feeling a bit strained. Initially, he wanted to visit a few more doors, but after hesitating in the night breeze, he decided to go to Zhou Yuyao's place and sleep there instead. Lin Ye knocked on the door. Zhou Yuyao saw him and instinctively loosened her grip on her robe's collar. This small gesture brought a great shock to Lin Ye. "No, Yuyao, that's not what I meant." In that moment, Lin Ye realized he had lost something very important. Seeing Lin Ye so reserved, Zhou Yuyao smiled. "It's not the first time here. Why are you so shy?" Unable to refuse her warm hospitality, Lin Ye naturally crawled into the brown leather quilt. Their faces flickered in the dancing firelight. Zhou Yuyao embraced him, her fingers tracing his lips. "Before we begin, I need to ask you some questions." Lin Ye quickly followed her lead to ease the awkwardness. "What do you want to ask? What are your plans for the future?" Zhou Yuyao's red lips parted, exhaling a fragrant breath. She clearly had rinsed her mouth with the herbs brought back by Su Wei. Lin Ye sighed in relief. Discussing this made him feel more awake. "This area is rich in fish. If our food mainly consists of fish, even if we move the camp to the canyon, we still need to come here to fish. So we need to maintain a camp here. My idea is to build a camp over there first, make pottery and process timber. At the same time, we will arrange for people to fish here. Now that we have a boat, it takes less than 2 hours to row back and forth." After Lin Ye finished speaking excitedly, Zhou Yuyao asked again, "What if the natives come back?" Lin Ye sighed and said solemnly, "In 3 to 5 days the natives won't return. However, if they guess that this group ran into trouble, they might send dozens or even hundreds of people." This matched Zhou Yuyao's judgment, and she fell into silence. With her talent as a master blacksmith, Zhou Yuyao understood what the equipment and weapons of the natives represented in terms of technological level. The ability to mine and smelt bronze along with good leather tanning techniques indicated that the natives' tribe had a very refined division of labor. The capacity for large-scale outfitting with obsidian weapons suggested that the natives had the means to gather materials near volcanic areas. Islands with volcanoes are generally not small. Moreover, the areas covered by volcanic ash are suitable for agriculture. Based on these factors, the native tribe or tribal alliance likely numbers in the thousands. Such a massive entity could not be confronted by a small team of just over 20 people. The natives, having lost so many people and boats, would inevitably come to investigate. The next attack could bring about a disaster. This speculation was terrifying. Zhou Yuyao dared not voice it, fearing it would shake the morale of others. She could only quietly discuss it with Lin Ye. Even in front of Lin Ye, Zhou Yuyao feared he wouldn't be able to bear such a heavy. After all, others couldn't help much. The sole person truly resisting the natives' invasion would be Lin Ye himself. Zhou Yuyao suddenly felt tremendous sympathy for this man, bearing such immense pressure alone while needing to appear optimistic and confident to inspire the others. He must have countless worries without a place to share them. Zhou Yuyao caressed Lin Ye's cheek, her heart in turmoil, yet her tone remained remarkably calm. "Can we withstand more than 100 people? If the natives return next time with 100 or more people, it will be truly perilous." Lin Ye pondered for a moment and said, "Abandon this camp, or we retreat into the mountains, use the terrain to our advantage, and wage guerrilla warfare. That will require us to expand our beast-taming operations, become familiar with the terrain as quickly as possible, and crucially possess sufficient counterattack capability." Zhou Yuyao asked, "Do you think everyone will stand with you as one?" Lin Ye was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course not everyone would rally behind him. Zhou Yuyao's concern was plainly justified. When faced with an enemy they might not be able to defeat, some would inevitably contemplate surrender. Do not assume that those educated in modern ways would never defect to the so-called savage natives. Those who have basked in the benefits of civilization are the most likely to romanticize the locals, to project all manner of fantasies onto them, and then commit incomprehensible reckless acts. Zhou Yuyao's words made Lin Ye realize the gravity of the situation. Even if he did not begrudge others being a burden, they would not tolerate him being insufficiently strong. There was that joke online, "To lighten your burden, she will run away herself." Faces of his female classmates flashed through Lin Ye's mind as he assessed their ideological steadiness. After 4 years together, those girls showed no sign of ethereal purity, and their convictions were hardly exceptional. Do not be deceived by their glossy, disciplined veneer. At heart, they were lazy and indulgent, always eager to find a loophole rather than behave honestly. While Lin Ye fell silent, Zhou Yuyao continued, "We were once a whole, but because of you we have split into 2 camps and formed advantages and exclusions. What do you?" While Lin Ye fell silent, Zhou Yuyao continued, "We were once a whole, but because of you we have split into 2 camps and formed advantages and exclusions. What do you intend to do with those who are not connected to you?" Lin Ye replied calmly, "Everything must be voluntary. If they are unwilling, I cannot force them. Whatever choices they make are their freedom." "You do not understand women," Zhou Yuyao sighed. "We are here being affectionate with one another while they are left alone. Will they not feel lonely? Will they not resent us? Even if they have other options, knowing your talent will make them feel unequal in their hearts. Besides, at present they have no other option. We are all women. Oh, why should some reap the rewards while others can only look on? It is not scarcity they fear, but inequity." Lin Ye understood this truth well. Zhou Yuyao went on, "If they nurse grievances, the slightest external influence will turn them into unstable elements. When they realize we cannot defeat the natives, imagine what they might do. Facing an overwhelming foe naturally breeds thoughts of surrender. If those people are already resentful and angry, it will not be sufficient to merely respect their choices. What if their choice is to bring outsiders to wipe you out?" Lin Ye guessed that Zhou Yuyao meant for him to bring everyone under his wing. But that would be difficult and would not cure the root problem. Sometimes internal strife is crueler than external battle. Lin Ye's eyes flickered as he weighed the pros and cons. Zhou Yuyao pressed on. Do you think that by keeping your distance and avoiding intimacy you will prevent their resentment? Impossible, Zhou said in a low voice. On the contrary, they will think you excluded them from the start, that you never gave them a chance. They will resent you all the more, and they will resent those who are with you. Lin Ye smiled wryly. And if someone simply refuses to join? Zhou Yuyao replied. They may refuse, but you cannot deny them the opportunity. Lin Ye felt like protesting. So they expected him to play impartial facilitator, to be everyone's public flatterer. If action was required, then action must be taken. Lin Ye decided to throw caution to the wind and resolve the matter through intimacy. He rose to go. Zhou Yuyao grabbed his arm. What do you mean by that? She demanded, displeasure plain on her face. You came here and do nothing, and you think I have no temper. Her tone left Lin Ye speechless. Having come this far, it felt improper to leave in such a manner. He returned to the quilt and lay down again. After a brief rest, Lin Ye returned to his small room. By the bright stove light, he saw at once that another person lay beside Han Yutong. So she had slept there? Was she not supposed to keep Liang Qian company? Lin Ye was speechless at Han Yutong. Remembering the lesson from last time, Lin Ye turned and left without hesitation. He went to Liang Qian's little room. If he was going to use intimacy to solve the problem, he would first seize the leader. Lin Ye did not regret rough measures with others. The only one he could not bear to lose badly was Liang Qian. He crept over softly, and just as he lifted the brown leather cover, Liang Qian, who had not yet crawled in, woke. She showed no surprise at seeing Lin Ye. She had long expected he might come, which made him feel slightly ashamed. She never seemed to pin any great hopes on his character. Her judgment was uncannily accurate. Liang Qian did not make any defensive move. She only said calmly, Lin Ye was struck like a thunderbolt. That was why Han Yutong had not shared Liang Qian's bed. He had been careless, dangerously. Oh well. Lin Ye's face burned with embarrassment. He felt both disappointment and a reluctant delight. Did that mean that once she was done it would be acceptable? When had his feelings risen to this level? Stumbling out of Liang Qian's room in a daze, he paused. To leave at once might seem, stay with someone indifferent. Never mind. With Liang Qian's temperament, he would probably have to be on guard all night. Lin Ye then moved on to Su Wei's room. He found Li Qingqing and Su Wei sleeping together. Both had been sick at dinner, now they huddled together to muster courage. Not wishing to disturb them, Lin Ye returned to his own room. The warm quilt was soft and fragrant, a blessed place for sleep. What are you doing? Han Yutong murmured as the quilt grew increasingly crowded, and she shifted irritably. At first she thought Wei Jia was stealing her covers. After pushing twice with no result, she discovered a large shape and was instantly alert. Seeing Lin Ye, she flinched and clasped her hands to her chest. What are you going to do? Her reaction was panicked. Lin Ye patted her shoulder. Don't be nervous. I'm just sleeping. I will not touch you. Han Yutong still trembled like a startled fawn and curled up like a hedgehog. Lin Ye felt a little wounded. His reputation seemed beyond repair. To avoid frightening Han Yutong away, Lin Ye slipped under Chen Na's quilt. After lying there for a while, restlessness set in and small fidgeting motions began. Chen Na woke. With familiar movements and feeling, she did not open her eyes but complained lazily. What are you going to do again? Aren't you tired? Lin Ye's voice came from beneath the quilt. Be good. You do not want to fail to learn the skill tomorrow and be laughed at, do you? Her scolding carried a trace of helplessness and yet a hint of expectation. Encouraged, Lin Ye grew bolder. What followed was a commotion that could no longer be ignored. Han Yutong stared at the ceiling, feeling her worldview wobble. What a scoundrel, she hissed. He is doing this on purpose. Lin Ye was in a daze, hearing cries rising and falling around him. Many people were shouting. He felt someone shaking him and opened his eyes to see the anxious faces of Chen Na and Han Yutong. Something happened at the camp. Oh, we should go take a look. Something happened. What could possibly happen? Lin Ye sat up, frowning. Half of his body felt soft and weak and his muscles were still sore. What happened to me? Lin Ye moved his body a bit and felt it was just exhaustion, so he didn't think much of it. Upon arriving at the camp with Chen Na, he saw the girls with disheveled hair huddled together in groups, trembling with fear, their faces pale and neurotically shouting. They looked as if they were possessed by ghosts. Lin Ye suddenly remembered a strange term, camp hysteria. The continuous pressure of survival over the past few days combined with today's shocking death had caused their frayed nerves to snap. He had to intervene to prevent a disaster. Lin Ye stepped into the crowd, first pulling out those who weren't shouting too loudly. One girl was grabbed by a large hand, initially startled and about to scream, but was quickly covered and dragged away. Once she realized it was Lin Ye, she calmed down and hugged his arm tightly, refusing to let go. It's okay. Stay here and wait for me to come back. Lin Ye entrusted the girl to Chen Na and Han Yutong and rushed back in. In the corner, a familiar figure was crouched in the shadows, looking around in panic. Xiang Fei. She seemed unaffected. She was only startled by the other's behavior, feeling a bit lost. Come with me. Lin Ye pulled. Xiang Fei suddenly fell into his embrace, her body slightly trembling. Don't make a fuss. We'll talk later. Lin Ye patted her. What do you want to do? We need to separate them. If we break the group panic, they should calm down. Lin Ye dove back into the crowd without looking back. Xiang Fei followed closely. Faced with those girls who were completely panicked and unable to control their bodies, Lin Ye didn't say much and simply carried them away. Xiang Fei imitated him, but lacked the strength, tossing a girl over her shoulder. The panicked girl instinctively fought back, and the two began to struggle. Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle, just making things worse. Unable to separate the two, he ended up carrying them both out. Su Wei, Liang Qian, and others also arrived. Everyone split up to calm the crowd. The girl Lin Ye had dragged out of the camp quickly regained her composure and joined the team, maintaining order. Once Lin Ye had moved, everyone outside the panic finally subsided. What exactly happened? Lin Ye asked in a deep voice. Who started shouting? The girls began to recall in a flurry. I heard Xiaoyan shout first. I heard it too, she shouted, let go of me, I don't want. I heard Qin Cici saying someone was possessed by a ghost. Yes, Qin Cici shouted, there was a ghost. As everyone compared notes, they quickly identified the source of the chaos. Xiao Yun was pushed forward looking innocent as she mumbled, I was having a nightmare, I might have shouted in my sleep. Qin Cici shrank her head and stammered, I just said it casually, I didn't expect them to believe it. Then they all screamed together, and I thought it was true, so I got scared too. Scaring themselves turned into this chaos. Lin Ye sighed. See, it was originally a small issue, one person adds fuel to the fire, and it turned into this. In the future, don't be so paranoid. If something scares you, come tell me first. The girls looked ashamed. Lin Ye looked at the crowd and called out 3 people. It was the 3 girls who had helped him dispose of the bodies during the day. After the camp hysteria, Lin Ye initially thought these 3 troublemakers were behind it. But after questioning, he found out they had not participated at all. They were merely frightened and screaming along. Lin Ye couldn't help but be curious. Xian Yushan Su Wan, didn't you 3 have nightmares? They all shook their heads. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye remarked, look, the 3 of them helped me move so many bodies yesterday afternoon, why didn't they have nightmares? It's because they faced their fears and have developed immunity. The other girls nodded in agreement. But the 3 began to protest. Class monitor, I wasn't scared, and now that you've mentioned it, I don't even dare to sleep. Exactly, it's like pouring salt on a wound. You did this on purpose. Oh, we finally managed to forget about this afternoon's events. Lin Ye glared at them, his eyes not friendly. These 3 troublemakers certainly had a rebellious streak. In order to help these frightened girls regain their courage, Lin Ye decided to dabble in some mysticism and wash their minds. Since you're scared, I'll teach you a Taoist purification mantra. Lin Ye recalled the information he had seen online while trying to create the right atmosphere. The profound principles of mysticism are not about convincing people with strict logic, but about creating an atmosphere that allows people to immerse themselves and release their anxieties and needs. Naturally, some would come to believe it. Essentially, people do not believe these principles are true, rather they wish for them to be true. When I was young, I lived in the countryside where roads were being repaired and many graves were dug up. Some sections of the road went directly over graves. Lin Ye began to weave a story. In the mornings walking to school, I was very scared. Later my family found a Taoist priest. That old priest taught me a mantra. The mantra is called the Purification Mantra, consisting of 16 characters, Tai Shang Tai Xing, responding, without pause, driving away evil, binding spirits, protecting life and safety. Lin Ye could only remember these 16 characters, and lacking inspiration for on-site creativity, simply passed it on. From Lin Ye's story, the girls had already thought of what to do if they were afraid of ghosts. Upon hearing Lin Ye recite the mantra, they instantly grasped it like a lifeline, diligently memorizing the 16 characters. To enhance the effect, Lin Ye began to embellish the tale. This divine mantra allows you to harness the power of the Big Dipper, purifying your own energy field so that you remain untouched by evil. Scientifically, the vibrations of the Big Dipper can synchronize your brainwaves to a clean frequency, thus avoiding Yushan raised her hand asking, class monitor, is this mysticism or science? Lin Ye composed replied confidently, if you understand it, it's science. If you don't, it's mysticism. Yushan mumbled, so is this useful? Sincerity brings efficacy. Lin Ye offered a vague answer and added, the important thing is not what theory it belongs to, but that it harmonizes your spirit. At that moment, the rebellious trio of Su Wan interjected, class monitor, the sky in this world seems to have no trace of the Big Dipper. Foolish. Lin Ye scolded. Whether the Big Dipper is present or not is unimportant. The key is to adjust your own mind. Xian, who had previously kept quiet, finally chimed in. The Taoist immortals probably can't manage this side. Reciting this won't help. These 3 troublemakers. Lin Ye realized that if he couldn't convince these 3 argumentative girls, this operation wouldn't proceed. Lin Ye decided to thoroughly cleanse the minds of the 3 argumentative girls and reshape their worldview. The opposite of sincerity is insincerity, which renders everything ineffective, be it good or bad. You were not afraid of ghosts earlier because your skeptical attitude prevented the concept of ghosts from forming in your consciousness. Now you can try to imagine their existence. But involuntarily doubts began to creep into their minds. Their gazes shifted towards the beach, imagining where the corpses lay during the day and the ghastly expressions they bore. A chill ran down their spines, and they couldn't help but shiver. Class monitor, you were so mean. You're trying to scare us. I'm totally on edge. The stronger the obsession, the more delusions. The 3 girls who had previously been somewhat composed in the face of the camp's eerie sounds were now filled with gruesome images of bloodied corpses thanks to Lin Ye's words. As soon as they closed their eyes, they felt as if the corpses had come back to life, clawing and chasing after them. This made them constantly glance behind, suspecting that something was lurking in the shadows. The 3, filled with shame and anger, scolded Lin Ye, yet it was to no avail. They had no choice but to recite the purifying heart incantation they had previously doubted. As they recited, they truly began to quiet their chaotic thoughts. They quickly lay down, preparing to sleep. However, once they relaxed, terrifying images surfaced in their minds again. Especially since Lin Ye had mentioned that the corpses might come back after swelling up. Su Wan, feeling drowsy, felt as if she had floated to the beach where the moonlit waves shimmered. A grotesque figure resembling a fat maggot was rising and falling, drawing closer to her. She ran frantically, her feet moving, yet her body remained rooted, watching in horror as the monster caught up with her. Slap! A hand struck her face, and Suwon woke up to see Yushan crouched in front of her with her hand raised. What are you? Yushan replied with annoyance. You keep kicking, and I finally found a bit of sleep, only to be awakened by you. Suwon looked aggrieved. I was dreaming, I didn't know. Xian's melancholic voice chimed in. You can still get some sleep. I haven't had a wink, that incantation just won't stop. This remark resonated with those around them. Me too. Same here. As soon as I stop reciting the incantation, I think of those terrifying things. The group of girls gathered and deliberated for a long time, arriving at a conclusion. Could it be that the malevolent spirits have not been fully dispelled, and we need to continue casting spells? I suspect that's the case. One person's power isn't enough, we should chant together. Strength in numbers, let's give it a try. The awake girls sat together, linking arms as they chanted in unison. The scene resembled a bizarre ritual. Whether or not it had any exorcising effect was unknown, but the others seemed to sleep more soundly. The next morning, Lin Ye dressed, and heading out was surrounded by 3 girls with dark circles under their eyes. Class monitor, is there really such a thing as ghosts in this world? Yushan looked haggard and feeble. Class monitor, why can't the malevolent spirits be completely banished? Xian, exhausted, appeared listless. Class monitor, did you secretly cast a curse on us? Suwon was already feeling. Lin Ye could hardly believe that the 3 before her were the same argumentative girls from yesterday. Hearing them recount their experiences from the previous night, Lin Ye wore a sympathetic frown, but inside, she felt a flicker of satisfaction. Look at you all finally revealing your true colors. You took the chance to argue with me. Sincerity brings the spirit. As I said before, the more sincere you are, the longer the spell's effect lasts. You should reflect on whether you genuinely believed in the incantation while reciting it. Lin Ye's words did not satisfy. They hadn't been scared at all before, but now closing their eyes only brought forth terrifying images. The change was too drastic. They began to suspect that Lin Ye was toying with them. Yushan said, it's not that simple. Xian added, I've even self-hypnotized, but it still didn't work. Suwon exclaimed, class monitor, you must have a way to solve our current troubles. Please have mercy on us. Their obsession had already taken root. Even if Lin Ye claimed she was just talking nonsense before, they couldn't shake off those thoughts. Lin Ye simply continued to speak enigmatically. Your insincerity naturally leads you to feel that the malevolent spirits cannot be completely expelled. It's like being sick. If you keep getting reinfected, no medicine can cure the root cause. No way. Among the 3, Yushan had the most fiery temperament, grabbing Lin Ye by the hand and refusing to let go. Class monitor, if you don't solve our problem, you won't get to sleep tonight. Xian and Suwon echoed, if we can't sleep, we'll make you stay up with us. Is this a reverse confinement? If this trend continues, who hasn't had their demands met will just come and block the door, making life unbearable. It seemed necessary to provide them with some solid advice. Lin Ye thought for a moment and quickly remembered another of their weaknesses. To awaken good talents, haven't you all been trying to adjust your states lately? Continuously reciting the incantation can reshape a person's spirit. Who knows, it might awaken related talents. Why not give it a try? Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the 3 girls finally quieted down. For the past few days, they had been struggling with which direction they should focus their efforts. Yushan liked shopping. Could it be that she would awaken a talent for getting discounts during transactions? Xian was tall and excelled in high kicks. Could she awaken a talent for high jumping? Suwon was eager to lose weight. Could she awaken a talent for losing 10 pounds with exercise? They all wanted to adjust their states, but it felt aimless, like a headless fly unable to find direction. If through reciting the incantation, they could transform themselves into a divine being, wouldn't that mean they could awaken magical talents? This thought spiraled out of control. There were even bizarre talents like having many children and good fortune. Talents like ghost catching, demon slaying, or summoning divine thunder wouldn't be unreasonable either. The 3 girls instantly fell into a state of fantasy. Escaping their clutches, Lin Ye finally had the chance to grab breakfast. After grilling a fish for breakfast, Lin Ye suddenly heard the sound of clanging metal. Zhou Yuyao was forging a bronze helmet. The scene of the forge was a man's speed bump. The familiar figure sweating profusely by the furnace made it impossible for Lin Ye to take a step forward. Inside the clay-made stove, several pieces of wood were burning. A bellows modified from a rope drill and wrapped in leather was operated by 2 people blowing air towards the fire pit. The charcoal could only heat the copper helmet to a dull red, but the shape was sufficiently altered. Zhou Yuyao clutched the copper helmet with 2 wooden sticks, carefully tapping it with a pebble. The copper helmet had expanded significantly, taking on a somewhat pot-like shape. However, the wooden stick caught fire from the helmet, releasing wisps of thick smoke that made Zhou Yuyao unable to open her eyes. The scene looked somewhat amusing. Such a delicate beauty found herself in such a predicament, which was both hilarious and heart-wrenching. Lin Ye finished eating fish and picked up a pebble, saying, you point out where it needs to be hammered, and I will strike. You won't get smoked if you don't get too close. Okay. Zhou Yuyao rubbed her swollen eyes and cheerfully replied. She held the stone and gently tapped the copper helmet while Lin Ye followed up with a heavy strike. Lin Ye was much stronger. As the stone fell, the copper helmet stretched a little, leaving an imprint. The 2 gradually developed a tacit understanding, cooperating fluidly. Zhou Yuyao's face was flushed, unsure if it was from the heat or some other condition. Nearby 2 girls were responsible for the bellows. Lin Ye and Zhou Yuyao found it inconvenient to talk, merely exchanging glances and conveying some ambiguous signals. Ding, ding. The sound of the copper helmet being hammered became increasingly lively. The copper helmet cooled, and then heated to a red glow again. The spirits of the two seemed to merge with the rhythm of the hammering resonating within the heated copper, creating an unspoken shape together. The tacit cooperation quickly transformed into something more ambiguous. This was not just forging, it was a dance of glances and strikes. Lin Ye's mind began to wander. The scenes from last night vaguely corresponded with the present. It was the continuous hammering that softened the heated metal, causing it to stretch and become pliable. After several rounds of heating, the copper helmet roughly took on the outline of a copper pot. By Lin Ye's standards, it could be considered finished at this point. However, Zhou Yuyao had high expectations for this pot. She wanted to experiment with the physics of nonstick forging. Keep the force steady and try to make each strike weigh the same so that the imprints appear neatly aligned like fish scales. Hearing Zhou Yuyao's request, Lin Ye felt a bit overwhelmed. Can a novice like me really do this? However, working together brought a unique charm. Lin Ye continued to hammer away. Remembering the little tricks he learned from Fei, he focused. Small movements, high frequency combined with steady force and neat arrangements. It didn't seem too difficult. Ding ding. After a few more rounds, Lin Ye acquired the skill hammering. Your blunt weapon efficiency increases by 100 and physical and tool durability losses are reduced by 50. Upon hearing the clan announcement, Lin Ye was pleasantly surprised. Is this really a skill? Zhou Yuyao's eyes turned red with excitement. I want that skill too. Not to mention the efficiency boost, the tool durability reduction means that the wear on tools used for chiseling stone can be greatly reduced. Let me strike. Zhou Yuyao pushed Lin Ye aside. She took over the hammer while Lin Ye adjusted the heat of the copper pot and focused on the striking positions. The master of forging was indeed different. Zhou Yuyao struck with consistent imprint sizes arranged neatly, creating a pleasing sight. The shape of the copper pot became increasingly regular, not much inferior to the utensils seen in hot pot restaurants. Zhou Yuyao acquired the skill hammering. When the clan announcement indicating Zhou Yuyao's skill acquisition sounded, Lin Ye also gained a skill. Lin Ye acquired the skill forging. You have mastered the techniques of metal forging, increasing production efficiency by 100. Lin Ye unlocked the profession blacksmith. Those engaged in this profession are more likely to gain related skills. Lin Ye and Zhou Yuyao looked at each other, both shocked and confused. Zhou Yuyao wiped the sweat from her forehead, her flushed face filled with great confusion. Why didn't I unlock the blacksmith profession or learn the forging skill after hammering for so long? Lin Ye also found this quite absurd and speculated maybe it's because your talent already includes blacksmithing and forging. Zhou Yuyao contemplated, so you can't trigger the associated profession of your talent, which means that only those without related talents unlock new professions. This discovery opened the door to a new world. If others learn herbalism from Liang Qian, can they unlock the herbal? If they learn beast taming from Chun Na, can they unlock the beast taming profession? If they learn scouting from Teacher Su, can they also unlock related new professions? As the two reasoned it out, they found this speculation quite plausible. Lin Ye was eager to try it out. However, Zhou Yuyao, it would be best to prepare the metal tools needed for woodworking and stone masonry today, making it convenient to establish a new camp in the forest tomorrow. Both Lin Ye and Zhou Yuyao anticipated the upcoming crisis. Many things couldn't be discussed openly, so they could only prepare silently. Just when the two were entangled in their thoughts, the clan announcement sounded. Chen Na acquired the skill archery. Your arrow speed increases by 100, accuracy improves by 50, and physical consumption decreases by 50. The two bows obtained this time were distributed between Chun Na and Lin Ye. Upon waking early, Chun Na began practicing archery, being the first to master archery. Lin Ye quickly thought of a solution. Chun Na is quite strong too. We can ask her to help forge tools. Zhou Yuyao silently nodded, her expression becoming considerably more serious. Without needing to call her, Chun Na arrived. Along with her came Wei Jia. Both rushed over upon learning of the new skills and professions to learn. Especially Wei Jia, who had worked hard to gain the learning buff, was determined to make full use of it. Zhou Yuyao and Lin Ye immediately split up to teach them the hammering and forging skills. Thanks to the efforts of a certain little bee last night, Chen Na and Wei Jia quickly mastered the skills and could independently forge simple tools. Lin Ye, being the strongest, handled the material cutting. The bronze knife was smashed into 3 pieces used to forge chiseling tools and woodworking planers. The copper plates were hammered into thin strips for making copper saws. The broken copper pieces were used to create drill bits. A remaining piece of copper plate taken from the leather armor was thrown into the stove at Zhou Yuyao's suggestion, preparing to heat it red and forge it into a hammer. Chen Na and Wei Jia were responsible for crafting simpler chisels and carving tools, while Lin Ye and Zhou Yuyao focused on creating complex drill bits and saws. As Chen Na hammered the copper pieces, she suddenly looked at Lin Ye. Does your talent effect have any impact on increasing character attributes? This topic instantly made Zhou Yuyao and Wei Jia turn their faces away, embarrassed to participate. Lin Ye replied, it can increase constitution. I mean strength, Chen Na said eagerly. Strength is very useful for pulling the bow. With your talent boost, can it increase the rate of strength gain? This question stumped Lin Ye. The bed activities only increased constitution, and he was also curious about how to improve attributes like strength, agility, and spirit. Chen Na added, I think forging should be helpful for strength training. It might even increase strength. Then I have to give it a try, Chen Na said, ever obsessed with strength training. By noon, the chiseling tools were completed. Chen Na immediately found a grooved stone, wanting to make a stone pot. Seeing that all 3 women had started stonework, Lin Ye seized the opportunity to find Liang Qian. Learning herbalism would allow him to spend time alone with Liang Qian. He was already eager to begin. At the entrance of the small cottage, Liang Qian was handling the dried medicinal herbs, her slender fingers pinching the herbs as she sensed their medicinal properties through her innate herbalist talent. She picked off the parts with weaker properties, then broke the herbs into uniform lengths, neatly stacking them in a small box woven from palm leaves. Her long dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her delicate and fair face calm, yet focused. Liang Qian was still dressed in the clothes she had brought with her, a fitted shirt and knee-length skirt complemented by white high-heeled shoes, stubbornly maintaining her appearance from before the journey. The hem of her skirt seemed to have expanded a bit. Had she gained weight here? Lin Ye quickly realized he was mistaken. It must have been padded with palm leaves and coconut husk fibers. Previously, Lin Ye had seen a female classmate making this item, and had curiously approached to inquire, only to be scolded back by her in embarrassment. He stood behind Liang Qian for a while, before she finally sensed something unusual. What are you doing here? Liang Qian stepped back in a flustered manner, as if she had done something wrong. Indeed, her unintentional behavior last night had sent the wrong signal to Lin Ye, and now the thought of it made her feel embarrassed and angry. Liang Qian, I want to learn about herbal medicine. Lin Ye stated his purpose. Liang Qian saw through Lin Ye's intentions at a glance. Learning about herbal medicine was clearly just an excuse to get closer to her. Liang Qian evasively said, "This is my talent, I don't know how to teach you." Lin Ye was not going to let her brush him off like that. He expressed his and Zhou Yuyo's speculations, emphasizing the importance of unlocking the herbalist profession for the team. He also implied that she should not hold her knowledge too dearly, but should actively share it with everyone. This set of arguments left Liang Qian speechless, her face turning red as her mind struggled to keep up. Lin Ye added, "Studying medicine starts with learning about herbs. Just tell me the properties of each type of herb one by one, and then teach me the principles of concocting medicines. That should suffice." Liang Qian could not avoid the situation any longer and had to begin teaching. However, to avoid suspicion, she called. Wei Jia had not reported to the clan yesterday, suspecting that there might be an issue with her health. She got up early, first finding Su Wei and then coming to find Liang Qian. Liang Qian's grandfather was an old Chinese medicine practitioner, and her mother was a physician. With her focus on skincare and her exposure to gynecological symptoms, she had indeed uncovered some clues. She believed Wei Jia was suffering from stagnant liver qi causing physiological issues, and suggested she drink some medicine to regulate it. Wei Jia, having received Lin Ye's talent boost, was eager to find some skills to learn. Being called by Liang Qian naturally made her the transfer student, while also serving as an insulator between Lin Ye and Liang Qian. With Liang Qian guarding against him like a protective wolf, Lin Ye felt somewhat hurt. "You may not trust my character, but at least consider my dignity." Regardless, he had to learn about herbal medicine. Liang Qian began to play the role of a novice teacher. She picked up a medicinal herb and repeated its properties according to her innate prompts, making Lin Ye and Wei Jia memorize it. Lin Ye clearly remembered well, but after looking at Liang Qian for a moment, he forgot everything completely. Liang Qian's gaze was distinctly different from others. Chen Na's eyes were clear and direct, Su Wei's eyes were gentle and affectionate, while Zhou Yuyo's eyes were deep and wise. However, Liang Qian's eyes sparkled with various emotions like colorful paper in sunlight, changing with every angle, creating a different feeling. Staring into her eyes for a while felt as if he were being washed of his memories by a rainbow of divine light. The teacher was too beautiful, truly affecting the learning outcomes. Wei Jia has acquired the skill herbal harvesting. You have mastered the techniques for harvesting and planting herbs, increasing production efficiency by 100. Wei Jia has unlocked the profession apothecary. Those engaged in this profession find it easier to acquire related skills. The clan announcement rang out. Wei Jia had already graduated. Lin Ye's mind was filled with images of various herbs, their properties a chaotic mess. This. Lin Ye felt a bit embarrassed. This made him appear as if he were a poor student. How could it be the harvesting skill? Newly graduated Wei Jia showed no signs of celebration, only surprised that the skill she had obtained was not what she had expected. Liang Qian was equally surprised. Harvesting. Apothecary skills are not solely about harvesting. To prove I am seriously studying, Lin Ye quickly began to analyze. Perhaps the skills of herbalism start with harvesting. There should be other skills as well. Wei Jia, who originally intended to leave, stayed to continue learning. Lin Ye regretted having spoken too soon. Let's study. Continue studying. Lin Ye switched his profession to apothecary and focused on recording the characteristics and harvesting techniques of herbs. Since the first skill was harvesting, he temporarily decided not to memorize their properties. This greatly reduced the difficulty of learning. When Lin Ye remembered the shapes and growth areas of more than 50 types of herbs, the clan announcement finally sounded. Lin Ye has acquired the skill herbal harvesting. Wei Jia, seeing that Lin Ye had caught up, showed a delighted expression. Although she didn't like talking to Lin Ye after several interactions, she had developed many feelings for him. Liang Qian turned her face away, rolling her eyes. She had long noticed Lin Ye staring at her. This jerk hadn't taken learning seriously and had been surpassed by Wei Jia. He only began to study to regain his face. Lin Ye validated his hypothesis, gaining confidence, and took the opportunity to promote his learning method. Learning herbal knowledge through classified study is indeed effective. Next, he should learn about properties and concoction techniques together. Wei Jia nodded, showing an approving expression. After dinner, the clan announcement rang out. Wei Jia has acquired the skill medicine preparation. You have mastered the techniques for processing medicinal materials, increasing production efficiency by 100. Wei Jia, holding a coconut bowl, wiped the medicinal soup from the corner of her mouth, displaying a satisfied smile. So apothecaries really have more than one skill. She then looked at Lin Ye. Not only do you need to brew medicine, but you also have to test it yourself to learn the skill of medicine preparation. Relying on Lin Ye's method, Wei Jia learned the skill of medicine preparation and felt quite grateful. Lin Ye's arrival to learn about herbal knowledge unexpectedly increased Wei Jia's fondness for him. Lin Ye now knew how to learn the skill of medicine preparation. Memorizing the properties of over 50 types of medicinal materials and brewing a bowl of medicinal soup that produced effective results would allow him to learn the skill of medicine preparation. Memorizing so many properties was indeed a daunting task for Lin Ye. He had no intention of finishing it all today. If he completed it in one day, he would have no reason to seek out Liang Qian again. However, Liang Qian was eager to leave. She already felt unwell and had been explaining for half a day, stifling yawns. Moreover, she did not believe Lin Ye was genuinely that incompetent. She only thought Lin Ye was deliberately pretending not to have learned anything to prolong their time together. Since her own matter was pressing, she couldn't give him the real remedy. Putting in so much effort seemed meaningless. Liang Qian found it amusing and was quite annoyed with this man, yet deep down there was an unusual warmth. Do you want to try concocting medicine? Liang Qian found an excuse to try to get rid of Lin Ye. Lin Ye was more than happy to oblige. Finally, the moment he had been looking forward to had arrived. Approaching Liang Qian was undoubtedly his goal for learning about herbal medicine. However, his thirst for knowledge was genuine as well. The thought of using the power of unity to solidify the team's morale triggered his fear of inadequacy. If he learned to concoct medicine, he could replenish his health on his own without disturbing Liang Qian. A man's privacy was also very important. Lin Ye began to ask Liang Qian for formulas. Do you have any formulas for relaxing muscles and activating blood flow? Remembering how weak and fatigued half of his body felt, Lin Ye requested the most useful formula at the moment. After rummaging through the medicinal materials for a while, Liang Qian quickly thought of a compatible scheme. Do you have anything for bruises or injuries? How about something for detoxifying and reducing inflammation? Lin Ye consecutively requested 2 formulas. Liang Qian obliged each time. Do you have anything for strengthening the body? You know, for cases of overexertion leading to physical breakdown. Lin Ye subtly hinted at his key needs. Liang Qian then provided a formula. This one tonifies the foundation and promotes blood circulation. Lin Ye quickly corrected her. It's for another type of strengthening effect. In such situations, one would usually say, I have a friend, and an experienced doctor could directly provide a suitable prescription. But Liang Qian was not an experienced doctor, nor was Lin Ye an experienced patient. The two of them struggled to communicate for about 10 minutes, with Liang Qian growing impatient. If you're not satisfied with these, what exactly do you want? Lin Ye could find no excuses and had to stop for now. Let's use these formulas for the time being. Lin Ye's method for remembering the formulas was quite simple. The clan meeting was about to begin, and Lin Ye found an excuse to flee. Liang Qian, reflecting on Lin Ye's hesitating expression, finally realized something. So that was the kind of medicine he wanted. Do you need to take medicine right now? Is your body already that weak? With your body in such a state, you still came to find me last night. Lin Ye arrived at the main camp to assess preparations for tomorrow's operation. At the tribal meeting, Zhou Yuyao was rallying everyone with fiery exhortations. Now that we possess a full set of metal tools, we can build proper houses, erect sturdy stone walls, and even excavate underground storage chambers. We are already capable of living safely in the canyon. At the same time, we can improve our living conditions: tables, benches, beds, cabinets, chests, even bathing tubs we can make. Also, this afternoon we completed our first stone cauldron. Even without pottery, we now have cookware. Therefore, I believe we can move into the canyon and simply come out to fish to supplement. Zhou Yuyao's words thrilled the women. On this beach where so many had died, they could not sleep at night. At the same time, some realized the natives had lost so many people in boats and would surely send others. They began to think of hiding in the forest. The canyon instantly became a coveted refuge. Their only worry was the threat of beasts. When Lin Ye walked in, they could not contain their eagerness to ask. Squad leader, can we kill the giant anacondas now? Squad leader, can we hunt in the canyon? Lin Ye had not expected. He was ready to bolster morale. We now have sharp obsidian throwing spears. They should pierce anaconda scales without a problem. I've seen so many of you blister your hands at work. I was thinking of hunting anacondas for their skins to make gloves. If you would. His calm smile and confident tone made the women trust his words. The image of Lin Ye killing 3 natives with 3 obsidian spears was deeply engraved in their minds. The violent beauty born of throwing skill combined with innate bonuses sent their adrenaline racing at the mere thought. Imagining how those talent bonuses came about made their hearts pound. Squad leader, we want to learn spear throwing too. Is there a way to pick up throwing skills quickly? One girl asked. The girls around her began whispering, their faces wearing secret smiles. They could only tease coyly, not daring to nominate anyone outright. Lin Ye did not expose their little schemes. He smiled and said, greater strength means greater throwing power. Chen Na is testing whether stonework can train strength. You'll hear news soon. The questioning girl pouted in displeasure. Lin Ye continued, you do not actually need to practice throwing to form a fighting force. With our tools we can make crossbows. You can hunt with crossbows. Given the girl's strength, even with throwing skill, the lethality of a thrown spear would be limited. Obsidian spears in their hands could not exert the intended deterrent. So Lin Ye conceived the idea of making hunting crossbows. With the current technical conditions, it was entirely possible to make one for each person. After the relocation mobilization, they proceeded to the customary talent awakening segment. Their survival points had risen to 95. Hoarding so many points felt like a waste of resources. Lin Ye once more urged to know who would awaken a talent. No one answered. Awakening a talent was a single opportunity, they cherished it. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not recklessly expend that chance. More than the talent itself, they actually hoped to obtain from Lin Ye the talent bonus that accelerates skill learning. No, what exactly do you all want? The women were so picky about which talent to awaken that Lin Ye could not help but speak. The girls bowed their heads in silence, trying to minimize themselves and responding passively. The trio of contrarians felt a stir of desire. After persistently chanting, they felt their spirits lift. They harbored the urge to seize this chance to awaken a talent, but lacked the confidence. Let's wait and see if others awaken something good first, He-Shan suggested. Yu-Shan and Su-Wan nodded together. When no one replied, Lin Ye called out, Xiang Fei, it's time for you to awaken a talent. Xiang Fei trembled and looked up anxiously. I've practiced the axe all day, oh I feel something. Feeling alone is useless, you must act. Hurry. Lin Ye immediately allocated 10 points to her personal panel. No, I want to practice a few more days. Xiang Fei tried to struggle. Lin Ye tempted her. If you awaken a talent today, they'll directly help you enhance it into an ultimate talent. The offer was highly alluring. Xiang Fei's pleas fell silent as inner conflict raged in her mind. Any objections? Lin Ye looked toward the women, all shook their heads. Xiang Fei adjusted her state to awaken the talent nearly driven to mania. They all wanted to know whether her talent would astonish everyone. Treated like a lab rat and a fat hog ready for market, Xiang Fei could only accept her fate. All right. Reluctantly, she began to awaken her talent. Xiang Fei gained the talent keen movement. You excel at moving through complex terrain and always find the best attack positions. My berserker talent. Xiang Fei let out a heart-wrenching cry. Lin Ye slapped the top of her head and said, you clearly have the makings of a thief yet insist on being a berserker. Do you have that strength? I don't want this talent. Xiang Fei sat on the ground, kicking and rolling. Laughter rose from the crowd. Eventually, after Su Wei's persuasion, Xiang Fei accepted the reality. Do you want to enhance the talent? Lin Ye asked, holding back a smile. Of course. Xiang Fei snapped through gritted teeth. Unsatisfied with the initial talent, she sought to gain further benefits. Lin Ye gave her more points. Xiang Fei's talent enhanced keen movement. You can effortlessly avoid traps and terrain hazards and perform a rapid dash for a short duration. Wiping the corner of her eye, Xiang Fei said, this talent seems somewhat useful. With a trembling hand and an excited heart, she began the ultimate enhancement. Xiang Fei's talent was further enhanced keen movement. She obtained the ultimate talent Assassin Master. You can always use the environment to conceal yourself and unleash a lethal strike at the decisive moment. An assassin talent. Xiang Fei cried, equal parts delighted and remorseful. But I don't have a dagger. All the obsidian daggers were taken for modification. Zhou Yuyao interjected. We have copper drill bits now, though obsidian daggers haven't been finished yet. How many daggers do you want? 2. I want a dual wield. Xiang Fei laughed through her tears. Lin Ye, irritated by her showiness, said, you could clearly wield an axe. Why switch to daggers? No dagger, no credibility. Xiang Fei had fully assumed the persona of an assassin, another convert to what she once. Seeing Xiang Fei transform into an assassin excited the girls. Everyone remembered what she had been like before. With her previously lazy, listless demeanor, such a talent had seemed unlikely. Yet by adjusting herself in a short time, she had indeed awakened a superior gift. They felt a surge of hope. But their fantasies about the talents they wanted grew ever more extravagant. Some speculated that if they worked a little in a given direction, they might awaken talents like Lin Ye's. Some girls, poisoned by certain novels, began to fantasize about becoming a mini-treasure's mother, possessing terrifying power with all abilities multiplied several times. In the atmosphere of unchecked imagination, 3 girls entered dancing a primitive ritual. Their hair hung loose, bark masks covered their faces, and they wore brown leather raincloaks stitched together resembling bird people. Under stunned gazes, they walked with a crab-like step and shouted in a strange tone. Sisters, do you wish to awaken magic-type talents? Jump up, sing. Great sovereign of the stage, ever adaptive, drive out evil, bind to charm, protect life. The proper incantation was intoned by them like a witch's curse. Somewhere Lin Ye heard the eerie chant and felt a cold shiver race to the crown of his head. His body trembled, and preparations for moving were underway, and everyone woke up early. Today some of us need to row across. So let's start by practicing our rowing skills. Lin Ye gathered the girls on the beach to give them a briefing. Hearing that they needed to practice rowing, the girls remained unconvinced. Rowing is too easy. I've learned it long ago. Surely no one actually can't row right. Seeing their confidence, Lin Ye replied, let's not waste time talking, let's get on the boat and see how you do. The girls rushed towards the boats they had been assigned. Having just received their prizes, they quickly divided the little boats among themselves. Now was the time to enjoy their gains. In pairs they began to row along the coast. Just after leaving the shore, the wooden boats began to collide with a series of clattering sounds. Splash! A huge splash erupted. The wooden boats along with the 2 rowers sank beneath the surface. Help! Wah wah wah! 2 girls were trapped under the boat, helplessly calling for help. Fortunately, the water was less than a meter deep, otherwise they wouldn't even have been able to call for help. Startled by these 2 more drunken boats capsized into the water. Reality struck hard and fast. The first batch to board actually couldn't row at all. Their various capsizes and drunken antics were more entertaining than any reality show. With these novices as a reference, the trio who had previously received Lin Ye's true teachings quickly found their sense of presence. When we learned to row for the first time, we were transporting corpses out to sea, which was way harder than what you're doing. That's right, we learned it in just one go. It turns out we were the most talented sailors, which is quite unexpected. The fear of sharing a boat with corpses and the disgust of being forced by Lin Ye to clean blood all faded away. Lin Ye felt helpless towards these inexperienced and playful girls. Fortunately, this is a shallow area. If it were out at sea, you'd already be fish food. Lin Ye felt helpless towards these inexperienced and playful girls. Fortunately, this is a shallow area. If it were out at sea, you'd already be fish food. With just 2 people per boat, they couldn't even coordinate their movements, causing the boat to capsize. With such talent, they could basically say goodbye to sailing. Lin Ye rescued all the girls who had fallen into the water. Their brown clothes soaked through, they looked like capybaras freshly. Switch out the crew. The girls, shivering and feeling grateful to Lin Ye, were confused by his words, asking switch to whom. You're all eliminated, Lin Ye said sternly. No, my boat. We can do it, or just give us another chance. The girls clung to Lin Ye, acting cute and begging incessantly. Life only happens once, so your chance to try rowing is also just once. Lin Ye maintained a serious expression while secretly laughing. Teaching you a lesson for dividing the spoils, I hold grudges. The new crew was much more cautious. Having observed the capsizing incidents, they figured out how to cooperate. This time, even though the boat was still a bit wobbly, they managed to row safely. Realizing how precious the sailor qualification was, the trio who had rowed that day approached Lin Ye. Class monitor, Class monitor, the big boat is transporting clay jars and needs experienced sailors. It should be us, He Xian said. Class monitor, our skills have been tested already, Su Wan added, anxiously worried about being cut. The real fragrance law spares no one. All right, board the ship and load the cargo. Lin Ye finally started to call people to carry the clay jars. After loading 10 jars, the big boat could no longer accommodate any passengers. The others were led by Su Wei and Chen Na, moving forward on foot. The first sailing was very slow. The 2 teams arrived at the hill entrance almost simultaneously. They stopped the boat to unload the cargo. 10 clay jars were carefully carried up the slope by 20 people. As usual, Lin Ye led Su Wei in scouting ahead. Simultaneously, they were learning reconnaissance skills. Su teacher, how do you concentrate when you fixate on a target? Can you quickly distinguish the differences in the environment? Lin Ye bombarded Su Wei with questions one after another. Su Wei looked bewildered. She only knew to focus on what she wanted to investigate according to her talent requirements, and was completely clueless about environmental reconnaissance. But as a teacher, she had to say something. So she tried little by little to share her experiences and insights with Lin Ye. Upon arriving at the Wild Boar Valley, the clan's notification sounded. Su Wei acquired the skill Environmental Perception. You can detect subtle changes within a 50-meter radius. Lin Ye was dumbfounded. It turned out that teacher Su also didn't possess this ability. Bad news, the Eye of Insight couldn't be learned. Good news, she could learn Environmental Perception. Lin Ye stopped pestering Su Wei and began to try it himself. Based on past experiences with a talent boost, such skill-based abilities could be learned after about 50 attempts. After more than 20 minutes, Lin Ye finally triggered his skill notification. Lin Ye acquired the skill Environmental Perception. Lin Ye was moved to tears. It turned out this skill could be learned so easily. I simply missed a golden opportunity by not trying this way before. Having the successful examples of Lin Ye and Su Wei, others began to follow suit. Chen Na acquired the skill Environmental Perception. Zhou Yuyao acquired the skill Environmental Perception. Li Qingqing, Han Yutong, Wei Jia. A series of clan notifications buzzed in their heads. People's gazes toward Lin Ye gradually became more playful. Is the class monitor really that hardworking? An entire night? That's terrifying. Liang Qian didn't even dare to look at Lin Ye, fearing to meet his gaze. They all need to take medication, but still don't know how to restrain themselves. Liang Qian was annoyed at their lack of effort. She felt a pang of jealousy in her heart, as if her bicycle was being ridden hard by someone else. Liang Qian secretly decided to prepare some enhancement pills for him. Lin Ye felt a bit embarrassed under the girl's scrutiny. The clan notifications had now completely turned into gossip reports focusing specifically on his exploits. Every time he heard the discussions from the onlookers, he had to mentally remind himself, I'm making contributions to the collective, bravely sacrificing myself. Lin Ye decided to temporarily escape the gossip. I want to learn beast taming from you. Lin Ye approached Chen Na. The two headed toward the location of the pig pen together. After walking a short distance, Chen Na sensed the emotional state of the pig herd. Her expression turned serious. My pig is injured. Chen Na took off running. Lin Ye hurried after her, grabbing her arm. Don't run too fast, be careful of your stomach. My pig is in danger. Chen Na exclaimed anxiously. Upon reaching the crevice where the pig herd was located, they found some bloodstains on the rocks. The pig herd was hiding inside, making painful grunting noises. A wild boar lay at the cave entrance with wounds on its neck, front legs, and back. Dried blood congealed, but some wounds were infected. Was it attacked by a python? Chen Na gently stroked the wild boar's head. Under her comfort, the wild boar dared to come out. Then came a sow and a group of shivering piglets. I'll go gather some anti-inflammatory herbs. Lin Ye planned to use his knowledge of herbal medicine to build a good relationship. After a few minutes of busy work, Lin Ye returned with a pile of crushed medicinal dregs wrapped in leaves. Xiang Fei, bring me your dagger. Lin Ye planned to first drain the pus and cleanse the wound before applying medicine. With a whoosh, Xiang Fei emerged from a thicket, her face brimming with excitement. Hee, it's so fun to hide my tracks. I've been following you all this time. After learning the ability to conceal herself, her first thought was to tail them, truly a natural talent for thievery. Taking Xiang Fei's dagger, Lin Ye began to treat the wild boar's wound. Upon learning that they were going to treat the animal, Liang Qian and Wei Jia also came over to observe and learn. Taking the opportunity, Chen Na explained the movements and sounds of wild boars, what they meant, and how to respond. Utilizing her talent as the leader of the beast herd, Chen Na became the translator between humans and animals. Based on past experience, if knowledge points exceed 51, could potentially master a certain skill. However, this time the clan notification did not trigger. Do I still need practical experience? Lin Ye pondered, silently thinking about the learning conditions for alchemy. After treating the injured wild boar, he felt that the boar herd had become much more affectionate towards him. He hurriedly tried to tame the wild boar cubs. It was utterly ineffective. These wild boars were fiercely loyal to Chen Na and had no intention of acknowledging him as their master. The leader of the beast herd can actually interfere with others taming beasts. Lin Ye wondered, where can I find other wild boars? His failed attempts left the others who wanted to learn beast taming feeling disheartened. Chen Na comforted him, saying, perhaps the emotional bond hasn't been cultivated enough. You should take the wild boar out for a stroll. That's a pretty good idea. As emotional bonds are built through companionship, Lin Ye felt that he could still dig a little deeper. He picked up a small piglet, ignoring its struggles, and took it away from Chen Na's vicinity. After some coercion and persuasion, the piglet finally ceased its resistance. Lin Ye pulled out a rope and slipped it around the piglet's neck, leading it away to dig for tubers. If she were to experience the first stirrings of love, he would show her the splendor of the world. This theory should work on pigs as well. One person and one pig searching and digging everywhere. Lin Ye's kinking-style love bag was filled with tubers. Just as he was enjoying the work, a warning signal from environmental perception suddenly surged into his mind. The atmosphere feels wrong, a danger is approaching. Lin Ye worried that it might be a giant python and quickly took the piglet, climbing onto a large rock. A rustling sound emerged. A tall dark figure pushed through the bushes and emerged. It was a large wild boar. It's a wild boar from another herd. The piglet in Lin Ye's arms began to struggle nervously. He quickly realized that the wild boar tamed by Chen Na might have been injured in a fight with this wild boar. Seeing the hostile intent from the wild boar, Lin Ye quietly took out his spear, using his body as a shield. The large wild boar noticed Lin Ye crouched on the rock, sensing its disadvantage, and began to move slowly to find a more suitable angle for attack. Lin Ye stroked the piglet in his arms, suddenly having an idea. He tied ropes around the piglet's front shoulders and hind legs, gently setting it down on the ground. The piglet, feeling the ropes on its body, thought it was under protection and did not panic much. However, the large wild boar had already found the piglet's vulnerability. It had little desire to attack the dangerous upright human. Its true target was the little pig from the opposing herd. It dug its hind legs into the dirt, seeking a suitable spot to launch its attack. In an instant, its body burst forth. Charging down the slope, it accelerated from above, aiming straight for the little pig. Come at me. Lin Ye sprang up, and the spear in his hand flew out with a whistle. The spear penetrated the large wild boar's neck. Its rushing momentum drove the spear into the ground, thrusting it directly into its belly. Ayo! The large wild boar suffered heavy internal and external injuries, rolling on the ground in pain. The rolling motion caused the spearhead to stir within its abdomen, worsening its wounds. After howling for several minutes, the large wild boar finally breathed its last. Lin Ye lifted the piglet onto the rock, cradling it to comfort. The clan notifications rang out in succession. Lin Ye acquired the skill Animal Killer. You can more easily deal lethal blows to animals. Lin Ye acquired the skill Hunting Partner. You can train animals to assist you in hunting. Lin Ye unlocked the profession Hunter. Those engaged in this profession are more likely to acquire related skills. Hunter. It's not a beast taming unlock, but a beast killing unlock. This result was different from his previous speculation. Lin Ye felt that this might be a new set of rules. The clan's notification stunned everyone. Those chopping wood, gathering stones, and digging soil all stopped what they were doing. What did the squad leader do again? The clan's notification stunned everyone. Those chopping wood, gathering stones, and digging soil all stopped what they were doing. What did the squad leader? Something's wrong. I can't directly become a hunter. What's going on? There's a bug. There's a conspiracy. Squad leader explained. Other professions could be switched to directly, but hunter could not. This shattered the dreams of the girls who wanted to become but their troubles were nothing compared to Chen Na's. I'm the leader of the beast herd. Why haven't I unlocked the hunter profession? Chen Na felt as if her honor had been stolen. She also tried to switch to the hunter profession. Personal panel prompt: you do not meet the conditions to engage in this profession. What's going on? Even I can't become a hunter. Chen Na broke down. I tamed a herd of pigs, yet I can't become a hunter. What must I do to become a hunter? Her shout finally balanced out the frustrations of the other girls who had been feeling dejected. She led the herd of pigs toward Lin Ye's departing direction. After walking for more than 20 minutes, they finally saw Lin Ye dealing with the wild boar's corpse. You killed such a large wild boar. Chen Na looked at the tumterlong wild boar, shocked, but also worried about Lin Ye's safety. You're not hurt, are you? Lin Ye smiled and said, I was lucky I killed it with one spear. Plus I got a new skill, Animal Killer. Chen Na then remembered the clan notification from earlier. What effect does the Animal Killer skill have? Chen Na's eyes were filled with envy, her oval face revealing a look of obsession. Lin Ye's smile was quite playful. It's a knowledge-enlightening skill that allows you to discover the fatal weaknesses of beasts. Unlike Teacher's Us talent, which only works on beasts, this one doesn't require gazing. As long as you're facing a beast, you can think of ways to launch a fatal attack. How do you learn this skill? Compared to taming animals, Chen Na was more eager to become an animal killer. Lin Ye recalled the circumstances under which he acquired the skill, and said, "You probably need to deal a lethal blow to a beast in order to learn it. To switch to the hunter profession, it's also necessary to hunt down a beast, preferably completed alone. So difficulty." Chen Na was greatly disheartened. Lin Ye glanced at the herd of pigs behind Chen Na and added, "Having the animals assist should be possible. If one person brings animals to complete the hunt, they can also learn the hunting partner skill. This skill is extremely powerful. What does it do?" Chen Na was already determined to have it. Lin Ye cradled the small pig in his arms and gently stroked it. The hunting partner can train pets to become stronger. It not only boosts their basic attributes, but also teaches them more skills far stronger than animals that grow up naturally. Training animals requires the pets to understand their owner's intentions. The hunting partner skill can enhance the rapport between the owner and the pet. The news of Lin Ye killing a wild boar quickly spread. Upon learning that they could finally savor the meat from the second senior brother, the girls abandoned their houses and rushed over with excitement. Seeing the tumterlong wild boar, saliva involuntarily dripped from their mouths. After so many days of seafood, they were eager for a change of flavor. The clever ones had already found wild onions, wanting to prepare a stone pot barbecue. "Xiang Fei, I'm giving you an opportunity," Lin Ye said with a teasing smile. Xiang Fei, curious yet wary of Lin Ye's potential trickery, cautiously asked, "What opportunity?" Lin Ye replied seriously, "As a master assassin, one must possess sufficient knowledge of anatomy, and now there's a practical opportunity." Xiang Fei became alert. "You don't mean for me to handle this wild boar, do you? Cutting the meat is just a side task." Lin Ye continued to persuade her. Lin Ye urged, "The key is for you to practice your skills. I wouldn't trust you at all." Xiang Fei retorted, "A wild boar this big, you expect me to deal with it alone? I'm not a butcher." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Ye feigned anger. "I killed the wild boar all by myself. I just need you to help with. If this is too much trouble, do you still want to eat meat?" Unable to refuse, Xiang Fei had to negotiate. "Then you must promise me the pig's liver." Lin Ye waved his hand readily. "All right, the pig's liver is yours, and the kidneys too." "I don't want the kidneys. Keep them for yourself, you pervert." Transforming into a butcher, Xiang Fei took on the task of cutting the pig meat. Under the urging and anticipation of the crowd, she took out a dagger, preparing to disembowel the pig. "Wait!" Zhou Yuyao suddenly shouted. "I think we should remove the pigskin and tan it into leather. It could be more useful." Lin Ye also recalled an issue. "We haven't boiled water yet, so depilation might be a bit tricky. We need to skin it to clean it up." Looking at the dirty, greasy pigskin, the women felt nauseated and rushed to peel it. The dead pig endured another torture. In the end, they obtained a patchy, hole-riddled pigskin. Don't even mention making a tent or blanket. It wouldn't even work for a fishing net. Perhaps the skinning was too poorly done. The entire process did not trigger any skinning or leatherworking related professions or skills. There must be skills and professions related to skinning. "Xiang Fei, you need more practice." Lin Ye threw Xiang Fei a provocative glance. "It would be best if I had my talent as a bonus. What do you think?" Xiang Fei's eyes darted away, not daring to look at Lin Ye. Her cheeks gradually reddened. Her shyness indicated she remembered she was a woman. Seeing Xiang Fei's glimmer of hope, Lin Ye felt a bit relieved. At the newly formed campsite, the group, having not seen the second senior brother for many days, finally enjoyed a pork feast. In the copper pot, a soup of wild vegetables and pig offal simmered, including pig lungs and hearts. There was only one stone pot, but there were plenty of stone slabs. Groups of people began to enjoy stone slab barbecue. Wild onions, pig meat, and white sweet potatoes, finally named after several days of calling them tubers, roasted in pig fat, emitting an enticing aroma. The only regret was the lack of salt. Their love for the second senior brother meant that the fresh fish caught that afternoon, until someone noticed the bland, pungent odor of the pork. "This pork tastes horrible, ugh. I feel like throwing up again. This is wild boar, and it's an uncastrated male. The taste is way too strong. It's even worse than the legendary." Just as the pork feast began, it ended. Previously, the fish that few wanted to eat regained popularity. Even the blackened wild vegetable and pig offal soup became a popular dish. With the seasoning from the wild vegetables, they found the pig lungs and hearts tasted a bit better. The roasted pig liver that Xiang Fei originally wanted to monopolize was quickly devoured by the others. The girls who had washed the pig's stomach and intestines and ended up smelling awful began to doubt their life choices, feeling the girls all abandoned the second senior brother. With such a large pile of meat, they couldn't just throw it away. Lin Ye suggested, "Let's smoke the pork into cured meat. That should reduce the smell." Upon learning that the pork could still be salvaged, the girls became interested again. "Yes, cured meat. Let's smoke the intestines and stomach too. The kidneys have no use. Let's turn them into bait." Does the class leader not eat kidneys? He should need them. Facing such rumors, Lin Ye quickly clarified sternly, "I don't need any supplements. Even if I did, I wouldn't eat pig." Lin Ye spoke with confidence. Perhaps due to the principle of use it or lose it, his diligent efforts over the past days had led to a significant increase of 50 in that particular capability. With a physique score of 27, Lin Ye's recovery ability was frighteningly strong. He suspected that even the wild boar's abilities in that regard were not as formidable as his. After dinner, it was time for the clan meeting again. Inspired by Zhou Yuyao, Lin Ye began to take the daily clan meetings more fostering relationships, praising and criticizing, unifying, understanding, clarifying directives, enhancing cohesion, and preventing traitors. The clan meeting was too important. We have gained another 90 points. Awakening talents can directly enhance to ultimate talents. Is there anyone who wishes to awaken their talents today? Lin Ye issued the usual summons. No one responded. Class leader, we want to become hunters. Class leader, how can we change to the hunter profession? After tasting the pork feast, the girls' affection for pigs changed. If the taste was lacking, they would focus on the feel. If they couldn't make food, they could still keep pets. Everyone wanted to become hunters. Lin Ye had no intention of hiding anything and directly reported the situation. After solo killing a beast, one can change to a hunter. If it's a one-hit kill, you might even learn the animal slayer skill. Killing prey with a pet might allow you to learn the hunting partner skill and gain the ability to train pets. Knowing the conditions for changing to a hunter were that simple, the girls all breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought they would need to learn an attack skill. Whether it was throwing, hacking, or archery, it required extensive practice, unless they could gain the class leader's talent acceleration. The girls secretly wished for it. But that vixen Li Qingqing created a committee for voting approval. Public execution was embarrassing enough. If it didn't pass, they would face social death. They all dared not take the gamble. Now, thinking of the success rate of learning hunting skills, they felt extremely conflicted. Class leader, do you only need to kill one beast to get a hunting partner? Class leader, will it require killing many beasts? To these questions, Lin Ye could not provide an accurate answer. Currently, it is known that under my talent enhancement, triggering this probability-based skill only requires one attempt to meet the conditions. Without any enhancements, it was still uncertain how many attempts would be needed. In the face of probability, everyone was a non-lucky one. Hearing this, the girls showed disappointment and cursed Li Qingqing in their hearts. Li Qingqing had already become the third great villain. Seeing the expressions of the girls, Lin Ye naturally guessed what was happening. Fortunately, the committee was there to shield him. If everyone relied on him for talent enhancements, he truly couldn't bear it. The current pace was just right. Of course, he still needed to offer some comfort. Solo killing a beast is not easy. I suggest everyone obtain a hunting crossbow before challenging. Change to hunter first, then gradually learn the skills. Upon hearing this, the girls felt a surge of emotion. The class leader still cared for them. It was all Li Qingqing's fault. The sun had already risen high in the sky, and Lin Ye was still curled up in his blanket, reluctant to get up. Everyone knew how tired he was last night, so no one came to urge him. Lin Ye did not want to linger in bed. He simply had lost the courage to rise. Worried about the threat of wild beasts, the construction of the new camp focused on enhancing safety. The felled logs were all charred at one end and inserted into the ground to form a wall. Completing such a large project in a day left no time to perfect the living quarters. A roof was built on the wall and beds were laid out, turning it into a dormitory. For the single women, the conditions were vastly better than those at the triangular camp. The large dormitory had 4 rows of beds accommodating up to 6 sisters together, complete with beds and a fire pit, cozy and inviting. However, for Lin Ye, it was not very friendly. In one corner of the large dormitory, about a quarter of the area was separated by a fence made of branches designated as the chief's suite. The fence could only block the line of sight, not the sound. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ye was still alive, but he had experienced social death. Now he felt that every word and laughter from outside was mocking him. Sighing deeply, Lin Ye dressed and got out of bed, leaning against the wall as he walked out the door. Despite nearing 30, his physical resilience was astonishing, yet he couldn't shake off the soreness in his back and legs. When the people in the camp saw Lin Ye, they all wore knowing smiles. Even though he had a thick skin, Lin Ye still felt utterly humiliated. No way. We must build a chief's courtyard that ensures soundproofing. Lin Ye vowed silently as he picked up a coconut bowl to eat. Suddenly, the clan notification rang out. Congratulations, you have secured stable food, fresh water, and salt, along with a solid camp, successfully establishing a foothold on the island. You have gained 25 clan survival points, entering the second phase of survival in the ancient wilderness. The current phase allows you to unlock regional chat and clan trading. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Ye realized the key information for advancing to the second phase: camp, food, fresh water, and salt. Salt. When did we get salt? Lin Ye looked around and spotted a copper pot hanging over the fire. The water inside had evaporated, leaving a thin layer of salt crusted at the bottom. Lin Ye quickly took it down and scraped off a bit of salt to taste. It was somewhat bitter, the first coarse salt produced from boiling seawater. A group of women rushed excitedly through the door. Salt, our salt has been made. They had also heard the clan notification and remembered the boiling copper pot. Seeing Lin Ye had already removed it, Zhou Yueying's anxious expression faded, and she curiously asked, can this salt be eaten? You said you wanted to make cured meat, so we started boiling salt this morning. It can be eaten, but not too much. Lin Ye thought about the method of making salt from seawater and speculated it's a bit bitter, probably because the impurities weren't filtered out. If we dissolve it in fresh water and filter it through brown cloth or fine sand, then boil it again, it might be clean. Zhou Yueying nodded, eagerly. Boil more coarse salt, and we'll start filtering it. Once we have pottery, boiling salt will be easier. Upon learning that making salt from seawater was viable, the girls were all very excited. Class monitor, can we sell salt for supplies in the future? Class monitor, that clan trading feature should allow us to trade supplies with other survival teams, right? Class monitor quickly opened the chat channel to see how others are surviving. Lin Ye's gaze fell on the clan panel, where he saw 2 unopened features: regional chat and clan trading. Both features had their pros and cons, and Lin Ye was still undecided. She was also interested in the new features and excitedly asked, what do you think about those 2 features? Of course we should unlock them. Lin Ye expressed his concerns, but the chat channel is a double-edged sword that can help us understand the outside situation, but will also expose us. Survival is already difficult, and no one is mentally prepared for clan conflicts. The excitement of the girls faded a bit. Some recalled the native attackers from the last encounter, their expressions turning serious. Zhou Yueying said solemnly, our situation is special. Recklessly revealing information could attract unnecessary covetousness. We need to be cautious about releasing messages to the outside world. Li Qingqing also chimed in, according to the Dark Forest law, the more information we disclose, the more dangerous it becomes. I believe that the speaking rights for regional chat should be unified and managed by the chief, which is the best approach. Everyone looked at Li Qingqing with complex expressions. Her words were not without reason, but they still felt something was off. Some had already begun to secretly criticize Li Qingqing in their hearts, calling her a sycophant. With their groundwork laid, Lin Ye also stated his decision. I propose to revoke the speaking rights of all members in the regional chat channel. In the future, any information we release to the outside world will be published by designated individuals, and the content must be discussed and agreed upon by everyone. This task will temporarily be undertaken by me. Do you have any objections? This was Lin Ye's first time exercising the chief's authority to make a direct decision. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. They had just unlocked the regional chat, yet now they were prohibiting clan members from freely speaking. Many were dissatisfied with Lin Ye's decision. However, Lin Ye also proposed that the chief's external statements must be reported to everyone for supervision. This made it difficult for them to voice their dissatisfaction, since the chief himself set an example who would dare to act special. Upon reflection, there was really no need to chat much with strangers, so they let it go. I agree. I have no objections. I also have no objections. One after another, the women raised their hands, officially passing the resolution. In fact, regardless of whether it passed or not, the speaking rights were still in Lin Ye's hands. Involving them in discussion and voting was mainly to unify thoughts and eliminate dissent. Lin Ye then activated the regional chat feature while simultaneously revoking the members' speaking rights. Faced with this only channel for external information, everyone was filled with curiosity. Everyone began to check the content of the chat channel through the clan panel. The chaotic stream of chat messages exposed them to the lively yet brutal atmosphere of survival. Everyone began to check the content of the chat channel through the clan panel. The chaotic stream of chat messages exposed them to... Dropping her pretenses, Li Qingqing exclaimed with delight, class monitor, look. We can create team channels, and the chief can create clan channels. This way, even if we are scattered, we can exchange messages promptly. The chat function from Blue Star is being revived in the ancient world, and everyone lost interest in the regional chat. It's really possible. Everyone can create group chats. Haha, my group chat is already set up. The women began to frantically create groups. No need to type or speak, we can input by thought, how convenient. Oh no, this function is not good at all. It makes it easy to let out one's true thoughts. When talking with the class monitor, everyone needs to be a little careful. Listening to the exclamations from the women in the water group, Lin Ye felt an ominous premonition. The days of having more than 20 or 30 groups were about to return. So I forget it. It's better for them to secretly gossip about me than to laugh at me to my face. Lin Ye decided to take a more relaxed approach and not sweat the small stuff. The clan chat channel has been established. In the future, whenever we are not together, we will use this channel to report messages. Just to be clear, try not to gossip in the clan channel. I will delete any inappropriate remarks. Class monitor, can the group trade acquire scarce resources? As everyone was engrossed in the water group, Zhou Yuyo's question shifted their focus to another topic. Lin Ye checked the rules of the trading function and nodded. Group trading can indeed acquire resources, but the cost is too high. Can we exchange items with other survival teams? The women immediately became excited. Is there a shop? I want skincare products. My skin has become rough. Why is such a great function only available now? If this function had been released earlier, we wouldn't have had to struggle so much. Facing the expectant and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lin Ye began to introduce the group trading function. This trading function is divided into two parts: direct trading between groups and trading between groups and the platform. We can sell the resources we don't need to the trading platform to obtain currency, but the prices are very low. For example, 1 cubic meter of fish meat can only be sold for 10 copper coins. However, purchasing 1 cubic meter of fish meat from the platform requires paying 10 silver coins. The exchange rate of copper coins to silver coins is 1001, so this in and out transaction amounts to a 100-fold price difference. Too unfair. Lin Ye's words were interrupted by exclamations. 100-fold price difference, what a scam. 1 cubic meter of fish meat. How heavy could that be? Catching all the fish near the island might not even sell for a gold coin. The only resource that might remain abundant is fish meat, and both fishermen and fish eaters expressed that they could not accept this disparity. Zhou Yuyao furrowed her brows slightly and asked, what about trading with other groups? Trading with other groups can be done by bartering. Lin Ye said solemnly, but face-to-face trading exposes our positions. Without needing to elaborate, everyone understood the consequences of exposing their positions. Black markets and ambushes could occur. A group of women like them was more likely to attract the envy of other groups. Is there no other way to deliver resources? Zhou Yuyao, while looking at the group panel, speculated. If we can transport people from Blue Star, we should also be able to transport resources to this world, right? Lin Ye replied, resources can be delivered through the trading platform. 1 cubic meter of goods deducts 10 survival. If it is a barter trade, both parties have to pay the delivery fee. Survival points, it turns out, have this purpose. The women instantly felt the pinch. 10 points. That's enough to awaken a talent. We still have so many people who haven't awakened their talents. We can only deliver 2 cubic meters of resources in a day. No, we currently have 115 points, so we can only deliver 11 cubic meters. If we use them all to deliver resources, won't we miss out on awakening our talents? Despite many not wanting to awaken their talents, now the realization that survival points could become very scarce made them panic. The group was currently impoverished, lacking all resources. What if one day they needed to purchase scarce resources and their survival points were emptied? Those who had not awakened their talents felt conflicted. In an instant, it seemed they returned to the scene of being urged by their families to get married. If they didn't act, it would be too late. Now taking action felt unsatisfactory. Sighing and lamenting, each one was in deep distress. Amidst this gloomy atmosphere, Chen-Na stood up, her face filled with joy, and asked, "Can we sell animals? If we catch wild beasts and sell them, won't we earn money?" Lin Ye quickly checked. We can sell live animals, and the delivery fee is also based on volume. Lin Ye felt that selling pets might really be promising. Pets trained under the beast leader's talent would be excellent survival assistants. Li Qingqing's voice suddenly rang out. I checked the area channel, and most of the purchasing demands are for fresh water and food. Not many people are extravagant enough to raise pets or livestock. Chen-Na suspected that Li Qingqing was deliberately undermining her, shooting her a disapproving glare. Yushan, who was once addicted to online shopping, suddenly spoke up. Can we ask the other party to cover the shipping? It should be possible to negotiate, right? If not, we can just raise the price to cover the delivery costs. Lin Ye checked the group trading rules, revealing a look of surprise. Survival points can also be traded. We can let the buyer pay the price with survival points. Doesn't that mean that living is equivalent to making money? The women, for the first time, they discovered that life could also be monetized. Once the proposal of buyer covers shipping was put forward, everyone's thoughts opened up. Han Yutong raised her hand and said, I think selling fish meat is actually viable. 1 cubic meter of fish meat is enough for 10 people to survive for several days. The buyer should be willing to bear the 10-point delivery fee. Selling water is also viable. 1 cubic meter of fresh water is enough for 10 people to drink for a long time. After that, the items they wanted to sell varied widely. Wild boar meat. Those disgusting wild boar meats can be sold. Kill the boa and sell it. Brown cloth can also be sold. Sell fishing rods. Sell throwing spears. Sell salt. Bags are essential survival gear. Our palm leaf bags must be in demand. Amidst the noisy discussions, Chen-Na was still thinking about the pet business. Livestock seedlings will definitely have buyers. After all, this is a continuous source of meat. Our island has such rich animal resources that establishing a breeding base could also generate income. I can also train pets to sell. Surviving on a deserted island is so dangerous. Who wouldn't want a loyal helper? Seeing everyone eagerly wanting to sell their assets, Lin Ye quickly came out to correct the mood. Everyone, don't forget, autumn and winter are approaching and our food reserves are still uncertain. Moreover, water resources are also limited. Resource regeneration is too slow, and exchanging them for goods at such a disparity isn't wise. Lin Ye firmly concluded, from now on we will only sell items with high added value. The women's enthusiasm for online shopping finally diminished slightly. Seizing the moment when everyone quieted down, Zhou Yao solemnly pointed out a harsh reality. Don't forget, we have just activated these 2 functions while those groups on the trading platform have long been active. This means that their level of development is ahead of ours. What we consider valuable might not even be worth trading in their eyes. So many groups are purchasing food and fresh water, perhaps not merely for survival, but to save labor for more valuable activities, or simply to raise poultry and livestock. Her words dampened everyone's enthusiasm for selling. Lin Ye also speculated that the active groups on the platform must be far more powerful than theirs. As a newly entered group in the second phase, it is better to stay low-key. Throwing out a large number of resources for sale might not get them what they want and could attract the envy of predatory groups. We should first issue purchase orders. Lin Ye proposed his coping strategy: prioritize purchasing metals or ores, followed by cotton and linen for making clothes. By observing what the other party is asking for, we can gauge the development level of these groups. Rather than obtaining resources, Lin Ye was more interested in understanding the strength of other survival teams. Lin Ye issued a purchase order on the trading platform. Lin Ye of the Lin Ye clan looking to buy 1 cubic meter of bronze ingots or iron ingots. Payment terms are negotiable. Lin Ye originally intended to buy ores, but considering the need to build a furnace and burn charcoal, it seemed too troublesome, so he decided to go straight to the end. It also made him appear as if he belonged to a highly developed clan, enhancing his deterrence. Soon someone applied to chat. Carlos of the 191 clan, brother, we have copper mines. What do you have for trade? Seeing the name, it was a foreigner, but the words were automatically translated into Lin Ye's most familiar language. Lin Ye thought for a moment and replied, how about survival points? A large clan should not be lacking in survival points. Lin Ye's intention was to pose as a big clan. Carlos of the 191 clan, do you have a lot of survival points? Lin Ye of the Lin Ye clan, we have plenty of points, but we have high standards for the quality of goods. Carlos of the 191 clan, brother, our copper mine quality is very high, but don't you think that refining just 1 cubic meter of copper ore is not economically viable? Why don't you specify your requirements, and we can provide you with finished products directly? Upon seeing this person's words, Lin Ye furrowed his brows. Faced with the order for purchasing bronze ingots, they first proposed selling copper ore, and now they suggested providing copper products as a service. If they truly had refining capabilities, why didn't they just sell copper ingots from the start? Lin Ye sensed that the other party might be fishing for information and decided to end the conversation. Lin Ye of the Lin Ye clan, we are purchasing bronze ingots to process into finished products for sale, no need for processing services. After putting on a strong front, Lin Ye no longer responded to the other party's inquiries. At this moment, others had already sent chat requests. Xiao Yan of the Xiao Yan clan, brother Dragon Kingdom people. We don't have bronze ingots, but we do have bronze weapons captured from the barbarians. Do you want them? Seeing this person's name, Lin Ye guessed it wasn't their real name. Everyone else was using aliases. He was still too honest. The other party's words indicated that they had the capability to fight barbarians and also had spare weapons for sale. The status suddenly rose significantly. When it comes to posing, it has to be the locals. Lin Ye of the Lin Ye clan, of course we want bronze weapons. Do you have 1 cubic meter? Xiao Yan of the Xiao Yan clan, brother, not that much. The system calculates based on actual volume. It doesn't have to be a full cubic meter. 5 bronze knives, 1 piece of bronze chest armor, the kind with bronze plates in the front and leather in the back. What do you have to trade for that? Lin Ye felt a flush on his face upon reading this. He had again exposed himself as a novice. The process of showing off required skill everywhere. Lin Ye of the Lin Ye clan, we can pay with survival points or provide other materials. Do you need the skin of a forest python? It's great for making gloves and also useful for bows. Additionally, we have a beast master who can provide well-trained pets that can take care of their own hygiene and help guard the farmland. The other party was silent for a moment, probably discussing with others in the clan. Xiao Yan of the Xiao Yan clan, brother, don't trick me. Dragon Kingdom people don't deceive each other. How can pets be trained to such a level? Lin Ye felt a surge of joy within. Finally, he had tested a key product. Since the other party was so surprised, it indicated that they lacked the talent for beast training. The pet business could really work. Lin Ye immediately called Chun Na to choose the weakest little pig. Learning that there was hope for starting a pet business, Chun Na was particularly excited and immediately brought back 2 little pigs. This one is male and this one is female. They don't look too good, so let's sell them. Lin Ye chose the little male pig, and Chun Na used her beast leader talent to tell the little pig the next stranger will be your new master. Lin Ye of the Lin Ye clan, I'll send you a trained little pig so you can experience the effects of beast training. Lin Ye directly sent the little pig to the other party through the trading platform. At this time, on a certain island, in a valley surrounded by mountains, there was a house with a square stone wall. A man in his 30s was looking at the messages in the trading channel. Suddenly, a little pig weighing over 10 pounds wrapped in a blue light appeared in front of him. The man's expression changed in surprise, and he quickly thought it was the pet sent by Lin Ye. Xiao Yan of the Xiao Yan clan, brother, you are generous. I want to take advantage of you. Let's count it in your payment. Just as he finished replying, Xiao Yan saw the little pig rubbing against his foot, appearing very affectionate. Although he was not used to treating pigs as pets, he still felt a surge of affection for this friendly little pig. Remembering what Lin Ye said about the training effects, he tried to instruct the pig to perform actions. Roll over, dig the ground. Use your nose to dig in the dirt. Go over there to relieve yourself. Xiao Yan gestured and shouted until he was almost out of breath, but the little pig continued to do as it pleased. Others saw the clan leader struggling with a pig and were so furious that they couldn't help but laugh. This is definitely not it. Old Xiao, you must have been deceived. The key is that the other party is not charging you. They genuinely want to make a fool of you. Faced with everyone's ridicule, Xiao Yan had no rebuttal and could only smile helplessly. There must be something wrong. There would be no need to invest so much if they were deceiving me. Xiao Yan sat on a stone bench watching the little pig twitch its nose and explore around the camp, still trying to justify Lin Ye. At this moment, the little pig seemed to have found a place. It pushed open a door made of branches and leaves and squeezed into a room. It was the restroom. Someone joked, "Old Xiao, keep an eye on your pig. If it falls into the latrine, it won't taste good." Xiao Yan stood up and, "Is it going to the bathroom?" Someone curiously guessed, causing everyone present to flock over to watch. Everyone opened the door and saw a little pig squatting on a wooden board, lifting one leg and letting out a stream of liquid into the latrine. After finishing, it shook itself off skillfully and walked out of the restroom. Its little tail wagged naturally, seemingly quite content. Wow, it really can use the toilet. Everyone followed the little pig as if they were chasing a star. The little pig came before Xiao Yan, raised its snout, and squealed a few times as if asking for something. Maybe someone brought over a coconut shell filled with some wild vegetable and corn mush. The little pig immediately began to eat happily. The coconut shell was licked clean, and its mouth was also wiped spotless. After finishing, it even righted the overturned coconut shell. Wow! A group of big men exclaimed in unison. Xiao Yan had no time to pay attention to others and quickly went on the trading channel. Xiao Yan of the Xiao Yan clan, brother, the pig you sent is amazing. It really can use the toilet by itself. It just doesn't understand what I'm saying, making communication a bit difficult. What's going on? Lin Ye revealed a knowing smile. The effects of the beast leader talent were indeed miraculous. The fact that they can't even communicate at a basic level with pigs indicates they have no experience with animal training or raising pigs. Such a client has abundant needs. Lin Ye particularly liked clients who were clueless yet possessed significant strength. Only the indigenous small chieftains wielded bronze knives. Bronze armor was a luxury even the small chieftains could not enjoy. The fact that Brother Xiao's clan could capture so many indicates their scale of engagement with the indigenous people is quite large, and they have been victorious. Aren't they all just endowed with combat talent? It's terrifying. Such a valuable ally must be well cultivated. Lin Ye felt that the pigs he provided were worth far more than expected. Brother Xiao, the effectiveness of our pet training will absolutely exceed your imagination. The most important thing is that these behavioral habits are not reflexes, but a deep understanding by the pets. Not only will they do it themselves, but they will also teach their kind to do the same. If you do not lack food, I can send you a small female pig along with a pair, so you can breed your own pig herd in the future. You won't need to manage them, they will behave well on their own. Upon seeing Lin Ye's response, Xiao Yan was completely moved. The group of Xiao Yan had traveled together during a gathering of comrades. Their unit no longer practiced traditional activities such as pig farming or gardening. Therefore, these soldiers from the city also knew nothing about raising pigs. They were worried about a sustainable source of meat. Now with a pig herd that does not require manual management, this is a source of meat that grows automatically. Moreover, pigs can also be used for warning and assisting in combat. Xiao Yan immediately replied, "Great, I want another. However, can you teach me the commands to communicate with wild boars?" Commands. Lin Ye, who had the hunting partner skill for pet communication, had not paid attention to this. Lin Ye intended to inform the other party about how to acquire the hunting partner skill, but soon realized that the other party lacked their own talent enhancement and might take a long time to trigger skill learning. What if they think him just fooling them? Lin Ye quickly asked Chen Na how she usually instructed the piglets. Based on her recollections, he distilled a set of communication commands. As soon as Xiao Yan received the commands, he tried immediately. "Come here." The piglet came running happily. "Follow me." The piglet ran around the yard following Xiao Yan. "Charge." The piglet dashed out in a flash. "Alert." The piglet raised its head, listening intently for sounds while twitching its nose to sniff for danger. Xiao Yan laughed loudly. "Awesome. This is so much fun." Excited, he urged Lin Ye to quickly send over the little female pig too. Whoosh. Another little pig appeared. Unfortunately, it landed right in front of another man. Xiao Yan found he could no longer command this little pig. That man followed Xiao Yan's previous commands, leading the little female pig through a mini obstacle course. "What the hell, why does it listen to you?" Xiao Yan scratched his head, feeling as if he had been betrayed. "Brother, why doesn't the second?" Xiao Yan had to seek Lin Ye for clarification. Lin Ye was equally speechless. "Why did you run around when you were picking it up?" He quickly replied. "Brother Xiao, our beast tamers taught the piglets that the first stranger they see becomes their owner. It might have recognized someone else as its owner because they got too close." "What the hell?" Xiao Yan angrily confronted the man. "You little rascal, you stole my pig. This is my pig." The man was equally unyielding. "Quit your nonsense. What we exchange for with clan resources belongs to everyone. You already took one, it's our turn now." Over a pig, the friendship among comrades almost wavered. Xiao Yan thought of the two little pigs, one male and one female, and since his pet was male, he considered it a bargain, so he let it go. "Brother, the bronze weapons and armor have already been sent to you. If you need anything else, just let me know. Even if I don't have it on hand, I can get it from the indigenous people. After all, fighting them is like dealing with children." Lin Ye was thrilled to receive the coveted bronze gear, but he felt unhappy upon seeing the other party's words. When others fought the indigenous people, it was like dealing with children. He was still restless over the impending indigenous invasion. He was still too weak. The weaker one is the more they must put on a show. Facing Xiao Yan's generosity, Lin Ye expressed a moderate reserve. "I have no other needs for now, thank you, Brother Xiao. I will come find you if I think of anything else in the future. If you need any assistance, just let me know." With a flash of blue light, 5 bronze knives and a piece of bronze chest armor clanged to the ground. Upon seeing the exchanged goods, Chun Na completely let loose, raising her voice to announce, "My pet business is open." 2 little pigs traded for a bunch of bronze weapons. Who says no one buys pets? The women in the camp swarmed over each, enviously expressing their admiration. Only Li Qingqing pouted, pretending to be busy, not wanting to deal with these matters. The solitary blacksmith Zhou Yuyao picked up the bronze gear, repeatedly caressing it with affection. After much hesitation, she finally timidly suggested, "Our task of mining stone materials is quite heavy, and we are severely lacking in tools. Should we forge a few sets of bronze mining tools? Camp defense is of utmost importance." Lin Ye immediately nodded, saying, "Go ahead. If we lack materials, I will trade for more." "Okay, let's find a place to build a furnace right now." Zhou Yuyao couldn't help but start to dream. If the mining tools are sufficient, it would be best if the saws were also bronze. In the future, we will need to make wooden barrels and bowls. It would be great to have a complete set of bronze tools. We also need a large copper hammer for forging tools, and the anvil should preferably be bronze. It seems like we are running out. Don't worry. Chun Na confidently patted her chest, assuring, "I have plenty of pets. I can go tame another pig herd." Chun Na eagerly called Lin Ye to start. "The wild boar you killed yesterday should have a wife and kids. Let's go capture them." The pig trader Chun Na was full of vigor. Lin Ye thought of a saying, "I will take care of your wife and children. Do not worry." Chun Na spent a whole day taming 2 pig herds. She wanted to expand her achievements, but Lin Ye quickly advised, "We can't afford to keep too many. If the pig herds leave, it will lead to ecological imbalance. Clients may not necessarily all need wild boars as pets." Chun Na considered this reasoning. "Alright, let's wait until we discover other suitable pets to tame. Canine pets, feline pets, avian pets, amphibian pets. Do they really think I am opening a zoo?" Seeing the seller's demands, Lin Ye did not dare to tell Chun Na. Right now the focus was on building the camp. He genuinely had no time to accompany Chen Na to find beast herds. Letting her go alone made him uneasy. It seems that only Brother Xiao and his group need pigs. The other clans require pets with stronger functionalities. As he observed the differences in the needs of these clans, Lin Ye had some speculations. Perhaps these clans have not yet developed to the point of raising livestock for meat. Or they may be more inclined to enhance their own attack and reconnaissance capabilities. They don't produce anything themselves and rely solely on theft for sustenance. Lin Ye felt a surge of excitement within him. By observing the trading needs of other clans, he could indeed deduce the strengths and inclinations of various factions. Affected by foreign trade, the girls fretted that their points would be spent too quickly. That night at last someone could no longer resist and prepared to awaken her talent. Captain, I want to awaken my talent. Li Qingqing spoke shyly at the clan meeting. Lin Ye almost thought he had misheard and blurted out, "You haven't awakened your talent yet." Li Qingqing's face fell as she pouted angrily. "Do you not even know whether I've awakened my talent? You don't care about—" Lin Ye smiled awkwardly. He had indeed forgotten. Learning his lesson, he hastened to strengthen his memory. Li Qingqing, Han Yutong, and Wei Jia had not yet awakened their talents. He mustn't forget them again. The same mistake could not be made twice. Putting aside Li Qingqing's little mood, Lin Ye felt pleased to learn someone would awaken a talent. 30 points. He handed them over without hesitation. Li Qingqing pressed the awaken talent option on her personal panel with trembling excitement. Li Qingqing awakens talent rapid memory. You can swiftly retain information you encounter. The thrill drained from Li Qingqing's face. A chorus of disappointed sighs rose from the crowd. What use is a memory? It might as well be any random skill. Chen Na crossed her arms, disdain clear on her face. The others said nothing, but their expressions agreed. Li Qingqing pinned her hopes on enhancing the talent. Li Qingqing enhances talent rapid memory. Granted talent deep. Your memories will not fade with the passage of time or with age. Wonderful. No more senility in old age. Chen Na jabbed again. Some in the crowd could not hold back their laughter. Tears welled in Li Qingqing's eyes. She pursed her lips on the verge of crying. Li Qingqing enhances talent deep memory. Granted talent memory master. You can sift key information from chaos, commit it to deep memory, and never forget. Li Qingqing had spent many days weaving and had assumed any awakened talent would relate to logistics. Instead, her memory was enhanced. On launching, such a talent would make her a top scholar in the Huanggu world. It offered little. If one truly needed to record key information, stripping bark and using charcoal would suffice. Employing a talent for that felt wasteful. Li Qingqing's experience intensified the women's sense of urgency. We must train. Don't be impulsive. Ill-mind stone and be a mason. Train strength and awaken a strength talent. We must keep performing the Nuwa dance and reciting spells. They'll become a shaman. The Nuwa dance only bestows blessings and has no attack power. I will practice offensive spells. If they continued drifting like idlers, they might awaken some inexplicable talent. Determined to claim the talents they wanted, the women became fired up. You don't really think a memory master talent is useless, do you? Only after the women's discussion subsided did Lin Ye step forward to comfort Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing's talent is exactly what we need now. We lack recording tools and face a deluge of information that must be filtered. Li Qingqing is best suited for this work. After setting the stage and capturing everyone's attention, Lin Ye announced, "From now on, Li Qingqing will manage the clan's supplies and monitor regional chat channels and the clan trading platform, filtering and recording valuable information." The position will be called Intelligence Officer. Li Qingqing, who had been on the verge of hiding under her covers to cry, suddenly beamed with joy. Intelligence Officer. Wasn't that the captain's confidant? She would in effect become the clan's second-in-command. After the meeting, Li Qingqing came to give Lin Ye a tutoring session. My phone is dead, but I remember all the study material. The single sentence made Lin Ye yearn to revisit the essence of human civilization from launching. As Lin Ye wandered in that ocean of knowledge, the snoring and breathing around him suddenly grew louder. After the last awkward incident, those occupying the chieftain's suite had developed a tacit understanding. If one corner showed movement, the others pretended to sleep. Zhou Yuyao nearby still minded her appearance while feigning sleep. She dared not snore, only breathed heavily and slowly, pretending deep slumber. Her breathing sped and slowed, sometimes pausing, gradually sinking to a rhythm. When the room fell quiet again, Lin Ye noticed the snoring and breathing around him diminish. It was as if everyone exhaled and then slid back into tense anticipation. Lin Ye, becoming a master of hush, heard the feigned snores in the room grow fewer. At last, only Chen Na was still pretending. Lin Ye tried to rouse her, but she gave no response. Growing impatient, she reached over and pinched Lin Ye hard. Ouch! Lin Ye gritted his teeth. He understood Chen Na was not feigning sleep, but simply refusing to engage with him. What a painful realization. Lin Ye chalked it up as another lesson and resolved to try a different approach next time. A new day. Lin Ye was once more the last to rise. He ate from a coconut bowl as Li Qingqing entered smiling, leading 2 piglets. One piglet carried 2 small palm leaf packs on its back, like a miniature pack saddle. Lin Ye recognized his pet and asked, "What is this for?" Li Qingqing's eyes curved into crescents. To train a pet, you need to build its strength. You start by having it carry things. So I made it a pair of little packs. This? Lin Ye was speechless. Li Qingqing had even meddled with his pet. Indeed, high-level domestic intrigue begins with loving the house and its animals. Looking at the other pig, Lin Ye sensed trouble. Isn't that Shun Na's wild boar? How did it end up with you? If Li Qingqing had stolen Shun Na's boar, there would be a confrontation. Li Qingqing was untroubled, a smug smile on her face. Sister Na helped me tame it. All she has to do is issue commands to a tamed boar, and it can become someone else's pet. Lin Ye did not believe Chen Na would be so generous. She would give you a pet for no reason. Li Qingqing's smile revealed dimples as she teased. Sister Na is reasonable. I promised I'd move into the big dorm, and she gave me the boar. So it had been traded for that kind of favor. After saying this, Li Qingqing pouted and pretended to tear up. It's just that staying with you will make things inconvenient. Lin Ye glanced down and saw goose flesh rising on his arm. Li Qingqing continued in a plaintive, teasing tone. It's not that Sister Na forced me. I only saw you lacked restraint and feared you couldn't bear it. So I moved out to sleep. In that moment she was equal parts coy and playful. Hearing her words, Lin Ye felt his very bones soften. Fearing he would lose control if he listened further, Lin Ye seized an excuse. There are many stones needed to repair the outer wall. I'll go help haul them. We'll talk about this tonight. But I've already moved into the big dorm. Li Qingqing mumbled sadly. Lin Ye, aware of her little ploy, replied, sleeping in the big dorm doesn't mean you can't come over. If you hear the small dorm fall quiet, come, I'll sleep on the outermost side. Okay. Li Qingqing nodded emphatically, her eyes curved into crescents and her dimples showing. Teacher Su said she had entered a dangerous phase. With a 50% overall ability increase, she was hardly inferior. Lin Ye arrived at the temporary quarry and almost doubted if he had come to the wrong place. Here almost every woman working had a wild boar with them. If one didn't know better, they might think this was a piglet market. Where did you get your pigs? Lin Ye couldn't help but ask. The girls answered in a flurry. Sister Na gave them to us. If you adopt a wild boar from Sister Na, you'll have a pet. First cultivate feelings with the pet, and later become a hunter. Lin Ye understood now. The wild boar pets were not selling well on the trading platform, and the 3 groups of wild boars in Chen Na's hands couldn't be raised together. If not watched, they would fight each other. So she simply used wild boar pets as internal welfare. 1 wild boar pet per person, or just thinking about it was quite terrifying. In the future, would this group belong to Lin Ye or to the wild boars? Thinking about needing to raise other types of pets, Lin Ye planned to process some of the wild boars. He immediately sent a message to Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao, the piglets we gave you before are from the same litter. Inbreeding isn't good for the herd. We have tamed another herd of pigs, so I'll send you another pair. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to reply, Lin Ye directly sent over a pair of piglets weighing over 20 pounds. Just a forced transaction. After waiting for a few minutes, Xiao Yan still hadn't responded. No way, no response this time. Lin Ye was still waiting for Xiao Yan to voluntarily provide supplies. After all, he was lacking everything here, and anything the big shot gave would be useful. After a long while, Xiao Yan finally sent a message. Bro, thanks, I'm busy right now, we'll chat later. As long as there was a response, Lin Ye finally felt relieved. At this moment, the group announcement rang out. Han Yutong acquired the skill hunting partner. Wei Jia acquired the skill hunting partner. Su Wei acquired the skill hunting partner. Zhou Yuyao acquired the skill hunting partner. What are they doing? Is Chen Na doing some training? A series of group announcements left Lin Ye bewildered. He feared the continuous announcements of skill learning. It made his nighttime activities devoid of secrets. But this time Lin Ye had no time to care about rumors. He just wanted to know how Chen Na managed to teach a group of people to learn hunting partner almost simultaneously. Was it about slaughtering wild animals? Did she have that capability? Hearing voices from the forest, Lin Ye guessed Chen Na was over there and hurriedly ran over. There was no bloody slaughter scene. Instead, a group of women was each holding a wild boar surrounding an excavated cave. A family of mice brutally exterminated lay dead on the spot, eyes wide open. It turns out Chen Na was using the mice to help them brush skills. Lin Ye was truly enlightened. Killing a single animal by oneself. Then let's go exterminate the entire family of mice. Such loopholes in the rules had been discovered by them. Upon seeing Lin Ye arrive, the women showed no reaction, only frowning and sighing in disappointment. It seemed they were not very satisfied with the results of this skill brushing. It's a pity we can't learn the animal slayer skill this way. Mice are still too small. Normal attacks that kill animals don't count as lethal strikes, so we can't learn animal slayer. Exactly, animals that can be easily crushed don't need lethal strikes, so the skill won't trigger. They even started analyzing it. Lin Ye had nothing to say. The only thought in his mind was to carry a dead mouse in his pocket, pretending to be hunting. As if it were a prophecy, Chen Na led this group of women to truly surpass the threshold of transitioning to hunters by killing mice. Lin Ye opened the group panel and saw a string of names under the hunter profession. After him, there were Han Yutong, Wei Jia, Su Wei, Zhou Yuyao. No matter how you looked at it, the hunter team had expanded. Lin Ye felt a bit gratified. However, Chen Na looked quite unhappy. As the trainer, she hadn't learned any skills and hadn't fulfilled the transition condition. It was all Lin Ye's fault for not giving her a talent boost. Once everyone had left with their pets, Chen Na finally spoke up. Today someone went to the pond to fetch water and encountered a forest python. This time the forest python didn't flee. Seeing only one person, it lurked not far away. Lin Ye became alert upon hearing this. Encountering a new creature, it may need to weigh whether it can prey on us. Yes, I thought the same. Chen Na nodded and said, I think we should deal with it. If it's guarding the way we fetch water, it will cause trouble sooner or later. Then let's go. Lin Ye signaled Chen Na to go back and get her weapon. The two took 12 obsidian throwing spears each and began searching along the small path. It's to the left front. It's not so afraid of us anymore and seems a bit curious. Chen Na quickly sensed the forest python's emotions through her beast leader talent and pinpointed its location. Lin Ye followed Chen Na's guidance and spotted the forest python hidden in the bushes. This was a young forest python, barely an adult, smaller than the old python, but its agility and health far exceeded that. Unfortunately, Su Wei wasn't here, otherwise she could have identified its attributes and abilities. Let's make our move. Lin Ye was determined to directly deal with the forest python upon discovering its position. However, Chen Na stopped him. Wait, I want to see if I can learn the animal slayer skill. And also the hunting partner. Chen Na's words nearly made Lin Ye's brain crash. She not only wanted to learn skills, but also wanted Lin Ye to give her a talent boost. Right here, Lin Ye felt he was being. Chen Na, without blushing or skipping a beat, led Lin Ye to the bathing pond. The branch wall that Lin Ye had built earlier had been improved by the women into a small house, with a low wall built from pebbles for both water storage and safety. As the two emerged from the small house, Chen Na had a lingering blush on her face, her steps particularly light, carrying a bag filled with obsidian throwing spears filled with eagerness for the hunting action. Lin Ye felt somewhat dazed. It was thrilling, yet terrifying upon deeper reflection. From shy to wild, it had only been. Chen Na's transformation speed triggered Lin Ye's fear of insufficient firepower again. Let's go kill the forest python. Arriving at the path upon meeting up with the wild boar, Chen Na entered hunting mode. Chen Na's transformation speed triggered Lin Ye's fear of insufficient firepower again. Let's go kill the forest python. Arriving at the path upon meeting up with the wild boar, Chen Na entered. If you want to learn animal slayer and hunting partner, I may not be able to help. Lin Ye was worried that his involvement would affect the activation of skill learning. Chen Na thought for a moment and said, then you can support from the side. If I can kill the forest python alone, you want me to. Alright, I'll hold the line to prevent the python from escaping. Lin Ye took a small detour to block the potential escape route of the forest python. At this moment, the wild boar was trembling as it approached the forest python. To learn the hunting partner skill, Chen Na used the wild boar as bait to attract the python's attention. However, the forest python sensed the threat and began to slowly retreat, trying to run. No way. Seeing this, Chen Na immediately readied her throwing spear, took a few quick steps and hurled it. The forest python had turned its back to Chen Na, pierced in the abdomen by her spear pinned to the ground. In pain, the python instinctively coiled around the spear, its body curling up. Then it abruptly launched itself toward Chen Na, shooting out over 10 meters in an instant. In almost no time, the forest python was right in front of Chen Na. Its gaping maw revealed sharp fangs directly aiming at Chen Na's head. Seeing the python suddenly dart in front of Chen Na, Lin Ye's heart sank and his scalp tingled. He had been too careless. The python moved slowly, but it could use its long body to store energy and launch itself forward, quickly covering a distance of over 10 meters. Lin Ye could no longer hesitate. He drew out his throwing spear and began to throw continuously. 12 obsidian spears stabbed into the python, making it appear like a centipede. The spears interrupted the python's movement, causing its forward momentum to suddenly drop, and its head flopped weakly onto Chen Na's shoulder. Get away! Lin Ye shouted. Chen Na, her face pale with fright, rolled away from the python's massive mouth and instinctively drew a spear to stab into the python's jaw. At the same time, a wild boar charged in and collided with the python's head. Stay back! Don't get entangled! Lin Ye shouted again. Out of throwing spears, he grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it at the wildly thrashing python. The python, in pain, was violently writhing its body, smashing everything around it. The grass was crushed, bushes flattened, and trees as thick as a bowl were uprooted or directly snapped. The stones Lin Ye threw were also swept up and flung away. Bright red blood stained the surroundings. The python had suffered serious injuries and was now merely struggling in its death throes. Lin Ye saw that Chen Na had run far away and hurriedly shouted, "Use your spear to kill it, maybe we can learn a skill." Chen Na pulled out her spear, threw several more, and then focused her gaze on the python. She still wished to learn the animal slayer skill, waiting for the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. She sensed the python's anger and fear, her expression turning somewhat ferocious. This uncomfortable feeling made her want to kill the python even more swiftly. Where is its weak spot? Chen Na fixed her gaze on the python's neck, seemingly estimating its length. Lin Ye chuckled in surprise. With such a large body, it might not be a 7-inch distance. Anyway, the heart is right under its head, so just make a few attempts at it. Without hesitation, Chen Na threw all her remaining spears. The blood gushed out from the python, indicating that it had likely struck its heart. Its body slumped helplessly to the ground, still twitching. Don't go near it, it's not dead yet. Chen Na worriedly reminded Lin Ye, fearing he would rashly approach. With her beast leader talent, she could more accurately determine whether an animal was truly dead. 4 long-bodied creatures like the python, even if brain death occurred, the body would still have nerve reflexes. Even if it were completely dead, they could not approach carelessly. The two decided to temporarily leave. Throughout the process, there were no notifications about learning a skill. It seemed that with someone assisting, it was indeed impossible to trigger skill learning. Chen Na's expression fell, a bit disappointed, but she had other thoughts in her mind. The beast leader could sense the emotions of animals, even some strong intentions. Killing the target animal in such an emotional state would greatly impact Chen Na's feelings. She suddenly felt that perhaps she was not suited to be a hunter. Things like killing animals were not for her. Better to find an opportunity to learn about hunting companions. Being an animal slayer could be put aside. Seeing her low spirits, Lin Ye reached out to comfort her. Are you scared? Chen Na did not reply, tacitly agreeing. We didn't learn a skill this time, let's try again next time. Lin Ye reassured her. There are many animals in the forest. There will be suitable prey. Chen Na sighed and said, I'll focus on taming and training animals from now on. Lin Ye chuckled but remained silent. Once her belly grew, it would be inconvenient for her to run out, as she would have to stay in the camp. The stench of blood from the python wafted away with the mountain breeze. This death signal frightened the other pythons, causing them to flee. Lin Ye and Chen Na saw at least 3 pythons frantically crawling along the pebble beach of the stream. In their attempt to escape, they abandoned their concealment. If we smear the python's blood along the roadside, will it scare away other pythons? Lin Ye suddenly had an idea and immediately began to act. He dug up the blood-soaked soil and smeared it on the large stones along the water collection path, including the section of the stream where the pond was located. After completing this work, Lin Ye returned to the python's corpse. By now the python's body had become stiff. It should be time. Lin Ye took a bronze knife and began to cut the python's skin into several sections. Afterwards, he turned his attention to the python's meat and blood. Lin Ye from the Lin Ye tribe selling python meat. A python over 10 meters long, consuming it may have miraculous effects. Those interested can trade with metal or cotton and linen. After posting the order in the trading channel, Lin Ye waited for a response. Contrary to his expectations of a bidding frenzy, nothing happened. Instead, Xiao Yan sent a message. Is the python that big snake living by the water? Lin Ye quickly replied. Yes, it has very developed muscles and immense strength. Do you want some? Xiao Yan replied, no, don't eat it. Even if amphibians are not poisonous, they are likely to harbor parasites and accumulate heavy metals inside, and the meat is of very poor quality. Even the natives do not eat it. We should probably avoid trying it too. No wonder no one was asking for prices. It seemed everyone was unwilling to eat it. Lin Ye still felt unwilling, asking, given the different environment of this world, would the meat of these formidable animals have any miraculous effects? Xiao Yan replied bluntly, even if there are miraculous effects, we mortals cannot bear it. Don't forget, we've only been here from Blue Star for less than half a month, and our bodies have not fully adapted to this environment yet. Lin Ye finally dismissed the idea of selling python meat. How about the python skin? It could be good for making gloves or diving suits. Lin Ye promoted other products of the python. Xiao Yan seemed somewhat interested but lamented the lack of processing ability, only asking Lin Ye to prepare some for them. This made Lin Ye secretly delighted. It was now confirmed that Xiao Yan and his group were purely combat personnel, lacking even a bit of processing ability. This meant that everything Lin Ye produced was needed by them. This was industrial complementarity. Lin Ye immediately asked, Brother Xiao, do you need wooden bowls and barrels? Can you make them? Xiao Yan was very pleasantly surprised. They were tired of using coconut bowls. The natives' utensils were made from skulls, and they dared not use them even if they stole some. Lin Ye smiled knowingly and began to boast. We have a simple lathe, not to mention wooden bowls. We can even make wooden. That's great. Xiao Yan said excitedly. We need barrels and utensils. Just find a way to save on delivery costs and mix the proportions accordingly. No problem. I'll have the workers start production right away. Though the bronze planer had not yet been made, Lin Ye already adopted the demeanor of a furniture factory owner. Xiao Yan sent another message. Brother, do you need food? Corn just harvested. Food. Lin Ye instantly became. These days their diet mainly consisted of fish and meat, with wild vegetables and sweet potatoes becoming delicacies. If they could get grains, their quality of life would improve dramatically. The key was that they could save seeds. The hilly areas of this island were very suitable for planting corn. As long as farmland was cleared, there would be a continuous supply of food. Yes, of course. How much corn do you have? Lin Ye asked impatiently. Xiao Yan's response once again broke Lin Ye. About a few thousand pounds. Once we finish threshing, we'll give you a few hundred pounds. This stuff doesn't taste great, so you probably won't be used to it, but it's good for feeding pigs. Xiao Yan was remarkably generous, handing over hundreds of jeans of corn at once. Lin Ye could roughly guess what they had been doing all day. Did you raid the native tribe's cornfields earlier? Lin Ye asked curiously. Xiao Yan sighed. Yes, just as you delivered the piglet to us, we were laboring in the field. I took the pig home first, but then carelessly we were spotted by the natives, and one unlucky fellow took an arrow straight in the buttock. Raiding the natives' cornfields to harvest grain. Was it truly harvesting? Lin Ye felt his entire worldview reshaped. Such brazen audacity. He longed to do it himself. Alas, his strength fell short. Hearing that someone had been wounded, Lin Ye wished to demonstrate his tribe's capabilities, and promptly dispatched a bundle of anti-inflammatory herbs. After cleaning the wound, crush this herb and apply it directly. It relieves inflammation and pain. No sooner had Lin Ye sent the message than Xiao Yan exclaimed in disbelief, Damn! You've even developed medicinal herbs, eh? Lin Ye's vanity swelled. He smiled modestly. I happen to possess an innate talent for herbalism. Beast taming talent, herbalism talent. What kind of dream team is yours? Xiao Yan's tone carried unmistakable wistfulness. We're just soldiers, fighting. No problem. Everything else. Utterly clueless. When injured, we simply endure. Brother, send more antiseptics. And you need bronze, right? We just captured some. Consider it all yours. Lin Ye almost replied that several hundred jeans of corn would suffice, but since Brother Xiao Yan insisted on giving more, he accepted graciously. He dashed back to camp immediately, so Xiao Yan could deliver the supplies. Clang, clang, clang. A cascade of metal tools tumbled forth. Bronze helmets, bronze knives, bronze armor. On the leather lining of one suit of armor, a blood-stained hole gaped. A spear wound, judging by its size and shape. Clearly, Xiao Yan and his team had struck from the flank to slay the armored tribal chieftain. Upon learning of the fresh bronze shipment, Zhou Yuyao, who had been constructing a furnace, rushed back, hands still caked with wet clay. 3 sets of bronze armor. Zhou Yuyao beamed with delight. Shall we keep them for ourselves? Lin Ye shook his head. Bronze armor is too cumbersome and offers only mediocre protection. Meld it down for tools instead. Having absorbed modern concepts of range suppression, Lin Ye held little interest in cold weapon armor. Rather than absorbing blows he preferred cover and evasion. Yet even cover and evasion paled beside swiftly eliminating enemy combatants. Lin Ye pursued a numerical advantage, striking from beyond the enemy's lethal range. During the prior clash with the natives, he'd already confirmed his throwing range exceeded theirs. Once Wei Jia's 50 full capability enhancement activated, Lin Ye's javelin range would surely surpass even their archers. A human missile launcher. How terrifying is that? Having completed the supply transfer, Lin Ye returned to process the giant python carcass. The women recoiled in fear. Even glancing at it was unthinkable, let alone assisting. Even Chen Na, who had helped kill the python, excused herself to the quarry. Lin Ye was left to work alone. With no market for the meat, he refused to waste it. He dug a pit, compacted its walls tightly, then dumped the python's flesh and offal inside, covering it thoroughly with soil to ferment into fertilizer. The python skeleton he dragged into the sea, letting fish schools clean it bare. Its muscles possessed terrifying explosive power, correspondingly its bones, designed to withstand such immense tension, exhibited exceptional strength and resilience. They were ideal material. The fishing team's hooks urgently needed upgrading. Metal hooks were prohibitively extravagant, so Lin Ye resolved to carve hooks from the python's bones. As sunset bled across the horizon, Lin Ye returned to camp, only to find a cluster of women blocking the entrance. Even the wild boar herd scattered in panic at his approach. The python's metallic tang clung to him, rendering him the least welcome presence. Wash thoroughly before entering. Chen Na placed a copper pot of soapberry water before him, then set down a jug of fresh water. I already washed in seawater, Lin Ye protested. Yet the women remained unmoved. You still reek of blood. It's unbearable. No washing, no sleeping indoors. To sleep outdoors meant sharing quarters with the boy. Faced with this ultimatum, Lin Ye conceded, am I supposed to bathe right here? The camp entrance offered no shelter. Bathing exposed he found deeply unsettling. Worse, the women crowding the gate showed no intention of turning away. As if anyone hasn't seen you before. What's there to— Chen Na urged impatiently. A chorus of gleeful laughter rippled through the crowd. Fine, if that's how you want it. Lin Ye threw caution to the wind, flashing a mischievous grin. If you're unafraid of going blind, then by all means, watch your fill. Stripping off his palm fiber coat, he began scrubbing away the bloodstain. The soapberry water did eliminate the scent, but perhaps merely masked it beneath its own fragrance. As for the discarded coat, Chen Na snatched it up and tossed it straight into the fire. Hey, I still need to wear that. It's wasteful. Lin Ye winced. For a man, clothes were never discarded until riddled. Without looking back, Chen Na retorted, you have palm cloth and leather armor. Why cling to palm fiber? Doesn't it chafe terribly? Lin Ye had no rebuttal, yet still resisted. If killing one python meant destroying an entire outfit, such extravagance was unsustainable. Henceforth, coexistence with pythons seemed prudent. Soon, however, such concerns vanished. He realized, having bathed, he possessed no spare clothing. Enter naked. After a fleeting hesitation, he embraced fatalistic abandon. Everyone's already seen me. So what? If I refuse to feel awkward, then they become awkward. Clad only in invisible dignity, Lin Ye strode calmly into camp, making no move to don t-shirt or shorts, squatting like a primal being beside the hearth, skewering fish on a stick to roast over flames. Indeed, the antidote to public humiliation is defiant nonchalance. The women, now flustered, averted their gazes, yet they couldn't resist stolen glances, feigning casual curiosity. With his full 50 capability enhancement fully realized, Lin Ye's physique now displayed razor-sharp musculature, a sculpted canine waist, pronounced mermaid lines, and abdominals pushing past 8 toward 10. Within the entire camp, only Chen Na rivaled his muscular definition, though hers was encased in soft fat lacking his visceral impact. Yet Lin Ye surveyed his body with dissatisfaction. Body fat percentage too low, explosive power abundant, endurance insufficient. Next time the natives attacked, prolonged combat, or even extended pursuit across vast distances, would be inevitable. Without sufficient adipose reserves, he couldn't sustain peak performance throughout. Carbohydrates and meat alike must never be neglected. Mid-thought, Xiao Yan's message flashed, brother, convenient to receive corn. We lack containers to store kernels, we've shucked nearly 100 gene, sending it now. Lin Ye rejoiced upon reading it. He spread a layer of palm fiber matting on the ground, and replied, ready, send it. A shimmer of azure light, and a mound of fresh golden corn kernels materialized before him. Excellent, we'll feast on corn tonight. Rinse it clean, then boil it straight in the pot. Into the pot immediately, we're desperate for a change of flavor. The cooking team instantly scooped a cauldronful, rinsed it, and set it to boil. Others poured kernels into stone pots, attempting to create popcorn. Unsurprisingly, the attempt failed. Corn and wild greens stewed with fish fillets filled the camp with rhythmic, contented slurping sounds. Seeing how eagerly the women devoured the meal, Lin Ye refrained from mentioning that this corn had originally been traded for pig feed. Even whole boiled kernels brought such delight, proof enough of their genuine hunger. In less than half a month, they had transformed from privileged university students of Blue Star into this, a sobering metamorphosis. Even Lin Ye himself savored a bowl of corn kernels, fragrant, earthy, and subtly sweet. blended harmoniously with the crisp bitterness of wild greens, the mellow softness of sweet potatoes, the delicate tenderness of fish, and a whisper of salt, a humble, yet deeply satisfying repast. Pounding the kernels into coarse mash would further elevate the texture. Until tonight, Lin Ye had subsisted almost exclusively on roasted fish. Now he broke tradition by serving stew as his main course. We have abundant corn. This 100 gene is merely the first batch. Much more will follow. Seizing the warm ambience of dinner, Lin Ye announced the welcome news. It is peak harvest season now. The tribe we trade with possesses combat aptitude across all members. When grain runs low, they simply march into the fields and reap corn at will, limitless supply. What they seek in exchange are medicinal herbs, meat, cooking vessels, and tableware. Provide these, and they'll barter grain and bronze in return. Hearing this, the women erupted in exhilaration. At last, food plentiful and assured. To them it felt no different than winning the lottery. Shelter, clean water, sustenance. Life, it seemed, was not so harsh after all. Some women even began contemplating deeper desires, quietly lamenting the inconvenience of having only one man in the entire tribe. Yet upon reflection, even if other men existed here, none possessed Lin Ye's unique gift. Though the blessing of abundant offspring sounded unsettlingly extreme, its effect was undeniable, comprehensive, holistic enhancement of all attributes, genuine, unvarnished power. After the meal, the daily tribal council commenced as scheduled. Zhou Yuyao beamed like a lottery winner, her grin wider than an AK's recoil, exclaiming ecstatically, "I'm thrilled to announce, my strength has increased by 1 point. I now stand at 9 strength. This proves physical labor truly enhances strength." Holy hell! A synchronized gasp rippled through the women, swiftly followed by urgent pleas for Zhou Yuyao to share her insights. Zhou Yuyao had long prepared her explanation. Based on personal observation, 3 to 5 days of sustained physical labor yields a single-point increase in strength. Building the stone wall takes roughly 1 day. Crafting tools or forging metal, another day. Erecting the perimeter wall barely counts as one. Mining stone, 2 days. Since labor intensity varies daily, I estimate the full cycle requires 3 to 5 days. No sooner had Zhou Yuyao finished speaking than murmurs swelled across the crowd. Chen Na's expression dimmed crestfallen. She had intended to deduce the strength increase pattern herself, but taming animals consumed too much time, leaving her behind Zhou Yuyao's pace. Thinking of her pregnancy, and the long stretch ahead during which strength training would be impossible, Chen Na sighed. Meanwhile, Xiang Fei's gaze darted restlessly, always circling back inevitably to Lin Ye's bare torso. Pervert. He doesn't even pretend anymore, she muttered under her breath. Xiang Fei knew well that Zhou Yuyao's estimate rested entirely upon Lin Ye's talent-based acceleration. Without his blessing, the same gain would demand at least tenfold effort. 30 to 50 days of grueling labor. Given their current physiques, most wouldn't gain strength. They'd collapse from exhaustion. This world wasn't a game. Agility didn't translate directly into damage output. Even a master assassin required raw strength to drive a blade home and into life. Xiang Fei's yearning for strength ran deeper, fiercer than any of theirs. So, it seems I must yield to that wretched pervert. Xiang Fei had already resolved it in her heart. Yet at the thought of Lin Ye's current living quarters, she recoiled. Carving out a new frontier within a communal dormitory tested psychological fortitude beyond measure. As a novice, Xiang Fei admitted inwardly, this maiden truly cannot bear it. Xiang Fei became the second woman to wish Lin Ye had private quarters. Around the hearth, the women declared en masse their intent to begin strength training. Zhou Yuyao smiled warmly. Today we completed the smelting furnace, pottery kiln, and charcoal pit, and we'll also erect a stone wall outside the camp. Stonework, timber felling, clay excavation, all demanding physical labor. Those seeking strength gains may sign up for any of these tasks. Only then did everyone grasp the purpose behind Zhou Yuyao's earlier announcement. Her strength breakthrough hadn't merely been a personal triumph. It was bait skillfully cast to draw recruits to essential labor. And yet, despite recognizing the lure, the women still eagerly stepped forward. A lady utterly powerless, even to lift a chicken, felt profoundly unsafe. Only Liang Qian, revered herbalist and soul healer, could remain exempt from strength training and yet stand secure in her own right. The path before them now lay stark and clear: awaken extraordinary talents, then compel Lin Ye to beg for their favor, and force the committee's women to receive them with due deference. Amidst the festive clamor, countless women imagined themselves heroines reborn, destined to rise spectacularly. Ding! A resonant, sonorous chime of metal rang out. Someone struck a newly acquired bronze helmet. To its rhythmic, percussive cadence, the shamanic procession entered, their bark masks leading the way. The ritual dancers had grown from 3 to 7. Their bark masks, now painted with crimson and black sap to render mouths, eyes, nostrils, and arcane glyphs, appeared ever more fearsome and grotesque. Clad in straw skirts and palm fiber raincoats, they resembled voodoo puppets come alive. First came the purification chant, then the demon-dispelling incantation, the fire control rite, and finally the chilling performance of stabbing effigies with wooden swords. Dancers excelled at such mystic theatrics. Each moved with uncanny precision, their terrifying visages striking straight to the soul. Even those who knew them intimately could never guess that beneath those masks dwelled delicate, graceful university students. Lin Ye watched, speechless, unsure how to interpret the spectacle. He sensed faintly but unmistakably that these women, desperate to awaken arcane talents, were growing increasingly unmoored in spirit. As he stood lost in thought, a sharp slap landed squarely on his back. Chen Na glared sideways, truly shameless. You actually enjoy parading about half-naked. Do you think I choose to? Lin Ye gestured upward toward his damp t-shirt and shorts hanging to dry. I literally have no clothes left, and you burned my palm bark coat. Su Wei, glancing discreetly at Lin Ye's physique, stifled a smile. You really are naked now. Go rest. I'll stitch you a tunic from palm cloth. Chen Na huffed, shoved Lin Ye into the hut, and the moment the door clicked shut, her demeanor shifted abruptly, revealing intentions both bold and unmistakable. Not again. Lin Ye recoiled, startled, his bravado dissolving into flustered vulnerability. Chen Na's hands moved ceaselessly, yet still found breath to retort. Already weary of me? Or has your vitality faltered? Faced with two rhetorical traps, Lin Ye answered only with action. Tonight Chen Na's state was unlike any before. She clung fiercely to his hand, refusing to let go, an echo Lin Ye surmised of the terror she'd confronted by death's threshold that very day. Now at her most fragile, her body sheltering new life, he could offer only quiet solace, arms wrapped tight, holding her steady, anchoring her in warmth and calm. Deep into the night, as slumber settled over the camp, a furtive figure slipped through the door and slid beneath the quilt nearest the entrance, only to find it empty. She glanced around, bewildered. Where is he? How could such a large man vanish without trace? Rising to scan the room, she spotted Lin Ye's designated sleeping spot, and with resigned sigh slipped back beneath the covers. Lin Ye kept his eyes open, but dared not stir. He feigned utter exhaustion, pretending deep, undisturbed sleep. A ray of faint light filtered through the door woven from branches. Lin Ye lay on the bed near the door, the brown blanket appearing somewhat bulky. Pressed against his chest was a hot, smiling face. Lin Ye could feel the grin on that face, filled with the joy of a wish. I'm leaving. Li Qingqing crawled out from under the blanket, leaned close to Lin Ye's ear, whispering a word before her feet slid to the floor, quietly opening the door to leave. When you mix in the world, you must eventually pay the price. You can hide from the first half of the night, but not from the second. Lin Ye sighed, silently yearning a bit more for his solitary room. Earlier, half asleep, he suddenly felt someone scratching the soles of his feet. Opening his eyes, he saw Li Qingqing playing. Thinking of the promise he made to her during the day, Lin Ye had no choice but to keep his appointment. He never expected that the current Li Qingqing would be both offensive and defensive, and even faster. The data access requests were overwhelming, nearly burning out Lin Ye's CPU. Now he had completely entered a state of clarity, with not a single evil thought. He even felt that the situation was a bit mundane. Outside, the sky was gradually brightening. It was time to get up. At the head of the bed lay a set of brown cloth clothes sewn by Su Wei the night before. Lin Ye put on the cloth clothes, the soft and snug texture, making him unable to resist rubbing against it a few times. With the morning chill, he picked up a set of leather armor and donned it before stepping out of the courtyard gate. Zhou Yuyao had already confirmed that doing physical labor could enhance strength. Though Lin Ye was constantly benefiting from talent boosts, he had been running around every day without doing much physical work, gaining no strength at all. It was simply too much of a waste of time. There were many stones piled up at the quarry, so Lin Ye thought of doing some work there to exercise a bit. However, while pushing the sled, he felt something was off in the dim forest. There was an additional sound of footsteps behind him. Could it be a wild beast? Lin Ye's hair stood on end, grabbing the sled as a weapon, ready to swing it. The footsteps were very light. They belonged to a pair of legs. Lin Ye slightly turned his body, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, seeing a vague shadow. A woman. In this place, there couldn't possibly be a female ghost. If it was a woman, then it wasn't surprising. As the figure approached Lin, Ye could see it was Wei Jia. Why are you silently following me? Do you know how scary that is? Lin Ye said a bit exasperatedly. He had indeed been. Wei Jia shyly stepped forward, linking her arm with Lin Ye's. Her warm hand gripped tightly, making Lin Ye's arm feel slightly uncomfortable. Last night I didn't. I don't have much time left. Her barely audible voice remained persistently focused. Learning that she had followed him for this, Lin Ye couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. This woman was so stubborn, it was both speechless and heart-wrenching. Then you really didn't need to come out now? It's dark on the road, how unsafe it is. Lin Ye's tone softened considerably. Wei Jia lowered her head, muttering with a hint of grievance. After dawn they all wake up. I felt it was inconvenient in the dormitory, so I came out early. The early bird catches the worm, that's the reasoning. Lin Ye couldn't bear to refuse. Glancing around, he asked, but where is a suitable place? Wei Jia looked up, her face full of excitement. The quarry. During the day we uncovered a broken slab. The ground is... So she had planned this long ago. Lin Ye couldn't help but look at Wei Jia with new eyes. Despite her usual shyness and rarely speaking to anyone, she actually had plenty of ideas and was quite stubborn. Half of Lin Ye felt moved, while the other half felt restless, both stirring within him. Really? Then let's go try it. But trying it could lead to social embarrassment. Wei Jia began to conceive new life. Tribe survival points 10. Due to Lin Ye's more children, more blessings, talent, all abilities of Wei Jia and Lin Ye increased by 50. Dawn broke and Wei Jia was marked, but had no words to express. However, the women who were awakened had too many grievances to keep to themselves. Does the tribe report really have to sound in the morning? I still want to sleep. It's already quite good, or at least it wasn't noisy last night. There really was no noise. I thought the class leader was done for. The class leader now has a 100 total ability boost. Who can withstand it? I mean, if you get a talent boost in the future, is there a life risk? The discussions in the large dormitory caused those in the leader's suite to exchange glances. They discovered that Wei Jia's bed was empty and Lin Ye was also missing. Checking the accounts, they found a big surprise. Lin Ye and Wei Jia left early together. Lin Ye went out first, and Wei Jia followed behind. They actually went outside. It's so dark, aren't they afraid? The urge is real. Several women expressed their disdain for Lin Ye's actions, while also calculating in their hearts. Zhou Yuyao said, once the stone wall is built, we can build a room between the wooden and stone walls used as a workshop. Li Qingqing added, I want to build a warehouse for storing weaving materials. Su Wei said, we should build a dormitory specifically for pregnant women. Han Yutong suggested, we need a food warehouse to store food and fishing gear. They didn't dare go into the wild, so they thought of using their positions to create a secret base for themselves. They understood the concept of a golden house to hide a beauty. Only Chun Na lay in bed covering her head. He actually went into the wild. Have I been too strict? After all his body could handle it, it was best to let him be. At the quarry, Wei Jia lay on the stone motionless. The stone is too cold, you should get up. Lin Ye advised. Wei Jia shook her head saying, I'm afraid it'll affect that. Lin Ye urged again. Chun Na is still running around, there's no need to be so cautious. She's healthy, though I'm not the same. Wei Jia remained stubborn, insisting on what she had decided to do. Lin Ye couldn't persuade her, and could only pick her up. I'll take you back. Now everyone in the camp should be up. Thinking about facing everyone's gaze when returning like this made Wei Jia unable to resist feeling shy. After struggling a bit, she suddenly remembered that her news had already been publicly announced by the tribe. Wei Jia felt a sense of relief and completely resigned herself. Burying her face in Lin Ye's chest as her last refuge, she prepared to face the rumors. The women who were cooking saw Lin Ye carrying Wei Jia back, their expressions changing dramatically. Did you see that? Wei Jia can hardly walk. The class leader's 100 total ability boost has become even more perverse. So terrifying. Who can withstand it? The rumors grew more outrageous. Previously Lin Ye was so weak that he needed to lean against the wall to get up, but now he had transformed into the big boss of the team dungeon. Listening to the sounds of crickets behind him, Lin Ye felt both pain and joy. Let them talk. Lowering his morals, he enjoyed life. Lin Ye placed Wei Jia back in the dormitory and was about to leave when he saw Su Wei pushing the door open. Li Qingqing is also about to enter a dangerous period. She wants to do logistical work and doesn't need to go out often. Su Wei said calmly, presenting a businesslike demeanor. Lin Ye understood instantly. Y'all pay attention to that. But the next moment Su Wei added, I'm also nearing a dangerous period. I need to exercise my strength in the next few days. A flush appeared on Su Wei's face. They had become familiar, so there was no need for politeness. Everything was understood without words. By the time the two walked out of the dormitory, everyone had already started eating. The women's gazes were somewhat resentful. Su Wei continued to greet others with a smile as bright as a flower. I only need to take a talent boost to conveniently exercise strength. I'm not like you all. Su Wei's psychological quality had also improved. As long as there was a reasonable excuse, she didn't care about anything. Unlike Su Wei's Lin Ye felt a heavy pressure on him. Two gazes were fixed on him, like needles pricking at his back. One of the gazes was directed at Xiang Fei, emanating a lecherous demeanor of a criminal wanting to act, but lacking the courage. This woman has finally come to a realization. Unfortunately, it was genuinely inconvenient at the moment. The other gaze belonged to Han Yutong, who had been in a sulky mood lately. Her somewhat resistant attitude made Lin Ye feel quite uninterested. When he truly refrained from bothering her, she became unhappy again. Han Yutong's demeanor also made Lin Ye more cautious around Xiang Fei, worried that being too forward might provoke her. While everyone was engrossed in their meal, Chun Na broke the tranquility. From now on, my focus will be on training pets. While I can still move around, I want to quickly tame a herd suitable for being pets. Chun Na spoke of her plans as she ate. There are cow dung by the stream. There should be wild cattle on the island. Today I will go with Lin Ye to tame a few cows to carry stones, so we won't delay the construction of the stone wall when we go out to find other herds. Liang Qian asked worriedly, You're pregnant, is it okay to run that far? Chun Na stroked her belly and cast a questioning look at Su Wei. Su Wei activated her inside eye, observing Chun Na for a while before saying, Very stable, no problem. Then she turned to Wei Jia and added, You shouldn't engage in strenuous activities, you just stay at the camp and cook for now. Wei Jia nodded. Han Yutong, seeing that Wei Jia finally got her wish, smiled and comforted, You don't need to worry about fishing. Yushan and her two companions are taking the big boat out just to test the fish in the deep waters. Then make sure to wear life jackets, Wei Jia reminded. In the calm atmosphere, everyone completed their respective tasks. After the meal, Lin Ye and Chun Na walked into the forest together. Chun Na's expression was serene, a faint smile gracing her oval face. In her heart, she had finally accepted reality, realizing she could not monopolize Lin Ye. In fact, Lin Ye had already spent enough time with her. Knowing that the other party would favor her, she felt content. She let go of many obsessions and clarified her future direction, feeling light and liberated. The animals in the forest wouldn't harm her, and any other dangers would be handled by men. Walking through the forest, Chun Na felt as if she was strolling leisurely. Only she could enjoy such nature. By a waterhole by the stream, Chun Na discovered traces of wild cattle. That's cow dung. Still fresh, indicating that the wild cattle must have come here to drink. Chun Na twitched her nose, familiar with the scent of wild cattle, quickly determining the direction they had left. After walking a short distance, she found hoof prints in a muddy area. A dense line of hoof prints. It seemed to be a herd of wild cattle. The two quickened their pace to catch up. In a clearing, a calf was frolicking, and upon turning its head it spotted two upright beings approaching. One of them seemed dangerous while the other appeared somewhat friendly. The calf stood frozen in place, its round dark eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Lin Ye halted his steps. He sensed that his animal killer skill had instilled a sense of wariness in the calf. This skill, being insightful, could instantly provide a hint for delivering a lethal blow, but the side effect was potentially inducing a sense of crisis in the target. Chen Na approached alone. The calf watched her come closer, not fleeing, and hesitated to take a step forward. Chen Na stood before the calf, reaching out to touch its nose, then gently patted its face. "Little one, why are you playing alone? It's dangerous." The calf looked towards the depths of the forest where the herd was located. The herd foraging would spread far apart, so it was not unusual for individuals to be separated by dozens of meters. After the boa constrictor had fled, there was no longer a predator's presence here, and since the calf remained in an explored area, its mother allowed it to play alone with peace of mind. Chen Na understood the calf's meaning and smiled. "Can you take me to meet your mother?" The calf found this creature very friendly and could not refuse her request. Turning around, it ran towards the herd. After a few steps, it looked back and mooed, signaling Chen Na to follow. Lin Ye kept a distance behind. He was worried about the wild cattle becoming agitated. Although Chen Na was strong, she was still quite vulnerable against wild cattle. Chen Na first found the calf's mother, a horned cow. The dark mother cow resembled a typical subtropical water buffalo. Seeing the calf and Chen Na together, the mother cow mooed nervously and walked over, nuzzling the calf with its nose as if scolding it for its recklessness. Chen Na reached out to stroke the mother cow's back, activating her herd leader talent. "I drove away the giant python so you can graze safely here. I have a very safe place over there where you can sleep at night." Realizing Chen Na's invitation, the mother cow looked somewhat bewildered. Chen Na left the mother cow and approached another cow, saying the same thing. Before long, she had communicated with the entire herd of wild cattle. The wild cattle found it rather strange. This creature, which bore no resemblance to a cow, seemed to treat them well. After eating their fill, following her back also didn't seem bad. Thus Chen Na chatted with one and another, convincing the entire herd of cattle. By noon, the well-fed wild cattle followed her back to the camp. More than 20 cows, including 6 calves, appeared grandly in front of the camp. Everyone was astonished. Had it not been for Chen Na and Lin Ye being with the cows, the women would have already been terrified and shut themselves inside. "Chen Na, are these the cows you tamed?" Zhou Yuyao, who was using a coconut shell to hold ash and drawing the foundation line for the stone wall, could not help but exclaim upon discovering the herd. Chen Na wore a proud expression. "Yes. They will stay in the camp at night, so we need to reserve a place for them." Zhou Yuyao counted the number of cows, feeling both pained and joyful. To reserve spaces for so many cows, the range covered by the stone wall would need to be expanded. The workload would increase dramatically. "Just build a roof on the inside of the stone wall, and that will suffice." Seeing her troubled expression, Lin Ye suggested. Zhou Yuyao smiled wryly. "With so many cows, it would need at least 100 square meters. There will certainly be other animals in the future. With this, it could easily exceed 1,000 square meters." Lin Ye was just about to say that 1,000 square meters wasn't too large, but Zhou Yuyao continued. "Additionally, we need to build workshops, material warehouses, food storage, and a pharmacy. The dormitory is too cramped now. We need to ensure everyone has their own single room. With this, the area would be too large." Lin Ye scratched his head, finally feeling the difficulty of construction. "How about this? The first phase of the stone wall should only include the dormitory along with the pigsty and cow pen. Future buildings can expand outwards from the stone wall." After hearing Lin Ye's suggestion, Zhou Yuyao nodded. "In that case, the workload won't increase that much." The foundation line of the surrounding wall was slightly modified, and the new construction plan was confirmed. A new facility was added, a manure pit. Both the pigsty and cow pen are significant sources of manure, necessitating a slope to conveniently push the manure out of the livestock living area to ensure environmental hygiene. However, this also added an unpleasant task: manure clearing. Lin Ye had a bad premonition. This dirty work won't fall on. The good news is that there will be a source of fertilizer. The bad news is that I have become a manure clearer. While the celestial beings were engaged in battle in the forest, Chen Na had already determined the chosen working bulls. Adult wild bulls were divided into 4 groups to take turns working. Every day 5 bulls were kept at home to work while the others went out to forage. The bulls were a bit bewildered. Wasn't it promised that they would have free accommodation while also having to work? Are we to build a place for sleeping? Aren't we supposed to sleep wherever we go? The bulls were filled with confusion. However, the command from the leader of the herd made them reluctant to resist. With powerful movers, the problem of transporting stones was perfectly solved. The women were also able to complete the task of building stone walls, while Lin Ye and Chen Na continued up the mountain to search for other herds. Lin Ye was fully armed, carrying 12 throwing spears, a bow, a quiver of arrows, and a medicine kit, preparing to gather herbs. Chen Na, armed with a bow and arrows, also carried an additional brown cloth bag, prepared to gather herb samples for Liang Qian. Their direction was towards the opposite high mountain. Leaving the hilly area and crossing the upstream gorge, the mountains suddenly rose steeply. The forest transitioned from mixed woods to tall trees, and the underbrush became sparse. The light in the forest was abundant, and the visibility was very clear. Thus they could see herds of goats and deer from far away, occasionally catching glimpses of foxes. I remember goat milk is drinkable, right? And deer meat is also delicious. Chen Na was excited and eager to try. After saying a few words, she remembered that she could sense the emotions of animals. In the future, slaughtering these animals would also be hard for her, and she fell silent again. Lin Ye took her hand and smiled, saying, "Let's tame the female sheep next time. As for deer meat, the meat yield of deer isn't high. We shouldn't rely on this for resources. It would be enough just to hunt one when we want to eat without needing to raise them ourselves. Chen Na pursed her lips, revealing a knowing smile. Noticing the fox that kept turning back to look, she added, should we raise a fox? It looks quite cute. Lin Ye shook his head. The smell is too strong. Chen Na could only give up. Women generally detested smelly animals. Just as the two paused to chat, a howl from wolves echoed down from the mountains. Occasionally, there were also deep, resonant roars. Wolves and bears. The animals on the mountain are so abundant. Chen Na became excited again. The more wild beasts there were, the more useful her beast leader talent would be. I wonder if there will be tigers. If we could tame a tiger, that would be incredible. Chen Na's forehead was beaded with sweat, her face flushed. Lin Ye's nerves were tightly strung, constantly alert to the sounds around them. If there really was a tiger, he doubted Chen Na would have the chance to tame it. Taming a bear would be quite good already, Lin Ye said while walking. Bears eat anything, are easier to raise, are smart and very strong. They are quite useful for both fighting and working. Chen Na silently nodded. She also felt that the combat power of the pig herd was not sufficient anymore. Aside from being easy to raise, they had no significant advantages. Then let's catch a wolf today, and also catch a bear, Chen Na suggested. Lin Ye said, let's tame the bear first. By the time we return, it will be late, and passing through the bear area won't be very safe. Chen Na understood Lin Ye's meaning. Taming the bear first meant that when they returned at night, the bear would no longer be a threat, but a guarantee of safety. Then let's go catch a bear first. Chen Na twitched her nose, discerning the surrounding scents, quickly pointing in a direction. The bear den should be over there. Lin Ye asked curiously, you can tell just by smelling the scent. Chen Na replied, bears are omnivores. Their feces are very smelly, unlike herbivores. I see, Lin Ye thought to himself, realizing that Chen Na had learned quite a bit during this time. Both of them had the skill of environmental perception, but their focuses were different. Chen Na was more concerned with the characteristics of the animals themselves, while Lin Ye paid more attention to the noises made by the animals. In fact, Lin Ye had already spent enough time with her. Knowing that the other party would favor her, she felt content. She let go of many obsessions. Lin Ye asked, no male bear. Chen Na walked a bit further and could sense the emotions of the animals in the den. There are no male bears, and the mother bear's emotions, they may have long since stopped living together. Hearing this, Lin Ye laughed. So it's a divorced mother bear with 2 cubs. Chen Na couldn't help but laugh too, but soon her expression became serious. The mother bear seems to be in pain. Her front paw and nose are inflamed and oozing pus, as she must have been stung by bees. It's an injured bear, so it will be easier to tame. Lin Ye still planned to win her favor by treating her wounds. I need to prepare some anti-inflammatory herbs. In this situation, it's best to clean the wound. I'm afraid I won't be able to get close. Even with strength enhancement, Lin Ye did not think he could pin down a mother bear to do as he wished. Chen Na pondered, we need to prepare not only the herbs, but also some honey. I know where the honey is. The two walked along the stone wall for several hundred meters and encountered a rocky pit. There were claw marks on the stone, likely left by the mother bear. On top of the stone pit hung a brown-yellow beehive. One corner had been damaged. The flowering season was already over, the honey was being stored by the bees for winter, and the mother bear would face attacks if she came to steal it. Bears can't withstand stings, let alone humans. After hesitating for a while staring at the beehive, Chen Na took off her leather armor and brown cloth. Clothes, you wear this, and go get the honey. There were no other men around, so Chen Na wasn't worried about exposing herself confidently, revealing her curvaceous figure. Only her upper body was bare, and the mountain breeze made her a bit chilly, so she hugged herself, and couldn't help but shiver. Having grown accustomed to it, Lin Ye wasn't surprised by her figure. He just smiled, and said, if you attract the attention of the bees like this, you'll have a hard time. It's best to stay back. Chen Na turned and ran towards the bear den. Lin Ye wrapped himself up tightly, exposing no flesh, and confidently approached to gather honey. The honey was actually quite high off the ground. Lin Ye, at 1.8 meters tall, had to tiptoe to reach it. The bear could reach it, indicating that the mother bear was quite large. Lin Ye only managed to gather a piece of honey the size of a palm. The swarm of bees chased him for less than 100 meters. These bees are not very aggressive, with the mother bear so seriously injured the wound might be infected with other bacteria. Lin Ye estimated that the effectiveness of ordinary herbs would not be enough, so he took a detour to gather 2 more potent items. The two met at the entrance of the bear den. Chen Na had already confronted the mother bear. The mother bear blocked the entrance, roaring angrily. Chen Na spoke in a gentle, soothing voice, trying to calm the mother bear. Lin Ye handed over his clothes and the honey to Chen Na. Without a moment to put on her clothes, Chen Na picked up the honey to summon the mother bear. Facing this uninvited guest, the mother bear was very alert, but the 2 cubs could not resist the temptation and scampered over. The mother bear scolded a few times and even reached out her paw to try to drag the cubs back, but she couldn't stop them. In the end, she had to move forward to grab the honey and take it to share with her cubs. Only then did Chen Na put on her clothes again and pulled out another piece of honey. With the previous experience, the mother bear's wariness was reduced a bit. She revealed a cunning look of contemplation and then let her cubs come up to eat the honey. Just as Chen Na beckoned to the cubs, the mother bear suddenly charged over, snatched all the honey, and then disappeared into the den with her cubs. They encountered a case of black eating black. Chen Na and Lin Ye looked at each other, both sharing a silent, bitter smile. Seeing the actions of the mother bear, Lin Ye was both angry and amused. You want honey, but don't want to do anything right. Chen Na was also at a loss. What should we do now? How about we give it a beating? Lin Ye suggested. He wasn't confident about treating the mother bear's wounds, but he could certainly inflict some more injuries. Is that really a good idea? Chen Na chuckled. If you try to build a relationship with it while it plays tricks on you, it won't be easy. Initially joking, Lin Ye was now genuinely tempted. Can we actually beat it? Chen Na still hesitated. After all these days, she could feel her strength growing rapidly. Muscles that she had struggled to develop for years seemed to have automatically formed. This feeling of becoming stronger all over made her confidence swell. Even so, she lacked the confidence to take on a brown bear. This brown bear was over 2 meters long, looking like a tank, and it was quite intelligent, making it hard to deal with. Lin Ye pondered, they'll play the bad cop, you play the good cop. While we beat it, we can also persuade it to calm down. Huh, this. Chen Na couldn't help but laugh. Let's do it this way. Lin Ye scanned the surroundings, found a safe spot, and said, you climb onto that rock. Chen Na complied and curiously watched Lin Ye. Without resorting to lethal weapons like the obsidian throwing spear, Lin Ye picked up a few stones and fiercely threw them into the bear's den. The throwing skill applied to all thrown objects. Though they were stones with the enhancement from his talent, throwing them with force added speed and precision, making their impact quite formidable. Soon an angry roar of pain echoed from the cave. A massive brown figure charged out, greeted by a barrage of stones. Lin Ye was like an automatic ammunition-filling catapult, smashing over 10 stones in one go. Roar. A stone solidly struck the mother bear's nose. Chen Na, who was about to speak to soothe it, was taken aback. How could they calm it down after hitting it so hard? Lin Ye was still throwing stones, his arms creating afterimages. Furious, the mother bear attempted to lunge at Lin Ye, but unable to bear weight on its forepaw, it tumbled head over heels and rolled down the slope for dozens of meters. Chen Na, who was about to speak to soothe it, was taken aback. How could they calm it down after hitting it so hard? Lin Ye was still throwing stones, his arms creating afterimages. His firing rate was not much weaker than a Gatling gun. The sense of impact was exhilarating. Using the obsidian throwing spear, he was worried about damage or not being able to retrieve it, so he usually held back. Now with unlimited ammunition, he threw freely. The stones flew like locusts, nearly burying the prone brown bear. The mother bear attempted to rise several times, but was hit on the wound, causing it to collapse again in pain. Eventually, utterly helpless, it lay down and allowed itself to be pummeled, only emitting a pleading whimper for mercy. The terrifying upright ape had left it with an indelible psychological scar. Seeing it concede, Lin Ye finally stopped, allowing Chen Na to speak gently to it. Chen Na's soft and soothing voice made the wounded mother bear feel comforted, occasionally responding with soft grunts. Chen Na slowly approached, clearing the stones around the brown bear. She reached out to touch its face, creating a bond of understanding between humans and animals through her innate leadership ability. Oh. The mother bear let out a low growl of complaint. If only I had known you were here to befriend me. Look at this ruckus. The mother bear extended its forepaw to show its wound while lifting its nose to display its pitiful state. All the previous injuries were blamed on Lin Ye. Seeing the mother bear talk about its wounds, Chen Na quickly called Lin Ye over. Next was the treatment and dressing phase. Roar, squeezing out the remaining pus, made the mother bear scream in pain. It looked at Lin Ye and then let out a low growl of grievance toward Chen Na. Look at him, he hit me. Chen Na stroked its face, constantly reassuring. Don't worry, I'm not hurting you. This is to treat your wounds, and once it's healed it won't hurt anymore. The mother bear finally calmed down. However, the medicine applied was too stimulating, causing excruciating pain. The mother bear once again howled in protest. He's poisoning me. He's trying to kill me. It hurts even more than being stung by a bee. It's unbearable. After a while, the wound doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore. In truth, the medicine doesn't take effect that quickly. Mainly the pain had numbed. Lin Ye took out a dagger and cut a piece of brown cloth to bandage the mother bear's forepaw wound. The wound on its nose was hard to bandage, so Chen Na reminded it, be careful with your nose, don't bump it again. We'll come back tomorrow to change your medicine. The mother bear limped into the cave. Given that it couldn't travel far, Chen Na didn't make it move. The mother bear nestled at the cave entrance, gazing at the two departing figures with a complex expression. First they fed it, then gave it a good beating, and after that treated its wounds. This kind of relationship is hard to evaluate. These two guys can't be perverts, can they? Leaving the rocky slope where the bear den was located, Lin Ye and Chen Na walked into a transitional area of trees, shrubs, and meadows. The ground was littered with rabbit droppings. The relationship between bears and rabbits is quite complex. Bears catch rabbits to eat, but can't consume too many, and also scare away other predators. Giant mutated bear. The relationship between bears and rabbits is quite complex. Bears catch rabbits to eat, but can't consume too many, and also scare away other predators. This made bears objectively the protectors of rabbits. Clever rabbits, upon seeing bears, were not afraid, and when they spotted the mutated bear standing and walking, they showed no fear either. However, the mutated bear did not play by the rules. One of the tall mutated bears suddenly pulled out a longbow and directly shot down a pair of rabbits that were mating. Still a pair of lovers, I'll take them as a gift for the wolf pack. Lin Ye said, uttering these heartless words with a smile. Showing off love is so annoying, not to mention doing it so openly. This attack carried a hint of personal vengeance. The rabbit group sensed Lin Ye, the animal killer, as a threat, and at that moment a gray wolf suddenly charged out from behind the bushes and snatched away a solitary rabbit. The gray wolf didn't dare to eat in front of the two mutated bears. After carrying the rabbit some distance, it curiously turned back to glance. Just that one extra look made it suddenly feel that one of the mutated bears was quite familiar. I was catching rabbits in front of her, and she didn't mind. That's quite nice. If only they could give me the rabbits they caught, that would be even better. The gray wolf returned with the rabbit, greeting Chen Na with soft howls. Chen Na was just about to target a solitary wolf when she saw this friendly fellow and started a gentle conversation. One person and one wolf connected well. The gray wolf approached closer, focusing on the rabbit in Chen Na's hand, softly whining. Chen Na reached out to stroke its head, and it did not shy away. This rabbit of yours is quite plump. How long have you been catching rabbits? How many wolves are in your family? Do you have a mate and pups? What? You're a female. Lin Ye couldn't understand the wolf's meaning, but Chen Na's words amused him. They talked for a long time, without even distinguishing male from female. One person and one wolf were chatting in their own channels. The gray wolf wanted the rabbit while Chen Na wanted to learn about the wolf pack. Finally, they somehow ended up chatting together. Chen Na expressed that if the gray wolf took her to the wolf den, she would give it all the rabbits. The gray wolf found this proposition reliable and enthusiastically led the way. In the thicket, several gray wolves lying in feigned slumber suddenly stood up, alertly gazing in the same direction. One gray wolf, holding a rabbit in its mouth, trotted over with quick steps. Behind it, two tall figures followed closely. The wolf pack immediately began to growl in warning. The elder wolf squinted its eyes cautiously. It had encountered such tall, upright beings before and had been injured as a result. A low growl of hatred transmitted signals of anger and danger to the other wolves. Soon the scattered gray wolves gathered together. Lin Ye and Chen Na exchanged glances at this scene. This is the normal gray wolf. The gray wolf leading us seems a bit foolish. The two did not proceed further to avoid provoking the wolf pack. At this moment, the leading gray wolf had already been blocked by the other wolves. A strong gray wolf issued a threatening growl towards it, adopting an aggressive posture. The leading gray wolf immediately dropped the rabbit and lay on the ground, exposing its belly. Only after surrendering its prey did the strong gray wolf let it go. This wolf seems to have a low status in the pack. Lin Ye began to speak ill of the wolves openly. Chen Na nodded and quietly said, this is a half-grown female wolf. It is about to reach maturity, but its status in the pack does not allow it to reproduce, so it is full of curiosity about the outside world and has a tendency to stray from mating. Lin Ye suddenly understood. No wonder it's so familiar. It turns out it has been thinking about leaving. Why not take this wolf with us? At least we need one male and one female. They'll catch another male wolf. Chen Na pointed at the strong gray wolf. That one looks good. Lin Ye chuckled. That might be the wolf king. It's going to be hard to tame a wolf king. We'll give it a try. Chen Na stepped forward, making a calling sound, while shaking the rabbit in her hand. Lin Ye's mouth fell open in surprise. Would this method of teasing dogs really work? He took out a jet black obsidian spear ready to act when the wolf pack went berserk. The old wolf, seeing this, took a step back in fear. The strong gray wolf sensed the danger and glared at Lin Ye with an unfriendly gaze. Are you going to eat? It was just caught. Chen Na continued to communicate with her animal affinity. Seeing no response from the gray wolves, Chen Na thought it was due to insufficient sincerity, so she took out a dagger and started skinning the rabbit on the spot. It's all skin now, don't you want to eat? Chen Na wiggled the red meat in her hand. The wolf pack silently took a few steps back. Skimming the skin in front of them was too intimidating. They shook their heads in fear. Smack! Chen Na threw the rabbit meat into the wolf pack. It's cleaned up, eat it. The gray wolves all avoided it. A few, unable to resist their cravings, stepped forward but were immediately driven back by the strong gray wolf. Chen Na immediately began to scold. You wolves are too domineering. Aren't you afraid of a rebellion from your subordinates? As she got closer, the strong gray wolf retreated 2 steps, pausing to maintain its authority. It issued a threatening low growl towards Chen Na, but hesitated on whether to attack. Chen Na's animal affinity properties made its thoughts somewhat chaotic. Just as it was conflicted, its mouth was suddenly grabbed. The angry growl turned into whimpering. Its pride was shattered, dignity swept away. This wolf was humiliated. The gray wolf's muscles tensed as it prepared to pounce, but suddenly felt a powerful force transmitted from its mouth. Chen Na gripped the wolf's jaws with one hand, twisting it and throwing the gray wolf to the ground. The gray wolf panicked and struggled desperately. However, its head was firmly pinned to the ground, unable to escape. The proud wolf king was subdued like this. Other gray wolves wanted to come forward to rescue their king, but did not know how to proceed. They felt no desire to attack the upright creature pinning down their king. Another upright creature that could be attacked looked terrifying beyond measure, making it impossible to fight back. For a moment, the wolves' minds went blank. Lin Ye watched this scene, unable to suppress a grin wider than an AK. If the wolf king could be tamed, the business of selling canine pets would surely be stable. Chen Na was also ecstatic. So it turns out that forceful subjugation is so effective. Previously, she had only known how to bond with animals through treating them to meals and speaking kindly. Seeing Lin Ye tame a female bear, she had an epiphany, using her animal affinity to quietly approach animals and directly impose violent suppression. This was the most efficient method of taming beasts. After pinning down the wolf king, Chen Na used her pack leader talent to negotiate conditions with the wolf king. Will you obey? What will you obey? Stick with me, and there are benefits. If not, you will die. I will skin you, eat your meat, and use your bones to beat drums. I will obey, obey, obey. The wolf king showed its belly. At the same time, it cast a resentful glance at the leading gray wolf, its eyes filled with unfulfilled emotions. Seeing the wolf king submit, Chen Na finally released it. Follow me, Chen Na commanded without room for argument. The wolf king was somewhat astonished. Follow you? What about my wolf pack? Seeing that Chen Na didn't give further instructions, the strong gray wolf communicated briefly with a female wolf and went into the den to retrieve their cubs. 5 cubs were placed before Chen Na. The strong gray wolf and the female wolf lay down before Chun Na, waiting for instructions. Chun Na was a bit stunned. You have a wife and kids. At this moment, she realized she had inadvertently meddled in their pairing. As she reached out to touch the strong gray wolf, trying to sense its thoughts, Chun Na finally understood that the Wolf King couple were the only ones in the pack qualified to reproduce. Now that the Wolf King had submitted to her, and was even preparing to move its family, the pack would begin competing for a new Wolf King. Other strong wolves raised their fur, invigorated, baring their teeth in defiant postures. Roars and whimpers rose and fell with the wolf pack dividing into several factions ready for an internal conflict. Chun Na looked at Lin Ye. What now? It looks like the wolf pack is about to fight. What else can we do? Lin Ye urged. Quickly have the Wolf King suppress them. Use your pack leader talent to persuade the other wolves and lead the entire pack away. Chun Na hesitated. Can we afford to raise them? Wolves eat meat. We can just take them out to catch rabbits. Lin Ye laughed. Many tribes want canine pets. We'll train them and trade for supplies without needing to spend much on raising them. Chun Na found this very reasonable and immediately stepped forward to tame the wolf pack. Today's experience made her discover another approach to using her pack leader talent, combining kindness and strength. To secure her position among the wolves, she planned to deal with the most arrogant challenger. Utilizing her animal affinity, she approached the gray wolf, grabbed its mouth, and then slapped it. What are you making a fuss about? Behave yourself. The gray wolf was stunned by the slap. Although the damage was minor, the humiliation was strong. One slap shattered the Wolf King's dreams. Subsequently, the other few ruffians were also dealt with by Chun Na. They approached harmlessly only to receive a beating out of the blue. The tactic was old but effective. The seeds of rebellion were swiftly suppressed. The wolf pack became quiet. You continue to lead them. He'll handle those who are not obedient. Chun Na directly appointed the leader of the wolf pack. The reinstated Wolf King regained its imposing demeanor. The pack leader talent conveyed Chun Na's will to the wolf pack, and the other gray wolves all knelt down, bowing their heads in submission. Only by being obedient will there be benefits. Chun Na made a threat and led the wolf pack to the rabbit breeding area. Whoosh! The arrows flew out, and all the rabbits within range fell. Bring them back. With a command from Chun Na, the wolves transformed into hunting dogs, retrieving all the rabbits without daring to steal a bite. The ground was littered with dead rabbits, vividly demonstrating the intimidation of the two-legged beast. Chun Na skinned the rabbits again and threw the rabbit meat into the wolf pack. Eat. Starting with the Wolf King, they fed in order. The skinless rabbits were delicious. The past life was gone for Lin Ye and Chun Na were training wolves on the mountain when a wooden boat appeared on the sea. There were 6 people on board, 5 of whom were natives, and the remaining one was a white man dressed in modern clothing. The white man wore a sun hat, a gray shirt, jeans, and sneakers. His name was Scott, a young zoologist from the Sunset Nation of Blue Star, who was on a scientific expedition to the African savannah with his newlywed wife when he crossed into the ancient world. Scott raised a pair of binoculars and saw the shacks on the beach and the stone walls among the palm trees, exclaiming "Geode," and then sent a message in a foreign language through his personal panel. It's confirmed that there are other survivor teams on South 12 Island with stone wall camps and makeshift shelters large enough to accommodate dozens of people. No personnel were found, and it's temporarily uncertain whether they were eliminated or moved to another location. No trace of the previous native team was found. It is recommended to send more natives to search the island. After sending the message, Scott turned to the native leader and said in clumsy native language, "It's too dangerous for us to search deeply with so few people. Oh, it's best to go back and bring more people." The chief is also waiting for our report. Some members of the expedition team had awakened a language talent and learned the native language, which allowed them to survive after being captured instead of being slaughtered. Scott was favored by the sister of the native leader and became her male pet. However, the price was that the woman he loved, Karina, fell into the hands of this native. Scott lied, claiming Karina was his sister, establishing a special intimate relationship with the native leader. It was precisely because of this relationship that he could accompany the exploration team. However, Scott overestimated his importance. The native leader scoffed at his suggestion, seeing it as a disgrace to his honor, and directly punched Scott, giving him panda eyes. "Do you want me to ignore the lives of my brothers? I fear no enemy. White-skinned pig." The native leader glared at Scott, spitting saliva that made Scott close his eyes. "Damn barbarian. My poor Karina." Scott could only curse in his heart. To save his life, he kept waving his hands, trying to persuade again. "Kunlu, the terrifying Kunlu, do you understand how powerful it is? I'm not questioning your bravery. Oh, I just feel that brave warriors also need to fight smart." "Shut up, white-skinned pig. If you talk more, I'll roast your sister and eat her." The native leader remained furious and insisted on going to the island. His brother had come with the tribe to capture women, and it was agreed that he would get a share of the women they caught. But that bastard went and disappeared without a trace. He was worried that his brother had died, and also that the bastard was... The natives tied the boat to a rock and jumped onto the beach. Someone screamed. The direction he pointed at showed clots of blood congealed on the sand. Soon more bloodstains were discovered. It was clear that there had been a fierce battle on this beach, and many people had died. However, neither side that had clashed was here anymore. The shacks and stone wall houses had also been abandoned for many days. Scott comforted with a flattering smile, "Your brothers must have won. They must have captured the people here and gone to explore other islands." He intended to comfort the native leader, but it ignited the other's surging anger. Just thinking that the bastard might be hiding somewhere desecrating his spoils made the native leader grit his teeth, stamping his feet and smashing things. After a bout of venting, the native leader waved his hand, signaling others to follow. They crossed the woods and entered the habitat of the old python. Broken branches and snapped trunks showed signs of fierce fighting. The natives became more cautious, carefully moving forward. Arriving at the rocky pit, they saw the swollen body of the old python. Kunlu. Sangba Kunlu. The natives exclaimed, "My God!" Scott kept making the sign of the cross over his chest. This python had eaten so much that it must have encountered the native warriors. The old python, still digesting its meal, was very wary of these uninvited guests. The native leader tightened his fists at the sight of the well-fed python. Despite not believing that the python could eat 15 native warriors, he still had a foreboding feeling. He suspected that his brother's team had lost, which was why the scattered warriors were eaten by the python. Noticing the native's unusual emotions, a cunning glint flashed in Scott's eyes as he stepped forward and said, "I know how to communicate with Kunlu. I can persuade it to clear the way for us to enter the mountains." He understood the habits of the python well, knowing that its aggressiveness would significantly decrease after a full meal, so he wanted to elevate his status through interaction with the python. The native leader did not oppose as Scott approached the python, gesturing wildly and babbling. The natives showed mocking expressions and laughter. Having survived on the island for generations, how could they not understand the habits of the python? The actions of the white man before them appeared extremely ridiculous. "This is our unique way of communication. No one understands Kunlu better than we do." Scott continued to pretend, but was pulled away by the impatient native leader. Without further discussion, they forcibly escorted the white man back to the Stonewall camp. They planned to stay here and enter the mountains for exploration the next day. Taking advantage of the natives being distracted, the white man opened his personal panel and began silently sending messages. They settled in the abandoned camp of the survivor team. "It seems they will enter the mountain tomorrow. That survivor team was able to kill 15 native warriors, so they must be very strong. Damn fools, they will get me killed. You must persuade the native chief to send more people. If it's too late, I can only have my corpse collected." The sun set. Chen Na and Lin Ye returned to the camp with the wolf pack. The wild buffalo was pulling a sled transporting stones back and forth. Sensing so many unfamiliar biological scents, the gray wolves became uneasy and alert. Chen Na gave another lecture. "Remember these scents, do not attack, or else you'll be skinned and eaten." The 10 gray wolves trained by Chen Na all wagged their tails vigorously. The wolves' ferocity, non-existent. Smart wolves would never do something as foolish as challenging a rock with an egg. The girls returning from fetching water saw the wolf pack outside the camp, nearly dropping their water bottles in fright. Seeing Lin Ye and Chen Na there, they finally understood what was happening. "There are wolves." Chen Na brought the wolves back. Their cries startled everyone in the camp. Chen Na looked embarrassed. Thinking of the little female wolf that led them to the wolf pack, she felt a bit like herself. The women quickly surrounded the wolf pack. This group of gray wolves resembling Siberian huskies intrigued them, but they dared not approach, fearing the gray wolves might become aggressive and bite. Chen Na reassured them, "Don't be afraid, I've already warned them." Only then did they dare to come closer to observe and reach out to touch the wolf pups. "Sister Na, can I adopt one of the little wolves? I used to have a dog and now I want to raise a wolf. Wouldn't a wolf be better for guarding?" The wild boar pets suddenly seemed less appealing. They all wanted to switch to canine pets. Chen Na was indecisive and looked at Lin Ye. Canine pets were hot commodities, a new flagship product, and Lin Ye didn't want to part with them yet. "Let's wait for the next litter. The little wolves born among people will be more suitable as pets for you. These wolf pups, let's take them to exchange for supplies first." Upon learning that the little wolves were to be traded, the girls fell silent. Chen Na was full of enthusiasm again. "This time, I'll gather the wolf pack to train, unifying the training commands so that customers can command them better after purchase." She was already imagining the scene of exchanging wolves for a pile of supplies. The women who couldn't adopt wolf pups shifted their attention to the rabbit skins Chen Na had brought back. The rabbit fur is so soft, making a hat would surely be comfortable. Why not make it into shorts? The little tail at the back is quite alluring. Why wear something so revealing? Are you trying to seduce the class monitor? To seduce the class monitor, do I need to wear clothes? The topic quickly veered off course, and the women began to playfully tussle. Lin Ye nearby felt an itch in his heart and wanted to refute a few things. In fact, he now hoped they would wear different clothes. Su Wei, holding the rabbit skin, couldn't put it down. "Na, are there many rabbits on the mountain? Can we catch some to raise? Using rabbit fur to spin yarn, we could definitely weave good clothes." After Chen Na mentioned where the rabbits came from, Su Wei began to fantasize about where to build the rabbit hut. Lin Ye also thought they should start raising rabbits soon. He didn't care about the idea of rabbit tail girls. The key was to raise rabbits for meat, which would yield results much faster than raising pigs, and the meat quality was better. The reputation of wild boars as food had become irretrievable. The status of the pig herd was a bit awkward now. As food, their taste was not good. As pets, they lacked ability. They might as well sing and dance to liven up the atmosphere, but their appearance was quite unappealing. In his thoughts, Lin Ye recalled the only customer who bought pigs. "Brother Xiao, are those pigs still convenient to use?" Lin Ye messaged Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan thought Lin Ye was urging for the final payment and sent over more than 300 pounds of corn. There were already few idle brown mats in the camp, and now they were almost full. "Brother Xiao, that's enough. Just a few pigs with so much corn and bronze, we've already made a big profit." Lin Ye quickly replied. Xiao Yan said, "All right, let's hang the remaining corn to dry." After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan added, "Brother, can you spare a few more pigs for us?" Indeed, a big client. Lin Ye wanted to clear the stock directly. "Brother Xiao, how many pigs do you want?" Xiao Yan was also surprised. "Do you have a lot?" "Dozens, I can still get them," Lin Ye said. If ecological balance was disregarded, over 100 could be obtained. Let's get 12 more half male and half female. Xiao Yin directly made a lion's demand, and added its best, if they are adult wild boars. Lin Ye felt that something was amiss. Xiao Yin wouldn't want to eat them, right? Lin Ye kindly reminded brother Xiao these are wild boars not castrated. The meat quality isn't good, it not only tastes gamey, but is also tough. What are you thinking? Xiao Yin clarified, we're not keeping them for food. Lin Ye genuinely didn't understand, just for pets. Exactly. Xiao Yin said wild boars make excellent combat pets. They charge heat and plus they can help carry. Lin Ye couldn't imagine that kind of combat effect. The indigenous people's spears and bows were still very powerful. Sending wild boars to charge might just turn them into porcupines. Lin Ye voiced his concerns. Xiao Yin laughed heartily, confidently sharing his combat experiences. Let's armor the indigenous people have a kind of vine shield made from special wood vines that can't be cut by knives and spears are easily deflected. We can get that kind of wood vine and weave armor for the wild boars, then put bronze horns on their snouts. It would be very effective against the indigenous people. Just think about it, wild boars are so short, charging through the grass, it would be hard for the indigenous people to aim, let alone break their armor. If they get rammed by a wild boar, they would be crippled, and then it's our turn to dominate. After saying this, Xiao Yin sighed regretfully. It's just that the pigs you're providing are too small, limiting their strength and speed, and they're still growing. Changing their armor would be quite troublesome. Adult wild boars wouldn't have these issues. A professional combatant could think of a way to utilize wild boars for battles. Lin Ye was worried about their combat capabilities. If he could exchange some wood vines with Xiao Yin, he could also armor the wild boars. Wouldn't that enhance their combat power? Lin Ye started promoting a new flagship product. Brother Xiao, we have tamed wolves. Do you want to get a wolf as a scout? Xiao Yin showed no interest in wolves at all. Wolves are not suitable. These creatures eat meat, making them hard to raise, and their howls are too loud, which isn't conducive to stealth operations. This remark revealed Xiao Yin and his group's combat style. Lin Ye speculated that the indigenous tribes they faced must also be quite formidable. In such a situation, they could still press the indigenous people to fight. Their strength was terrifying. Since Xiao Yin insisted on pigs, Lin Ye no longer tried to persuade him, and honestly said, Brother Xiao, we don't lack wild boars, it's just that we don't have enough survival points to send. That's a small problem. Xiao Yin said, we'll cover the delivery costs. Previously, our trades of bronze tools and food were all directly exchanged for survival points. Now with hundreds of points, we have nowhere to spend them. How frustrating. Lin Ye truly felt bitter inside. Look at that, with hundreds of survival points, what kind of life are they? Alright, Brother Xiao, I'll send you 3 adult wild boars and 9 subadult ones, half male and half female. Is that okay? Originally, there were 5 adult wild boars, but one pair was Lin Na's favorites, so Lin Ye didn't plan to exchange them. Xiao Yin didn't reply immediately, probably discussing with others. After a while, he said, okay. I'll first transfer you 100 points and keep the rest for future supplies. In the next second, 100 points appeared on the tribe panel. Lin Ye had never fought such a wealthy battle, and he became quite... He woke the sleeping wild boars and had Lin Na arrange new owners for them. Then, whoosh whoosh whoosh, he directly proceeded with the mass delivery. On a certain island, blue light flickered. 12 wild boars groggy appeared in front of a stone house. Don't rush. One by one, they stepped forward to adopt. Each person could only adopt one, and those who took more would be sent into the suicide squad. Xiao Yin loudly shouted to maintain order. A group of strong young men facing the pig herd looked like they had seen beautiful girls, their eyes almost glowing green. Despite Xiao Yin being very stern, some troublemakers still started to stir. The suicide squad is still a squad. Give me all those wild boars, and I'll be responsible for taking down the indigenous people's village. Give them to me. I can do it too. Give me, I'm best at ambushes. I have experience in raising pets. I deserve the best. A group of people argued. The pig herd seemed a bit confused, like rookies on their first day at work, unable to find their positions. Xiao Yin angrily scolded, with hundreds of people in the village, do you think you can take it down just by bringing a bunch of pigs? I see you are the real pigs. Behave yourselves. One by one go. If anyone dares to play tricks, they'll be cleaning dung for a month. Cleaning dung. This punishment finally scared the group of soldiers. One by one, they lined up to adopt pigs. In the end, 2 pigs remained. Why are there 2 more pigs? Who didn't come to adopt? The crowd asked curiously. Xiao Yin said seriously, of course I need to keep a reserve. Damn, you're being unreasonable. You already have a pig, do you still want more? You're pocketing the goods. Using power for personal gain. Beat him. The crowd pinned Xiao Yin to the ground and started a flurry of punches and kicks. The scene turned chaotic. Wait, stop. Xiao Yin covered his face, shouting loudly. I have business to discuss with them, and I haven't given them the stuff for the pig exchange yet. Only then did the crowd let him go. Xiao Yin demonstrated that he was indeed negotiating business, loudly asking, Brother Lin, what supplies do you want for these pigs? Lin Ye was waiting for this question and quickly replied, I need that kind of wood vine. Equipping everyone with bronze armor is too extravagant. I want to change everyone to vine armor. Xiao Yin scratched his head and said, don't you have wood vines over there? This thing isn't valuable, takes up space, and it's not cost-effective to deliver. Lin Ye recalled the areas he had explored and indeed hadn't found any suitable wood vines for making vine armor. But Xiao Yan's reminder made him quite concerned. Brother Xiao, where does this wood vine grow? Xiao Yin said it grows in environments similar to rainforests with leaves somewhat resembling palm leaves. This thing is quite and we are in the same regional channel, so the climate on the island shouldn't differ much. If you look carefully, you will definitely find some. After hearing Xiao Yin say this, Lin Ye understood. An environment similar to a rainforest would be around the downstream of the canyon and the lakeside, right? Previously wary of the threat from the forest anaconda Lin Ye hadn't dared to explore. If you want to look for it, there might really be materials for making vine armor. The supplies for exchanging pigs were finally confirmed to be settled with bronze. For Xiaoyan, trading with bronze would be easier since they could just go fight the indigenous people. Collecting wood vines would require him to gather them, which was indeed a hard job. The indigenous people's tribe next to them had truly drawn the short straw. With Xiaoyan's eager agreement, Lin Ye guessed that they could easily procure bronze. This is an opportunity. Lin Ye added, brother Xiao, could you save some of the obsidian spears and axes you captured from the natives for? Xiaoyan readily replied, no problem, I will bring them back. We usually don't even bother to collect them. This statement made Lin Ye feel a pang of bitterness. To think they were too lazy to collect obsidian weapons, even a landowner wouldn't waste resources like that. After finishing the conversation, Xiaoyan also looked on with envy. Since obsidian weapons are scarce, it seems they haven't encountered many natives. It's been almost half a month on an island. Conflicts are inevitable. This can only mean that there are no native tribes on their island, and they have it all to themselves. The geographical conditions are As soon as this was said, others began to complain. If I could have an island without natives, I would accept it, even if it were full of pie. It doesn't have to be large, just a few kilometers in radius, and I would be satisfied. As long as there are no natives and no volcanoes, I would like any place. Living on the same island as a tribe of hundreds, conflicts arise almost daily, and one must be cautious even while sleeping to avoid ambushes. Although their combat power is greater than that of the savages, it is still quite troubling. On Lin Ye's side, 300 pounds of corn kernels piled up into a small mountain. The women were overjoyed. With this much food, I estimate we can eat for a year. Unfortunately, there are no natives on our island to grow food. Pork is unappetizing, fishing is too tiring, stealing food is easier. With the squad leader's strength, why steal? Just go and rob it. Lin Ye's eyelids twitched at this, fearing they would next say our squad leader can eat anything. Such an attitude of getting something for nothing must be stopped in its tracks. Lin Ye was still counting on them to grow corn. These wet corn kernels will mold and rot if left for a few days. We need to quickly cut down the surrounding trees to let sunlight in so we can dry and preserve the corn. This hilly area is very suitable for growing corn. If we clear the land, we will have a continuous supply of food. Lin Ye quickly began to paint a picture of hope for them. There's no need to take risks to get food. Farming is the long-term solution. Just as experts say, when farmers plant seeds in the ground and do nothing come autumn, it's pure profit, a windfall. However, Lin Ye's vision did not resonate with the women. After days of chopping trees, collecting stones, building camps, and constructing smelting furnaces and pottery kilns, they were exhausted. Go farming. I really don't have the energy for that. Zhou Yuang guessed Lin Ye's purpose for cutting trees was actually to clear a wide shooting range to better fend off attacks from the natives. She didn't express it directly, but echoed, we need to cut wood for charcoal. The surrounding forest really does need to be cleared. The women were quite supportive of tree cutting. It's good to clear all the trees. It's too gloomy during the day. We need to make wooden buckets soon. Carrying water is too slow and bathing is inconvenient. The water issue indeed consumed too much manpower. Zhou Yuang looked at Lin Ye. There's some height difference from the pond to here. We should be able to dig a water channel. Is now a good time to do that? What she really wanted to ask was whether they could hold off an attack from the natives here. If they still had to resort to guerrilla tactics, there would be no need to build a water channel. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. If they had the combat power of Xiaoyan and the others, they could kill as many natives as came, and there would be fewer worries. However, the water channel still needed to be built. The stone wall was taking shape, and the camp's defenses would be completed the next day. They could indeed spare manpower to work on other projects. Lin Ye gave Zhou Yuang a calm look. Digging the water channel is no problem. First, we can clear a channel in the soil, then dig a pit in the camp to store water, which can help prevent fires and make water usage easier. Zhou Yuang nodded. It's just right that we need to gather some clay, so let's choose the soil pit behind the dormitory. Wei Jiejia, who usually didn't talk much, suggested let's leave a spot in the open space behind the dormitory to make a medicinal garden. Fresh medicinal herbs work best for anti-inflammatory medicine. It's too troublesome to go out and pick them temporarily, so let's just transplant some herbs to plant behind the house. Right, and let's plant some flowers too. Soon other women chimed in agreement. This group of women, just after filling their stomachs, started to pursue a better quality of life. Lin Ye did not want to suppress this tendency. Pursuing a good quality of life is great. This way they will have the motivation to work. If everyone is just slacking off, that's truly a dead end. Zhou Yuang, more concerned about the camp's safety, furrowed her brow and thought for a while before deciding to voice her thoughts. The wood for making crossbows takes too long to air dry naturally. I want to create a 2-meter-long bronze trough for boiling water and processing wood. This will consume a lot of bronze, but is there a way to exchange for more bronze gear? There is indeed a way to get more bronze. However, Lin Ye had other ideas for making crossbows. Why don't we just directly make the crossbow body out of bronze? Zhou Yuang felt a bit uneasy. I don't know if making the crossbow body out of bronze will work. Lin Ye said, let's make one tomorrow and try it out. I don't expect it to be very durable, just needs to shoot over 10 times. After all, once the bronze components break, they can be remelted and reused. The next day, Lin Ye stayed in the camp to work with Zhou Yuang to create the bronze crossbow. The hardest part wasn't forging the bronze bow arms, but rather the crossbow mechanism. Even with Zhou Yuang's mastery in forging, it took several modifications to complete it. By noon, they finally assembled the parts and created the first bronze crossbow. Thud! The crossbow bolt embedded itself in a tree trunk about 60 meters away, swaying precariously, almost falling. The power is average and the accuracy is poor. It's likely only effective at under 40 meters. Lin Ye shot a test fire and found the bronze crossbow to be less useful than the natives' bows. It can only be used for the girls to defend while squatting in their positions. In outdoor battles, it requires coordination with large shields for cover or simply laying an ambush and retreating. Otherwise, with the natives' reaction speed, they might not even get a chance to shoot before being taken out. With this thought, Lin Ye reserved multiple safe shooting holes in the stone wall they were building. He also had Li Qingqing use the natives' wooden shields they had previously obtained to weave and assemble into simple breastplates. Based on the experience from blocking thrown spears last time, Lin Ye added a layer of straps inside these breastplates. The wooden shield breastplates were suspended on the body by a back support. When attacked, they would press against the body while pushing. This support frame hung on the front chest by straps would create a repulsive force to prevent retreat. In this way, the breastplate would also be supported and could unload the impact by swaying. At sunset, Zhou Yuang had crafted 10 sets of bronze crossbow components. Li Qingqing had assembled 7 sets of wooden shield breastplates, and Lin Ye, along with the girls, had raised the stone wall to over 2 meters. Chen Na returned to the camp with the wolf pack. After a day of training outside, the wolves appeared very disciplined. Chen Na had a string of rabbit pelts hanging from her, and her brown cloth bag contained a pair of rabbit couples. After handing the rabbits over to Su Wei for safekeeping, Chen Na playfully took off the rabbit pelts and tossed them onto Lin Ye. Lin Ye, covered in rabbit fur, grabbed Chen Na and tickled her armpits. After playing around for a while, Chen Na casually mentioned, "I think I saw someone in the canyon when I was on the mountain." Lin Ye's heart sank, and he quickly asked how many people approximately. Seeing Lin Ye so serious, Chen Na became tense, realizing she might have delayed an important situation, and felt a bit regretful. She hurriedly began to recall the forest is too dense to see clearly. The location was probably by the lake, and one of them seemed to be wearing modern clothing. I thought I was seeing things, but when I looked again, I couldn't find any trace. I'm not sure, and I didn't mention it in the tribal channel to avoid causing panic. Just a fleeting glance, unable to discern the truth with a second look. Chen Na might have indeed misjudged. Yet Lin Ye preferred to believe that someone had truly entered the canyon. Calculating the time, the exploration team from the natives should have arrived by now. After all, with 15 people operating 6 boats, it's odd that there has been no news for several days. They would definitely send someone to investigate. Lin Ye found Han Yutong and asked, "Did you see any boats out at sea while?" Han Yutong had not been close to Lin Ye these past few days. Seeing him approach, she mistakenly thought it was about something else, and her heart rate quickened significantly. While hoping for that possibility, she also feared being overheard and feeling embarrassed. After clearly hearing Lin Ye's question, she felt a bit disappointed, but also relieved, stammering, "No, I didn't see any boats. However, we were fishing in this deep water area and did not head towards the old camp, so it is normal not to see anything." Yushan Hexian and Su Wan also came out to testify. Yushan said, "Fishing is really boring. I kept looking around and didn't find anything at all." Hexian added, "On the barren sea surface, a wooden boat would be too obvious. We would definitely see it." Su Wan chimed in, "Even if we didn't see it, the other party would definitely notice for beautiful women like us, right?" This statement made perfect sense. Lin Ye was certain that the 4 people fishing had indeed not been discovered by the natives. Even if they had been spotted, it would not matter since everyone had returned safely. What worried Lin Ye was that there might be survivors among the native team. Survivors could communicate over long distances through the chat channel. Since they had discovered this island, they would inform others of its location. This island has already been exposed. In the future, they would not only face the threat of the natives, but might also encounter survivors with ulterior motives. A strong sense of crisis prompted Lin Ye to prepare for battle in advance. While others were busy cooking, he listed a sale for canine pets in the trading channel in exchange for weapons and armor. The first group he found was the one that had previously shown interest in purchasing canine pets. "I have a trained wolf, do you want it?" It wasn't long before he received a reply. "Wang Dadong from the ultimate class, how trained is it?" Lin Ye from Lin Ye clan, as long as it follows commands, it can carry out reconnaissance and guard duties more effective than a household dog. Wang Dadong from the ultimate class, will it turn on you and bite? Lin Ye from Lin Ye clan, it won't turn on you. Our beast trainers can make the pets understand behavioral logic, not just simple conditioned reflex training. You must have your own talents, you should know the power of talents. Wang Dadong from the ultimate class, I want one, what's the price? This person was not as straightforward as Xiaoyan. Lin Ye wanted bronze equipment, but the price proposed by the other party was even lower than Xiaoyan's offer. Lin Ye estimated that this group was of average strength and couldn't gather much bronze, so he simply changed the terms. After some back and forth, they reached a deal for 20 obsidian throwing spears and 12 feathered arrows. This person is too stingy. Lin Ye turned to Chen Na and said, "Choose the dumbest and thinnest wolf for him." Chen Na quickly found the most bullied gray wolf in the pack and started convincing it. Upon learning it would no longer be bullied, that it would stand out in the pack and enjoy plenty of fish and meat, the gray wolf became excited, panting, nodding, and wagging its tail, indicating it was ready to go. Whoosh! A flash of blue light. The gray wolf was sent to Wang Dadong. At the same time, a clanging sound echoed as a pile of obsidian throwing spears and a bundle of feathered arrows appeared before Lin Ye. Currently, Lin Ye had accumulated 56 obsidian throwing spears and 36 feathered arrows. If Lin Ye threw all these spears, they would be sufficient to wipe out a small squad. Now Lin Ye had enjoyed nearly a 70 increase in overall ability. The power and range of the throwing spears far exceeded that of bows and arrows. He couldn't say it was a human missile launcher, but at the very least it was a human crossbow. Just as he finished counting the goods from this transaction, a chat message began to flash. Carlos from the 191 clan, brother, I want to exchange a wolf for 1 cubic meter of copper ore. Upon seeing this person, Lin Ye didn't want to respond. Last time Lin Ye sought to purchase bronze, this person came to pry for information. Speaking nonsensically, his intentions were not pure. This time coming to buy a wolf might also be an attempt to gather intel. Moreover, the terms proposed were so meager. 1 cubic meter of copper, or how little copper material is that? It felt like giving alms to a beggar. Lin Ye directly responded with a high price, slapping it in the other party's face. We only accept copper ingots or bronze products. 1 cubic meter of copper ingots or bronze products in exchange for a wolf. Carlos from the 191 clan, brother, that's too expensive. Do you know how difficult it is to acquire a cubic meter of copper? Lin Ye disdainfully curled his lips. Xiao Yan had given several cubic meters of bronze equipment in exchange for a pig. If he found copper difficult to acquire, he should first reflect on whether he was working hard enough, and if he was brave enough. Lin Ye was too lazy to respond to the other party, and accepted another chat request. Yuan Xianshu from Feichuan City, I want a wolf, oh what can I exchange for it? Upon seeing this name, Lin Ye squinted. Just like how wild boar skins like to call themselves Jin, some petty individuals tended to enjoy calling themselves Yuan. Since he was an international friend, Lin Ye was even more enthusiastic, 2 cubic meters of bronze in exchange for a wolf. Yuan Xianshu from Feichuan City, I don't have that much bronze, how about 2 cubic meters of grain? Grain is currently very precious, my terms are quite generous. 2 cubic meters of grain. It couldn't be corn, could it? It might even be corn cobs. Damn it, who do you think you're fooling? Having already had his appetite spoiled by Xiao Yan, Lin Ye directly refused. We don't lack food. We have plenty of water. I only want to exchange for bronze because the local tribes are too poor. Yuan Xianshu from Feichuan City, that's too bad. The petty individual seemed to want to give up. But after a silence of more than 10 minutes he returned. Yuan Xianshu from Feichuan City, I only have less than 1 cubic meter of bronze. How about black obsidian weapons? Did he really accept this condition? Lin Ye was quite surprised at 100 black obsidian weapons. The petty individual excitedly agreed. In the item transmission section, a pile of bronze knives appeared along with a bunch of obsidian weapons, half of which were daggers, 30% were stone axes, and the rest were throwing spears. This petty individual has indeed been sneaky. Lin Ye mumbled, but did not engage in further haggling. Obsidian daggers could also have their blades removed and be transformed into throwing spears. This round was actually a big win. Lin Ye immediately turned to Chun Na and said, find the most obedient gray wolf and let it temporarily follow this person's commands. If it encounters someone who speaks like us, it should run back to us. He secretly left a back door, not even disclosing the command to the other party, and sent the gray wolf over. Only when the gray wolf entered the transmission state could the items sent by the other party be claimed. This is the proper way to conduct a transaction. Previously, when Lin Ye traded with the locals, he directly sent the goods over, which was considered an irregular operation. Dealing with scammers would result in a loss. Having received so many weapons, Lin Ye estimated that they were sufficient to fend off a wave of native invasions. He was quite satisfied sorting through the goods while discussing with Zhou Yuyao how to distribute and modify these weapons. The trading channel buzzed with activity. The earlier foreigner sent another message. Carlos from the 191 clan, 1 cubic meter of bronze ingots, but it must be an adult wolf. So straightforward surprised Lin Ye a bit. Sure, I will pick the strongest wolf for you, Lin Ye replied. Carlos from the 191 clan, brother, I urgently need the wolf for an important task. Send it over quickly. Lin Ye replied again. Carlos from the 191 clan, if you can't send it right away, I don't want it. The person continued. Lin Ye's expression grew increasingly stern. The other party kept insisting on urgently sending the wolf, but never proceeded with sending the bronze ingots. If it were someone eager to complete the transaction, they would have sent it directly. Then the other party could find excuses to delay set conditions, or even disappear. So cunning could it be an Indian? Lin Ye's impression of this person worsened, and he couldn't help but start to speculate maliciously. His transaction directly giving 1 cubic meter of bronze equipment undoubtedly would save a lot of materials. But the other party did not provide directly usable bronze equipment, insisting on offering bronze ingots that required forging. This suggested they did not want him to quickly build combat strength. This bastard has a wicked mind. Facing a cunning client who wanted to renege, Lin Ye became more vigilant. He had Su Na select the most cunning gray wolf, leaving a back door, and instructed it to turn against anyone speaking Mandarin. Next, he prepared the wolf to enter the delivery state. At this time, the other party could see the wolf appearing in the delivery items column, but could not accept it. Lin Ye was well versed in the trading rules, and very patient, leaving no room for them to exploit. After delaying for several seconds, Carlos from the 191 group had no choice but to place the bronze ingots in the delivery items column. While placing the goods, he did not forget to banter. Carlos of the 191 group, brother, this wolf won't bite, right? Can it follow orders? Lin Ye continued to respond with great patience. Lin Ye of the Lin Ye group, brother, since I can deliver, it means I have the authority to manage, and the platform has certified that this is not a wild animal, but a tamed pet. Having become skilled in the pet business, Lin Ye's rhetoric was quite refined. Carlos finally took his time to finish placing the. Lin Ye confirmed the quantity was sufficient before completing the wolf's delivery. Whoosh! The gray wolf vanished instantly. Clang! A pile of bronze ingots fell before Lin Ye, gleaming brightly. Wow! So many bronze ingots, we're rich now. It feels like gold. If it were gold, that would be fantastic. The women rushed over hugging the bronze ingots, laughing and almost going mad. That large pile of shiny metal ingots indeed had a strong visual impact. Zhou Yuyao couldn't help but smile widely, picking up the heavy bronze ingot, her eyes brimming with tears. Having been a master blacksmith for so long, she finally saw proper forging materials. It's truly been difficult. If it weren't already late, she would want to start forging right away. Amidst her joy, she calmed down, feeling uneasy. Both are survival teams, yet they can smelt so many bronze ingots while we are still collecting materials. Our development level is still too backward. Lin Ye shook his head and sighed. There's nothing we can do. This island has neither copper mines nor tin mines, so we can only go through trade routes. Even so, Lin Ye still muttered to himself. So many bronze ingots, did the other party really smelt them themselves? Perhaps they stole them from the natives. It's not that Lin Ye looked down on others, he truly didn't believe that within half a month a group of survivors could mine and smelt so many bronze ingots from nothing. On the other side, Carlos confirmed that the wolf had been delivered, but did not accept it immediately. He approached a tall stone house and requested to see the chief from the native soldiers. Two native soldiers revealed a playful smile and let Carlos inside. A long staircase corridor had skull lamps, a nauseating stench spread with the flickering flames. Just as Carlos reached the entrance of the hall, he heard a series of moans that made his scalp tingle. The native wearing a feathered headdress lay lazily on a chair. Two young women with snow-white skin had tear-streaked faces, their blue eyes filled with despair and numbness. Seeing this scene, Carlos stopped in his tracks, the muscles on his face tightened, revealing that he was gritting his teeth. Shame. A pitiful shame. As descendants of colonizers, they held a deep-seated contempt and arrogance towards the natives of this world. Driven by hunger, someone in the team ran to steal the food grown by the natives and was caught red-handed. Those spineless individuals, when faced with the natives' oil pot, actually chose to betray others. The native soldiers surrounded the temporary camp, and everyone became captives. In that moment of despair, Carlos had no recourse but to pray to God. Fortunately, God showed him favor. In a critical moment, he awakened his language talent, quickly understanding the words of the natives. He began learning the native language on the spot, declaring to them that he and his team were the chosen people of God. Ultimately, relying on the ability for distant communication among team members, he temporarily intimidated the natives. Even so, the women in the team still faced tragic treatment, as his companions suffered indignities, reporting the situation to the native chief. This was undoubtedly a torment for the... He saw clearly that one of the young women was his fiancée. Carlos struggled for several seconds before kneeling respectfully. I am not yielding. I am merely deceiving the devil. This is a test from God. I will repent later. Noble chief. Carlos spoke fluently in the native language with a hint of pronunciation habits unique to the upper class. Your generosity has touched my lord. God has accepted your gift and heard my request. He has appointed a wise being to help you find the missing warrior. The native scrutinized this pious-looking man, a critical smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and with a voice as rough as a drum, he said, Where is it? As he spoke, he slapped his palm down. Don't be lazy. The brief expression of resistance on the woman's face, due to Carlos' arrival, quickly vanished. Carlos' mind buzzed, suppressing his tears, his hand on his chest pressing tightly against his heart, still humbly lowering his head, only glancing at the native chief with his profile. Please, chief, allow me to summon my lord's messenger. Now, the native chief looked around, revealing a curious smile. Yes, my noble chief, Carlos said with a humble demeanor. Begin now. The native chief waved his hand, his tone relaxed. He wanted to see what method the white man would use to summon a being in the heavily guarded hall. These white people could communicate across different islands, which was already quite miraculous. If their god could truly send a being here out of thin air, it would certainly possess powers he did not understand. Showing respect to the strong is the most important tradition among the natives. It was still necessary to be polite to that messenger of God. The native chief suppressed his restless desires and pushed aside the two women. Carlos faced the main entrance of the hall, kneeling piously, praying, Omniscient and omnipotent God, please send your messenger to guide your most loyal servant out of the maze. After finishing, he released a gray wolf from the delivery space. This delivery operation made it seem like a miracle. The four corners of the hall were filled with guards. Everyone's eyes widened watching the scene. A gray wolf just appeared out of thin air. The guards panicked and drew their... A fleeting look of disdain crossed the native chief's face. Was this so-called messenger just a wolf? This was too absurd. However, the way the wolf appeared seemed to confirm the unusualness of that god. The native chief raised his hand to stop the guards from taking further action, his expression serious, as he scrutinized the gray wolf. The wolf showed no ferocity, but rather with a human-like curiosity stared at the white man for a moment. Then it looked around at the natives. Finding this white man more amiable, the gray wolf finally displayed a sign of affection. It licked its tongue and wagged its tail, appearing quite sensible. A gift from the gods. The natives couldn't help but exclaim. The native chief looked shocked and even somewhat apprehensive. That god can truly send his messenger into the heavily guarded hall. If what was delivered was a ferocious beast, what assurance of safety could he have? Carlos briefly tested the wolf's obedience, confirming that it was a tamed animal capable of understanding his intentions. A smile of delight finally surfaced at the corner of his tightly pressed lips. A fleeting look of pride crossed his gaunt face. Noble chieftain, this is the envoy sent by my lord. It bears the form of a wolf, yet carries the will of the divine spirit. Let us use it to find the whereabouts of the warriors. Carlos explained a few things to the chieftain of the natives before he began. In this harsh predicament, prayer had become his only chance to relax his mind. Only at this moment could he refrain from thinking about the tragic fate of his fiancée and the humiliation that eroded his reason like poison. Oh, God bless me to survive, and may my beloved Alex suffer less torment. Damn the barbaric chieftain, he is too cruel and strong for me to kill. May the judgment day descend upon him swiftly. Jealousy and humiliation had already drowned my conscience. If I could transfer the pain we have endured onto others, I would willingly bear all sins. Praise my Lord. A single utterance of praise concluded the tedious prayer. Carlos sent the gray wolf to his comrades ahead. A flash of blue light appeared. The gray wolf in the hall vanished. The natives were taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Carlos boasted, "Noble chieftain, my lord's messenger has arrived at that place. It will work together with the warriors you sent earlier to uncover the mystery of the missing fleet. Your reinforcements should depart as soon as possible." The native chieftain was completely deceived and immediately summoned his attendants to announce the mobilization of warriors to the island for the rescue team. At this moment, the gray wolf, dazed, was teleported to a stone-walled structure. There was a familiar scent, faint, yet seemingly lingering for a long time. It was left by the leader of the beast pack. Could this be the island where it was born? The gray wolf's eyes twitched, revealing it. Before it could fully understand its situation, a white man wrapped his arms around the gray wolf. A terrible stench. This was pure torture for the gray wolf's keen sense of smell. The man knelt on the ground, embracing the gray wolf, babbling excitedly, as if he were a lowly wolf obedient. The gray wolf was quite pleased with the man's submission. However, it could not produce wolf cubs, which left it disappointed. Nearby, several natives knelt hurriedly, their faces showing panic. The gray wolf's anger surged, instantly baring its fangs in a fierce grimace. These natives had killed its mother wolf when it was still very young. They were its sworn enemies. The gray wolf wanted to attack them, but was well aware that it was not their match. After sizing them up for a moment, the gray wolf determined that it could easily outsmart them with its intellect. Go find the wolf pack, go seek the leader of the beasts. Let everyone come together to deal with them. After shaking off the white man's embrace, the gray wolf followed the familiar scent and stealthily slipped away along the beach. In the dead of night, it found itself back at the starting point. The scent of the leader of the beasts was right within that stone-walled structure. Although it had only stayed here for one night, the gray wolf felt an uncanny familiarity. "Awoo!" The gray wolf howled outside the camp. "Awoo! Awoo!" A series of responses echoed from within. In the dead of night, the pack of wolves howled. The herd of pigs huddled together in fear. The herd of wild bulls panicked and rushed away, creating a rumble as if an earthquake had struck. Those who had just fallen asleep woke up. Lin Ye reluctantly donned his pants and stepped out of the door. Just at the critical moment, he was interrupted by a pack of wolves, leaving Lin Ye with a face full of frustration. What the hell is all this noise in the middle of the night? Xiao Yan and the others were right. Not paying attention to wolves was indeed justified. Lin Ye grumbled as he walked. Chen Na followed him, still groggy from sleep. Upon seeing the restless herd of beasts, she hurried forward to calm them. The wild bulls, pigs, and wolves finally settled down. However, the wolf pack still crowded at the door, scratching at it with their claws. Chen Na sensed that the wolf which had just been sent out had returned. She opened the door to let the wolf in, and the gray wolf immediately grabbed her pant leg, tugging her to go outside. Chen Na stroked its head, sensing its intentions. "Strangers have come to the island, and you want me to go with you to see?" Chen Na repeatedly confirmed with the gray wolf before reluctantly accepting this seemingly absurd news. After a brief guess, Chen Na said, "Lin Ye, the tribe from which I bought the wolves, has sent people to our island, and they even brought wolves to look for clues." Hearing Chen Na's words, Lin Ye suddenly realized you indeed saw people during the day. The natives' reconnaissance team has come, and there are survivors colluding with the natives. Upon hearing this, the girls became flustered. The natives were coming again, and with survivors leading the way, they felt unprecedented confusion and fear. "Don't worry, there shouldn't be too many people coming this time," Lin Ye reassured everyone to calm their emotions. Chen Na also stepped forward and said, "Today I saw their tracks on the mountain, but at that time I couldn't confirm their authenticity, so I didn't inform everyone. At that time I only saw a few people." Hearing that there were only a few people, the girls finally felt a bit relieved. Zhou Yuyao said solemnly, "Lin, should we go solve this problem with those people first? That survivor could report information at any time. They must be eliminated." The women who had learned throwing skills stood up, expressing their willingness to participate in the battle. Lin Ye pondered for a moment and said, "Chen Na, teacher, Su Xiangfei, you come with me to scout the situation. Yu Yao organized the others to remain vigilant, distribute the bronze crossbows and vine shields, and barricade the door with whatever you can before we return." Lin Ye was concerned about other enemies ambushing the camp. Zhou Yuyao understood immediately and said, "You all put on the vine armor as well. Be cautious on the way. Shooting accuracy decreases at night, and the savages excel in close combat, giving them an advantage. Delay the battle until dawn as much as possible." Lin Ye nodded and put on the vine shield armor first. Though he had the advantage of range attack, it was pitch dark at night, and who knew if there were ambushes or skirmishes. It was safer to wear armor. The four of them left the camp, and the wolf pack followed, leaving only the lead mother wolf to guard the cubs. Chen Na suggested, "Let's take them along. When necessary, the wolf pack can divert the attention of the humans." Lin Ye signaled for everyone to follow. With the gray wolf leading the way, they quickly reached the palm grove next to the beach along the coastline. A bonfire was burning brightly in the stone-walled camp. The previous triangular shed had already been dismantled by these guys for firewood. A native warrior squatted in a corner on guard. The others were fast asleep. Lin Ye led the three of them to crouch in the bushes. Earlier Chen Na and the others had ambushed the native team here, causing considerable casualties with their crossfire. This position allowed for a full observation of the situation inside the camp. Can you see clearly? Lin Ye whispered in a barely audible voice, close to Su Wei's ear. Su Wei felt a tickling sensation in her ear, glanced nervously at the others, and then bit Lin Ye's ear in reply, I can see clearly. Then she began to assess the abilities of the few people in the camp. After a few breaths, Su Wei reported the capabilities of the Earth People's leader. The Earth People's leader has the highest combat power, is in his prime, and is in good health without any injuries. Strength is 13A, and other attributes are all below 10. His talent is Fury, allowing him to endure pain and attack frantically, increasing damage by 50 until his stamina runs out. His skills include slashing, throwing, and archery. His weakness is that he can be easily provoked, losing his judgment. At some point Xiang Fei had approached, and upon hearing about the Earth People's leader's Fury talent, cast a meaningful glance. What this guy mentioned about Berserker potential seems quite similar. Thinking about her own fear of pain, Xiang Fei finally understood that she was truly unsuited to be a Berserker. What about the others? Lin Ye was more concerned about the talents of other survivors and asked, what talent does that white person? Su Wei stared for a moment, her expression one of shock, and said the white person hasn't awakened a talent yet, but he has a strength of 10, a decent physical condition, and no injuries nor skills. So useless. Lin Ye muttered, then sighed in relief. Having been captured by the Earth People, his tribe was likely already scattered. Without a tribe providing survival points, that white person awakening any talent was utterly pointless. Wait. Since the Grey Wolf is here, it means that this white person, just like Carlos, belongs to the 191 tribe. The tribe has points, but they won't let members awaken talents. Still engaging in internal strife at this time, the chief is not doing his job. Lin Ye's impression of Carlos worsened further. Damn. Trash. Scum. Then Su Wei reported the strength of 4 Earth People warriors. Their skills and physical abilities were decent, but they had no talent. I understand the situation well enough, let's act. Lin Ye pulled out his throwing spear and stepped out of the bushes. The Earth People warrior on watch, just getting up to scout the situation, was pierced through the throat by a spear and fell to the ground. Then the spears flew out like a swarm of locusts. The awakened Earth People who hadn't even reached for their weapons or fully sat up were picked off one by one. The strongest Earth People's leader only managed to endure one more hit before he died. The white person slept heavily, seemingly having a nightmare, with his body twitching slightly. Brother, you must have many stories to tell, but I don't have time to hear your confessions. Let's end this unpleasant experience. Whoosh. A throwing spear pinned Scott to the ground. He jerked a few times and lost his life. It's a pity he was having a nightmare, otherwise he could have happily lived with his new bride. At that moment a tribe report echoed in his consciousness. Lin Ye killed Scott of the 191 tribe, and the tribe gained 20 survival points. This report silenced the tense and vigilant people in the camp. In the night breeze many bodies were subtly shaking. All that could be heard in the area was the sound of teeth chattering. There really are people from other tribes. Coming from Blue Star, they actually colluded with the Earth People to attack us. This cruel truth made them finally realize that other survival teams could all be enemies. A sense of helpless loneliness surged in the hearts of the women. Zhou Yuyao saw the women lost in thought, and quickly scolded, don't move around. The crossbow's arrow slot is pointed at the sky, keep your fingers off the trigger, or you might accidentally fire. The women then perked up and resumed their vigilance. Zhou Yuyao's gaze swept across the tense faces of the women as she softly said, it should be that we won and it's safe ahead. What we need to do now is to guard the camp. The women sighed in relief, their exhalations rising and falling. Meanwhile, in the stone fortress of the Earth People's chief Carlos, who had just lain down, sat up with a start. Scott of the 191 tribe is dead. Hearing this tribe report, Carlos' consciousness exploded with a buzz. It's too late. Everything is too late. The reinforcement team hasn't even set out while the scouting team has already been eliminated by the enemy. Damn Earth People. Knowing that the opposing team could eliminate a group of 15, they still only sent 5. They alerted the enemy and increased their vigilance, causing us to lose a very important zoologist. Stupid Earth People chief. Tonight Carlos had initially been in a great mood. After witnessing his miraculous performance, the Earth People's chief made an exception and allowed 2 girls to return to rest. Carlos thought he could finally sleep soundly without the noises keeping him tossing and turning. But God seems to have not favored. No way. Carlos quickly realized a greater crisis. If the Earth People's chief thinks the messenger of God is no big deal, then we are finished. The intense desire to survive banished Carlos' sleepiness, prompting him to get up immediately to devise a countermeasure. At the Stonewall camp, Chen Na and the others arrived to find Lin Ye had already dealt with everyone. Su Wei leaned closer to Lin Ye, her body pressing against him, trembling slightly. Lin Ye handed her the white person's binoculars. Try using your eye of insight while using the binoculars. Currently there are no suitable targets, and Su Wei holding the binoculars could only nod excitedly. Chen Na didn't get involved and looked disappointed. None of this concerns us. I should have known better than to come. Xiang Fei also complained. You all don't know how to cooperate at all. At least let me go and knock someone out first. Lin Ye yanked her over. Cooperate, huh? It's your turn to search the bodies. Looking at the bloodied corpses, Xiang Fei kept retreating, unable to be pulled back. It's too disgusting. Ooh, what's there to search? Coward. Lin Ye pulled her aside and went forward to remove Scott's clothes, pants, and sneakers. Picking up a stick, Lin Ye checked Scott's body and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, no diseases, and the pants are still wearing. You're so disgusting. The three women complained in unison. Lin Ye glared at Chen Na. How can you say that? You're wearing my underwear right now. As a man, not being able to keep my underwear is simply a disgrace. Underwear can be optional, but it must exist. Lin Ye took Scott's boxers to wash in the seawater, checked the label, and grinned. 3 Guns brand pure cotton, what a steal. Looking down at the blood-stained shirt, Lin Ye regretted again. A fine shirt stained with blood, and with holes from wear, what a waste. If only he had pierced the throat with one spear. After washing all the clothes and tying them together with the shoes, Lin Ye returned to the camp only to see that the 3 had already cleaned out the earth people bodies. The desire for loot helped them overcome their fear of the corpses. The harvest was quite substantial: a copper helmet, refined leather armor, refined leather skirt, refined leather boots, a bow and arrows, and a copper knife. 4 sets of ordinary leather armor, leather skirts, and leather boots. Several shields made of vines and spears, daggers, and stone axes made of obsidian. Looking at the towering pile of loot, Lin Ye felt that he had scavenged too little. What do we do with the bodies? Su Wei's voice trembled slightly. After scavenging the loot, she began to feel scared. Chen Na said, let's take them out to the open sea and throw them away. There's a boat nearby. Gold tooth. This guy has a gold tooth. Xiang Fei shouted excitedly, her voice nearly breaking. She was trying to pry the Earth People's leader's front tooth out with 2 obsidian daggers. Lin Ye laughed in surprise. Weren't you scared just now? Why aren't you scared now? Gold, this is real gold. Xiang Fei explained earnestly, her face full of obsession with gold, forgetting all about her fear of the corpses. Seeing Xiang Fei's greedy expression, Lin Ye shook his head and chuckled. What use is gold? Apart from its shiny appearance, it cannot be made into useful tools. If it were silver, I might give it a second glance. Gold. Even as a medium of exchange, it may not be effective now. Looking at Xiang Fei's clumsy demeanor, Lin Ye smiled, helplessly picking up a stone axe and knocking 2 teeth out. Xiang Fei, holding the bloodied teeth, examined them and cursed, damn. It's just a layer of gold plating, not solid gold teeth. Good teeth are still plated with gold. Is this person out of their mind? I never expected this to be a show-off. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh. Turning to survey several corpses, Lin Ye said, transporting the bodies to the outer sea is a waste of time. Let's drag them to the beach, set them ablaze, and consider it a gift for the locals. The 6 corpses were piled together with dry wood, transforming into a bonfire in the night sky. The 4 of them loaded the spoils onto a wooden boat and rowed to the hill's mouth. The wolf pack returned to the beach. At this point, Lin Ye remembered that the people at the camp were still anxiously waiting. He quickly opened the clan channel and sent a message. We have finished and returned, having obtained some goods. Prepare to open. The people at the camp hurriedly moved the objects blocking the door. Lin Ye and the others returned with the wolf pack. Just as seeing that they were all safe and had brought back so many spoils, the women left behind at the camp cheered excitedly. Noticing everyone's high spirits, Lin Ye found Zhou Yuyao and said, since I can't sleep anyway, let's organize everyone to practice some tactical movements. He stacked some hay bales in the open space outside the gate, allowing them to take turns shooting with crossbows. Zhou Yuyao, with a serious expression, asked softly, will there be more people coming? Lin Ye nodded. The opposing clan should have learned about the survivor's death. Since they have colluded with the locals, they will surely encourage the locals to send more people to deal with us. Zhou Yuyao quickly organized the group, moving several hay bales to the open area. The girls formed groups of 3 to 5, taking turns climbing onto the roof of the cowshed to shoot outward. Everyone was curious about the bronze crossbow and scrambled to participate. Su Wei, Chen Na, and Xiang Fei, who had been out for more than 3 hours, were also full of energy and joined the queue. After 3 rounds of practice, Zhou Yuyao nervously asked, is this okay? Lin Ye replied, your movements are becoming more proficient. Now, let's start practicing tactics. Lin Ye took over the command. Now listen to my commands. There are 4 commands: advance, aim, shoot, and retreat. Execute immediately upon hearing the command. Taking more than 2 seconds will count as failure. After explaining, Lin Ye had everyone hide behind the cover next to the shooting holes. First team advance. 5 girls gathered haphazardly at the shooting hole. Action failed, retreat, and try again. Lin Ye waved his hand, letting them down. Why, class leader? The girls asked, looking aggrieved and confused. Lin Ye waited for their questions patiently, explaining, the archers and spear throwers of the locals have very quick reaction times. You took too long to enter the battle position, and by the time you did, they had already aimed. Going up was like seeking death. The girls pouted, feeling unjustly treated, and retreated to reassemble. Second team advanced. Again, 5 girls dashed towards the shooting hole. Shoot. Upon hearing Lin Ye's command, they hurriedly aimed, and then pulled the trigger. Lin Ye waved his hand again. Retreat, count to 100, and then line up again. This team of girls thought they had performed well, remembering to aim before shooting in a crisis, feeling like geniuses of warfare. They all questioned why. Lin Ye shook his head and laughed. Your aiming was too slow. You have already been hit by spears and arrows. You are wounded. Count to 100 and come again. The girls recalled the spears and arrows from the locals that day, leaving them speechless as they retreated, counting numbers. The atmosphere on site grew even tenser. The third team, without waiting for Lin Ye to call, had already crowded at the shooting hole. They all perked up their ears, waiting for Lin Ye's command. Lin Ye slapped each of them on the head. Once you reach the battle position, shoot. After firing, retreat quickly. What are you staring at? One weak voice said, you didn't call the command. Lin Ye gave her another slap on the head. I didn't call for you to advance, either. Why did you go ahead? Several girls pouted. Retreat to the back, count to 100. After several rounds of torment, the girls finally grasped the trick of rotation. However, each one had been injured several times. Even if you were super soldiers, 3 injuries would mean death. Lin Ye announced a harsh conclusion. You successfully shot a total of 29 crossbow bolts. Given the locals' blocking and evasion abilities, you might inflict single-digit casualties. The combat losses are quite severe. The girls lowered their heads in dejection, genuinely feeling the brutality of battle. Next, practice barrage shooting. Do not aim, just shoot in the general direction and withdraw. Key points: enter quickly, fire quickly, and withdraw quickly. Lin Ye organized the girls for rotation again. First team shoot, withdraw. Second team shoot, withdraw. Third team. Fourth team. After 3 rotations, the girls' movements became much smoother and sharper. Collect the arrows back and go to sleep. Lin Ye, noticing it was getting late, announced the end of training. The bronze bow's limbs could only be drawn with the feet. These girls lacked sufficient strength. After several rounds of shooting, they were already feeling exhausted. Continuing could lead. Lin Ye only hoped that they would not suffer casualties while defending the camp. This level of training was barely enough. After the girls put away their crossbows and removed their rattan armor, Su Wei came out to remind them, all of you stretch the muscles you just exerted. Pair up and help each other stretch. After a rest, the girls gradually returned to their rooms to sleep. Lin Ye called over Yushan, He-Xian, and Su Wan. You 3 are responsible for cooking. Make it a bit drier, and then prepare hot water with the cooking utensils. Cooking so early? Yushan asked in surprise. We are tired too. He-Xian murmured. We need to go fishing tomorrow. Su Wan complained. Lin Ye said solemnly, no fishing tomorrow. You all will stay at the camp to rest. The 3 realized Lin Ye's serious expression and understood that something might happen tomorrow, so they stopped speaking and obediently went to work. Lin Ye sniffed his body, noticing the smell of blood and sweat, so he went to wash up in the camp's pond. During the day, a ditch had been dug to divert water from the pond. Now there was a small pond at the camp. After scooping some water and washing up briefly, Lin Ye had just crawled into bed when he noticed someone lying inside. The feel was unfamiliar. Slim, long, with firm muscles. Lin Ye recalled and finally recognized who it was. Xiang Fei, what are you doing here? I'm scared. Xiang Fei's pitiful appearance was contradicted by her restless movements. Lin Ye smiled wryly. So this is the trick, huh? Usually silent, now she comes seeking an urgent buff before a battle. Stop messing around, it's almost dawn, hurry up. Lin Ye was worried she would have trouble moving tomorrow, so he urged her to leave. Xiang Fei still wouldn't comply, complaining, I've waited so long. A faint laughter arose around them. Clearly a large crowd was eavesdropping. Lin Ye sighed silently. You all are truly making my life difficult. As the sky gradually brightened, the stone fortress of the tribal chief began to reveal its complete outline in the faint light. In front of the grand entrance, a person was already kneeling. Carlos dared not disturb the tribal chief in the deep of night, so he chose to kneel at the entrance, demonstrating that he had already known about the annihilation of the exploration team. Inside the stone fortress, the tribal chief pushed away the snow-white arms draped over him. Looking at the woman sleeping beside him, a mocking smile crept across his lips. Beneath the facade of humiliation and resistance lay the deep-seated submission of the white man. The strong can obtain everything. This rule has never changed. His tribe had become the most powerful clan of the volcanic islands through this very rule, serving as leaders of the tribal alliance for generations. The only thing troubling him was that he was about to become unable to part with these 2 women. According to tribal tradition, consuming them was the only way to gain their abilities. But now the tribal chief found it hard to let go. If he consumed them, there would be no one left to please him in such a manner. Perhaps there might be other ways to acquire their unique abilities. By having them bear his offspring. The tribal chief, distracted, rose from the bed and went to the hall where a guard came to report. The leader of the white men has been kneeling outside requesting to see the chief in the middle of the night. Upon hearing this, the tribal chief's good mood vanished instantly. Something must have gone wrong for Carlos to act and let him in. The tribal chief sat in the bearskin chair at the top, impatiently waiting. Carlos lowered his head, quickly stepped forward, and knelt with a thud. My esteemed chief, please punish me. Carlos, taking a step back to advance, took the initiative to plead for forgiveness. The tribal chief did not respond, only casting a cold glance at him. Carlos dared not look up and quickly explained. Scott, that resentful bastard has angered the divine messenger, causing the messenger to abandon us, and he himself has been punished to death by the gods. Now your warriors are facing the most dangerous situation. Please send more warriors to rescue them. That island must be hiding many secrets. There should be no secrets in the chief's territory that you do not know about. Shifting the blame to the dead, Carlos continued to persuade the tribal chief to send more men to attack the southern 12 islands. The tribal chief mulled over Carlos' words in his mind, but still couldn't comprehend. Why did that Scott anger the divine? Carlos, still not lifting his head, continued. He is a zoologist, resenting me for not allowing him to gain the great power bestowed by the gods. Upon seeing the divine messenger as a wolf, he sought to gain strength from the messenger. This is what the divine oracle has said. The tribal chief frowned displeased and said, why did you stop him from gaining the power bestowed by the gods? Is he? To save himself, Carlos thoroughly betrayed his ally. He harbors resentment towards the chief's subordinates, and I fear that after gaining divine power, he might do something detrimental to the chief's interests. The tribal chief sneered. These white men not only harbored resentment against his subordinates, but surely had long harbored murderous intent against him as well. Feigning ignorance to torment Carlos, the tribal chief said, be clearer. Carlos knew this was the most dangerous moment. It was also the greatest opportunity. The woman that Tuba obtained is Scott's new wife. Moreover, Tuba's sister has been very harsh towards Scott. This time as Scott and Tuba acted together, a desire for revenge arose. Carlos disregarded the dignity of his companion, placing all the unsavory details and dirt squarely on Scott's shoulders. This was a necessary sacrifice to incite the enemy. The Lord would forgive me. After finishing his speech, Carlos justified himself in his heart. The tribal chief did not care about the conflict between subordinates and white men. Since his subordinates dared to keep the woman, it was clear she was not the most beautiful white woman. Such a person was fine to reward his subordinates. The tribal chief was quite interested in Carlos' revelation of this. That woman of mine was previously your fiancée. Do you not resent me? The tribal chief said playfully. Carlos felt a pang in his heart, but maintained a composed expression. I was never married to her. She has the right to choose a new partner. From the moment she changed her heart, she was no longer related to me. The chief's power makes me willingly submit. The chief's grace makes me willingly accept. The tribal chief chuckled dismissively. He only believed half of Carlos' words. That Alexis was indeed close to being conquered by him. But Carlos must surely harbor resentment in his heart. This white man still had use. The tribal chief planned to win him over that woman. I mean Scott's wife, since Scott is already dead and has committed grave errors. As punishment, she shall be given to you. Carlos was taken aback, but could not help but feel worried. The tribal chief was not foolish. He certainly knew Tuba wouldn't survive either, which was why he was giving him Karina. This move was also aimed at internally dismantling the white team. With Scott, who worked for Carlos, dead and his wife occupied by Carlos, how would the other white men feel? Carlos understood the danger, but had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Thank you for your generosity, chief. Carlos heavily bowed his head to the ground and did not raise it for a long time. He was also a young and strong normal man. Although he knew that being with Karina would tarnish his reputation, he was willing to accept this temptation. All that remained was to think about how to eliminate the negative impact. Carlos worried that the tribal chief would send him off with the main forces, so he hurried to find Karina. Near the dock in Tuba's cellar, Carlos untied the wooden door that had been bound for a long time, releasing Karina, who had not seen the light of day for ages. At that moment, Karina was disheveled, her face haggard with bloody wounds all over her body. She must have endured unimaginable suffering over these past days. I am also very sad about Scott's death. Fortunately, Tuba is dead too. I knelt outside the tribal chief's door for an entire night and finally got him to agree to give you your freedom. Karina, live well. His words brought Karina to tears. Carlos took the opportunity to embrace her. Karina, I will protect you. This is the only thing I can do now. As he said this, Carlos revealed genuine pain and despair. Ignoring the pain in her body, Karina comforted Carlos in return. When the two exited the cellar, they happened to see tribal warriors boarding the ship to depart. This time the tribal chief dispatched 20 medium-sized warships, totaling 150 warriors. Seeing this scene, Carlos subtly revealed a cruel smile. No matter how many survivors there were on the southern 12 islands, they could not withstand the onslaught of so many tribal warriors. Once this group of survivors was eliminated, the island would be vacant. This was an island without tribal clans. If he could completely gain the trust of the tribal chief, perhaps he could take this island as his own territory. Everyone knew that Lin Ye had stayed up the latest last night and was the main force in the battle, so no one woke him up. Lin Ye woke up naturally and found that it was already bright outside. He sprang up with a start and hurriedly walked out of the room. Upon stepping outside and seeing the girls on guard, Lin Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Li Qingqing, Lin Ye scolded, "Why didn't you wake me up? I still wanted to retrieve some helmets." Now there were only 7 sets of vine armor and not a single helmet. Lin Ye's only hope was to urgently exchange with Xiaoyan. Li Qingqing said anxiously, "I found some news on the regional channel that might be related to us." That Carlos from the 191 group was shouting in the channel that Scott has been kidnapped by the natives, hoping that the group that wants to kill Scott can return his telescope. Her small face showed a look of indignation as Li Qingqing scolded, "Bringing the natives to attack us, while shamelessly asking us to return their things, how disgraceful." After hearing this, Lin Ye roughly guessed Carlos' intentions. The other party's goal was not to retrieve the telescope, but to clear themselves of any suspicion of colluding with the natives. The words also contained a hidden threat. By first bringing up such an important item as the telescope, they aimed to entice other groups' attention. If his plans went awry, he would reveal the location of this island, attracting other groups to come and compete. Lin Ye scooped a bowl of warm vegetable fish porridge and slurped it down. Through the trading platform, he communicated with Xiaoyan. "Brother Xiao, do you have helmets made of vine wood? I need dozens of them. The natives are coming to attack us. It's very urgent. By the way, I need the vine armor too." He didn't even mention the conditions for exchange. As long as Xiaoyan could get the helmets and vine armor, Lin Ye would accept any conditions. Now with a large number of bronze ingots and a master blacksmith, Lin Ye was confident he could offer Xiaoyan something he wouldn't even dare to imagine. Xiaoyan's reply came quickly. "Xiaoyan from the Xiaoyan group, damn, you guys are fighting with the natives too. How many people do they have?" Lin Ye from Lin Ye's group, the 191 group, has colluded with the natives, sending a guy named Scott along with the natives to come and figure us out. I estimate they will send over 100 people. While speaking, Lin Ye embellished a bit. The natives were sending a large force. My strength must be absolutely formidable. Xiaoyan fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, "Damn, you killed people from the 191 group and also stole their tel." That idiot Carlos has been shouting in the channel. Turns out he was talking about you guys. Brother, you're in big trouble this time. As long as they reveal your location, not only the natives will be targeting you, but possibly other survivor teams as well. Lin Ye was well aware of the gravity of the trouble, yet he still managed to maintain a calm demeanor. It doesn't matter, we have the numbers. As long as we are well equipped, no matter how many come, we can handle them. He took the opportunity to tempt Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao, killing a survivor directly rewards 20 points, and we can seize modern supplies. It's even more profitable than fighting the natives. Then Lin Ye began to brag about the spoils from last night. Just like Lin Ye, Xiao Yan was also envious upon learning that he had acquired clothes, pants, and shoes. Having survived on the island for nearly half a month, what every survivor misses the most is clean and comfortable clothes to change into. Non-renewable modern supplies are skyrocketing in value. Brother, give me the sneakers, and he'll trade you 10 sets of vine armor. He really knows how to pick his battles. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh in anger. This guy is definitely taking advantage of the situation. Wearing sneakers while walking in the mountains is incredibly convenient. Lin Ye actually didn't want to trade them away, but after taking off the shoes and sniffing them, they smelled terrible. The infection rate for athlete's foot was 100%. The simple leather shoes I made myself are still wearable. Forget it. If you add 10 wooden vine helmets, I'll trade you the shoes. Lin Ye proposed the condition and Xiao Yan agreed. The simple leather shoes I made myself are still wearable. Forget it. If you add 10 wooden vine helmets, I'll trade you the shoes. Lin Ye proposed the condition and This time Lin Ye was genuinely hesitant. Teacher Su, can your talent be used with the telescope? Lin Ye needed to confirm the telescope's value first. Su Wei said, somewhat disappointed, no. The eye of insight only works within the visual range. Lin Ye took the telescope, fiddled with it for a while, and gritted his teeth. The scouting distance can be extended through animals. The telescope cannot extend the range of the eye of insight, so its effectiveness is very limited. What are you going to trade for the telescope? Lin Ye still decided to make a move. Xiao Yan was stunned by this news and didn't reply for a long time. After a while he replied, I can provide armor and weapons. I can fully package the vine armor and helmets you need this time. What a big talker. Lin Ye felt a surge of joy in his heart. You'll give me as much as I want. Then I won't be polite. Is there 75 sets? Lin Ye directly pushed the scale of dozens of people to 70. Xiao Yan hardly hesitated, including the shoes, a total of 85 sets delivery today. He didn't even haggle. This deal seemed to be a loss. Lin Ye quickly added, if you have them in stock, just give them to me. Okay, no problem. Xiao Yan was afraid Lin Ye would backtrack and directly finalize the details. Bang, bang, bang. A pile of vine armor and wooden vine helmets was directly delivered. Some of the vine armor even had sweat stains on them. It seemed they had just been taken off. They were all made according to men's sizes, so they were a bit too big for the girls. Lin Ye communicated with Xiao Yan about the sizes. 2 sets at 1.8 meters, and the rest in sizes ranging from 1.65 to 1.75 meters. Xiao Yan still agreed without hesitation. Is it really that easy to make vine armor and helmets? Lin Ye couldn't help. On Xiao Yan's side, he hung the telescope around his neck and called to the others, let's get to work. Make 85 sets of vine armor, and this telescope will be ours. Making vine armor is quite simple. Just roast the materials on the fire until they soften, then weave them together while hot. The only difficulty is needing enough hand strength to weave the vine armor tightly. But what they lacked the most was strength. On Lin Ye's side, the girls started to complain when they saw the vine armor. Li Qingqing especially couldn't stop mocking the weaving level. This vine armor has no tailoring at all, it's cylindrical. Wearing it makes one look like a barrel. The helmet is also a cylinder which fits perfectly with the vine armor. Now it really looks like a barrel. Wearing such vine armor, you definitely can't fall, otherwise you might roll from the top of the mountain to the bottom. One can't expect a bunch of big guys to make any good-looking vine armor. Maybe Xiao Yan and the others think the barrel-shaped vine armor's all-around curved defense is a genius creation. Just make do with it, soon we'll have new ones. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh at the shape. The girls didn't know that the new ones would be the same style and barely had some expectation. While the girls were changing outfits, Lin Ye continued to handle other trade requests. Carlos from the 191 group, brother, are there any wolves left? I want to trade for another one. Seeing this message, Lin Ye scratched his head, feeling that his worldview had suffered a heavy blow. Are the whites so uninhibited, trading supplies while fighting as if they were playing house? Lin Ye was about to refuse, but suddenly realized something was off. There must be some trick in this. Carlos was fooled once and still wanted to exchange for a wolf. This matter is quite worthy of scrutiny. Does he not know that it was us who killed Scott? Is it the wolves' fault that the scouting team exposed their whereabouts? Lin Ye thought that Carlos could deduce the identity of the murderer from the death reports of the clan members. It seems that Carlos truly was in the dark. Since he wants to exchange for a wolf, then let him. Perhaps a new round of intricate schemes will unfold. Lin Ye immediately replied, brother, why do you want to exchange for a wolf again? Wasn't yesterday's wolf useful? If it's a matter of command, I can offer you some advice. One must maintain a necessary sense of propriety. Carlos was so moved by Lin Ye's reply that he nearly cried. How kind. There was even after-sales service. Carlos was worried that Lin Ye would blame him for not taking care of the pet, and didn't dare to mention that the wolf had run away. Brother, don't misunderstand, yesterday's wolf was very useful. I just thought it was too lonely and wanted to find a companion for it. Today I want to exchange for a female wolf. Yesterday's was a male wolf, right? Lin Ye from the Lin Ye clan, brother, you are so caring. I've never met anyone who cares for their pets like you. Our wolves are truly fortunate to encounter you. Lin Ye sincerely praised. Long live understanding, those who understand understand. Carlos was moved to tears. Indeed, there are many good people in the Dragon Kingdom. Brother, is it still 1 cubic meter of bronze? Carlos asked nervously. He was worried that Lin Ye would take the opportunity to raise the price. After all, with a male and a female, they could breed a pack of wolves which would affect the other's pet business. Lin Ye sensed that Carlos had ulterior motives and asked, "Brother, do you have any other payment plans?" Carlos hurriedly replied, "Gold, do you need gold?" Although the people of the Dragon Kingdom are very kind, Carlos still didn't want to give them too much bronze. This was a strategic resource that could quickly be converted into combat power. As for gold, it can't be made into swords or armor. It really isn't much of a threat. After all, the one who produced the gold was a native chief, and Carlos had also realized the truth of the cub sells the land without paying. Gold, eh? Lin Ye muttered somewhat disdainfully. He thought the same as Carlos. This thing, aside from being shiny, really is gold, eh? Xiang Fei, hearing Lin Ye mumble, immediately leaned over. "Where's the gold?" Her head was pressed against Lin Ye's, as if peeking. Lin Ye conveyed Carlos' trading request, and Xiang Fei became excited. "Yes. You don't want gold, are you stupid?" Lin Ye slapped her on the head. "You're the stupid one. The forging uses of gold aren't as good as bronze." Xiang Fei grabbed Lin Ye's neck and shook it vigorously. "You pighead, look at the money column on the clan panel." Lin Ye opened the panel and saw the clan's amount of money. In the gold column, it had changed to 002. Where did 002 gold come from? Lin Ye asked in surprise. Xiang Fei, with her hands on her hips, proudly replied, "Of course it's from what I turned in. The 2 gold teeth I got were handed over to the clan, and that's how we got this." Lin Ye stroked his chin, pondering. So the currency in the trading channel can be exchanged with precious metals. Selling goods for currency incurs a 100-fold cut, but exchanging with precious metals would provide a much more favorable discount. Last night, the gold inlaid teeth that Xiang Fei received only yielded a bit of gold, which could be exchanged for 002 gold coins. If it were a large piece of gold, Lin Ye skipped the calculations of the exchange rate and focused on the materials that could be cotton, hemp, silk, could improve the quality of life. Tin or iron ore could enhance refining levels. While others were still using bronze weapons, he was already wielding steel weapons, which would be a dimensional strike. Gold, I need that. Copper too. Lin Ye poured the food from the copper pot into a coconut bowl and directly chose to turn it in to the clan. Copper coins 487. This would allow him to directly purchase half a cubic meter of fish meat. So this is how the trading platform works. Lin Ye suppressed the joy in his heart and replied to the long-waiting Carlos. "Brother, I have no use for the gold, just give me the bronze ingots." Carlos tried hard to persuade him. "Brother, gold is after all a precious metal. It will definitely have great uses in the future." Lin Ye remained aloof. "Who can say for certain about the future? I don't even have confidence in living until next month." Carlos began to lament his poverty. "I really don't have that much bronze. Otherwise I wouldn't be trading gold for things. How about this? I will first pawn the gold with you, and once I gather enough bronze I will redeem it back." Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh. To deceive, truly good at deceiving. And pawning. If pawning were effective, there wouldn't. It seemed that Carlos had no other options left. Lin Ye could only hold his nose and accept the other's deception. "All right, brother, your sincerity has moved me. How much gold do you plan to pawn for the bronze?" Seeing that Lin Ye had finally been swayed, Carlos was overjoyed and directly placed the gold ingots in the delivery column. "Is this enough?" Enough, this is way more than enough." Lin Ye looked at the thick stack of gold ingots, so excited that his hands were trembling. "Steady, the persona cannot collapse. I am a man who regards gold as dirt. Brother, this is a bit too little. Can you give me something more useful? Do you have obsidian tools? Do you have leather?" Lin Ye tried hard to appear dissatisfied. Carlos was silent for a moment, then put up a bundle of leather and a pile of obsidian daggers. "As always, sharp. Is this all there is? You seem really pressed for resources. So let it be this way." Lin Ye took pity on him and asked Chun Na to bring the silly little female wolf, teaching it a set of foreign commands. The little female wolf was incredibly excited. The gray wolf that returned yesterday had its status rise dramatically, becoming the confidant of the beast herd leader. The little female wolf regarded this departure as a promotion task. Whoosh! A blue light flashed. The little female wolf was delivered in front of Carlos. After greeting a few times, Carlos was pleasantly surprised to find that this wolf was even smarter than yesterday's. It seemed to understand what he was saying. Carlos tried to command it, and the wolf responded with precision. Even a pet dog isn't this smart. This truly resembles a messenger of the gods. Carlos was overjoyed and couldn't help but dance a few steps. Realizing he had lost composure, he quickly looked around to confirm that the native soldiers were outside, and only then did Carlos restore his serious demeanor and walked out of the room with the little female wolf. The originally arrogant native guards, upon seeing Carlos truly bringing a wolf out from the secret chamber, couldn't help but show surprise and lowered their heads. In the chief's hall, a dull drum-like voice echoed. Carlos, this time's divine messenger, had better truly be useful. The native chief had already lost patience after losing a large amount of bronze and so much gold. Carlos maintained a calm expression and confidently assured, "Rest assured, my chief, I will personally accompany the divine messenger and will not neglect it." "Very well." The native chief gritted his teeth. "I will send a fast ship to take you to that damned island, catch up with my warriors, and eliminate all the invaders on that island." "As you wish, my chief." Carlos bowed in acceptance of the order. He had tried every means, but still couldn't evade the task of going to the front line. This was also the reason why he spent so much effort to bring a wolf over. With over 100 native warriors, we should be able to clear out the survivors on that island. Carlos prayed in his heart. Clang. The gold ingots fell to the ground, immediately snatched up by pairs of women's hands. Gold. What a large piece of gold. With so much gold, how many pieces of jewelry can we make? The women clutched the gold ingots, rubbing them against their faces, wishing they could grind off a layer of golden sand. If they had a mobile phone, they would have already taken a pile of photos to post on their social media. Unfortunately, the only phone they had run out of battery and shut down, carrying the essence of the Blue Star civilization into a deep slumber. In the face of such a frenzied scene, only Lin Ye and Xiang Fei remained calm. Lin Ye regarded gold as nothing. To him now gold was merely dirt that could be exchanged for coins. Xiang Fei, feeling worldly, crossed her arms, held her head high, and was filled with ambition. A single wolf could be exchanged for so much gold, indicating that the local tribe had quite a stockpile. With his stealth abilities, could he not simply infiltrate the treasury and take as much as he wanted? To achieve this goal, he needed sailing skills to reach the island where the tribe was located. He needed lockpicking skills to pry open the treasure vault. And he needed great strength to carry away many gold pieces. Xiang Fei felt it necessary to devise a training plan for her golden dreams. As the camp erupted in revelry, a gray wolf dashed through the gate. Awoo, awoo. The gray wolf appeared anxious, as if it had made an important discovery. Chen Na approached and communicated with it. Soon her expression turned grave. There are many wooden boats on the sea and many people. Despite the influence of the beast leader, the wolf's recognition ability had improved greatly. Yet it still could not perform calculations. Its ability to express many was already its limit. I'll go take a look, Chen Na said, rising to depart. Lin Ye called out to her. Teacher Su should come with us. We can take advantage of their unstable footing to give them a show of strength. Su Wei nodded silently and followed. Xiang Fei anxiously shouted, what about me? Can you still walk? Lin Ye asked casually, causing Xiang Fei to feel embarrassed. I can manage. Xiang Fei struggled internally for a moment before choosing to tough it out. All right then, Lin Ye called out to Xiang Fei and then remembered other matters, turning back to Zhou Yuyao. Organize the others to defend the camp according to the training methods. Let the wolf scout. If there are tribesmen approaching the camp, report immediately through the clan channel. Zhou Yuyao nodded. Lin Ye shouted to everyone. If battle breaks out, remember to switch your profession to hunter. Combat professions can be leveled up. Last night, I killed 6 targets, and my hunter progress bar is now at 650. Reaching the second level should yield benefits. The harsh battle suddenly felt like leveling up in a game. The mood of the women eased somewhat. The 4 of them did not exit through the gap in the hills, but followed the terrain to the territory of the old forest python. Su Wei routinely checked on the old forest python's condition. Its digestion is slower than I estimated. There is still more than half of the food in its belly, making it sluggish, and its desire to attack very weak. Having ruled out the threat from the old forest python, Su Wei continued. The wound on its tail has become infected, and it must be in great pain, which might make it very irritable. Chen Na echoed. I can sense its emotions: pain, irritability, and fear. The old fellow was not as aggressive as the younger pythons. Instead, it was quite cautious and instinctively afraid of unfamiliar creatures. This refreshed Lin Ye's impression of it. He had thought the old forest python relied on sheer force. He did not expect it to be a master of survival. Lin Ye suddenly had an idea. Is there a way to communicate with it? If we could treat its wound, could we develop it into an ally? Chen Na's expression darkened, and she pouted, remaining silent for a long time. Complex communication requires physical contact. Not to mention whether the old forest python would attack her. Just touching such a large snake would give her nightmares. Lin Ye laughed. How about you try talking to it first? Su Wei was already so frightened that her calves were trembling, urging, let's go check out the tribesmen's fleet first. Lin Ye shook his head regretfully. If he had the beast affinity talent, he would have tried it long ago. It was all Chen Na's fault for being too timid, wasting such a talent. They passed through the woods and arrived at the Stonewall camp. 20 wooden boats were already just a few hundred meters from the shore. The camp's buildings, along with the remains of burned bodies on the beach, caught the attention of the tribesmen's fleet as they searched for a suitable landing point. The tribesmen seemed to be coming from the northwest. That direction should have a large island. Lin Ye speculated about the tribesmen. Xiang Fei's eyes lit up deep in thought. That island had the treasury she had always dreamed of. Su Wei was more concerned about the number of tribesmen. 1 boat can carry 10 people. With 20 boats, there could be 200 people. Can we handle them? Lin Ye took a deep breath. No matter the size of the enemy, he was going to engage. Now he had nothing to fear, only thinking about how to deal a heavy blow to the tribesmen. Teacher Su, at the first opportunity to use your talent, mark the most important targets for me. I plan to take advantage of our range to initiate a decapitation strike. Then we'll lead them into the rainforest, using the natural environment to disperse and exhaust them before splitting and eliminating them. Su Wei trembled as she responded, aren't we going to defend the camp? Lin Ye shook his head. With the girls' training levels, defending the stronghold would undoubtedly lead to heavy casualties. His idea was to resolve the enemy in mobility warfare as much as possible. The tribesmen were certainly more adapted to the outdoor environment than he was. But the 4 of them also had their own advantages. As they spoke, the tribesmen's fleet had already entered within 200 meters. Su Wei used her inside eye to assess the strength of the enemy forces and quickly reported back. Each boat is a small team, and each team has a leader. These small leaders have strength comparable to the armored tribesmen we killed yesterday. The strongest among them are 5 located on the 3 boats at the rear. The second to last boat has the commander of the entire group with strength 14, constitution 12, agility 8, and spirit 9. His talent is battle roar, which can boost the morale of himself and others, forcibly elevating them to an adrenaline state. The commander's skills are archery, slashing, and throwing, but he only carries a bow and a machete, so his shooting ability should be quite formidable. Beside him are two people likely as guards. One has a constitution of 14, wielding a large shield machete and throwing spear focusing on defense. The other has strength 14 and constitution 13, also using a bow for offense. The other two boats should be the command ship's auxiliary vessels serving as long-range fire support, with the one on the left primarily using throwing spears. The one on the right, which is turning, primarily uses bows. Hearing that two tribesmen had a strength of 14, Lin Ye, being a numbers guy, was quite shocked. His strength was 20 due to talent bonuses, but his effective strength was only 18. Yet these two tribesmen had 14 strength, which was truly terrifying. What angered Lin Ye more was that the key targets of the enemy were positioned at the rear of the fleet. This made his plan for a strike from the river very difficult to achieve satisfactorily. The disparity in strength left them without any advantage in the battle. Lin Ye still decided to follow the original plan and give the Earth people a show of force. Teacher Su Xiangfei, retreat to the edge of the forest python territory, where you can smell the scent of the forest python. Shen Na, go to the stone wall camp and shoot the Earth people who come to check the burning corpse pile with your bow. When they react, immediately run to the north beach to regroup with Teacher Su and the others, then enter the valley. As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, the three women asked in unison, "What about you?" Lin Ye grinned. "Although we are outnumbered, we still need to create crossfire. I will lurk in the bushes and take out another group pursuing you." Chen Na shook her head. "No way, you might get surrounded that way." Su Wei also said nervously, "The first group of Earth people landing is numerous and may surround you from multiple directions. Hiding in the bushes is very dangerous." Xiangfei was eager to try, saying, "My lurking ability is better. How about I hide midway and launch a sneak attack?" Lin Ye understood their concern for him, but maintained his original plan, saying, "My running speed far exceeds that of the Earth people. I can easily shake them off. You must relocate in advance. Then I will join Shen Na in the first wave of attack." Su Wei insisted, "My throwing ability is also quite good." Xiangfei nodded vigorously. "I have also learned throwing skills. Stealth and surprise attacks will be even more effective." Last night she received Lin Ye's talent boost, and this morning she learned archery and throwing, unlocking the hunter class. Realizing that the hunter class could level up by killing targets, her mind was filled with thoughts of monster hunting for experience points. Seeing their resolute attitude, Lin Ye thought for a moment and said, "Teacher Su and Chun Na will act together. Xiangfei will stay with me." Su Wei and Chun Na ambushed in the stone wall camp. Xiangfei squatted with Lin Ye in the bushes, trembling next to Lin Ye, her teeth chattering. "Are you that scared, coward?" Lin Ye mocked with a sneer. "Who's scared?" Xiangfei argued. "I'm just excited, driven by the urge to hunt." Lin Ye ruffled her hair and asked, "Do you know why I had you stay, Xiangfei replied proudly, "Because my lurking ability is strong." "Wrong," Lin Ye said with a smirk. "Because you weigh the least, it's convenient for me to carry you while escaping." "Carry me?" Xiangfei retorted indignantly. "You're not thinking of using me as a shield for arrows, are you?" "Close enough," Lin Ye admitted directly, making Xiangfei grit her teeth in anger. When they played games together, it was common for them to sell each other out. At first, Lin Ye claimed that his survival contributed more, and Xiangfei believed him. After experiencing this multiple times, Xiangfei realized that Lin Ye was merely fooling her into sacrificing herself. Eventually, they developed a tacit understanding of selling each other out. Xiangfei decisively turned her vine shield into chest armor. Previously, it was used to block attacks from the front. Now it was changed to protect her back. "What are you doing?" Lin Ye asked in surprise. Xiangfei explained without changing her expression, "Aren't you going to carry me while escaping? The vine armor is uncomfortable when it bumps in the front." "What are you doing?" Lin Ye asked in surprise. Xiangfei explained without changing her expression, "Aren't you going to—" The Earth person checking the fire pile fell to the ground, howling as an arrow struck his eye. The arriving Earth people squad had already been on guard against the stone wall camp and immediately drew their weapons to fight back. However, under the barrage of Chun Na's arrows, they were all injured and fell to the ground. During this time, Su Wei seized the opportunity to throw a black obsidian spear. Seeing the vanguard squad attack, the following Earth warriors quickened their pace to land. Some even stood in the water, drawing their bows and firing arrows for cover. Several boats filled with people charged ashore from the beach without rocks. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 people crashed. Chun Na, retreat quickly, Lin Ye whispered. However, Chun Na stood up and shot a few arrows, and the leading few fell in. The continuous arrows led the Earth people to believe that there were multiple archers within the stone wall, causing them to disperse, with some launching a strong attack, while others encircled from the sides. Chun Na changed her position and began to throw spears. The 50 full ability bonus made the throwing spears deadlier than the arrows. In an instant, the entire left flank of the encircling Earth people was annihilated. The Earth people on the other two sides were terrified and hesitated for a moment before continuing to press forward. Chun Na changed positions again and threw out several more spears. The Earth people on the right flank were all killed. At this point, both Chun Na and Su Wei had finished throwing their spears, and she led Su Wei sprinting away from the beach. "Two. Only two. Women, they are women. Damn." The Earth people cursed in their language. They chased down the beach, but dared not stray too far from the group, and had to return to the stone wall camp to remain vigilant. Lin Ye watched this, seeing his brow furrowed. This group of Earth people suffered a loss of 70%, but did not collapse, showing an extremely strong fighting spirit and discipline. It would be very difficult to wear them down or scatter them. Xiang Fei saw the Earth people occupy the stone wall camp and couldn't help but look anxiously at Lin Ye. The meaning in her eyes was clear. If they didn't eliminate these people soon, they wouldn't have a chance when reinforcements arrived. Lin Ye nodded, signaling to prepare to take action. A decapitation operation wouldn't work, and wearing them down wouldn't work either. Lin Ye decided to adopt a strategy of attrition, gradually bleeding them out. Right now, what Lin Ye needed to do was not to eliminate many people, but to find opportunities to recover arrows and throwing spears. It seemed that keeping Xiang Fei was still useful. At the very least, she could serve as a little donkey to carry ammunition. The Earth people entering the stone wall camp occupied advantageous shooting positions and kept watch from above. Lin Ye could no longer hide Xiang Fei. He stood up, took out a throwing spear, and threw it in quick succession. The Earth people standing on the stone wall were pierced through their bodies, falling backward. Immediately after, the throats of the exposed Earth people were pierced by throwing spears, with some having their cervical vertebrae broken, their heads drooping. With a strength of 18 in projection and a 200 speed boost, Lin Ye's throwing spear was comparable to a repeat crossbow with 100 accuracy. In one encounter, 8 Earth people were already slain. Lin Ye rushed out to collect bows and throwing spears. Soon he had 4 bows, 4 quivers, and over 10 bags of throwing spears hanging on him. Next, run quickly. Lin Ye tied the throwing spear bags together and tossed them. He reached out to Xiang Fei, who hugged him, and then he was knocked backward. Lin Ye didn't have time to care about that. He hurried to collect the throwing spears that he and Chen Na had thrown earlier. Looking at the recovered throwing spears, Lin Ye felt distressed. Chen Na's thrown spears could still be reused. However, most of the spears he threw penetrated the enemies and hit the stones, leaving the obsidian spearheads shattered and unusable. Having too much strength is also a problem. Lin Ye lamented, discarding the damaged throwing spears and collecting knives and daggers from the Earth people, then quickly fled. At this moment, the following Earth people squad had already surged up. The whistling of arrows was quite piercing, and when they reached the stone wall camp, they had already gained lethal power. As Lin Ye ran out of the camp and into the bushes, the vine armor on his back kept making a thudding sound. Unfortunately, the arrows did not penetrate the vine armor, nor got stuck in it. Lin Ye wanted to play the role of a scarecrow to draw arrows, but there was no way. 28, haha. I killed 28. Chen Na ran ahead, panting, still jubilant. If I kill 22 more, I can level. Teacher Su, what about you? Su Wei stumbled as she ran, hair, disheveled cheeks, flushed, barely able to draw breath. I only killed 1. It only just stopped breathing. Su Wei watched the hunter experience bar on her character panel. She had never imagined she would kill someone. Previously hidden in the bushes, she merely followed others casting spears into crowds without knowing whether they struck true. But this time she had seen it plainly, a black obsidian throwing spear driven into a tribesman's neck. Blood burst forth like a ruptured pipe. Su Wei's mind blanked for an instant as she ducked beneath a stone wall and dared not act again. The next 5 throwing spears were all hurled by Chen Na. While running, Su Wei brooded in regret, berating herself for her cowardice. Seeing a single kill credited to her now was an immense encouragement. In the woods not far behind, Lin Ye and Xiang Fei ran one after the other. Lin Ye glanced back. She go, can you keep up? Xiang Fei, exhausted and panting, could not help snapping back, you damn. Promised to carry me. You didn't, and made me shoulder so many spears. Lin Ye laughed. At most 60 or so throwing spears. How heavy can that be? Xiang Fei rolled her eyes, about to retort when her foot caught a vine, and she tumbled forward like a famished dog lunging. The spears on her shoulders scattered across the ground. If you're weak, practice more. Lin Ye tied the scattered spears to his back, looking like a bristling porcupine. He hoisted Xiang Fei, walked a few steps, then turned back. There are so many vines here. I can make some tripwires. Lin Ye began tying vine sections together, setting a snare every few paces. Xiang Fei saw and came back to help, mimicking his movements. Aren't you tired? Lin Ye asked in surprise. Xiang Fei shook her head repeatedly. When committing mischief, who feels tired? They worked and paused until the silhouette of a tribesman appeared in the trees, then they stopped setting traps. Hiding behind an earthen mound, Lin Ye whispered, when a tribesman trips, you be the first to throw and claim the kill. Do you dare? Xiang Fei eyed him suspiciously. You wouldn't be trying to set me up, would you? I'm covering you so you can get the head. You suspect me. Lin Ye glared, displeased. If you won't dare withdraw first, don't slow me down. Xiang Fei gritted her teeth, drew a black obsidian throwing spear, preparing the ambush. Thud. Ugh. A tribesman's foot slipped. He fell with a muffled groan. The others quickly moved to help him. The lead tribesman inspected the ground carefully and raised a hand to halt his companions. He pointed silently at them. The others prodded the leaves with spear shafts and soon discovered the tripwires. Each became alert, slowing their pace as they proceeded warily. With their attention fixed on the ground, they neglected the ambush ahead. Whoosh! A black obsidian spear skimmed a tribesman. Blood streamed. The wounded tribesman clutched his face in pain and fumbled for a spear to retaliate. Whiz, 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 whiz. A string of throwing spears flew like beads. More than 10 tribesmen collapsed. A figure sprang from behind the mound, swiftly gathering weapons and ammunition. By the time Xiang Fei registered the scene, Lin Ye had already returned, shouldering a pile of spoils. Lin Ye bundled 7 captured bows together and slung them over Xiang Fei's neck. You carry this. Xiang Fei pouted, aggrieved. You kill-stealing dog. I didn't get a single kill. Lin Ye could not help laughing. I let you strike first, gave you the chance, but if you're useless, that's not my fault. Xiang Fei was so frustrated she felt sick. In the game, she could match Lin Ye and even snatch MVP sometimes. In reality, she had virtually no chance to perform. Are we just going to run like this, carrying so much? Xiang Fei complained resentfully. If we don't get killed, we'll be worn to death. Seeing Xiang Fei bent and stooped under the weight, Lin Ye decided this could not continue. He took the bow frames from her and chose to teleport them to Zhou Yuyao. A blue light flashed and the bows vanished. Lin Ye and Xiang Fei both broke into ecstatic smiles. By spending survival points, they could directly teleport spoils. With that, the burdened anxiety vanished. Lin Ye turned back looted weapons from more than a dozen corpses and sent everything back to camp. Thump! A bundle of bow frames appeared before them. Then clink-clink, a heap of bronze knives and black obsidian daggers. Zhou Yuyao paused, then quickly realized these were captured spoils. Lin Ye, do you need me to send throwing spears and food? Zhou Yuyao immediately thought of provisioning. Lin Ye replied, send some roasted meat over. If you lack ingredients, buy them on the platform. Reclaim the gold bars, and you'll get coins. Mutual transfers among members suddenly acquired tactical value. It was indulgent. Spending survival points was lavish. Lin Ye and Xiang Fei waited a while, without seeing any tribesmen approach. At first they assumed the follow-up teams were simply slow. After half an hour, a commotion came from the old forest python's position. Lin Ye and Xiang Fei rushed over and saw a group of tribesmen pelting the python with spears and arrows. This seemed to be the second search team. Relying on numbers, they moved to assault and eradicate the old forest python. The poor old forest python had evaded Lin Ye's poison and survived challenges from its kin, yet merely for blocking the path, it was suppressed by the tribesmen. Great opportunity. Xiang Fei cried, face alight with excitement. Let's take advantage and strike their rear. Lin Ye nodded. You circle around the back, I'll go Heaton. Determined to claim ahead, Xiang Fei risked everything. With a dozen spears on her back, she shot forward. Lin Ye made no attempt at concealment, heading straight for the python's rocky den. By the time the tribesman noticed Lin Ye's movement, he had already launched his attack. Thud! A black obsidian spear pierced the tribesman's body and embedded in the tree behind him. The tribesman spat blood, hunched over, and slid from the spear shaft. The others turned to attack Lin Ye, but at such close range their bows lacked power. Their feathered arrows fell limp to the ground. Lin Ye's vine armor bore not even a scratch. Huffed! An archer collapsed, dragged down by the spear at his neck, his face a mask of terror and despair. At a distance where even bows couldn't inflict harm, the enemy's throwing spears still carried tremendous force. It was beyond their comprehension. The tribesman archer, not yet fully dead, opened his mouth to warn his fellows, but only spat blood. The others had no time to infer what he meant. Like a locust swarm, the throwing spears felled them one by one. Over a dozen lay on the ground wailing. The wounded forest python coiled around a tribesman, squeezing until bone creaked. Xiang Fei sprang from behind a trunk, brandishing a bronze cleaver to finish off the writhing tribesman. Watching the kill counter on her character panel spike, a crazed smile spread across her face. In raw striking power, she could not match Lin Ye. But to steal a kill, all that was needed was the final blow. Lin Ye watched as Xiang Fei only took the last hit without collecting any resources, and he realized what was happening. Isn't it too shameless of you to steal the kills like this, eh? Stealing the last hit is the most dangerous job. I haven't taken advantage of anything, Xiang Fei retorted confidently. As the battle on this side came to an end, two figures jumped out from behind the rocks. It was Su Wei and Chen Na. Su Wei knew the canyon was dangerous and wanted to wait for Lin Ye to come in together. Chen Na, however, was conflicted about whether to tame the forest python, which was why she stayed here. Earlier, when the natives killed the forest python, Chen Na wanted to intervene. But she had no ranged ammunition and lacked confidence in close combat, so she could only wait for Lin Ye to arrive. As a result, Lin Ye acted too quickly. A series of long-range strikes directly annihilated the dozen or so native teams. Share some arrows and throwing spears with me, Chen Na shouted eagerly while collecting items from the corpses. Lin Ye hurriedly reminded her, tie them up well, and send them back to the camp directly. Chen Na was momentarily stunned, understanding what was happening, and her face was filled with joy. That forest python. Su Wei cautiously kept her distance from the forest python, watching as it twisted the natives into pretzel shapes, her face turning pale with fear. Lin Ye examined the forest python, hesitating. Should I kill it or save it? He felt this was an opportunity to tame the forest python. Chen Na still dared not touch the forest python, but as she sensed its pain and despair, she made a decision. Don't be afraid, we won't harm you. Chen Na tried her best to speak in a gentle tone. The forest python released the corpse and slowly retreated. Lin Ye took out some anti-inflammatory herbs and mimed the action of treating wounds. However, the forest python sensed a strong threat from him and became even more vigilant. Lin Ye had no choice but to pass the herbs to Chen Na. With a pained expression, Chen Na received the herbs, and while speaking moved closer to the forest python's tail. The scene of the forest python opening its massive jaws to bite her still haunted her. As she walked forward, Chen Na couldn't help but cast a pleading glance at Lin Ye. Lin Ye stood at a distance with a throwing spear on guard. At this distance, he could shoot the forest python through, but the forest python felt no threat. Chen Na trembled as she reached for the forest python's tail. The connection for communication with the beast leader was finally established. The forest python sensed Chen Na's goodwill. Chen Na's face was also filled with pain as she felt the forest python's despair and decline. She clumsily cleaned the pus and blood from the forest python and then crushed the herbs to apply on its wounds. The forest python's tense body gradually relaxed. Chen Na hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to remove the throwing spears and arrows from the forest python. The arrows only broke the skin and caused little harm, while the throwing spears left several centimeters deep wounds. Shin-na opened her water bottle and rinsed the wound with cool boiled water before applying herbs. The emotions transmitted by the forest python gradually gained vitality and life. It's not safe here, you should find another place to hide. There are still many black-skinned people behind, and they are very dangerous. Shin-na finally instructed the forest python and stepped back. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and the inside of her leather armor was damp. Being so close to such a large beast had truly frightened her. The forest python slowly slithered away, moving deeper into the canyon. Lin Ye and the others followed closely behind the forest python, also entering the canyon. Previously Lin Ye had only passed by the hills without ever venturing deep into the canyon. Now they discovered that amidst the dense forest there was a murky stream. This stream extended from a lake blocked by the terrain, turning into a stagnant body of water. The murky water was not polluted by floodwaters, but was a result of fierce survival competition here. Both crocodiles and the forest python inhabited this area, and the two natural enemies could erupt into conflict at any moment. After walking for over 10 minutes, Lin Ye and the others witnessed several life-and-death battles. The survival competition here is too fierce. No wonder the old forest python retreated to the outer forest. Shin-na sensed the old forest python's caution and couldn't help but speculate. Lin Ye agreed wholeheartedly. The survival strategy of the old forest python was to catch prey here and then retreat to the outer forest to safely digest. This allowed it to live longer and grow bigger, giving it the capability to kill its kind who came to compete for territory. Even the old forest python didn't dare approach that stream, and Lin Ye and the others prudently kept their distance. After climbing over a small dirt slope, Lin Ye stopped. Look here. Lin Ye pointed to the narrow passage formed by the hills and the stream behind him. If we set an ambush here, we could hit the natives hard. These words instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the three women. Shin-na was just 22 kills away from upgrading her hunter profession, and she immediately agreed. We now have over 90 throwing spears and 48 arrows. We can handle the remaining natives easily. Xiang Fei had just discovered the trick to stealing kills, and was also eager. Su Wei felt her performance was the worst, and wanted to find an opportunity to prove herself. The four of them immediately found advantageous positions, and began to wait for the prey. However, the native team did not chase into the canyon. Are they all dead? In the stone wall camp, the native commander released a thunderous roar of anger, his face twitching with rage. 37 of the first group who landed on the island were killed, and there were only 4 of them. 2 search teams have also lost 36 men. I don't understand. In the chief's hunting grounds we used to search the entire island, choosing any prey we liked. Why has this little island become our grave today? Nearly half of our manpower lost. We didn't even figure out how many enemies there were. This is a disgrace. The native commander's roar grew increasingly deep. The natives reporting the news were becoming more and more terrified. The dead have lost their weapons. For people can't carry that much, there must be many more enemies. There are no signs of close combat. They were all killed by thrown weapons. The enemy must have many people to prevent them from counterattacking. Stammering through the gathered information, the native was shaking all over with fear, his leather armor soaked in cold sweat. The native commander slammed his fist against the stone wall, causing the makeshift wall of rubble to tremble. Who exactly are the jungle warriors? What kind of people are these invaders? Why are they so cunning? The native commander's forehead bulged with veins, and the flesh at his temples throbbed. After venting his impotent rage for a while, he no longer dared to underestimate the invaders that occupied this island. He had to admit that although his subordinates were brave, they were not evenly matched against such cunning foes. In the past 10 days, various tribes across the volcanic islands had successively reported encounters with mysterious invaders. But those invaders were just stealthy thieves. It had never happened that a group of invaders occupied an island and could annihilate elite warrior teams. If such a formidable enemy were to launch a surprise attack on his camp, the native commander's anger instantly turned to fear. Unless he retreated immediately, he had no confidence in surviving the night. But retreating was not an option. In the chief's direct jurisdiction, the emergence of such a powerful enemy would lead to severe consequences if he returned without eliminating them. Looking at the simple stone wall camp, the native commander had a flash of insight. Build the camp. Construct a sturdy camp. Take the initiative to attack without taking advantage. But what about defending and counterattacking? However, he needed a plausible reason to avoid tarnishing his reputation. Just then a subordinate came to report. Commander, that white-skinned man has come, and he is accompanied by their divine envoy. He says he was sent by the chief. The native commander revealed a cold smile upon hearing this. Isn't this a perfect excuse? The native people surrounded the stone-walled camp and settled in. The rudimentary camp naturally could not meet their needs. Taking advantage of their numbers, they directly began constructing defensive works and improving living facilities. It seemed they intended to hold their ground for a long time. A 10-man rowing boat arrived at this island. A white man accompanied by an overly lively gray wolf appeared before the native commander. Carlos. The native commander greeted with a calm expression, showing no sign of contempt. Did you come with the chief's order? Carlos, as a captured white man, was often bullied by the natives in the tribe. However, this native commander was not like the other. He understood the value of a linguistic genius, thus treating Carlos with extra courtesy. Commander Tugson. Carlos bowed politely. The chief sent me with the messenger of God to assist you. Although it is in the body of a wolf, it carries the blessing of the divine and can help us trace the enemy's whereabouts. Upon hearing messenger of God, Tugson couldn't help but sneer. He was a loyal believer of the blood god and did not favor heretical things. The so-called god was not as valuable as Carlos' linguistic skills. Tugsun believed that Carlos' language was far richer than that of the tribe, and sounded much more pleasant. Especially since they even used curved symbols to record events. This was far more useful than the tribe's erroneous. Carlos, Tugsun said with a tense expression, carefully choosing his words, just on this island we lost a messenger of God. Don't you think repeating such a thing would tarnish your Lord's blessing? Carlos did not dare to argue with this military leader, and followed his lead, saying, yes, the vessel of the messenger is just an ordinary wolf, very fragile. We need to be more cautious. But it can indeed help us find the enemy's tracks. Tugsun looked down on the wolf's role, which was exactly what Carlos hoped for. This way he wouldn't have to go to the dangerous front lines. As a linguist, Carlos had never considered participating in any combat, unless it was hunting animals on the African savanna. The intentions of the two aligned. Tugsun did not want to go out searching for the enemy's tracks either. It was already clear that the opponent was very powerful, and recklessly attacking would be suicidal. Tugsun only wanted to defend and counterattack, exhausting the opponent. With the largest tribe of the volcanic islands behind him, he had the confidence to do so. His ancestors had done the same while conquering other tribes. Only when his subordinates became familiar with the opponent's tactics and gained the ability to counterattack would Tugsun launch an assault. This convergence in thinking about the enemy allowed Tugsun and Carlos to quickly establish mutual trust. The two discussed a report that could truthfully convey the situation without incurring the chief's wrath, which Carlos would directly inform the chief's confidant Alexis. Upon learning that 69 warriors had been lost, the native chief was filled with rage. Tugsun proposed to build fortifications and station people on this island, to which the native chief readily agreed. All along this island near the tribe had existed as a hunting ground. Now that it had been occupied by the suddenly appearing outsiders, it was indeed necessary to arrange for some warriors to cleanse it. The instinct brought by battle made the native chief feel that the few people led by Tugsun were not enough to eliminate those unexpectedly powerful warriors. Only 4 appeared, and killed over 30 of the first batch of warriors who landed on the island. Could this be a warning from the blood god to me? Unable to help but reflect on himself, the native chief thought whether he had been too debauched during this time. Those 2 white women had not been sacrificed to the blood god, but had instead remained in his stone fortress. This left the native chief feeling a hint of unease. Chief. Just as the native chief's consciousness was about to return to clarity, a white beauty, swaying unsteadily, came to his side. It was Alexis, the one Carlos could not forget. She had originally been a gymnast who met the ambitious Carlos at a church event, and they became a couple. But that night, seeing Carlos kneeling like a dog before the native chief, Alexis realized that the only man who could protect her in this world was no longer Carlos. After all, Carlos had admitted that she had the right to choose a new partner. Alexis thus felt justified in following her. Chief, your tribe has thousands of warriors who can fight. Why worry over such trivial matters? Alexis entwined her arm around the native chief's, sweetly flattering him. The native chief, gazing at the woman's delicate beauty, could not help but embrace her. Tell Tugsun and Carlos to build a sturdy stone fortress and not let those bastards escape from my island. After assigning Alexis the task of delivering the message, the native chief suddenly felt that this woman had a more significant role to play for him. He should win this woman's heart to feel more at ease in using Carlos. Entering the room with Alexis, the native chief turned back and instructed the guards, before dark, do not let anyone disturb me. On the 12 southern islands, upon learning of the chief's orders, Tugsun understood that he had survived the danger, not only avoiding punishment for defeat, but also being entrusted with an important task by the chief. To win Carlos over, Tugsun actively proposed to learn the writing that Carlos had mastered. This made Carlos ecstatic, believing he had finally found his savage to civilize. During the colonial era, a missionary with a candy in one hand and a scripture in the other could sway an entire nation. Such legendary stories had long been deeply rooted in Carlos' heart. As a linguist, he was not religious out of ignorance. The power of religion was stronger than that of language. If the two were combined, it could change the soul of a nation. Carlos directly cast aside the war, and while the natives were busy constructing the stone fortress, he devoted himself to teaching Tugsun the English language. However, attempts to persuade Tugsun to convert to the faith hit a wall. Instead, under Tugsun's persuasion, Carlos found it hard to refuse and began to feign belief in the blood god. If we consider the blood god as a follower of the Almighty, perhaps we can merge our beliefs, providing us with a solid foundation. Free from the native chief's oppressive rule, Carlos' ambitions began to swell. If we consider the blood god as a follower of the Almighty, perhaps we can merge our beliefs, providing us with a solid foundation. Free from the native chief's he alternated between crouching and lying down his rear, and aching painfully, the leather armor dampened by the moisture. Shen Na Su Wei and Xiang Fei were wandering around searching for plants that might be medicinal herbs, planning to bring them back for Liang Qian to identify. Only Lin Ye was still miserably on watch. Not seeing the natives come for a long time, Lin Ye began to worry that they had taken another route. If they ambush in the forest, they will surely take the boat along the coast. Surely they would think of this method. Lin Ye quickly messaged Zhou Yuyao. Have the wolf pack at the camp detected any traces of the natives? Zhou Yuyao, every gray wolf that went out, returned very calmly, not looking like they had found any enemies. Do you have enough to eat? Do you need me to send some over? Lin Ye sighed with worry, saying, no need to send, I can buy directly on. Sending food to the camp would consume survival points. Buying directly on the platform with money was free shipping. Lin Ye also aimed to save whenever possible. Just when he was feeling gloomy, a message from Xiao Yan arrived. How is the battle going? Do you need material support? Lin Ye felt like he had encountered a great savior. This was a perfect opportunity to have Xiao Yan help analyze the situation. After all, when it came to fighting, he was worried that the natives might chase in the wrong direction. Lin Ye bought a few steaks on the trading platform, lit a fire, and began to grill the meat. The smoke curled upwards, and as long as the natives weren't blind, they should know that their target was hiding in the canyon. Lin Ye remained vigilant, communicating with Xiao Yan through the chat channel. He reported the battle results and asked, Brother Xiao, can you help me analyze what the enemy might be thinking? Is what you said true? You killed 69 of them facing 200 natives. Xiao Yan was silent for a long time before sending the message. The big shot is so surprised that he doubts my battle results. Lin Ye replied, it's recorded in the tribe's panel statistics. There's absolutely no mistake. Xiao Yan still didn't believe it. How did you manage to fight? Lin Ye didn't mention that it was mainly 2 people who fought. Instead, he took the opportunity to bluff, saying we equipped crossbows and set up ambushes with dozens of people, launching 3 waves of surprise attacks, and the enemy's vanguard and 2 search teams were completely annihilated. Crossbows? Then they definitely couldn't handle it. Xiao Yan finally stopped obsessing over the kill count and was shocked that Lin Ye's side had actually crafted crossbows. What kind of wood did you use for the crossbows? Won't it crack? Xiao Yan clearly had also attempted to make crossbows, which is why he asked this crucial question. Lin Ye had no intention of hiding the truth. He was planning to use the bronze crossbows to trade for supplies. Brother Xiao, we made the crossbows out of bronze, not wood. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan exclaimed in disbelief, we've also tried using bronze, but it's too troublesome, it just doesn't assemble properly. After complaining for a while, Xiao Yan seemed to understand something and quickly asked, do you have forging talent? It was then that Lin Ye understood the difference between them. Without his talent to speed up the process, even unlocking the blacksmith profession and learning the forging skill would require a lot of attempts. Given Xiao Yan and their circumstances, they definitely wouldn't have the patience to hammer for so long. If they lacked forging talent, it would be nearly impossible to create complex bronze products. Lin Ye didn't mean to discourage them. He simply replied, we happen to have someone who awakened the forging talent. Xiao Yan fell silent again, and after a long pause he muttered, beast taming talent, herbalism talent, and now forging talent. This is unbeatable. Brother, with your strength, this batch of natives must be reeling. They suffered such huge losses and still haven't collapsed. That's already elite. After analyzing, Xiao Yan earnestly cautioned, you should ease up and don't think about wiping them out completely. They can send out 200 men, so they can also send out 1,000. When they mobilize everyone, can you handle it? Then came talk of stalemates, appeasement, coexistence, and waiting for changes. Lin Ye felt his mind spinning. Was this guy really a soldier? Why does he sound like a politician? Brother Xiao, how did you fight the natives? Lin Ye couldn't help but ask. Xiao Yan replied, from day 1 we've been fighting the natives every day, sometimes multiple battles a day. By now the number of natives killed on their side hadn't even broken double digits, and that was due to their delayed rescue efforts. Lin Ye finally understood that Xiao Yan and the others had been fighting friendly matches while he was being serious. So it was this kind of pressure that they exerted on the natives. Thinking it over, he realized he had indeed acted recklessly. Kill 15, then 6, and they would send 200 men directly. If he had fought more vigorously with those 15 from the start, capturing a bit of supplies today and a bit tomorrow, only injuring them without killing, the natives would have just been a transport team. Moreover, he could control the scale of conflict to within dozens of people, avoiding a complete disaster. The art of struggle still needed to be learned. Lin Ye deeply reflected. He called back Chen Na Su Wei and Xiang Fei, sharing the grilled meat with them, while eating, saying, I suspect the natives are frightened by us. They'll go see if they are escaping or holding their ground. You all wait for me back at the camp. No way. It's too dangerous. We should go together. All 3 women disagreed. Lin Ye simply wanted to spare them the back and forth travel. Seeing their insistence, he decided they retraced their steps. They first arrived at the lair of the old forest python, only to find the ground cleared and the corpses were nowhere to be seen. The natives have been here, but didn't dare to pursue. Seeing this scene, Lin Ye was convinced of Xiao Yan's analysis. Are the natives really that scared? Xiang Fei's face was. Chen Na was also unsatisfied. I still need 22 more kills. Lin Ye had previously thought the same, but now he understood the crux of the issue. Natives are people too, not NPCs. They can feel fear. The 4 continued forward until they reached the edge of the forest, where they saw the natives chopping down trees. Some were gathering stones. It seems they are preparing to hold their ground here. Lin Ye felt quite speechless. This filled the gap of the island, not having a native tribe. We can't let them establish themselves. Chen Na took out her longbow and prepared to take action, saying, while the natives are still unstable, we should eliminate them directly. Lin Ye smiled wryly. Do you think this is like clearing a dungeon where the monsters keep coming for more? Considering Xiao Yan's analysis, Lin Ye felt that they should indeed. Lin Ye smiled wryly. Do you think this is like clearing a dungeon where the monsters keep coming for more? Considering Xiao Yan's analysis, Lin Ye felt that they should indeed appease a bit. Whatever number of natives came, they should just accept it, otherwise wouldn't that force them to go all in? Right now they had only 2 capable fighters, the others still needed to gain combat experience. Whatever number of natives came, they should just accept it, otherwise wouldn't that force them to go all in? Right now they had only 2 capable fighters, the others still needed to gain combat. Whatever number of natives came, they should just accept it, otherwise wouldn't that force them to go all in? Right now they had only 2 capable fighters, the others still needed to gain. Han Yutong frowned, looking anxious. Lin Ye had already considered this. At this stage we indeed shouldn't escalate the conflict or widen the scale of confrontation with the natives. However, while fishing will be troublesome for us, it will also be difficult for the natives to go into the canyon to fetch water. In the future, we will frequently clash with the natives over these two issues. I will lead a portion of the people every day to engage with the natives, allowing everyone to accumulate combat experience. Lin Ye envisioned that engaging would involve reconnaissance, ambushes, small team, skirmishes, looting, without killing. Today they lifted the lockdown and began daily construction. However, the girls still needed to bring pets and bronze crossbows when leaving the camp. Lin Ye guessed that Xiao Yan would propose trading bronze crossbows and continue crafting them. Eager to hone her strength, Chen Na and Xiang Fei also came over to swing the forging hammer. After Zhou Yiyun gained access to the trading platform, she discovered she could directly purchase iron ore with gold coins and wanted to set up an iron smelter. She began to oversee the charcoal kiln, bringing several women to saw down the surrounding large trees and dry them. Such a commotion, of course, couldn't be concealed from the native scouts. Soon some natives discovered the camp's location and approached for reconnaissance, accompanied by a gray wolf. Upon seeing that the ones chopping down trees were all women, they reverted to their old habits, preparing to find an opportunity to capture two women to take back. At this moment, the little she-wolf that had returned to the camp wore a face of pride as it stuck out its tongue and wagged its tail at Chen Na. It brought two natives with it. Chen Na, petting the little she-wolf, realized what it was trying to convey, feeling both amused and exasperated. It was all her fault. She knew the little she-wolf wasn't very clever, but still sent it to be an undercover spy. Upon learning that the natives had discovered the vicinity of their camp, Lin Ye could not afford to sit idly by. He instructed the others to be on guard while he and Chen Na armed themselves and ventured out. There was no suspense in the encounter. Their strength, skills, and talents utterly crushed the opponents. The two of them pinned the two sneaky natives to the ground like eagles catching chicks. They know our camp's location. Should we kill them? Chen Na said in a low voice. Lin Ye felt a headache coming on. Following a policy of appeasement, they certainly should not kill them. If they killed them, who would act as a transport team? Yet since the natives had already figured out their camp's position, it was unreasonable to let them go. Kill them. Lin Ye immediately stripped the two natives of their belongings, his expression ferocious, killing intent boiling within him. He bound them to a tree trunk and grinned. We mustn't let them die too easily. He took out an obsidian dagger and lightly grazed it across one native's neck. Let them stay here, bleeding out slowly, and Chen Na mimicked Lin Ye's actions and similarly slashed the other native. Blood spurted from their necks, and their faces turned pale with fear. However, their fear had not yet progressed to the level of death. They remained fixated on the physical forms of Lin Ye and Chen Na. The two natives were only a little over 1.6 meters tall and quite lean. In contrast, Lin Ye stood at 1.8 meters and Chen Na at nearly 1.78 meters. Enhanced by their talents and physical modifications, they had transformed into muscle-bound warriors. Even without weapons, they could easily snap the natives' bodies with their bare hands. Despite the blood gushing from their necks, the two natives were too shocked to notice, their eyes wide and expressions filled with terror as they cried out. Unfortunately, there were no linguistic geniuses among them. Even if they pleaded for mercy, Lin Ye and Chen Na paid them no heed. As they turned to leave, the two natives realized they would bleed out and die. They worshipped a blood deity and held a fervent superstition regarding their own blood. To bleed out and die meant not even their souls could be preserved. Only then did the two natives begin to wail, frantically chattering incessantly. Their desperate cries only made their blood flow faster, deepening their terror. After Lin Ye and Chen Na had moved away, he suddenly said, "Let the little she-wolf go and untie the ropes," letting the two natives return. Their desperate cries only made their blood flow faster, deepening their terror. After Lin Ye and Chen Na had moved, these two natives are terrified out of their wits. Let them carry the message back. It will serve as a deterrent to others. At the same time, this will elevate the little she-wolf status, making it easier to deceive them in the future. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Chen Na recalled the last time when the gray wolf had led them and resolved 6 people while they were asleep. The little she-wolf was too foolish, letting it deceive the natives would be a tall order. It still needed to showcase its prowess to gain credibility. Back at the camp, the little she-wolf was strutting among the wolf pack. It believed it had accomplished a perilous task and was now the trusted wolf of the beast pack leader, thus its status among the wolves should rise. However, it was unaware that the current wolf pack had a flattened hierarchy. Beneath the beast pack leader, all wolves were nearly equal. Its showboating was utterly unnecessary. According to the habits of the wolf pack, it still had no breeding rights among them, unless it went out to find a male wolf to mate with. Chen Na pulled the little she-wolf aside and gave it a series of instructions. The little she-wolf understood, wagging its tail vigorously. It understood that the two-legged beast it brought back needed to be sent back safely. The little she-wolf dashed to the forest where the two bound natives were biting and tugging at the knots until it finally freed them. The two natives, seeing the disappearing deity return, were utterly bewildered. Once their wrists were loosened and they realized they could escape, they were overjoyed. Without hesitation, they pressed their hands against their neck wounds and sprinted away. Arriving at the stone walls of the camp, it had now begun to take the shape of a stone fortress. Upon recounting the events, the natives were astonished. It turned out that the invaders who attacked them during the day were merely a handful. A pair of extraordinarily strong men and women accompanied by 4 women. The couple looked as imposing as mountains, possessing immense strength. Moreover, they were exceedingly ruthless, intending not only to kill them, but also to obliterate their souls. This revelation immediately terrified the natives, causing some to tremble. All along, the courage that had sustained them was the belief that after death they would enter the embrace of the blood deity and be reborn as stronger infants. Yet the giant couple possessed methods that could annihilate their souls. The natives' resolve began to waver. The followers of the blood deity would never allow such cruel and blasphemous methods to be used against each other. To destroy the souls required by the blood deity was akin to declaring war on the divine. The natives, including their commander Tugson, knelt on the ground praying in despair and anger. They beseeched the blood deity to punish such evil enemies. Nearby, Carlos was also shaken. He was not afraid of the opponent's strength, but was astonished by the fragility of the natives. To bleed out and die meant their souls could not return to the embrace of the blood deity. How could the bloodletting method hold up? How had their faith persisted through generations with such a fatal flaw? Carlos forgot that his own faith had once been shaken by the flood air. After the shock, he only thought this was an excellent to leverage the threat of bloodletting and amplify the vulnerabilities of the blood deity's faith. Then exploit the natives' anxiety over their faith to tempt them into converting to his own. After the natives finished their prayers, Carlos sought out the two unfortunate natives, disregarding their neck injuries, repeatedly asking them for details about the giants they had seen. They are likely from the Dragon Kingdom. Carlos quickly assessed. 5 women and 1 man. The group is small, but each individual possesses extraordinary combat prowess. They must have awakened a terrifying combat talent. With this thought, a notion surged within Carlos. A man accompanied by 5 women, he must desire to live a comfortable life, without shame. His ambition is likely to seize this small island, or perhaps just that valley. Perhaps I can negotiate with them, win them over as my allies outside. Carlos suppressed the exhilaration in his heart, reassured the 2 natives, and returned to his quarters. Carlos of the 191 tribe, to the friend who possesses Scott's relic, shall we make a trade? I can exchange anything you desire for Scott's relic. Carlos spoke again in the regional channel. This message was promptly captured by Li Qingqing, who monitored the chat messages, and she immediately informed Lin Ye. Lin Ye in turn sought out Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao, I can't reveal myself at the moment. Please talk to that Carlos and help me find out how large that native tribe is. If possible, Lin, you wouldn't mind returning Scott's 3-gun brand underwear. Unfortunately, as a neutral pet supplier, he couldn't afford to expose his identity. In fact, even without Lin Ye's reminder, Xiao Yan was already inclined to trade with Carlos. A guy captured by the native tribe who had yet to be eaten or killed was indeed an excellent information broker. Xiao Yan was still unaware that Carlos could also extract bronze and gold directly from the native chief. During dinner, Lin Ye received a message from Xiao Yan. Brother, you have really provoked a tough opponent this time. As soon as Xiao Yan arrived, he dropped a bombshell. The indigenous tribe you fought with is the strongest tribe in the volcanic archipelago, and also the leader of all indigenous tribes here. This tribe has a population of nearly 20,000 and can mobilize 1,000 warriors at any time. Hearing this news, Lin Ye felt a chill run down his spine. It was already difficult for me to survive with a group of women. Now we have provoked the strongest indigenous tribe. 1,000 warriors. Even if I throw my spear and dislocate my arm, I still can't defeat so many people. A strong sense of crisis made Lin Ye want to gather the girls for training on the spot. The crossbowmen must quickly become combat ready. Otherwise, if the enemy really mobilizes their entire force, we would only be left to jump into the sea to feed the fish. 1,000 warriors. So be it. Let's fight. I refuse to believe that if we take down the main force of this tribe, the other indigenous tribes won't consider rebelling. This shock brought out the fierceness in Lin Ye's character. All thoughts of appeasement were cast aside. He just wanted to seize the opportunity to take a bite out of the opponent. It wasn't until he saw what Xiao Yan said next that Lin Ye regained his composure. Brother, this time I didn't take advantage of you. Xiao Yan said proudly, as if seeking credit. I showed Carlos the telescope and sports shoes, and he was convinced that we were Then he proposed a private deal to deal with that tribe together, and I helped you agree to it. Subsequently, Xiao Yan laid out Lin Ye was left speechless in shock. Carlos, that scheming little man, truly was cunning. This guy actually wanted to usurp the beliefs of the indigenous people and take control. The condition set by Carlos was that he would persuade the indigenous chieftain to control the scale of the attack, allowing Xiao Yan, who is actually Lin Ye, to recuperate and live safely. On the other hand, he needed help in eliminating his rivals. Carlos would find a way to have the indigenous chieftain send over the hostile indigenous leaders so that the giant couple could kill them. He emphasized these guys must die with their blood drained, because the indigenous people fear that. Of course, when the giant couple ambushes the indigenous troops, they should not harm Carlos and his friends. This friend now only includes Tudgerson. This condition is not too harsh. Lin Ye pondered over Carlos' plan and nodded in satisfaction. Ever since learning that Carlos could procure bronze ingots, Lin Ye no longer wanted to kill him. Otherwise, according to his usual habits, he would definitely be the first to be sacrificed, and he wouldn't let him survive the night. Tell him we accept his proposal. As long as his indigenous friends do not bring people to my camp and do not disturb our fishing team, I absolutely will not act recklessly. Tell him we accept his proposal. As long as his indigenous friends do not bring people to my camp and do not disturb our fishing team, I absolutely will not act recklessly. Understood. If anyone crosses the line in the future, they won't be under my restraint. Feel free to kill them. Carlos' reply still concealed a cunning scheme. Although he was negotiating with the giant camp, he still wanted to test the opponent's strength. When the time comes, he would send out the rebellious indigenous people. On one hand, to probe the true strength of the opponent. On the other hand, it would also maintain the giant camp's deterrence and hatred towards the indigenous people, making it difficult for both sides to resolve their conflicts, and allowing him to smoothly promote his own beliefs. That night Carlos found Tudgerson and began a secret discussion. Commander Tudgerson, the blasphemous methods of the giants must be eliminated as soon as possible to restore the morale of the warriors. Carlos exaggerated the threat of the giants, while seizing the opportunity to sell anxiety. Seeing Tudgerson's expression grow heavy with wavering, Carlos finally said, "I know a way to free the warriors from the giant's curse." As he spoke, Carlos pulled out a rough statue. By its outline, it appeared to be a humanoid creature with wings lacking obvious gender characteristics, making it difficult to distinguish between male and female. This is a divine creature referred to as the Blood Angel. Legend has it that as long as one offers a drop of their blood for it to keep after death, their soul will be taken to the heavenly realm. After Carlos finished his concocted tale, Tudgerson's face darkened. The soul still cannot return to the embrace of the blood god. How is this different from complete annihilation? No, there is a difference. Carlos desperately suppressed the urge to laugh, and explained, the heavenly realm of my lord allows souls to enter and exit freely. Once the warriors' souls reach the heavenly realm, as long as they wish, they can return to the embrace of the blood god at any time and be reborn as even stronger warriors. Tudgerson's expression of resistance gradually faded. If it truly could be a means of transition, it could indeed eliminate the warriors' fear of the giants. However, he needed to verify that Carlos was not deceiving him. It's worth a try? Tudgerson stated his condition, but it must be made clear to the warriors that this does not change their faith in the blood god, but rather strengthens their devotion to the blood god. Of course, Carlos eagerly agreed. "I will tell them that only the most devout warriors of the blood god can offer their blood for the blood angel to preserve." Tudgerson finally revealed a satisfied smile. This method would not only not shake the faith in the blood god, but would also make the people's faith in the blood god more devout and steadfast. Subsequently, Carlos guaranteed that he would complete the statue of the blood angel as soon as possible and invite the Holy Spirit to reside in it. Carlos was merely a linguist and had no clue about wood carving. He then found Lin Ye. "Brother, since you have so many bronze ingots, you must have skilled blacksmiths, right?" To this new ally who had too many suspicious points, Lin Ye extended the warmest hospitality. "Of course, we have excellent blacksmiths, carpenters, and stonemasons. Do you need anything processed?" "You have carpenters too." Carlos was genuinely surprised. He had initially wanted to find a carpenter, but had no leads, which is why he considered finding a blacksmith as a compromise. "I need to make a statue. Here is the sample. It must be sacred, solemn, magnificent, possessing powers beyond what mortals can reach, yet also embodying mercy for all beings. Can you make this?" In the item delivery column, a rough wooden statue covered in burrs appeared. Seeing this, Lin Ye couldn't help but grimace in disgust. As a dancer, he had a natural critical eye for bodily aesthetics. This wooden statue to him was simply an eyesore. "When do you need it?" Lin Ye readily accepted the task, too lazy to mention the conditions. Anyway, whatever was lacking could be directly taken from the indigenous people. Carlos was ecstatic. "The sooner the better. This is very important to me. Once it's done, I will pay with an equivalent volume of gold." Lin Ye's eyes nearly sparkled with the shape of coins. He loved gold more than anything now. "I can give it to you by tomorrow morning." A wooden statue, only a foot long, Lin Ye could complete it tonight by sacrificing a few moments of rest. The morning light blossomed, and the birds chirped. Lin Ye stretched lazily, opened his eyes, and saw the wooden pieces in the corner, causing a sudden jolt in his heart. "Oh dear, I really can't control myself. Last night was a wild affair, and I completely forgot about the wood carving project. This is something that can be exchanged for gold of the same volume, and I must deliver it quickly. If I delay too long, what if the client is chopped up by the local tribesmen? I would regret it too late." Lin Ye decided to subcontract this project. This wood carving task can be completed by someone skilled in carpentry. With a woman's aesthetic sense, they wouldn't be able to make the statue. Who else has learned carpentry skills? Lin Ye woke the surrounding women one by one to inquire. Sue opened her eyes, slightly caught sight of Lin Ye, and mumbled, "Here again. Find someone else. Everyone is too exhausted." As she spoke, she tightened her sleeping robe. Lin Ye was at a loss for words, feeling inexplicably dejected. The once self-aware Sue teacher, who would freely unwrap her sleeping robe, was long gone. Chun Na, whose physique was only second to Lin Ye, was still full of energy. However, she showed no interest in wood carving, shaking her head and saying, "I can't do this, find someone else." After saying that, she got up and went out to get something to eat. Han Yutong opened her eyes and immediately checked her surroundings. Confirming that no one was paying attention, she lay back down and covered her face. Lin Ye felt that Han Yutong misunderstood him too deeply. Next was Wei Jia. She shook her head, saying, "I'm busy planting herbs and have no time for anything else." Zhou Yuyao, still half asleep, asked, "What do you need a carpenter for?" Lin Ye picked up the wood carving blank. "Someone asked me to carve an angel statue, and the reward is gold of the same volume. I don't have time." "He'll do it. He'll do it." Without waiting for Lin Ye to finish, Xiang Fei jumped out of bed and rolled over. "You don't even have carpentry skills." Lin Ye disdainfully pushed her away. Xiang Fei knew nothing about wood carving. She was just thinking about the gold. "I learned plaster sculpture in high school." Xiang Fei excitedly said, "Really, I almost went into the sculpture major, but later thought studying dance would be easier, so I went to the dance class." "You don't have carpentry skills," Lin Ye emphasized seriously. "This is wood carving, not a plaster statue." Li Qingqing also chimed in, "Class leader, I have carpentry skills, and I've learned sketching too." Lin Ye looked at the two and felt they were unreliable. Li Qingqing, fearing more competitors, suggested, we can do it together, it should be fine. I can learn carpentry. Xiang Fei also said. Lin Ye found no better candidates at the moment and had to agree. Alright, I'll leave it to you two. It must be done vividly and solemnly, full of artistic sense. Artistic sense. No problem. Li Qingqing made an okay gesture full of confidence. Xiang Fei began to negotiate. What about our reward? If we get the gold, can we make a ring? That's not too much, right? Lin Ye laughed in surprise. Did I mention paying a salary? No, Xiang Fei shook her head, emphasizing. That's why we need a reward. If there's no salary, why should I give a reward? Lin Ye turned and left directly. Only Xiang Fei and Li Qingqing exchanged glances filled with resentment. After eating, Lin Ye announced the start of armed patrols. Starting today, we will organize 2 5-person teams for patrols every day. I will lead in the morning and Chun Na will lead in the afternoon. Let it be clear, this will be fully armed with real weapons for real fights. Now who is willing to sign up? As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, Xiang Fei jumped out. I want to go. You were supposed to do wood carving with Li Qingqing, right? Lin Ye pushed her back. I'm not doing it anymore. I don't have carpentry skills. Xiang Fei argued vehemently. Lin Ye looked at Li Qingqing. Can you do it alone? She must be able to. Li Qingqing, with a sweet smile showing her dimples, replied, Class leader, don't worry, I promise to do well. Lin Ye shot a glare at Xiang Fei, frustrated with her lack of effort, and said, learn from this. If I don't get any benefits, why should I do it? Xiang Fei pouted. Alright, Xiang Fei can come along, but we still need 3 more. Who else will join? Lin Ye continued to recruit personnel. Someone raised their hand and asked, Class leader, are we still going fishing today? Lin Ye looked in the direction of the voice and saw it was Yushan, guessing that they wanted to join the patrol, but were reluctant to give up fishing. Now meat can be directly purchased from the trading platform, ensuring supply, while also changing the taste. They had grown tired of fish, so temporarily giving up fishing was no problem. Fishing is temporarily suspended. Everyone should stay active within a 2-kilometer radius of the camp and bring crossbows when going out. In case of any unusual situations, report directly on the tribe channel. After Lin Ye finished speaking, Yushan, He Xian, and Su Wan joined the team. 5 people just right. Put on the vine armor, Lin Ye reminded. He Xian looked aggrieved. Class leader, the vine armor is too ugly, it makes me look like a barrel. Yushan also complained, at least it should be flat like Xiang Fei's, or round barrel, doesn't even allow lying down comfortably. Round ones are unstable for hanging things too, Su Wan remarked disdainfully. The other women also expressed their dissatisfaction with the shape of the vine armor. Class leader, let's just make our own vine armor, Li Qingqing suggested. These vine armors would be better used as containers. They preferred to make their own rather than wear the ready-made ones. It seemed their grievances over the shape of the vine armor ran deep. Lin Ye sighed and messaged Xiao Yan, how many pieces of vine armor are still unfinished? Previously, Xiao Yan promised to finish them within a day, but it was already the 2nd day without news. It was said that they were short on materials and needed to gather more. Xiao Yan was worried that the deal would fall through and quickly assured, it will definitely be completed today. Lin Ye didn't believe him, saying, no need to make finished products, the shape is too ugly. My people don't want to wear them, you just send the materials directly. Xiao Yan got anxious, don't they understand defense? Full angle curve defense is the most powerful, we designed it specifically this way. Lin Ye couldn't be bothered to expose him. The round barrel-shaped vine armor was primarily designed for easy weaving. The increased defense effect was merely an accidental byproduct. Just give the materials, Lin Ye insisted. Making it into a finished product would increase the volume and your delivery costs would also be higher. This struck a chord with Xiao Yan. If it weren't for wanting to trade for a telescope, he wouldn't want to deliver such things at all. If you only provide materials, you're at a bit of a disadvantage. Xiao Yan implied that providing a bit of material would count as completing the deal. Lin Ye knew this was quite disadvantageous. However, it wouldn't be cost-effective for him to take people to gather wood vines around the lake. The girls had less strength, so sending them to gather wood vines would be inefficient. This tough job would mostly fall on him. Lin Ye decisively chose to trade. No need for processing into shape, just send the materials. Then I'll give you some extra materials. Xiao Yan was overjoyed. A few bundles of raw materials could be exchanged for a telescope, making a huge profit. Lin Ye certainly wasn't giving away profits for nothing. Brother Xiao, do you need bronze crossbows? These can shoot from a lying position, perfect for sneak attacks and scouting, you should need them. Xiao Yan certainly wanted the bronze crossbow. He had been longing for it all night. He had just set a grand ambition and decided to forge the bronze crossbow himself. Now faced with Lin Ye's proposal, he was directly shaken. Previously, their attempts to craft the bronze crossbow only resulted in a few lumps of scrap bronze materials. Whether it was the forging skills or the furnace temperature, they could not meet the requirements for making the crossbow. Charging ahead without preparation, he truly saw no hope of success. Xiao Yan hesitated for only a few seconds before deciding to trade with Lin Ye for the bronze crossbow. How many items do we need to exchange for 15 bronze crossbows? Lin Ye was very generous, calculating by weight. How about 5 times the amount of bronze or bronze products? This condition was indeed quite generous. Xiao Yan agreed without a second thought. He was worried that he might not be able to obtain that many bronze products. After all, this local tribe had only a few hundred people, and there were only about 20 armored local leaders. This tribe had no capacity to produce bronze, only capable of producing copper ingots and gold nuggets. They were sent to mine copper while also planting corn. Always taking from others, the landlord's family can't withstand it. Brother, obtaining bronze might not be that easy. Can we exchange with copper ingots or gold nuggets? Xiao Yan was indeed considering raiding the local copper mines. Lin Ye naturally was very willing. Gold nuggets could be directly exchanged for coins, and it seemed that not many tribes had discovered this yet. Taking advantage of this information gap, they could earn a bit. As for the copper ingots, besides being exchanged for copper coins, they could also be used to make some ornaments. From Xiangfei, Lin Ye saw a way to motivate the women. Creating some small ornaments to be given as medals would surely have them scrambling to work, train, and fight. First they would make copper ornaments, and once that market was saturated they would move on to silver. Only the model workers and battle heroes would receive gold. In any case the incentive would be maximized. The conversation with Xiao Yin did not hinder Lin Ye from leading the patrol. By the end of their discussion, Lin Ye had already brought a flat bucket and 3 round buckets to the area where the hills met the rainforest. Lying on the dirt slope, Lin Ye could see a group of locals fetching water, cautiously advancing while on alert. Their water-fetching tools were large-bellied bronze pots over a foot tall. Each person carried a bronze pot either on their backs atop their heads or hoisted under their arms, cautiously making their way forward. They were not alert for humans, but for crocodiles. The giant anacondas posed little threat to them. Rather, it was the crocodiles that would pounce fiercely upon sighting a human. In this area, crocodiles had virtually no natural enemies. Only the gigantic female anacondas could pose a threat to them. Ordinary anacondas could be torn apart as if they were mere. Crocodiles possess biting power and do not care much about the size of their prey. If they can take it down, they can consume it. The tender flesh of the locals was simply too delicious for crocodiles. Despite the locals being particularly alert after a long trek under heavy loads, it was inevitable they would be distracted. A cry of agony rang out. A local fell to the ground, the pot rolling away as a crocodile bit into his calf and dragged him into the murky stream. The other locals hurriedly dropped their pots, grabbing their spears to shoot at the crocodile. However, the obsidian spearheads had little effect against the crocodile's hide. Despite sustaining injuries, the crocodile persisted, dragging the bitten local away to feast. The locals stood by the stream, cursing loudly for a time before leaving in frustration. Seeing the misfortune of the locals, Lin Ye felt no glee. Fetching water by the lake was dangerous. Would the locals Lin Ye decided to lie in wait here to observe the locals' behavior. After about an hour, a fully armed group of locals arrived. They followed the stream, searching for crocodiles to kill. Their weapons were quite unique, with thick wooden handles. Some had spear tips, others were hooked sides, and there were also forked weapons. This set of weapons was particularly effective against crocodiles. After searching for a while, they had taken down more than 10 unsuspecting crocodiles. They dragged the crocodile carcasses to one spot, and then along with reinforcements carried them away. Seeing that the locals did not cross the boundary, Lin Ye felt a bit disappointed. He still wanted to find some targets for the 3 girls to practice on. At that moment, a warning sign suddenly appeared in Lin Ye's mind. A giant anaconda slithered out from the bushes a few dozen meters away, quickly disappearing into the canyon. Is that an anaconda? It looks so small. Is it a baby anaconda? Yushan exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening. It must have just been born not long ago. It's over 2 meters long, looking quite weak, He-Shin said. Su Wan and Xiangfei, however, were trembling, too frightened to say a word. Even as a juvenile, the anaconda was still much larger than a snake. It was quite intimidating to behold. During this time, Lin Ye had gained some understanding of the anaconda's behavior, and said in a low voice, the anaconda fled in such a panic. There must be something that startled it. Be careful. Sure enough, not long after, several sneaky figures appeared behind the anaconda. There are actually some who dare to cross the boundary. Lin Ye revealed a wicked smile, and whispered, switch to hunter mode, prepare for a volley. The 4 of them quickly took out their bronze crossbows and checked the arrow loading situation, aiming in the direction of the locals. Steady, we are not yet in the range for the crossbow to deal damage, Lin Ye reminded. The locals were being stealthy this time, moving very cautiously. They ran quickly along the edge of the hills, skillfully avoiding obstacles, making very little noise. However, the place where Lin Ye was lying in wait was downwind. Even the faintest sound would carry over. Soon even the unpleasant odor from the locals wafted over. Fire, Lin Ye said softly. Whoosh. The 4 crossbow arrows shot out almost simultaneously. The first local was struck by 2 arrows, the second by 1 arrow, while 1 arrow missed. Su Wan slammed the ground in frustration. Clearly that missed shot was hers. After being ambushed, the locals gritted their teeth and did not make a sound. The ones at the back quickly dispersed to hide, pulling the injured one away. The 4 girls, after reloading their crossbows, took another round of shots. The bushes remained still, uncertain if they had hit anything. Quick chase. Sure enough, a volley of arrows flew in. They landed on the vine armor, producing a muffled sound. At this distance, the power of the arrows was insufficient to pierce. Sure enough, a volley of arrows flew in. They landed on the vine armor, producing a muffled sound. At this distance, the power of the arrows was insufficient to pierce through the vine armor. The 4 girls were startled. In response to an attack, Lin Ye drew a spear and hurled it towards the locals' hiding spot. Ugh! Finally, one local could not bear the pain and let out a scream. The bushes shook and the other locals retreated, and Lin Ye estimated that they were getting up to flee and threw another round of spears. 2 cries of agony rang out. Chase! Lin Ye figured they were about to escape the thicket and directly charged forward. 7 locals, dragging 3 injured ones, fled rapidly. Lin Ye caught up and hurled a few spears at them. 10 locals lay on the ground, howling in agony. Seeing Lin Ye's tall figure, they immediately recognized him as the god-defying giant, and all displayed expressions of. One of the leaders, clad in bronze armor, had merely sustained an injury to his calf, and still wished to retaliate, only to end up dead in battle. Lin Ye drew a spear and inflicted several more wounds on him. Upon witnessing Lin Ye's actions, the local leader understood his intentions, and his fierce expression turned into one of. Lin Ye took away the weapons of the Earth People and stripped them of their armor. In front of the Earth People, he bound the leather armor and sent it back to the camp. After sending the weapons yesterday, Lin Ye returned to the camp and found that all the dirt had disappeared, leaving everything. Lin Ye took away the weapons of the Earth People and stripped them of their armor. In front of the Earth People, he bound the leather armor. Lin Ye experimented several more times and quickly confirmed that the delivery only took effect on the items themselves, and any dirt attached to their surfaces would vanish. Upon learning that the delivery function also had a cleaning effect, Lin Ye took away the possessions worn by the Earth People. Previously, he was worried about infectious diseases. Now with the delivery's cleaning capability, he could use them without worry. Seeing Lin Ye robbing right in front of them, the Earth People trembled in fear, looking as if their faith had collapsed. A flash of blue light, and the items vanished into thin air. This must be the work of a deity. The giants also had divine protection, and their method surpassed even the blood god. It seemed their side had no chance of winning. Despair spread across the faces of the Earth People. But what terrified them more was that the giant waved to the women in the cage. Go up, one person, one knife, don't kill them. They must bleed to death first. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Yushan and the others couldn't help but shrink back. They could accept shooting from a distance psychologically, but stabbing the defenseless Earth People up close, they simply lacked the. They'll do it. Xiang Fei exclaimed joyfully, pulling out 2 obsidian daggers, one in each hand, aiming to double the good fortune for each Earth person. Such a great opportunity to claim kills, she couldn't let it slip away. If not for the fear that Lin Ye would take away her last hit privilege, she would have wanted to directly stab these Earth People. Lin Ye did not pressure Yushan and the others, only mockingly saying, "Are you sure you don't want to claim a last hit? The hunter profession requires kills to level up. This is 10 kills. Are you really going to let it go to Xiang Fei?" The 3 knew that kills were not so easily obtained. They were eager, yet apprehensive. Xiang Fei protested, "This isn't fair. If they strike later, it will count as their kill, which means my efforts were in vain." "Don't interrupt, go over there." Lin Ye waved at her. Xiang Fei sulked. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she became, and she thought of another argument to try to sway. Not everyone is suited to be a warrior. I awakened my combat talent and had no choice but to fight. You should seriously consider what talents you want to awaken. This hit a soft spot for the 3. We want to be women of the divine arts. Stabbing people with knives doesn't fit our character. To awaken a magical talent, they all gave up on claiming last hits. But facing 10 enemies, not doing something felt like a loss. Yushan took off her helmet and vine armor and pulled out her gear. A burlap cloak and a leather mask with a ghost face. After changing, a ghastly figure with green skin and sharp teeth appeared before the Earth People. He Xian and Su Wan also completed their transformations. Mournful souls, blissful rebirth, travel in peace, do not dwell on the past. Yushan focused on a form of absolution, aiming to let the deceased depart without attachments. She chanted in an eerie tone, stepping closer to the injured Earth person in a crab-like walk. One hand held the copper bell that Zhou Yuyao helped her craft, while the other made a grabbing gesture, as if trying to seize the soul of the Earth person. This action needed no translation. The Earth person understood. She wants to take my soul. Blood god above, save me. The Earth person struggled desperately, trying to escape the demon's summons. But the blood loss made him feel cold all over, and his eyelids grew heavier. In his view, this was an evil spirit pulling at his soul. Before his blood could drain completely, the Earth person was terrified to death, his eyes wide open, filled with despair and fear. Watching the Earth person who had been struggling earlier suddenly die before her, Yushan staggered back a few steps. A chill ran down Yushan's spine, and her body involuntarily shivered. Her mind went blank, unable to recite even her self-made rebirth chant. Xiang Fei looked at her panel, seeing the kill count increase by 1, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Why, Yushan, you really took..." Yushan jolted. "That's right. The Earth person died so quickly, it must have been my spell's effect. Yippee. With her confidence swelling, Yushan targeted the second Earth person and performed the same operation. This Earth person likely had a weak heart. Witnessing a companion die at the hands of this woman, he was already terrified, and upon seeing her approach, before Yushan could finish the incantation, he twitched, his legs stiffened, and he simply left. Xiang Fei watched her panel's kill count increase again, stunned. "You really pulled it off." Surprised, yet feeling unwilling. "If I had known it would be so easy to raise a diviner, why did I bother trying to be a berserker?" Yushan's success greatly encouraged He Xian and Su Wan. He Xian's spellcasting preamble was a bit lengthy, and she just began to recite the official incantation. Left 0, right, fire, thunder god, assist me, divine light, possess me, drive away evil, and subdue demons. With the divine thunder, strike for me. He Xian stepped forward, wielding her wooden sword, and pointed it at the Earth person. The Earth person stared at the approaching sword tip, his eyes turning into a squint, feeling his head swell, tired and dizzy. His body went soft, and he lost consciousness. He Xian watched this scene, momentarily stunned, feeling a bit insecure. The lightning did not strike, but the person was indeed dead. She couldn't tell if the spell succeeded. "Xiang Fei, is my thunder technique a success or a failure?" Xiang Fei, having just scored a free kill, was feeling pleased when faced with this question. She cooperatively replied, "Of course it's a success. The divine thunder technique attacks the spirit. Being formless and invisible is normal." Yage. He Xian made a gesture and walked towards another Earth person. Seeing that Yushan was close to succeeding with her third target, she felt the need to catch up. While she didn't need to secure kills, such a good casting target was truly a rare opportunity. Seeing both Yushan and Hexian succeed, Su Wan's small face was filled with anxiety. She was following the ghost subduing route. Her aim was to let ghosts scare others and not herself. She held a fist-sized copper bottle, singing and dancing before an earth person. The incantation was unclear, but her tone was fierce and her emotions were particularly intense. It sounded like a mixture of coercion, temptation, intimidation, and bribery. From her actions, it seemed she wanted to invite the earth person into her copper bottle. Unfortunately, her mixed tactics made the earth person feel like she was begging him, and he became even more defiant. Holding on tightly, he refused to die. Lin Ye couldn't bear to watch any longer and pulled her away, saying, "Are you stupid? You think your son Wukong? Trying to use a copper bottle to collect souls is nonsensical. To collect souls, you need a soul banner. Have you heard of the 10,000 souls banner?" Su Wan's shocked expression quickly turned into disappointment. The golden copper bottle in her hand looked nothing like a soul-collecting artifact. The design just didn't fit into the category of ghost collection or subjugation. The whole route was wrong. Soul banner. Yes, I need to make a soul banner. Su Wan, reflecting on her mistakes, decided to improve her tools. At this point, the first 3 injured Earth people had already died on their own. Yushan and Hexian successfully sent off the Earth people's leader, contentedly following Lin Ye away. However, they were unaware that one Earth person had merely fainted from fright and had not actually died. Xiang Fei thought the kill count for this Earth person was attributed to Lin Ye and paid no mind. After the Earth person fell unconscious, the bleeding stopped miraculously as the wounds coagulated. The Earth people who came out for water discovered him and rescued him. In the twilight hours, the rescued native finally awoke. Without waiting for the other natives to inquire, this unfortunate soul began to babble in terror, his expression filled with fear and pleading. Halfway through his speech, he broke into a wailing cry, tears and snot mingling at the corners of his mouth, an uncontrollable mess. The surrounding natives were all struck with fear. With a thud, they knelt on the ground, offering desperate prayers. Supreme Blood God hastened to punish the giant clan. He employs dishonorable bloodletting techniques to extinguish the souls nurtured by the Blood God. His first servant reaps the souls of the warriors. His second servant summons evil forces to shatter the souls. His third servant captures and enslaves the souls of the warriors. The giants and their servants are the sworn enemies of the Blood God. Please grant us divine power to annihilate them. Faced with the unconventional tactics of the giant clan, the natives were utterly terrified, not knowing how to respond. Their only hope rested with the Supreme Blood God. They had no doubt that the native was lying. The native tribe held a traditional belief: a warrior who has experienced life and death would never lie. Because his soul was under the Blood God's scrutiny, if he were to lie, he would suffer the divine punishment of not being allowed to enter reincarnation. The native did not feel he was lying. Based on what he had seen and heard, he understood that the 3 women in the cages were dealing with the souls of their companions. He had witnessed with his own eyes that his injured companion, whose blood had yet to dry, had died mysteriously. Oh, it must have meant that the soul had been lost. This event dealt a significant blow to the morale of the natives. Throughout the night, they prayed, not even touching their evening meal. Carlos felt a tumult of emotions within him. The actions of the Dragon Country people, in a certain sense, could be seen as divine assistance to him. The more the natives feared the destruction of their souls, the more likely his faith assimilation would succeed. Yet he was also afraid that the Dragon Country people truly possessed those extraordinary abilities. He repeatedly told himself that all of this was a lie, that the Dragon Country people were merely putting on a show, just as he pretended to be the chosen people of God. But he dared not gamble. That civilization with thousands of years of history had a rich and rigorous mythological system. From the perspective of Westerners, those myths themselves were a form of history. Who knows if they truly possessed those miraculous inheritances? Even back on Blue Star, they had no means of summoning souls or controlling spirits. Who could guarantee that after arriving in the ancient world, they wouldn't awaken such talents? The more Carlos thought about it, the more afraid he became, nearly losing his appetite. Finally, he couldn't help but seek out the Dragon Country people for information. "Did you capture the souls of 10 natives today?" Xiaoyan was holding a coconut bowl, slurping down meat and corn porridge when he saw the message from Carlos and froze for Today they indeed ambushed the natives' transport team, but they only stole goods and did not kill anyone. Capture souls. Could it be that the injured natives are suffering from fever and hallucinations? Just as Xiaoyan was about to defend himself, a sudden realization hit him. No, the natives that Carlos was with were confronting Lin Ye. The question he asked should pertain to Lin Ye's actions. Xiaoyan immediately relayed the same question to Lin Ye. In the camp, 2 deer ribs were roasting, sizzling with grease. When Shan Na was patrolling with her team, she found no natives crossing the boundary, so she took a detour into the woods and hunted a deer. Tonight they would feast on a whole deer banquet. In addition to the roasting ribs, 7 copper pots bubbled with steam, 1 pot cooking wild onion with deer blood, while the others made wild vegetable, sweet potato, and bone soup and corn meat porridge. Lin Ye looked at the pot of deer blood before him, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. It was said that consuming deer blood could awaken certain desires. Would he be able to sleep after consuming this pot? Just as Lin Ye was seeking an excuse to decline, a message from Xiaoyan arrived like a lifeline. "Carlos is inquiring whether you captured the souls of the natives. What is going on?" Upon seeing this question, Lin Ye recalled the events of the day. He immediately chuckled and replied, We have 3 inheritors of the Nuad dance. One is practicing the exorcism of souls, another is training in lightning techniques to drive away evil, and the third is learning to capture and control spirits. This morning we captured 10 natives who crossed the boundary. According to previous discussions, they were targets that could be eliminated, so we let them have some fun. To be honest, this left Xiao Yan bewildered. Wait brother, are we in the same world? What do you mean by lightning techniques and controlling spirits? What are you trying to accomplish? Lin Ye anticipated this reaction from Xiao Yan and laughed. The main goal is to intimidate the natives, making them too scared to cross the boundary and launch ambushes. They believe that after death their souls will be guided by the blood god into reincarnation, which is why they fight bravely. We specifically target this weakness and created some things. This statement was somewhat acceptable to Xiao Yan, just to scare the natives with their ignorance, pretending to be divine and ghostly. Xiao Yan smirked, thinking this idea was quite good. They are training in lightning techniques, and we can also play the role of Zhongkue. Creating a collective memory for the natives, ensuring they dare not come to disturb the camp, is simply a foolproof plan. At critical moments these methods can also demoralize the enemy, turning the tide of battle. The advantage of materialists is that as long as the methods are effective, they can impersonate divine beings without any psychological burden. Xiao Yan immediately implemented the strategy, instructing those aspiring to become extraordinary warriors to prepare. Brother, today we ambushed the natives' transport team and seized 2 carts of copper ingots and a bag of gold nuggets. How many bronze crossbows do you think we can exchange for? After communicating the intelligence, Xiao Yan casually began to engage in business. Lin Ye accepted the copper ingots and gold nuggets and directly submitted them to the tribe, earning 257 gold coins. He acquired 394317 copper coins. Looking at the numbers on the tribe's panel, Lin Ye scratched his head, feeling a bit dazed. The agreement with Xiao Yan was to trade bronze crossbows based on volume with a ratio of 1:1 for bronze. However, these were copper ingots, and he hadn't paid attention to their volume. Forget it, pricing by volume doesn't make sense. It would be better to price based on gold coins and copper coins. The bronze crossbow comes with 12 bolts, so let's count it as 100 gold coins. The gold nuggets can be exchanged for 2 bronze crossbows. The copper ingots can count for 13 bronze crossbows. There were 15 of them, just enough for each person to have 1 bronze crossbow. The extra money would be considered as their purchase of lifetime maintenance services. Lin Ye counted on his fingers but couldn't figure it out, so he simply provided supplies based on the quota for the entire tribe's rearmament. Big brother Xiao, I will provide you with 15 bronze crossbows, each with a base amount of ammunition, and you can upgrade and maintain them at any time along with providing ammunition. How does that sound? Xiao Yan felt that this condition seemed a bit unfavorable for him. However, upon careful thought, turning copper ingots into bronze and then crafting them into crossbows would also incur 2 rounds of loss. And they would have to charge some labor costs, right? With lifetime upgrade and maintenance included, what more could one ask for? Alright, let's go with that. With the terms agreed upon, both sides were quite satisfied. Lin Ye collected the crossbows and immediately sent them over to Xiao Yan. Zhou Yuyao had developed a more powerful upgraded version of the bronze crossbow, and these initial versions were perfect for Xiao Yan and his group to reuse. Seeing Lin Ye actually deliver on the spot, Xiao Yan was overjoyed and immediately took the bronze crossbows out to test shoot. All of them had been soldiers before and had a natural affinity for this type of shoulder-fired weapon. Soon everyone was captivated by the bronze crossbow. Brother Xiao, I don't want to pry into your secrets, I just want to better collaborate with you to restrain the natives. You just need to confirm whether this matter is true or not. Carlos, who had been anxiously waiting for news, thought Xiao Yan was angry. After much hesitation, he couldn't help but come to inquire again. Xiao Yan held the bronze crossbow, shooting with a series of bayu sounds. The long-lost experience of target practice had returned. Just as he was thoroughly enjoying himself, a notification appeared on the panel. Carlos. It suddenly dawned on Xiao Yan that there was still a guest waiting for his response. Now that he was planning to take a devious approach, he naturally intended to affirm that everything was true. Yes, we have several Taoist priests who have some means to deal with ghosts. Feeling that this statement lacked credibility, Xiao Yan began to embellish the truth. Have you ever heard of the Tao? On the surface it teaches people to cultivate themselves, but in reality it holds a secret. For example, alchemy, exorcising evil, guiding the souls of the deceased, summoning divine lightning, searching souls, and controlling ghosts, and even ascending during the day to become an immortal. Carlos' face twitched slightly. Go ahead and boast. Ascending to immortality. We have 12 archangels as well. Carlos couldn't fully believe Xiao Yan's words, but he couldn't completely dismiss them either. What if there's some truth hidden within the lies? Thank you, Brother Xiao, for your clarification. I will tell the locals that this is your special technique, so they won't dare to cross the line and disturb us. Carlos was filled with doubts, but steadfastly accepted this wave of support. He also pretended to pray to God. Then in the name of divine revelation, it was confirmed that the giant clan could indeed enslave souls. The fear among the locals had reached its peak. Even Commander Tujerson, a devout follower of the blood god, began to entertain the idea of believing in God. It seemed that these two deities were not in conflict. Having faith in both should not be a problem. While the locals were digesting their fear, Carlos found Lin Ye again. Brother, have you finished that statue yet? Seeing the message, Lin Ye finally remembered this matter. Li Qingqing, have you finished that wooden carving? The subcontractor Li Qingqing quickly replied. The main body is done, but it's too rough. I'm thinking about how to polish it smooth. It's best to add some paint for decoration. A small wooden carving already cost the equivalent of its weight in gold for processing. Li Qingqing felt that it must be made beautiful to be worthy of the client. If this order went well, it could open up a new business. Lin Ye could hardly wait. Bring the wooden carving to me for a look. Li Qingqing brought out a wooden carving with wings. It was lifelike, nearly indistinguishable from reality. The patterns were clear, and the features were striking. Lin Ye stared in amazement. Had the creative style gone astray? What they wanted was a statue for worship, but this was entirely a romanticized Buddha. What do you think? Doesn't it look just like a real person? My skills are not to be underestimated. Li Qingqing asked proudly. Lin Ye smacked his lips, truly feeling the effect of the deer blood. This wooden carving may be liked by old perverts, but I don't know if the locals will accept it. The work indeed had minor flaws, but time was tight, so it had to be delivered as is. Lin Ye felt awkward asking Carlos for gold directly, so he sent it over instead. What do you think of this style of wooden carving? If it's not acceptable, it can be modified. But you all need to provide the wood. What was most lacking now was not metal but good dry. Lin Ye wanted to get some through Carlos from the locals. Carlos stayed silent for a long time. Just moments later, a deep, satisfying roar came from the house he lived in. One could vaguely hear him shouting, "Oh, Alex," and "Oh, Karina." Carlos pressed the wooden carving against his furry chest, his face beaming with satisfaction and a look of ecstasy. This is simply the perfect Venus. Fantastic. Truly fantastic. Carlos had no qualms about blasphemy. In his view, this statue was exactly what he needed. If it could eliminate the fear of souls while igniting the primitive desires of the locals, then his worship of the blood angels would be much easier to promote. With the items in place, what followed was the need for a grand ceremony. Brother, I will send you the gold tomorrow. You understand the necessary rituals. With a cheerful heart, Carlos even revealed a bit of his plan to Lin Ye. Carlos sent the statue to Karina, instructing her to send it back to him tomorrow, then messaged Lin Ye. I will likely need more statues like this in the future. I will find the best wood for you. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. By this point, Lin Ye had no time to read it. He was busy paying Li Qingqing her reward. Inside the tightly shut room, it sounded as if two bulls were fighting, causing the wood to creak and groan. Occasionally, the wooden walls would shake from the impact. The painful groans made the people still eating feel quite awkward. I already said not to let him eat so much deer blood. Who can handle this? Chen Na complained, causing the women living in the chief's suite to look around, searching for a new place to stay. In the crowd, Liang Qian buried her head, her face flushed. Deer blood would not have such a great effect, but she had added some strong ingredients to the pot. Previously, the recipe Lin Ye casually mentioned for strengthening and health had caught Liang Qian's attention. During this time, she had screened more than 10 types of plants and finally thought of a recipe to tonify the body and boost vitality. Deer blood was exactly the medicine she envisioned as a catalyst. Today, with fresh deer blood available, she planned to put in the other medicinal ingredients and test the efficacy. Of course, she felt embarrassed to openly discuss this medicine, so she could only quietly add it and observe the effects. Now it seemed too obvious. She feared something might go wrong. There's something I want to bring up. As everyone was lost in thought, while eating, Su Wei broke the silence. Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward her. Su Wei's expression was serious, but her heart was in turmoil as she carefully articulated, "Our situation is extremely critical right now. The only ones capable of fighting are Chen Na and Lin Ye. Chen Na's physical condition isn't suitable for strenuous activity. Relying solely on Lin Ye won't be enough. Therefore, improving everyone's physical fitness and combat abilities is urgent." After finishing her opening remarks, Su Wei gestured for Zhou Yuyao to speak. Zhou Yuyao awkwardly glanced around at everyone's expressions. Everyone knows that Lin Ye's talent can improve the success rate of learning skills and unlocking professions, and it can also increase one's physical constitution by a little each day. The girls living in the big dormitory exchanged glances. The class monitor can even increase physical constitution. Why didn't anyone mention this before? Great. With such a huge benefit, why did you all keep it a secret? What do you mean by keeping it a secret? I thought you all knew. During these days of hard work, everyone had experienced the importance of physical fitness. Now learning that someone had quietly gained more than 10 points of constitution while they knew nothing about it, the women began to stir. Stop. Don't make a fuss. Su Wei quickly intervened to mediate. The purpose of discussing this today is to remind everyone to be mentally prepared for improving physical constitution. The arguing gradually subsided. They wanted to improve their physical constitution. However, the methods of doing so were somewhat hard to articulate. When teacher Su mentioned this matter while Lin Ye was having trouble with the deer blood, was she planning to make everyone? The terrifying image was too disturbing to contemplate. Yet she couldn't help but continue to think about it. The sun had risen high, but there was still no smoke rising from the camp. The herd of cattle wanting to graze mooed loudly. The pigs were gnawing on bones beside the fire. The wolf pack occasionally howled with a wool. Lin Ye was the first to wake up. However, it was already getting late. Lin Ye sat up, looking at the chaotic scene around him, his mind buzzing for a moment. He was sleeping in a large dormitory. Surrounding him were a group of women with less than admirable sleeping postures. Oh no, they should be called women now. Sigh. I have ultimately become the donkey of the production team, and not one that gets days off. As a tool providing talent bonuses, Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh. All for the sake of team growth, I can only sacrifice myself for the sake of others. Fortunately, he now had 50 points in physique, allowing him to complete any challenging team dungeon. Lin Ye walked out of the door, squinting at the glaring sunlight. The noise from the animals was irritating, so he went to the entrance of the camp and opened the gate to let the beasts out to forage. Then he began cooking. So far, the only ones able to get up and cook were Lin Ye and Chen Na. There was also Li Qingqing. Chen Na washed the corn and placed it in a thick-bottomed copper pot to mash. Li Qingqing cut the deer legs into pieces and put them in a pot filled with clean water. Her gaze flickered, occasionally glancing at Chen Na, and when Chen Na turned around she kicked Lin Ye, who was tending the fire. "What are you doing?" Lin Ye mouthed at her. Li Qingqing pouted and pointed at her stomach. They hadn't had any news from the clan. Li Qingqing was quite unhappy. Lin Ye, fearing she might go wild, hurriedly mouthed to her tonight. Li Qingqing held up a finger pointing at herself, indicating that she must be the first. Lin Ye quickly nodded to appease her. Su Wei had gotten up, her cheeks flushed, and upon seeing Lin Ye her eyes sparkled with affection, casting him a flirtatious glance. Lin Ye's lips curled up slightly before sinking back down. He almost forgot that Teacher Su was also in a special period. During the same phase, Li Qingqing was bold and wild while Su Wei was gentle and charming. Lin Ye quietly compared Chen Na and Wei Jia in his heart. Chen Na was impulsive and competitive while Wei Jia was subtle, showing no signs at all. One should never judge a book by its cover. Next to come out was Han Yutong, who had slept in the small dormitory last night, making the loudest noise. Lin Ye finally understood that her previous reluctance was not shy, but rather an inability to let go. When the aroma of meat wafted from the pot, the people from both dormitories got up. When they met, they exchanged knowing smiles. It seemed that everyone's relationship had become closer. The first time they received talent bonuses, they couldn't wait to learn skills. The camp inside and outside suddenly became lively. The sound of clanging filled the air. The first thing they thought of was learning the stoneworking skill. Currently, stoneworking was the easiest skill to build strength. After surviving in this ancient world for half a month, they had realized the importance of strength. Strength determined the upper limit of ability, while physique determined the upper limit of workload. Both were indispensable. After digging a pond in the camp, they wanted to carve a stone tank to store clear drinking water. They had the wild buffalo drag back a large stone, and whenever they had free time they would strike it a few times. More than 10 people took turns chiseling, and now the stone tank had taken shape. Not long after, the clan announcements rang out in succession. Xiang Fei acquired the skill stoneworking. Yu Shan acquired the skill stoneworking. He Xian, Su Wan, Liang Xian. The stoneworking skill announcement sounded more than 10 times. Lin Ye wore a puzzled expression. Upon hearing the clan announcement, scenes flashed automatically in his mind, overloading his brain, leaving no time for emotional management. He still remembered Liang Xian's expression at that time, like a criminal who had escaped for many years finally captured. It was a mix of despair of being trapped and the relief of being unburdened. After learning the stoneworking skill, they flocked to learn throwing and archery. The archery skill could also be effective with the bronze crossbow. They practiced archery with the bronze crossbow, which was much easier than using a clay bow. Soon another series of clan announcements rang out. So annoying. Can't this clan announcement be turned off? Li Qingqing listened to the announcement feeling particularly irritable. It was all because of these people making a fuss. Otherwise she might have already received a 50 boost to her overall abilities. Lin Ye squatted quietly in front of the fire, acting as the firekeeper. If he could turn off the clan announcements, he would have done it long ago. Previously he was afraid of social death and couldn't turn it off, but now he was completely laid back. Listening was also a kind of memory playback. After each clan prompt, there was a segment of wonderful scenes to savor. Lin Ye immersed himself in the peaceful atmosphere. Suddenly, an untimely chat message rang out. Carlos of Clan 191, brother, can that statue be custom? I will design the image on a wooden board, and you can carve according to the picture. The statue will be a bit smaller, but the reward will be the same. Carlos had dark circles under his eyes, bloodshot corners, yet wore an excited expression. In front of him were three sketches drawn with charcoal. Alex, Erica, Karina. 3 names, 3 stunning These were the styles favored by the old lechers. Upon learning that Lin Ye's wood carvings had such rich artistic connotations, Carlos felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Beauty must become art to be eternal. Alex was the pain and longing in his heart. Erica was the pain and ambition in his heart. Those who cannot have them must obtain their artworks. Carlos knew this was risky, but he was willing. Honey on the edge of a cliff, sugar on the tip of a knife, that was his true love. Dangerous and thrilling, that was what he was most addicted to. Just thinking about being able to sleep holding 2 statues gave Carlos the thrill of a chieftain placing a crown upon his head. The balance of attack and defense had changed the damned bastard. This was not just an emotional outburst from Carlos, it was also a redemption of his soul. Only in this way could he feel a sense of regained dignity. As for why he wanted to make a statue of Karina, Carlos had made a promise to Tudgerson to join his faith as long as he could bring Karina over. He could. Carlos did not think there was anything wrong with this. Those who share the same path are the most stable relationships. If necessary, opening one's own path is not out of the question. Of course, Tudgerson must also make the same sacrifice. Lin Ye was still unaware of the complex calculations in Carlos's mind. Upon hearing there was a wood carving business, he directly agreed. Li Qingqing's art could finally be promoted. Oh no, gold. Not making money would be foolish. Carlos stated that once he finished the design, he would send the wooden board over. Lin Ye was also curious about what strange faith Carlos was engaging in that required so many old lecher-style wood carving. Given Li Qingqing's striking and incisive carving style, Lin Ye had a premonition that the new statue design inspired by Carlos would also be quite impressive. Because of this worry, breakfast was tasteless. But that rascal Carlos, understanding how to tantalize one's appetite, had yet to send over the portrait board. One day with a knife in hand, I will eliminate all suspenseful dogs in the world. Lin Ye could only curse inwardly. Why does he get so worked up over such matters? It's truly perplexing. Clearly there are so many charming things around, yet he can't help but fixate on what belongs to others. This mindset is quite unhealthy. Class monitor. Just as Lin Ye was conducting self-psychological counseling, Yushan suddenly appeared behind him. Lin Ye quickly managed his expression and said seriously, "What is it?" Suddenly that incident happened, and Lin Ye felt a bit awkward seeing Yushan now. Some things once spoken are easier to let go. If it were under the guise of something noble such as receiving a talent boost, always maintaining this fig leaf, it would make one unable to resist pulling it away to hide something. Yushan maintained a polite expression, but her gaze flickered like the ambient lights in a nightclub. Class monitor, I want to awaken my talent. Are there any points left? Lin Ye quickly checked the clan panel. During this period, resources had been frequently exchanged and survival points had all been used for deliveries. Now only a pitiful 27 points remained on the clan panel. Of those, 25 points were from last night's settlement. There are a few points, but not enough for you to enhance to the ultimate talent. Hearing this, Yushan felt a bit disappointed, but was more eager than ill awaken a basic talent. Lin Ye directly transferred 10 points over. He was also curious whether Yushan, who had played the role of a fortune teller for so long, could actually awaken a magical talent. Yesterday, Yushan successfully absolved the Earthling, and she felt that her cultivation should have come to fruition. She immediately began to awaken her talent. The clan announcement rang out instantly. Yushan obtained the talent Inspire. You can dispel others' fears and boost their morale. Yushan was left in shock. Is this a magical talent? It is, but not entirely. Moreover, there were no operational instructions at all. Class monitor, is this talent useless? Yushan's Tao heart began to shatter. It is useful to some extent, Lin Ye pondered. It seems to be applicable to people. You should give it a try. Yushan with a long face said, I don't know how to use it. Lin Ye glanced at her bulging brown robe and said, how about you play the fortune teller? Right? Just like when I dance. Yushan changed into her attire, a leather mask, green face with fangs, and a brown cloak with shoulder pads that looked like a scarecrow. I need to think of a set of incantations. After contemplating for a moment, Yushan began to circle around Lin Ye, performing a crab walk. No evil shall invade, nothing is forbidden, thoughts reach out, traversing the heavens and earth. After reciting it once, she scrutinized Lin Ye to see what effect it had. Lin Ye listened intently, his expression perplexed. For some reason, he couldn't help but glance at the long white legs beneath the robe. Images from last night kept floating in his mind. I am clearly very serious now. Why do such impure thoughts keep arising? Initially, Lin Ye thought it was due to his unclean mind and hurried to suppress the impulsive thoughts. But after Yushan recited the incantation, Lin Ye found that some temporary restrictions had loosened. He finally understood. It was Yushan's spell that was inappropriate. The fear you dispel turned out to be this kind of fear. The morale you inspire turned out to be that kind of morale. Stop, 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 don't dance anymore. Lin Ye was truly at a loss for tears. Last night, he encountered someone who secretly added medicine to the pot. Today, he met another who indiscriminately released seals. Not a single one was reassuring. Class monitor, how was it? Did it have any effect? Yushan's face was flushed and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. It seemed that the process of casting the spell was indeed not easy. Lin Ye helplessly gestured with his eyes. You see for yourself, this is the effect. Yushan took a look, and her gaze instantly became fixated. After a brief moment of shyness, she began to rejoice wildly. Class monitor, it's the second day, I should be able to increase my physique by the second point, right? As Lin Ye pondered the meaning of this statement, Yushan began to take action. The door to the clan leader's suite was closed during the day. There were rustling sounds, and a bold rat was gnawing at the wood. The two chasing the rat occasionally bumped into each other, letting out muffled grunts. After a long while, the door opened, and both of them wore expressions of success and joy. This spell should not be used lightly, Lin Ye solemnly advised. At this moment, bolstered by his mental state, his thoughts were particularly agile, and he finally understood the key. Your talent depends on the specific situation and atmosphere. Many times fear is not the same fear, and morale is not the kind of morale we think it is. Yushan's steps were a bit unsteady, and she nodded in deep agreement. I understand. In the future, I will definitely assess the situation clearly before using my talent. Thankfully, the influence of the talent isn't too great, otherwise it would be troublesome. Lin Ye twitched the corner of his mouth, not wanting to speak. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. If it had affected all members at once, that day would have truly been impossible to accomplish anything. After Yushan left, He-Shin came again. Class monitor, I also want to awaken my talent. Lin Ye directly chased her away. Not enough points, come back tomorrow. What if she awakens a talent that brings fire and lightning? Lin Ye dared not test the waters. By evening, Carlos, brother, the portrait board and wood are ready along with the payment for the last statue. My points are a bit tight, and I spent some time exchanging points, sorry to keep you waiting. Clink clang. The portrait board depicting a person, dense wood, and a bag of gold nuggets appeared before Lin Ye. Gold coins increased by 176. Lin Ye immediately submitted the gold to the clan, refreshing the gold amount on the panel to 433. 1 gold coin can purchase 1 cubic meter of iron ore. These gold coins can be used to purchase materials and sustain a small iron smelting furnace. Unfortunately, now they lack both the smelting furnace and the smelting fuel. Lin Ye temporarily suppressed the thought of smelting, picked up the portrait board, and began to appreciate it. Pa vulgar. Looking at the likeness on the board, Lin Ye immediately scornfully spat. The 3 figures were painted in a very realistic manner, clearly not imagined, but carved according to real people. They had lost all dignity. Now Lin Ye, with his noble character, finds it most intolerable to see such corrupting things. Li Qingqing, there's another statue to make. Lin Ye directly handed this task to a professional. What kind? Let me see. Li Qingqing rushed over, took a glance at the likeness on the board, and her eyes lit up. This is of a higher quality than the resources on my phone. The craftsmanship is realistic and vivid. I will definitely replicate it perfectly. This made Lin Ye remember that Li Qingqing's talent was that of a memory master. Using it for this task seems like a bit of a waste of her talent. Seeing Carlos so willingly hand over the gold, Lin Ye felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Carlos' satisfaction with the statue's effect indicated that his plan to usurp the faith of the natives was progressing smoothly. If Carlos succeeded, wouldn't he occupy the nest and possess the mobilization capability of a 100-man tribe? Carlos wouldn't underestimate the survivors like the natives did. He would certainly rally the native tribes, charging at any cost for his ambitions. Lin Ye approached Xiao Yan. Brother, Xiao, do you want to eliminate that tribe and directly occupy the entire island? Xiao Yan was currently with over 10 people lying on a hill observing the operations of the native copper mine. They needed to estimate the natives' output and predict when the next transport team would set off. Upon receiving Lin Ye's message, Xiao Yan answered without hesitation, of course we don't want that. Without the natives who would farm, and robbery has created a path dependency. Not to mention, if they continuously intercepted the copper mine's output, wouldn't the natives organize a large army to exterminate them? Brother Xiao, your good days are about to end soon. Lin Ye began to analyze the situation and spread anxiety. Xiao Yan listened and stopped smiling, looking at the companion beside him. When do you think the natives might organize a large army? The man replied without looking up, any time is possible. The entire output of the copper mine has been taken by us. What will they report to their superiors? If they dare not attack us, other tribes will certainly come to fight. After asking a few people, the judgment was the same. Cyrus, Xiao Yan slapped his forehead. It's not just this group of natives that may come to attack us. All survivors could face a death. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yan revealed Carlos' plan to usurp the natives' faith. Upon hearing this, everyone around became tense. With the military power of a 100-man tribe, they will definitely come to attack us. They're not our people. They won't hesitate to chase us down at any cost. No, we must unite as well. Now we have the strength to monopolize an entire island. It's time to take action. The mining efficiency and farming techniques of the natives are too poor. Having such a good island in their hands yields little output, and we have to do it ourselves. Those who had served in the military discussed the issue directly and quickly reached a consensus. From both security and production perspectives, occupying this island was the optimal choice. Xiao Yan asked Lin Ye, brother, how do you plan to unite? At this moment, Lin Ye was not only communicating with Xiao Yan. With insufficient tribal points, he was using various means to exchange for survival points. There are tricks to awakening talents. Do you want to obtain the talents you've always dreamed of? 20 points, and he'll tell you in the group. Long-range weapons, incredibly powerful, easy to use, 200 points each, with ammunition included. Clothing, comfortable fitted clothing, 50 points each. The trading and chat channels were filled with Xiao Yan selling items. Seeing that rare items could be exchanged for points, many people came to inquire. The captured native hunting bow. This thing is also 200 points each. Do you think everyone else is a fool? The first to arrive was a contrarian. Lin Ye said nothing and directly placed the modified bronze crossbow in the item delivery section to display it. This version of the bronze crossbow had only the bow arms and mechanism made of bronze, with the main body changed to wood. Using the wood he had cut, which was not yet seasoned, Lin Ye directly repurposed the wood provided by Carlos. He claimed that making such a complex statue required trial materials, and Carlos had sent over 2 cubic meters of wood. In his view, wood was not valuable. The cost lay in the delivery. Lin Ye organized people to process a batch of wooden crossbow bodies and directly put them up for trade. Seeing the shiny bronze crossbow, the contrarian immediately changed his tune. Big boss, I want to trade for one. How much ammunition is included? The first transaction was successfully completed. Lin Ye was also quite shocked. There really were people who could casually produce 200 points, which was terrifying. Brother, how many people are in your tribe? Lin Ye asked casually, and the person began to show off. Chen Ning from the Chun Yao tribe, over 50. We are currently attending a wedding banquet and just crossed over. This was a considerable force that needed to be brought in. Lin Ye conducted another round of situation analysis. The foreigners will not coexist peacefully with us. Chen Ning's tone seemed quite agitated. We must stop them. How can you help him? The young man was still too young and anxious. Lin Ye said calmly, the other party is offering gold in amount equivalent to the volume of the statue. By now, Lin Ye also did not intend to hide the matter of exchanging gold for coins. The copper mine where Xiao Yan is located has already been completely plundered, and it's uncertain how many months it will take for the next transport of products. Lin Ye could not wait that long. Chen Ning spoke more aggressively. It's not like getting a wife. What uses gold? Bronze is the hard currency, you fool. This young man simply could not keep his composure. In his excitement, he reverted to being unruly. Lin Ye prepared to see him shout, big boss again. Gold can be directly exchanged for coins to buy iron ore. Copper ingots can also be exchanged for copper coins. Chen Ning did not reply and simply disappeared. Little trash can't take a loss. Lin Ye expressed his disdain and began to handle other trading requests. Zhou Peng from the Zhou Peng tribe, clan leader. Lin, what about that clothing, short-sleeved or long-sleeved? What material is it made of? Lin Ye replied, sleeveless, made of cotton. If you want sleeves, it will cost an extra 10 points. Zhou Peng from the Zhou Peng tribe, 2 sleeves increase that much? Are you kidding? Lin Ye from the Lin Ye tribe, we are all compatriots. We are offering discounts on the basic model. The long sleeves are not a necessity, so we can save a bit. The material cost for making sleeves doesn't increase much, it's mainly a waste of labor. Lin Ye directly made it into a sleeveless top. As long as it separated the torso from the leather, the comfort level would increase significantly. Zhou Peng hesitated for a while and replied, then it needs to be made bigger. My girlfriend is a size E cup. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Your girlfriend is a size E cup, huh? Don't let me meet her. Deal. 50 points secured. After completing the transaction, Lin Ye discovered a problem. Wait. Making a piece of clothing takes longer than a bronze crossbow, and I only got this little points. This is a loss. He immediately changed the price to 200 points. The result was that the clothing went unsold. At present, no one would spend 200 points for comfort. Lin Ye had no choice but to take the clothing down. At this moment, the talent discussion group was in an uproar. Those who had paid points to join the group, seeing Lin Ye's lack of response, began to call him a scammer. Lin Ye opened the group and looked at the flood of messages, the numerous names making his scalp tingle. New members were directly deducted 20 points. Lin Ye had not personally operated and didn't even know that so many had joined. More than 1,000 people with no repeating tribes. There are over 1,000 tribes in this area. Looking at the styles of the names, there were Northeast Asian styles, Southeast Asian and South Asian styles, and also Western styles. There was even one with a very long name. Omu Wei Air Wei and Nyi Air 2 Wen Wei Wu Wen Mu Ben O Sa Si. Damn, oh dear. Lin Ye gathered this chat group with the intention of facilitating the exchange of survival points. If other tribes delayed their talent awakenings to enhance their abilities, there would be an abundance of survival points. He could then acquire points at a lower cost. Initially, he thought that there wouldn't be many interested tribes. To his surprise, the number of tribes in this area was vast, and their enthusiasm was palpable. Just from the entrance fee of this group, Lin Ye earned over 3,000 points. The feeling of sudden wealth made him regard the trivial profits from transactions with less importance. Indeed, selling courses based on information disparity was the most profitable. Having accumulated so many points, failing to provide an explanation might turn him into a target. Lin Ye quickly spoke up in the group. Everyone, please don't rush. In the past few days, our tribe has awakened talents in beast taming, herbalism, forging assassin skills, and combat motivation. We have now mastered the method to obtain specific talents. After Lin Ye spoke, there was silence in the group for a few seconds. Then a flurry of urging voices followed. Only then did Lin Ye begin to share the secrets of obtaining talents. With multiple case studies backing him, Lin Ye was very confident in this theory. First, let's discuss the principles of talent. I believe some have already realized that what talent a person awakens is actually related to their past experiences. Simply put, it's based on the most prominent characteristics of the individual, such as personality, abilities, and interests to draw cards. Today, what I want to tell you is that these characteristics can be trained in a short time. As long as targeted immersive training is conducted, there is a high chance of obtaining the desired talent. Lin Ye then began to invent training methods on the spot. People in the group continuously asked how to train for different talents. With over 1,000 individuals, the requests were overwhelming. Lin Ye suddenly felt that charging 20 points to answer so many questions seemed like a loss for him. There are too many questions and I can't answer them all. How about this 10 points for a question, and I will randomly select a few questions each day to answer publicly so everyone can see and learn. Charging for private training plans. Upon seeing that there would be a second charge, the questioners calmed down, preferring to wait for others to ask and listen for free. Those who genuinely wanted to ask questions felt that their purchased training plans were being exploited by others for free, and they too felt they were at a loss. Many secretly sent chat requests asking Lin Ye to provide plans privately, promising confidentiality. Lin Ye thought charging for answers might not work out, but this turned out to be an unexpected delight. It seemed the value of this group was far from being fully tapped. Lin Ye casually crafted a set of training plans and sent them out in bulk. They accepted them with satisfaction, believing they had received something unique. It indeed felt easy to earn points this way, but it felt a bit like losing virtue. Lin Ye was almost melancholic about the points he was earning. The strength of these tribes was too low. How could he rely on them to restrain the Earth People tribe in the future? He needed to encourage them to stand up and actively create trouble for the Earth People. You are all fated to meet today. I will give you some crucial information for free. Many of you probably do not have skills, yet do you want to know how to learn skills? Do you know that professions exist for logging, fishing, and quarrying? Do you want to unlock these professions? To Lin Ye's surprise, this information stimulated the group even more. These tribes lacked the fortune-enhancing talent to improve their skill learning or professional unlocking success rates, and very few could persist in doing something for an extended period. As a result, among them, only a small number of lucky individuals could learn skills and unlock professions. Due to the high time and energy costs of attempts and the lack of sufficient successful cases to summarize, they were unaware of the triggering logic for skills and talents. They could only attribute it to luck. Lin Ye's words directly refreshed their cognition and opened the door to hope. Tribe leader Lin, hurry up and tell us we are willing to give another 20 points. Suddenly, everyone felt this knowledge was worth much more than 20 points. Those who understood the situation began to show off. Someone in our tribe has learned the throwing skill. The flight speed of thrown objects is increased by 100, saving 50 stamina, and fatigue only sets in after the battle ends. This makes one a tireless fighting machine. We have skills in masonry and stoneworking. Unlocking the mason profession increases the success rate of skill learning for everyone. The stoneworking skill reduces tool durability loss, allowing a bronze tool to be used for a week before needing repairs. After a burst of excitement, they realized the problem. Lin Ye's tribe seemed capable of unlocking professions and learning skills in bulk, and they could awaken the most needed talents with targeted plans. This was simply terrifying. It was akin to an internal tester who understood the game's mechanics. In an instant, everyone in the group was eagerly requesting Lin Ye to share his experiences. Lin Ye had not intended to hide anything. The current survivor tribes posed little threat to him. The island was too small. If they tried to ambush Lin Ye, they would not go unnoticed by the Earth people. Perhaps the main party had not found him yet, and was busy fighting with the Earth people. This group of Earth people had objectively become Lin Ye's protective umbrella. Lin Ye genuinely hoped that other survivor tribes would provoke this strongest Earth people tribe to divert some attention. I will tell you a trick: if you conduct targeted attempts exceeding 500 times may allow you to learn the relevant skills and unlock the corresponding professions. For example, logging over 500 times may unlock the lumberjack profession and allow you to learn the chopping skill. Similarly, exceeding 500 times of archery may teach you archery skills. Exceeding 500 times of throwing may teach you throwing skills. Lin Ye poured out this information all at once, and the excited chat group fell silent again. They lacked the master of memory talent and could only devise ways to remember these key details. Lin Ye then dropped another bombshell. Currently, we have unlocked the combat profession hunter. This is a special profession that can level up by killing targets. To transform these survivors into a hunter tribe, Lin Ye had put in considerable effort. The unlocking condition for the hunter profession is kill at least one animal. This is a probabilistic trigger. Perhaps it can unlock the profession in one attempt, or it may require dozens or even hundreds of attempts. Currently, we have discovered that the skills of the hunter profession include hunting partner and animal slayer. Fighting alongside a pet, there is a chance to learn the skill hunting partner, which allows for more harmonious communication with the pet and trains it to learn skills and improve attributes. Animal slayer requires a one-hit kill on large animals to potentially learn it. This is a skill that inspires techniques allowing you to seize the opportunity for a fatal strike instantly, and can also be used to detect and drive away animals. The over 1,000 leaders in the group were nearly going insane. They wished to become authority figures and kick everyone else out. Such important information should not be shared with so many people. They must block the news and monopolize it. While calculating their own benefits, they could not help but develop a special Tribe leader Lin actually shared such important information with everyone. He was either foolish or a truly good person. If everyone were like tribe leader Lin, how wonderful the world would be. At that moment, Lin Ye brought in Xiaoyan. After he relayed the good news, it was time for Xiaoyan, the brave fighter against the Earth People's leader, to announce the bad news and sell anxiety. After Xiaoyan joined the group, he remained silent and instead vented his frustrations to Lin Ye. Brother, you're not being fair. Why didn't you tell me such important news about unlocking skills and professions? Lin Ye had already prepared his response. Brother Xiao, I thought you all had skills since you were suppressing the native people. Xiaoyan truly found himself at a loss for words. Everyone possessed combat talent. They were all physical monsters, fighting monsters, reconnaissance monsters, and assassination monsters, yet none had any crafting skills, nor had they unlocked any professions. Building stone houses relied entirely on 15 people collecting pebbles on the beach, transporting them back and forth. The labor was exhausting to say the least. Without any buffs or enhancements, after half a month each of the 15 individuals had surprisingly increased both their strength and constitution. If only they had stonemason skills, they could extract stones on-site, reducing transportation by at least 70%. You need to create a set of tools for quarrying stones for us. And the wooden buckets and utensils you promised us, you need to provide those as well. Xiaoyan took the opportunity to ask for benefits. Lin Ye agreed without hesitation. Stonemason tools are no problem, and wooden buckets and utensils are also fine. Now with over 3,000 points, Lin Ye felt quite generous. He would buy wood directly from Carlos. In the native tribe, there was plenty of well-dried timber. Xiaoyan happily spread the news in the group, urging everyone to unite against the invasion of the natives, emphasizing the need to be cautious of the 191 group that colluded with them. Our research has found that each group's number is related to its location. Carlos announced the number of his group to lure other survival teams to seek them out. And the area represented by 191 is where the native lord's tribe is located. Xiaoyan managed to acquire some valuable information. The number represents the location. This discovery left Lin Ye utterly shocked. He realized that his group's number was 192. It's right next to the native lord's tribe's island. Lin Ye instantly felt a chill run down his spine, as if a cold breeze swept over him. If the native chief went mad and cleared out those near him, how could he possibly defend himself with 24 women? Even trying to escape by boat might not be faster than the natives. When Xiaoyan suggested that everyone unite to resist the natives' attacks, Lin Ye quickly interjected. Everyone, Carlos has taken control of the native lord's tribe, and he won't spare us. We must unite, select an island conducive to development, eliminate the native tribe on it, and build a solid defensive city as our main base to ensure our survival. Lin Ye's current call to action was not to be taken lightly. The status of the strongest tribe was already acknowledged by all. How fortunate it was to have such a figure willing to lead everyone in resisting a powerful enemy. Soon the group began discussing which island was most beneficial for long-term development. In the end, Xiaoyan with his silver tongue presented the 187 island as the undeniable choice. Everyone, this island can accommodate tens of thousands of people. There are vast rainforests and fertile soil. We can grow corn simply by clearing land. Also, there are copper mines providing strategic resources. The bronze we sold before was taken from the native tribe here. Our tribe consists entirely of warriors more than capable of exterminating this native tribe. It's just that we lack enough manpower for production, which is why we've kept them alive. As long as you come, housing and land are ready-made. Xiao Yan spoke grandly, and many were quite tempted. Previously, Xiao Yan had sold large quantities of bronze food and other precious resources, only accepting points in return. Many felt that Xiao Yan's transactions were fair and now agreed to merge with them. However, someone raised a question. Tribe leader Xiao, you mentioned that you are fighting against the native lord. Can the safety issue be resolved? Yes. If the native lord sends a large army, can you withstand it? Xiao Yan suddenly fell silent. The boastful claims he made came back to bite him. Sensing the situation turning dire, Lin Ye quickly explained, everyone, the 187 area is still quite far from the 191 area. We are the main force against the native lord. As long as we keep the native chief occupied, what is there to fear? By now, Lin Ye was no longer afraid of exposing their coordinates. If they have the guts to come, they must first defeat the native forces. The group fell silent for a moment before someone finally spoke. As expected of tribe leader Lin, truly impressive. With tribe leader Lin supporting us, we are not afraid. Go tribe leader Lin. Do you need support, tribe leader Lin? These people praised him, but secretly felt sympathy for Lin Ye. No matter how strong they were still just dozens of people. How could they possibly withstand the assault of a tribe with tens of thousands? Lin Ye sensed their thoughts and took the chance to play along. Currently, we have already killed over 100 native warriors, suffering no casualties ourselves. They can do nothing to us and have to build stone fortifications to block our exit routes. However, it doesn't matter. We have vast farmland and freshwater streams here, allowing us to solve our living problems without needing to go. With a massive beast horde guarding the mountains and forests, they would not dare to enter and engage in battle. If the natives sent 1,000 people over, it would indeed be troublesome for Lin Ye. But whether the native chief could make such a decisive choice was uncertain. At this moment, the native chief lay in a hammock struggling to regain his strength. Once he had been the most powerful warrior in the tribe. Now he looked at two radiant women desperately suppressing his lust. He could no longer indulge. The blood god was watching me. If I couldn't lead the tribe, well, the blood god would punish me. Yet such discipline lasted only a few seconds. A brave hunter, how could he face prey with empty eyes? Just one last time, the final time today. The native chief gritted his teeth and stood up again. Meanwhile, Carlos noticed that the number of people seeking to exchange resources with him had suddenly increased significantly. Bronze, food, whatever they wanted, all were exchanged for points. Upon learning that Carlos was colluding with the native lord's tribe, many realized that he was not lacking in resources. War was war, and trade was trade. First, he needed to secure the resources. Carlos felt both happy and troubled. The research team now had only 19 survivors, and their daily survival points were already limited. He still needed to transport various items back and forth, pretending to create miracles, which made the points even scarcer. Now, with ample opportunities to exchange for points, it could be considered an unexpected joy. However, how to deceive the native chief into giving up resources was a dilemma for him. After thinking it over, he decided to find his former fiancée Alexis. What? You want him to offer bronze and food to pray for God's blessings? He worships the blood god. Oh, how could he possibly agree? Alexis replied telepathically, but she was still a bit breathless, her speech fragmented. What Carlos saw were words, and he found nothing wrong. It's not for him, it's for you. Carlos emphasized, only by receiving God's blessing can you give birth to his offspring possessing the power of a chosen one. Alexis' mind momentarily crashed, then her anger surged. You coward. As if it wasn't enough to abandon me to be defiled by him, now you want me to bear his child. God's blessing. How dare you entertain such thoughts? You coward. As if it wasn't enough to abandon me to be defiled by him, now you want me. Lin Ye stirred the pot in the chat group, yet it did not hinder his work at the camp. With his abundant points reserve, he directly approached Carlos to buy lumber. The carefully selected dry logs were delivered to Lin Ye's camp. To Carlos, lumber was not a strategic resource. He was willing to provide as much as needed. After all, the locals did not lack this, at most they would expend some labor for the logging. Soon a pile of logs several meters high was stacked at the camp. Lin Ye, being the strongest, became the main workforce for processing the logs. The planks cut from the logs were first used to make the bathtubs that women longed for. These bathtubs were designed to fill and drain water simultaneously. The inlet was connected to a large copper vat, allowing water to be heated at any time. While the clouds of war loomed outside, they were surprisingly setting up a hot water circulation bathing system. This is just too extravagant. The merchant women are unaware of the hatred for a fallen nation and are still indulging in bubble baths. In the evening, Lin Ye sighed and then climbed into the bathtub. There were 3 bathtubs, 2 of which were already occupied. Han Yutong and Liang Qian. My strength has increased a bit. I now have 9 points. Han Yutong raised her arm, tensing her muscles to show off her muscle definition, which was actually not very prominent. I learned the stoneworker skill today and plan to make a stone mortar for grinding herbs. Liang Qian said, absently glancing nervously at Lin Ye beside her, afraid he might suddenly reach out to ambush her. Lin Ye had no such intentions, but noticing her constant glances, he began to act mischievously. Liang Qian widened her eyes in panic and quickly grabbed a piece of brown cloth to cover the bathtub's opening. However, this could not stop Lin Ye from leaning closer. Han Yutong turned her head and saw the strange combination of the two. Their eyes met, unsure of how to proceed. Li Qingqing arrived. Without hesitation, she climbed into Lin Ye's bathtub. Squad leader, do you want me to help you scrub your back? Lin Ye awkwardly withdrew his hand and chuckled. Sure, go ahead, my hands can't quite reach. Liang Qian and Han Yutong both let out a soft hum, hurriedly getting out. Squad leader, I have 8 points of strength now. Do you feel my grip has gotten stronger? Before Li Qingqing could finish her sentence, her mouth was covered. The empty bathtub beside them had not been used for a long time. Until Su Wei came in to urge, don't hog the bathroom, there are still many others who need to use it. Lin Ye quickly dried off and ran back inside. Upon opening the door, he saw Liang Qian and Han Yutong waiting with unfriendly looks. Half an hour later, Lin Ye silently lamented. Items like bathtubs, which represented a life of decadence, should not exist. He decided to exchange all the remaining wooden tubs for goods. Upon hearing that the reserved tubs had arrived, Xiao Yan could not contain his joy. Great. With the tubs for drawing water, we can finally take hot baths. Lin Ye did not quite understand this sentiment. Why were these men so keen on bathing? It was just a matter of a few minutes. How many people are planning to come to your island? Lin Ye took the opportunity to inquire about the progress of the tribes' alliance. In the first batch, there are 8 tribes expected to arrive in about 3 days. Our population could suddenly increase to over 1,000. Xiao Yan boasted, in our bachelor tribe, we finally have a chance to find partners. Brother, what is the gender ratio like on your side? Lin Ye replied honestly, the gender ratio is extremely unbalanced. Alas, that's unfortunate. Your island is too close to the native tribes, and other tribes are unwilling to come. Xiao Yan exclaimed sympathetically, then added, brother, could you help us process some bronze axes and saws? We need them urgently to build housing for over 1,000 people. We are in dire need of logging tools. Lin Ye encouraged, why don't you just conquer the native tribe? Then you would have houses to live in. Xiao Yan continued, among those who are coming there are mostly young women. They don't like houses where people have died. We plan to use the native houses to detain prisoners. Lin Ye agreed to provide the logging tools immediately. As long as other places began attacking the native tribes, his pressure would lessen. Even a dull-witted native chief would know where to send his main forces. Another busy night passed. Lin Ye received a message from Xiao Yan early in the morning. The native chief has sent his eldest son to lead a team to attack you. Carlos hopes you can kill him, offering a reward of 2 kilograms of gold. I refused outright. Damn it, what use is gold? Tell him to give me a cubic meter of bronze. Lin Ye's heart raced at this. No, I want the gold. Lin Ye instructed, convey to him that I will only take gold. However, killing the native chief's son will provoke a large-scale retaliation from the natives, so I need more money. At least 20 pounds of gold. Xiao Yan continued to persuade. Gold is useless, just listen to me, it should be bronze. Lin Ye had to speak the truth. Gold can be exchanged for coins to buy iron, or on the trading platform, we are building a smelting furnace. Xiao Yan did not respond, but one could imagine he was cursing. Why does Carlos insist on killing the native chief's eldest? Lin Ye scratched his head, unable to help but think further. On the other side, Carlos learned of Xiao Yan's conditions and slammed the carbon rod and drawing board on the table. 20 pounds of gold. Does he think gold is so easy to get? After venting, Carlos tidied up his things and spoke again. Offer more supplies to the gods and add another 20 pounds of gold. Tell him the more tributes, the easier it is to have sons. On the opposite side, Alexis knelt in the small hall of the stone fortress, bowing her head devoutly before the statue. Her face, however, was filled with anger. Do you think having a son is so easy? If I can't bear a son, he will surely eat me. Sensing the change in his fiancé's tone, Carlos replied coldly, Alexis, this 20 pounds of gold is an additional expense for your ambitions. This is a necessary cost to eliminate Tovian. Don't forget, this is to clear the path for your future child. The condition agreed upon by Carlos and Alexis was to eliminate the native chief's adult son, ensuring that her child would become the heir to the chief. Although neither of them knew the script of the Braid King, they were still striving to become regent and queen. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Yan sent another message. Carlos agreed, 20 pounds of gold. We must take out that guy seems to be called Tovian. This time he brought 200 people. If you can deal with these 200, it will be much easier for us to occupy the island. Lin Ye naturally agreed. Carlos wouldn't want me to anger the native chief to provoke a retaliation against me, would he? Lin Ye decided to observe the situation first and capture him if possible. At that time, perhaps he could even extort a ransom. At the very least, it would deter the native chief from launching a full-scale attack. Meanwhile, Tovian, caught in various schemes, was heading towards the southern 12 islands, the very island where Lin Ye was located, aboard more than 30 medium-sized wooden ships. That waste of Tudgerson can't even handle a group of wanderers and has to rely on me. Their ancestors have always been cowards like turtles. Upon learning that the son of the Earth Tribe's chief had come with 200 men, Lin Ye felt a twinge of panic in his heart. Together with the 100 men from Tud's son, that made 300. Even if he and Chun Na managed to take out 100 each, leaving the remaining 100 for the other women to handle, it would still be quite difficult. We must capture the king before we deal with the thieves. Lin Ye led a small team of 7 intending to let the enemy grow complacent. The other 6 were Chen Na, Su Wei, Xiang Fei, Yushan, He Xian, and Han Yutong. Yushan was there to boost morale. Her talent Inspire could eliminate fear and enhance morale. As long as she found the right moment to unleash it, it could still be effective. Lin Ye reminded her to use it only after entering battle. At that moment, fear of combat would exist. Otherwise, it would be. These women were becoming increasingly lewd in their thoughts. Just a little encouragement would surely fill their minds with such ideas. The newly joined He Xian and Han Yutong had awakened their talents last night. He Xian didn't awaken a talent for thunder magic, but she gained the ability to predict the weather. Lin Ye directly allocated points to enhance her to the ultimate talent, and she indeed acquired a power similar to that of Lei Gong and Jian Mu. controlling whether you can summon a rain cloud to create thunder and rain in a small area. The range is about 100 meters with a small amount of rainfall and weak lightning that merely flickers. The actual effect was akin to a magic trick, but it should prove quite effective against the Earth tribes. Yushan was envious and requested to enhance her talent. Mental release: you can boost your side's morale, becoming fearless, while also amplifying the enemy's fear. This group buff and debuff capability finally motivated Yushan. Han Yutong's talent awakened last night was somewhat strange. Dominating aura: you can compel the target to temporarily submit with an unmatched presence. Lin Ye initially thought he had misheard. The seemingly charming Han Yutong had a domineering soul lurking within her. Could her fierce appearance really intimidate others? Lin Ye had Zhou Yao craft a bronze mask with protruding fangs to increase her intimidation factor. In the 7-member team, apart from Lin Ye and Chen Na, who focused on physical attacks, the other 5 took a more unconventional approach. Lin Ye was already prepared to lead them to escape. They boarded a medium-sized wooden boat and headed unreservedly towards the palm forest on the island. In less than 3 days, a base made of stones and logs had appeared in the palm forest. Among them was a 3-story watchtower surrounded by a stone wall as tall as a person. Over 100 people were positioned at the watchtower and the firing holes of the stone wall, warily observing the wooden boat. Lin Ye merely wanted to see what these fellows had done with the palm forest, and had no intention of engaging them in battle. Carlos thought Lin Ye was Xiao Yan and guessed he was going to confront Tovian, his face turning pale. I already said Tovian has brought 200 men, the most elite warriors of the Earth tribes. Why are you still only sending 1 boat to confront them? Carlos immediately complained to Xiao Yan. Although he cared for the gold, he was even less willing to see such a futile action grant Tovian more achievements. Xiao Yan was taken aback by the scolding. Once he regained his composure, he realized they were cursing Lin Ye. Brother, what are you? Carlos said that you all went to fight Tovian with just 1 ship. Is that true? It's true, we've already seen the enemy. Lin Ye replied without further explanation, which only aggravated Xiao Yan. After advancing over 10 miles, Lin Ye saw dozens of ships at the horizon of sea and sky advancing towards them like a giant centipede. Lin Ye's attention was not on these wooden boats. He noticed behind the fleet was a vast island with a long coastline. An island? What a large island. Is that the island of the Earth tribe's leader? How many people can live there? There are docks and a pier town, at least tens of thousands. Wow, such a big island, I don't even know how to defend it if we take it. The women were only concerned with marveling at the size of the island, completely unbothered by the enemy ships. In these days they had developed a mysterious trust in Lin Ye, believing he would definitely find a way to bring them back safely. Lin Ye gazed at the enormous island, murmuring to himself, having traveled just over 10 miles, I have already broken through the curvature of the sea surface to see other islands. Based on the distance to the large island, the curvature of the sea level in this world is similar to that of Blue Star. On the other side, the massive fleet mistook this wooden boat for a transport ship sent from the South 12 Islands. Do you think that poor white-skinned pig is on that ship? Carlos, isn't that the name? On the command ship in the center of the fleet, a short, stout black man pointed at the wooden boat, where Lin Ye was laughing wildly. It must be him. The chief wants Carlos' fiancée to get pregnant. He must want to go back to congratulate her. The subordinates of Tovian echoed. Hearing that the woman was about to become pregnant, the smile on Tovian's face gradually faded. He wasn't worried about the child posing a threat to him. However, just thinking about that woman carrying his father's child made Tovian feel restless. Damn, old man. With a son as fierce as me, why does he still want such a beautiful woman? That woman should give me a grandson. Powerless against his father, Tovian redirected his anger towards Carlos. Carlos, useless thing, you can't even protect your own fiancée. You don't want that woman, you should give her to me. I am the future of the tribe, don't you know? Tovian was consumed by jealousy, his expression turning incredibly ferocious. Row closer. I want to humiliate that damned white-skinned pig. Tovian shouted to the rowers of his boat. Keep your original direction. Tovian's boat broke away from the fleet and charged towards Lin Ye's vessel. The 8 rowers moved swiftly, and the boat darted forward like an arrow. This is the Earth tribe's rowing limit. You should learn from it. Lin Ye stood at the bow, unable to help but brainwash each of them, already lacking strength, moved awkwardly, truly causing him great worry. They're getting closer, aren't you going to? Chen looked somewhat tense. In a sea battle, she truly felt uncertain. Su Wei had already started reporting the enemy. Strength 13, Constitution 10, Agility 10, Spirit 9. Their talent is long-distance running, and their skills include throwing, archery, slashing, and stonemasonry. Hearing the statistics, Lin Ye was quite curious. Is long-distance running also a talent? The power of talents was obvious. Since this fellow had the talent for long-distance running, he would surely escape the moment he got the chance, oh, no one would be able to catch him. However, this was at sea. No wonder he was out of luck. Yutong, you grab them, and he'll provide cover. He shin wait for the right moment to cut off the reinforcements. Tovian's wooden boat had already closed in to within 10 meters. He stood with his hands on his hips, his demeanor arrogant, chattering away. Some of his pronunciations seemed to be Carlos. But Lin Ye and the others paid no attention to what he was saying. They couldn't Han Yutong pulled out a loop of rope and threw it. The noose swiftly landed around Tovian's neck. Before the other party could react, the noose tightened, quickly dragging Tovian off the boat. Splash. Water splashed everywhere. The once arrogant chief's son sank like a stone as he hit the water. Everything happened too quickly. Not to mention the fleet, even the attendants on the ship with Toyen were caught off guard when the enemy struck and seized Toyen in one swift move. The remaining 9 were in a state of panic, shouting incoherently, while their movements were frantic and chaotic. Fortunately, they soon found themselves relieved from facing such a dire situation. Swish, swish, swish. The obsidian spears in Lin Ye's hands shot out like swarms of locusts. Before the 9 native warriors could regain their senses, they all fell one by one. At least half of them fell directly into the sea. Meanwhile, Han Yutong gritted his teeth and murmured, "So heavy, I can't lift it, hurry and help." Chun Na rushed over, grabbing the rope and pulling it with all her might. The two of them worked together to hoist a fully armored black giant from the water. Looking at the man whose face was dark and motionless, Han Yutong and Chun Na were both stunned. "He seems a bit dead," Chun Na said softly. Han Yutong smiled bitterly. "The rope is around his neck. I can't tell if he was strangled or drowned." To Yin was wearing heavy bronze armor and a tall bronze helmet which weighed dozens of pounds. Considering his body weight, if his neck wasn't broken, it meant his neck was quite sturdy. Lin Ye inspected the scene and was equally bewildered. No saving him. Row the boat, run. The 6 quickly returned to their rowing positions, grabbing the oars and rowing furiously. On the other side, the fleet discovered that there was not a single person standing on Tao Yin's ship. Realizing something was amiss. If the chief's son died like this, they would certainly face dire consequences. The enraged chieftain might sacrifice them all. All the ships, without waiting for orders, hurriedly moved towards Tao Yin. Once they realized everyone on the ship was dead, they began to pursue the fleeing vessel. It was Carlos who killed To Yin. Those cunning white pigs, they killed the chief's son. Blood God. Quickly descend punishment. The heretics should not have come here. Under the dual pressures of death and hatred, the native warriors unleashed every ounce of strength they had. One wooden ship after another shot out like arrows, colliding into one another. Capsized, spinning, damaged. Nearly half of the wooden ships vanished beneath the waves. Initially, there were more than 10 wooden ships that found the correct pursuit direction. Upon seeing their companions in distress on the surface, they had no choice but to turn back to rescue them. In the end, only 2 wooden ships remained on the tail, getting closer and closer to Lin Ye's ship. Arrows and spears occasionally whizzed past. Sitting at the back, Xiang Fei and He Xian already had several spent arrows stuck in their leather armor. The two hunched their necks in fear, using the edges of their vine helmets to shield their napes, worried that an arrow might find a gap and pierce through. Xiang Fei cried out in panic, "I'm going to turn into a hedgehog. Someone help me pull the arrows off. I'm afraid they'll pierce into my flesh." He Xian's voice was breaking as she shouted, "Squad leader, should we control the weather to block them?" "No need." Lin Ye replied sternly, "Your talent can only be used once a day. I'll save it for something more useful. I can handle these small fries." Lin Ye drew out a spear and stood up. At this distance, the natives' arrows had lost their lethality, but his spear still held a significant power. 4 spears shot out. The front row of 2 men on both ships were pinned by the spears, crying out in pain. His spear flies too far. Giant strength. We're all going to die." In their panic, the speed of the wooden ship plummeted. They could only watch helplessly as that group of white people escaped. At the same time, they felt relieved that the enemy did not turn back to finish them off. During the chase, the 2 wooden ships had already reached the waters near the South 12 Islands. They saw that the white ship had entered the rocky area of the island, tossed Tao Yin's corpse overboard, and then turned to leave. Their destination was the mountainous area of the island. The pursuing natives did not understand the significance of this maneuver, but they knew that retrieving Tao Yin's corpse could give them The natives around the stone fortress were equally puzzled. The giant's wooden ship seemed to have tossed someone in the rocky area, and thanks to Carlos' instigation, the natives here had become deeply terrified of the giant clan. Each one hurriedly smeared their own blood on the wooden sculpture. Suppressing the temptation of the wooden sculpture's explosive physique, they nervously prayed to the blood angel to protect their souls. Yet even so, their fear had not diminished. While their souls might be safe, their bodies were not protected. That giant could throw spears from far away and kill any warrior. When he looked over, you would die. This kind of deterrence made it so that not a single one of the 100 or so natives had the thought of pursuing that ship. They simply watched as the 2 native ships approached the rocky area, then retrieved a corpse, crying heart-wrenchingly. In the stone fortress, only Carlos knew what had happened. To Yin is dead. That Xiao Yin took only 7 people and a ship, and amidst dozens of ships killed To Yin and Carlos trembled uncontrollably. In that moment, even if angels embraced him, it could not dispel the fear within. "Give it to him quickly, give him the gold." 20 pounds of gold, not a bit less. Carlos' consciousness roared at Alex. Alex was soaking in a newly renovated bathtub filled with steaming flower petals. Her skin was flushed, her face rosy like a ripe apple, looking languid and indifferent. How is that possible? To Yin shouldn't have arrived there yet. How could he be dead? Seeing the woman's reply, a sense of foreboding surged in Carlos' heart. Could this green pond be trying to renege on the deal? The giant Xiao Yin couldn't do anything to her for now, but he himself was within the range of her attack. No matter what you're thinking, Alex, quickly stop your dangerous thoughts. Not a bit, let's give the gold to Xiao Yin. Ignoring the presence of others, Carlos forgot to respond and thought, roaring through gritted teeth. Carlos, don't you see this? Alex's gaze turned sharp and cold. If To Yin is really dead, it would be just the right time to convince the chieftain to send more warriors to you. Then our plan will have a greater chance of success. Crazy. You are insane. Carlos roared in a frenzy, you will get me killed. You madwoman, how dare you think like that? Alex clearly had plans in mind. She ignored Carlos' frantic outburst and directly closed the chat dialogue. Carlos was so furious that he trembled all over, collapsing in despair on the ground. Next to him, Tuggerson's expression. He had learned some of Carlos' language and realized that Carlos was conspiring something very terrifying. With a swift motion, Tuggerson drew his bronze knife. Carlos, what are you doing? Tell me honestly, or I won't let you live through today. Faced with Tuggerson's questioning, Carlos remained silent. He lifted his head, revealing his blood-red eyes and a frenzied Tuggerson, do not make any agreements with madmen. Carlos spoke in a dreamlike tone, nervously rambling on. They are all liars, sirens, demons. Trusting them will surely lead to your demise. Yes, we are all going to die. The giant clan will not spare us. That Xiao Yan can kill us with a spear from a distance we cannot see. Looking at the disturbed Carlos, Tuggerson was baffled, twisting his collar as he grabbed him. Carlos, what are you talking about? You need to come to your senses and explain things clearly. Carlos just smiled foolishly. Tuggerson couldn't extract an answer, but guess what might have happened? The giant clan's ship went out to sea, returning with a corpse. Tovian's ship chased after it. Carlos, did you betray? You conspired with the giant clan to kill Tovian, didn't you? Before Carlos could answer, cries of fear, panic, and confusion erupted outside. It's Tovian. Tovian is dead. They went out to sea and killed Tovian. Tuggerson stumbled down the stairs, exiting the stone fortress, his steps faltering. In the square in front of the stone fortress lay the body clad in bronze armor. Tovian's darkened visage and the strangulation marks on his neck were painfully vivid. Tuggerson. The remaining native warriors on the two ships crowded around, reporting with terrified expressions. It's the pale-skinned ones. They disguised themselves as us, rode over and lured Tovian to his death. Their spears flew far and fast. One spear killed 2 rowers. On all sides. 4 spears killed 8 of us. Tuggerson, seemingly unfazed, walked heavily to check on Tovian. The body was still warm, yet there was no breath or heartbeat. The blood god had already taken his soul. Tovian died without bleeding, his soul surely claimed by the blood god. Confirming that Tovian's soul had not been extinguished, Tuggerson sighed in relief. His expectations had sunk to a new low. What about the others? Tuggerson glared at the few native rowers. 200 warriors, how come only you arrived? The natives hastily gathered to share the truth. In the chaos of the pursuit, many boats capsized, and the remaining ones were busy rescuing people from the sea. Tuggerson quickly thought of a terrifying outcome. The remaining people would likely return to report to the chief and would not come to provide reinforcements. Foolish. Returning now would only lead the enraged chief to sacrifice them. In any case, he should gather as many people as possible. At this moment, Tuggerson felt that only by capturing more subordinates would he feel a semblance of safety. At least surrounded by his subordinates, it wouldn't be so easy for the giants to kill him. He wouldn't be foolish enough to stray from the main force like Tovian. Go. Dispatch fast boats as quickly as possible, find the stragglers, and get them back to the island. Tuggerson immediately commanded his subordinates to regroup the fleeing soldiers. He himself rushed to the 3rd floor of the fortress, found the dazed Carlos, and slapped him awake. Now tell me immediately, what exactly did you do? Facing Tuggerson's clenched teeth, Carlos grinned through his bloodied lips, revealing a grim smile. It wasn't me, it was Alexis. She has gone mad. Oh, she wants to use her son to replace Tovian and become the chief's heir. She colluded with the giants and had Tovian killed. Tuggerson did not believe his nonsense. You are in cahoots with her, you are also a killer. I was manipulated by her. Carlos continued to defend himself. She used my feelings for her to threaten me, forcing me to tell her how to contact the giants. Then she and that Xiao Yan killed Tovian. I had no idea what she was planning. Tuggerson quickly caught on to a crucial piece of information. You can communicate with them. You've always been able to talk to them, haven't you? Tuggerson shook Carlos vigorously. He finally understood why those search teams that ignored Carlos' warnings had all been annihilated. It wasn't that the giants had heavenly eyes, but that there was a mole reporting back. Carlos, you truly deserve to die. Tuggerson wanted to snap Carlos' neck, but he knew he couldn't lose Carlos just yet. It's useless. It doesn't matter what you say to Xiao Yan now. Carlos shook his head dejectedly. Then he recounted the events that had transpired. Of course it was a modified version. Alexis spent 20 pounds of gold to bribe Xiao Yan to kill Tovian, and then planned to default on the payment to enrage Xiao Yan, leading him to kill Carlos. And me? Tuggerson instinctively filled in the list. His body began to tremble. What are you waiting for? Hurry and find the giants, find that giant named Xiao Yan, and say it was all Alexis' scheme unrelated to us. We can help him claim his reward. 20 pounds of gold, I can gather that without Alexis. Tuggerson did indeed have the ability to act. He immediately thought of a countermeasure. Carlos, with his head lowered, revealed a triumphant smile. He was not so easily frightened. God protected him, and he would never lose his way. Now he had finally pulled Tuggerson completely to his side. Yes, it was his side. Not the 191 tribe, not Alexis, not anyone, just him, Carlos' side. Alexis. That foolish woman really thought that by winning the chief's favor she could do as she pleased. She didn't understand that the chief's bed and the chief's cauldron were merely a wall apart. Only the power in one's own hands is truly useful. In reality, Carlos had already explained the situation to Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan was even more confused. What situation? The chief's son led 200 native warriors to attack the forest, and they were killed in the sea before even reaching the shore. What kind of talent did that Lin Ye awaken? A missile? Damn. Even if it were a shorter-ship missile, it wouldn't work with. Xiao Yan scratched his head, unable to understand. He simply relished the possible default news and related to Lin Ye. Haha, how powerful can you be? You still ended up being defaulted on. Next time remember to collect payment before doing the job. After sending the message, Xiao Yan full of spirit, donned his armor, announcing his plans to the other tribal members who had just arrived at the camp. Now the Native Alliance leader is too busy to care about us. While the natives are unprepared, we'll split our forces. One group will seize the copper mine, while the other will attack the stronghold. The crossbowmen will lead the charge. Gathering over 500 people, Xiaoyan became even more audacious, splitting his forces while still having enough strength to defend the camp. From today onward, this island will be ours. My only request is for all of you to be careful and avoid casualties. Every loss among our people is a significant blow. How dare someone refuse to pay me? Upon receiving news about Xiaoyan, Lin Ye slammed the coconut bowl onto the corn porridge was splattered far and wide. The little wild boar, thinking it was being fed by its master, rushed over, eagerly licking it and leaving the stone slab spotless. What happened to make you so angry? Chen Na nearby couldn't help but ask. Lin Ye was already frustrated over the failed capture of Towayan, and now he learned of a scoundrel trying to refuse payment, which truly infuriated him. The reward for killing Taoyan is 20 pounds of gold. Carlos said that the woman in charge of delivering the gold, named Alice, actually wants to go back on her word. Chen Na stood up abruptly. Carlos is definitely lying. He is probably in cahoots with that woman, deliberately trying to deceive us. Is Carlos still at the newly constructed stone fortress? Zhou Yuyao asked. Su Wei replied. When we disposed of Taoyan's body, I sensed Carlos observing from the 3rd floor of the stone fortress. Zhou Yuyao furrowed her brow slightly. Since he is still on this island, he wouldn't dare to refuse payment. Does he not fear that we might kill him? Chen Na scoffed. He probably thinks that with an additional 200 men, he has become bold. 200 men. Even if there were 2,000 standing in between, I could still pierce him with a single spear. With a 50 boost to her overall abilities, and having gained a bit of strength from recent work, Chen Na had come to appreciate the benefits of spear throwing. She looked down on bows and crossbows. Hearing Zhou Yuyao say this, Lin Ye also felt that Carlos wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If Carlos truly is unaware, it means there is a split within their tribe. Lin Ye immediately stood up, starting to don his armor. Let's go. Take our bronze crossbows and head outside the stone fortress. Let's give them a round of volleys and let them taste our fury. Thanks to sufficient materials, Zhou Yuyao had modified over 30 bronze crossbows, enough for each person to have one. Lin Ye was also feeling bold, ready to go big right from the start. The 6 people accompanying Lin Ye immediately began to prepare with enthusiasm. That 20 pounds of gold also had the other party refusing payment was equivalent to delaying their wages. Especially for Han Yutong, who was responsible for the capture, she felt that because they failed to capture Towayan, it emboldened the other side to act so brazenly. She also wanted to find an opportunity to vent her anger. Zhou Yuyao looked tense. Are we really going to fight? Shouldn't we negotiate first? Lin Ye waved his hand. Fighting is negotiating. Just talking nicely with these scoundrels isn't enough. With 25 people, they all set out. The only ones left at home were the wolves guarding it. Everyone was fully armed and looked fierce. But the sight was somewhat eye-watering. With vine helmets and armor, they looked like people caged in a pen. The key was that each person was accompanied by an animal. Almost half of them were accompanied by wild boars. The others were either with wolves or riding cows. Although the wolf pups weren't given to them as pets, some managed to lure a few with food. Those riding cows were often involved in transporting stones from the quarry. They were so familiar with driving the wild cattle that they were more like pets than mere animals. Zhou Yuyao, Li Qingqing, Liang Qian, and Wei Jia each rode a cow. Among them, Li Qingqing also had a pig. The others shared the cows to a ride. The entire group looked less like they were heading into battle and more like they were going to a livestock market. With such a large group, they couldn't hide their movements, and they were spotted from afar by the local scouts. By the time they reached the old home of the giant python, the local warriors had all returned behind the walls, trembling and keeping their heads low. Carlos' blood angel cult had eased their worries about their souls. But thinking about soon being reincarnated, they were still filled with dread. Lin Ye estimated the distance and halted the group when they could cover the stone fortress front courtyard with their bronze crossbows. 8 people per group, take turns firing. As soon as Lin Ye shouted this, Chen Na remarked, let's use spears instead. Our crossbow bolts are pointless. Not using spears now is to let them experience our standard firepower. Hearing this, Chen Na treated this action as target practice. The other women didn't see it as fighting either. After all, their main battle strength hadn't even made a move yet. They quickly formed 3 lines. Fire! Chen Na at the front shouted. Whoosh! 8 crossbow bolts flew. The 8 divided into 2 lines and stepped back, revealing the second row. The next 8 stepped forward, readying their bronze crossbows for a round of volleys. The locals didn't like to wear cumbersome protective gear like vine armor. Ordinary warriors used leather armor combined with vine shields. They held their shields closely, fearing even the slightest gap. However, when 2 rounds of crossbow bolts came, 3 still managed to find their way through the gaps in the formation. Sizzle! The sound of bolts piercing leather armor and flesh echoed. Ugh! Soon someone let out a pained groan. The local's vine shield revealed a large gap, and the nearby people quickly dragged the injured away to fill in the gaps. Thud, thud, thud. The 3rd round of crossbow bolts arrived. The people near the large hole were struck by bolts. This time 5 fell. However, the first 8 who shot had already reloaded and were back in position. The momentum of the rotation had formed. If the locals didn't charge out, they would be worn down continuously. But they didn't dare to. With the giants not yet making a move, they would die even faster if they rushed out. They were used to fighting bravely alone and had no experience with this kind of collective continuous volleying, causing their legs to tremble in fear. They didn't turn and run mainly because they knew there was nowhere to escape. Tuggerson was also seeing this tactic for the first time, both surprised and delighted. It was as if witnessing a miracle. If it weren't his own men being hit, he couldn't help but cheer. Carlos, this is the revenge you brought upon yourselves. Tuggerson complained to Carlos. Aren't you going to negotiate with them quickly? No, it was Alex who brought this revenge upon. Carlos corrected him. In the chat window, Carlos was repeatedly calling out to Xiaoyan. Brother, stop fighting quickly, it's all a misunderstanding. It was Alex who deceived you, I'm on your side. However, Xiaoyan had no time to reply. He was leading a group pursuing the remaining members of the local tribe. This sudden attack caused the local tribe to collapse instantly. But they weren't great at fighting, everyone was skilled at escaping. Xiaoyan was chasing them down to prevent them from reporting back to the main island, nearly foaming at the mouth in his pursuit. After working until evening seeing a group of locals disappearing on boats into the sea, Xiaoyan reluctantly called back his team to camp. Damn it, the secured pockets let them slip through. It seems we'll need to conduct nighttime raids in the future and trap them all in the camp. Xiaoyan wiped the salt from his forehead and finally had time to check the chat channel. What? Lin Ye is leading over 20 people to conduct 3-stage firing. Is there such a way to fight? It's too wasteful of ammunition. Xiaoyan was just about to inquire about the specifics when he saw Carlos' latest message. Brother, we know we were wrong, and we promised to get the gold first and personally deliver it to you. Let's talk it out nicely and don't just start fighting like today or it hurts feelings too much. It seemed Lin Ye and the others had finished their work. They didn't appear to want to occupy the stone fortress just to demonstrate force. Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel jealous. How many crossbow bolts do they even have? I've never fought such a wealthy battle. Did they kill my son? Are you all useless? So many people, yet you let the enemy take away the corpse of Tovian. In the stone fortress of the chieftain, the exhausted leader, awakened by the messenger, roared in anger, still groggy from sleep. His bravest son was slain. This was enough to incite his fury. Even more maddening was that among the 200 who had pursued, over 70 had drowned. The tribesmen often traveled by boat, but were unaccustomed to fighting at sea. Since naval battles yielded no spoils, they preferred to fight on land. This time they had been caught off guard and struck hard. While the chieftain was still roaring, a white woman draped in loose clothes. The woman took his arm and spoke softly. Chieftain, do not be angry. You have so many warriors, it just sends some more to take. Those people must pay the price. Alexis. The chieftain pinched her cheek and gazed into her eyes. You always speak the sweetest words. You always say what I want to hear. You are wonderful. Compared to another woman who frequently resisted him, the chieftain truly found Alexis to be very considerate. Calling a guard, the chieftain said sternly, go tell Tobiel that if he can avenge his brother, I will make him the next chieftain. Give him 300 men and bring me back the heads of those invaders. The guard immediately went out to relay the order. The chieftain embraced Alexis and returned to his room. A group of tribesmen, disheveled and covered in grass and wounds, rushed to the entrance of the stone fortress, shouting, Chieftain. We need to see the chieftain. Our tribe has been destroyed by the white people, chieftain. So many white people, more than our tribe the entire island is. Our tribe is all that remains. The group of tribesmen cried out loudly, soon breaking into sobs. But the chieftain let them into the stone fortress. It was already late at night. The torches emitted a pungent smell of oil. The chieftain slumped onto the bare hide, looking somewhat haggard. Speak, what has happened on Copper Island? I have heard that Copper Island has not shipped copper and gold for a long time. Several tribesmen had fled for a day and were now worn out. They had no extra energy to act out the situation. Today a large number of white people suddenly arrived. They no longer rob like before, they kill anyone they see. They have robbed our houses, taken our land, seized our copper mines. They even took our men and women. The chieftain felt a rising agitation. He began to share the same sentiments as Tudgerson. These bastards had such poor communication skills. The chieftain called Alexis and asked the informants, are these the kind of white people? Several tribesmen shook their heads. The chieftain called Alexis and asked the informants, are these the kind of white people? Several tribesmen shook their heads. They are whiter than this. These are the gray people. No, these are the red people. The tribesmen pointed at Alexis' face, then at her neck, and some even tried to reach out and touch her. The chieftain grew angry and kicked them away. She is not a red person. She is a white person. He could not explain the origin of the red marks on Alexis, so he could only firmly correct them. Alexis discerned the tribesmen's intentions and asked those white people, don't they have shallower eyes and smaller noses than us and speak as if they are stacking stones? Several tribesmen pondered for a moment and nodded continuously. Chieftain, I know who they are. They are from the Dragon Kingdom. Alexis said they are our enemies, our divine foes. They are very greedy. Wherever they can plant crops, they want to seize it. The gold they desire, no one else is allowed to take. The chieftain was baffled. What do they want with Copper Island? It is full of forests and cannot be farmed. But there is copper in. Alexis urged, if they can occupy one island, they can occupy another. Chieftain, they are our greatest enemies. They must be eliminated now. The chieftain glared at the several informants still chattering. How many of those white people are there? Many. They are everywhere. More than our people. They are everywhere on the island. The chieftain could no longer endure. Drive them out. The several tribesmen were expelled from the stone fortress, and peace finally returned. The chieftain stood up and paced back and forth in the room, ultimately deciding to eliminate the threat at the first opportunity to secure his position. Summon all able-bodied men, we will go reclaim Copper Island tomorrow. There were not enough elite warriors to deploy, so the chieftain was forced to summon all the men. This was also customary. Whenever there was a rebellion in a tribal island, this was how they suppressed it. The chieftain had treated this crisis as a large. Early the next morning, a grand assembly of tribesmen gathered with their own weapons and armor crowded at the dock, waiting to board the ships. The awkward part was that there were not enough boats. They could only reduce supplies and increase the number of passengers. Ultimately, they barely managed to transport over 800 people, with the rest being dismissed. The chieftain ordered the shipbuilding to be expedited. However, the shipbuilding workshop no longer had enough dried wood. This wood had previously been taken away by several white people. They knelt at the woodpile and prayed, and the wood vanished into thin air. Alexis, go ask Carlos what he is doing with all that wood he has taken. The chieftain roared in anger. Alexis dutifully calmed the chieftain before sending a message to Carlos. Carlos, if the chieftain finds out you have been hoarding wood for shipbuilding, you can expect to be thrown into the oil pot. Upon seeing this message, Carlos guessed that Alexis intended to blackmail him. The wood has all been used to build a stone fortress, and there are still some boats. Carlos casually fabricated a list of materials flawless in its logic. It was true that a lot of wood was used to build the stone fortress, but it was all from trees cut down on site. The dried wood he obtained was all exchanged for points with Lin Ye. Alexis learned that Carlos was still building ships, and swiftly came up with a threat. The chieftain urgently needs ships now. If you can deliver enough ships, he will not pursue you for the unauthorized use of wood. Otherwise, I can't help you. Ships. Carlos realized the situation was not good. The chieftain's second son had only brought over 300 men. The two sides were pulling at each other over this matter. What does the chieftain want so many ships for? There has been a rebellion on Copper Island. The two sides were pulling at each other over this matter. What does the chieftain want so many ships for? There has been a rebellion on Copper Island. The chieftain needs to send troops to suppress it. To create a sense of urgency, Alexis spoke half the truth. But Carlos realized where the problem lay. He searched for valuable news in the regional channel and quickly discovered a significant event. The organization Xiao Yan had gathered hundreds of people from the Dragon Kingdom, occupied the entire island, and was calling for other Dragon Kingdom people to converge. Hundreds of people completely occupying a mid-sized island with copper mines and rainforests. Cunning Xiao Yan must have incited the Dragon Kingdom people to do this to relieve pressure on his side. If the people of the Dragon Kingdom united, it would be troublesome. Carlos realized this was a huge opportunity. He could profit. Carlos gained a new understanding of the terror that Xiao Yan embodied. Possessing unparalleled personal combat strength along with exceptional strategic capabilities, he could gather so many people from the Dragon Kingdom on this island from a distance. These were hundreds of survivors who could awaken their talents. If they occupied Copper Island and then came to join Xiao Yan, Carlos shuddered. Staying on this island meant being besieged at any moment by hundreds of people from the Dragon Kingdom. The natives had been so frightened by the giant clan that they had lost their will to fight. Faced with hundreds of Dragon Kingdom individuals who looked just like Xiao Yan, it would surely lead to a collapse. Carlos went to the third floor of the stone castle to find Tudgerson. Tudgerson was speaking in low tones with a young native, his expression grave. This is their arrow, Tudgerson said, holding a crossbow bolt. It's shorter than our arrows, but shoots farther. They can shoot a rain of arrows from places where archers can't reach. Such arrows definitely can't pierce through the vine shield. The young native retorted, we still have spear throwers. One spear can eliminate one enemy. Tudgerson could no longer contain his impatience, and replied, their spears travel farther and have greater force than ours. The few people from the Tovian fleet can attest to this. One spear can penetrate two of the strongest warriors. To dissuade Tober from making a rash move, Tudgerson inadvertently exaggerated the combat strength of the giant clan. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tober shook his head repeatedly. My warriors are the strongest, no one can outmatch them with a spear. A heavy sense of defeat surged within Tudgerson. Tober was nothing but a fool, completely ignorant of battle, yet he was determined to avenge Tovian. Tudgerson doubted whether such a fool could survive until the chieftain's death. Yet he did not wish for Tober to die here. Tudgerson doubted whether such a fool could survive until the chieftain's death. Yet he did not wish for Tober to die here. After Carlos entered the room, he listened to the conversation between the two. He felt despair as well. The chieftain's son truly was worse than the last. At this rate, if Alexis bore a son, he might really become the next chieftain. But times had changed and Carlos could no longer imagine what foolishness Alexis would commit if she gained power. She still owed Xiao Yan 20 pounds of gold. Now Xiao Yan could rally hundreds of people from the Dragon Kingdom. They may not be able to capture the natives' main island, but killing a woman was certainly within reach. If Carlos knew that Xiao Yan had gathered nearly 1,000 people from the Dragon Kingdom on Copper Island, he would likely feel even more despair. At this moment, Xiao Yan was also in despair. The logistics of nearly 1,000 people, housing food equipment along with the disputes among various tribes, were driving him nearly insane. Before his discharge, he had only served as a squad leader. Now performing the duties of a camp leader felt like forcing a duck onto a perch. The resources for over 1,000 people all depend on us to deliver. Even the landlord's family can't sustain this. Xiao Yan slammed his palm onto the stone bench, the pain in his palm alleviating his anger slightly. Tell them to pay taxes, appoint tax. Xiao Yan shouted. Brother Yan, now that everyone has just come together, if we start collecting taxes, the people's hearts will scatter. Xiao Yan's suggestion was dissuaded by his companions. The dozens of tribes that had come together all had permission for external trade and viewed points as the most important resource. Collecting their points would only force them to turn against him. Resources couldn't constrain them. Land couldn't hold them back either. In capturing the island together, everyone had a share. Attempting to centralize resources would only incite public outrage. They also had to prepare for the natives' counterattack to ensure everyone contributed they needed to appease all parties. Brother Yin, how about we consult Lin Ye? Someone suggested the goods over there are all necessities, as long as we get him to entrust them to us for agency, we can make the other tribes comply. This idea seems more feasible. Xiao Yin messaged Lin Ye, brother, how's the situation on your side? It has stabilized here, we have a lot of people and need everything. If you have any products, bring them, and I can help you exchange for what you need. Lin Ye scratched his head and replied, I lack manpower here. The native chieftain has sent people again, nearly 500, all young and strong. I can hardly sleep. So many. Xiao Yin was surprised, yet felt a bit of joy. Lin Ye attracting so many natives would relieve the pressure on his side. The quiet period of development was too precious. Xiao Yin was unaware that over 800 natives were rowing their boats to attack them. 800 was a magical number that could create miracles. Should I send some people over from my side? Xiao Yin asked tentatively. He wanted to see whether Lin Ye was merely playing the victim or if the situation was genuinely dire. Lin Ye smiled wryly. Sending people over. Wouldn't that be like the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa? Forget it, we don't have the advantage at sea and can't provide support for you. Sending too few won't breach the blockade, and sending too many will leave your side vulnerable. Seeing Lin Ye's reply, Xiao Yin felt reassured. If Lin Ye's side could hold on, then the native chieftain wouldn't be able to focus solely on him. Xiao Yin started lamenting, saying that nearly 1,000 people on his side were about to come to blows, urging Lin Ye to help him come up with a solution. Brother, if I can hold on here, it will ease the pressure on your side, so you must lend me a hand. What I have in mind is for you to entrust your products to me for agency, so the other tribes must trade with me, thus following my orders. Damn. Lin Ye cursed. He couldn't manage his people, but wanted to sacrifice my benefits to win over others. This Xiao Yin had poor management skills. Look at me, I manage dozens of chat groups, and keep everyone in line. Brother, simply providing benefits isn't enough, you need to instill a sense of crisis. You must tell them that the natives will soon send thousands of people to attack you. With such pressure looming, all conflicts can be. You must shift internal conflicts to resolve them externally. Lin Ye began to guide Xiao Yin step by step. Brother, Xiao Yin exclaimed excitedly, we are currently in dire need of food, can you help us provide some? Xiao Yin applied what he learned, bringing internal conflicts to Lin Ye for resolution. Previously, the corn Xiao Yin and his group had seized was more than enough for dozens of people. Facing nearly 1,000 mouths, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Everyone was busy constructing houses and defensive works, leaving little energy to hunt fish or gather fruits, and they quickly fell into a food shortage. Food. Lin Ye, who had been consuming the special supply from the mall for several days, had almost forgotten about the need to seek food. He wanted to say he would go buy it in the mall, but then he discovered that Xiao Yan's copper ingots and gold had already been exchanged by him, having them develop the habit of eating from the mall. The reward for killing Tovian, if transferred to Xiao Yan, would likely be intercepted and misused by him. I can provide food for you, but the payment should be made in gold. Alice from the 191 tribe owes me 20 pounds of gold. You just need to help me collect this debt. Lin Ye simply turned this troublesome debt into motivation for Xiao Yan and his group to fight against the native tribe. Xiao Yan looked at Lin Ye's conditions and began to curse. To seek debts from Alice. That woman is beside the tribal chief. Isn't that just asking me to confront the tribal chief? A tribe of tens of thousands of people, you want me to confront them heathen as if I were a barbarian. However, the issue of hunger is quite urgent. Alright, I'll help you collect the debt. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and accepted the task. You need to deliver some food first, we are really close to starving to death. As long as there is gold, the issue of food can be easily resolved. Lin Ye browsed through the food categories in the trading platform. To solve the food issue for 1,000 people, one must choose substantial and filling food. The cheapest options are cassava sweet potatoes and potatoes, followed by rice and corn. Cassava sweet potatoes and potatoes are 1.5 silver coins per cubic meter, while rice and corn are 2 silver coins each. Lin Ye exchanged gold coins for silver coins and bought 1 cubic meter each of cassava sweet potatoes, rice and corn. Focusing on rich flavors with simple nutrition today, all the starch consumption will be covered by young Master Lin. To save on delivery costs, Lin Ye directly selected Xiao Yan as the delivery target, allowing the platform to cover shipping. In total, it cost less than 1 gold coin. 20 pounds of gold is enough to sustain these 1,000 people for a long time. If using precious metals for exchange, the food in the mall is still very cheap. Lin Ye's desire for gold increased. After inquiring about Li Qingqing's statue production progress, Lin Ye messaged Carlos to remind him to prepare the payment. The statue will be ready soon. Oh, where is your gold? This time, no matter what, it has to be payment before delivery. Carlos ignored Lin Ye's message and had no mood to respond. He was already tired of hugging the statues of Alexis, Erica, and Karina. Isn't it more fragrant to hug the real person? And the statues are so expensive. He must have been out of his mind to think of exchanging gold for such a special item. Who is Lin Ye? I don't know. Carlos now faced an even trickier issue. Where's my gold? Xiao Yan, now with a large following, spoke with much more authority. If my 20 pounds of gold is not delivered soon, I will come to take it myself. The most worrisome thing has indeed come. Carlos felt his nerves tense up again. Damn Alexis. Once I catch her, no matter how she pleads, I will not make it easy for her. Carlos no longer hesitated and decided to go all out. Tudgerson, this cannot drag on any longer. Carlos found Tudgerson and shared the news that Xiao Yan was coming to collect debts. He exaggerated the number of Xiao Yan. More than 1,000 people, all giants equipped with bronze crossbows, will soon arrive on this island. We must retreat quick. Before Tudorson could speak, Tobiel shouted, "No. I still want to take revenge for Tovian. That bastard killed my brother." "Calm down," Carlos shouted sternly. "Do you want to take revenge for Tovian, or do you want to be the chief?" A frantic Carlos did not care at all for the chief's son. A foolish coward does not deserve respect no matter whose son he is. "You?" Tobiel was taken aback by Carlos' attitude, and then exploded in anger. "White-skinned pig, do you want to be thrown into the pot?" Carlos stepped closer, resembling a madman, with a severe tone. "If you go to take revenge for Tovian, you will be killed by the giant king. You won't even see him before being pierced by his spear. You will die more miserably than Tovian. The giant king has minions who can destroy souls. They can make you perish without a trace, leaving you unable to return to the embrace of the blood god." Seeing Carlos approach with such intensity, Tobiel was frightened and kept retreating, shouting in panic, "Tudorson, this white-skinned guy has gone mad. Kill him for me." Tudorson replied expressionlessly, "What he said is true. If you attack the giant king, you will definitely die." Tobiel was left bewildered. Even Tudorson said this, leaving him feeling isolated and helpless. He turned and rushed towards the stairs, wanting to call for, but Tudorson's subordinates pulled Tobiel back as if he were a small chick. Tobiel had no leadership ability and hadn't thought about how to command his subordinates. The 300 men he brought were all taken over by Tudorson's people. Now he was merely the chief's son. "Tobiel." Tudorson sat in front of Tobiel and spoke gently. "You have mistaken the target of your revenge. The one who truly harmed your brother is the woman beside the chief. Carlos can testify." Carlos nodded and said solemnly, "It's Alexis. Relying on the chief's favor, she wants her son to be the next chief, so she colluded with the giant king to kill Tovian at sea." Tobiel was stunned, shaking his head in confusion. "Alexis said she would be killing you next." Carlos continued to embellish the story. "That's why she persuaded the chief to send you here." "No, my father said he wanted me to be the next chief." Tobiel was still trying to comfort himself. "Sigh." Carlos sighed, looking at Tobiel with only pity and regret. "If the chief really wanted you to be chief, why would he have children with Alexis? You should know in the tribe that he spends all day with that woman. He desperately wants a son who possesses divine powers. That kind of divine power that allows for long-distance communication and transportation. As long as his next son possesses such powers, you and Tovian will no longer matter." Tobiel collapsed to the ground, lost and helpless. He had never thought that his father, the chief, could be so cold-blooded. No, the chief has always been so cold-blooded. Whenever he is unhappy, he sacrifices living people. The torches and lamp oil in his stone fortress are made from people. "Tobiel, we are saving you." Carlos looked intently at the boy before him, appearing incredibly sincere. "It's an obvious principle." Carlos' words were filled with devilish temptation. The necessary condition to become chief is not to take revenge for anyone, but for the last chief, to return to the embrace of the blood god. Hasn't anyone told you this principle? Tobiel shook his head in confusion. His desire for the chief position made him grasp the crux of the issue. What should I do to become chief? Carlos no longer beat around the bush and said solemnly, "Go back. Move into the stone fortress." "But my father." Tobiel realized what might happen, but was unwilling to face it. "He has already returned to the embrace of the blood god." Tudorson interjected at this moment. He knew very well that Carlos would definitely not dare to kill the chief. This dirty work can only be done by him, and only he can do it. After all, every time the chief is replaced, bloodshed is inevitable. Killing the chief is not a novel affair. A chief who cannot reproduce a defeated chief, or a chief considered abandoned by the blood god, will all be sent to the pyre to be burned. This chief might meet a different fate, such as dying from blood loss. "You scoundrel, if you don't reply to me, you must be trying to evade your debt." Having been through experiences of being swindled, Lin Ye felt an ominous premonition when he saw Carlos' lack of response. Li Qingqing was even more furious. "They don't want the wooden carvings I made. I nearly poked my hand while working on them, and now they want to renege on the deal. Let's go confront them again," Chen Na suggested. The other women were also quite moved. During the last group shooting, they hadn't had their fill. Now they had made a batch of crossbows and arrows ready to offload them on the locals. Lin Ye certainly wanted to deal with the debtor. However, it was evident that the gold was not in Carlos' possession. Carlos' change of heart could mean two things. He could no longer obtain gold from the locals, or he had claimed the locals' gold as his own. The scoundrel Carlos, who sold off his grandfather's land without a second thought, had vanished without a trace. "Wait a moment, I need to think this through." Lin Ye turned to Li Qingqing. "Those 3 wooden boards with human portraits, did they have names written on them?" Li Qingqing, fuming, coldly snorted, "Alexis, Erica, Karina." Lin Ye stroked his stubble, pondering. "Is it possible these are the 3 real names?" Carlos painted the portraits based on 3 real people. "I remember that the one who reneged on our gold was called Alice. Could she know this Alexis? It must have been based on real people. Westerners love to use models. Carlos definitely has a connection with these 3. Li Qingqing was confused. "What do you want to do? If Carlos doesn't want the wooden carving, I can ask the models for money." Lin Ye immediately began shouting in the regional channel. Lin Ye of the Lin Ye tribe auctioning 3 wooden statues that perfectly replicate real people, exquisite details respected. The 3 statues are named Alexis, Erica, Karina, each with a tragic love story behind them. Survival isn't just about food and drink, it's also about spiritual enjoyment. Get an artistic wooden carving and savor the essence of art from Blue Star. In the regional channel, which was previously filled with quarrels, insults, and transactions mainly consisting of food, water, and tools, a rather frivolous message suddenly stood out. Soon someone asked, "Are these statues for real?" Lin Ye replied, absolutely genuine artistic statues, the kind without horses. A series of heartfelt exclamations erupted in the regional channel. When one is well, thoughts of other matters arise. Brother, you are truly impressive. This art is so advanced, its depth is as tall as 2 floors. Wait, does anyone really want to buy this? This is true art, a great artist. I have to lean against the wall to go to the bathroom, and you all are doing this. I want to buy one and place it in a room where everyone must give me a fish to enter and view it for 10 minutes. Amidst the chaos in the chat channel, private messages were also pouring in. Brother, are the statues realistic? Brother, what are you planning to trade for the statue? I want to verify the authenticity. Brother, can we customize a theme? With so many private messages, Lin Ye couldn't keep up. It was evident that those who had survived until now were starting to pursue spiritual enjoyment. Lin Ye stroked his stubble thoughtfully. If this product could be made into a long-term trade, might it also be profitable? Unfortunately, these people were not the customers Lin Ye was looking for. The meager supplies were not worth the labor wasted. Only quality customers who could produce gold were exciting. After waiting for a long time, Lin Ye finally received a private message. Erica of the 191 tribe, you can't use our names. This is infringement. The fish was finally caught. It turned out that the 191 tribe really had an Erica. Then Alexis and Karina must also exist. Lin Ye grinned and replied, these are the statues customized by the client. Now that the client doesn't want them, I have no choice but to sell them. The names given by the client were exactly these. Erica of the 191 tribe, I don't care about your client. Using our names is infringement. Lin Ye of the Lin Ye tribe, so what if it's infringement? Come and fight me. Since you've acknowledged it, I will now say these are. Lin Ye wasted no time and directly sent a new message in the regional channel. Lin Ye of the Lin Ye tribe, breaking news confirmed by the parties involved. The original figures of the 3 statues are Alexis, Erica, and Karina of the 191 tribe. Realistic statues, one of a kind, absolutely rare. The crowd in the regional channel finally caught wind of what was happening. This wasn't merely selling statues, it was stirring up trouble. Selling statues made in proportion to people from other tribes was a truly unscrupulous plan. What kind of hatred or grievance was behind this? In the chief's stone fortress, Erica was already trembling with anger. This scoundrel was clearly doing it on purpose to annoy them. Erica kept repeating the same refrain about infringement. But now that she had crossed into this world, who still feared such infringement disputes? Unless she really went to beat the other party up, which was clearly impossible. Erica had no choice but to find Alexis, explain the situation, and pull her in to deal with Lin Ye together. Upon hearing the news, Alexis immediately began to curse through gritted teeth. Carlos. It must have been Carlos who did this. That despicable man, coward, rogue, liar. How could I have ever fallen for this disgusting guy? Alexis felt a fury akin to being publicly shamed by an ex-boyfriend. Alexis connected with Carlos, berated him fiercely, and then threatened, Carlos, you must solve this trouble, or I will inform the chief, and you can wait to be cooked. Carlos was currently organizing people from Tucson to board a ship. Suddenly receiving Alexis' message, he was left in shock. But this matter had already stirred up in the regional channel. He quickly learned the whole story. Lin Ye, how dare he do this? Carlos wanted to curse at the other party for being immoral, but he himself had changed his mind, first, which seemed unreasonable. The key was that he didn't even know where the other party was, so he had no way to threaten them with force. Mr. Lin, what you are doing is very dishonest. The statue I customized privately, how could you take it out to auction? Moreover, you've let the original subjects know. Do you know how much trouble this has caused me? Carlos contacted Lin Ye and began to demand an explanation. Lin Ye simply replied with a few words, bring the gold and take the statue. To him, Carlos was just a little poor fellow who couldn't even produce gold. He had no qualifications for negotiation. I need time to gather the gold. You must clarify the facts and eliminate the impact immediately. Carlos was not lying. His current actions were indeed in the process of gathering gold. As long as he took down the chief, he could freely access the treasury, and there was plenty of gold. However, he didn't want to give it to Lin Ye. And Lin Ye also did not expect to get gold from Carlos. He had already figured out the situation of the 191 tribe. This group of people, once they fell into the hands of the locals, would definitely not be the story of colonizers, but rather an experience that couldn't be elaborated on. The one who could really get gold was Alexis next to the chief. Alexis, you wouldn't want your statue to become a bestseller, would you? Give me the gold, and everything will be fine. By the way, Xiao Yin said you still owe him 20 pounds of gold, and asked me to help him collect it. Bang! Alex threw everything on the table to the ground, growing more furious by the moment. You won't get a single gram. I will not accept your threats. Prepare to face my wrath. You will regret this. Alex replied firmly to Lin Ye. Oh, still a little firecracker. Lin Ye responded unfazed. You're by the side of the tribal chief, aren't you? Let me think, how did you end up with the tribal chief? Perhaps I should make a statue themed after the tribal chief. Never mind, a wooden panel painting would be better. I could serialize it from many issues. Seeing this message, Alex was so furious that she nearly fainted. Repeatedly, it was only phrases like curse you, go to hell, and you will regret it. Lin Ye shook his head in disappointment. As expected, what a fool. If it were Carlos, he would have already made demands by now. Suddenly, he found himself slightly missing the perceptive Carlos. Unfortunately, that little penniless fool doesn't have any gold. Take the gold from the tribal chief to solve your own problems. What are you trying to prove to me? Is the Stockholm Syndrome that severe? Alex, losing her temper, was fortunate to have someone beside her to help her regain clarity. Alex, we can perform the miracles that Carlos did. This is a good opportunity. Erica, still sane, quickly thought of a solution as she was not on the same page as the tribe. Alex remained unwilling to back down. But that's my gold, my own gold. If I just give the tribal chief a son, then everything will belong to me. Now a despicable and shameless guy wanted to extort her most precious gold. This was something she could not tolerate. Alex, don't be foolish. Erica advised, have you thought about what would happen if your statue were sent to the chief by the tribesmen? Why not let the chief believe that miracles could also happen to us while resolving this trouble? These words finally moved Alex. Enhancing her own sanctity would make the chief regard her more seriously. It would also make her future child's succession to the chief more convincing. Alright, I will go find the chief. Alex, after more than an hour of persuasion, finally made the tribal chief believe that her prayers had been answered by God. God would bless her, rewarding her faith. Then she would use divine power to move the gold of the tribal chief. After the gold disappeared, a statue appeared. The statue depicted a pregnant Alex. Coincidentally, the statue commissioned by Carlos was also of a pregnant Alex. His original plan was to deceive the tribal chief into giving him gold by claiming the blessing of the divine child. Seeing this statue, Alex cursed Carlos in her heart, while sincerely kneeling down to thank God for the miracle. Faced with such a clear omen, the tribal chief rubbed his lower back, preparing to welcome the arrival of the divinely granted child. He announced that for the next 3 days no one was to disturb him and Alex. On the evening of this day, the chief dispatched troops to quell the rebellion, which clashed with the group of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, inspired by Lin Ye, boasted that the tribal chief had sent out over 3,000 troops to annihilate them. Everyone had to unite closely to confront this unprecedented life-and-death crisis to survive. This threat made the tribes on Copper Island vigilant against the tribesmen's counterattack. They divided the coastline into many sections, with each tribe guarding a section. Any messages received would be reported to a designated person. If there was a warning in one area, others would send reinforcements. They divided the coastline into many sections, with each tribe guarding a section. Any messages received would be reported. First, arrows rained down. Then crossbow bolts were shot. When they got close, there were spears thrown. In the exchange of fire, the tribesmen, using their skilled combat techniques, turned the people on the shore into pincushions. However, after rowing all day, their arms were already sore. The strength of the bows pulled by the tribesmen was insufficient. The opposing side, wearing barrel-like rattan armor, had become pincushions, yet they still sprang to life, attacking fiercely. The tribesmen were packed in the cabin with no room to evade. Any arrows shot at the boat would injure someone. The opponents, meanwhile, their flesh met the arrows, creating blood holes with every hit. After several exchanges, the morale of the tribesmen collapsed. They turned the boats around and fled. It must be a feigned defeat. Xiao Yan resolutely declared to cover the lie. I have insider information. They sent over 3,000 men. This is just the vanguard. They must be trying to lure us out to the sea and then ambush us. In reality, no one dared to pursue. We can barely row our boats, let alone fight on the water. It's better not to chase. Could it be a ploy to draw us away? They wouldn't land elsewhere. We should check other coastlines. Yes, it's better to double check. We must not relax tonight. With so many dense forests, if they land and hide, they could launch a sneak attack at night, and it would be dire. The crowd began to falter with their discussion. Xiao Yan counted the results of the battle, fuming. Arrows and spears had been depleted extensively. The tribesmen's feathered arrows made with obsidian tips shattered upon hitting the rattan armor and collected for reuse were ineffective. With a lack of ammunition for ranged attacks, they could only resort to close combat against the tribesmen. How could they fight now? Xiao Yan had to find Lin Ye. Brother, we just repelled a few hundred tribesmen's attacks, but there are still more than 2,000. We are completely out of ammunition. When Lin Ye received this message, he was in the camp eating roasted meat. Under the glow of the campfire, golden light flickered all around. The gold from 3 statues of equal volume plus 20 pounds of gold. This much gold drove the women completely crazy. They wouldn't let Lin Ye exchange the gold for coins, insisting it be displayed in the camp for them to play with first. The entire camp turned into a showcase of gold bars. With beef costing 10 silver coins per cubic unit, sizzling with juices, and watermelons costing 2 silver coins each, everyone had one. A bite of beef, a bite of watermelon. Lin Ye vaguely felt something was off. Eating this way, won't I get diarrhea? Soon he cast that worry aside. Never mind, even if I get diarrhea, I'll eat. Upon learning that Xiao Yan was out of supplies, Lin Ye didn't even mention that he had received 20 pounds of gold. Brother Xiao, haven't you mined the copper from the copper mine yet? The copper can be exchanged for copper coins to buy food directly in the market. Lin Ye sought an excuse to cut off supplies. Xiao Yan thought the same. Guarding a copper mine, as long as production was restored, they could buy food in the market. Or can be exchanged directly for copper coins, although the ratio is a bit unfavorable, but using this method could last until the next harvest of food. Unfortunately, ammunition cannot be bought in the market. Brother, we are in urgent need of bows and crossbow bolts. The tribesmen will soon roll back in. Can you sell us some for emergency? No problem. Lin Ye readily agreed. Now he had to stretch the limits of his relationship with the tribal chief's confidant, and could not let the tribesmen have the energy to deal with him. I'll send you a few hundred crossbow bolts first, Lin Ye generously stated. Great. Brother will exchange copper for them. Xiao Yan was overjoyed and asked, can you make feathered arrows? It will take some time. Lin Ye agreed readily, but had no intention of making feathered arrows himself. After ending the call with Xiao Yan, he contacted Alex. I need feathered arrows, send a few thousand, and I'll trade you with a pet. Don't you want one of the divine messengers that Carlos... Noticing the conflict between Alex and Carlos, Lin Ye began to sow discord. Seeing the conditions set by Lin Ye, Alex almost exploded. 3,000 arrows. It was nothing short of robbery. Clearly Lin Ye was in cahoots with Xiao Yin, and it was obvious who Xiao Yin was fighting against. I might as well drag them along, letting them hold on to false hope. When the time comes, and they are short on arrows, they could face defeat. Alex did not directly refuse, but said, with so many arrows we need time to prepare. I will first figure out how many arrows we have. Lin Ye was rather indifferent to this. If Xiao Yin truly ran out of ammunition, he would come to him for crossbows. The bronze crossbows were easy to train with, and did not require much strength to operate, making them convenient for mass equipping. The crossbow bolts used bronze tips, which had far greater penetration power than bone or obsidian tips, and the key was that they could be recycled. Lin Ye aimed to force Xiao Yin to equip a large number of bronze crossbows. The half-hearted arms deal was thus put to rest. Lin Ye began to focus on his work. As the strong man of the team, Lin Ye's designated task was to carry logs. He lifted the logs and placed them on a fixed platform. Two women pulled a bronze saw, cutting them into wooden planks. These woods were not only used for making barrels, but also for crafting the shafts of crossbow bolts. Sawing wood was hard work, yet many rushed to do it. This was because sawing wood offered the best exercise for strength. After that crazy episode, everyone in the camp had a talent boost, leading to a fitness craze. Those training for strength rushed to saw wood, chisel stones, and forge. Meanwhile, those training for agility busied themselves gathering firewood, digging sweet potatoes, and transporting supplies. There were also some lazy practitioners who were not truly working, merely wanting to develop their abs and curves. Everyone openly despised such laziness, but secretly emulated it. There was no helping it. After eating their fill, they wanted to work on their bodies. It was instinct. Moreover, having a good physique now truly had its benefits. Lin Ye was carrying logs when Li Qingqing arrived. Squad leader, I found some important intelligence in the regional and trading channels. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye quickly stopped working. What's the situation? Li Qingqing walked into the room and Lin Ye followed. The door closed behind them. This was a newly made wooden door and solid wall, providing much better sound insulation. Discussing matters here had a degree of confidentiality. Lin Ye initially thought little of it, but Li Qingqing's actions began to become inappropriate. Aren't we discussing things? Squad leader, it's a special time, I couldn't help myself. Half an hour later, Lin Ye slapped a hand down. Next time don't do that. If it delays the matter, it'll punish you by not allowing you to receive boosts for 10 days. Li Qingqing smiled. So will you hit me now, or listen to what I have to say? Hurry up and tell me. Lin Ye replied irritably. Only then did Li Qingqing become serious. I discovered that Carlos has been acquiring a lot of vines, suspecting he is making vine armor. That's quite normal. Lin Ye nodded, noticing the defensive effects of vine armor against arrows. He must also want to promote it. Li Qingqing expressed her concern. Could he be planning to attack us? Recently a few hundred people have come, he might feel strong enough. Lin Ye remained silent, calculating whether their stock of crossbow bolts was sufficient for a defensive battle. The women now had undergone practical training in defending strongholds, showing considerable organization. The only worry was that the locals, once equipped with vine armor, would weaken the power of their crossbow bolts. Lin Ye abruptly stood up and went to the cooking area. Take the wild boar jerky we made earlier, cut off the fat and render, also melt the fish oil for use. The most effective way to deal with vine armor was through fire attacks. Regardless of whether Carlos would bring the locals, he needed to be prepared ahead of time. Suddenly Lin Ye had an idea. If he could make a batch of earthen jars fired to a semi-ceramic state and modify them into Molotov cocktails, they should be very effective. So he assigned tasks to the two girls who were making pottery. During this fitness era, the workforce at the pottery kiln was dwindling. Now only Su Wan and Qin Shasha were forced to make pottery. Su Wan wanted to create her own magical tool. Qin Shasha was stuck in this position because she had awakened her pottery making. Qin Shasha complained, squad leader, our tasks are already heavy enough, and now we have to make these Molotov cocktails. We can barely keep up. They all think making pottery is dirty and does not build physical strength, so we are the most unfortunate ones. The resentment of the two was almost tangible. Then what do you suggest we do to solve this problem? Lin Ye found himself at a loss. Previously everyone avoided tough tasks, but now they were rushing to do the heavy lifting. He couldn't say they were wrong. Su Wan had obviously been brewing her suggestion for a while, and immediately proposed, let's have those who only know how to work on their physique after eating come over to work. Qin Shasha added, and the volunteers. Within a week each person must work 30 hours at the pottery kiln, or they won't be allowed to receive their talent boosts. Lin Ye did not expect that this matter would turn into a reward and punishment system. To appease the two disgruntled employees, Lin Ye spent an hour engaging in deep ideological exchange. Then he had them propose this system at the tribal meeting. Leaving the pottery kiln, Lin Ye scratched his head, feeling something was off. Wait, why do I feel a bit like that now? At the camp's entrance, Chen Na led a gray wolf running, and the little she-wolf is back. The little she-wolf had been enjoying divine envoy treatment on Carlos' side, and had gained quite a bit of weight. The little she-wolf says that Carlos and those locals have all left by boat. Chen Na said excitedly, the stone fortress is empty now, or should we take it back? It's a large and well-equipped stone fortress, enough to house hundreds of people. Lin Ye doubted the authenticity of this information. Can the little she-wolf express such a complex idea? Chen Na responded, shouldn't we go check it out? Then let's go for a trip. Lin Ye immediately headed to the other end of the island, with Chen Na. In the coconut grove, the stone fortress indeed had no one around. Everyone has withdrawn. Oh, could they be going to attack Xiao Yin and his group? Lin Ye quickly contacted Xiao Yin. All the hundreds of people on my side have withdrawn. I suspect they are coming to attack you. This group of locals has Carlos as their advisor and is equipped with vine armor. Be careful. Thanks, brother. He'll prepare right. Xiao Yan did not feel nervous upon receiving the news, but rather a bit excited. Earlier he boasted about having over 2,000 locals. Now that a day had passed, and the locals hadn't shown up, everyone was exhausted from searching the forest. Many tribes were expressing grievances. If Carlos led a few hundred people to strike, it would confirm Xiao Yan's claims of inside information. After notifying Xiao Yan, Lin Ye felt that given Carlos' shrewdness, it was unlikely he would go to become cannon fodder. Several hundred locals against Xiao Yan's claimed over 1,000 was clearly a thankless task. Lin Ye decided to gather genuine inside information. Chief, have you recalled the local team that Carlos belongs to? Alex initially did not take this message seriously, but soon became suspicious. She had been with the chief all along and confirmed that there was no order to recall the Tudorson team. Xiao Yan was inciting the Dragon Kingdom to create trouble on Copper Island. The chief should have been increasing strength to eliminate this instigator first. Alexis found the tribal chief and inquired about his plans regarding Tudorson and Carlos. The chief responded with a look. Alexis had a foreboding feeling. During this time her relationship with Carlos had become so strained that they hadn't spoken. Her woman's intuition led Alexis to suspect that Carlos and Tudorson had returned with people to confront her. Carlos and Tudorson have already left the southern 12 islands. If it weren't for your orders, what would they dare to do? The tribal chief upon hearing this erupted in fury. Xiao Yan. What they should be doing now is killing that Xiao Yan. Without my command, how dare they return? At that moment Carlos and Tudorson, accompanied by Tobiel, had taken control of the dock and were heading towards the chief's stone fortress. We were defeated on Copper Island. The brothers who went out are still adrift at sea with no food or water. Pick up your weapons, gather at the chief's stone fortress, reclaim Copper Island, and rescue our brothers. Tugerson's subordinates spread the news from house to house. This was not a rumor, but accurate information that Carlos had obtained from the chat channels. Among the many tribes there were always some who liked to boast in the channels. Carlos extracted the details of the battle on Copper Island from their mouths. He then distilled this information into talking points and taught the tribal warriors to spread it around. Soon many tribal people responded and gathered. In the port each of the more than 100 families could muster 2 or 3 strong men. This contributed nearly 300 armed forces to Tugerson. They marched along the way recruiting tribal warriors. By the time they reached the chief's stone fortress their numbers had exceeded 1,000. After the tribal chief vented his anger, he discovered that the stone fortress had been surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. The chief's guards, hearing the slogans of these people, mistakenly thought they were truly there to fight and did not intervene. Those shouting slogans believed they were indeed going to reclaim Copper Island. This double misunderstanding led many of the tribal people in the main city to join in. The number of people quickly swelled from over 1,000 to more than 3,000. Seeing the dense crowd and the angry faces, the tribal chief felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled the night of bloodshed when his grandfather's father had killed his grandfather. Chief, they are rebelling. Quickly, Alexis saw that both Carlos and Tugerson were among them and immediately understood their intentions. The chief cast a disappointed glance at Alexis. How could this woman be so foolish? Once they declared them rebels, she would be killed by them immediately. Did she really think the chief could act with impunity? Fight! Reclaim Copper Island. The chief drew his bronze machete, his face pale with rage, and marched towards the tribal warriors. He deliberately avoided Tugerson's subordinates and made his way into the midst of the city residents. Quick attack, Tugerson. Carlos urged in a low voice, panic in his eyes. Tugerson's lips twitched slightly, revealing a bitter smile. Kill the chief in front of so many people. We wouldn't be able. Gathering warriors in the name of reclaiming Copper Island is truly a foolish idea. Then what do we do now? Carlos' face turned ashen as he trembled backward. Tobiel grabbed Carlos by the collar. Whiteskin, you said I would be able to become chief. When I returned, are you going back on? Carlos looked at the boy before him, trembling even more violently. Tobiel's bloodshot eyes and manic expression, holding a bronze knife, swayed before Carlos, threatening to inflict another wound at any moment. The allure of becoming chief, coupled with the emotions stirred by the slogans, had ignited the boy completely. Especially the thrill of having countless people following him with weapons when he raised his arm made him feel like he was already the chief. Therefore, when he saw Carlos and Tugerson attempting to back down, he immediately took on the role of commander, ready to slay them. Tobiel, you can only become chief when the old chief returns to the embrace of the blood god. To save his life, Carlos had no choice but to brainwash Tobiel on the spot. Now someone must send the chief back to the blood god's embrace. These words completely unlocked Tobiel's memories. He recalled the legends of the strongest warriors. A certain chief, indulging in pleasure, lost his strength and was killed by a stronger warrior. Only the strongest warrior could become chief. Tobiel remembered the scene of his father defeating competitors in duels. Now I am the strongest warrior. Tobiel seemed to be floating above the clouds, weaving through the crowd with light steps. Soon he arrived in front of the chief. The chief saw it was his youngest son and thought he had finally escaped. He could not believe that this cowardly son would dare to rebel. He must have been coerced by Tugerson. Now that his son had returned, his odds of winning were even greater. Just as the chief revealed a triumphant smile, Tobiel suddenly shouted, "Father, the blood god is calling you." Then he began to slash wildly with his knife. The crowd erupted in a tidal wave of roars and shouts. Fear, anger, panic, confusion. Countless emotion. The hot-blooded tribal warriors, immersed in fantasies of battle and slaughter, suddenly saw someone attacking the chief and erupted in fury. They too pulled out their weapons and began to fight. Unable to distinguish friend from foe, it quickly turned into a chaotic scene of killing anyone they saw. Madman, Tobiel has gone mad. Tuggerson cursed angrily. What did you say to him? Carlos trembled continuously, but his mind remained clear. No matter what, Tobiel cannot die. We must save him. Tuggerson immediately called out, rallying his subordinates. Fight! Follow me. He did not use the tribal language, but instead the language that Carlos had taught him. When Tuggerson first learned this language from Carlos, he had envisioned using it to command these people. Only in this way could he make these people truly belong to his forces. These tribal people, under the pressure from the giant and Tuggerson's concentrated training, were far more organized than those who had spontaneously gathered. They quickly surrounded Tuggerson and Carlos, fighting their way through and rescuing Tobiel, who had been slashed countless times. Carlos checked on the brave young man, quickly bandaged his wounds and urged, he's still alive. Hurry. Tuggerson led the group through the encirclement, disappearing into the night. The chief did not return to the stone fortress. The entire stone fortress was plunged into chaos. Erica. Alexis stumbled back into the room of the stone fortress only to see the empty bed, and she cursed angrily. Erica, how could you leave me and run away? You treacherous little bitch. Have you forgotten the insults I suffered in your place? You despicable person. The chief was nowhere to be found, and her companions had abandoned her. Alexis could only seek help in the tribal channel. Who will save me? All around are crazed tribesmen. They will kill me. Karina, are you with Carlos? Answer me. Just after shouting a couple of times, Alexis saw a notification. You have been banned by Carlos from speaking. The chief was rescued by the crowd and disappeared without a trace. The rebels hurriedly retreated back to the port town. The chief's stone fortress suddenly fell into a state of abandonment. At first, these guards tried to hold their ground at the stone fortress, but upon confirming that there was no threat to attack, their morale quickly slackened. As subordinates of the fallen chief, they either faced death in battle or had to submit to the new chief. Now that the old chief seemed unlikely to return, and the new chief had not come to take over, the guards began to seek their own paths. Most people resorted to stealing a few things, slipping out under the cover of night to find a place to hide, waiting for the storm to pass before re-emerging. The locals had no registration or census. Recognition relied entirely on appearance. As long as they hid for a while until acquaintances died or forgot about them, the fleeing guards could return and continue being. However, some clever ones with unique interests wanted to experience the chief's pleasures and began to search room by room for the two white-skinned girls. Erica had long since escaped. Alexis, all alone, could only move from room to room, playing hide and seek with. She originally wanted to seek help from others in the tribe, but everyone else was imprisoned to work hard and could not save her. No one was willing to come to her rescue. Upon learning of her relationship with the chief, her former companions only looked down on her. When Carlos forbade her from speaking in the tribe's channel, Alexis fell into despair. God, can you hear my prayer? If this is your test for me, please tell me how to deal with it. Alexis crouched in the corner of the room, kneeling on the ground, silently praying. The deity did not respond, but a message appeared. In Carlos' native team, there is the chief's son, right? He likely returned this time to eliminate the chief and support that child in taking power, positioning himself as a regent or something. Alexis, have you reconciled with Carlos? If not, you will need a miracle. Lin Ye from the Lin Ye tribe. This prophet-driven and quite lecherous fellow. Alexis originally did not want to engage with him, but now Lin Ye's message became her lifeline. Faced with these natives and feeling powerless to resist, she could only resort to faking a miracle to scare them off. What kind of miracle? Alexis quickly replied. Lin Ye, having eaten his fill, was reclining by the fire. A group of women nearby was rolling dice, competing for order. Originally they had drawn lots, but some felt that the sense of participation was too weak and did not allow them to fully leverage their luck and strength. They carved dice from wood and decided the outcome through size comparison fairly and openly. Suddenly Lin Ye changed from his languid demeanor and sat up straight. Alexis had replied. This indicated that she and Carlos were still in opposition. Was the chief so powerful that he could make her follow him wholeheartedly? The most effective miracle can only be chosen based on your current situation. Lin Ye wanted to extract more information. Realizing that Alexis' situation might not be very safe, he also did not want to risk sending the wolf out. Summoning a divine envoy is only effective when communication is possible. If a fight has already broken out, I can send weapons. If you are in a high place, then sending stones directly to you would be more effective. Summoning a meteorite should be shocking enough for the natives, right? Seeing Lin Ye's message, Alexis gritted her teeth. He was indeed a cunning fellow. But exactly what she needed right now. Now that the chief is missing, I am trapped in the stone fortress surrounded by guards who want to capture me. They are about to search the room where I am hiding. Alexis reported her situation in detail. What the hell, the chief is missing? Lin Ye was shocked and couldn't help but respect Carlos' capabilities. As a captive, being able to incite the native leader who commands troops to successfully revolt is indeed a formidable character. Where's Carlos? Lin Ye asked again. He ran off with Tuggerson and Tobiel. To prove that she still had a fighting chance, Alexis emphasized, he and Tuggerson are still at a disadvantage once those who support the chief realize that death will not be far off for them. It seems Carlos has not successfully revolted yet. Lin Ye pondered. So now you mainly need to intimidate the disordered. Lin Ye quickly brainstormed ideas for Alexis. Out of camaraderie with his fellow compatriots, he had to help Alexis. I am a great internationalist warrior. I have a Molotov cocktail here. Once you ignite it and throw it pretending to summon flames, it might scare off the native guards. Lin Ye immediately fetched the improved Molotov cocktail. Or rather a fireball was more reliable. The clay bottle filled with grease would solidify in a while, and throwing it would just scatter burning debris with poor flame spattering effects. Lin Ye simply changed it into a fireball. A small ball bound with palm fronds coated in grease, then wrapped in a layer of clay. Once ignited and held in hand, it could burn safely. When thrown, it would shatter the clay shell and become a fireball. It was quite effective for arson and very cost-effective. This was originally a magic tool made for herself by Su Wan. Lin Ye thought it would be quite effective for the cool factor, so he decided to promote it as a flagship product. When Alexis saw Lin Ye's message, she turned her gaze towards the torch on the wall. Isn't throwing the torch the same? But in order to preserve her life and innocence, she couldn't help but think a little deeper. Throwing a torch lacks surprise and mystery. Having a fire bottle suddenly appear from the palm is more visually impactful. I want the Molotov cocktail. In order to gain Lin Ye's trust, Alexis directly placed the gold jewelry, given by the chief, into the item delivery slot. Carlos had ultimately been careless. He revoked her speaking rights, but did not revoke her item delivery rights. Thus Alexis could still use the points earned by Carlos to continue sending items. Seeing the gold jewelry in the delivery state, he couldn't help but grin. Looks like suffering a bit made him learn to respect commercial rules. As a grand opening promotion, Lin Ye threw 10 Molotov cocktails to Alexis. How to ignite them was up to the customer. Alexis took out a half-dry clay ball. Seeing the clay ball, which was unclear whether it was round or oval, and had a clear palm print, she couldn't help but grimace. What a swindler. Of course he wouldn't provide good goods. But now she had no choice. Removing the torch from the wall, Alexis held the torch in one hand and the clay ball in the other. She kicked the door open. Go to hell, scum. Alexis' expression twisted as she ignited the clay ball, ready to throw it. Suddenly, she noticed a line of numbers on the clay ball. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go. This thing is go. Alexis' eyes widened in fear as she quickly threw it. However, when the clay ball hit the ground, it broke apart, revealing a mass of oily core that burned slowly like a candle. The anticipated explosion or flame spattering did not happen at all. That line of numbers was a timer. It meant that burning for a while longer would melt the grease, resulting in a better effect. The intimidation effect of the fireball on the tribal soldier was overshadowed by the fierce expression of Alex. They glanced at the burning object by their feet, then looked at Alex's furious face, feeling quite bewildered. To their surprise, this seemingly weak and delicate girl had such a side to her. There was a hint of the tribal women in her. This made things even more exciting. Haha, you are mine now. The tribal soldiers swarmed forward. Alex had no choice but to take out another mud ball, ignite it, and throw it. This time it hit one of the tribal men on the forehead. With a crack, the greasy ball burst open, sticking to his forehead and burning against his flesh. Arg. It's so hot. The tribal man finally felt the pain, frantically scratching at his head, quickly throwing the greasy ball away. In the process, he burned his fingers. You dare to burn me. When I catch you, I will make you cry all night. The enraged tribal man pushed aside others and charged directly at Alex. Alex hurriedly threw out a fireball and ran away. Surrounded by tribal soldiers, she could only run upstairs. In a chase, she reached the watchtower beside the stone fortress. From her elevated position, there was only one way down. Alex's fireball finally posed some threat. The tribal men noticed she had thrown a fireball and quickly realized something was amiss as another one appeared in their hands. She couldn't possibly carry that many fireballs. Where was she getting them from? They began to recall the miraculous feats performed by Carlos earlier. Summoning objects from thin air. Did she really possess divine power? Just then Alex realized she had run out of fireballs. Lin, you give me fireballs. Alex shouted in panic, forgetting she could call them with her mind. So many fire bottles, and they didn't scare the tribal men. Lin Ye gained a new understanding of Alex's foolishness. If Su Wan were here, 10 fireballs would be enough to create a useless. They are not afraid of fireballs. Alex directly blamed the product quality. Lin Ye replied, if that's the case, giving you more fire bottles won't scare the tribal men either. You can't ignore me. Alex urged, I gave you gold, you can't possibly give me just these few fireballs. Communicating with this woman was truly difficult. Lin Ye rubbed his forehead and asked, what position are you in now? Since they aren't scared, we will have to use something lethal. Alex looked down and assessed her surroundings. I'm in a watchtower, and the tribal men are climbing up. Then I'll send you stones, you can throw them to smash them. Lin Ye decisively changed his strategy to save costs. However, delivering stones requires too many points. I have a suggestion, transfer all your points to me. No way, that's mine. Alex paused mid-sentence. She suddenly realized that these points belonged to Carlos. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice came through again. Listen, right now these points are Carlos' strategic resources. If you don't use them, he will use them to exchange for supplies to deal with you. Cutting off his strategic resources is more important than anything else. Alex understood now. She had the same thought. Without hesitation, she transferred all her thousands of survival points to Lin Ye. Carlos was still busy reorganizing the troops, with Tudorson building defenses and preparing to face the counterattack from the tribal chief. He also dispatched messengers to persuade other small tribes to turn against Carlos. He was unaware that his points had been completely drained due to collusion from within and outside. These points had cost him a lot of resources to obtain. Once Lin Ye had the points, he went to the pile of stones. Earlier, for defense, he had specially stacked many stones in the camp. They were the size of sheep's heads, multi-edged, capable of rolling and causing injury when they hit. Receiving his first order to sell stones, Lin Ye generously deployed several tons of stones. With so many stones, even if they didn't kill the tribal men, they would be enough to build a decent tomb for Alex. providing a full-service experience from life to death. Die. Alex erupted again, grabbing a stone and throwing it at the tribal man. From her high vantage point, the stone's impact was quite formidable. Soon a tribal man was hit, bleeding and crying. His nose had been smashed. Where did the stones come from? Why does she have so many stones? No, she summoned the stones from the void. Divine power. It must be divine power. The tribal men finally began to feel apprehensive. They were not afraid of the stone's power, but rather the supernatural effect of the stones appearing out of nowhere. Alex felt the thrill of throwing, screaming, and standing in the watchtower like a madwoman, taking out stones and throwing them at anyone she saw. Some tribal men were fleeing with their heads in their hands, while others knelt on the ground, trembling and pleading for mercy. Alex finally calmed down. They were scared. My miracle has finally succeeded in performing. Submit to me or die. The power granted to me by the gods will crush every ant that dares to defy me. Alex entered performance mode, attempting to subdue the tribal men. Surrender. Submit. You are the female. The tribal men knelt on the ground, shouting loudly. After the chaos and madness, they finally regained their sanity in the face of the threat of mysterious power. Living without a chief was truly terrifying. They had to establish a new chief to continue their previous way of life. These more than a dozen tribal soldiers were both intimidated by Alex's miraculous power to conjure stones and believed that she had received some powerful blessing from the old chief and the blood god. Thus, with no psychological burden, they decided to follow Alex. Of course, this following was temporary. If a stronger chief appeared, they would also adapt to the situation. Alex knew these guys couldn't be fully trusted. Their fragile loyalty could be provoked by instincts, and they could turn into beasts at any moment. Alex said, "Go find me women, strong women, as many as possible. I will form my own guard and you all can be generals. I mean, you can have your own subordinates." The dozen or so tribal men, still in a frenzy of devotion, quickly ran off to carry out the tasks. By dawn, the stone fortress was bustling with people. Over 200 women along with their men and children fortified the stone fortress. Meanwhile, the initial followers leveraged the orders of the female chief to gather a group of warriors for themselves. Some had few, while others had dozens. Alex inexplicably gained control over nearly 1,000 people. When Carlos learned that Alex had become the owner of the stone fortress, he was both surprised and relieved. Alex's ability to cause such a stir indicated that the chief was likely injured and unconscious, unable to control the situation. Meanwhile, Alex's limited ability made it impossible for her to organize a large army to attack him and Tudgerson. The more Carlos thought about it, the more excited he became. He found Tudgerson and Tober announcing excitedly, "Now we should have it." Tudgerson immediately understood and said to Tober, "Tober, you should announce to everyone that you are the new chief." Tober asked in confusion, "Wasn't I the chief yesterday?" Carlos and Tudgerson exchanged knowing smiles, feeling to enhance the new chief's authority. Carlos truly put in a lot of effort. According to the traditions of his homeland, ascending the throne involves a coronation ceremony, while abdicating requires a guillotine ceremony. Thus, Carlos organized an incredibly grand coronation ceremony. He had a high platform constructed and gathered Tober. Those who were prearranged began to shout slogans among the crowd. Encouraged by the atmosphere, the originally bewildered natives started to join in the shouting. Once the shouts became synchronized, people naturally felt they were part of an extraordinary collective, and a sense of pride welled up within them. The dog whistle effect was immediate. Tober immensely powerful. Tober lead us to defeat our enemies. Tober will never abandon us. The leader of the slogans began to set the rhythm. The natives loved these words and began to shout along without hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, their inner hopes transformed into descriptions of Tober. The projection of expectation took shape, and everyone looked at the foolish-looking youth on the platform, feeling he was handsome, wise, and powerful. Tober, look, everyone supports you. Carlos appeared very excited, his face full of enthusiasm, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a white-robed wizard with a deep, impassioned, yet slightly trembling voice. Tober, look at your subjects, and tell them what you will lead them to do. Look, each of them needs your leadership and longs for your guidance. Tober's face flushed with excitement. Although everything was rehearsed, he felt like a marionette. However, being cheered by so many people made him feel he possessed ultimate power, resembling a true chief. No chief had ever been supported by so many people. Those old-timers only knew how to intimidate others through murder and sacrifice. I, Tober, am an unprecedented chief. Tober could not help but express his inner thoughts. This line had not been taught. Carlos and Tudgerson couldn't help but furrow their brows. Fortunately, Tober's improvisational skills were weak, and he only managed to create this one line. Next, he recited Carlos' lines. I, Tober, your chief, will lead you to defeat the enemies and march toward victory. Victory, victory, victory. I, Tober, desire nothing but victory. Tober paused for a moment at Carlos' reminder. The leader of the slogans began to cheer, Tober. The crowd erupted once more lively than a rock concert. Follow me and you will receive the most honorable death, returning to the embrace of the blood god with unprecedented glory. Another wave of cheers erupted for Tober. The blood angel will watch over you and bless you. She will guide your souls to heaven, providing you with any pleasures you desire, endless food, houses built of stone, and the men or women you wish for. When you have enjoyed all that you desire, the blood god will guide you into a new life. Your next life will become even stronger, and your souls will become richer upon returning to heaven. As Tober spoke, the leader of the slogans incited the crowd to cheer. By the time Tober finished speaking, every person below the platform looked at him with fervor, eager to die for him. At that moment, the harmonious singing of children suddenly echoed. The ethereal and melodious humming, though unintelligible, felt soul-stirring. Everyone fell silent, listening intently. Boom. A loud bang resonated from the sky. Petals and green leaves appeared out of nowhere. Due to time constraints, Carlos had to make do with a few green leaves instead of enough petals. Everyone fell silent, listening intently. Boom. A loud bang resonated from the sky. Petals and green leaves appeared out of nowhere. Due to time constraints, Carlos had to make do with as the statue lowered, people could finally see that she held a floral crown in her hands. Under Carlos' gaze, Tober knelt. The statue descended upon Tober's head, placing the floral crown down. The inner side of the crown was smeared with fish glue, sticking directly onto Tober's head. Then another shower of flowers fell. The statue soared into the sky, disappearing into the watchtower over 10 meters high. The keen-eyed natives saw the statue automatically return to its seat, prompting another round of astonished gasps. The Blood Angel crowns Tober. Tober is the chief, blessed by the Blood Angel. Carlos announced excitedly. This time there was no need for anyone to lead the slogans. The crowd began to echo Blood Angel. Tober. Everyone was so self-aware that the slogan leader felt anxious about losing his job. Tober, our noble chief, your coronation has won the support of everyone. Carlos excitedly summarized the event. At this moment, Tober found this pale-skinned man extremely pleasing to the eye. This was the chief's most trustworthy assistant. Carlos, you did well, and I am very satisfied. Once we capture Alexis, I will hand her over to you for disposal. Tober had fully embraced the role of chief and understood how to win over his subordinates. Carlos' cheeks twitched, feeling quite awkward, but still half-kneeled in gratitude. Thank you for the chief's generosity and mercy. The natives did not understand what mercy meant. However, Carlos believed that with constant indoctrination of this idea, they would eventually learn. It all started with Tober. Noticing that Tober had forgotten about Tudgerson, Carlos quickly reminded him. Chief, we are facing the most brutal battle. Please hand over the warriors to Tudgerson for command. Tober still harbored grievances about Tudgerson taking away his men and reluctantly said, Tudgerson, you won't let me down, will you? Tudgerson began to mumble in his heart, but his face showed no expression. Chief, I will definitely defeat any of your enemies. Good, go gather them and prepare for battle. Tober was also quite confused, not knowing who he should fight. All he knew was that his warriors had fallen into Tudgerson's. As a chief, he absolutely could not allow other leaders to be stronger than himself, whether in personal strength or the number of subordinates. Tober decided to have a good talk with Carlos. A more powerful chief's guard must be established. The coronation ceremony was successfully completed and the chief returned to his comfortable little hut. The house used to be a lumber warehouse. After Carlos sold the lumber to Lin Ye, it had remained empty, as there had been. Now it was repurposed into the chief's temporary palace. It was called a palace mainly because there were many young female natives. All were carefully selected and were not wearing clothes. When Tober arrived, he forgot all his worries. For the real troubles had fallen onto Carlos' shoulders. We are running out of food, Tudgerson said solemnly, his eyes showing a hint of panic. Without food, these people will The port town had no food production capacity. Its existence was merely to receive tribute materials from other isles. However, due to the chaos caused by the survivors, many tribes on the isles had not sent supplies for a long time. Carlos remained calm and immediately thought of purchasing food. He sought out Xiao Yan to propose a trade for food. Xiao Yan was also tightening his belt to get by, but he agreed without hesitation. I have plenty of food. What will you exchange for it? Carlos, not wanting to part with resources for trading, directly stated, points. I will exchange points for food. One had no goods, the other had no money, yet the negotiation went very smoothly. Xiao Yan was unaware of what Carlos had done and directly contacted Lin Ye to report. Carlos asked me to trade food. It seems the natives are experiencing a famine. This is a good opportunity. You can ambush them and drive them back. Lin Ye was currently in an awkward position, panting, as if he had been climbing stairs, and his awareness of the message he was replying to was intermittent. They have long since returned. Carlos, along with the natives, has gone back to rebel. The old chief's fate is unknown. Alex has taken over the chief's stone fort. Now the natives on the island seem to be divided into 3 factions. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily displayed a groundhog expression. What's going on? Why has there been an uproar? How powerful is Carlos now? You must be careful, brother. This was indeed a pertinent point. The more natives Carlos controlled, the more dangerous it became. This was also Lin Ye's reason for supporting Alex. However, Alex was simply too incompetent. Not only was she foolish, but she was also prone to backstab. Lin Ye felt it was too difficult. However, even if the mud couldn't be propped up against the wall, it was worth a try. Lin Ye sent a message to Alex. Carlos now controls the port. It's likely that the natives who retreated from Copper Island will also be recruited by him. The number of natives he could command would soon exceed 2,000, and the biggest problem at the moment was the lack of food. Upon receiving this message, Alex immediately became furious. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ye sent another message that made her even more despondent. Carlos has also assimilated the natives' faith through the Blood Angel, and there's also Tober, who is a more legitimate candidate for chief. If he makes Tober the chief, it will be easy for him to persuade the natives to switch sides. Alex suddenly felt as if the world was spinning. She even thought about surrendering to Carlos. After all, it was just the way things were. After experiencing so much, she had grown accustomed to it. However, recalling how she had secretly emptied Carlos' points made her hesitate. and with Carlos silencing her and joining forces with others to isolate her. Alex couldn't bear to imagine the consequences of surrendering. Among the natives, she at least held a position above others. On Carlos' side, she not only had to endure his torment, but also faced mental bullying from others. Just thinking about it was enough to drive her crazy. Moreover, being a chief and receiving the respect of those serving her was indeed an easily addictive feeling. Once one tasted the flavor of power, it was hard to give up regardless of whether it was obtained through deceit or trickery. Unable to think of any countermeasures, Alex had no choice but to continue seeking help from Lin Ye. What should I do? Carlos' points were emptied at your suggestion. You bear some responsibility and cannot just abandon me. Lin Ye had already finished his tasks, having sunk into a tub filled with hot water, resting his head on the edge of the tub, closing his eyes to relax. So comfortable. It would be perfect if there were some fruit. Having bought a fresh juicy peach from the mall, Lin Ye took a big bite, savoring the sweetness. Upon seeing Alex reply, his previously good mood turned irritable. This foolish woman actually dared to threaten him with such a ridiculous reason. What responsibility? Wasn't it a fair trade between both sides? Although the stones only cost less than 100 points to deliver, they still required labor and incurred costs. Damn, are you out of your mind? I already told you what Carlos has done. Why can't you learn from it? Lin Ye scolded without reservation. Carlos has no food, so you should gather food to tempt his subordinates to rebel. He is promoting the Blood Angel faith, so he has made Tober the chief. And aren't you a chief now? Just say you are carrying the chief's child, a divine scion, with supernatural powers. Isn't this what you were doing before? Alex, bombarded by Lin Ye's rapid-fire scolding, felt dizzy. In her anger, she wanted to retort, but suddenly realized something terrifying. She wasn't even pregnant yet. The native chief had only 2 sons, and they had already grown up. This indicated that in that regard, he was already impotent. This was a disaster for Alex, who had struggled for so long without any sign of progress. Now she only had a worthless promise. How could she cash it in? Alex immediately conveyed this concern to Lin Ye. Do I also need to help you with this? Don't you have any natives around? The natives don't have paternity testing technology. Who the hell would know if your child is the chief's? In the past, Lin Ye had a bit of interest in the big horse, but now with his high moral standards and refined character, he had no desire to entertain such trivial matters. He only wanted to spend every ounce of his energy and time maintaining the unity of the tribe. Lin Ye's words opened Alex's perspective. There was no concept of Morishio among the native tribes, who said that a chief's son must be the chief's son. No, now that she was the chief's son was naturally the chief's son, but he didn't necessarily have to be the son of a specific man. She immediately summoned those 10 or so original followers. These 10 former native guards, now the leaders of the natives, looked quite haggard, as if they hadn't slept and had been exhausted. Even their gazes towards the female chief had become a lot clearer. Upon seeing their condition, Alex's anger flared. Last night these guys had caused quite a stir in the stone fort. Her guard members had been busy putting out fires all night. These people didn't seem very competent. Alex sighed silently. She decided to establish a mechanism to manage this group more effectively, especially to control their instincts. Letting you all stay in the stone fort last night was a special privilege I granted you as the new chief. From today on, only those who have made outstanding contributions will be allowed to share the night watch with the team members. Alex devised a set of reasoning to cover up last night's scandal and began to set rules for them. Ulu or Fido, you have recruited the most warriors, so you may each select a team member to be your assistant for 1 month. The start of setting rules was to offer a little incentive. Upon hearing this, the 2 native leaders were overjoyed. After last night's craziness, they had worried that the chief would hold them accountable and had been anxious all morning. Now that the chief had directly announced this as a benefit, their previously anxious hearts not only didn't settle down, but were about to leap out of their throats. The thought of being able to choose an assistant from among hundreds of guard members was thrilling. Plus it lasted for a month. The chief truly understood us. Although others did not receive this reward, they were still filled with anticipation. After all, as long as they did well in their work, everyone had a chance at rewards. Moreover, those 2 fellows had the most people. If she expressed dissatisfaction, she could very well get beaten. Then Alex announced an even stricter rule. All girls in the tribe must first serve in the chief's guard after reaching adulthood. Of course, the chief was merciful. Those who were too unattractive would not need to serve. Chief! Chief! Alex! Alex! The native leaders shouted joyously from the bottom of their hearts. Such rewards were far more tangible than any faith. This was the true good chief for the natives. They even hoped that the old chief was truly dead. By the way, that Tober should not even think about returning. Both native regimes quickly won the loyalty of their subjects. Who would win in the end was truly uncertain. Brother, when will your food be delivered? Carlos was still grappling with Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan continued to negotiate without any bargaining power. The food is too bulky and the delivery is too expensive. You need to give me points first. Carlos himself had defaulted before, so he was naturally unwilling to give points first. However, Xiaoyan remained obstinate and he had to take a step back. Give me 10 points first and deliver a cubic meter of food. It's really urgent. Carlos opened the panel, instinctively glancing at his balance. 15 points. Carlos' eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Still 15 points. Where are my points? I had over 1,000 points and I exchanged so many things for this. Carlos was unaware that his previous points had been 0. These 15 points were only settled last night. Carlos was quite clever and immediately thought of an insider. He checked the points transfer record. Alexis. It was indeed her. Bitch. How dare you steal my points? He looked at the transfer target Lin Ye. It was actually him. Alexis had colluded with Lin Ye. Carlos had grown accustomed to betrayals after so many times. Compared to his anger towards Alexis, Carlos was more concerned about what Alexis had bought from Lin Ye. With Alexis' personality, she would never give away so many points for nothing. Carlos immediately approached Lin Ye. What did Alexis buy from you? Lin Ye answered candidly. She was besieged by the natives in the chieftain's stone fortress. I delivered stones to her for a meteor shower performance which intimidated the natives, and she has already been supported as the female chieftain with her influence rapidly covering the main city. Not only did he answer the question, but he also provided additional information almost saying Alexis has developed hurry and attack her. Lin Ye's greatest concern now was still Alexis merging with Carlos. Not only did he answer the question, but he also provided additional information almost saying Alexis has developed hurry and attack her. Lin Ye's greatest concern now was still Alexis. Upon reading Lin Ye's message, Carlos' first reaction was disbelief. Alexis, female chieftain. This must be a joke. Carlos was skeptical, yet he was eager to launch an attack on the natives' main city. With no food left and nowhere to trade, he could only go out and rob. Winning would yield food. Losing would at least reduce the number of people to feed. After all, it was the natives who would die if he wouldn't lose anything. Carlos immediately opened the panel and expelled Alexis from the group members list. You have been expelled from the 191 group by Carlos. Alexis received the notification stunned. Carlos, although she clearly understood the reason for her expulsion, she couldn't help but feel angry. You want to kick me out, huh? I will establish my own group. Alexis quickly operated on the panel and was pleasantly surprised to find that she had become the leader. I can finally awaken my talent on my own without waiting for Carlos to grant permission. Alexis immediately proceeded with the operation. Then she burst into a furious curse. Carlos, you liar. You said awakening talent only required points, but you deceived us claiming we needed your permission. She once had the ability to operate with over 1,000 points, yet due to Carlos' manipulation, she had never thought of awakening her talent. The humiliation and anger of being deceived and fooled made Alexis smash everything in the room. Carlos, when I catch you, I will make you wish you were dead. Alexis cursed through gritted teeth for a long time before once again finding Lin Ye. Give me points, you propose the terms. Upon seeing this message, Lin Ye thought Alexis had changed her mind. Chieftain Alexis, our transaction should have ended. Given that Lin Ye respected her authority, Alexis decided not to argue with this greedy guy for the time being. This is a new transaction. Alexis said proudly. I have established a new group, and I am the only member. Have things really soured completely? Lin Ye was quite surprised. I need gold, Lin Ye said. Alexis' smile vanished. Gold was now hers. She liked gold, and was unwilling to squander it like this. I don't need too many points, there's no need to pay with gold. Alexis politely declined. Alone, and in dire need of external support, she had also learned to be courteous. Lin Ye's small probe revealed that Alexis still didn't know that gold could be exchanged for shop coins. That made it even more important for him to get her gold. The natives' main city had large-scale smelting workshops, and if Alexis exchanged gold coins for iron, or she could obtain iron tools in advance, and they would be large-scale iron equipment. The small forging group, led by Zhou Yuyuan, simply couldn't compete with that. This was something Lin Ye couldn't accept. Chieftain Alexis, you just said that your group only has one person. Lin Ye began to use his silver tongue to persuade her. You need a lot of points to buy over the whites on Carlos' side. As far as I know, Carlos has been preventing others from awakening their talent. He even knows about the internal affairs of the 191 group. Is he a devil? Alexis instinctively grew wary. However, Lin Ye's suggestion was too tempting. Those guys isolated her with Carlos, and Alexis was very unwilling to see them again. But after all, these people were from the same race. Did she really want to live with a group of natives? Alexis wanted to conceive a child with a native, but did not want to live with a native man. They were dirty, rude, and barbaric, certainly not suitable partners. Even if I don't want the whites from the 191 group, I need other whites. Alexis quickly convinced herself. How much gold is 1 point? Congratulations on your surprise prize for becoming chieftain. 1 gram of gold for 1 point. Others need at least 10 grams of gold. Lin Ye didn't want to play fair anymore, he was offering VIP discounts. You might as well go rob. Alexis directly refused. No one could touch her gold. Exchanging gold for points. She would rather save it herself. She tried to add her close guards to the group. Abnormal creatures cannot join your group. Why? Are natives not considered people? For the first time, Alexis hated racism so much. The natives couldn't join the group, and her hope of accumulating points was dead. Alexis could only grit her teeth and accept the exploitation of the unscrupulous merchant. I want 100 points. Alexis managed to send the message with difficulty. Losing 100 grams of gold hurt more than cutting off 100 grams of flesh. But you need to give me points first, though I can't deliver gold right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye transferred 1 point first. Damn it, you miser. Alexis placed a small piece of gold in the item delivery slot. Lin Ye looked at the weight, over 300 grams. The other party seemed not to understand weighing gold. But Lin Ye still gave the full amount of points. I conduct transactions based on integrity. Oh, I want asked for more gold from you. Lin Ye felt that his image was extraordinarily tall at that moment. Alexis was extremely annoyed. Damn it. I should have cut it smaller before putting it in. Fortunately, this time, she hadn't been taken advantage of. She felt much more at ease about trading with Lin Ye. Do you want information on Carlos? Lin Ye continued to provide after-sales service. Alexis perked up. What information? Without making a deal, he didn't consider himself a business partner, and Lin Ye sold without any psychological burden. Carlos is seriously short on food and is looking everywhere to buy it. Did you sell it to him? Alexis was very nervous. Lin Ye, of course I didn't sell him anything to eat. I estimate he will find a way to rob it. Alexis knew he was definitely coming to rob her food. Carlos found Xiao Yan again. Brother, considering our good history of cooperation, sell me 7 cubic units of food. I will exchange it for a stone fortress, the one from your island. Without any points left, Carlos thought of trading real estate for food. As long as it was enough to fill these natives for a meal, it could motivate them to attack the main city. My island has a stone fortress. Or is it Carlos? Xiao Yan finally came to his senses. What Carlos mentioned was Lin Ye's island. That guy Lin Ye is still causing trouble under my name. Xiao Yan was both angry and helpless. He could only forward Carlos trading conditions. The stone fortress on my island is naturally mine. What right does he have to trade it? Lin Ye firmly rejected the notion. Regardless of how the fortress was built, it was on his island, thus it belonged to him. Xiao Yan saw this reply and found it quite reasonable, forwarding it to Carlos. Thief. Rogue. Shameless. Carlos unilaterally announced that their previous strategic understanding had come to an end. His relationship with Xiao Yan would now be merely that of ordinary neighbors. Although they couldn't attack each other, they could lower the expression of their relationship to demonstrate a firm stance. Carlos, with a face full of killing intent, rushed to meet Tudgerson. We can't wait any longer. We must strike immediately. How can we fight when no one is well fed? Tudgerson furrowed his brows. Tell the warriors. Carlos slammed his fist on the table. We won't attack the fortress. Well, just loot instead. As long as we bring back the looted items, individuals can keep half. Upon hearing this, Tudgerson felt no psychological struggle. It was an old tradition for new chiefs to plunder before establishing their rule. I only care about one thing: how will the collected resources be divided? 30% goes to Tober, I want 10%, and the rest is yours. Carlos understood that Tudgerson was the one putting in the effort this time, so he decisively let him take the larger share. Tudgerson immediately revealed a beast-like, ferocious expression. The disgruntled natives, upon learning that half of the plunder would belong to them, immediately perked up and howled as they headed towards the main city. The native main city was, to be precise, a densely populated village. It was a plain with a diameter of over 20 kilometers, scattered into many territories, each occupied by dozens of lords of varying sizes. The chief was the largest lord, directly overseeing a population of over 10,000, and his stone fortress was also the biggest. After taking control of the stone fortress, Alex still hadn't completely managed the direct population. Faced with the rampaging plunder of Carlos and Tudgerson, she had basically no countermeasures. On this day, the two returned with the natives laden with spoils, and not a single person was lost. The massive haul boosted morale. The natives couldn't wait to deliver the loot back and continued down the path of zero-cost acquisition. Carlos thoughtfully introduced logistics and storage services, alleviating the concerns of the looters. That night, Carlos boldly approached Lin Ye. I want to exchange points. I have food, jerky, leather, bronze, silver, and gold. Lin Ye was shocked. Was Alex already defeated? He hurried to offer consolation. Alex showed no signs of defeat, leisurely soaking in a petal bath. Several native women attended to her respectfully. Alex's awakened talent was mental suppression, which directly strengthened to the ultimate talent, mental control. She could impose mental pressure to compel those with lower mental strength to obey her. After applying this on several disobedient native leaders, Alex's authority among the natives suddenly surged. Now no native dared to defy her. Seeing Lin Ye's question, Alex twisted her snake-like waist and sneered. Carlos breached a small lord's fortress perfectly, helping me eliminate a thorn who refused to submit. Now 6 lords have sworn loyalty to me. Carlos' actions were akin to a fierce operation, greatly improving her standing among the ranks. This won't do. Neither of them has weakened, instead they've grown stronger. Lin Ye scratched his head, feeling this matter was quite tricky, and decided to restore the most favored trading partner relationship with Carlos. In the end, he used over 200 points to purchase the resources in Carlos' possession. Converted, it was even more economical than trading gold directly with Alex. Am I too good to Alex? I need to find a way to extract something from her. The gold in the chief's treasury was what Lin Ye does. That accumulation was the work of many generations within this tribal alliance. From the previous chief's grand expenditures, it was clear that the total amount of gold must be quite considerable. Lin Ye sought out Qin Shasha to help Su Wan continue improving the incendiary bottles. The previous incendiary bottles could only be used for arson and had relatively weak combat lethality. Lin Ye wanted to create a throwing version to sell alongside catapults. When Alex and Carlos confronted each other directly, they would understand the power of the vine armor. At that time, the incendiary bottles would be of use. Perhaps it could earn a profit from Alex. If Alex neglected the business, Carlos, who aimed to attack the fortress, would also find it useful. Class leader, making incendiary bottles doesn't require much skill. Is it really necessary for me to go? Qin Shasha, with a hint of baby fat on her face, blushed, her expression shy and suggestive. After all, she had just begun receiving talent bonuses and still felt embarrassed when making requests. Lin Ye understood immediately. Maintaining a serious front. The main issue is that Su Wan's pottery skills are too poor. I need you to guide her. The items we take out for trade must pay attention to their appearance. Su Wan jumped in excitement. Then I want to join too. Class leader, please guide my pottery skills as well. Lin Ye looked towards Qin. The latter bowed her head in silent consent. Lin Ye sighed inwardly, realizing he was truly powerless. For the development of the tribe, he could only put in some effort. Afterward, Lin Ye announced that Qin Shasha and Su-Wan wouldn't need to queue anymore. Studying pottery was of utmost importance. What kind of reason is that? Closed doors, how can we study pottery in the dark? Everyone had their complaints. However, their reasoning was valid and they had no choice but to accept it. While Lin Ye researched luminous pottery. On Copper Island, a bonfire blazed brightly with men and women gathering around singing and dancing, creating a lively atmosphere. After resuming copper production, they could use copper coins to buy food from the marketplace. They finally stabilized their sustenance. Once wealth, they naturally sought spiritual enjoyment. Rock brother, does holding such a social gathering really help? Don't let them unite even more tightly through marriage. A flathead young man leaned close to Xiao Yan's ear, whispering. Xiao Yan shrugged him off. With so many girls present, why are you crowding around me? Hurry up and take action. As long as each of us can win over one, our tribe's numbers can swell to 30. I warn you, don't drop the ball at a critical moment. This is a battle, it's an order. To strengthen his leadership, Xiao Yan racked his brains, drawing inspiration from the story of granting military power through wine to promote population exchanges through marriage, proposing that tribes with more women than men exchange population with those having more men than women through marriage. This suggestion naturally received widespread support. After all, there were no beasts awakened with the talent of producing more children and blessings. Everyone felt that securing a partnership would be considered a success. After all, there was no bride price here. As long as feelings developed, they could form a union. The immense surprise led them to overlook the fact that Xiao Yan's tribe consisted of 15 bachelors, and according to the activity rules, it was only one way. Watching the brothers bustling in every corner, Xiao Yan smiled with satisfaction. In the survival team, is there anyone living better than us? Some love gold, while others cherish brotherhood. Carlos considers himself a person who has transcended base desires and firmly loves his brothers. Upon gaining power, his first action was to free all his companions who had been imprisoned by the natives. He sensed that Alex would rally others within the tribe, so he took steps to win their hearts in advance. The 191 tribe was transported during a scientific expedition in Africa, hunting wildlife. Most members of the expedition were expert scholars and socially elite individuals. Gathering these people not only maintained their daily survival points, but also rapidly enhanced their productivity and when Carlos was on that island in the wilderness, he attempted to absorb the natives as members of the tribe. However, the tribal system did not recognize the natives, merely viewing them as abnormal beings. In other words, the natives were merely NPCs in this survival game, or rather monsters. This realization allowed Carlos to deceive the natives and sacrifice them without any psychological burden. At the same time, he placed greater importance on the whites who had crossed over with him. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. From this day forth you are free. After meeting, Carlos delivered a passionate speech. However, the whites, spiritless from their torment by the natives, did not. For days they had been confined in a quarry doing dirty and hard work, punished, starved, and even subjected to humiliations that were. Meanwhile, Carlos was treated as a guest of honor by the native chief. He could have rescued them long ago, but chose to remain a bystander. What they found most unbearable was that Carlos did not allow them to awaken their talents. If they had awakened their talents, they would have escaped long ago. Carlos' gaze shifted as he surveyed the faces filled with resentment. He did not blame them for their ingratitude, but instead took the initiative to apologize. Everyone, I know you blame me for not rescuing you sooner. I don't mind, because you don't know what I've been doing during this time. Now let me tell you, I, Carlos, have united the righteous forces among the natives and overthrown the tyrannical native chief. I can proudly announce that we can finally breathe freely on this island. We no longer have to fear being killed, nor do we have to fear being abused as slaves or being eaten by the natives after awakening our talents. Ladies and gentlemen, now you, like me, are the masters of this land, just as our ancestors became the masters of the new continent. Therefore, from now on, I will help you awaken your talents, and then assign native soldiers for you to command. You can treat them as warriors to occupy territory, or as workers to produce popular products in this world. This is a free world where every civilized person can pursue power, status, wealth, and territory. And I, Carlos, will vow to protect your right to territory. Carlos passionately concluded his speech. There was no applause. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, thinking he had gone mad and was performing a comedy. Carlos, should we now call you Mr. King? Someone joked. Laughter erupted in the crowd. Carlos' smile awkwardly froze on his face. These poor souls didn't believe his words. Whether you call me king or president, you will soon understand what I mean. Carlos then summoned hundreds of strong native warriors. After a perfect plundering operation, these natives had begun to see Carlos as a prophet, obeying his every command. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a gentleman who values equality, so regardless of gender or age, I will assign 10 attendants to each of you. Within 3 days, I will be responsible for their food supply, but afterward you will have to fend for yourselves. The opportunity is fair, but depends on whether you are willing to take the risk. Now choose the ones you want. I guarantee they will obey your commands. Because we are all descendants of gods. As soon as Carlos finished speaking, someone exclaimed, "No, Carlos, this is blasphemy. So are we returning to the colonial era? Carlos, do you want us all to become colonizers with blood on our hands?" To these ungrateful people, Carlos merely snorted, "If you don't want to, you don't have to accept. I respect your choice and also give you a chance to reconsider." Carlos said this with confidence. He had already prohibited all tribe members from external communication and trading. Without becoming his fellow travelers, they would only be marginalized. To defect to Alex. Not a chance. After Alex had drained their points, Carlos was determined to monopolize the rights to information communication and trade. He was the crownless king. Oh, and he also prohibited tribe members from leaving freely. Unless he expelled them, no one could leave the 191 tribe. They had to obediently contribute points to him. Even if they did nothing but survive, it was still very beneficial to him. Carlos did not make any threats, but he had blocked everyone's escape route. Carlos, the strongest supporter of Carlos, having witnessed true hell, she was extremely grateful to Carlos for rescuing her. I want female attendants, is that okay? Karina still did not dare to let the native men approach her. Of course, dear. Carlos found Karina increasingly adorable. He was also worried that if a native were to take advantage of him, he promptly arranged 10 female attendants for Karina. It is worth mentioning that these 10 native women were sisters of Carlos' native warriors. The whites understood the nuances of human relationships provided the other party had value. Soon other whites also selected native attendants. In the blink of an eye, Carlos had gained 9 ambitious little lords. Only Erica and 3 stubborn individuals firmly resisted the identity of colonizers. Carlos felt a bit regretful about this. Erica was beautiful and sexy. He was quite interested in her after she left Alex and came back. Unfortunately, after suffering hardships, Erica had become more of a saint. The 13 whites collectively awakened their talents, directly having the points Carlos had earned. Carlos found Lin Ye again. My dear friend, I still need points. I will offer you better trading conditions. The hand resting on Li Qingqing's shoulder could not help but tighten, prompting her to let out a playful complaint. Class monitor, what do you want to do now? Li Qingqing looked up at him curiously, her eyes shimmering. Nothing. Lin Ye tried to control his emotions, calming down to continue negotiating with Carlos. My dear friend, I will certainly give you the greatest discount. How many points do you need this time? Upon hearing this, Carlos gazed. 1,000 points. Can you trade now? In Carlos' view, points were the safest currency. No one could steal them, and there was no worry of depreciation. Exchanging resources for points had almost zero cost. This was the most profitable business. Why is Carlos acquiring so many points? Lin Ye raised his hand to stroke his stubble, his eyes slightly narrowed as he speculated on Carlos' intentions. Perhaps due to other distractions, Lin Ye pondered for several seconds, but still could not find a clue. However, he had a simple method. Carlos, my dearest friend, I will always reserve points for you, but I currently only have 300 points. If you're not in a hurry, I can give you the rest later. Upon seeing this message, Carlos sneered. Cunning fellow, as if only you can exchange points. Then it's 300 points, my friend. You have truly helped me a great deal. Feel free to request any supplies, and I will not haggle. In addition to hoarding points, Carlos also aimed to raise the price of points. Currently, the one most in need of points was Alex. As long as the cost of exchanging points is substantial enough, Alex's development can be stifled. She is alone. Trying to accumulate points by herself is simply wishful thinking. Noticing that Alex and Lin Ye were getting close, Carlos rushed to empty Lin Ye's points. He could suppress Alex while also inflating the value of points, causing his own wealth to grow. Carlos, having the most abundant supply sources, decisively chose to invest in more points. Lin Ye exchanged 300 points from Carlos for 10 cubic meters of leather, bronze items, and gold and silver jewelry. Indeed, gold and silver jewelry had also begun to be measured by volume. Carlos was truly offering a bargain. After Lin Ye completed his transaction, Carlos sought out Xiao Yin again. Xiao Yin, who was currently troubled by consolidating the power of subordinate tribes, was overjoyed. As an intermediary using Carlos' supplies to exchange for points from other tribes, he nearly tripled his profits. After the transaction, the points not only did not decrease, but increased. Other tribes were also convinced of Chief Xiao. Carlos is truly a good friend of the Copper Island people. Chief Xiao gave a historic commendation. Carlos' actions had not ceased. Next, he began acquiring points from other tribes. The Xiabega tribe, the Shiba tribe, the Semida tribe, and the Sawadika tribe all reaped considerable profits. For a time, the survivor teams entered a brief period of abundant supplies. Carlos, relying on his own strength, uplifted the living standards of the survivors. If one were to ask where his supplies came from, faith harvesting. Contributing spoils to the Blood Angel would grant protection. The successful raider warriors enjoyed half of the spoils, and believing Carlos' deceitful words, hastily offered their most valuable spoils. Undoubtedly, after these items vanished in an instant, they were directly delivered by Carlos to the transaction targets. When it comes to faith-based revenue generation, they are indeed the most professional. This is a long-standing tradition belonging to the realm of intangible cultural heritage. While Carlos spread supplies like the Taoist of treasures, Lin Ye also gained a boost in mental clarity and accelerated thinking. Li Qingqing began to nurture new life, and the tribe gained 10 survival points. A tribal announcement made Li Qingqing let out a victorious cheer. All abilities increased by 50. Haha, my 9 points of strength have become 13. 5. My physique has changed from 28 points to 42 points. 42 points of physique means that after a day's labor there would be no significant feeling of fatigue. With 13.5 strength, she could easily overwhelm ordinary earthlings. A humanoid Tyrannosaurus, truly living up to the name. Now in the entire tribe, only Chen Naoei Jia and Li Qingqing could compare. Lin Ye had a premonition that he would truly become the workhorse of the production team in the near future. He could not dwell on this matter, so he quickly cast aside distracting thoughts and busied himself with work. Chief Alex, do you still have enough points? Lin Ye began his daily check-in. From a distance, Alex could already imagine the Wall Street investor's smile on Lin Ye's face. I do not need points right now. Alex's obsession with gold surpassed that of a mother dragon, decisively extinguishing Lin Ye's hopes. I was just checking in on you. Lin Ye's smile froze on his face. Alex was still as difficult to communicate with as a husk. She must be pressured a bit. Carlos exchanged 300 points with me, and he also sought out other tribes to take all the points. I believe that the points circulating in the market have already been monopolized by him. You can try to find someone to verify this. This remark indeed struck a chord with Alex. Carlos. Acquiring so many points must be to buy off others. Alex hurriedly tried to contact her good sister. The contact you are trying to reach does not have calling privileges. What? Alex was shocked, her complexion paling. Carlos had completely blocked her contact channels with the other members of 191. Her attempt to poach had not even begun before Carlos crushed it in the cradle. Alex now realized the severity of the situation. With no way to increase tribe members, and Carlos monopolizing points, this indirectly limited her trade interactions. This is a despicable and shameless sanction. Carlos, you scoundrel. Alex paced barefoot around the stone fortress, yet had no way to counter it. In the end, she could only focus her attention on Lin Ye. Do you still have points? Lin Ye still had over 2,000 points, but said, I have 200 points left. I thought you might need them, so I saved them for you. Thank you. You are truly a reliable ally. Alex attempted to win Lin Ye over. My friend, about the divine messenger you mentioned earlier, I want one. I also want a statue of the blood angel. It must be clothed and made in my likeness. As a form of retaliation, Alex aimed to launch a comprehensive attack on Carlos from the aspects of divine miracles and faith. You promote the faith of the blood angel. Then I will declare the blood angel is me. Finally, Alex gritted her teeth and said, I can pay with gold. She had already come to terms with the fact that only by preserving her power and status would the chief's treasury belong to her. If the stone fortress were to be breached, as a weak woman, she could not escape with so many treasures. Only treasures that can be converted into strength would give her a sense of security. This was a necessary cost. Alex tried to convince herself to overcome her desire to possess gold. The business of legitimate artworks could be resumed. This is truly legitimate artwork. There are horses involved. Chief Alex, you know carving clothes on wood is much more difficult than attaching arms to Venus. Lin Ye found reasons to haggle. Alex was very perceptive this time. I will give you gold equivalent to the volume of the statue. Lin Ye immediately became very enthusiastic. No problem. Do you need a custom body? Can it be a one-tune replica of a real person? Alex nearly fainted at this remark. Gold equivalent to the volume of a real person. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. The volume of gold equivalent to a real person could easily drain half of the chief's treasury. Not to mention the mother dragon. Even an ordinary woman would not be willing to spend so extravagantly just to create a statue. However, Lin Ye still wanted to persuade her further. Chief Alexis, the allure of a gigantic statue to faith. Currently, to prove your legitimacy in the belief of the blood angel, a massive statue is the simplest method. Alexis sat on a stone chair, clenching her fists, her silver teeth gritted, struggling to suppress the impulse to greet Lin Ye. Bastard. Stop talking. I really don't want to lose you as an ally. Suppressing her inner fury, Alexis took a deep breath and said, Lin Ye, I don't have that much gold. If you want bronze, I can give you double, oh no, triple the volume of bronze. How about that? Of course that works. Lin Ye pretended to be very excited. Alexis, you are truly generous. Bronze is currently the most important resource. I can directly forge it into weapons, armor, and tools, and then trade with other tribes for anything I want. As if unable to control his excitement, Lin Ye rambled on. Actually, I don't really want gold. This stuff is only useful as a medium of exchange with the lowest delivery cost. It has no other purpose. It's that bastard Carlos worried that I might quickly grow stronger with too much bronze that he insisted on trading in gold. Luckily, I have many women, so I reluctantly accepted this proposal. Alexis, you are such a good person. As long as you can keep trading bronze with me, I can satisfy any of your requests. Lin Ye mused inwardly. If she dares to come to this island, helping her improve her physique wouldn't be out of the question. For the benefit of the tribe, I could sacrifice myself a bit. It seemed she had inadvertently triggered some switch in Lin Ye. Is bronze really that important? Alexis began to recall Carlos' previous behavior. It seemed she had inadvertently triggered some switch in Lin Ye. Is bronze really that important? Alexis began to recall Carlos' previous behavior. Carlos was indeed very reluctant to trade bronze. Got it. Alexis quickly figured it out. The only tribe with bronze smelting capabilities is the Earth People tribe under her control. The survivor teams and other island tribes do not have the technology to smelt bronze. This is a unique resource. In Alexis' eyes, greed and decisiveness immediately coalesced. After awakening her mental control ability, her willpower and cognitive skills had also greatly improved. She immediately made a firm resolution. If Carlos monopolizes the points, then I will monopolize the bronze. As long as Carlos cannot control the workshop, his equipment will diminish. Monopolizing bronze not only allows me to quickly defeat Carlos, but also to conquer other survivor teams. Alexis not only wanted to be the chief of the Earth People, but also the queen of other survivors. As a queen, she should certainly have the freedom to choose her mates at will. She also wanted to try different charms. With this pursuit, Alexis began to mentally prepare herself. I should approach problems with the mindset of a ruler rather than just the preferences of a woman. Gold cannot forge weapons and armor. It is merely a beautiful metal. In this barter environment, the role of gold as a medium of exchange is not completely irreplaceable. If that's the case, why cling to gold? Lin Ye, you are right. Bronze is the most precious resource. After her mindset shifted, Alexis had already entered a new role, starting to reverse manipulate. I've decided to use bronze to cast my statue, which is enough to demonstrate my nobility. Lin Ye cast a life-sized bronze statue for me, and I will trade it for gold. She aimed to use this opportunity to deplete Lin Ye's bronze. An unabashed calculation. This woman is truly bold. Lin Ye was quite tempted but still intended to haggle. Chief Alexis, casting and sculpting are two different things. Currently we do not have the ability to process bronze statues, and the bronze is insufficient. Alexis showed no signs of backing down. Lin Ye, I am paying in gold. You can completely exchange gold for bronze. As for processing capabilities, that's your own problem. If it weren't for the time constraint, I would have directly handed it over to the Earth People Workshop for production. The two sides wrangled for several more rounds. In the end, Alexis successfully pressured Lin Ye to accept the terms. A life-sized bronze statue in exchange for an equal volume of gold. Upon hearing this condition, Zhou Yuyao became excited. We can definitely do it. As long as Li Qingqing helps me with the details of the shape, it can be done. As a master blacksmith, she was filled with confidence regarding the production of such a bronze statue. Zhou Yuyao had long been envious when she saw Li Qingqing exchange so much gold for just a few wooden carvings. No need to actually give bronze. Lin Ye laughed. I think Alexis won't easily notice the difference between bronze and copper. A blatant substitution. Lin Ye even thought of the excuse for when he gets caught. You are really bad. Zhou Yuyao laughed and scolded her face, inadvertently showing a charming expression. Lin Ye's mind stirred, unable to resist imagining the image of a big-bellied blacksmith. After the success, you and Li Qingqing will each receive a gold medal. To set an example, Lin Ye directly skipped the silver medal and issued gold medals. Next, Lin Ye found Chen Na and selected a gray wolf as a messenger to send to Alexis. The little female wolf eagerly jumped out, standing tall and bowing, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. This flattering behavior seemed to be instinctive. The last time Carlos retreated, the little female wolf ran back and reported in time. Now, upon learning it could go out again, it could hardly contain its excitement. Let it go. It can understand some simple dialogues of the Earth People from its actions and expressions, Chen Na said. All right, it's decided. Lin Ye decisively agreed. He also informed Alexis, this gray wolf is a sister from the same litter as Carlos, and it looks very much like him. You know the benefits of this. Alexis certainly understood. This way she could say that she, like Carlos, had received equal favor from the gods. Alexis found Lin Ye more pleasing to the eye. She generously agreed to provide an equal volume of copper ingots plus a pound of gold. Naturally, it was much less than Carlos' reward. But Carlos' generosity was another matter. Chen Na, who had Lin Ye send the little female wolf, said gloomily, my beast taming contributes so much to the tribe, why isn't there a gold medal for me? Of course you have yours, Bim, just preparing to announce it at the tribe meeting. Lin Ye said, not wanting Chen Na to know that he had just thought of it, responding with righteous indignation. That's more like it. Chen Na said, satisfied, as she stroked her belly and left. After a month, she felt a small change in her belly and had developed the habit of stroking it. Lin Ye stroked the stubble on his chin. They all have gold medals. As the hardest working man in the tribe, shouldn't I have one too? During the night ceremony for the golden medals, Lin Ye announced the recipients of 4 medals. No one had any objections, especially to Lin Ye's. The class monitor worked tirelessly every day to boost everyone's talents. They were all worried that one day the monitor might suddenly collapse. As a master herbalist, Liang Qian rested her chin on her hands atop a wooden table, unable to refrain from pondering whether she should give Lin Ye a powerful medicine. However, the side effects of such medicine were too great. If there were another bout of reckless overexertion, the effects of nurturing one's foundation would likely be negligible. Just as Liang Qian was lost in thought, Su Wei stood up and raised a topic that made everyone blush. Now that our living conditions have stabilized, in the face of external threats, we have sufficient resistance, and our supplies are no longer lacking. To expand our population, I believe we can allow more people to gain a 50 enhancement of their overall abilities. She didn't say it outright, but everyone knew what she meant. 50 had already become synonymous with being well-rounded. I have no objections. Neither do I. I agree. The number of raised hands increased. Li Qingqing, who had just enjoyed the benefits of the overall enhancement, smiled proudly. Whether early or late, one has to give birth, so it's better to do it sooner. Even more girls shouted. Teacher Su, just tell us who can receive this 50. Hearing this, Su Wei's face flushed. She had long since stopped feeling shy about this matter. Now it was all excitement. Next, those who can receive the 50 enhancement include Xiang Fei, Xiao Yun, and myself. At this point, Su Wei looked towards Lin Ye. In the coming period, I shouldn't need to go out for reconnaissance, right? Lin Ye nodded, saying, indeed, there's no need. Thinking of Teacher Su's process of becoming stronger, Lin Ye felt a surge of excitement. Even in the same dungeon, the experience between normal difficulty and epic difficulty would definitely be different. Su Wei couldn't tell if she was nervous or excited. Her fingers clenched unconsciously, and she stammered. Then he'll team up with Xiang Fei and Xiao Yun, and before the queue starts we will receive our talent enhancements. Xiang Fei had nothing to say. They were all too familiar with this process. On the other hand, Xiao Yun buried her head shyly, yet there was an irresistible smile on her face. Originally, members during special times were not allowed to receive talent enhancements. Now, however, they were among the first. This filled her with inexplicable excitement. That night at the Palm Forest camp, she awoke from a nightmare, causing panic throughout the camp. Chen Na carried her out, and she began to imagine herself as strong as Chen Na. Now she was finally close to realizing her wish. A 50 overall ability enhancement would make throwing arrows nearly impossible to miss, using tools almost impossible to break, and she could easily lift over 100 pounds. This had become the state that women aspired to. Others looked at the three of Su Wei with envious eyes. Their mental state was quite uplifting. Lin Ye felt that he at least deserved another medal. While this side was enjoying a lively nightlife, on the island of the Earth People a camp was engulfed in a raging fire. Carlos and Tugsun's team had broken into an Earth People's Lord stronghold. All the men were executed, and the women, after taking everything that could be carried away, Carlos ordered his men to burn everything that could be burned. Carlos looked, "Is this what you call righteous power?" Erica angrily stepped forward to question him. The two white women following her also scolded him indignantly. "Plundering, slaughtering, and arson, you are committing inhumane extermination. Carlos, can you live with your education? Can you live with your beliefs?" Carlos turned around looking at the three innocent girls, revealing a helpless, yet resolute, bitter smile. "Foolish women. Can you live with your beliefs?" Carlos turned around looking at the three innocent girls, revealing a helpless, yet resolute. These pitiful creatures have forgotten how their ancestors rose to power after just a few days of civilized life, discarding our greatest heritage. "I apologize for scaring the three ladies." Carlos bowed and attempted to kiss Erika's hand. But that hand turned and slapped him. Anger flashed across Carlos' face. "Erica, I find it hard to imagine that after suffering such inhumane treatment, you could still be so naive." "You are mistaken, Carlos. The Earth People's chieftain is more of a gentleman than you. At least he keeps his promises. Otherwise Alex would not have fallen in love with him." Carlos' fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging on his neck. Seeing him like this, the other two women quickly held Erica. "Carlos, we mean no harm. We just hope you will change your current methods. Carlos, you should be able to understand Erika's feelings." Listening to the two women's explanation, Carlos grew even angrier and coldly said, "Someone take the three ladies back to rest." Several Earth women came to take the three away. "Without my orders, do not let them out," Carlos added coldly behind them. What he didn't know was that after the three were locked up, they created an even bigger incident. "Do you know that Carlos and Tugsun are slaughtering your fellow countrymen and destroying your homeland? As their accomplices, what do you gain? A butcher robs your compatriots and rewards you, then wants you to help him rob more people. What good does this do you? The things you have are stolen by yourself, not taken by Carlos, Tugsun, and Tober. Why don't you understand?" The three had already learned the daily conversations of the Earth People and faced the women guarding them. They chattered all night. Then those two Earth women were swayed by them. At dawn, they ran out of the cellar. "Erica, where should we go? Alex seems very strong now. Let's go find her," the two girls asked nervously. Erica had already thought about this issue and shook her head. "No, Alex, she has changed. Let's go to that island. The southern 12 islands. That cunning Xiao Yin is there. Isn't it bad for us to go over? If we get caught, it might be worse than—" The two women continuously shook their heads. Erica said in a deep voice, "At least that island has no robbery or killing. They just live quietly on their own. Even if they don't accept us, they will at least let us stay on the island where we can sustain ourselves without seeking help from others or harming others." The two women were persuaded by her and nodded in agreement to go with her. Erica took the hands of the two Earth women. "You released us, and you will surely be punished by Carlos. You should come with us." The two Earth women hesitated for a moment, thinking of their husbands and children who died in battle, and also nodded in agreement. With the Earth People as guides, they quickly stole two small boats and paddled towards the southern 12 islands in the dawn light. At noon, the wolf pack that went out for patrol returned. Upon entering the camp, the gray wolf rushed to Chin Na's side, excitedly nudging her hand. More Earthlings have come, but they pose no threat. Chin Na sensed the meaning the gray wolf wanted to convey through her beast leader talent, her expression showing confusion. Lin Ye also looked puzzled. Given the previous intimidation, the small group of Earthlings should not dare to approach the island. "Let's go take a look." Fully armed, Lin Ye took Su Wei, Chin Na, and Li Qingqing rowing a medium-sized wooden boat to the palm grove via the waterway. After battling several groups of Earthlings, there were now a large number of wooden boats on the island, leading to a serious surplus of vehicles. Now everyone who could board a boat tried to do so whenever they went out. With 3 strong oarsmen, a wooden boat that could originally carry 10 people glided swiftly across the water. In less than an hour, they arrived at the sea area in front of the palm grove. Inside the stone fortress, smoke began to rise, indicating that someone was living there. "You all stay on the boat. They'll go take a look." Lin Ye took out a throwing spear, held a vine shield, and slowly approached. As he reached the outer stone wall, panicked shouts from Earthlings erupted. 2 Earthling women peeked out, saw him, and quickly ran into the fortress, shutting the door behind them. "That's my fortress." Lin Ye soon heard multiple footsteps inside, as someone climbed up the stairs and looked out from the observation window on the 3rd floor. There are also white women with blonde, white, and brown hair. 191 types. Confirming their identities, Lin Ye shouted in English. Soon a response came from inside. "We mean no harm. We are here looking for Xiao Yin. We fled from the Carlos clan and just want to find a place to settle. My name is Erica, they are Mira and Susanna, and we have 2 Earthling companions named Kuzan and Ram." Eric. Lin Ye focused his gaze and indeed saw a familiar face and figure. He had previously ordered an artistic statue of her, a pure artistic piece. Estimating the parameters in his mind, Lin Ye cursed inwardly. That bastard Carlos inflated her measurements utterly. Previously, when Lin Ye pretended to sell the statue, Erica had approached him for rights protection, and their conversation had boiled down to just a few words, making her seem not very clever. Lin Ye decided to play along with her for now. I can take you to see Xiao Yan, but you must guarantee that you mean no harm. Given that you are all women, I will let the women negotiate with you. Lin Ye turned around and called over Chun Na Su Wei and Li Qingqing. Carlos people understand the Earth language, so you need to act as translators and ask them for the nearby islands' locations to Chun Na. You are responsible for security. Teacher Su investigate their talents and skills. Li Qingqing, you will take notes. I will be outside to assist you. Hearing this, Chun Na patted her chest, assuring, leave it to me. If they misbehave, I can capture them. Su Wei and Li Qingqing nodded, indicating they understood. Lin Ye called out for the people inside to come out. The three of them negotiated with them in the courtyard in front of the fortress. Chun Na's English was quite halting, but fortunately Su Wei's English was not bad. With both sides having translators, they finally established a smooth communication channel. To prove their intentions, Erica and the others recounted all of Carlos' atrocities. Listening to the translated words, Li Qingqing was estimating how much Carlos had plundered. In the clan channel, Li Qingqing began to call out, Chief, I think Carlos wants to engage in slave trading. Oh, why not buy some to help? Instantly the channel became lively. We need people who can farm. It's too hard to clear land, my hands are all calloused. We need obedient ones to avoid being sold out. We need some that are ugly, too good-looking, and I fear the class leader won't be able to resist. Seeing this, Lin Ye finally couldn't hold back. Yushan, you want need to line up tonight. But class leader, I haven't reached my special period. Getting a bonus early wouldn't be good, right? Lin Ye's face darkened. What I mean is you want need to receive a bonus tonight. Huh? No, class leader. Yushan finally realized she had been punished. Lin Ye snorted coldly. You can doubt my character, but you cannot doubt my taste. This is just a warning. Yushan quickly defended herself. Class leader, I was just worried about wasting your talent. Yushan has been banned from speaking in the clan channel for 1 day. Under Lin Ye's strict regulation, the discussions in the clan channel finally became much more serious. Everyone leaned towards purchasing slaves from Carlos. On one hand, they could settle in the Palm Grove as a forward base. On the other hand, of course, they would help them with work. Despite their hard training, not a single one of them liked to work. They would rather exhaust themselves in the gym than do labor. Your level of consciousness is simply disappointing. Lin Ye lamented in the clan channel. They came to seek refuge with us, viewing us as a beacon of freedom. Yet you all want to buy slaves. Don't you feel ashamed? Despite Lin Ye's strong intimidation, there were still some brave enough to speak up in rebuttal. Class leader, but farming is really too hard. The key is we don't even know how to plant corn. The climate here is also different from Blue Star. We might end up with nothing. Class leader, do you know how to farm? Lin Ye was stumped by this question. He didn't know how to farm either. Though he grew up in the countryside, he had gone to live in a boarding school in the city since middle school. Compared to these women, he only recognized a few crops. Lin Ye declared sternly, I will not buy slaves. My clan will never allow any slaves. My ideal is to rescue all oppressed people and provide them with a fair environment where they can be self-sufficient. Li Qingqing stood up and clapped. Well said, class leader. There has never been a savior. They can only rely on themselves. We merely help them pay the ransom, and they can work to reap. After all this commotion, it turns out that the money for buying slaves must be paid by the slaves themselves. Soon both sides reached a consensus. Xiao Yan accepted the asylum of Erica and her companions and would send a boat to pick them up. As for the Earthlings left in the Palm Grove Fortress, Xiao Yan would arrange some jobs for them that could sustain themselves. In order to rescue the innocent victims enslaved by Carlos, Xiao Yan planned to pay a ransom and within his means rescue those Earthlings who wanted to escape tyranny. Erica and her companions were deeply moved and diligently acted as translators, asking the two Earthling women about the distribution of islands in the surrounding seas. When Li Qingqing returned to the camp, she quickly drew a rough map of the volcanic islands. Looking at the shapes of the islands on the board, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. Make 10 copies of this version. We can start selling the maps. I guarantee to complete the task. Li Qingqing excitedly went out. Su Wei nervously said, but they want to see Xiao Yan. What should we do? This is indeed a tricky problem. Lin Ye rubbed his stubble, frowning. Teacher Su, what are Erica's and the other two's innate talents and acquired skills? Lin Ye found the question somewhat thorny and wished to assess whether the three were truly worth his intervention. Su Wei promptly reported their capabilities. Erica, age 27, holds a master's degree in law and works as an attorney. Her innate talent is lawful justice. Her skill is long-distance running. Lin Ye wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What kind of absurd talent is this? Having transmigrated yet still bound by laws. What was the point of crossing? Mira, age 25, holds a bachelor's degree in medicine and practices as a dentist. Her innate talent is trauma healing. Her skill is stonemasonry. Somewhat useful, but barely. Lin Ye shook his head again. Susanna, age 24, is a photographer and journalist. Her innate talent is reconnaissance. Her skill is stonemasonry. Both the dentist and the journalist shared the same skill, stonemasonry. Lin Ye finally realized these skills had been acquired only after their transmigration. No innate bonuses, no shortcuts. Purely through labor and practice. Over the past month, these two women must have endured considerable hardship. Their talents held no value for him. Their skills were already abundant here. Keeping them would serve no purpose, only invite trouble. Lin Ye made a decisive decision. Li Qingqing spend more time with them and master the native tongue of the islanders. I will find a way to send them to Xiao Yan's location. With the map now in hand, the journey from here to Tong Island, Xiao Yan's base, would take merely 1 day. Let them go to the real Xiao Yan. They seek him. What does that have to do with me, Lin Ye? Lin Ye immediately contacted Xiao Yan. 3 young striking Western women wish to meet you. 2 possess stonemasonry skills, precisely the talent you require. Send someone to fetch them. Xiao Yin replied with a string of ellipses, then after a pause fired off a torrent of, "Are you serious? I don't even know where you are. How am I supposed to come and collect them? Oh, and there's that massive island of natives between us. I'd likely be intercepted halfway. Western women, could they be from the Carlos tribe? Are you seriously abducting people and dumping them on me?" Clearly Xiao Yin felt reluctant. Lin Ye swiftly offered temptation. All three speak the islanders' language fluently. You've captured numerous natives. Surely managing them has become a headache. Xiao Yin fell silent for a moment, then asked anxiously, "Are you certain they speak the islanders' tongue?" Lin Ye smiled. "Through them I've already extracted the archipelago's distribution map from native mouths. By the way, would you like to purchase a copy?" Xiao Yin lapsed into silence once more. The archipelago map had long been every survivor's most coveted treasure, yet now it rested solely in Lin Ye's hands. Purchasing it from Lin Ye posed uncertainty. Its accuracy could hardly be guaranteed. Even a child could deduce that any map he sold would be deliberately diluted in precision. This, however, was an injustice to Lin Ye. He had tampered with none of these maps, nor could he have, for they were inherently The sole path to a reliable map lay in accepting the three women, employing them as interpreters. Undoubtedly this was the most lucrative choice. After weighing pros and cons, Xiao Yin decisively chose to accept the three women. Not only were they youthful and beautiful, but assigning each a mate would bolster his tribe's population. Moreover, they possessed stone masonry, a skill demanding grueling effort and sacrifice to master. Copper Island was currently undergoing intensive infrastructure development, and copper mines required excavation. Skilled stonemasons were never enough. "Very well, I'll take the three women. I'll dispatch people to fetch them, but the route." Xiao Yan's reply trailed off as he kicked over the coconut bowl before him. "Damn it, we'll still have to buy the map from him." Without a map, circumventing the natives' main island was impossible, utterly humiliating. And Lin Ye's map was undoubtedly the first of its kind. The price without asking would surely be exorbitant. "Brother, can you offer a discount on the map?" Instead of inquiring about the price, Xiao Yin requested a concession outright. Lin Ye responded firmly, 70% of original price. "Thank you, brother." Deeply moved, Xiao Yin asked, "How much material post-discount?" Lin Ye replied, 1 cubic meter of copper ingots. Xiao Yin stared dumbfounded. A full cubic meter? Where exactly was the discount applied? "Fine, done." Gritting his teeth, he immediately ordered his people to prepare the copper ingots. Clang, clang, clang. Gleaming copper ingots clattered before Lin Ye. Zhou Yuyao swiftly directed others to haul them away, to cast a statue for Eric's. Puff. A light, unassuming wooden plank appeared before Xiao Yan. Staring at the island outlines drawn upon it, resembling buns, he nearly swore aloud. "You call this a map?" It wasn't Lin Ye's fault. The native women held no clear mental image of island shapes. To save effort, Li Qingqing had simply sketched circles. Regardless of accuracy, any map was better than none. Xiao Yan had a copy made and dispatched several physically robust comrades in 3 small boats toward Ninshire Island, Lin Ye's location. This island's name, Ninshire, had been assigned by Carlos, meaning the 12th island south of the natives' main island, and the easternmost among them. Copper Island, where Xiao Yan resided, also lay south of the natives' main island. Traveling due south would pass only 3 minor islands, though native vessels might intercept them en route. Thus, every traveler carried bronze crossbows and ample bolts, veterans whose marksmanship rivaled that of natives. Rowing deep into the night, they at last discerned the dark, hulking silhouette of an island beneath the starlight, and a faint flickering glow. That was the Palm Grove Stone Fortress. The 6 men approached the fortress and declared their intent. A woman quickly responded, "Men from Xiao Yan's group. Why did you not arrive by day?" Erica and the others remained deeply wary. The man retorted irritably, "We'd have preferred daylight, but the distance forced us to row all day." Peering out, Erica saw their Han Chinese features and relaxed. Yet she remained puzzled. "This island isn't large. Why did it take you an entire day to reach it?" "We're not on this island." Seeing that the women were indeed stunning foreigners, the man's mood improved considerably. Exhausted from a full day's rowing. "Arrange lodging for us, please." After a hushed consultation, Erica, Mira, and Susanna reached a conclusion. Xiao Yan must have gone to Copper Island. Leading such a large-scale assault, he would certainly oversee governance in person. They never imagined Xiao Yan might be someone entirely different. Erica exhaled in relief. "This island lies too close to the port. We'll be safer on Copper Island. Carlos dares not send men there." Mira and Susanna nodded vigorously. 6 men arriving at once heightened the women's vigilance. They accommodated the men on the fortress's ground floor, peacefully passing the night. At dawn they departed by boat. 3 small vessels could not carry 5 women, and Xiao Yan intended to retrieve only the 3 foreign women. The 2 native women remained trembling within the stone fortress. By afternoon they entered the hills from the domain of the ancient python, and were discovered by a wolf pack, then escorted to camp. Relying on her exceptional memory for native pronunciation and meaning, Li Qingqing translated, "They say the white ghost has arrived with men to capture them. Is it Carlos?" He moved swiftly. Lin Ye inwardly congratulated himself on acting so promptly. Yet one final step remained to pin this black mark squarely onto Xiao Yan. "Senior brother Xiao Carlos forbids autonomous departure from his tribe. You must negotiate directly with him to secure." Finally sold all the maps. Lin Ye gazed at the mountains of supplies before him and smiled with satisfaction. Fearing that Xiao Yan might duplicate the maps and steal his trade, Lin Ye hastily contacted the tribes that had appeared in the trading channel. Whatever goods the other side offered, so long as their value was comparable, Lin Ye struck a bargain. He also owed a debt of gratitude to Kalawasi's earlier point-buying campaign. He drained those tribes of their points, and in exchange handed them great piles of supplies. The tribes, desperate to acquire maps, but short on points, had no choice but to offer small compact items of high value. From 9 maps Lin Ye had traded, he received gold and silver ornaments, bronze equipment, and a variety of leathers. There's too much material, piled everywhere, inconvenient to live among, and a safety hazard. Li Qingqing, who managed the supplies, emitted a blissful sigh. Zhou Yuyao added, we must expand the encampment, dividing living quarters, warehouses, workshops, and breeding pens into. Wei Jia interjected, all the open ground in the camp has been planted with medicinal herbs. To grow other crops, we would have to break new land. Li Qingqing's eyes glittered as she smiled. Besides, now that we understand the locals' tongue, why not introduce some native labor? Kalawasi's people are already on the island conveniently nearby. That's a good idea. I'll inquire. Lin Ye then contacted Xiao Yan. Brother, Xiao, how did your talks with Kalawasi go? You bastard, you screwed me over. Xiao Yan began with a volley of curses. After obtaining Lin Ye's map, he had grown increasingly enraged and immediately ordered copies to be made for sale. The replies he received claimed most parties already had maps. In the end, Xiao Yan made the map a mandatory purchase for any joining tribe as a clubbed-in standard, recouping only a sliver of his manpower costs. When Lin Ye mentioned negotiating with Kalawasi, Xiao Yan remembered to ask whether the 3 foreign women had been released. A brother sent to fetch them reported back the 3 had been stripped of various permissions by Kalawasi and were not permitted to leave. Their affiliations still belonged to the 191 tribe. How could this be acceptable? They ate and lived by themselves, yet their points flowed to the 191 tribe. If they bore children, those children would likely count toward the 191 tribe as well. So I'm raising other people's children. Xiao Yan rushed to parley with Kalawasi. This time Kalawasi's stance was ruthlessly uncompromising. Population affiliation is non-negotiable. Return them, or we will go to war, Kalawasi declared. Xiao Yan seethed in reply. He was, after all, the chieftain of 2,000 people. To slight him was to slight the 2,000 under his command. Believe me, I'll lead my forces north, plant a banner on the Aboriginal Isle, and carve the world into quarters, he threatened. Kalawasi, however, showed no sign of flinching. My thousands of native warriors are by no means weak, Kalawasi returned. The negotiations thus collapsed. Brother, you'd better be careful. Kalawasi is likely to act. Seeing Xiao Yan's reply, Lin Ye clenched his teeth. So you spoke hard words and expect me to take the blows. Xiao Yan, did you do this on purpose? I told you to negotiate, yet you stirred up a fight. Lin Ye therefore sought out Kalawasi. Brother, I heard your talks with Xiao Yan fell apart. Kalawasi, already convinced Lin Ye was Xiao Yan's trade representative, coldly snorted, those who seize my people leave no room for negotiation. Lin Ye hurried to clarify, but Xiao Yan is on Tong Island and has brought those 3 women there. Would you really fight him on Tong? That was new information to Kalawasi. He was shocked, and as reason returned in part, realized he would never dare mount a full-scale assault on Tong Island. At most, he could dispatch natives to harass the Nanshire Island chain. Their individual prowess was strong, but they were few in number and incapable of withstanding attritional losses. As long as he did not cross over to Nanshire Island himself, could they not still fling spears across the sea? Upon learning Xiao Yan was not on Nanshire, and the 3 women were absent, Kalawasi's threat lost some of its edge. If Kalawasi forced Xiao Yan to come to the main island for a decisive clash, he would find himself beset on 2 fronts, a perilous prospect. Return the 3 women, and the matter is closed, Kalawasi offered. Lin Ye tried to reason, are those 3 women so valuable to you? I find them a nuisance. Why insist on getting them back? You know what 3 women mean. Kalawasi snapped. In a year they can bear 3 children, 6 more mouths. How many points is that in a year? Then compensate me in points, Lin Ye proposed. Of course not. Kalawasi rejected him outright. He almost blurted out that natives could not formally join the tribes, but he held back. Lin Ye pondered for a moment and offered a rather unscrupulous suggestion. Brother, I heard you have captured many native prisoners to be sold as slaves. Xiao Yan said he was willing to cede Nanshire Island as a transit hub for the slave trade to be split between us, Lin Ye added. As for those 3 women, they themselves are unwilling to return. If we force them back, they might leap into the sea in desperation. So this we will provide you with 3 women who willingly join your tribe in exchange. How does that sound? Kalawasi was tempted by the offer. Those 3 had fled to Tong Island. If he insisted on taking them by force, he would gain little. But opening a channel for slave trade and acquiring 3 willing recruits was far more rewarding. All right, but I have one more condition, Kalawasi added. The stone fortress on Nanshire Island shall serve as the trading station. You may not attack it for any reason. Lin Ye replied, then we must guarantee absolute neutrality, only trade, no interference in any dispute. Kalawasi agreed. Having persuaded Kalawasi, Lin Ye turned to Xiao Yan. Where am I supposed to find 3 women to send? Xiao Yan grew more anxious than before. Lin Ye said, look at the map. The 3 small islands between us seem not to be inhabited by Longwa people. We could seize 3 women from there and give them to Kalawasi. You damn. This is banditry. I won't do it. Xiao Yan protested. If you won't go, will I? Lin Ye shot back. Xiao Yan then said, of course you go. This is the trouble you caused. Damn it. You'll reap the benefits then. Lin Ye refused to yield. I won't go, nor will my people. After balking a while, Xiao Yan softened. Whether the tribes allied to me will participate is beyond my control. That's fine, Lin Ye tempted. I will supply new model bronze crossbows, your allied tribes provide the manpower. Capture people and deliver them to the stone fortress on Nanshire Island. Everyone goes home cleanly with their share. Xiao Yan did not answer further, but soon someone contacted Lin Ye. It was Wang Dadong of Ultimate Class. Brother Lin Ye, we meet again. How powerful is this new model bronze crossbow? It turned out to be that old miser. Lin Ye had traded pets with him before. Wang Dadong was the stingiest of all his clients. Unexpectedly, the man had brought a tribe and joined the Tong Island Alliance. Lin Ye, preparing to demonstrate the new bronze crossbow, immediately sent one over. Brother, empty words prove nothing. Take it and test it. The new style bronze crossbow was dispatched, and within half an hour feedback from users arrived. Wang Dadong from the Ultimate Class. Brother, do you still have this crossbow? How many supplies for one? Xiao Yan from the Xiao clan. Brother, you are not being fair. Why didn't you give me a good crossbow first? Lin Ye disdainfully scoffed. You are the one being unfair. You were showing off with Carlos and directing the battle towards me. Xiao Yan quickly admitted his mistake. Brother, I admit I was a bit harsh. I apologize now. Just name your terms, and I won't frown at all. How about you give me some copper ingots, 1 woman per cubic? No way. Xiao Yan thunderously rose. Brother, I need my copper ingots to trade for food. I really can't spare any. Let's find other terms. You said you wouldn't frown. Lin Ye became reserved as well. Now on Xiao Yan's side, besides copper ingots, there was truly nothing he needed. Lin Ye called over Zhou Yuyao and asked her, what supplies are we currently lacking? Zhou Yuyao frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, we lack materials to make fire-resistant bricks. Xiao Yan has facilities to smelt copper ingots, so they must have fire-resistant brick materials. Lin Ye stroked his stubble excitedly, saying, then let's ask them for fire-resistant bricks. Reporting the terms to Xiao Yan, the other side was also puzzled. However, with 3 foreign women translating, they quickly found the smelters among the locals. The traditional fire-resistant bricks finally had a clue. Lin Ye is truly my lucky star. Xiao Yan laughed triumphantly. Every clan wants to engage in smelting and forging. Fire-resistant bricks are our flagship product. The trading terms were set 100 fire-resistant bricks for 1 bronze crossbow. As for the crossbow bolts, Xiao Yan did not offer any. It seems they already had the capability to produce their own. Wang Dadong's side also accepted the exchange terms proposed by Lin Ye. 1 captive for 1 bronze crossbow. The crossbow bolts were not mentioned either. Wang Dadong's clan had 12 men and 5 women, resulting in a severe gender imbalance. Internal competition was fierce, with many considering going outside to resolve it. Lin Ye provided weapons, giving them a combat advantage which inflated their ambitions. After 2 days of preparation, Lin Ye set out with 2 medium-sized wooden boats, meeting Wang Dadong's team at an island near the South 12 Islands. For ease of communication, Lin Ye brought Li Qingqing and 2 local women. The remaining members included Su Wei Yushan, He Xian, and Su Wan. Su Wei's task was to assess the abilities of the captives. Yushan's talent, inspiration, could boost everyone's morale and dispel fear, but it did not discern between friend and foe, requiring cautious use. Lin Ye had not yet determined how to develop this talent, so he temporarily did not have Yushan enhance it to its ultimate form. He Xian was a strategic weapon, primarily using weather manipulation to intimidate enemies. Su Wan could not awaken the magic system talent she desired, and instead became an explosives expert. Currently, she could only throw fireballs, which was a bit awkward, but it counted as combat power nonetheless. Shen Na did not come along and stayed at the camp as a representative of the giants, serving a strategic deterrent role to prevent the group inside the stone fortress from taking reckless actions. As long as Chen Na was in the camp, she could eliminate key enemy targets at critical moments, enough to influence the battle. The 8 of them rowed 2 medium-sized wooden boats westward without any cover. Inside the palm tree fortress, a white man stood at the lookout on the 3rd level of the fortress, watching the 2 boats disappear into the horizon, completely lacking the impulse to take any action. Before coming, Carlos had warned him, Xiao Yan and his group can throw spears and kill any target from a distance. Exposing oneself means death. Even if the locals rushed to attack Xiao Yan's camp, he still had to stay inside the fortress and not go out. The white people did not dare to attack the giants' camp. The locals were even more afraid. The giants could kill souls enough to instill fear in them. As the first loyal followers of Carlos, they already had women and wealth, showing no desire to take risks. In the evening, after a day's rowing, Lin Ye, guided by the 2 local women, successfully found the local dock on South. Every island must supply materials to the main island. This dock was built on the northern coast. Due to harassment from survivors, the transfer of materials from this island had been robbed multiple times. Currently, there were only a little over 10 locals at the dock, all like startled birds, hesitating between returning to their tribe and escaping by boat. After Lin Ye landed, he first threw a spear from a distance, pinning it at the feet of the locals, preventing them from making any rash movements. Next, the 2 local women shouted for them to surrender to the giant king. At Li Qingqing's suggestion, the 2 local women began to fervently blow the trumpet. The giant king, in their words, is a true god walking the earth, possessing the power to eliminate souls, but he is very merciful, willing to give everyone a chance to survive. As long as they submit in time, they can enjoy happiness on earth comparable to that of paradise. More than 10 local warriors immediately knelt in submission. Lin Ye, seeing this, was moved to tears. It was not easy. After over a month of transmigration, he finally experienced the protagonist's aura, where people would bow down at the slightest tremor. I have heard that this island is plagued by evil invaders, who I have come to punish them. Point me to where they are hiding, and I will claim. Lin Ye instructed Li Qingqing to translate his words to the locals. Immediately more than 10 locals began to cry out, "Those evil invaders are too wicked. They took away our offerings to the blood god, causing us to bear the wrath of the blood. They are hiding in the mountains building stone walls. They shoot at us from the walls and our chief has been shot dead." Listening to the locals' complaints, Lin Ye finally understood the situation. The local tribes of this island had also experienced a change of chief. The new chief was busy eliminating his brothers and had no energy to deal with those invaders. By the time Wang Dadong and the others arrived at this island, Lin Ye had already grasped the situation and topography of the island. Li Qingqing used a wooden board to draw the terrain and the distribution of forces. Based on the locals' descriptions, he concluded, the survivors who crossed over to this island are a bunch of little idiots. Lin Ye revealed a meaningful smile. Yuan Xianshu from Feichuan City is an old friend of mine. I wonder if he is on this island. As he spoke, 3 medium-sized wooden boats approached the sea. Lights flickered on the boats. Wang Dadong from the Ultimate Class Brothers, where are you? We have reached the designated sea area, signaling 3 longs and 1 short. Lin Ye replied, we have already landed. Do you see the 3 points of fire on the shore? We are right here. The 3 medium-sized wooden boats finally began to approach the shore. They found that a group of locals welcomed them and 12 men were immediately on high alert. Locals. Ambush. Damn. Did Lin Ye trick us? Could they have already been captured? Lin Ye's face darkened upon hearing this. These are my people, don't shoot. Aren't you tired after rowing all day? Hurry up and come ashore to eat and rest. Upon receiving the notification from Lin Ye, Wang Dadong and the others finally put down their weapons, secured the wooden boat, and nervously disembarked. They traversed the dock's walkway and arrived at the living area. In the distance, they spotted a figure resembling an iron tower, standing among the short and thin natives. Brother Lin, Wang Dadong tentatively greeted. The burly man with a beard waved and signaled, Brother Wang. I am Lin Ye. Having spent more than a month on the island without shaving, Lin Ye had transformed into a rugged figure. Wang Dadong stepped forward briskly and embraced him enthusiastically. It felt a bit like being a little bird leaning on him. The people Wang Dadong brought along were also quite short and slender, making them appear rather miniature compared to Lin Ye. Brother Lin, what did you do before? With this build? Wang Dadong couldn't help but ask. Lin Ye chuckled, I was a Wang Dadong opened his mouth, his mind going blank, utterly unsure how to respond. Which dance performer looks like this? What he didn't know was that a month ago Lin Ye was still a tall and not overly large young man. After being stimulated by 3 instances of a 50 enhancement to his overall capabilities, he had transformed into this appearance. This time Wang Dadong brought all the men from their group. 12 men followed Lin Ye into the largest thatched hut. Immediately they saw 2 native women and 6 young and beautiful women from Long Nation. Among the 12, most were single, and their eyes lit up with green light. Lin Ye cleared his throat, saying, these 6 are all mine, you can just call them sisters-in-law. The 12 men, including Wang Dadong, were instantly taken aback and speechless. Their expressions were filled with resentment that was hard to conceal. Those suffering from drought and those from flooding were indeed too realistic. Wang Dadong, who had a wife, looked at Lin Ye with a sense of unfairness. What a beast. This guy must have taken all the women from the group. Previously he thought Lin Ye was quite easy to talk to. Only now did he realize that this guy not only liked to monopolize, but was also quite lecherous. At this moment Lin Ye was also assessing the situation of these people. Su Wei reported the talents and skills of these 12 individuals in the group channel. All 12 have learned archery and throwing, among which 5 have masonry skills and 7 possess carpentry skills. This discovery made Lin Ye take notice. With all members equipped with combat and crafting skills, Wang Dadong and his group had been quite harsh on themselves. Then Su Wei added, Wang Dadong's talent is banner inspiration, the ultimate talent of encouragement, which can enhance the speed at which others learn skills and train abilities, as well as increase combat experience. Lin Ye immediately understood. So it turned out there was a status boost from Wang Dadong. He then pinpointed a key point. Is Yushan's ultimate talent that powerful? Had I known, I would have let her level up. Yushan also said in the group channel, class leader, it's all your fault for delaying me. Are you worried he'll compete for your favor, which is why you're deliberately suppressing me? If Yushan could just level up her status, it would indeed increase her learning speed, eliminating the need to seek Lin Ye for talent boosts. The others in the group began to stir restlessly. Oh no, the class leader is so bad for purposely not letting Yushan enhance her talent. Wu am no longer pure. Class leader, give me back my innocence. Everyone unite and demand an explanation from the scumbag. He must compensate us. Lin Ye looked at these messages, barely managing to keep a straight face. You white-eyed wolves. When you need me, you treat me like a donkey in the production team, but when you don't, you bite back. Since you're so aggrieved, I won't participate in the queue anymore. If you don't want to line up, then I'll sleep with you, Sean. Sean, he'll sleep on your left, my right hand is quite strong. Sean, he'll sleep on your right, my left hand is very gentle. You all get away. Sean is mine, as Sean, come into my arms. The women were being overly flirtatious, which was quite overwhelming. Lin Ye felt goosebumps all over and couldn't even imagine the scene. Yushan was also biting her lip, trying hard to suppress herself. Having experienced the painful consequences of being muted earlier, Yushan hurriedly expressed her loyalty in the group, saying, class leader, don't misunderstand, I only sleep with you. I'm straight, always have been. A wave of sourness surged through the group again. Yushan, where's your backbone? Don't yield to the class leader's tyranny. It's so heartbreaking, the once proud Yushan can never return. Seeing the group in chaos, Su Wei quickly explained, the effect of inspiration only lasts for one day, and can only be used once, while encouragement can be used multiple times, so the first time you use the talent each day, everyone must gather to receive the boost. Lin Ye directly awarded Yushan points, enhanced to the ultimate talent, and see if there are other effects. The group notifications soon rang out. Yushan enhanced talent mind release. Gained ultimate talent banner inspiration. You can increase the speed at which companions learn new abilities by 50 and their combat experience by 50. This can only be effective once a day. While a 50 increase in combat experience means the kill count counts as 1. 5. The hunter profession can finally level up. Xiang Fei was the first to scream in the group, then lamented, but I didn't go this time. My experience. Lin Ye, compensate me for my experience. Xiang Fei has been banned from speaking in the group channel for a duration of 1 day. Lin Ye, having exercised his authority, said earnestly, let's discuss serious matters. Report on the talents of others. There were too many people, so Su Wei directly listed their talent effects. Blood Warrior, when injured or witnessing a companion being injured, they will ignore pain, increasing combat power by 100. Sniper increases precision by 50 and damage by 50 for long-range attacks. Berserker increases combat power by 100 during active offensive actions. Each talent was a combat type ability that made Lin Ye and the women envious. Lin Ye counted and found the number was off. Su Wei, isn't there one more? Su Wei then said, the fifth person sitting on your left has the talent of lechery, which increases combat power by 100 in actions related to beauty. The group erupted in chaos again. Wow, even more perverted than the class leader. Beast. Is this even a talent? Does that combat power include those activities too? Lin Ye turned his gaze toward the fifth man on his left. It was him. Upon entering the room and seeing the women, his eyes lit up with desire. This guy indeed had a reputation. The atmosphere in the room suddenly felt a bit strange. The women who received the news all wore wary expressions. It wasn't until the natives guarding the dock brought in roasted meat and fruit wine that the atmosphere became lively again. Wang Dadong leaned over, shared a drink with Lin Ye, and quietly asked, brother, how did you manage to get so many girlfriends? Lin Ye smiled awkwardly, saying, actually they pursued me. Wang Dadong's smile froze. I opened my heart to you, and you toy with my mind. They're all beauties who I could barely believe one would pursue you. But a whole group chasing after you. Do you think you're tangsing? Wang Dadong didn't believe it, but observed the expressions of the women. Their gazes were naturally focused on Lin Ye. Clearly, Wang Dadong informed the others in the group channel. Lin Ye is too strange, you'd best keep your women away from him. Even the captured female prisoners need to be carefully watched. After a hearty meal, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, conserving energy for the next day's mission. They watched as Lin Ye's group entered a room, leaving Wang Dadong and the others momentarily stunned. On the surface they were speechless, but the clan channel was filled with wails. Beasts, don't you have any regard for others? A real man should be like this. I'm so jealous I could burst. How can I sleep tonight? The 2 local women he brought didn't follow him inside. You can't possibly be interested in the locals, right? The messages quickly rolled to 99, until a woman emerged to protest. Enough. If you go out and mess around, will cause chaos in the camp too. Once you step out, the topic of women shouldn't be entertained. We shouldn't have let them go. Seeing internal conflict brewing, Wang Dadong hurriedly came out to mediate. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on those who have partners and won't let them misbehave. So you can misbehave as long as they can't. One sentence from Wang Dadong's wife left him speechless. Early the next morning, all 12 of Wang Dadong's men had bloodshot eyes. On Lin Ye's side, everyone was invigorated. This only deepened their frustration. The 17 locals guarding the dock actively led the way after aligning with the giant king. After walking for half a day, they arrived at a valley. From afar they could see a stone wall with a passage sealing the valley's entrance. A banner made of animal hide hung from the stone wall, depicting a black cherry blossom pattern. Indeed, it's a little baka. Wang Dadong and the others exclaimed in unison, many of them already filled with fur. The stone wall is high, there's a water source in the valley, and they can grow crops. It would be difficult to break in. No wonder these guys can withstand the attacks from the local tribes, and even kill the old chief. Lin Ye surveyed the valley's terrain and couldn't help but exclaim. This target was tougher than expected. It seemed they needed to gather intelligence first. Before long, the people inside filled the stone wall, exuding a strong presence and battle intent. What the hell? Over 60 people, including an old man. After exclaiming, Wang Dadong looked at Lin Ye and said, brother, this looks challenging. Should we change targets? Seeing that the majority of this clan were men, Wang Dadong's group lost interest. Considering the personalities of these little bakas, it was hard to imagine the situation of the 10 or so women. Even the womanizing man began to contemplate retreating. He didn't want to pick up a puff pastry. However, Lin Ye thought that since they were already here, they should get closer to scout the talents of these people. If there were any troublesome ones, it would be wise to eliminate the threat early. A group of little bakas squatting next to their island. As long as we don't speak, Carlos won't know what's happening. Lin Ye tried to boost their morale. Maybe Carlos just likes to play it. The group of men finally remembered their purpose for coming out. They were here to work. Since they had come, not bringing back some profit would be pure loss. Wang Dadong finally rallied, saying, while they are all on the wall, let's get closer and launch a volley of crossbow bolts. The men took out their bronze crossbows. Earlier they had concealed the crossbows in a large leather bag, making it impossible to tell what they were carrying. Lin Ye said, let's feign an attack to draw out their firepower. They can shoot down the local chief, so they must have sharpshooters. Wang Dadong's group split into 3 small teams, forming a triangular formation to advance toward the earthen wall while providing alternate cover. Adaziva. Someone on the wall began to shout, chattering away. Lin Ye filtered it through his mind, realizing it didn't sound like familiar names like Yamidi or Skuo, so he lost interest. In any case, he couldn't understand it. However, Li Qingqing shouted in the clan channel, squad leader Yuan Qianshu from Feichuan City is calling out in the area channel asking which clan is down there. Sure enough, it's an old friend's territory. Lin Ye sighed and said, don't respond, pretend we didn't hear. We'll deal with that after we finish fighting. And don't speak your own language, don't let them discover our origins. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings erupted with the sounds of Axi Ba and Samaida. Wang Dadong's group had already approached the shooting range, raising their crossbows as if to shoot, while actually preparing to flee. A sharp voice rang out from the stone wall. More than 10 men with bows emerged from the crowd, releasing a flurry of arrows. Wang Dadong's men fled in panic. But the enemy had the high ground and range advantage, and a few unfortunate souls at the back were still hit. One got hit in the rear and another in the calf, being dragged away by his companions, rolling and crawling to escape the range. The stone wall echoed with raucous laughter. Initially, they felt tense seeing these people wielding crossbows. Now that they confirmed their sharpshooters had an overwhelming advantage, they immediately let loose and began to celebrate prematurely. At that moment, a tall, bearded man trailing behind the crowd suddenly sprinted forward, drawing a javelin. Ha ha ha. The people on the stone wall laughed even more wildly upon seeing Lin Ye attempt to retaliate with a javelin. Could a javelin reach them when crossbow bolts couldn't? It was simply impossible. With the laughter came a few dull thuds. Someone saw the flying javelins and screamed in panic, ducking into the crowd seeking cover. However, the javelins were in just a few breaths, over 10 javelins flew up to the stone wall, piercing through the front line, and with unmatched momentum, they directly impaled a person in the back. More than 10 javelins in a blink injured nearly 30 people. The previously laughing crowd was now filled with panic-stricken cries and despairing wails. They realized that all their archers had lost their combat capability. All along they had relied on a dozen individuals awakened with combat talents to fend off the local tribe's repeated assaults. Now suddenly losing their support, everyone fell into despair. Shattered jade! Shattered jade! The fervent ones, seeing their companions' plight, let out frenzied cries. One old man, seemingly the leader, murmured resolutely, the warrior spirit will surely prevail. We outnumber them, and in close combat we will win. Boom. The wooden doors at the stone wall passage swung open. Charge! Kill them! People wielding knives, spears, and axes clad in leather armor shouted as they charged out with fierce expressions. Wang Dadong and the others were left stunned. Wait, they've lost their main combat strength, yet they dare to engage in melee. Let's just do it. The clan genealogy has a new page. Just then Wang Dadong snapped back to reality and activated his talent. Let's take them down. Lin Ye, influenced by this, felt his blood boil and instantly entered an adrenaline-fueled state. He quickly shouted, Yushan, use your talent. Yushan opened her mouth but couldn't think of a fitting line and could only stammer, I'm feeling good. Lin Ye cursed, I wasted my earlier kills. Bang. Suwon had already thrown out a burning clay pot. From the moment she arrived at the stone wall, she had begun heating the clay pot. The shards cracked and oil splattered out. Soon smoke erupted from the crowd of people, followed by flames, and then cries of despair. Without Qinan, the strongest female javelin thrower, Li Qingqing dashed to Lin Ye's side and seized an obsidian javelin, unleashing a flurry of throws. Having just finished firing a round of crossbow bolts, Wang Dadong and the others froze for several seconds in shock at her actions. Lin Ye's javelin throw, though outrageous, was at least somewhat rational given her size. What on earth was up with this woman? Still reeling from the shock brought by Li Qingqing, Wang Dadong and the others saw Su Wei Yushan and He Xian pulling out their bronze crossbows and starting to fire wildly. They did not seem to aim much, simply pulling the triggers. The crossbow bolts seemed to have eyes of their own, finding their marks in the crowd. The 3 women hid behind cover, quickly reloading, then emerged again to take aim. They load faster than we do. The 2 companions beside Wang Dadong couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Dadong nodded. They can produce their own bronze crossbows, trained more thoroughly than us, so it's normal for them to load faster. Just then another sound of a ceramic pot shattering echoed. Su Wan threw out the second incendiary jar. After the series of attacks, the crowd that rushed out had significantly thinned. This time she only managed to burn 2 people. Lin Ye was even more shocked than Wang Dadong and the others. In the time he was stunned, these women had claimed many kills. If he didn't act soon, he wouldn't be able to level up his hunter profession today. He hurriedly picked up his throwing spear and started to collect heads. Spotting a man groaning on the ground, he thrust his spear directly through him. Lin Ye's hunter profession leveled up, current level 1. Current selectable skills, tracking pursuit. Lin Ye felt a bit surprised upon hearing the clan announcement. Choose a skill. Can I have them all? Lin Ye quickly checked the skill descriptions. Tracking, mark a creature as a target to track based on scent and appearance, gaining its location information once an hour. Pursuit, run at your maximum speed for 30 minutes and deliver a lethal strike to a target. Just as Lin Ye was about to choose a skill, a chat message flashed. Xiang Fei, what rewards come with upgrading a hunter? Lin Ye was startled. Didn't I mute her for a day? Upon closer inspection, it wasn't the clan channel, but Xiang Fei's personal channel, Xiang Fei's secret hut. This guy. Lin Ye promptly shared the skill information obtained after upgrading to the clan channel. Just after sending the message, he saw another option on the panel: change batch. What the hell? There are more than just 2 level 1 skills. Lin Ye decisively changed to a new batch of selectable skills. Current selectable skills: Handy Trap, Pet Attack. Handy Trap creates simple traps using everything around you. Pet Attack: command your pet to attack, continuing until it is exhausted or the target is killed. Lin Ye checked again and found he could no longer switch. There were only 4 selectable skills for a level 1 hunter. As someone whose stats relied on breeding, he wasn't particularly interested in attack skills. After all, once he threw his spear, the opponent would be out of luck. He decisively chose tracking. Once a tracking target was set, he could know its positional changes. This was incredibly thrilling. At that moment, the clan channel was buzzing. As expected of a combat profession, the skills are incredible. What should we do? Do we only get to choose one? I want to upgrade, I want to kill, let's go take down that group at the stone castle. Hunters aren't required to kill to level up, can't we just kill small animals? There are mice in the camp again, should we catch mice for experience? We can catch rabbits too, Chin Na form a team. Lin Ye looked at the chat and had to remind, there are plenty of opportunities to level up, you all guard the camp, well don't be reckless. With so much gold, if you lose it, it'll come back and break your butts. Although he didn't name anyone, Chin Na immediately felt it was a warning directed at her, then you hurry back. I warn you not to mess around with women outside. Lin Ye replied irritably, don't disgust me. All of them are untouchable, even the pervert from Wang Dedong's side doesn't fancy them. At that moment someone finally responded, squad leader, which skill did you choose? Others also curiously asked. Lin Ye said, of course I chose pursuit. Running at maximum speed for 30 minutes is incredibly powerful, whether chasing or fleeing. No way you actually didn't choose tracking. Chin Na exclaimed in shock. If it were me, I would choose tracking, so I could always know the target's location. It's too useful. I'm not a voyeur, Lin Ye retorted confidently. After upgrading to the hunter profession, he hadn't made another move. When Wang Dadong and the others launched their second round of volleys, the small rogues rushing out were completely broken. Some died, some were injured, and the timid ones lay on the ground trembling and shouting wildly. Not a single person managed to reach close combat range. Quick check for survivors, treat the injured. Wang Dadong recalled the main purpose of this trip and hurriedly called for people to clean up the battlefield. Lin Ye had Liang Qian prepare to deliver the external injury ointment and brown cloth for bandaging wounds while he rushed up the stone wall. There were still the first batch of the injured up there. Lin Ye noticed a few women and quickly rushed over to rescue them. There were a total of 27. More than half were already. Only 5 had favorable positions, the spearheads not deeply embedded, merely wounding their abdomens. They had managed to extricate themselves and were attempting to bandage their wounds. Seeing Lin Ye approach, they knew their side had been defeated. A flurry of incomprehensible shouts followed. Lin Ye couldn't understand, but guessed they were begging for mercy. With an impassive expression, he stepped forward, stabbing 2 men to death with a spear, dragging 3 women aside to tie them up, then clean their wounds and stop the bleeding. The 3 women saw Lin Ye's imposing figure and full beard, trembling in fear. Thinking they would be violated, they cursed at him with fierce expressions, hoping to provoke him into killing them. Slap. Lin Ye delivered a resounding slap. The 3 fell unconscious, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. 3 women, just enough to satisfy Carlos' needs. However, it's Xiao Yan who owes him, not me. I need to charge extra. Lin Ye dragged the 3 down from the stone wall, suddenly hearing a howl of wolves. Wolves. It seems this truly is my old friend's camp, Yuan Qianchu. Oh, my dear friend, I wonder how he is doing now. Lin Ye tossed the 3 into the stone wall corridor and ventured deeper into the camp. Along the way, he claimed everything he found, including metal, leather, and food, sending them back casually. These little rogues built their camp in a layout resembling a castle, relying on the valley's terrain. Lin Ye climbed over 100 meters up the stairway before finding a gray wolf tied to a pillar in the largest house. The poor creature had been treated like a dog. Lin Ye untied the rope, and the gray wolf immediately leaped into his embrace. Good, you've suffered. The undercover operation is over now, you can return to the team. Lin Ye exited the stone wall with the gray wolf, seeing that there were 8 captured prisoners. All were women, one of whom appeared to be in her 50s. Even this. Lin Ye felt a bit speechless, but thinking that some people might actually like this, he let it go. He didn't understand, but he respected it. Lin Go, I understand some bird language, and I found out their situation. In Wang Dedong's team, a bearded man wearing glasses stepped forward and said, this group came through during a company team building event. The leader is called Sun Jing Zanjuro, using the alias Yuan Qianshu in the area channel. It's him. Lin Ye turned around to see an old man who had been burned beyond recognition. So when you were too ruthless, Yuan Qianshu was my old friend. Look at what you've burned him into. That must hurt. After counting the spoils, Wang Dedong's expression turned somewhat dejected. He had negotiated with Lin Ye that 1 prisoner would be exchanged for a new style bronze crossbow. In the end, they only captured 8 prisoners, 3 of whom were caught by Lin Ye. Yet they ended up trading with Lin Ye for 12 new style bronze crossbows. After the battle, they actually incurred a loss. It was quite absurd. Brother Lin, how much do you think these weapons and armor are worth? Wang Dadong pointed at the 2 piles of captured goods on the ground. He no longer expected anything from the items inside the camp. After Lin Ye visited, there would be no high-value resources left. Lin Ye glanced at these items without expressing an opinion. The folks in Feichuan City had never considered modifying their weapons. They simply used what they found from the locals. The obsidian weapons aside, the only items of some value were the bronze knives and armor. Now that Lin Ye had raised his standards, he found these random scraps rather disappointing. The most valuable thing was not the supplies, but the camp itself. A stone wall sealed off the canyon with water and land inside, making it completely sustainable. The biggest problem was the local chief on this island would not allow outsiders to continue existing. How about we take out the local chief too? Lin Ye stroked his stubble and became increasingly intrigued. He was worried about a group of small tribes on the nearby island. Could 1,000 indigenous tribesmen really be trusted? They were all the same kind of threat. You can have the supplies. Lin Ye generously waved his hand, distributing the weapons and equipment on the ground to Wang Dadong. Brother Lin, you are too polite. Wang Dadong's eyes lit up. Their group had faced thousands of indigenous tribesmen since their arrival, and they couldn't fight them. Hidden ambushes could only target the isolated ones, making their lives very difficult. After going to the Shaoyin Copper Island, they had gained strength, but there were no indigenous tribes to raid. This batch of supplies was still their largest source of income. I don't need the prisoners you captured. I don't lack women on my side. Lin Ye continued to offer benefits. Wang Dadong and the others understood he must have conditions. Brother Lin, if there's anything else you need us to do, just say the word. Wang Dadong rubbed his hands, looking anxious. Lin Ye smiled and said, it's not a big deal. I plan to negotiate with the local chief on this island, and would like you to help me negotiate. Wang Dadong looked bewildered. The other men were equally confused. How could someone of a different kind be negotiated with? Wang Dadong glanced at the more than a dozen locals who had come along with Lin Ye, feeling that Lin Ye's image had become even more blurred. Previously he had said Carlos was colluding with the locals. Now wasn't Lin Ye fighting fiercely with the locals too? Lin Ye scratched his head and sighed. If we can negotiate, that would be best. I suspect there will still be a fight, but it shouldn't be too intense. Seeing Lin Ye's unwavering confidence, Wang Dadong assumed it was just a small tribe of a few hundred people, so he hesitated no longer. Mainly Lin Ye was offering too much. After hesitating for a moment, he felt guilty about his own desires. Lin Ye asked Wang Dadong to leave 2 people behind to watch over and care for the prisoners. The others followed the guidance of the more than a dozen locals to arrive at the indigenous village on the island. A tribe of 1,000 people wasn't that big. It was a small village consisting of over 100 houses along with scattered indigenous families on the outskirts. The village was circular, surrounded by wooden fences with a moat dug outside that was deeper than a person's height. When Lin Ye arrived, a lively sacrificial ceremony was underway in the village. On a high platform built of wood tied up, locals were brought up one by one to have their heads chopped off. Heads rolled down from the high wooden trough and fell into a pile of corpses swarming with flies. With each head that was tossed, the crowd below erupted in cheers. That was the chief's brother. The chief killed his own brother. The locals who sided with Lin Ye chattered excitedly. After hearing the translation, Lin Ye realized that the chief of this tribe had completed internal power consolidation at the cost of eliminating a few brothers. It seems we arrived just in time. Lin Ye called for Li Qingqing, shared his negotiation conditions, and asked her to translate for the locals. Upon hearing this, the local traders scrambled to volunteer as messengers. Lin Ye picked the loudest local and sent him forward. That person arrived at the village entrance and shouted, "King of Giants, the true God walking among men, has come to eliminate evil souls. From now on you must worship him like you do the blood god, and he will protect you from the harassment of intruders." The villagers fell silent upon hearing the proclamation. On the watchtower, someone recognized the shouting local. "Luba, what nonsense are you talking? Do you dare to interfere with the chief's victorious sacrifice? Don't you want to live?" The local trader Luba fervently replied, "I am now a follower of the King of Giants. He has already eliminated the invaders in the valley. You better also submit to him, or he will kill your bodies and tear your souls apart." Hearing the back-and-forth conversation among the locals, Li Qingqing felt uneasy and said to Lin Ye, "Those locals don't understand our strength and still want to resist." Lin Ye immediately said, "Tell that shouting guy that the King of Giants will change the weather as a warning to them." Li Qingqing translated the message to Luba. Lin Ye then looked at He Xian. "Show them a demonstration of your weather manipulation ability." He Xian nodded excitedly. Since awakening her talent to control the weather, this was her first formal opportunity to showcase it. She immediately changed into her attire. Dressed in a raincoat, wearing a mask with a wooden sword and a flamethrower in her hands, she stood high up and began performing rituals. Nearby, Wang Dadong and the others watched in astonishment. Is negotiating with the locals just about putting on a show? Luba had already begun issuing warnings. "Your arrogance has angered the King of Giants. He will summon thunder and rain as punishment for you." In the village, the locals laughed dismissively. Countless people emerged from their houses looking up at the sky. He Xian finally reached a critical moment, and after a vague incantation activated the flamethrower. The spark from the lighter ignited the combustible gas being expelled. With a bang, a flame over a foot long shot out. This scene had a certain visual impact. The laughter of the locals diminished somewhat. Those in the know, including Wang Dadong and the others, found it both amusing and ridiculous. Was this how they intended to trick the locals? Bang! Another burst of flame. He Xian had transformed into a fire-breathing girl. Just when everyone thought the fire-breathing was getting a bit dull, the sky darkened. At some point, a small cloud floated in from above. This small cloud was not large enough to cover the entire village, and was even smaller than the thick smoke rising from the bonfire. Crack! The small cloud unleashed a bolt of lightning, thin as a thread, but especially conspicuous against the pitter-patter. Fine raindrops began to fall. After more than 10 minutes, the ground was just wet. Soon the cloud dispersed, and the rain stopped. Wang Dadong and the others were stunned to learn that He Xian could truly summon thunder and rain. Meanwhile, the villagers found this little commotion utterly non-threatening and became even more arrogant. "Haha! The loud laughter spread throughout the village. The furious chief directly ordered the indigenous archers on the watchtower to shoot down the traitors who sided with the king of giants. Local Luba crawled back looking dejected. Li Qingqing found his report both amusing and frustrating. He Xian's debut seemed to have had the opposite effect. Lin Ye sighed helplessly as he watched the locals rush out of the village. They chose to become experience points. Let's aim to level up your professions to the next level. Before Lin Ye could finish his words, the women around him went wild and started attacking. Li Qingqing's charming face was filled with a fervent expression, and within a few breaths she had thrown all 12 javelins she carried. The earthlings who charged out were instantly taken down in droves. In the tribe channel, Li Qingqing kept shouting, "Zhou Yuyao javelins, send me a few more bundles. We're facing a tribe of thousands. Heat in the situation is extremely critical." A bundle of javelins landed in front of Li Qingqing. She grabbed a dagger, cut the rope, and picked up the javelins to start hurling. Under the influence of skills and talents, the fatigue would only erupt afterward, so Li Qingqing did not care much. She aimed at the charging earthlings and hurled javelins at them. Wang Dadong and the others also wielded bronze crossbows, shooting continuously. "Brother Dong, their javelins seem to have more power than crossbow bolts," someone exclaimed. Wang Dadong only glanced hurriedly at the earthlings continuously falling on Li Qingqing's side and instructed, "Don't get distracted. We must suppress this wave of attacks and cause heavy casualties first. Then I'll use my talents to crush their morale." "Brother Dong, what does Lin Ye mean by experience points?" another person asked. "It seems they place particular importance on the number of focus," Wang Dadong said in a deep voice. "Ask questions after we finish fighting." Compared to the straightforward javelin attacks, Su Wan's grenade throwing required more technique. "Qin Shasha, melt the oil and send it over to me," Su Wan urged in the tribe channel. Shortly after, a burning can appeared in the item delivery section. Wearing thick leather gloves, Su Wan grabbed the burning can with one hand and ignited it with a flamethrower in the other. With a smirk, her small face revealed a fierce expression. "The barbecue is here." She tossed a can into the midst of the clustered earthlings. Bang! The ceramic jar shattered, hot oil splattered, causing the earthlings with bare legs to scream in pain. The flames spread, igniting the dry grass on the ground, the grass, shoes underfoot, and the leather on their bodies. The archers clustered together were directly wiped out by this wave from the burning can. The earthlings' ranged attacks were suddenly reduced by nearly half. Meanwhile, Su Wei, He Xian, and Yushan shot batches of crossbow bolts at the melee earthlings charging forward. Watching their companions fall one after another, the earthlings who had been roaring in high spirits instantly had their morale crushed. "Yushan," Lin Ye called out in a deep voice. Yushan instantly understood the meaning, hung her bronze crossbow on her shoulder, tossed her long hair, and solemnly began to chant a spell. Talent activated. The effect of the mind release not only boosted her side's morale, but also amplified the enemy's fear. The earthlings who had just suffered a heavy blow instantly trembled in fear and instinctively turned to flee. "Charge! Kill! Anyone who retreats will die." The earthling leaders ordered their subordinates. Under the massive retreat, their insistence became particularly prominent. Whoosh! The obsidian javelin reflected a bright light and whistled through the air. The earthling leader who had just been shouting reached to grab the spear shaft, trying to ease his burden. But the spearhead had already pierced through his chest, and the torrent of blood found no exit, quickly spilling from his mouth and nose, rendering him unable to make any sound. On the other hand, the earthling leader, struck in the throat by the javelin, had his cervical spine broken, instantly returning to the embrace of the blood god without experiencing any pain. Lin Ye focused on targeting those earthling leaders hiding in the back or behind the shield wall. As long as he set his sights on them, a javelin would take them away. Even those holding vine shields would be pierced through. Only a few leaders with bronze shields could save their lives. Faced with such powerful javelins, they no longer dared to expose themselves within the strike range. As they retreated, the surrounding earthlings quickly withdrew behind the wooden walls like a tide. No matter how the earthling chief roared and scolded, no one dared to rush out. The javelins, powerful enough to rival bed crossbows, launched so quickly that whoever was targeted would surely die, and even fools would not dare to face them. The morale of the earthlings plummeted into silence, making the chief's roar sound particularly prominent. Lin Ye quickly determined the position of the earthling chief from the sound. He raised his javelin and fired 5 shots directly at the source of the noise. It was time to showcase the power of the regulated weapon. With over 100 accuracy, as long as there were no throwing errors and there were exposed targets nearby, it was guaranteed to hit. The earthling chief never expected to be attacked while standing in the open ground of the village. This position was invisible even to enemies. Without visibility, it was impossible to aim. Even if arrows could fly over the wall, they could never hit him. However, several black dots appeared in the sky. The reflected light was blinding. The sharpened edges of the obsidian javelins meant that anyone who saw the reflection knew they had been targeted. The experienced earthling chief immediately made a dodging move. However, the obsidian blade still pierced into his eye socket. As he fell, he faintly saw that several of his guards beside him were also struck. Within a few breaths, the earthling chief and his guards were wiped out. Ilvo. The earthlings gathered in the open space erupted in terrified howls. They ran towards the nearest houses, kicked open doors, and swarmed inside. Only by hiding within could they feel a bit of safety. The earthlings in the village were so scared, while those outside had already scattered. Those left outside were either dead or injured, only caring about their painful howls, which made the attackers' scalps tingle. Objectively, this did delay the attack speed. Wang Dadong had not yet had the chance to unleash his talent when he saw the flood of people in front of him retreating like a tide. On Lin Ye's side, more than a dozen earthlings ran excitedly in front of him, jabbering away. Li Qingqing translated, "The chief is dead. The brutal OWA was killed by the giant king. The earthlings inside are too intimidated by the giant king's power to dare fight back." It seems the beheading operation was successful. Lin Ye revealed a satisfied smile, feeling his stubble irritating his skin and wanting to stroke it. Fear is only temporary. After all, the enemy still outnumbers them by far. Lin Ye promptly instructed Shout to tell them to surrender. Tell them that the OWA who offended the giant king is dead, and the giant king allows the others to lay down their weapons and surrender. This time the shout finally had an effect. The earthlings emerged from their houses, throwing their weapons into a pile, kneeling down, pressing their heads to the ground, trembling all over. Lin Ye called the earthlings, "You go and block the village entrance." The more than 10 earthlings immediately split into 3 teams and rushed towards the 3 exits of the village. Along the way, they also picked up arrows and javelins to replenish their ammunition. "Brother Dong," Lin Ye shouted, "take your people to the lookout towers. If anyone dares to make a move, shoot them down." Wang Dadong gathered the other 9 people to seize shooting positions while asking, "Brother Lin, what do you mean by experience point?" Lin Ye had long anticipated he would ask this and replied with a smile, "Combat professions can level up by killing targets. Haven't you unlocked combat professions?" Wang Dadong was taken aback, then eagerly pleaded, "What combat professions? Brother, tell us how to unlock them. This time, we don't even need rewards." Currently, they had only unlocked lumberjack and stonemason, which were professions that couldn't level up. Combat professions, if they mastered the method to unlock combat professions, it would be more valuable than any supplies or captives. When Lin Ye entered the village, the central square was already filled with kneeling people. Today was quite coincidental, as the chief had summoned everyone from outside the village to witness his victorious sacrifice. The vast majority of this tribe was gathered here. In the recent conflict, around 300 had been casualties, leaving just over 900 people remaining in the village. Lin Ye swaggered onto the high platform and sat on the animal skin seat that the chief had previously occupied. He waved his hand to fan the air, clearly displeased with the surrounding stench of blood and decay. Lin Ye decided to establish a hygiene regulation first. With such a foul-smelling pit of corpses, he was worried about contracting diseases himself. In light of this issue, he ordered the women not to enter. It was simply too dirty and too smelly. Lin Ye had no choice but to move his speaking location to the watchtower near the village entrance. This made it convenient for Li Qingqing to act as his translator. The cruelty towards blood relatives and friends has plunged you into hatred and strife. Killing and cannibalism have made your souls increasingly foul. Failing to timely dispose of the corpses and waste has subjected you to the curse of the plague demon. Lin Ye continued with a series of anxious warnings, stating, "You will soon perish regardless of age or gender. Your entire tribe will be wiped out. I, as the embodiment of the giant king, walk upon the world to save you. As long as you abide by the rules I set, you shall survive for generations." Li Qingqing translated Lin Ye's words into the local dialect, using 2 local women as amplifiers to convey the message to all the tribespeople. The tribespeople trembled even more. In the tradition where the strong were revered, whoever was strong enough to speak was deemed right. This logic had firmly locked their thoughts. Now that the giant king possessed the strength to crush everyone, his words became the supreme truth. Not listening to the giant king meant even without his intervention, they would fall into hatred, conflict, foulness, and curses. The consequences of having foul souls were still too early to contemplate. However, being cursed by the plague demon would truly lead to annihilation. The tribespeople feared the plague demon above all else. Whenever a plague occurred, nearly half the population had to be sacrificed for the others to have a chance of survival. Now that the giant king stated the cause of the plague outbreak was their failure to bury the corpses and clean the waste, the tribespeople immediately sprang into action. Thus, Lin Ye's first task in taking over this tribe was to guide them in a thorough sanitation campaign. All corpses were to be burned, sending thick smoke into the air. Waste was to be cleaned and buried, covered with ash from plants. To instill this theory deeply within the tribespeople, Yushan Hexian and Su Wan changed into shaman outfits and began performing a ritual dance to drive away evil spirits. Li Qingqing instructed the local women to declare that this was to expel evil spirits and purify the souls of the living. The frightened tribespeople gradually began to look clearer. The benefits of worshipping the giant king seemed more tangible than those of the blood god. After all, the advantages of the blood god could only be realized after death. In contrast, the benefits of the giant king could be enjoyed while alive. After inspecting the sanitation, Lin Ye expressed his satisfaction with their labor. The tribespeople cheered in unison, "Giant king! Giant king!" The atmosphere of the king's power had suddenly risen. Wang Dadong and others watched in stunned silence. Was this how one subdued a tribe? Of course, this was not the end. The giant king was both merciful and strict. Next came the reckoning of sins. A total of 37 tribespeople who had committed crimes such as killing blood relatives, cannibalism, and public defecation were pulled from the crowd under the accusations of others. "Giant king, spare us. I know I was wrong. I will definitely change." These tribespeople knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Tears mingled with snot, their foreheads banging against the ground with loud thuds. Lin Ye did not kill them, but instead announced his laws. Those who killed blood relatives must kill 10 enemies for the giant king to atone for their sins. Cannibals must kill 10 other cannibals to atone. For the minor offense of public defecation and neglecting hygiene, 3 months of labor reform would suffice for release. Hearing that they would not have to die, these people bowed their heads again. Coincidentally, most of these killers and cannibals were the leaders or the strong and combative ones among the tribes. By pulling out these individuals, the remaining people were mainly honest folk. Lin Ye divided these honest individuals into 6 teams of 100 each, led by 3 team leaders. The direct subordinates of the 3 team leaders were selected from the remaining individuals. It was challenging for anyone to gain absolute advantage, preventing any strong figures from regaining control over the tribe and developing rebellious intentions. Having completed the division and governance, Lin Ye began to offer temptation. Each team of 100 may select 1 man and 1 woman from among the youth to follow the giant king and enjoy blessings. Lin Ye initially intended to select only 12 youths. However, the 3 team leaders, overly ambitious for progress, included their own children. Seeing the eagerness, Lin Ye set a quota of 1 per family and increased the number to 15. Wang Dadong watched the entire process, feeling a storm of emotions in his heart. Xiao Yan is overwhelmed dealing with the captives, the elderly, weak women, and children numbering over 400. But Lin Ye manages so many people with ease. Lin Ye's personal strength is greater and his leadership ability is also superior. It seems that following Lin Ye offers a brighter future. Wang Dadong discussed this in the tribe's channel with others and quickly reached a consensus to leave a portion of people on South 11 Island to work as mercenaries for Lin Ye. Finding an opportunity, Wang Dadong approached Lin Ye and said, "Brother Lin, would you like to keep some people to supervise the tribe's people's production? We have nothing much to do on Copper Island, so just give us direct orders if you need anything." Lin Ye, who was struggling to find suitable people to utilize, smiled and said, "Since Brother Dong is willing to help, I won't be polite. Let's use Feichuan City as the base for the guard troops. I will send over the tribe's people's children who have learned the Dragon Kingdom language to assist." Wang Dadong directly left 5 single men here. "Brother Lin, how do you unlock that combat profession?" Wang Dadong finally asked the question he was most concerned about. Lin Ye directly informed him of the conditions for unlocking the hunter profession. "So that's how it is." Wang Dadong, upon hearing that the unlocking condition was merely to hunt animals with a pet, felt completely disheartened, feeling like he had missed out on a fortune. With Wang Dadong's talent boost, they could have easily unlocked the hunter profession. They had also bought a gray wolf from Lin Ye, but never thought of using it for hunting, only for dealing with the tribespeople. As a result, due to a series of misfortunes, the first combat profession had still not appeared. During this trip, Wang Dadong and the others did not bring their pet wolf, and instead set their sights on the gray wolf that Lin Ye had rescued from Feichuan City. Chen Na instructed the wolf, through the pack leader, to obey those who spoke the Dragon Kingdom language. Having heard the bird language for a long time in Feichuan City, the wolf finally heard familiar words and naturally joined. Wang Dadong, accompanied by the gray wolf, rushed to unlock the hunter profession. Only then did Lin Ye have the opportunity to inquire about the local specialties of this island. The tribespeople presented a shiny metallic piece. This was a very soft metal that could even melt when placed over a fire. Lin Ye could not recognize it, and had to send it back for Zhou Yuyao to identify. "This is tin," Zhou Yuyao exclaimed excitedly. "With this we can smelt bronze ourselves." Only then did Lin Ye realize the greatest gain from this trip. "I can't believe it. So we have conquered a tin mine." Upon learning that the island's specialty was tin ore, Lin Ye finally understood why he had seized so many bronze ingots in Feichuan City. "These little bastards, they can smelt bronze themselves, yet when they sought to trade wolves with me, they were unwilling to part with even a cubic foot of bronze. Truly dishonest." Lin Ye couldn't help but bring up old grievances. The bronze ingots he had seized in Feichuan City amounted to 6 or 7 cubic feet. According to the timeline, Yuan Xianshu had no issue trading 2 cubic feet of bronze for wolves back then. Yet that old fellow kept whining about being poor, stubbornly substituting a pile of obsidian weapons instead. Then Lin Ye recalled that among the seized items were thick-walled bronze pipes. Bronze pipes as thick as a fist. He hadn't thought of their purpose at the time. Associating it with the people of Feichuan City, who preferred to use the captured weapons rather than modify their cold weapons, Lin Ye understood the role of those bronze pipes. These guys are actually trying to make cannons directly. Lin Ye called over 3 officials from the local tribe and asked Li Qingqing to translate. "Are there any very yellow stones on this island? And stones that ignite easily?" The 3 officials debated animatedly and finally reached a conclusion. "Yes, the yellow stones are in the mountains. The easily ignitable stones are over there by the coast. Sulfur and saltpeter." Lin Ye was thrilled by these clues. If Yuan Xianshu and the others hadn't discovered sulfur or saltpeter nearby, they wouldn't have bet everything on gunpowder weapons. Lin Ye felt it necessary to interrogate the captives thoroughly. Despite the tribesmen appearing submissive, Lin Ye was still worried they might rebel at night. He chose not to stay in the village overnight, but returned to the dock with his own men. Having more than 10 tribesmen who had previously followed him felt more reliable. Wang Dadong left 2 injured men. One had an arrow in his buttocks and the other in his calf, both severely injured. The 2 guarding 8 captives naturally wore grim expressions. When Lin Ye and Wang Dadong returned, the 8 captives bore marks of being beaten with wooden sticks. A charred wooden stick left a black streak with each strike, which looked quite painful to the eyes. "Damn, what kind of play is this? Don't break them, they are supposed to be used for trading." In Wang Dadong's team, a man with a penchant for women mocked with a smile. "Damn it, curse the man with the arrow in his buttocks. Do you think I don't understand their bird language? Those bitches are insulting us. The man with the arrow in his calf added, she insulted the Chinese pigs. Wang Dadong and the others were immediately outraged. Brother Lin, what do you think about this? Wang Dadong sought Lin Ye's opinion. Lin Ye had Su Wei examine the talents and abilities of these captives, finding nothing useful, he said. In any case, Carlos only needs 3. Damn it. Wang Dadong and the others quickly identified the captive who had started the insults and hung him up. A group of people rushed over and began to beat him with sticks. After more than 10 minutes, the man lost consciousness. The remaining 7 trembled in fear. Lin Ye stood up and surveyed the group, speaking in English. I know you are making bronze cannons. You must have found the sources of saltpeter and sulfur, right? Whoever tells me valuable information will be allowed to live like a human. The others can only accompany the tribesmen. After speaking, Lin Ye instructed, separate them for detention and provide wooden boards and charcoal. Among the 7 captives, 2 drew maps of where they discovered saltpeter and sulfur. Cross-referencing the information provided by the tribesman, Lin Ye quickly confirmed that indeed these 2 raw materials existed on the island. The next day, he sent the tribesmen to collect them. By evening, they brought back several hundred pounds of saltpeter, a dozen loads of sulfur, and dozens of clean seabirds. It turned out the source of saltpeter was a seabird habitat, where countless seabirds came to roost each year. Lin Ye immediately led the team to process black powder. After a night of busy work, they obtained about half a cubic foot of rough gunpowder. The previously seized bronze pipes were melted down by Zhou Yuyao into small cannons with firing mechanisms and stands, which were then sent over. Lin Ye gathered the tribesmen for a cannon demonstration. The first shot, a solid copper projectile, shattered the wooden wall, sending debris flying in all directions. The second shot was packed with obsidian fragments, blasting sharp shrapnel that rendered the ground several meters ahead unwalkable barefoot. Originally intending to fire a third shot, the bronze pipe showed signs of deformation and cracking. To avoid embarrassment, they had to cancel for now. 3 shots can't be fired. The quality of the bronze pipes produced in Feichuan City is simply too poor. Lin Ye secretly despised them. However, the tribesmen who did not understand the situation regarded this as divine might and knelt down, shouting, King of Giants. If there were a loyalty panel, it would show that the tribesmen's loyalty had surged dramatically. Lin Ye instructed Wang Dadong and the others to take this nearly obsolete bronze cannon and set it up on the stone wall of Feichuan City as a divine artifact to intimidate the tribesmen. He planned to take the 7 captives to trade with Carlos or Alex. Brother Lin, if these women learn about our bronze cannon and the sources of saltpeter and sulfur, it might not be good to trade it to... Wang Dadong approached Lin Ye looking worried. Rubbing his stubbled chin, Lin Ye smiled and said, although only 2 people wrote down the sources of materials, I believe the other women must also know. Wang Dadong's expression turned serious as he whispered, then let's just kill them all. Lin Ye sighed, that's pointless. Since this island produces tin, or Carlos or Alex will eventually send people to reclaim it. That's why I staged the cannon demonstration, to make them believe we have bronze cannons and deter them from coming recklessly. Wang Dadong suddenly understood. I thought you were trying to intimidate the tribesmen. Turns out it was for those captives to see. Lin Ye nodded. Therefore we still need to send people out. It would be best if both Carlos and Alex were aware of this news. Wang Dadong showed excitement. This way we can use the tin or to keep them in check. Especially Alex, who is currently unable to reach here and would prefer to trade with us. Lin Ye instructed, Brother Wang, you are here to balance the tribesmen's power while also urging them to produce tin ingots, saltpeter, and sulfur, striving to establish black powder production capacity as soon as possible so that our bronze cannons can truly fire. Wang Dadong assured, we must also focus on food production. The climate here is different from Blue Star, and without the tribesmen's experience, farming ourselves carries too much risk. Then I must trouble you, Brother Wang, Lin Ye said. We will quickly cast qualified cannon tubes. As long as the black powder production keeps up, our bronze cannons will be a genuine deterrent. After discussing the matters, Lin Ye turned to leave. Wang Dadong hesitantly called him back. We have a brother here. Has a unique hobby. Wang Dadong rubbed his hands, smiling shyly. He is overly interested in women. I'm afraid he might cause trouble here. Brother Lin, could you arrange a place for him? What? Lin Ye nearly thought he misheard. After Wang Dadong's explanation, Lin Ye finally understood. That fellow with the lecherous talent was already a source of fear in the tribe. Those with partners were wary of him. Those without partners were also cautious around him. This guy had undoubtedly become a safety hazard. Yet he had not committed any serious offenses, making it difficult for Wang Dadong to deal with him. Having no other options, he reached out to Lin Ye, hoping Lin Ye could take the person away. In Wang Dadong's view, since Lin Ye could find several girlfriends, the tribe was surely skewed with more women than men. Arranging 1 or 2 for that guy shouldn't be too difficult. Faced with Wang Dadong's request, Lin Ye scratched his head, smiling awkwardly, unsure of how to explain. It is indeed true that there are more women than men in the tribe. Yet he had caused trouble. It was impossible to invite a wolf into the house. However, Lin Ye's mind raced, and he came up with a suggestion for his lecherous brother. Brother Wang will solve this problem for you. Just bring the person over, Lin Ye assured. Soon Wang Dadong called the person over. His name is Lu Jinxiang, and his talent is... Wang Dadong hesitated to say. It was his first time hearing of such a... Lu Jinxiang grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. My talent is being lecherous. My abilities double whenever I'm engaged in anything related to that. Lin Ye asked the question that all the women in the group were concerned about. Does this doubled ability include that aspect? Lu Jinxiang excitedly replied, of course it does. When I worked on construction sites within 2 months, all the technicians around me blacklisted me, unwilling to do business with me. Later I relied on this to make a living. Rich women, you understand. Strong individuals truly do not complain about their environment. Lin Ye genuinely envied him. Putting his arm around Lu Jianqiang's shoulder, he pulled him aside. I know a rich woman, one who's extremely wealthy and beautiful. Are you interested? Of course I am. Lu Jianqiang sensed something was off with Lin Ye's words. Brother Lin, you aren't talking about a local woman. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Jianqiang gritted his teeth and resolutely nodded. A local woman is fine. Definitely not a local woman. Lin Ye secretly rejoiced, finally able to place someone beside Alex. How about a foreign girl? That's fantastic. I've never tried that before. Lu Jianqiang's talent proved to be genuine, and he was filled with It's just that the journey can be a bit dangerous. Before Lin Ye could finish, Lu Jianqiang urged, just tell me how to get there. I'll carve a bloody path, if I have to. Lin Ye swallowed the unfinished words and changed his tune. Then there's no problem. Once I contact her, I'll let you know how to go. He immediately made contact. Chief Alex, do you want a man? If you do, I can send one over. Alex thought Lin Ye was teasing her and replied angrily, who? You. Of course not. Lin Ye felt embarrassed. It turned out this woman had been eyeing him all along. Men really need to protect themselves. Lin Ye explained Lu Jianqiang's situation. This kid is too powerful, he can't stay in the tribe because everyone wants to drive him away. If you want him, he would definitely be very willing to come. Alex still had her doubts. How strong is his ability in that regard? Lin Ye said, very strong enough that professionals refuse to offer their services. Alex, sitting on the stone chair, couldn't help but close her knees. Is he ugly? Alex asked again. Lin Ye carefully assessed Lu Jianqiang and replied, compared to me and certain scholarly gentlemen, he's quite lacking. But he's definitely better than Carlos, and he's particularly gentle and romantic. A bit of a playboy and carefree and short romantic. Hearing Carlos' name, Alex immediately became annoyed. In recent days, Carlos had already seized control of one of her subordinates' territories. One lord was directly attacked and his entire family was taken out. This caused Alex's subordinates to panic, all demanding to go to war. But after a few tests, Alex discovered that the locals under Carlos were like madmen, charging and recklessly, not fearing death at all. This made Alex quite apprehensive, fearing that during the decisive battle her lords might shrink back or turn against her, selling. I've heard that you Dragon Country people are good at fighting. Is this person skilled in combat? Alex temporarily pushed aside her thoughts about that aspect, focusing on this person's tactical abilities. Locals have no tactics to speak of, they just charge in without fear, which makes them good soldiers. Such a fighting style is useless against Carlos. Alex really wanted to find a war advisor. Lin Ye immediately began to boast. He will definitely be fine. This kid's tribe fights valiantly against a large tribe of thousands with just a dozen people. Let him command your locals against Carlos, and it would be like beating a child. Alex was convinced. Knowing that Lin Ye wouldn't do anything without gaining, she immediately decided to offer 20 pounds of gold up front to ensure this person was sincere with her, and then give another 20 pounds. Giving 40 pounds of gold seems like Alex is really desperate. She won't try to renege on the balance, will she? Lin Ye couldn't care less about that now. Even if he only received 20 pounds of gold, he wouldn't be at a loss. Looking at Lu Jianqiang, Lin Ye's eyes were full of admiration. This must be the most valuable duck king, right? Indeed, a man must have a specialty, or wherever he goes there will be a way out. The two quickly devised a plan for picking him up. Alex would send a team of several hundred crossing the rainforest southward, arriving at the coast to pick up the chief's toy. Oh no, tactical advisor. Lin Ye had no choice but to stay on South 11 Island for another day. Hundreds of elite local warriors receiving the chief's highest order immediately set off southward. This direction already had a path leading to the coast. It was just that they needed to pass through the rainforest, and the coast had many cliffs, making it unsuitable for building a dock, which was why the main dock was built in the southeast close to South 12 Island, which Lin Ye occupied. That evening, Lin Ye sent the person to the target coast, leaving 2 absolutely loyal local warriors to accompany him, and took the fleet towards South 12 Island. Sailing at night is indeed very dangerous. But Lin Ye was not worried about supplies. As long as he didn't sink the ship, he could find the right direction. The crew rowed in shifts, resting in shifts, and finally arrived at South 12 Island by the next evening. Lin Ye didn't take the person back to the camp, but went directly to the Palm Grove Stone Fortress. Carlos' representative was still there. Upon seeing the hairy, towering muscle monster, he trembled uncontrollably. Is this a Dragon Country person? If one were to say they were Viking pirates, no one would doubt it. Hearing Lin Ye's greeting, the white man frowned, even more unable to hide his disdain. Lin Ye performed a West Coast-style greeting. Hey bro. This gesture gave the elite white man the same feeling as Dragon Country. People hearing the ones from the West are geniuses. Hello, Mr. Lin. Actually, I understand a bit of Dragon Country language. My name is Bruce, and I'm glad to meet you. The white man hesitated for a moment, but still extended his hand. Lin Ye pulled him in. Brother Bruce, last time Carlos said you were short on women, I brought you 7 women. The prisoner exchange that Carlos mentioned is still valid, right? Yes. Yes. Of course it's valid. Bruce nodded eagerly. He thought to himself, if the agreement is invalid, wouldn't you guys just come and attack? When he caught sight of the locals following Lin Ye, Bruce was greatly shocked. Xiaoyan had already tamed the locals. This meant they could convert the locals into combat power, completely solving the manpower shortage. The level of threat had risen another notch. He must warn Carlos to be wary of the rise of Dragon Country. The conflict between Carlos and Alex was entirely negotiable. there was no need for them to fight each other and allow the dragon country to take advantage of it. Unaware of Bruce's inner calculations, Lin Ye was simply filled with excitement. Bruce, since the agreement is valid, according to Carlos, a person for a person, goods for goods. What kind of person do you plan to use for the exchange? Listening to Lin Ye's words, Bruce inwardly cursed Carlos again. Carlos was truly lacking in wisdom. To capture 3 fleeing women and get shackled by such constraints for a hostage trade was utterly foolish. What would they exchange for? The indigenous people would certainly not agree with Xiaoyan. Would they raid other tribes for people? Wouldn't that just create early enemies? In Bruce's view, the best strategy was to incite infighting among other tribes and sell the captured prisoners to them. This way the population of the 191 tribe would grow rapidly. At the same time, it would weaken other survivor teams. However, Carlos had messed everything up. Whenever it came to issues involving women, Carlos lost his composure and acted recklessly. Now within the tribe, many people were already very dissatisfied with Carlos. How could he expect to gain their trust while restricting others' communication and constantly making foolish decisions? Bruce was still unaware that his thoughts had already sown the seeds for further division within the tribe. Unable to answer Lin Ye's question, Bruce smiled and said, Mr. Lin, let's leave the details of the trade to Carlos and Xiaoyan to decide. What we need to do now is enjoy the banquet. As Lin Ye followed Bruce through the stone wall entrance, he saw that the square in front of the stone castle was already filled with torches, lanterns, and bonfires. The lanterns were red. It was unclear what kind of dye was used. Could it be blood? Lin Ye wondered to himself. With a free dinner on the way, he naturally would not be polite. He immediately called the people accompanying him to come in for the meal. 8 people from Lin Ye's group, along with 15 fully armed indigenous youths and more than 10 indigenous guards, all entered through the main gate. Bruce's eyelids twitched. He calculated the likelihood of successfully taking them down. At the same time, he estimated the chance of escaping if Lin Ye suddenly turned hostile. In the end, Bruce pessimistically discovered that the 30 or so indigenous warriors he brought showed no fighting spirit at all. Seeing Lin Ye's robust figure made them tremble in fear. When they saw the 3 shamans, the indigenous people were even more dazed, their lips quivering and unable to walk steadily. Bruce angrily questioned them about why they were so afraid. The indigenous people stammered out a collective answer. The 3 attendants of the giant king. They will kill our souls. One young indigenous person who followed Lin Ye arrogantly laughed and said, those are the 3 divine envoys of the giant king. They can drive away evil spirits and purify the souls of the living, allowing us to no longer fear the plague demons. The speaker was unaware, but the listener was attentive. Through some coaxing, Bruce quickly grasped the belief system Lin Ye was conveying among the indigenous. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, Carlos actually forgot to assimilate the indigenous from a medical and lifestyle perspective. Compared to going to heaven after death, living without the threat of plague was much more appealing. They managed their followers from the perspective of lifestyle habits, possessing a clearer distinction between friend and foe and greater cohesion among their followers. First commit sins, and then atone for them is a belief logic that essentially magnifies the desire for profit. Organizing a band of robbers, they can still fight fiercely against those of the same faith. However, when facing highly united opponents from whom they cannot gain resources, this kind of band of robbers can easily fall apart and drag each other down when they encounter setbacks leading to a collapse. Bruce was contemplating the stakes in his heart, thinking about how to establish a set of assimilation strategies to make it difficult for the indigenous to reintegrate into other camps after joining his side. Mr. Lin, where did you capture these prisoners from? Is it convenient to tell me? No other intentions, I just want to understand what abilities these people have. Bruce raised his wooden cup, inviting Lin Ye to drink fruit wine while engaging in conversation. Lin Ye had been prepared and smiled slyly. Since each of these prisoners possessed unique skills Su Wei had mentioned once, but felt embarrassed to say it again. Lin Ye had no choice but to introduce them himself. This person has extensive knowledge, and his talent is physical recovery. No matter how intense the battle, he can recover in one day. He was pointing at a man in his 50s. Then he pointed to a captive with his head down. This one is more passive, likes to fight in unfavorable conditions, and his talent is being a jack of all trades, able to multitask against multiple targets. Switching to another captive, Lin Ye continued, this one's talent is agile hands. He was a longbowman in his original tribe with archery skills, and he's incredibly fast. Most people probably can't handle it. These 3 have the talent of physical recovery as well. The rest depends on how you develop them. The last one has the talent of minimalist cooking, meaning he can make a rich meal with very few ingredients. Lin Ye quickly introduced a few prisoners in just a few sentences, and Bruce nodded in satisfaction. There's only one logistical talent. The rest are combat experts. How could their tribe be so strong, yet still be taken down by you so quickly? Bruce knew Lin Ye's combat power was formidable. However, it was hard to believe that Lin Ye, with 7 women, could capture a stronghold of a tribe. Lin Ye smiled meaningfully, but did not answer. He would not reveal how these women awakened their talents. It would significantly affect their image. It was better to leave some room for imagination for the future employer. Without receiving an answer from Lin Ye, Bruce pondered at himself. Glancing at those indigenous youths, Bruce speculated that Lin Ye must have first subdued the indigenous before attacking that tribe. His determination to assimilate the indigenous became even stronger. Lin Ye learned that Bruce did not have the authority to negotiate terms, so he was too lazy to talk to him further. After enjoying a hearty meal, he took his people and left by boat. The 7 captives were directly handed over to Bruce. Lin Ye first sought benefits from Xiao Yin. Brother Xiao, I helped you solve the 3 people that Carlos wanted. What do you say? Xiao Yin did not hesitate, guaranteeing, I owe you 3 people. When I capture the prisoners you want, I will definitely, person for a person, item for an item. Xiao Yin also valued relationships. Previously, Xiao Yin was still mindful of the previous discipline in his former army, and was concerned about appearances when doing such trades, which made him feel constrained. Upon learning that Lin Ye and Wang Dadong had so easily captured a tribal stronghold and recruited 1,000-strong tribe, Xiao Yin felt regret at that moment. I am no longer on Blue Star, so I must adapt to local customs. I also have to engage in prisoner trading. As long as my people live well, principles are not important. On the day Lin Ye captured Feichuan City, Xiao Yin was already holding a map, contemplating where to start. He was preparing. It was just 3 captives after all. A matter that could be easily dealt with, requiring no resources whatsoever, a no-cost deal. There was no reason not to do it. Among all the factions, Xiao Yan's conditions were the most suitable for engaging in prisoner trade. His decision directly sparked a wave of chaos among survivors in a scramble for resources. Xiao Yan was so straightforward that Lin Ye had nothing more to say and went directly to Carlos. Carlos finally experienced the discomfort of being trapped by his own words. Why did he so recklessly insist on a person 4% exchange back then? Now that the other side offered 5 captives, he had to exchange people as well. Sending out the people from the 191 tribe. That was definitely not an option. There are survivors on the islands to the north. Carlos also thought of going outside to resolve the problem. The Dragon Kingdom has a saying, one cannot let others sleep in their own bed. These survivors dare to invade my island. They must be eliminated first. Back at the camp, Lin Ye became busy once again. You all look tired today. Go find Yushan to refresh your status, he yawned, and prepared to head inside to sleep. However, the women had grown accustomed to the benefits of their talents, and 2 days of working without a status had pushed them to their limits. They were completely uninterested in the flag incentive that lacked emotional connection. As soon as they saw Lin Ye walk into the camp, they began rolling dice to compare sizes, quickly establishing the order. First up was the team, receiving a 50 bonus. The 3 of them had a sense of ritual. After taking a shower, their hair smelled of herbal cleansing liquid. They wore the robes from their time travel, only donning them during critical moments. The snow-white robes, combined with their damp, long black hair, highlighted their skin reddened by the hot water. Like ice cream drizzled with strawberry sauce and blackberry juice. No way has Teacher Su been gone for so long without a clan report. The atmosphere was normal until Xiang Fei's words turned Su Wei's face crimson, making her lower her head in embarrassment. Yushan seized the opportunity to add insult to injury. That's right, it's completely pointless. It must be the squad leader's fault. Su Wan chimed in, the squad leader is getting increasingly negligent. Lin Ye, too lazy to argue, simply lay back, saying, yes, I can't do it anymore. I'm taking a break. Not allowed. Xiang Fei stretched her leg to block the door, preventing Lin Ye from closing it. Lin Ye wore a bitter smile. Didn't you all agree to find Yushan? Yushan raised her hand, saying, my status won't take effect until tomorrow. Lin Ye finally gave up the struggle. He focused his attention on the feedback from his tracking skill. Before parting, he had, estimating the time, Lu Jinxiang should have already arrived at Alexei's stone fortress. So the chief's stone fortress is located here. Lin Ye couldn't help but imagine what was happening inside the fortress at that moment. This was not something that could be thought about in detail. Soon Lin Ye's ferocity erupted, causing the room to be filled with the unique screams and pleas characteristic of a haunted house. Inside the stone fortress where Alexei was, the scene was indeed not for the faint-hearted. Lu Jinxiang, upon seeing Alexei, lost all composure. Brother Lin is truly a good man. You introduced such a beautiful mare to me. Lu Jinxiang, thinking about Alexei's identity, decided to use his ultimate tactic. Alexei, in your eyes I see the sea. A vast clear blue ocean, filled with tears and endless love. The moment I laid eyes on you, I believed I would fall in love with you. Lu Jinxiang captivated the wealthy lady not only with his extraordinary ability, but also with his sweet words. Only when emotions are in place does ability become valuable. This tactic had never failed him. Unfortunately, Alexei couldn't understand what he was saying. All she saw was a lewd man speaking with a self-absorbed expression and swaying his head closer and closer. His nose brushed against her shoulder, sending chills down her spine. Go take a shower. Alexei pointed at the steaming water pool. Lu Jinxiang reached out, pulling off his armor in an instant, then leaped into the pool, his gaze never leaving Alexei. Fortunately, the water in the pool was waist deep, otherwise he would have met an early demise. Alexei did not walk away, her eyes fixated on Lu Jinxiang. I want to check the card. The card is fine, but you still need to polish my shoes. Just as Lu Jinxiang emerged from the water, shaking off his hair and wiping his face, he saw a pair of feet in front of him. What the hell, such a heavy taste? Lu Jianqiang's excited expression froze on his face. It was a perverted customer. This business deal was going to be difficult. He was unaware that he had been sold out by Lin Ye. Alexei had paid such a high price, of course, she wanted to fill the experience. An hour later, which could not be described, Alexei lay by the edge of the pool looking like she had just run 5 kilometers. Lu Jinxiang lay in the pool washing away the sweat on his body, his face expressing pure bliss. Damn it, still wanting to indulge in heavy tastes, I'll just unleash all my tricks. Now you have no energy left to mess around. Brother Chong once again solidified his position in the soft rice circle with his overpowering skills. Early the next morning, Lin Ye woke up and sought out Alexei to collect the final payment. Although he was mentally prepared for the possibility of being defaulted on, he still wanted to give it a try. What if the collection was successful? After all, it was 20 pounds of gold. Alexei was having breakfast when she was about to bring a grilled sausage to her mouth, and saw Lin Ye's message pop up. Alexei, Chief, how was that kid's performance? Are you satisfied? Alexei's expression instantly turned panic as she looked. Confirming that there was no one else around, she gritted her teeth and replied, you clearly sent me a beast. Now I'm in pain everywhere, I can't even swallow my food. You can forget about that 20 pounds of gold. You'd better give me 20 pounds of gold instead. Lin Ye remained unfazed. Since you are unsatisfied, I'll make sure his clan isn't in a hurry to release him. You send him back and I'll return the gold to you. Let's just treat last night as you helping him vent his frustrations. Sending him back. Alexei drove a knife into the wooden table. Seeing Lin Ye's last sentence, she was so angry that she pulled the knife out and slashed at the air 18 times. What do you take me for? Am I some free service for that stinky man? Just as Alexei finished speaking, Lin Ye's reply came back. Then you can charge him an overnight fee and let him pay for himself. Oh! Alexei screamed while holding her head. Lu Jinxiang, wearing only shorts, approached Alexei with a wooden tray. The chef here is terrible. The grilled meat only tastes of salt. The corn cakes are also just salty, and I don't even know what the filling in the grilled sausage is, but it has hair in it. Look, this thick hair. Lu Jianqiang's words were incomprehensible to Alexei, but she saw a thick hair in the grilled sausage. Buffalo hair. Alexei looked at the grilled sausage she had been eating and gagged, immediately vomiting what she had just eaten. Lu Jinxiang forked a piece of meat and offered it to Alexei. Try the meat I grilled. The seasoning isn't complete, so I can only show 30% of my strength, but it's still tastier than this place. Alexei now understood what he meant. She took a bite. Delicious. This was the real taste of grilled meat. Unlike the meat grilled by the locals, which was only salty or burnt or undercooked with blood. Alexei suddenly felt that this man wasn't unacceptable. As a chef, he was worth the cost. The price was just to let him stir things up a bit, or for a night. Only by having this man join her clan could they communicate normally. Alexei lacked the patience to learn the most difficult language, so she quickly decided to have Lu Jinxiang change clans. After eating, she went to the warehouse, stifling her pain, and sent Lin Ye another 10 pounds of gold. Change that man's clan affiliation and I'll give you the remaining 10 pounds. Lin Ye weighed the gold bars and sent a message to Wang Dadong. That woman wants Lu Jinxiang, who let him leave the clan. Xiangzi, you can now leave your original clan and join Alekis's clan. Lin Ye instructed Wang Dadong to set up the permissions, and then informed Lu Jinxiang of this good news. Lu Jinxiang was feeding each other with Alekisi, taking turns to feed one another, filling the air with a sweet and leave the clan. Lu Jinxiang was utterly shocked, forgetting to chew the roasted meat in his mouth. I don't want to leave my original clan. Does Donga not want me anymore? Donga, I'm just out here to have fun with girls. I still want to go back later. It's so dull here with all these local folks. Brother Lin, I'm just out looking for women. It's not like I'm defecting. You can't just abandon me. Lu Jinxiang kept looking for Wang Dadong and Lin Ye, expressing that he was only out for a little adventure and intended to bring a woman back afterwards. Lin Ye slapped his forehead. No matter how he calculated, he never expected this kid to have such a strong sense of belonging to his original clan. Didn't he realize how many people were wary of him there? Xiangzi, it's not that we don't want you. The key is that you need to join Alekisi's clan to live with her. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinxiang grew even more anxious. Isn't this like being Olivian's son-in-law? I'm a dignified man. I can't do something like that. You're someone who relies on others, and you still care about being Olivian's son-in-law. Lin Ye was truly witnessing the diversity of thought processes. To secure the final 10 pounds of gold, he had to continue persuading him. Whether it's being Olivian's son-in-law depends on who holds the dominant position between you and Alekisi. As long as you can take control, it's not impossible for Alekisi and her power to follow you. With your strength, you should have this. This struck a chord with Lu Jinxiang. In that regard, he had never met anyone stronger than himself. Alekisi was. Lu Jinxiang took this as an undercover mission, aiming to employ his charm to win over Alekisi and her. Brother Lin, how should I proceed with this mission? Lu Jinxiang directly asked for task instructions. Lin Ye taught him. Wang Dadong had previously restricted clan members from communicating externally through the panel. You need to leave your original clan to communicate with Alekisi through the panel. With the panel translation, there are no language barriers. You first learn the local language from her, then command the locals to win a few battles. Once you have control over Alekisi's local soldiers, she will have no choice but to listen to you. After this explanation, Lu Jinxiang understood how to proceed. However, he still had a small doubt. Didn't Alekisi understand what I was saying before? I thought she understood quite well. Lu Jinxiang assumed that he was simply less cultured, so it was normal for him not to understand Alekisi's words, not realizing that Alekisi also didn't understand him. At this moment, he was quite bewildered. Damn, didn't I just waste my efforts on all those sweet nothings with her? Lu Jinxiang always believed that not only was he strong in hard power, but his soft skills were even stronger. Now with communication not flowing smoothly, half of his soft skills were gone. This was completely intolerable. To fully win over Alekisi, Lu Jinxiang immediately left Wang Dadong's ultimate class clan. Through the chat channel panel, he found Alekisi. Darling, can you see me speaking? Lu Jinxiang made playful gesture. Alekisi saw the message pop up with a look of surprise instantly crossing her face. You left your original clan. Lu Jinxiang nodded, continuously filled with excitement. The feeling of being understood when expressing sweet nothings was simply wonderful. Back in full swing, he felt incredibly powerful. Lu Jinxiang immediately began his heartfelt confession. Darling, if I can't live with you, I would die. So I bravely left my original clan. You are the only one I love in this world, no matter what. I want to be with you. As he sent the message, he wrapped his arms around Alakisi, pressing his head against her ear and leaning onto her shoulder. Alakisi felt goosebumps all over. This man spoke so sweetly that she would rather still not understand him like before. So do you want to join my clan? Alakisi asked, suppressing her disgust. After all, he was a very capable man, and absorbing him into her clan would be— It's quite inconvenient for one person in a clan to exchange resources through item deliveries among members. This made it impossible for Alakisi to perform miracles. Lu Jinxiang acted bashfully. So annoying. I've put myself out there like this, and you still don't understand my feelings. I'll punish you by hugging me. To execute his charm plan, Lu Jinxiang had to be a bit forceful. Alakisi felt very resistant, but her body acted on its own, struggling to wrap her arms around Lu Jianqiang's bear-like waist. Not enough. I want you to kiss me. Lu Jinxiang grunted again. Alakisi stared blankly at a loss. This man, has he been possessed by a devil? It must be a special kind of devil, possibly a succubus. I want to see just how far you can go with this. Alakisi pressed her lips to Lu Jianqiang's face. You have grease on your lips? You're so greasy. Lu Jinxiang replied. I want you to clean your lips before kissing me. Alakisi gave it her all, wiping off the grease at the corner of her mouth before leaning in for a kiss. Boom. Thunder struck the ground. Dry tinder met a spark. A jaw-dropping scene unfolded once more. The local women by their side covered their eyes. No one could stand within 100 meters of the dining table. An hour later, Alakisi lay in the pool, rinsing off the countless strawberry marks on her body. Lu Jinxiang lay in the hot water, feeling utterly comfortable. Chieftain Alakisi, Lu Jinxiang has joined your clan, right? What about the remaining gold? Lin Ye's message popped up again. Alakisi sighed despondently. She really wanted to ditch those 10 pounds of gold. But Lu Jinxiang had given too much. She truly couldn't find a reason to give negative feedback. Clang. A pile of gold ingots appeared in front of Lin Ye. It's not easy. Alakisi finally understands the importance of paying the final installment. Qiangzi is truly a top-notch salesman. Lin Ye was moved to tears. Unable to restrain himself, he urged Alakisi about the custom statue from last time. Zhou Yuyao Li Qingqing, the bronze statue that Alakisi ordered. You need to hurry up and finish it to deliver it to her. Originally a bronze statue, but in Lin Ye's mind it had automatically been replaced with a copper statue. While Lu Jinxiang could still charm her, he hurried to send the statue so that Alakisi could pay for it. Zhou Yuyao poked her head out by the furnace and said, we can only start making it once Qin Shasha finishes the mold. Lin Ye was puzzled. How did Qin Shasha get involved? Zhou Yuyao wiped the sweat from her forehead and approached Lin Ye. It's too troublesome to hammer out the shape of the statue from the copper block. I just want to use a mold to cast it directly. Currently the most suitable material for making molds is clay. Oh, it would be more appropriate for Qin Shasha to do it. How long will it take to finish? Hearing her complexity, Lin Ye began to worry about the time frame. Zhou Yuyao put her hands on her hips and sighed. Clay molds need to dry for at least a month. But since we're making a statue, we don't mind if there are bubbles. We can just hammer them out. I estimate it should be ready in about 10 days. That's too long. Lin Ye shook his head directly. In another 10 days, who knows if Alakisi would still be around after Carlos wiped her out. Moreover, casting consumes too many materials. This is copper. Essentially, it's money. A more cost-effective method must be devised. While Lin Ye was busy crafting a statue for Alexis in the forest, Carlos took action against the survivor team from the North 12 Islands. Daniel, how is your current situation? Is there still enough food to eat? When the fleet set out, Carlos contacted the chieftain on the other side. The survivors on this island mainly came from Europe, particularly Northern and Eastern Europe. Originally there were 3 teams, but they later merged into a large group of over 100 people. With more people, eating became a significant issue. These fellows showed no ambition like Viking pirates. They relied on their numbers to accumulate points, and then traded with other tribes for food. Carlos was their main food supplier. But now Carlos felt that trading his resources for their points was less efficient than simply capturing people to directly contribute points. A quick reply came from the other side. Carlos, my dear friend, what good things do you have today? We have a batch of points that will surely satisfy you. Carlos revealed a meaningful smile. Copper, bronze, and obsidian. In abundance. Whatever amount you need, I can provide. Oh, that sounds pretty good. Daniel replied perfunctorily, and then put forth his demands. Carlos, you know we need food. Lots of food. Carlos sneered. Daniel, food takes up too much space, and the delivery costs are high. Have you considered moving over to live with? No, that's impossible, Daniel firmly stated. We just want to stay away from those savages. Even the natives on this island are too numerous. God, if only a meteor shower could fall and crush these natives. All right, Daniel, I respect your choice. After failing to persuade them one last time, Carlos turned to inquire about their situation. Daniel, with more than 100 of you, can't you fend off the natives' harassment? Listen to me, brother, you really should build a solid stone wall, just like the people of the Dragon Kingdom, to surround yourselves. The other side fell silent for a moment. Daniel sighed. I have suggested that, but others are not interested. The workload is too great, and with just over 100 people it's hard to accomplish. We have too many women here, and they are unwilling to do the hard labor of quarrying. They would rather spend their time on skincare, and even formed a tanning team. That's really too bad. Carlos shook his head with a smile. Brother, you should be stricter. If you let them remain so lax, you will regret it sooner or later. Ending the conversation, Carlos turned around and mockingly smiled at Tudgerson. They don't have a stone wall. They might still be sunbathing naked right now. Tudgerson displayed a vicious smile. Then we should be able to go home today. For this battle, the two of them recalled most of their combat personnel. The continuous small-scale raids over several days had led the lords near the main city of the natives to lose a clear understanding of their actual military strength. Using such tactics to confuse the two devised a daring plan to withdraw the main forces and attack the North 12. Against over 100 survivors, there was naturally no need for such elaborate efforts. They also intended to wipe out the native tribes on the island. The native tribes on this island had over 1,000 people and were originally the territory of the old chief's uncle. The old man was quite stubborn, providing little in terms of resources to the main city and repeatedly refusing to cooperate with the main city in exterminating the rebels on other islands. In Tutterson's view, such an old fellow should be dealt with sooner rather than later. Carlos' attitude aligned with his thoughts. Carlos believed that the biggest problem with their group was a lack of strategic depth. They must capture an island as a backup base to be able to act freely on the large island. Under their conspiracy, the victory of this conquest battle was without any suspense. But while Carlos was still at sea, Lin Ye came to collect his debts. Carlos, I have already given you 5 female captives in advance. Where is your reward? Those are 5 beauties who have a mysterious admiration for you and can unlock many hidden contents you know. If you're worried about not being able to handle it, I also have some potent medications that can allow you to indulge freely. Upon seeing Lin Ye's message, Carlos initially felt a bit irritated. He couldn't help but think about the possibility of defaulting on his debt. But upon seeing the potent medication, his breath hitched. Due to some painful memories, Carlos recently felt inadequate when facing Karina, to the point where he couldn't even step onto the... Whenever he recalled the scenes of Alexis in the Chieftain's Stone Fortress, his mind was filled with anger and humiliation, making it impossible for him to summon any emotions in that regard. If there were a medication that could free him from the haunting nightmares and allow him to release the pressure from his body, it would be a redemption for his soul. Carlos replied without hesitation, Brother Lin Ye, my goods will arrive soon. I am on my way to collect them. On your way to collect them? Lin Ye immediately caught the key information. Carlos knows what kind of captives I want. He must be going to fight the survivors on other islands. The southern islands or the northern islands. After thinking for a while and finding no clues, it didn't matter. This meant that Carlos would be away from the large island for at least. Given Carlos' cautious nature, he would most likely take the main force away. Lin Ye immediately found Alexis. Do you know that Carlos is going to attack other islands? Alexis was lying on a hammock, her body swaying slightly, her mind a bit hazy. Upon seeing Lin Ye's message, she wanted to think seriously about it. She pushed Lu Jianxiang away. Darling, stop for a moment. Carlos is going to other islands. Should we launch an attack? Lu Jianxiang's mind was still in a muddled state, not yet coherent. He instinctively asked, where did this news... Alexis was very dissatisfied with his indifference and frowned. Lin Ye. As far as she knew, Lin Ye had many women as well. But he was still concerned about the major events happening outside and had such sharp intelligence. Yet this man in front of her only knew about that matter. It was truly infuriating. Lu Jianxiang's mind regained some clarity. Since it's news from Lin Ye, then there's no problem. He was closely connected with Carlos and had mediated the conflicts between Xiao Yin and Carlos. Upon hearing this, Alexis suddenly sat up, jumping down from the hammock without caring about her falling skirt. What conflict is there between Xiao Yin and Carlos? Alexis asked, curious, yet nervous, her gaze sharp enough to burn. Lu Jianxiang explained everything in detail. Erica. Alexis gritted her teeth and uttered this name. She went to Xiao Yin. She would rather seek refuge with Xiao Yin than come to me. Alexis instantly went into a frenzy, knocking the bone oil bottle on the table to the ground. She looks down on me. What makes her better than me? Isn't she also treated poorly by the natives? Alexis' expression turned fierce, her eyes reddening, her throat breaking from the continuous roars. Looking at Alex's outburst, Lu Jianxiang finally understood that Erica's escape to Copper Island and Alex had this connection. So Alex and Carlos were old flames. What if the two rekindle their past love? That would mean I have no place here. I must make sure their old grudges are compounded with new enmities, leaving no chance for reconciliation. Just right, Brother Lin asked me to find an opportunity to win a battle, and now that Carlos is out attacking other islands, isn't this my chance? I must make sure their old grudges are compounded with new enmities, leaving no chance for reconciliation. Just right, Brother Lin asked me to find an opportunity to win a battle, and now that in the past few days Carlos and Tudgerson had been plundering everywhere with their troops, even exterminating a lord's entire family, which terrified the lords on Alex's side. Seeing that the chief finally stood up, they could hardly contain their excitement, and were eager to support the attack. They immediately gathered all the able-bodied men and marched towards the port town. Carlos did not expect Alex to dare to mobilize her entire force. The small number of combat personnel he had left scattered to plunder elsewhere. The town was left with only the old, weak, sick, and disabled guarding the coveted resources. There was no suspense in this battle. The suppressed locals, filled with pent-up rage, seized the opportunity to charge into the town, attacking anyone they saw and stealing everything they could. No one cared about the bonds of brotherhood. Instead, Alex had arranged for the chief's guard to keep an eye on the people of the 109. What have you gained from following Carlos? Facing those who had previously mocked and isolated her, Alex crossed her arms, wearing a cold smile, full of self-satisfaction. The few whites in front of her were still wearing leather aprons, looking grimy and dirty. After Carlos took power, he assigned about 20 locals to each white as subordinates. The bold whites quickly grew their ranks and accumulated wealth through plundering, enjoying the life of lords. Naturally, Carlos also took these trusted subordinates with him on his campaigns. Now those remaining in the town were a few white craftsmen. They were frugal and meticulous, and the number of locals under them not only did not increase, but significantly decreased as they became a liability. Now that Alex was attacking, they had no means to fight back and were easily captured. "Alex, are you going to kill us?" They were completely unprepared for the thought of being prisoners and dared to question her harshly. Faced with their own kind, the superiority complex of being part of the elite resurfaced. Whether it was Alex or Carlos, in their eyes they were merely lower-class whites beneath themselves, just with a layer of better skin than the savages. Alex's desire for the treatment of a victor did not materialize, causing her anger to boil further. "If you wish to die, I can certainly accommodate you." Alex glanced at the machines the whites had tinkered with and sneered disdainfully. "What worthless junk is this? Smash it." Immediately locals came over and smashed the machines into pieces, stacking them with kindling and setting them ablaze. "No, my spinning machine, my weaving machine, my paper workshop. Alex, you're a devil. I curse you. Alex, you should go to hell. You are nothing but a savage." The whites watched their hard work go up in flames, despairing, pulling their hair and beating their chests in anguish. "Tie them up and take them away." Alex knew these people would never align with her, and since she wanted to weaken Carlos' strength, she decided to capture them all. Coincidentally, Carlos had prohibited his tribe members from using panels for long-distance communication. Those guarding the town, once captured, could not notify Carlos. At that moment, Carlos, who was enduring insults from other whites on North 12 Island, was unaware that his base had been raided. The spoils Carlos gained were far richer than Alex. Using the excuse of coordinating to eliminate intruders, he lured the old chief's uncle out and killed him in a bloody ambush during a feast. Tutterson took the opportunity to recruit that local tribe. Then, under the guise of reinforcements, he lured the surviving tribes on the island out and placed them under house arrest in the camp. Carlos did not take drastic measures. He merely issued an ultimatum to these whites: join the 191 tribe or be sold into slavery. This group of whites had some tough characters. They spat at Carlos in protest, only to be met with a few heavy slaps that in the end, all 157 whites joined the 191 tribe. Due to Carlos' strict communication controls, they still had no idea that their home had been raided. However, the white tribal leader Daniel brought some minor trouble to Carlos. "Carlos, you have disappointed me greatly. I have always regarded you as an ally, and this is how you treat your allies." Daniel glared at Carlos, full of indignation, wishing he could bite him. "Daniel, I consulted you on this matter." Carlos shrugged and smiled. "Unfortunately, you fail to see the situation and only know how to hide with this group of fools, wasting your days away. I told you I cannot manage them." Daniel roared in anger. "Carlos, you must give me the treatment I deserve if you still consider me an ally. All right, I will also provide you with 20 elite local warriors. You can take them to occupy a piece of land and act as my Baron of Expansion." Carlos looked at Daniel and said mockingly, "What I give you are the bravest and most obedient warriors. You have no reason to complain." Daniel, being quite perceptive, placed his hand on his chest and bowed to Carlos, signifying his submission. Carlos suddenly gained 157 whites, expanding his power and elevating his own status. He proposed a plan he had been contemplating for a long time to Tutterson to establish a kingdom. Tutterson, who had learned English from Carlos, had already embraced the new culture. With his understanding of kingdoms, he quickly believed this was a better choice. Thus, he declared the establishment of the Carlos Tutterson United Chiefdom, abbreviated as the United Kingdom, with North 12 Island as the main territory. With the framework of a kingdom in place, they promptly began to lavish rewards. Carlos declared himself the regent. Tutterson became the Grand Marshal, while Tobir, who remained in the harem and knew nothing of the outside world, became the nominal king. The 6 white lords who had previously followed Carlos were directly granted the title of Earl. The newly following whites who received local soldiers as rewards were all titled as Barons of Expansion. This Baron of Expansion was equivalent to a trainee baron who must occupy land and be self-sufficient to be In an instant, those whites who had previously argued with Carlos about freedom and rights found themselves caught up in a frenzy of nobility, privately referring to him as Your Highness Carlos. In a blink, they transitioned from modern individuals to medieval lords. One can only say that some things are already ingrained in their bones. It was not until the next day that someone who had escaped from the port of the Big Island reported, "Carlos, our port is finished. Alex has come with thousands of locals and taken all our things." Carlos, with a cup in hand, forgot to set it down for a long time. At this moment, Alex was bargaining with Lin Ye, selling off the seized goods and people. The 5 foul and stubborn whites whom Alex could not subdue were planned to be sold to Lin Ye. "What use do I have for these people?" Upon learning that Alex wanted to trade 5 white men, Lin Ye became anxious. "They are all technicians previously from a workshop," Alex continued to persuade. "Technicians? I have nothing but technicians, and they are all stunning beauties." Lin Ye had no interest in technicians. Moreover, these were white men that even Alex. However, to rid herself of this burden, Alex proposed a bundled sale. To get supplies, they had to include these white men. "If you don't want them, you can keep them for Carlos to redeem." Lin Ye could only persuade Alex to engage in this kidnapping business. Without hesitation, Alex said, "I've arranged for a ship to bring the people over. You can use them to barter with Carlos." She wasn't actually helpless against that group of white men. Sending them to Lin Ye was meant to provoke a conflict between him. This guy who could mediate between Xiao Yan and Carlos over a woman was indeed too close to Carlos. As a woman, her instincts immediately led her to this method of sowing discord. "I don't want them sent to me." Just as Lin Ye was about to refuse, a sudden idea struck him. Carlos had a representative here, after receiving the people he could claim he was redeeming them, and that would be that. Alright, the people can be sent, but it will cost more. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye added a condition: send over some indigenous women, young, strong, and beautiful. This time Alex was easier to negotiate with, promptly sending over all the indigenous women found in Tober's harem. 50 indigenous beauties. I want to see just how beautiful they are. Hearing that they were women from the chieftain's harem, the people were already on the ship, expected to arrive in 3 to 4 hours, and time was of the essence. Lin Ye pushed Xiang Fei away from him and hurriedly got dressed. Go to Shirbao and negotiate with Carlos people. Do you want to come? Not going, Xiang Fei replied, her face filled with unmet desires as she turned away to lie against the wall. As usual, Lin Ye brought along Su Wei, Li Qingqing, and the 3 shamans, along with 2 indigenous women who had learned some. Thinking for a moment, Lin Ye decided to bring along the group of indigenous youths as well. Scenario-based language teaching should yield better results. After about 40 minutes, Lin Ye arrived in front of the Palm Forest Fort. Having achieved some results from previous negotiations, Bruce greeted them enthusiastically. His real experiences had taught him one thing: as long as he was still trading with Lin Ye, it was very safe. Lin Ye never betrayed his business partners, at least not before receiving the final payment. Would he harm a client? Mr. Lin, welcome. Surely you have brought us good news this time. I can tell. What a pity there's no champagne, otherwise I would have to open a bottle. Bruce warmly shook Lin Ye's hand, wanting to hug, but realizing he was at a disadvantage in size, and gave up. Bruce, I actually do have good news to tell you, though it might not be entirely good news. Lin Ye's brow furrowed effectively. A glance around revealed that the previously sent female captives, the lightly injured, were already moving freely. One of the women, kneeling and seated, was dressed quite revealingly, her features exuding a hint of spring. Evidently Bruce was not an honest person either, and had made moves in advance. Seeing Lin Ye's not so happy expression, Bruce felt a pang of anxiety, and asked in a deep voice, Mr. Lin, what is the news? Sigh. Lin Ye sighed with a frown. Alex attacked your town, and captured the 5 men you left there. Bruce's smile froze on his face. After a long time he finally asked with trembling lips, where's Carlos? He seems to be outside. Lin Ye appropriately revealed a little smile, genuinely happy for his old friend Carlos, who had escaped a calamity. Bruce also felt a sense of relief. With Carlos not present, it meant the main forces were absent. This failure was not a Mr. Lin, thank you for informing me of this valuable news. Bruce said gratefully, tears gleaming in the corner. Only then did Lin Ye mention the purpose of his visit. Alex wants to trade the looted supplies with me. Hearing there are your tribesmen, I propose to redeem the 5 people, and she agreed. They will arrive here soon. Our people? 5. Bruce looked confused. Lin Ye explained, they are said to be 5 white male technicians who were running a workshop in the town. Oh, I know who they are. Bruce's eyes lit up with excitement. They are all my friends. Mr. Lin, your help is truly timely, and I sincerely thank you. Those white men leading the troops were all loyal supporters of Carlos. It was this group of industrialists that frequently interacted. Lin Ye's actions had indeed helped Bruce immensely. Mr. Lin, how can I thank you? Bruce grasped Lin Ye's hand, tightly shaking it repeatedly. He genuinely wanted to thank Lin Ye. After all, it was supplies obtained through Carlos, and he didn't have to bear the responsibility himself. It's just a small effort, no need to be so polite. Lin Ye waved his hand gracefully, and casually asked, can you contact Carlos now? He hasn't responded to me in a long time, and I wonder if his situation is urgent. Bruce's smile froze on his face. He and Carlos had always communicated in a direct line. When Carlos needed to find him, he would initiate a chat using the chieftain's authority. He could only report situations in that chat window, but the duration of that chat window was only 24 hours. Today Carlos hadn't reached out to him yet. Carlos was busy with the founding ceremony and hadn't thought about this group of people. The brief awkwardness caused deep wounds for Bruce. His disdain for Carlos' authoritarianism grew. Lin Ye had been delaying contacting Carlos until the arrival of the ship carrying the people. It was likely that the person sent to inform Carlos had also arrived, which is why he sent a message to Carlos. Carlos, I've heard that Alex attacked you. Are you alright? Carlos had just received news and had been holding back, just calming down. Upon receiving Lin Ye's message, Carlos exploded. Did you know all along that Alex was going to attack me? Lin Ye was taken aback, angrily cursing how astute. About 4 hours ago, Lin Ye feigned an innocent look. Alex found me, said she had a large batch of supplies to trade, and asked if I wanted technicians. She captured your men, probably couldn't subdue them, and wanted to pass them off to me. I thought since you have a base here I would help bring them back without any cost, just a small favor. Carlos' cheeks twitched uncontrollably. If it weren't for today being the founding ceremony, he would have been smashing things and cursing. Upon learning that his base had been ambushed, he continuously checked for any suspicious points. Finally, remembering his conversation with Lin Ye, he speculated that Lin Ye knew he had gone out. Given Lin Ye's relationship with Alex, he would definitely sell this information to her. Otherwise, with Alex daring, she would never have been able to conduct such a precise ambush. Lin Ye bastard. Carlos finally couldn't help but slammed the bone cup in his hand heavily on the table. But it was quite helpless. Even if he knew Lin Ye was behind it, he couldn't do anything. Now that Lin Ye had subdued the indigenous people of South 11 Island and was in cahoots with Xiao Yan. In terms of strength, he was far above Carlos. Now tearing apart their relationship would only put him in a position of being attacked from both sides. Filled with resentment and unable to retaliate directly, Carlos sought to create trouble with the exchanged captives. The people from the North 12 Islands had already joined the 191 group, and there were effectively no captives. Carlos still wanted to send 5 people over. Send 5 women who are most fascinated by titles. They would surely reject the treatment over at Lin Ye's side. Instead of sending them as captives, let them guard the stone castle on the South 12 Islands, and let Lin Ye capture them himself. Moreover, they must be 5 women with absolute allure. Only then would Lin Ye be unable to resist taking action. Carlos paced back and forth in the room, struggling for over half an hour before reluctantly finalizing his selections. 5 glamorous white women were soon summoned before Carlos. Emma, Mia, Luna, Sophia. Sophie, have you chosen your attendants? Where do you intend to claim territory? Carlos maintained a blank expression as he looked at the 5 women, making a knowingly rhetorical inquiry. These women were models, actresses, and singers who before crossing over were attending a brand carnival on a cruise ship. Daniel, the previous clan leader, had once been Sophia's agent. Soft-hearted Daniel had effectively become a servant to these 5 women. With their outstanding appearances and influence, they continued to enjoy a transcendent status among the survivors after crossing over, essentially becoming socialites. Carlos had already inquired and found that the talents awakened by these 5 women offered little help to his ambitions, while they were also proud and quick-tempered. It could be said that apart from their looks, they had no other merits. Carlos initially intended to take them under his wing, but when he hinted at rewarding them, he was met with their sarcastic rejection, leading him to give up. It was not worth damaging his reputation for a few pretty faces. After only a day as the governor, Carlos had set his sights on becoming the future king of the United Kingdom. A king must have a queen of good repute. These 5 women would barely suffice as mistresses for a king. Staying here would only disrupt the thriving entrepreneurial atmosphere. It would be better to send them over to Lin Ye to cause chaos. Upon hearing Carlos proactively mention the selection of attendants, the 5 women began to vent their pent-up grievances. Carlos, those savages can't understand our words at all. Emma complained impatiently, hands on her hips. Carlos, you should provide us with a translator. Mia directly began to complain that Carlos was not doing his job properly. Carlos, I don't want those stupid and barbaric savages, give me white people. Luna glanced disdainfully at the native guard standing in the hall. Carlos, give me Daniel back. Sophia unreservedly stated, he was my agent before, our contract is still in effect, and he must continue to fulfill his duties. Carlos, you shouldn't have awarded so many pioneering baron titles. Even the chefs and cleaners from the cruise ship receive titles, which tarnishes your reputation. Sophie crossed her arms and indignantly remarked, those who were supposed to serve us have been given too high a status. This is not the wisdom of a governor. Carlos' frown deepened as he listened. Good grief, they were just short of pointing their fingers at him and accusing him of unworthiness. If it weren't for the fact that he was about to send them away, he might have lost his temper and thrown them into the dungeon. All right. It is only such little firecrackers that can give Lin Ye a headache. Lin Ye, you can't blame me. You were the one who... After a deep breath, Carlos managed to force a smile, saying, ladies, your suggestions are very valid. I will seriously consider compensating you for your losses. After pretending to ponder for a long time, Carlos finally said, I have a castle on the South 12 Islands. If you don't mind, I intend to gift it to you as your temporary lodging. A castle? What kind of castle? The 5 women immediately looked curious and could hardly contain their excitement. A princess in a castle were their dreams. The prince would have to take a back seat. Carlos explained, it is a castle I built with Tudgerson with 3 stories in total, where you can enjoy the sea breeze while watching the sunset along with a dense coconut grove and a fruit orchard. Watching the women gradually enter a beautiful fantasy, Carlos enthusiastically said, that island was once the hunting ground of a native chieftain filled with wild animals. You can host an outdoor barbecue banquet in the spacious courtyard and enjoy your catch to your heart's content. The 5 women exchanged glances, all revealing excited smiles. Sophia and Sophie were blushing with enchantment. However, one woman remained vigilant. Carlos, are there natives on the island? Luna asked cautiously. Carlos shook his head, then nodded. There are certainly no native tribes, but I have arranged for dozens of native warriors to guard the castle. If you do not like them, I can also withdraw them. The 5 women immediately huddled together to whisper. Luna was resolutely against having natives, but the other 4 women were desperately persuading her. Without natives, who will work for us? Chopping firewood, processing game, and cleaning, do you want to do it yourself? Without anyone guarding the castle, how can we ensure our safety? A baron without attendants is merely an empty shell. Luna, don't be stubborn any longer. Luna was persuaded, sighing, fine, I can tolerate some natives, but they better not touch my belongings. Carlos watched from the side, smiling with satisfaction. I forgot to tell you that the natives there understand English. I taught them some simple English commands. My friend Bruce is also there. If you're satisfied, you can also keep him around. The 5 women were instantly overjoyed. Carlos, you really are a generous good man. Carlos, you should be king. Carlos, in my heart, you are the king. Forever. With a flurry of flattery, Carlos felt a bit elated. Since he had been so generous, why not give a little more? Carlos recalled the 5 women in the stone castle of the Palm Grove. They had been archenemies with the Dragon Kingdom people on Blue Star, and now having lost their clan to Lin Ye, they had become captives, surely filled with hatred towards Lin Ye. If they were around to incite trouble, would these 5 women not resent Lin Ye? Carlos then issued an order to Bruce, send the youngest and prettiest woman to the North 12 Islands, while the other women would be entrusted to the 5 esteemed ladies who were soon to arrive. Receiving the news, Bruce felt as if struck by lightning. Oh no. I slept with the woman the boss had his eye on. What should I do? Anxious as an ant on a hot pan, Bruce paced back and forth, thinking of countless ways to get out of this predicament. The woman named Fuko saw how anxious Bruce was and wanted to help him, asking in halting English, Mr. Bruce, what is it? After a long pause, Bruce finally said, Carlos has also taken a liking to you. He wants to take you away from me, and I can't bear to part with you. Carlos. Fuko pondered this name, and soon made up her mind. I must get close to Carlos, only then can I take. Fuzi employed a thorough method of healing that left Bruce with no room to consider Carlos' anger. However, he himself had become increasingly reliant on Fuzi. Holding the delicate body as soft as water, Bruce's dissatisfaction with Carlos surged to its peak. If Erica could turn to Xiaoyan, so could I. Perhaps I should take Fuzi and escape to Copper Island. The thought of rebellion flashed through Bruce's mind for a moment, but he ultimately gave up despondently. As long as Carlos did not allow him to leave the clan, turning to another clan would be utterly meaningless. He was unwilling to fight, unwilling to toil, and could not contribute survival points. Why would anyone accept him? As thoughts of retreat surged, Bruce's spirit continued to slide into despair. Fuzi, it's better to send her away. There are still 4 women left, and though they are not as beautiful as Fuzi, nor do they possess her figure or her charm, they are still women. Bruce felt a deep sense of imbalance, growing angrier with each passing moment. When those 5 women arrive, I will take them to Xiaoyan. With these 5 women as leverage, they will surely accept me. Bruce gritted his teeth, making a silent decision. At this moment, Fuzi's warm, soft hand gently touched Bruce's cheek. Her tear-filled eyes reflected both reluctance and grievance. Bruce, for your better future, you should send me away. Fuzi spoke with a choked voice. Carlos is the one who decides your future. You cannot offend him now. But Bruce resolved to abandon Fuzi, yet pretended to hesitate for the sake of pride. Like a husband, too incompetent to even show weakness. In my heart, you will forever remain. Fuzi pressed her face against Bruce's furry chest, speaking passionately, no matter when or where, as long as you are by my side, as long as you need me, I will always be there. Bruce instantly felt a surge of energy. Cheating on Carlos is exhilarating. With a shift in strategy, Bruce's thoughts suddenly opened up. He quickly reported to Carlos, Fuzi has already boarded the ship and will arrive by evening. Fuzi's eyes were filled with tears, her heart filled with grievance and ambition, heading towards the powerful man of her dreams. Bruce was merely a stepping stone on her path. With a turn, she could forget everything. Carlos received Bruce's report and was instantly thrilled. It is said that women like Fuzi are gentle and tolerant, very adept at enduring. Even if a man performs poorly, they will not despise him, but instead cheer him on with gambada. Carlos needs such a woman. With his unspeakable struggles, he fears encountering straightforward Western women. The psychological double blow is something he cannot even begin to imagine. In his bliss, Carlos recalled the kind of medicine Lin Ye had mentioned. He doubted he would ever need it. But better safe than sorry. Brother Lin, 5 women are already on their way and will arrive. These are 5 beauties, but if you do not receive them in time, I cannot guarantee what outrageous things Bruce might do. That playboy has never really listened to my words. Carlos, in great spirits, didn't forget to plant a little doubt in Bruce's mind. As a man, he simply didn't believe Bruce could harbor no improper thoughts about Fuzi at all. But it didn't matter. No matter what kind of woman Bruce fell in love with a single word, he could take her away. Seizing. That would provide Carlos with enough excitement. Despite his unwillingness to admit it, Carlos kept the 5 women near Bruce for the thrill of stealing someone else's love. At the moment, he took the opportunity to stir up trouble between Lin Ye and Bruce. Meanwhile, he hoped to provoke Lin Ye to act on those 5 ladies sooner. 2 birds with one stone. This kid Carlos, suddenly so generous, must have made a fortune outside. Encountering such a big fat sheep, Lin Ye could not help but want to take a cut. Carlos, don't you need that medicine we discussed last time? With the beauties sent out, the medicine should be unnecessary, right? Lin Ye truly meant no offense. However, he could not withstand Carlos probing. Does Lin Ye think I lack that kind of capability, which is why I sent them away? Carlos slammed his fist on the table. How despicable. Carlos trembled with rage, but reason told him to endure. Since he thinks that way, I'll just trick him a little. Carlos calmed his frustration, feeling he could still turn the situation around. Brother Lin, my body. Sigh. Does that medicine you mentioned really work? This sincere request for medical advice. Brother, let me put it this way, if I took that medicine, no woman would dare to stay in the camp. As Lin Ye chatted with Carlos, they arrived at Liang Qian's pharmacy. The wooden structure contained neatly arranged medicinal cabinets. Liang Qian was sorting dried herbs, categorizing them into the cabinets. Looking at the beautiful legs encased in stockings beneath her short skirt, Lin Ye felt his throat move, a wave of heat coursing through him. The medicinal effects must have kicked in. A person as proper as I wouldn't possibly have such thoughts at this moment. Liang Qian, where is that medicine you gave me last time? Lin Ye wanted to grab the medicine and leave quickly. Liang Qian looked up, her face filled with shock as she stared at Lin Ye, stammering, what do you want to do? I just want to take a medicine. Lin Ye sensed Liang Qian's meaning and quickly explained, not for me, I have a friend. Liang Qian said impatiently, what are you thinking during the day? How do you know what I'm thinking? Lin Ye replied innocently. Liang Qian shot Lin Ye an eye roll, her face turning red as she lowered her head. Lin Ye chuckled nervously, I really wasn't thinking about that. Then you should leave. Liang Qian said in a deep voice. Should I leave or not? Lin Ye realized he had fallen into the trap of self-justification. The only way to prove himself was. Half an hour later, Lin Ye held Liang Qian and confidently said, hurry up and give me the medicine. Now you believe I'm not taking it for myself, right? Liang Qian punched Lin Ye lightly. You clearly came to get the medicine. Why do you have to go through all this trouble? This. Lin Ye laughed. If I don't do this, you won't believe I'm taking it for someone else. Liang Qian pounded Lin Ye. After venting her embarrassment, she grabbed Lin Ye and warned, you mustn't let anyone know. If she and the others find out, they will hate me to death. Lin Ye instantly felt dejected. Men all have their difficult moments. Should I take a dose of that medicine myself instead? No way. Liang Qian hurriedly covered Lin Ye's mouth. They said if I let you take the medicine again, I have to solve it myself. Lin Ye finally understood why Liang Qian was reluctant to let him take the medicine. To prevent Carlos from deducing the formula from the remnants, Lin Ye would prepare the medicine and then send it over. To prove he had not been secretly indulging, Lin Ye sent the entire batch to Carlos in front of Liang Qian. Brother, haste your medicine. Remember, without women around, absolutely do not drink. He slightly exaggerated the effects of the medicine. Tonight someone was bound to lose sleep. Before obtaining the medicine, Carlos firmly believed he would never need it. Yet upon receiving the beast-hide water pouch filled with the potion, he immediately uncorked it and brought it to his lips. The pungent scent of the medicine helped him regain some clarity. This medicine, it won't be poisonous, will it? Having just deceived Lin Ye, Carlos felt guilty and suspected Lin Ye might also harm him. Daniel. Carlos called in his faithful ally Daniel. Daniel had long golden hair and a scruffy face resembled. The excitement of just being appointed a baron filled him with energy. He walked with a spring in his step, his eyes shining and his mouth active. Your Highness Carlos, how may I serve you? Daniel bowed very gentlemanly, trying hard to mimic the gestures of medieval nobility. Carlos had no intention of hiding anything from Daniel, and calmly said, I have a potion here that smells terrible, and am not sure if it's harmful to the body. Would you be willing to test it for me? Daniel looked up in shock. After hesitating for a few seconds, he revealed a resolute expression. Testing the medicine. Wasn't this a test of my loyalty? He must have an important task to assign to me. Of course, my prince. Daniel took the beast-hide pouch and brought it to his lips, gulping down several large mouthfuls. It wasn't until the taste of the medicine hit his nervous system that he retched violently. That's enough, just this little bit. Seeing Daniel down half the potion in one go, Carlos felt a twinge of regret. What if this medicine works? Wouldn't Daniel benefit from it for free? Daniel, you should rest in that room. They'll find someone to watch over you, and if things go awry, he'll make sure to induce vomiting. Hearing this, Daniel was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Your Highness Carlos, you are truly wonderful. He opened the door and entered the room. Daniel lay half reclined on the bed, reaching to press his hand against his chest to prevent himself from throwing up the potion. Carlos let out a long breath, beckoning a young native maid, admiring her youthful and beautiful features, feeling a bit reluctant. Go find 2 older women to come in and attend to Daniel, Carlos instructed. Soon after, 2 sturdy native women in their 40s with broad shoulders and round waists entered Daniel's room. The effects of the medicine had already kicked in. Daniel was filled with fervor, and visions of women kept flashing in his mind. The most prominent image was that of his former boss, Sophia. Sophia had long golden hair that fell gracefully over one shoulder. She was accustomed to standing with her arms crossed, which accentuated her bust. Her low-cut, high-slit dress often revealed glimpses of her figure as she walked. At such moments, Daniel always pretended not to see, and like a keen student memorized every detail. He was no longer satisfied with merely reminiscing about the scenes that he couldn't help but imagine a romantic story unfolding with Sophia. Unbeknownst to him, Daniel lost track of his surroundings. 2 warm sensations appeared on either side of him. Sophia. Why are there 2? Daniel disregarded everything else and lunged forward. Why has Sophia gained weight? And her scent isn't quite right. Such thoughts flashed briefly, only to be overshadowed by the desires swirling in his mind. Rationality told him this isn't right. Desire urged him, ignore it, just go for it. Through a small window in the wooden door, Carlos watched the scene with wide eyes. What a powerful effect this medicine has. Daniel can even accept this. Carlos picked up the beast-hide pouch that contained the potion and finally understood Lin Ye's words, never take medicine when there are no women around. This medicine is indeed very effective, but it can induce some hallucinations. Carlos hesitated briefly, but soon became even more excited. Hallucinations are great. That way I can. Just then a panicked yet excited shout from a native woman echoed in the room. Carlos leaned into the doorway and caught a glimpse, only to find it quite shocking. The graphic content felt like a mental pollution, making him feel unclean in his mind. But one thing was confirmed, that medicine was indeed potent. Daniel, who usually appeared weak, could unleash such terrifying combat power, which left Carlos both shocked and envious. Carlos could no longer wait patiently in the stone fortress. He went straight to the dock, waiting for the wooden ship carrying Fu Zi to arrive. He took Fu Zi's hand, and without hesitation dashed into the nearest tent. Lord Carlos, I need to freshen up. Fu Zi looked flustered, wanting to refuse, but daring not to. The water was scarce in the palm tree fortress, and she hadn't had a chance to wash up before boarding. If Carlos discovered the marks on her body, that would be too embarrassing. Carlos gazed at the demure and anxious Fu Zi, his eyes gleaming. Indeed, this is the woman I need. Like a hungry wolf, Carlos fixated his gaze on Fu Zi, opened the beast-hide pouch, and drank it all down. As the tip of his tongue cleared the potion from the corners of his mouth, Carlos took advantage of the lull before the medicine took effect to start getting to know Fu Zi, exploring her from various angles and meanings. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was also at the palm tree fortress, encountering 5 newly arrived female nobles, 5 white craftsmen who had arrived earlier, and 50 native beauties. Mr. Lin Ye, thank you for helping us regain our freedom. The 5 white men, after being informed by Bruce, initially took it, but upon seeing Lin Ye's appearance, their expressions became clearer. This devil of a muscle man could indeed strike down targets armed with a vine shield from beyond arrow range. Faced with such a strong figure, they dared not attribute their miraculous recovery of freedom to divine grace, and could only humbly thank Lin Ye. Lin Ye had no interest in these 5 men, and waved his hand saying, I saved you out of friendship with Bruce. You should thank. Lin Ye was a generous person and couldn't bear to undermine Carlos at this moment. Bruce upon hearing this nodded gratefully at Lin Ye exchanged a few pleasantries before starting to examine the 5 white women. Their faces were indeed quite nice, among the best in the film industry. Their figures however left much to be desired. Lin Ye had been eating well lately and his standards had become quite high, making him unable to appreciate such skinny builds. Especially after their skin was tan, they appeared to Lin Ye like rough steamed buns that hadn't been properly refined. What a scoundrel Carlos is to offer me such subpar goods. Lin Ye felt a sense of being deceived. Damn it, the cost of the medicine must be multiplied. Staring at others was quite. Lin Ye then turned to inspect the 50 native women sent by Alexis. It was said they were from the chief's harem. After surveying them, Lin Ye shifted his gaze back to the 5 starlets. In comparison, the 5 white beauties were not without their merits. At least their looks were pleasant, and the modern charm they exuded was quite appealing. Carlos and Tugson truly didn't consider Tobir as a chief. The selected harem beauties were too rough. It's not that, in terms of facial features, they still had a certain delicacy. But the wild, ignorant, and clumsy aura they carried was truly unappetizing to Lin Ye. Their figures resembled untrimmed fruit trees growing wildly, lacking any semblance of proportion. As a dancer, Lin Ye inevitably carried some professional bias. Lin Ye walked away with a lack of interest. However, his indifferent attitude infuriated the 5 ladies, causing an immediate. Sophia was the first to speak, hands on her hips, baring her teeth. Why is there such an arrogant guest in our castle? Bruce, hearing this, looked utterly confused. Guest? Which guest? That Lin Ye, the other 4 women chimed in. The way he looked at us was too offensive. Emma crossed her arms, her face tense. It was as if he was looking at someone who wasn't wearing any clothes. Mia, sitting on the steps, was full of grievance. Is this even a castle? It's just a stone house with no garden, no pool, no servants, not even a gate. Bruce, you can't just let anyone in. Luna shook her head repeatedly. I don't like such a rude man. The way he looked at us was like looking at savages. Sophie sighed and rested her head on the stone table. Bruce, your work here has been terrible. There are no living facilities. Look, those barbarian soldiers are also very uncultured. They even dared to eavesdrop on the master's conversation. Sophia rolled up her sleeves and spoke decisively. Bruce, from now on we officially appoint you as the steward of this castle, and you will resolve all the issues they mentioned. Bruce listened to their words, doubting whether he had lost his mind or his hearing. Is this still my mother tongue? Why can't I understand what they mean? The only thought in his mind was, I must correct their attitude towards Lin Ye. Otherwise the consequences will be very serious. That Lin Ye, accompanied by 7 women, conquered a tribe of over 1,000 barbarians and even destroyed the stronghold of the Neon people. Nearly 100 survivors were left with only 7 women as prisoners. He is a powerful and brutal fellow. If these 5 foolish women anger Lin Ye, their fate will not be better than that of those Neon women. Moreover, they seemed unaware that they were originally goods given to Lin Ye by Carlos. Ladies, Bruce said solemnly with a hesitant tone, choosing his words carefully, I must correct you, Mr. Lin Ye is the true master of this castle and even the entire island. We are the guests. The 5 women were momentarily stunned before they erupted in surprise. Bruce, you traitor. Have you allied with Lin Ye? Are you out of your mind? This is our castle. We are the masters. We are the Baron appointed by Carlos. Do you dare disobey Carlos' orders? Listening to their uproar, Bruce finally understood where the problem lay. The 5 fools had been deceived by Carlos. What qualifications does Carlos have to appoint a Baron? Even if he became king, his orders here would mean nothing. He doesn't even dare to come back to this island. What right does he have to control this castle? Carlos deceived these 5 women and brought himself a big trouble. Bruce gritted his teeth, trembling all over with a sense of impending disaster. With red eyes, he surveyed the 5 women who continued to complain incessantly, and a wave of dizziness hit him. Nearly following Carlos will eventually get him killed. Luckily, 5 friends from the workshops were here. 5 women with only good looks were also present. This was the chance to become independent. With this decision, the anger in Bruce's chest finally subsided. Carlos deceived those women and deceived Lin Ye. Isn't this just his opportunity? Ladies, all of you have been deceived by Carlos. Bruce bluntly tore off Carlos' veil of deception. From the very beginning, this island has belonged to Mr. Lin Ye. Carlos and Tudgerson were forced by the old chief to attack Lin Ye, but had no way to handle him, so they privately reached an agreement with Lin Ye to build this stone fortress. And you all, Bruce mockingly continued, actually you are gifts that Carlos promised to send to Lin Ye. He refrained from directly saying they were goods for the sake of the 5 women. Yet he could not help but ridicule. Unfortunately, it seems Lin Ye is not interested in you. So strictly speaking, you are now a gift sent by Carlos, but not accepted. You have no right to complain. You should think about how to win Lin Ye's favor, or do you plan to fend for yourselves? Having vented the words he had held back for so long, Bruce felt a lot more relaxed. The 5 women were left dumbfounded. Confusion, shock, doubt. Various expressions played out on their faces in succession. In the end, they all uniformly chose to doubt. Bruce, you're a joke. This isn't funny at all. Sophia's face turned red with anger as she roared. Get moving, you fool. Prepare our rooms, otherwise you will suffer. Luna shook her head in regret. Bruce, you are the least humorous white person I have ever met. Mia kicked her leg annoyed. Bruce, we need food and water. Let's have dinner after washing up. Emma clung to Sophie, looking terrified. Is Bruce going to sell us to that Lin Ye? Sophie turned pale, speechless. Unlike the other women, she was not foolish. She realized that Carlos had indeed but everything Bruce said was too unbelievable for her to accept or imagine. Bruce had grown tired of their nonsense. With their current behavior, it was impossible for Lin Ye to accept them. He planned to give these 5 women an education that would touch. You have no right to command me, nor do you have the right to command anyone here. Bruce announced bluntly. If you don't take action yourselves, you will have to sleep on the stone floor and go hungry tonight. I have other matters to attend to, so I want to accompany you. Bruce was indeed busy. 5 old friends needed to be settled. They were all skilled individuals who could help him solve many troubles. And those 50 barbarian women. Bruce already knew they were a gift from Alexis to Lin Ye. Although Lin Ye had given no instructions, Bruce was very clear that he had to receive these women and arrange them properly without seeing the barbarian soldiers eyeing the women with lewd gazes. Bruce's heart dropped. Lin Ye intentionally left these women. Does he want to scheme against me? If the barbarian soldiers harassed these women, Lin Ye would have an excuse to start a war. Get lost. Bruce quickly stepped forward and kicked a barbarian soldier on the backside. These are the chief's women, you can't covet them. Whoever can't control themselves, tomorrow I will hang their head on the stone wall. Bruce directed the barbarian women to move into the previously vacated camp. Then he discussed with the 5 white workshop owners how to construct a water channel. With more people relying on manpower to fetch water from the canyon would not be very realistic. Meanwhile, Lin Ye faced a public trial from the women in the camp. Why did you secretly bring so many women? What exactly? Lin Ye felt like an incompetent husband caught in infidelity, unable to defend himself. It's not what I wanted, they insisted on giving. Lin Ye knew that having so many women around would stir up trouble among the 24 members of the clan. If I give it to you, will you accept it? Chun Na caressed her slightly bulging belly, her tone filled with sorrow. Xiang Fei pouted in disdain, eating from the bowl while keeping an eye on the pot. Do you have any idea how capable you really are? He Yin raised her hand to speak, then complained. He even secretly went to find Liang Qian. Liang Qian isn't even in a special period. Liang Qian sat amidst the crowd, covering her face and lowering her head. The campsite was so small. When the two had their affair, they had already been discovered. No matter how much they tried to keep it a secret, it was useless. Faced with Lin Ye's unfocused behavior, even Su Wei didn't stand by him anymore. As the window of opportunity was about to pass, Su Wei became anxious, blaming Lin Ye for being lazy, which led to her being ridiculed by others. Su Wei was eager to know what kind of female celebrity Lin Ye was so intent on exchanging for. She looked at Li Qingqing and suggested, Qingqing, draw out the appearances of those women so we can see what they really look like. Surrounding them were expressions filled with grievances, their gazes sharp like needles. Lin Ye felt a sense of being abandoned by everyone. Despite all precautions, he never expected that external enemies would find a way to stir up internal conflicts. I never planned to bring anyone back. You can ask Li Qingqing if you don't believe me. Lin Ye quickly sought support. Han Yutong scoffed and interjected. If it weren't for Li Qingqing watching him, he might have already brought someone back. I heard those women are celebrities. People who knew Li Qingqing cast doubtful glances. Li Qingqing the sycophant probably wouldn't oppose at all. Under the sharp gazes of the 23 women, she felt a bit guilty. Li Qingqing the sycophant probably wouldn't oppose at all. Under the sharp gazes of the 23 women, she felt a bit guilty. She recalled the way Lin Ye looked at those 5 women like an X-ray, wishing he could see right through their clothes. If not for the many people around, Lin Ye might have made a move. If it were herself, she would definitely make a move as well. Li Qingqing, putting herself in Lin Ye's shoes, read his thoughts clearly. She played a trick, picking up a charred stick and sketching the outline of that woman on the ground. Looking at the vividly drawn sketch, the women let out a synchronized gasp. She is indeed beautiful. Her figure is also great. With that figure, she would look good in anything. No wonder the class leader is infatuated. No man could resist her. To them, a figure that looks good in anything was the epitome of perfection. Instantly, the threat level of those 5 foreign women escalated to extreme danger. No, do you really have to be like this? Lin Ye quickly argued, men don't actually like this kind of figure. It's uncomfortable to hold, and I worry about catching a chill while sleeping close. Lin Ye struggled to prove his aesthetic sense. However, the women were not buying it at all. Excuse. You are contradicting yourself. If men didn't like them, how would they become celebrities? Right, only with demand can they become popular. The women spoke in unison, making Lin Ye feel the power of their collective opinion. At that moment, he truly wished there were a few men nearby to validate his aesthetic preferences. After a quick scan, he rushed over, hugging Chun Na, swearing, actually, I prefer a fit body like this. It's uncomfortable to hold someone who... This caught Chun Na off guard. Get off, where are your hands going? Don't scare the child. Chun Na pushed Lin Ye away, her face flushed red. How cheesy. Don't think that you can pull this off. Lin Ye grasped at this lifeline. I wasn't interested in them at all, so what are you all worried about? I didn't bring anyone back just because I wasn't interested. If I were, I would have definitely brought them back. Sooner or later, he will find someone he likes. Listening to their unanimous declarations, Lin Ye looked up to the heavens in silence. No matter whether I like them or not, you all want to be cautious, don't you? In the end, the 24 of them unanimously voted Lin Ye was not allowed to bring anyone back until they all received a 50 boost in their abilities. This was a blatant monopoly on certain rights. This was a restriction on personal freedom. Lin Ye protested silently in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. In the production team, the donkey had no voice. Lin Ye finally understood why certain African tribes would kill their chieftains if they could no longer reproduce. One must stand tall to have their own status. As dawn broke, the people in the campsite gradually woke up and the long-awaited clan announcements finally rang out. Su Wei and Lin Ye's abilities increased by 50. Xiang Fei and Lin Ye's abilities increased by 50. He Yun and Lin Ye's abilities increased by 50. In another room, the awakened women exclaimed. Finally, the three stubborn ones have finally been resolved. We can finally line up freely. After enduring the clouds, they were overjoyed to be free from the shadows of those three. After waking up, Su Wei, Xiang Fei, and He Yun immediately checked their attribute panels. Their personal attributes had increased by 50. For now, it was still a theoretical value, and the actual effect would take a few days to manifest. The three remained huddled together, cheering with excitement, happier than witnessing a goal by the national football team. As for who the national team was, those who understood knew. With heavy eyelids, it was clear that Lin Ye hadn't fully slept. He muttered drowsily and began to drift back to sleep. Eyes still closed, his mind raced. Currently, I have a maximum boost of 300 to all abilities. If a 150 boost turns me into a muscle monster, what would happen if I got another 150? Lin Ye opened his eyes and suddenly sat up. He approached the mirror made of copper plates, looking at his face. Even his jaw muscles were beginning to show definition. He touched his cheek and let out a helpless sigh. The once slim and fit young man could never return. The image of a muscular devil would be his new reality. Although these ability boosts were gradually transforming his body, Lin Ye still felt uneasy. Actually, I still prefer to rely on my looks to make a living. I don't want to become a muscle man. Oh, I want to be a pretty boy. Lin Ye felt a deep sadness. Compared to the troubles of becoming stronger, his weak situation was even more distressing. Carlos lay on the bed feeling utterly drained. His heart raced, and he felt weak and drenched in cold sweat. Rubbing his icy waist, Carlos' eyes were vacant as he sighed in despair. This medicine is indeed effective, but the toll on the body is extremely frightening. I'm afraid only someone with a physique like Lin Ye or Xiao Yin can endure it. While Carlos was lamenting, he suddenly heard the clan's announcement. Daniel from Clan 191 died of organ failure due to excessive indulgence. Daniel is dead. Carlos still doubted his own ears. Opening the group channel and granting everyone chatting privileges, Carlos asked, "Did you all just hear the group announcement about Daniel? Indulgence? What on earth did he do? How could this happen? His body couldn't take it, he won't get up." Everyone was gossiping. Poor Indulgence? What on earth did he do? How could this happen? His body couldn't take it, he won't get up. Everyone was gossiping. Poor Daniel had once again suffered a social death. Carlos, what did you do to Daniel? Sophia, upon hearing the news of Daniel's death, was the most shocked. As her agent, Daniel had always been regarded as her most loyal subordinate. Faced with Sophia's accusations, Carlos' first reaction was panic. "I was at the dock. I wasn't with Daniel. I had no idea." Sophia could never have imagined that Daniel, after taking the medicine, had exhausted himself by imagining the native old woman. Faced with Sophia's accusations, Carlos' first reaction was panic. "I was at the dock. I wasn't with Daniel. I had no idea what he was doing." His pale excuse could not compensate for the guilt within. Daniel's death was indeed closely related to him. If he hadn't made Daniel test the medicine, if he hadn't called 2 native old women to attend to Daniel, even if Daniel was unwell, he wouldn't have exhausted himself to death. The native women are too barbaric. They really should not be touched. After a brief sense of guilt, Carlos summarized. Looking at the tired and sleeping Fuzide beside him, Carlos' lips curled into a slight smile of satisfaction. The neon women are better. When desires are unmet, they won't complain. When demands are excessive, they also won't refuse. As a linguist, Carlos still had his academic blind spots. He did not know the meaning of daylily. What filled his mind now was how he absolutely could not follow in Daniel's footsteps. "Brother Lin Ye, the medicine you gave me has amazing effects, but it's a bit hard on the body. Do you have any medicine for recuperation?" Seeing the message from Carlos, Lin Ye smirked coldly. "To intimidate me with 5 foreign women, and now you want recuperative medicine. Dream on. I have it, brother, I have it." Lin Ye was exceedingly enthusiastic. "It's just that the required medicinal materials are extremely rare. I had others from different islands search for a long time to gather a set. It can be said to be worth its weight in gold. To exchange for it with gold, nothing else would suffice." Just hinting madly. "Cunning merchant." Seeing Lin Ye's response, Carlos gritted his teeth and cursed. "A merchant like you should be sent straight to the soap factory." After venting his frustration, Carlos replied very politely, "Brother, gold, bronze, and labor can all be exchanged." With a lewd smile, Carlos raised an eyebrow and teasingly said, "Brother, how about those 5 actresses? They are the best-looking women on my side, top-notch beauties. I want to ask you to return them to me now." In his view, Lin Ye would definitely not be able to resist the temptations of Sophia. Those are 5 actresses. Exclusive beauties from Blue Star. Lin Ye was probably gulping down recuperative tonic right. God bless, may this guy not die from the clutches of women. Carlos subconsciously prayed for Lin Ye, then immediately reversed his attitude. Wait. For a freak like Lin Ye, a muscular giant like Xiao Yin, it would only be possible to die in a woman's embrace. Wait. For a freak like Lin Ye, a muscular giant like Xiao Yin, it would only be possible to die in a woman's embrace. Brother, why aren't you speaking? Are you too weak to talk? Huh. I have something even hotter here. Carlos seized Lin Ye's weak spot and launched a fierce assault. Half reclining, Lin Ye suddenly sat up. How hot are we talking about? Having just gained his freedom, his mind became active. A cup like Kardashian, what do you think? Carlos recalled and confirmed that he indeed had bombshells on his side and decisively began to promote. Lin Ye glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention to him, excitedly messaged, "Kardashian-like is too exaggerated. A bit more proportionate would be fine. Proportionate golden ratio, you understand, right?" Carlos revealed a smile of a schemer. "I have them, brother. Now, let's talk about the exchange conditions. For you, my brother, I can make an exception to allow you to exchange labor for medicine. To exhaust Lin Ye, Carlos had already decided to offer super favorable exchange conditions. The two quickly reached an agreement. 100 gene of recuperative powder in exchange for one laborer. Carlos had learned his lesson avoiding perishable liquid medicines. To prevent Carlos from deducing the medicine's formula, Lin Ye also chose to grind the medicinal materials into powder. With so many medicinal materials, Liang Qian and Wei Jia won't be able to handle it. Let them go gather herbs, and then cultivate land to plant the medicinal materials. These medicinal materials are not only needed by Carlos, everyone needs them, and they will definitely sell well in the future. On the other side, Carlos also began filtering for women with fiery figures and ample charm in the group, aiming to exalt. At the same time, he abandoned the plan to counterattack the main island, turning his attention to the survivors' team and indigenous tribes on the nearby islands. Just then a woman Carlos was very familiar with sent a message. Alex from the Queen's clan. Carlos, aren't you planning to redeem that little chieftain? Seeing this message, Carlos suddenly remembered one thing: Tober had been captured by Alex's people. Even the women from the chieftain's harem had been sent to Lin Ye, so naturally Tober couldn't escape the pursuit of Alex's subordinates. The indigenous people under Alex had no fondness for Tober. This guy who always acted weak and incompetent actually dared to wield a knife to injure the old chieftain, attempting to seize the chieftain's position. Simply outrageous. Indeed, the traditional way of the natives is to kill the old chieftain to become the chieftain. But not everyone has the qualification. Tober inherited only his father's lecherous nature, harassing native women everywhere, but was utterly useless otherwise. The lords from the old chieftain's guard hated Tober to the core. After Tober fell into their hands, he was directly abused for 3 days before being handed over to Alex. Looking at the battered and bruised Tober, Alex nearly didn't recognize him. But this guy insisted he was Tober, and other natives testified to that. Only then did Alex feel like he had struck gold, finding Carlos to extort him heavily. Tober. Carlos slapped his forehead, feeling deeply regretful. How did I forget that Tober didn't escape? Even with Tober's extremely low presence, he still could not be absent. Without a mascot, the alliance between Carlos and Tuggerson would struggle to continue. The two would soon fall into a power struggle. Now is the rise of the kingdom. Internal conflicts cannot begin too early. Alex, what conditions would it take to bring Tober back? Carlos, with many subordinates, also became bold. He calculated in his mind that it would be no problem to select a few strong men to send to Alex. As Carlos had anticipated, Alexei indeed proposed exchanging captives for Tober's return. After protracted negotiations, they settled on a trade of 10 men and 10 women. 20 people for a single Tober. Carlos slammed his fist onto the table, grinding his teeth in fury. He had barely secured a substantial haul from the northern 12 islands. Yet now, every faction seemed eager to extort concessions. 20 people for a single Tober. Carlos slammed his fist onto the table, grinding his teeth in fury. He had barely secured a substantial haul from the northern 12 islands. Yet now, every faction seemed stripped of all diplomatic leverage. Carlos was forced to swear an irrevocable oath, never to set foot again on the great island, before Alexei reluctantly reduced her demand to 20. Who leaked word of our nascent nation to Alexei? And who revealed my spoils to her? Lin Ye. It must be him. With a sharp pivot, Carlos instantly pinned the blame on Lin Ye, a truly unjust. In truth, it was Bruce who dispatched a swift vessel bearing news to the great island. Having resolved to carve out an independent domain, Bruce had been actively seeking powerful patrons. To the south, he cultivated amity with Lin Ye, the de facto landlord of the southern 12 islands. To the north, he secretly allied himself with the rapidly ascending Alexei. While transmitting intelligence to Alexei, he also assessed Tober's strategic value and devised the precise terms for the demand for 50 captives originated entirely with Bruce. Though Alexei, outwardly formidable, yet inwardly fragile, feared Carlos's potential resurgence so acutely that she conceded dramatically to secure a truce. Securing Tober alone yielded 20 captives, an outcome that left Alexei elated enough to exhaust Lu Jinxiang utterly. Rubbing his aching lower back, Lu felt a deepening sense of peril. What had been an intimate private bond now threatened to become a crowded spectacle, with 20 unwelcome intruders looming over their solitude. If the tribe swelled with white settlers, Alexei's dependence on me would wane, perhaps even betraying me. Clearly, I must recruit more compatriots from Longhua to consolidate my influence. Harboring ulterior motives, Lu Jinxiang stoked Alexei's suspicions. These captives come directly from Carlos. Surely among them lurk his spies. Relying solely on one source for population risks internal instability. We must diversify our demographic base, introducing new groups to counterbalance them. At first, Alexei assumed Lu merely sought to bolster his own standing. Yet when Carlos's delegation arrived, Alexei erupted in rage. 20 white men and women stood before her, matching only in skin tone, gender, and number. All were misshapen, some grotesquely aged and disfigured, others bloated or emaciated, several bore crippling injuries, missing limbs or dragging shattered legs. So now our domain had devolved into a charitable asylum. Carlos, you deceitful fraud. Alexei hurled her bone cup to the floor and stormed in furious circles. She suddenly recalled her recent celebrations with Lu Jinxiang. Not triumph, but humiliation, as if defiled by a stray dog. Lu pressed further, relying on others to supply quality recruits is futile. We must take initiative, hunt down survivor bands ourselves, seizing them before rivals do. These words struck deep within Alexei's heart. Issue orders to all regional lords, scour the entire island for outsiders. Deliver them alive, and generous rewards await. After seizing the dockside town, Alexei's lords had already been hunting remnants of Carlos's raiding parties. This new directive conveniently extended their search to include cross-dimensional travelers. The Great Island harbored far more transmigrants than just the 191-strong cohort. Yet indigenous forces remained overwhelmingly dominant, forcing scattered transmigrant enclaves to eke out precarious existences in remote mountains and wilderness too fragile to activate communication or trade functions. Alexei's sweeping campaign would indeed absorb numerous minor enclaves, but Lu Jinxiang's ambition extended well beyond swelling the queen's ranks. Through relentless persistence and cunning persuasion, he finally convinced Alexei to grant him formal authority over external diplomacy. Lu Jinxiang immediately sought out Lin Ye. Brother Lin, Alexei has traded Tobir with Carlos for 20 white captives. I find myself dangerously isolated. Could you arrange some compatriots from Longhua to reinforce me? This young man already grasped the art of securing favor, truly a master of his craft. Lin Ye too craved population growth, laboring tirelessly day and night. But he possessed no surplus personnel to assign to Lu. Instead, he deftly redirected the request to Xiaoyan. Brother Xiaoyan, your enclave teems with people. Send some strong hands to Lu Jinxiang. We kinfolk must stand behind him. Upon hearing Lin Ye's plea, Xiaoyan was utterly flabbergasted. What? Lu Jinxiang has claimed Alexei. So now she commands the dominant power on the Great Island. Lately he'd been wholly absorbed directing assaults on neighboring islands, oblivious to Wang Dadong and Lin Ye's machinations behind the scenes. When briefed on current affairs, Xiaoyan sat stunned for a long while before regaining composure. Truly, what a whirlwind of change. Lin Ye is nothing short of a chaos catalyst. Next, Carlos will likely consolidate the northern archipelago, leaving Alexei's forces on the Great Island to bear the brunt against us. A veteran strategist, Xiaoyan swiftly discerned the shifting tides of offense and defense once apprised of the broader landscape. Once Carlos withdrew, conflict between Alexei and southern powers was inevitable. He held Tong Island, Lin Ye held Shi Island. How could Alexei, who monopolized bronze, tolerate such rivals? After entrenching herself on the Great Island, she would inevitably incite indigenous chieftains to launch assaults. Brothers, Carlos has declared a sovereign state. Alexei reigns as island sovereign. We must unite without delay. Xiaoyan unveiled a plan long maturing in his mind. Shall we found our own nation? Lin Ye had harbored identity. His enclave faced unique constraints. Expansion through annexation was impossible. Growth depended solely on natural reproduction. Yet raising children to maturity would consume over a decade, by which time the world outside would have transformed beyond recognition. Only by forging a vast alliance, within which his enclave occupied a distinct, indispensable role, could he sustain stable, large-scale mobilization. Lin Ye responded immediately. Indeed, we require a far tighter organizational framework. What form of nation do you? Crowning kings or emperors is untenable. Among Longhua people, either none assume titles, or supremacy must be earned through conquest. Let us adopt the familiar republican system outright. Lin Ye nodded approvingly. Excellent. Republicanism suits our archipelagic reality. Naturally divides into special administrative regions, one per island, making this structure widely acceptable. Having aligned their vision, they turned to addressing Lu Jinxiang's urgent appeal. Xiaoyan outlined his analysis of the evolving strategic landscape. Lin Ye likewise recognized the emerging fault lines of future conflict. Alexei's thinking mirrors that of an unruly husky. Capricious betrayal strikes without warning. We cannot entrust peace to her caprice. Having engaged Alexei repeatedly, Lin Ye understood her temperament better than anyone, and promptly proposed his countermeasure. Now is the perfect moment. We must dispatch loyal agents to Lu Jinxiang, embedding them deep within Alexei's power structure, so that even if she entertains hostile designs, she lacks the capacity to act against us. Lin Ye and Xiaoyan quickly completed their division of labor. Xiaoyan took people to unify the southern and western islands, merging the local forces and survivor groups. Lin Ye organized a fleet to transport the personnel required by Lu Jinxiang to the main island. 80 pairs of men and women from Copper Island formed Lu Jianqiang's reinforcements. Lin Ye first selected 20 people to be sent openly to the cliff coast on the southern side of the main island, where Lu Jinxiang would come to meet them. The 20 waited for half a day on the southern coast before Lu Jinxiang finally arrived with a group of locals. After another day's trek, they finally reached Alexei's stone fortress. 10 pairs of young men and women possessed excellent talents and skills. Seeing them, Alexis finally revealed a satisfied smile. These were truly valuable talents. However, it also meant that Lu Jianqiang's power might become too formidable. Alexis had been isolated and targeted by Carlos, and she was equally worried about Lu Jinxiang overshadowing her. Previously, she had disdain for Lu Jinxiang, thinking he only cared about matters of the bed. Now, however, Alexis hoped that Lu Jianqiang's strength would be limited to those matters. Realizing that this batch of Dragon Country people numbered only 20, Alexis felt somewhat reassured. To avoid arousing Alexis' suspicions, only 20 people could be sent through open channels. The rest would have to wait for the local lords to discover them on their own. Alexis instructed her subordinate lords to search for outsiders, which provided Lin Ye the opportunity to send person. During this time, Lu Jinxiang did not solely focus on serving Alexis. Among the lords, he had won over a relatively reliable southern lord. The southern part of the main island is mountainous and steep with dense rainforests, making it difficult to cultivate. The local Lord Hakuin born here struggled to survive and had to pay tribute to the chief, making life even harder. After Alexis took power to streamline the tribute system, she used this remote lord as an example to intimidate. The poor fellow was whipped in front of the stone fortress and then displayed for 3 days. Each day he suffered under the scorching sun with only a small amount of fresh water. Just as Hakuin was starving and thirsty on the verge of collapse, a local woman arrived at midnight, giving him food and water and applying medicine to his wounds. The woman said she was sent by the chief's man. Hakuin not only survived, but also won this woman's affection. In order to persuade the chief to reward this woman, Hakuin obediently followed Lu Jianqiang's advice, thus getting on a pirate ship. Now the chief had issued a bounty, whoever captured an outsider would receive a reward. Lu Jianqiang took Hakuin on a trip along the southern coast, and returned with a group of outsiders which gave Hakuin an idea. Outsiders are not skilled in living in rainforests. You don't need to search in the rainforest, just follow the southern coast, and you will find them. After Lu Jianqiang gestured and pointed to Hakuin, he conjured a bag of roasted cornmeal as food for him. Hakuin with 2 capable brothers set off with the bag of food. After walking along the coast for half a day, they encountered a local woman. She claimed her name was Kazong, originally a local who fled to Copper Island with Elika. After learning the outsider's language on Copper Island, she stole a small boat to return to the main island. Kazong indeed escaped with Elika, but she was actually a translator sent by Lin Ye. Locals cannot join the tribes, thus cannot use the built-in translation feature of the channels. Locals who understand 2 languages have become the most sought-after talents. Kazong understood the local dialect English and everyday Mandarin conversation, making her a crucial translation talent for Lin Ye. To support Lu Jianqiang, Lin Ye reluctantly sent Kazong, thus investing heavily. Upon learning that Kazong could speak the outsider's language, Hakuin understood her purpose. With Kazong he searched along the coast, and at every potential hiding place he had Kazong call out. Finally, after more than 10 days of searching, they found 7 groups of outsiders. These were all personnel sent by Lin Ye. After merging with Hakuin, the 61 people gained dominance. From Hakuin, they learned that the female chief did not eat people and welcomed outsiders. These new outsiders expressed their intent to serve the female chief. They aimed to help her find more outsiders. With local guides, translators, and a carefully selected group of talents, this team truly found some struggling traversers in the corners of the main island. They were all in small groups, too few in number to build a solid camp, reaching the level necessary for communication, and each one was in tattered clothes, some even wore grass skirts and bark armor, living more primitively than the locals. When they encountered a rescue team composed of Dragon Country people, they looked at them like saviors regardless of race or which country they belonged to. On Blue Star they joined without hesitation. When they arrived before the female chief, this team had swelled to over 300 people. The additional 60 Dragon Country people had become inconspicuous. Alexis gladly accepted this group of voluntarily joined traversers. The combined search results from other lords had inflated the number of traversers under Alexis to 657. Crucially, these people belonged to her queen tribe. With over 600 people in a single tribe, the queen tribe had undoubtedly become the strongest tribe. Alexis, filled with ambition, officially announced the upgrade of the tribal alliance to a kingdom. The supreme ruler of the kingdom would be the beautiful and wise Queen Alexis, and the Minister of War would be her husband Prince Lu Jianxiang. To better rule the locals, Alexis decided to don the guise of divinity. Lin Ye, where is the statue I commissioned? More than a month has passed, and you still haven't finished. As the embodiment of the blood angel in the world, Alexis had always been concerned about her statue. Dear Queen, we have indeed been working overtime on your statue. Lin Ye remained as enthusiastic as ever. Just as Alexis revealed a surprised smile, she saw Lin Ye's next message. However, your current request is to have the angel descend from the heavens. As you know, the statue is very heavy and hoisting it up is very difficult. Alexis' smile instantly turned into anger. Another excuse. Alexis placed her hands on her hips and paced around the hall of the stone fortress. She wore a set of luxurious leather armor modeled after medieval military uniforms, adorned with gold and silver jewelry and gemstones, resembling a walking Christmas tree. This outfit was undoubtedly warm. As a result, the hall was filled with ice basins, and maidservants continuously fanned feathers to provide a cool breeze. By the way, the ice basins were the tribute sent over when Lin Ye previously requested an extension on the deadline. After the production of nitrate increased, Lin Ye first used it to make ice. This somewhat helped to alleviate the queen's anger. Lin Ye, listen, this time, no matter what your reasons are, you must deliver my statue within 3 days. Alexis gritted her teeth and threatened fiercely, if you can't produce the statue, I will send thousands of people to the southern 12 islands to assist you. You better take care of yourself. Yuyo, is the statue of Alex ready? The clients are aggressively demanding delivery, and Lin Ye has no choice but to. On his freshly shaven face, there was a hint of a cynical smile. After Zhou Yuyo refined the iron block, she immediately used the steel frying method to forge scissors and a razor. After being styled as the mustachioed man for a month, Lin Ye was forced by the women to shave off his prickly beard. When asked, Zhou Yuyo replied with annoyance, it's been ready for 2 weeks, didn't you say you weren't in a hurry to deliver? Now you've forgotten everything. Lin Ye touched his cheeks, still not quite used to the smooth feeling, and awkwardly laughed. I just have too much on my plate, afraid I might get mixed up, so I wanted to confirm with you. Zhou Yuyo didn't respond, rolling her eyes at Lin Ye. During this time, apart from teasing them, Lin Ye hadn't done anything else. Lin Ye felt a bit embarrassed under Zhou Yuyo's gaze and insisted on defending himself. I'm just trying to ensure a smooth. For difficult clients like this one, must delay until the final delivery time, giving them no chance to request changes, making them anxious, ensuring the payment is received smoothly. In the midst of their chat, Lin Ye sent a message to Alex. To celebrate the Queen's ascension, we've given you a significant discount on the statue's payment. Instead of calculating the payment based on the original volume ratio, only 20 pounds of gold are required. Alex was initially quite pleased, thinking Lin Ye was accommodating. After pondering for a moment, she finally understood his meaning. This was a request for her to pay for the statue first. I haven't even seen the statue, there's no way I'm giving you gold. The Queen's imposing demeanor was fully displayed as Alex said firmly without room for negotiation. Hurry up and send me the statue. Lin Ye feigned a pitiful expression. As the saying goes, the emperor does not starve the soldiers. Alex, you are already a queen, you shouldn't have the craftsmen pay for the production costs themselves. 20 pounds of gold is merely the cost of production, we haven't even factored in the labor fee. Alex pounded the table. Give me my statue now. Once the gold is given, I will send the statue. Lin Ye continued to complain. Now that you have thousands of soldiers, if you don't pay, there's nothing we can do about it. With greater power comes greater responsibility. You should first show your sincerity by giving the gold. Alex didn't expect to be held back at this moment, angrily saying, Lin Ye, I'll say it one last time, give me the statue. Otherwise I'll send someone to take it. Lin Ye remained unfazed. If you send someone over, I'll just deliver the statue to Carlos. You? Alex was taken aback. If the statue she ordered fell into Carlos' hands. Carlos had suffered a great loss when redeeming Tobir and would surely extort her heavily. Not only would she lose a vast fortune, but her reputation would also be severely damaged. For her who was about to ascend to the throne, this would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to her prestige. With the coronation ceremony approaching, continuing to entangle with Lin Ye would only make her more passive. With a dark expression and gritted teeth, Alex went to the chieftain's treasury, weighed out 20 pounds of gold bars, and sent them to Lin Ye. Clang! A pile of gold bars fell to the ground. Lin Ye immediately took them to the trading platform to exchange for gold coins. If he delayed, the women would take it away and turn it into various tools to show off in their homes. Just after securing the gold bars, two heads popped up from behind. Is the gold here? Zhou Yuyo and Qin Shasha asked in unison. Lin Ye pretended to be surprised. Yes, I've already exchanged them for gold coins. Look at the clan panel, we have added 20,000 gold coins. How did you do it so quickly? Qin Shasha pouted in frustration and shook her head. We agreed that when the gold arrived we could play with it. Don't talk to him, he's doing it on purpose. Zhou Yuyo angrily said. I'm just afraid we'll lose the gold bars. The two women pointed at Lin Ye's nose, complaining for a long time. Qin Shasha sat on the ground sulking with her arms crossed, making pottery, making molds, making refractory bricks. Doing this every day, and we don't even get to play with the gold bars. I'm done, or I'll just go have a baby. Want to have a baby? Sure, I'll help you. Lin Ye immediately transformed into a big bad wolf, rubbing his hands together and laughing mischievously. Go away. I won't have a baby with you. Qin Shasha pushed him away but felt as if her hand was pressing against a wall. Lin Ye's body remained immovable like a mountain pressing down. During this period, 5 more members received a 50 boost to all abilities from the More Children More Blessings effect. Lin Ye himself gained a 550 boost to all abilities. What does it mean for all abilities to surge 5-fold? Lin Ye can throw burning jars over 500 meters in one go. When throwing spears, he can even reach a distance of 1,000 meters. He truly deserves the title of a human catapult. Despite Qin Shasha pounding her fists and kicking her legs fiercely, Lin Ye effortlessly picked her up as if she were a stuffed doll. As he entered the room, Lin Ye also distractedly sent the enormous statue to Alex. Seeing that her partner was about to be in danger, Zhou Yuyo quickly pushed open the door to rescue. But the heavy door closed shut, and she did not come out. That afternoon, 2 announcements from the clan rang out consecutively. Lin Ye had completed 2 more KPIs this month. On the other side, Alex saw a statue appear in the delivery items section and hurriedly went to the open space outside the stone fortress. She had the guards bring over hay to cushion it. Only then did Alex take out the statue. Thud! The statue, much taller than a real person, gently landed on the ground with a soft sound. The weight didn't seem quite right. Alex hurried over, grabbed the statue's arm, and with little effort propped it up. It's hollow. Alex reached out and lifted the statue entirely. Its weight was only around 40 pounds. It was made of a layer of copper skin. 20 pounds of gold bought a statue weighing only around 40 pounds. Alex felt dizzy, nearly rolling her eyes back in faintness. What a swindler, truly a swindler. What about your material costs? So all 20 pounds of gold went to labor fees. Lin Ye, get out here. Alex ruffled her hair into a messy nest and furiously sought Lin Ye for an explanation. I gave you 20 pounds of gold, and you made such a light statue. Lin Ye, sounding as if he were running or climbing stairs, spoke breathlessly. It cannot be lighter than this. 1 millimeter thick is already the limit of our craftsmanship. Any thinner would risk chipping and deforming. In that moment he had no energy to lie. Therefore everything he said was the truth. This copper statue was first sculpted and would then covered with a layer of copper and hammered into shape. After completion, the wooden core was burned away, resulting in this form. There was no cutting corners, it couldn't be mass-produced, and only one could be made at a time, all crafted with dedication and skill. In that moment he had no energy to lie. Therefore everything he said was the truth. This copper statue was first sculpted. I need a statue with substance. Lin Ye's expression was more excited than at a product launch. Its height is 1.75 meters with a wingspan of 1.5 meters. To maintain stability, the weight of the legs has been increased, and the feet have hooks that can latch onto the nails of the base. This design was inspired by Michael Jackson's anti-gravity lean. Alex opened her mouth wanting to criticize again, but found that she and Lin Ye seemed to be on different wavelengths. While she accused him of cutting corners, he stated that it was all meticulously designed. When they spoke, it was as if they were at a new product launch for a fruit phone. Will AI likes really send someone to trouble us? Zhou Yuyo's red cheeks were adorned with messy, sweat-soaked strands of hair. Now she returned to her calm demeanor. Lin Ye lay back on his hands, his face full of indifference. If she sends someone, I can just capture a bunch of prisoners and then deal with her later. With Lin Ye's current strength, it would indeed be challenging to wipe out an entire army. However, eliminating the enemy's commanding officers and disrupting the army was still something he could easily accomplish. The human-shaped catapult was that confident. Zhou Yuyo's eyes sparkled, and she mischievously laughed. What if AI likes brings everyone out? Lin Ye, unaware it was a trick, showed an excited expression. Then I'll capture her and see what the queen tastes like. Oh dear. Before he could finish, he was suddenly pinched at his waist. Turning around, he saw Qin Shasha, who had been silent all along. Still daring to think about other women, it seems you're truly incorrigible. Zhou Yuyao also rushed over, pinching and biting Lin Ye. Only then did Lin Ye realize he had been careless and had fallen into a trap. No way. AI likes is after all his brother's woman. How could I possibly take action? I'm not that kind of person. The two completely ignored his explanations and continued to administer punishment. Now the 24 individuals had reached a consensus regardless of who it was. If they noticed Lin Ye having eyes for other women, they would snuff out such dangerous thoughts in the cradle. Even Li Qingqing regarding this matter did not act as a sycophant. Lin Ye found himself surrounded in a collective effort to catch him in the act. Two fists could hardly combat four hands. Lin Ye was being pinched by Zhou Yuyao and Qin Shasha to the point of pain, unable to defend himself, and it was time to plead for mercy. But the two knew his physique was strong, and he wasn't afraid of such minor injuries, so they held nothing back. Lin Ye could only give up on the gentle sanctuary and flee in a panic. On the other side, a furious AI likes also regained her composure. 20 pounds of gold exchanged for 40 pounds of copper statue was simply incomprehensible. However, after Lu Jinxiang looked at the statue, he gazed at the beautified figure, and his primal power surged again. AI likes wrapped her arms around Lu Jianqiang's neck, her gaze clear, and her voice gentle. What's wrong with you today? So crazy, unlike before. Lu Jinxiang kissed her forehead. You are both a queen and a goddess, of course I love you. The art of language greatly pleased AI likes, and a satisfied smile emerged on her face. Putting aside the unscrupulous merchant, that statue indeed depicted her more perfectly. The lines conformed more closely to the golden ratio, her figure was more proportionate. Her face was stunning, her expression sacred, and her gaze looked down with compassion upon all living beings. Even she herself felt an urge to worship. It was this man who, after seeing the statue, erupted with even crazier thoughts of offense. With this in mind, AI likes raised her palm and lightly slapped Lu Jianqiang's face a few times. This is punishment for your blasphemy against the queen and goddess, AI likes said sternly. Yet in her eyes there was a hidden restlessness, as if she were eager to try something. As the king of ducks, Lu Jinxiang could naturally read this kind of gaze. An hour later, AI likes regained her cool, feeling remorse and humiliation. This is the last time. There absolutely cannot be a next time. AI likes gritted her teeth, swearing an oath. Lu Jinxiang quickly apologized. Darling, this isn't real, it's just a game. You are still the supreme queen and goddess in my heart. AI likes finally smiled with restraint, feeling very satisfied. This man could fulfill all her fantasies without threatening her power and status. If life could continue like this, it wouldn't be bad. My coronation ceremony will be our wedding. AI likes lovingly stroked Lu Jianqiang's cheek, saying deeply. Noticing the forced smile in Lu Jianqiang's laughter, AI likes asked in surprise, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Lu Jinxiang shook his head. I just feel the ceremony is too soon. If there was enough time, I would prefer to defeat Carlos first before marrying you. Alika's smile froze for a moment, detecting the thick jealousy in the man's words, and she smiled triumphantly. Carlos, I will defeat him. I've heard he is about to conquer the islands in the north, and once he unifies those native tribes, he should come after us. AI likes gritted her teeth. I will bring him a devastating defeat, I certainly will. Meanwhile, Carlos had already moved his base to the northern 3 islands. The northern 12 islands were too close to Lin Ye, and fearing being ambushed by Lin Ye and AI likes, he quietly hid in the more distant northern 3 islands. Tugerson and Tobir remained on the northern 12 islands. This way they could help attract Lin Ye and Alika's attention. And by being in the central command, they could isolate Tugerson and the troops with the temptation of power. Carlos had already begun to prepare for absolute power, merely holding back, allowing Tugerson to believe he still firmly controlled the army. In reality, Carlos had long made the members of the 191 tribe into the middle and lower level officers of the army. This infiltration process was very natural, because the army of the United Kingdom was originally composed of lords leading their private soldiers. Carlos only needed to allocate the strong warriors to the lords under his command. In the stone castle's fireplace, a whole pig was roasting, sizzling, and oozing oil filling the room with a fragrant aroma. The native maid used a bone knife to cut the roast into small pieces, dipping them in jam and feeding them to Carlos. He sat in a recliner with his eyes closed, instinctively opening his mouth to receive the roast while his consciousness was communicating with other tribe members. Are you sure? Is Tugin really not dead? Carlos' face revealed a look of shock. Yes, I have seen him. The one chatting with Carlos was a white lord named Lucius. Lucius was very enterprising. After AI-likes captured the dock town, he proposed to take a small troop back to the Big Island for guerrilla warfare, causing trouble in Awakens' rear. Carlos had been supplying resources to support Lucius' actions. After over a month of persistence, results finally started to show. Lucius' tone was very excited. Tugin woke up on the third day, and upon realizing the situation was dire, he retreated with his loyal subordinates to the western mountainous area. After this time of recuperation, he is now able to pursue prey. I feel that he has not lost the ambition to regain the chieftain's power, and is trying to make a comeback. Tugin was the name of the Lucius, as an old member of the 191 tribe, had seen Tugin and could not mistake him. Carlos confirmed that the old chieftain was still alive, and a smile that was hard to hide appeared at the corners of his mouth. If it had been before learning that the old chieftain was still alive, would have certainly frightened him into a state of anxiety. This chieftain was recognized as the #1 warrior among the natives. His personal strength was evident to all, and he was also very clever. If not for being momentarily captivated by beauty and having an ambitious but brainless son, Tugin would not have been so easily dethroned by Carlos and Tugerson. Now the Big Island had become Awakens territory. With the old chieftain hiding in the western mountainous area with intentions of restoration, the situation became very interesting. Carlos could be a rebel or a loyalist. Supporting Tugin's stirrings was inevitable. What he was concerned about was how far Tugin would stir things up without allowing the Xiao and Lin Ye gang to profit from it. On the island of the natives, a grand coronation ceremony unfolded under the gaze of thousands. Amidst a rain of flowers, a dazzling statue of a blood angel slowly ascended, then soared across the entire venue. It's the female chieftain. The natives quickly recognized the likeness of the bronze statue. They were still unaware of the concept of fishing wire. The rope suspending the bronze statue was merely twisted from 12 copper wires coated with gray mineral paint, making it difficult to discern. The swaying bronze statue passed through, emitting a creaking sound. The natives believed this eerie noise was unique to the blood angel's flight. They all knelt in worship. Alex and Lu Jinxiang stood on the high platform, gazing at the sea of bowed heads, feeling the thrill that came from the pinnacle of power. Under the leadership of a white old man, the two exchanged vows and officially became husband and wife. Now please, the white old man announced the completion of the wedding with a tone full of pauses and explosions, as if reciting an incantation. Lu Jinxiang and Alex kissed in front of the crowd. As their lips met, Alex's throat convulsed, releasing a retching sound. Lu Jianqiang's eyes widened, and he quickly. Alex covered her mouth, her expression awkward. Alex begins to conceive new life. Tribe survival points 10. An announcement echoed through the tribe. The hundreds of outsiders at the ceremony were momentarily stunned, until someone suddenly shouted congratulations to the queen. The natives did not understand what they were shouting about, but seeing their expressions it seemed like good news, so they joined in the cheers. Congratulations to the queen for her death. Congratulations to the king for his death. Congratulations to the king's death. The chaotic shouting caused those who understood the meaning to display somewhat unnatural expressions. Alex happened to be one of those who understood. These bastards. While holding back her morning sickness, she had to endure their toxic cheers, and quickly waved her hand to move the ceremony to the next process. The queen's coronation speech began. Alex cleared her throat and started to speak. Suddenly she saw someone in the crowd stand up and draw a weapon. It was an obsidian throwing spear. They aimed at the high platform from different angles, targeting Alex. Protect the queen. Hurry, protect the queen. Lu Jinxiang shouted in panic, his voice cracking a bit. There was no one else around the high platform. He had no choice but to grab Alex and throw himself to the ground. Whoosh. Dozens of throwing spears shot toward the high platform. The sudden assassination created chaos. The native lords recalled how the previous chieftain was attacked, and immediately shouted, Carlos is a traitor. Tugyusen. Members of the queen's tribe ran against the tide of chaos, searching for the attackers. However, these attackers only carried a single throwing spear, and after throwing it melted back into the crowd. Only 2 attackers who did not complete their throwing motion were captured. On the high platform, faced with the barrage of throwing spears, Lu Jinxiang was on the verge of tears. Damn it, which bastard is after me? Just as I was about to get established, I get this. The throwing spears fell like rain. A spear struck his calf, and he rolled to shake it off. The intense pain caused Lu Jianqiang's tears to flow freely. He hugged Alex, and kept rolling, tumbling into the curtain beside the high platform. Leaning against the curtain to mitigate the impact of the spears, he barely saved his life. Damn it, my leg is going to break. Lu Jinxiang cried out in agony. Finally someone came over to carry him away. Alex was uninjured, but her crown had fallen, her robe was torn, and jewels and ornaments were scattered everywhere. As a newly crowned queen, she had already lost face. Social death. Catch them. Whoever did this, I will not let them. Alex shouted furiously. After returning to the stone fortress, she smashed things while venting through the chat panel. Lin Ye, did you know something would happen today? Lin Ye was on a wooden boat outfitted with a small sail, directing 6 women to. He was leading a team to attend the founding ceremony of Copper Island. Seeing Alex message Lin Ye was baffled. What could I know? I don't know anything. What happened? After contacting Lu Jinxiang, Lin Ye finally understood the situation. It's clearly Carlos' handiwork. How could he tell me about such things? Lin Ye hurriedly defended himself. Upon hearing this, Alex calmed down a little. Carlos indeed would not easily share such matters with Lin Ye. Even the internal traitor Bruce had not sent any information indicating that this was also a strict secret within the 191 tribe. Carlos. Alex gritted her teeth, already picturing Carlos tied to a pillar, slowly roasted for 3 days and 3 nights. This matter, however, was not entirely Carlos's doing. He merely supported Tugin with resources and recruited some loyal former chieftains among the natives. No one understood better than the victim how to strike effectively. Tugin, following Carlos and Tugisin's methods, had his men blend into the crowd, watching the ceremony, launching an assassination attempt against Alex. Of course, there was security at the Queen's coronation ceremony, but the guards only checked for weapons during the crowd's entry. Once the ceremony began, Tugin's men slipped in, pretending to be excited as they moved closer. Thus they reached the kill zone and unleashed a round of throwing spears. After calming down, Tugin resumed the combative mindset befitting a chieftain. By disrupting the coronation ceremony through assassination, he damaged Alex's prestige, then sent people to spread the news. The chieftain has returned. The believers of the blood god follow the chieftain to kill all outsiders. Tugin is the true chieftain. All outsiders are wicked deceivers. Overthrow Alex, kill all outsiders. Tugin, having intuitively grasped the essence, awakened a sense of localism. When the natives returned to localism, all discontent found an outlet. It's not raining. The crops aren't growing. The prey has run away. Can't find a wife. Can't raise children. All misfortunes and difficulties are due to outsiders. Other issues may be debatable, but the inability to find a wife is indeed Alex's fault. She had taken all the young women into the Queen's Guard. Many natives discovered that the women they liked became distant after joining the Queen's Guard, with some even coming on the first day to break off engagements. 30 days east of the river, 30 days west of the river. Do not bully the poor native. Stories like this were unfolding everywhere, and those lucky enough not to be broken off smoothly married their beloved, only to find out on their wedding night that their beloved was. How could they endure this? The mud-legged natives were filled with resentment towards Queen Alex. Even the natives who joined the Lord's army found themselves shorter than the outsider Lord's soldiers, with inferior equipment, insufficient food, and were beaten for the slightest disagreement with their own Lord being indifferent. In the past, they couldn't understand why this was happening. Now, spurred on by Tugin, they figured it out. Outsiders. It's all disasters are brought by outsiders. On the native island, a surging wave of xenophobia surged forth. Attacks against outsiders occurred frequently. Such sudden incidents further intensified the suspicions between the outsiders and the natives. Lu Jianxiang, filled with paranoia, felt that the members of the guard in the stone fortress might be plotting against him. Damn it must be Carlos doing. This bunch of troublemakers creates unrest wherever they go. Without a second thought, I precisely pinned the blame on Carlos. Then I sought help from Lin Ye. Brother Lin, help me. I could be killed by the natives at any moment. How could you become trapped in the vast ocean of the People's War? Are you still a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? Others mobilize the natives, and you do the same. You can't even do this. Hearing Lu Jianxiang's plea for help, Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh and cry. He lamented the unfortunate situation and was furious at the lack of effort. Filled with grievances, Lu Jianxiang began to reveal black secrets without caring whether the pregnant Alex was nearby. Upon learning about Alex's outrageous actions, Lin Ye couldn't hold back any longer, disregarding the clan representatives having a meeting in the wooden house, and exclaimed, "Is Alex's brain made of tofu? Is this a royal guard or a queen's club?" Alex's chaotic antics were something Lin Ye initially wanted to ignore, but her supremacy of outsiders' ideology only fueled more intense racial conflicts. Not only was she digging her own grave, but the conflicts spilling over would also worsen the relationship between the locals. After not cursing enough in the chat with Lu Jianxiang, Lin Ye went straight to Alex and scolded mercilessly, "If you don't want to be kicked off the island, stop your supremacist policies towards outsiders." Alex, already overwhelmed by the native rebellion movement, exploded upon seeing Lin Ye's message. "Lin Ye, do you think that just because I'm in trouble now you can interfere with my authority? Your pathetic authority is not worth my attention," Lin Ye retorted angrily. "I just don't want to be dragged down by your... Do you think that letting outsiders ride on the backs of the natives will make them submit? Your ancestors' tactics won't work even in that filthy pit of a place." Alex, furious, shouted, "Lin Ye, who gave you the courage to say such things? Is it Xiao Yan? Perfect timing, the islands of Tong, and she should be reclaimed, so wait for my army." Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh in anger. This foolish woman truly thought she was the queen commanding thousands of troops. "You better send more people so I can capture more prisoners." Their conversation ended unpleasantly. Lin Ye sent a message to Lu Jianxiang. "Your only way to save yourself now is to marginalize Alex and abolish her foolish policies. First, you need to unite the Dragon Kingdom members in the clan to form the core force of action. Then divide into several work groups to bring in as many non-Alex loyalists from the clan as possible. As for Alex's confidants, she might send them to attack us, but it'll help you deal with that." Lin Ye didn't take Alex's military threats. She couldn't possibly send all her confidants out. Even if she dispatched 2,000 or 3,000 natives in this climate of fear after losing their commander, internal strife could break out. Although Lin Ye was not on the southern 12 islands, there were already 17 women enjoying a 50 overall capability boost. These 17 ranged spear throwers were enough to take out the opposing commander. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. If Alex attacked the southern 12 islands, the first to suffer would actually be Bruce. This turncoat, though ambiguous in stance, was not foolish and knew how to preserve his own life. After completing these arrangements, Lin Ye turned his attention to the clan representatives in the wooden house. They were the core forces that initially participated in the conquest of Tong Island. There were a total of 92 clans, each represented by one representative. Wang Dadong, who had close dealings with Lin Ye, was also present. Everyone looked at Lin Ye with curiosity. Although many were meeting Lin Ye for the first time, they were already quite familiar with him. They were all Lin Ye's trading partners. From pet trades to wooden barrels, wooden boxes, pottery, and bronze crossbows, Lin Ye offered only rare goods. Everyone thought that Lin Ye must have hundreds of clan members to generate so many powerful talents. To this day, no one knew that Lin Ye's clan only had 25 people relying solely on Lin Ye's renal powers to bless them, forming a group of craftsmen. In their imaginations, Lin Ye was a cultured and easygoing merchant. Upon seeing him in person, they realized he was a terrifying monster of combat strength. Even Xiao Yan, whose real name was Xiao Yan, felt inferior and acknowledged his shortcomings. With Lin Ye's physique, stature, and combat strength, no one would believe he was only 24 years old. Brother Lin, what kind of trouble has arisen on Alex's side? Xiao Yan asked with concern. Lin Ye recounted the turmoil on the island, and then said solemnly, "The main topic of our representative meeting was originally to discuss the legal system after the founding of the nation. Now we need to add a topic: how to deal with the conflicts between the locals and outsiders. This is the foundation for how we handle our relationship with Alex and Carlos." Upon hearing this, the representatives on site began to discuss among themselves. "Xiaoge, what do you think?" Lin Ye looked towards Xiao Yan. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become the host of the meeting. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment and said, "This news is a double-edged sword. I originally anticipated that Carlos would use Alex to hold us back while he reaped the benefits himself. It seems now that his actions have greatly weakened Alex. This has significantly reduced our external pressure." Then Wang Dadong raised his hand and said, "As a lesson learned, we indeed need to establish a legal framework to clarify the relationship between locals and outsiders so that we can consolidate our internal strength to face external threats." With two people starting, others began to speak. "Not only do we need to secure our own fences, but we also need to take the initiative and not allow other forces to unify the island. We need to hasten the promotion of the dominant culture, integrate the natives, and sever their ties with past bad habits. Yes, by fully integrating the natives into our culture, we can distinguish ourselves from other natives and avoid extreme localism's influence. Not only do we need to integrate local natives, but we also need to integrate outsiders, especially those from the Big Island. We need to compete with Dugan for the ideological territory." Outside the meeting, Erica listened to the translated discussions with increasing excitement. "This is the right direction." Erica rushed to the entrance of the meeting room and knocked on the door. "I heard you were going to establish laws. I think I can help. I used to be a lawyer and I speak the native language." Lin Ye recognized the woman at a glance and smiled. "Is that you, Erica? Yes, we need professionals like you." He thought to himself that the foreign girl he previously deemed useless could indeed play a significant role. Indeed, there are no useless people, only those misplaced. The meeting quickly formed a detailed resolution to establish a set of laws protecting the rights of the natives, ensuring their rights to life, marriage, education, labor, and military service, among others, and ensuring the native group aligns and integrates with the group of transmigrators. The foundation for the natives to enjoy these rights is language education, primarily in the Dragon Kingdom language, with English, mainly alphabetic spelling, as a supplement. While integrating the local natives, we will also send bilingual talents to other islands to promote the native group and compete with extreme localism for the discourse power. After concluding this topic, Lin Ye made a brief summary speech. "In every place there are the most suffering lower-class populations who our work must focus on these lower groups. From the transformation situation on the southern 11 islands, the lower classes are the main victims of killing, cannibalism, and live sacrifices, and they are the ones most eager to change their fate. The native lords naturally conflict with our system. Except for a few enlightened lords, we should resolutely strike and eliminate." Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the Dragon Kingdom representatives all revealed knowing smiles. "Isn't this just about taking down the wealthy and redistributing the land?" "No, this is about taking down the wealthy and redistributing the population." On Copper Island, in a small square surrounded by stone walls, Lin Ye stood on a high platform with over 90 representatives of various clans and 36 local representatives from the islands behind him. Below the platform, more than 3,000 traversers and over 1,000 locals stood in four formations. "The Blue Star Republic is officially established today," Lin Ye announced loudly, holding a copper trumpet similar to that of County Chief Ma. The drums and trumpets began to play, their rhythm reminiscent of a military command infused with a hint of march. This was a national anthem cobbled together by a large group of people based on their memories, arranged and rehearsed by 5 unwilling female celebrities. On the high platform, a yellow flag slowly rose. The first representative meeting decided that the newly established country's name would be the Blue Star Republic, symbolizing a realm built by the Blue Star people with obvious unification intentions. The national flag was a yellow base with a blue star. The upper left corner featured a large blue pentagram surrounded by 36 smaller blue stars arranged in layers. The yellow background represented the locals. The blue star represented not only the Blue Star people, but also the islands. The largest blue pentagram represented the main island, while the other 36 stars symbolized the surrounding smaller islands. No pretenses were left. The intention behind establishing the nation was to incorporate all the islands into its territory. The kingdom would not be content with just the main island. Both the large and small islands had to be firmly in their grasp. With the completion of the nation-building ceremony, 92 groups of traversers simultaneously received a clan notification. Congratulations on establishing a nation with a total population exceeding 1,000 entering the third phase of ancient survival. All clans that formed the nation received 100 survival points. The national leader can freely organize the nation's functional institutions. You have chosen a republican system. The following systems are now open: administrative system, industrial system, agricultural system, postal system, treasury system, educational system, and military system. With his exceptional personal combat power and industrial production capabilities, Lin Ye was unanimously elected as the national leader. As the clan notifications rang out, his interface began to flicker frequently. Module functions open one after another, dazzling Lin Ye. Meanwhile, the newly appeared national channel was flooded with an overwhelming stream of chat messages. Xiao Yan from the Xiao Yan clan, long live the Blue Star Republic, long live Lin Ye. Wang Dadong from the Ultimate Class clan, long live the Blue Star Republic, long live Lin Ye. With these two leading the charge, thousands followed suit, creating a frenzy. Lin Ye was both amused and exasperated. Soon he saw some strange names and messages in the chat. Cuba the Giant King is supreme, may the blood god bless us. Shiga the Giant King is supreme, may the blood god bless us. These were all locals. The locals had also joined the chat channel. Soon the traversers in the channel noticed the anomaly. Damn, the locals can use the chat. The local language can be automatically translated now. Great, we finally don't have to learn their language. Mom, I no longer have to worry about learning. Whoa, I no longer have to teach the locals to talk like a duck talking to a chicken. These off-topic remarks made the locals realize in this channel they could communicate smoothly with the white people without language barriers. Ram, this is a miracle. It is a blessing from the gods. We can also use divine language to communicate. Our nation is a divine nation. Ram, a local woman who escaped from the main island with Erica, directly viewed this national channel as a blessing from the gods according to the miraculous theory promoted by Carlos. She regarded this nation as a divine nation. Erica immediately clarified, Ram, this is just a normal long-distance communication. The so-called miracle is merely Carlos' trick. Others in the channel also explained that this was just the panel function of the ancient survival system. However, the locals could not comprehend these explanations. They all believed this was divine power and miracles. The white people found these functions perfectly normal as they came from a divine nation and were already accustomed to it. They even directly identified the traversers as divine beings. Initially, the traversers wanted to explain things to them, but as they spoke, their confidence waned. So many people collectively traversed to the ancient world with long-distance communication and material delivery functions. Isn't this divine power? After all, such feats could not be achieved with the technological conditions of Blue Star. Perhaps we truly are the chosen ones. The traversers found themselves a new identity. Xiao Yan found Lin Ye. I believe the theory of the divine nation and chosen ones can be accepted. If we endorse and promote this from an official level, it can effectively combat the extreme localism of Tugun. The extreme localism of Tugun depicted outsiders as invaders and carriers of disaster. If the Blue Star Republic puts forward the theory of a divine nation, it can redefine the identity of outsiders, allowing the Blue Star people to assume the roles of saviors and enlighteners. This would help mediate the relationship between outsiders and locals. That's fine, Lin Ye said approvingly. Since this theory was proposed by the locals, it shows their acceptance of it, and the promotional effect should be very good. Lin Ye then used his authority as the national leader to post a golden message on the national channel. Currently, all the clans we use for long-distance communication, material delivery, and panel functions are realized through supernatural powers. Viewing all of this as divine power is not a problem, and our nation is a nation protected by divine power. Golden text appeared, and everyone in the channel fell silent for a moment, since they couldn't comprehend it. Referring to it as divine power was also acceptable. With traversals happening, who could say this world lacked deities? Soon everyone accepted the theory of the divine nation. The traversers felt somewhat awkward while the locals were purely excited. They realized they had joined a nation that completely transcended traditional cognition, igniting a strong fervor of conflict. Without any arrangement, they eagerly volunteered to head to the main island and northern islands to rescue the lost locals. Join the divine nation, enjoy the protection of divine power. A promotional slogan naturally formed. They organized adventure teams and were ready to set off, unable to wait even a day. Finally, Lin Ye, in his capacity as the national leader, stepped forward to advise. Without an army as support, spreading out will only lead to increased casualties. Once we organize the army, it will be easier to succeed in island operations. Only then did the locals abandon their reckless ideas and return to mining and working. It seems that the recruitment and training work must be expedited. Lin Ye, not understanding this process, directly appointed Xiao Yan as the commander of the military system responsible for recruitment, training, and military resource collection. The administrative system also needed to be constructed quickly. Currently, there were 18 islands under actual control. According to Lin Ye's previous thoughts, each island would be designated as a special administrative region, appointing an administrative officer for each, with several traverser clans assigned for defense and oversight. Once the administrative system was established, material circulation was necessary for the policies to take effect. Lin Ye managed the administrative system himself. The industrial system was entrusted to Zhou Yueying. Li Qingqing, with her exceptional memory, was promoted to manage the postal and treasury systems. Wang Dadong was appointed as the Minister of Education. His talent flag encouragement could accelerate others' learning of new abilities, making him perfect for this role. Yushan, who also possessed the flag encouragement talent, was retained by Lin Ye on South 12 Island. This way, after Lin Ye left, the women at home could continue to receive learning boosts, accelerating their skill acquisition, and Brother Lin Aorix has dispatched troops to attack Shidao, the southern 11th island. After attending the founding ceremony, Lin Ye set sail homeward with an entire fleet. Midway, he received a message from Lu Jinxiang. Sure enough, the husky has begun demolishing the house. Though he had shaved, Lin Ye instinctively rubbed his chin, pondering Aorix's true intentions. Launching an external war was undoubtedly unwise for Aorix at this juncture. To repel invaders, one must first pacify internal unrest, a principle even Chiang Kai-shek understood. There was no reason Aorix should overlook it. Moreover, could she truly sleep soundly without her loyalists nearby? The more Lin Ye reflected, the more suspicious the situation seemed. He asked Lu Jinxiang again, "Has Aorix taken any other major actions?" Lu Jinxiang replied, "She ordered the chieftain's treasury to be transported to the port." "Damn!" Lin Ye exclaimed in disbelief. "Aorix is planning to flee." The indigenous people of the Great Island grew increasingly hostile toward outsiders, sensing the tide turning against her. Aorix likely chose exile, seizing a remote island as her new refuge. Why target Shidao? Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle wryly. The northern islands were beyond her confidence, the southern ones even more so. If she sought a secure haven, only the uninhabited islets to the east offered viable sanctuary. Those islets spanned no more than 10 square kilometers at most, and some barely several. Though modest in size, they lay beyond strategic contention, making them ideal for someone like Aorix, timid yet cunning. "Are you currently with Aorix?" Lin Ye asked. Lu Jinxiang answered, "Of course. I must remain by her side." Lin Ye stroked his chin thoughtfully. "She hasn't revoked your external communications authority, meaning she still trusts you. Let others stage the coup." Lu Jinxiang's face fell. He knew nothing of power struggles. From the outset, the coup had been orchestrated by the 80 Longwen nationals, and by the indigenous woman Quzhen, who tirelessly coordinated alliances. Before Aorix could be sidelined, he himself had already been sidelined by his own allies. His sole remaining value lay in maintaining communication with Lin Ye via that external channel. Brother Lin Aorix brought over 2,000 indigenous warriors, fierce and determined. Can you hold them off? Lu Jinxiang's heart churned with ambivalence. He feared Lin Ye's defeat would sever his only escape route, yet equally dreaded Aorix's collapse, which would drag him down with her. Lin Ye smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Just ensure your own safety." After ending the call, Lin Ye rose and commanded, "Issue orders. Alter course immediately for Shidao." Worried Aorix might have deceived Lu Jinxiang with a false plan. Lin Ye also messaged Chen Na, "Full alert. Prepare for surprise assault. Distribute weapons to indigenous women as well." At the southern 12th island camp, preparations intensified. Lin Ye's fleet docked at Shidao's wharf, and all personnel disembarked to establish camp. At dusk, a dense armada emerged on the horizon. "So it's truly over 2,000. Aorix has burned every bridge, gone Allen." Lin Ye instantly ordered non-combatants to retreat into Feichuan City. The remaining 600 fighters took concealed positions around the wharf. Among them were 300 warriors from Shidao's tribal confederation. Though formally divided into 6 companies of 100, fewer than 300 remained combat-ready. The rest labored in fields, mines, and construction sites. By contrast, the 200-plus transmigrants led by Wang Dadong from Feichuan City possessed far greater battlefield efficacy. Over an hour after landing, Aorix's fleet finally made landfall. With no reconnaissance or probing maneuvers, the vessels dispersed into a broad arc, beached en masse, then converged directly toward the wharf. Such a loose formation resembled migration across sovereign soil, not amphibious assault. Watching the surging crowd sprint across the beach, Lin Ye stared dumbfounded. Aorix knows nothing of warfare, nor do these tribal lords. Wang Dadong frowned and shook his head. "Brother Lin, how do we even fight this? I fear they'll scatter at the first charge. Capturing prisoners could take all night." Ruck, an indigenous officer, chimed in over the comms channel. "Giant King, rounding up such a scattered host would be tedious. Better to strike after they've settled for the night." "Very well, let's wait a little longer." Lin Ye conceded their logic. Crucially, he'd just spotted Aorix's personal. Only once the chests reached shore did Lin Ye see Aorix and Lu Jinxiang disembark, followed by clusters of white, black, and Asian. "We must wait until those chests are fully landed." Lin Ye nearly wept with longing. Given Aorix's notorious stinginess, the chests almost certainly held gold, silver, and other precious metals, wealth he'd coveted for months. Only once the chests reached shore did Lin Ye see Aorix and Lu Jinxiang disembark, followed by clusters of white, black, and Asian individuals. Upon landing, the white men gathered their indigenous attendants and summoned the tribal warriors to assemble under their command. It appeared Aorix had replaced every tribal commander with a white appointee. Clearly, the only people Aorix trusted were those who shared her own ethnicity. No wonder their tactics are so abysmal. After purging the ranks, she installed commanders utterly ignorant of warfare. Lin Ye's gaze swept across their faces, seeking unlucky candidates for exemplary decapitation. Decapitation strikes were essential. Since eliminating Aorix outright was inadvisable, targeting these field commanders was the only option. As they marshaled tribal warriors into formation, they resembled foremen directing laborers, not generals commanding armies. They surged toward the wharf encampment en masse. The dozen indigenous guards stationed there had received prior instructions, fled at first sight, vanishing before even their silhouettes could be traced. Seeing this, the tribal warriors erupted into jubilant song and dance. Their white commanders barked stern orders directing them to erect tents from pre-transported materials, preparing a royal encampment for their queen. Some commanders led tribesmen into the forest to fell timber intent on constructing fortified camps for prolonged. That grove looks rather lovely. Pity to see it razed. How long will it take them to finish building? Better act now. At his words, every fighter, indigenous and transmigrant alike, sprang into motion. Beside him, Su-Wan drew forth a ceramic tube thick as an egg and roughly a foot long. Click! A spark leapt from her lighter, igniting the fuse. She hurled the tube with full force. Boom! Fire bloomed, thunder roared, and shards exploded outward. A group of tribesmen felling trees froze in terror, then shrieked in agony. One unlucky soul was pierced by a flame. A single cannon report sets the mood better. Lin Ye muttered, then drew his obsidian-tipped spear and launched it, swift as a bolt, at the white commander he'd singled out moments earlier. Stand guard! Stand guard! No retreat! The white commander ranted furiously at the tribal warriors, when suddenly his legs buckled, and he collapsed backward onto his rump. His gaze dropped. He saw his leather armor pierced clean through by a wooden shaft. Agony flooded his consciousness. His limbs turned leaden, his strength ebbing away. A chilling numbness crept over him, dragging him toward unconsciousness. He strained to widen his eyes, but his vision dimmed, blurred, dissolved. He tried to cry out, yet a coppery rush choked his throat, blood spotting his lips, silencing him utterly. As the first commander slain, he longed to shout a warning. There was an ambush, but the chance was gone forever. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! As their comrades fell, the other white officers shouted in unison. In terror, confusion, and despair mingled into a single suffocating tide. Even these commanding officers, men entrusted with authority at every level, trembled visibly. The native warriors, by comparison, were utterly undone, and their cries served less as warnings than as signals of rout. The natives who had earlier clung together in ragged formation now scattered like startled birds, fleeing in all directions. And those still lucid enough sought refuge in the nearby forest, or dashed toward the moored vessels. The disoriented plunged headlong into the sea, thrashing desperately toward deeper waters. In history, cruel and unforgiving proved once again that battlefield intelligence often hastens death. Those who fled into the woods met only a storm of arrows and thrown spears, falling in unison, their cries of anguish and despair piercing the night sky, deepening the panic behind them. Those racing toward the anchored ships never reached their destination, and instead they beheld a blazing serpent of fire surging across the beach from the opposite flank. The flanking force originally dispatched to seize enemy vessels now collided head-on with the fleeing natives. Both sides instinctively raised weapons, but the fleeing natives, stripped of arms and armor, stood no chance against the fully armed native warriors. They could only endure the onslaught. A one-sided slaughter erupted along the shore, and the scattered natives fell like wheat before the scythe, row upon row collapsing, while the few who survived turned instinctively toward the sea. At last only those swimming frantically remained in the water, and no one pursued them. Yet facing the boundless ocean, the farther they swam, the slimmer their chances of survival grew. They knew this truth well, and yet drowning in the sea still seemed preferable to death at the hands of the giant king, whose power could annihilate even the soul itself. Once the three-pronged encirclement was complete, Lin Ye transmitted a message over the national channel. Begin surrender negotiations. Shout in the native tongue, the giant king permits your surrender. Hearing this, the native warriors raised their voices in unison, and the panicked natives, previously darting about like headless flies, suddenly regained clarity. Nint. There remained another path: surrender. And soon the beach was thick with kneeling natives, and some wounded or exhausted lay prostrate, utterly resigned, awaiting judgment. By contrast, the white officers suddenly stiffened with resolve, and having only recently been elevated by the queen, their loyalty burned fiercely. Fueled by fervent gratitude for her favor of appointment, they resolved to die in service. For the queen, fight, and no surrender. Rise and fight, and cowards, rise at once. And they kicked and struck the kneeling natives, desperate to drive them back into battle. One clear-headed officer cried out, "We outnumber them. Rise up and strike back. Victory is ours." And another offered bounty: kill one enemy, claim one woman as reward. Rise, all of you, rise. But the natives refused to obey, and they had never wished to fight the giant king. And having seen so many of their own kind already serving under him ashore, their resolve had crumbled further. This long-awaited chance at surrender was not to be relinquished. And the queen truly rewarded valor with women, but the giant king could obliterate souls. Only the living could enjoy such rewards, and none were fools. Annalicia's promises lacked perfect symmetry. Had she pledged women only in the afterlife, as Carlos did, the natives might yet have fought to the death. Seeing the natives unmoved, the white officers drew bronze cleavers, preparing summary execution. And cowards deserved death. None slashed a native warrior across the chest. The wounded native, once a model conscript, carefully vetted, quietly obedient, now shattered his final restraint. And driven beyond endurance, he surged forth with unprecedented courage. Ignoring his wound, he lunged at the white officer. And though mild-mannered by nature, his martial skill was formidable. Within moments, he wrested the bronze blade from his assailant's grip. With a swift reverse stroke, and the officer clutched his spurting throat, shrieked, and collapsed lifelessly. And that single act ignited the others. They rose en masse against their white commanders. and some had been sent by Carlos. Misfits and rejects, others were mere survivors scavenged during expeditions. None possessed true combat mastery. In facing the natives' sudden uprising, they lost their weapons, wounded or slain, within minutes. And Alicia's mid- and lower-tier command structure dissolved entirely. Unleashed and blood-frenzied, the natives pivoted instantly into vanguard assault against the Queen's Guard. And surrender to the Giant King. The Giant King grants us surrender. And seize the Queen. Deliver her to the Giant King. And bring the treasure chest to the Giant King. In confronting the Queen's Guard, a phalanx of native women, they held back from immediate violence, instead shouting terms of capitulation. Surrounded by waves of surrender appeals, most of the native women lowered their weapons. Not only a handful steadfast in loyalty dared not remain exposed, retreating instead toward Alicia's tent. Lay down your arms. And they encircled the tent, preparing for a final stand, when a familiar voice emerged from within. And the Queen's voice. She commanded them, in their native tongue, to surrender. And my Queen, why? A nun asked, bewildered. And Alicia sighed, deeply, offering no explanation. Surrender. Clatter, clatter. And weapons struck sand in rapid succession. Non's battlefield control stabilized. Lin Ye contacted Alicia directly. Alicia, your forces have disintegrated. Surrender. I will grant you and Lu Jinxiang a private island, and retain a personal guard. And Alicia remained silent. And from the moment her landing came under assault, she knew she had walked into an ambush. She immediately suspected Lu Jinxiang's betrayal, her gaze turning icy as she fixed it upon him. Why? Why would you do this? Lu Jinxiang offered a bitter smile. We cannot win. You know full well the caliber of your own troops. And Alicia seized his collar and shook him violently. What do you gain from this? Lu Jinxiang exhaled as if released from unbearable tension, then began speaking in a near hysterical murmur. I only wish for us to live safely. And you have no idea how formidable Lin Ye truly is. Were he to act, even your entire guard surrounding you would not save you. Death would be certain. I fought beside him. I watched him stand outside the village gate, hurl a spear through the wooden palisade, and kill a native from Shidao Island outright. Do you know? That distance exceeded 200 paces. You surely doubt any man could strike a target 200 paces away with a thrown spear. Yet it happened, before my very eyes. In Lu Jinxiang's words confirmed for Alicia, he had not betrayed her, only been shattered by Lin Ye's terrifying power. Did Carlos know Lin Ye was this strong? Alicia suddenly asked. And Lu Jinxiang couldn't suppress a wry laugh. From the beginning, Lin Ye held the southern 12th island. It was Xiao Yan who traded with Lin Ye for Scott's relics, leading Carlos to mistakenly believe Xiao Yan occupied the island. So that fool Carlos has been dancing to Lin Ye's tune all along. And terrified into avoiding the southern 12th island ever since, and Alicia allowed herself a faint knowing smile. And suddenly surrendering to Lin Ye no longer felt like disgrace. It felt like inevitability. That fool Carlos couldn't even tell Lin Ye and Xiao Yan apart. Which island do you plan to place me on? Alexis stood at the entrance of the tent, her despair mingled with unwillingness and defiance. She knew that after surrendering she had lost her chance to bargain. However, thinking of the gold and silver she had taken from the chieftain's treasury, she felt resentful. Even if she had to buy her way out with these treasures, she should be able to secure a good outcome. Alexis still wanted to negotiate a bit more. I told you I can give you an island. Lin Ye said with a calm smile. An island to the east. Choose anyone you like. No, that's impossible. Alexis instantly lost her composure and began to roar in desperation. Those islands are too small, they can't be farmed at all. The islands are also home to many wild beasts which have always been the hunting grounds of the native chieftains. An island barely supports a family, let alone maintain a guard. Alexis had long wanted to go to the islands in the east. Those uninhabited islands could be claimed as soon as one lands. Some islands still had stone camps left by the chieftains which could be used again with a little tidying up. However, without suitable land for cultivation and filled with wild beasts, they were hardly suitable for habitation. Even the 12 southern islands, while large and rich in freshwater, were too uncomfortable to live in due to the abundance of beasts. Moreover, on the eastern islands, she would face the encirclement from the natives of the Big Island and Carlos. Given these circumstances, Alexis had ruled out those options. Now Lin Ye still wanted her to choose one of these islands. Just one. Alexis could no longer hold back and directly bargained. I brought over 200 pounds of gold and over 600 pounds of silver, that much wealth. You must provide me with a safe and spacious island. Lin Ye thought to himself, this gold and silver were earned through my own efforts, not something you gave me. In front of Lu Jinxiang, he couldn't say it so bluntly. I only said that the island belongs to your fief. It doesn't mean you have to live there. You can choose any island you like to live on. I guess you'd prefer Copper Island, where there are more people and better infrastructure. By the way, Erica is there too. Lin Ye's last sentence made Alexis's eyes turn red. Erica. Alexis wanted to see her, but quickly thought that her once proud status was now gone. If she were still a queen, she could mock Erica's foolish departure in front of her. But now that she had fallen to this state, meeting Erica would undoubtedly be a humiliation. I won't go to Copper Island. Alexis shook her head like a rattle. I will stay on Tin Island. I heard there's a mountain city, but he wondered if bringing back a foreign wife would still make them wary of him as a Chow thief. Xianzi take Alexis to Feichuan City to pick a place to live. But he wondered if bringing back a foreign wife would still make them wary of him as a Chow thief. Xianzi take Alexis to Feichuan City to pick a place to live. If she's not satisfied, she can have someone fix it up. As for your guard, you can choose your own people, no limit on numbers, but all expenses will be borne by you. Alexis had already had all the treasures she brought confiscated. She could now be considered destitute, and it was impossible for her to maintain the previous scale of the guard. Alexis had already had all the treasures she brought confiscated. She could now be considered destitute, and it was impossible for her to maintain the previous scale of the guard. She chose to open a bronze smelting workshop. Among those she brought there were indeed blacksmiths. With ready manpower, as long as a smelting furnace was built they could start working. It seems she hasn't given up on her dream of monopolizing bronze. Lin Ye was somewhat amused and exasperated upon learning of Alexis' decision. Smelting bronze on Tin Island is truly not a wise decision. The tin ingots required for bronze are limited after all. Setting up a bronze workshop on Copper Island would save a lot on transportation costs. But since Erica is on Copper Island, Alexis refuses to go and insists on starting her business on Tin Island. Forget it, let her make a fuss. Lin Ye couldn't be bothered to manage it. Relying on iron or purchased from the mall, they had already begun smelting iron and forging steel. Producing only a few dozen pounds of steel a day is still considered entering the steel age. He was focused on how to expand steel production capacity. Bronze products could be left to others to tinker with. The treasures Alexis brought apart from gold and silver included over 500 pounds of copper ingots. Lin Ye accepted the gold and silver and simply tossed these copper ingots to Alexis, letting her organize people to smelt bronze, treating it as an angel investment. At the same time, he proposed a workshop tax of 10 on business revenue payable in products. The method was rough, not about how much was collected, but mainly to cultivate the habit of paying taxes. Having settled the former queen and other surrendering personnel, Lin Ye dumped them all onto Wang Dadong. First they would undergo labor reformation, and once they integrated, further arrangements would be made. Lin Ye also wanted to know what conditions the national channel had for accepting natives. Who could enter the national channel was something even Lin Ye, as the leader of this nation, could not determine. He could only kick people out, not add them in. A week later, the first batch of battlefield uprising natives entered the national channel on the beach. These natives learned that after 3 years of labor reformation, they could be released from their sentences, receive housing based on their work contributions, and freely find partners. Thus they immediately became the most industrious laborers at the bird guano mine. The bird guano mine mainly produced saltpeter and fertilizers. The addition of captives directly multiplied the output several times. And these captives were also allowed to record their work contributions early due to outstanding performance. They directly identified themselves as citizens of the Blue Star Republic and entered the national channel. This discovery, it seems whether one can join the national channel, still tests a person's identity recognition. Lin Ye did not make it public, but quietly had people investigate who had not yet entered the national channel. These double-faced individuals must be rooted out and subjected to rigorous labor and ideological reform. The Iron Fist of the Republic is prepared for them. While transforming the diehard elements, Lin Ye also selected over 100 native activists. They were loyal and clever, making them the best choice for carrying out special tasks. Lin Ye assigned them a new identity, the old ministers of the Queen, harboring nostalgia for their homeland, who fled by boat. Their mission was to return to the Big Island, lie low, ensure their own safety, and prepare for support. The previous 81 undercover agents had originally planned to launch a coup to usurp Alexis. However, Alexis chose to flee with her belongings, turning the coup team into the main force left behind. They relied on the grassroots natives they had recruited to form a team of several hundred, controlling the area around the Chieftain's stone fortress for several kilometers. But after Tuagon revealed himself, he directly filled the power vacuum left by Alexis, leading to an increasing number of natives following him. The Chieftain's stone fortress had effectively become an isolated island, likely to be surrounded at any moment. A great battle is inevitable. The first wave of attack the great island faced was not from the former chieftain Tugan, but from Carlos and Tug's son. Upon learning that Alex had packed her belongings and fled the great island with over 2,000 people, Carlos realized his plans had collapsed. He had initially intended for Tugan and Alex to deplete each other. However, the extremism Tugan unleashed was something Alex could not handle. After just a few days of standoff, she fled in fear. Tugan already possessed the power to sweep across the great island. Once he controlled the vast population of the island and encountered obstacles to the south, he would inevitably turn his attacks northward. Carlos did not believe he could withstand Tugan's assault. What infuriated Carlos the most was that on the very first day Tugan declared extremism, he had killed his representative, the guerrilla warfare-loving White Lord Lucius. Lucius had thought he could gain Tugan's trust by providing material support like Lawrence of Arabia, and once he regained the chieftain's power, he would be able to influence the situation on the great island. But to Tugan, even Alex could betray him. There was no outsider he could trust. After tricking Lucius into providing food, he immediately beheaded him as a sacrifice. Poor Lucius never realized that his guerrilla warfare had already failed the moment he attempted negotiations. Upon discovering he had been deceived, Carlos was filled with a mix of rage and fear. The panic in his heart was more intense than the trepidation felt by the European kings upon hearing news of the French Revolution. We must extinguish this dangerous trend at once, or we will all fall victim to the native siege. Carlos dispatched his elite troops personally, while sending messages to Lin Ye and Xiao Yan. To relieve his own pressure, Carlos invited Xiao Yan to join the campaign. Xiao Yan replied immediately, "I will mobilize 1,000 men to land from the southern coast, who I expect to reach the central plain in 2 days. As for the post-war benefits, they would be divided according to the actual control areas." Upon reading this message, Carlos' eyelids twitched. Fortunately, I have already sent out troops, otherwise the entire Great Island would be taken by Xiao Yan. Carlos was relieved that he announced the news after sending out the troops. He had no doubt that Xiao Yan could conquer the entire island. As long as the giant king went to battle, Tugan would surely perish. Once Tugan was dead, the natives of the Great Island would revert to a state of being ungoverned. Then Lin Ye also replied to his message, I will set off with 2,000 men from Shi Island, landing from the southeastern port. Carlos stood up abruptly on the ship, swaying dangerously as he nearly fell into the water. Where did you get 2,000 men? Lin Ye had already returned to the South 12 Islands, reclining in a rocking chair made of wood and vines, still half asleep. Of course, he wouldn't admit that his 2,000 men were merely a figment of his imagination. He casually fabricated a reason. The people brought by Alex have all surrendered. With some training, these captives can launch a counterattack on the Great Island. Alex, with you. Carlos clenched his fist, his teeth grinding together. The mere thought of Alex being with Lin Ye sent chills down his spine. He was still unaware that Alex had been defeated. He only assumed she had willingly defected to Lin Ye. But what Lin Ye said next drove Carlos to a frenzy. By the way, the chieftain's stone fortress and the southeastern port are already in my hands. According to the rules you and Xiao Yan established, whoever occupies them owns them. These places are already mine. What? Carlos could not help but exclaim. On another ship, Tugson, witnessing Carlos' dramatic change in expression, couldn't help but inquire what happened. Carlos' gaze flickered. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to tell Tugson the truth. He was now very concerned that Tugson's stance might waver and felt the need to establish a significant external threat to keep Tugson allied with him. Upon learning that Lin Ye's influence had already reached the chieftain's stone fortress and that the giant king would also be deployed, Tugson began to have second thoughts. Is it really appropriate for us to go to the island now? Why not wait for them to wear each other down against Tugan first? Carlos shook his head and replied solemnly, Tugan won't be able to withstand the giant king. If we don't go to the island now, the future interests of the Great Island will have nothing to do with us. Are we still going to ally with Tugan? Tugson was still hesitant. Carlos did not answer, but merely smiled bitterly. Collaborating with Lin Ye or Xiao Yan was like skinning a tiger. Cooperating with Tugan was akin to dancing with the devil. Relatively speaking, normal communication with Lin Ye and Xiao Yan was still possible, which was slightly better than with Tugan. After a long silence, Carlos finally said, Lin Ye has taken control of the southeastern port. Fortunately, our goal was never there. We must move quickly, faster than both Lin Ye and Xiao Yan and faster than Tugan. Tugson nodded. In his heart, he still harbored caution towards the old chieftain. Recalling the series of sacrifices that occurred after Tugan took power, Tugson felt a chill run down his spine. Not to mention a traitor like him, even Tobir, would meet a grim fate if he fell into Tugan's hands. Under the urging of Carlos and Tugson, the fleet landed on the northern coast of the Great Island that afternoon. Upon their return, Carlos directed the personnel to establish a forward base. For this campaign, to prevent disturbances from the rear, he and Tugson had gathered all the strong men available. In total, there were 4,000 people. The fleet could transport over 2,000 at a time, requiring 2 days to complete the landing. With the experience from the South 12 Islands, they sent out small reconnaissance units while also cutting down trees and collecting stones to build simple stone wall camps. However, by the second day, reconnaissance had turned into rampant plundering. Carlos and Tugson controlled the natives through fate. Once they grew accustomed to it, the native military leaders learned that the ahead lay villages with self-defense capabilities, and they immediately began their zero-cost acquisition operations. They not only stole goods, but also abducted people. As their territory expanded, the population of the natives became valuable. Both Carlos and Tugson began to enslave on a large scale. This set a precedent, making people more desirable than goods. This 4,000-strong raiding group quickly became a locust army ravaging the Great Island. Resources were stripped bare, people were abducted, and homes were set ablaze, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. Only a few villages designated by Carlos and Tugson as transit hubs were preserved relatively intact. In the western mountains, Tugan sat on a wooden stool covered with wolf skins, listening to reports from his subordinates with a dark expression. Carlos and Tugson, they are devils, Tugan said through clenched teeth, grabbing a piece of bloody raw meat and biting into it fiercely, splattering blood everywhere. To establish his authority and boost morale, Tugan imprisoned all the subordinates brought by Lucius and held a killing spree every day, taking the lead in devouring flesh and blood. How many warriors do we have now? Tugan inquired, his eyes red as he chewed the flesh. His subordinates immediately brought forth a bundle of ropes. This is the chieftain's guard. The man picked up the ropes, counting the knots. A small knot represented 10 men, a medium knot represented 100, and a large knot represented 1,000. At the position of the 100-man knot, there was a small rope tied to a token representing the leader. Watching his subordinate struggle to count the numbers, Tugan sighed in frustration. After learning about the outsider's culture from Alex and Erica, he finally understood how backward his tribe was. Even counting was such a chore. 1,600. Using the method he had learned after calculating the knots, a cruel and savage smile emerged on Tugan's face. Since those rebels are hiding in the stone fortress, we will strike at Carlos and Tugson first. Tugan stood up, threw away the bloody meat in his hand, drew out his bronze knife, and roared northward. Let's go. A small village composed of over 10 thatched houses. Thick smoke billows, flames leap into the sky. The air is filled with the stench of burning grease. A bloodied old villager lies on the ground, wailing in agony, clutching his wounds, still trying to call for his family. Child, my child. Young men, women, and children, 5 in total, are tied together on a wooden pole, being led forward unsteadily by a rope. The raiders are also villagers adorned with various beastskin pouches and small baskets filled with various supplies. They laugh, shamelessly glancing back at the destroyed village, exchanging jokes. In just 2 days, the Lord's forces under Carlos have advanced into the plains of the Great Island. Here food is abundant, allowing people to support more children, and the elderly have a chance to live out their twilight years. The raiders, like mice that have fallen into a rice vat, return with full spoils each time. Now the lords prefer young captives. As long as they bring back a young prisoner, they do not have to surrender the looted supplies. The more they seize, the more profit they earn, motivating these native soldiers. However, as they venture deeper into the hinterland, danger also arises. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being sliced through rings out. The experienced native warriors immediately understand what is happening. Enemies. Archers. Throw spears. They dive into the bushes by the roadside, seeking places to hide. The captives tied to the wooden pole cannot move freely and are directly struck down by the rain of arrows and thrown spears. Wails erupt and blood flows like rivers. The attacking side shows no mercy, and with another round of assault, the captives fall one by one into the pools of blood. The raiders begin to fight back. After 3 rounds of thrown spears, some rush in for close combat. The attackers have superior numbers and are well-trained, swiftly killing the resisting raiders. The attacking side shows no intention of rescuing the captives, giving the injured a swift end with bronze knives, which is their final act of mercy. The captured villagers, having barely left the village, die alongside the raiders. No one collects the bodies. After looting the supplies from the raiders, the attacking side heads towards the main force. Chief Tugin's orders are clear. After the small group of warriors annihilates the raiding party, they must return to the main force, hand over the spoils, and prepare for a decisive battle with the enemy. Tugin's group of over 1,600 moves forward, sweeping the area as they go. After 2 days of advance, they finally collide with the main forces of Carlos and Tugin. Tugin, it really is him. Carlos's expression grows serious as he watches the fierce native warriors emerge in rows from the forest, his brows knitting together. Tugin meanwhile examines his own warriors, gripping his bronze knife with a trembling hand. In just a few days, Tugin's men have been tempered by blood and fire, becoming experienced warriors. His own troops, however, are used to pillaging and are only thinking about how to survive with their spoils. Despite being outnumbered 2-1, Tugin feels a deep sense of fear. His intuition tells him that the odds of victory in this battle are extremely low. Carlos, you must say something to boost morale. Tugin urges. Carlos nods, remaining silent for a long time before finally coming up with his words. In the past few days, it was these scoundrels who killed our men and stole our spoils. As the leader of the bandits, Carlos feels, damn Tugin. Instead of engaging in a major battle, he goes to wipe out his raiding party. In just 2 days, Tugin has killed over 700 of his men, the most motivated members of the bandit group. If we don't eliminate them, we won't be able to take our spoils. Their leader is Tugin, the tyrant chief, who enjoys killing. If you are captured by him, none of you will survive. You can only beg him to kill you first before tossing you into the cauldron. Do you want to die in battle now, returning to the warm and sweet embrace of the angel of blood, or do you want to be scalded to death in Tugin's cauldron? Fight to live, retreat, and you will surely die. Let's fight them, Carlos shouted hoarsely, pulling out a throwing spear and leading the charge forward. Kill them all. Tugin also raised his bronze knife, shouting fiercely as he charged. The native soldiers looked at the wooden statue of the angel of blood, raised high, their eyes turning red. No one wants to end up in the cauldron. They all run wildly, and using their speed, they throw their obsidian wooden spears. Carlos was the first to throw his obsidian wooden spear, pretending to move slowly, gradually getting caught and surrounded by the native soldiers, then falling behind. Tugin did the same, swinging his bronze knife to chop at the air, shouting louder than anyone else, but running slower than. Having learned the lesson from the giant king, both wisely chose to hide in the crowd, determined not to show themselves. The hot-blooded native warriors threw the 3 obsidian wooden spears they had on them during the run. Close combat ensues. Bronze axes, bronze knives, or bronze-tipped wooden spears are swung toward Tugin's native warriors. The sounds of metal clashing weapons hitting flesh roars, and cries of agony rise and fall. Blood mist sprays, staining the faces of those who roar fiercely. Hurry! Hurry! Advance! Carlos waves his hand among the crowd. The native archers push forward. Fire! Shoot at the enemy's rear. Carlos urges repeatedly. The archers draw their bows and aim at the rear of the melee area. They are all elite marksmen chosen by Carlos, and this round of arrows causes significant casualties among Tugin's forces. The traditional combat thinking of the natives is to first exchange arrows for a period, waiting for one side to show a drop in morale before launching a charge to engage in close combat. Tugin's forces also follow this tactic. This time they planned to exchange arrows, but the enemy charged in without regard for casualties, throwing spears. The native bow's killing range was quickly closed in by the advancing enemies. The archers were nearly overwhelmed, but fortunately the reinforcements of spear-throwing warriors arrived just in time, stabilizing the front line. Tugin stands on a tree stump, his face extremely gloomy. Carlos' tactics caught him off guard. The enemy has the numbers and can afford such waste. He cannot afford to lose. Chief. Tugin's guard, his eyes flickering, whispers. The implication is clear. While the battle has not yet completely collapsed, retreat quickly. Thud. Tugin thrusts his knife into the chest of the guard. Anyone who dares to flee will die. After killing the guard as a warning, Tugin addresses the others, their faces as pale as ash. Follow me, and if we win we'll reward you with women. Tugin dons his bronze helmet and charges into the fray, first with his guards hastily following. The natives whose morale was wavering under the rain of arrows see their chief charging personally, and whether out of fear or excitement abandon thoughts of fleeing and push forward. The human wall suddenly thickens and both sides have no space to swing their knives. With a sudden outburst, Tugin's men push down the opposing enemy, trampling over their faces as they slash, stab, clash, and bite forward. Like beasts they attack the enemy with legs, shoulders, foreheads, and teeth, seizing every opportunity. The native warriors on Carlos' side, dreaming of riches, quickly collapse in morale and scatter to the sides and rear in flight. Shit! Shit! Carlos, seeing this, curses loudly. These worthless scum, wearing vine armor and wielding full bronze weapons, cannot defeat a group of natives clad in only leather armor and even bare-chested. They are simply a heap of shit. The Earth soldiers scattered like waves crashing against a reef, collapsing in disarray. Despite the reef before them being fragile and easily shattered, not a single Earth soldier dared to attempt a confrontation. Seeing the out-of-control troops, Carlos and Tudgerson exchanged glances before turning to call for the others to retreat. Both were clad in full bronze armor, making them the most conspicuous targets in the group. If they didn't take the surrounding people with them in their flight, they would soon be captured by the pursuers. As they ran, they gathered more personnel. After covering several kilometers, they finally managed to regroup, nearly 1,000 retreating soldiers. No, we can't run any further. Carlos gasped, exhausted. Tudgerson was also drenched in sweat, panting like a bull, and nodded silently. This journey had truly exhausted them. As more people gathered around them, they began to realize the gravity of their situation. Tudgerson knew that the pursuers were in no position to chase them. If they continued running, they would genuinely face defeat. Let's set up camp on that hillside, send someone to scout the movements of the pursuers, and gather the scattered troops. As Tudgerson spoke, he began to undo the straps of his armor. Carlos did the same. Neither of them removed their armor. It wasn't that they didn't have time, they simply didn't dare. Without their armor, the Earth soldiers might not recognize them, and in the chaos, they could easily be slain. Wearing armor signified their status as leaders, relying on the authority they had built up in the past. They could still command the retreating troops. The two stopped on the hilltop as Tudgerson organized personnel to construct the camp and gather the fleeing soldiers. Carlos was trying to find reinforcements. Xiao Yan, we've been defeated. The pursuers fought fiercely. Even with double the troops, we were overwhelmed, and soon the island will be theirs. As he conveyed his anxiety, he urged Xiao Yan to send troops quickly. Simultaneously, he turned to Lin Ye. Lin Ye, we are no match for the pursuers in open battle. We are down to just a few hundred and cannot maintain our footing on the island. We request to take refuge in the chief's stone fort. We will help defend the fort in exchange for a chance to return home from the southeastern port. Carlos did not expect Lin Ye to agree to their request to take refuge in the chief's stone fort. However, he knew that Xiao Yan and Lin Ye were in contact, and presenting different dire situations to both would make it easier for them to believe that the situation on the island was dire. Lin Ye's response left Carlos stunned. Absolutely. Head towards the chief's stone fort. I will arrange for people to help set up your camp. Looking at Lin Ye's message, Carlos found it hard to comprehend. He really allowed us to take refuge in the chief's stone fort. Tudgerson also wore a puzzled expression. Isn't he afraid we might take the chance to seize the fort? South 12 Islands. Lin Ye had already settled in the Palm Forest Stone Fort. Here more than 200 wooden ships and over 1,000 Earth warriors were gathered. Of course I'm not worried about them having designs on the chief's stone fort. Lin Ye explained to Wang Dadong beside him. I let them approach the fort, but didn't say they could enter. The fort is armed to the teeth. Whoever gets close will die. Lin Ye hesitated to dispatch troops for two reasons. First, he was waiting for the captives from Alex's side to integrate into the country, which would significantly ease the security pressure on the rear. Second, he was preparing more bronze crossbows. During these days, everyone in the hilly camp had been dedicated to forging. They were either chopping wood for charcoal or crafting metal parts. In just over a month, over 400 bronze crossbows had been produced, with half already sent to the chief's stone fort. 200 bronze crossbows relying on the sturdy stronghold could unleash a rain of arrows, making them nearly unbeatable in a battle involving thousands. After Alex pledged allegiance, all permissions for the Queen's tribe were opened. Lin Ye sent over 60 people who left the Queen's tribe to form a new group, the Great Island Work Group. The remaining members stayed in the Queen's tribe, using the survival points accumulated by Alex to send supplies. The nearly 1,000-strong tribe had gathered quite a substantial amount of points during this time. They not only sent raw materials from the chief's stone fort to South 12 Islands, but also supplied equipment and food provided by Lin Ye. Alex had yet to realize that monopolizing survival points was far more promising than monopolizing bronze. 80 Dragon Kingdom personnel, all carefully selected combatants, along with the Earth woman Kuzan, serving as a trainer. Under the leadership of such a core command, the Earth warriors gathered at the chief's stone fort had already trained to skillfully operate bronze crossbows for group fire. The current chief's stone fort was bristling with danger. Anyone who approached would suffer. Upon learning about the situation at the chief's stone fort, Wang Dadong felt somewhat relieved. While Carlos approached the chief's stone fort, Lin Ye shook his head. Carlos and Tudgerson landed from the north. Even if they faced a defeat, they wouldn't abandon the crossing. If they wanted to run, they would have done so long ago. Now they just want us to engage with the pursuers first. As he said this, Lin Ye furrowed his brows and said solemnly, this troublemaker named Tuagon needs to be dealt with. That afternoon, Lin Ye received a message from Xiao Yan. We have landed on the southern side and expect to take 2 days to cross the rainforest to reach the plains. Lin Ye promptly replied, in 2 days, I will have Li Qingqing send you 200 bronze crossbows and 3 sets of fish scale armor. Xiao Yan asked in confusion, isn't the defensive effect of fish scale armor made of bronze plates rather poor? You will know when the time comes. Lin Ye chuckled, at least it's lighter than a solid bronze plate. In truth, these sets of fish scale armor were made from steel plates. The protective effect far exceeded that of bronze armor. The key was that it was lightweight and breathable. The downside was that these steel plates were not rust-proof and needed daily oiling for protection, making them particularly attractive to flies when worn. Lin Ye was quite reluctant to wear them. However, the overwhelming decision of 24 votes to 1 forced him to obediently accept the set of armor. Fortunately, only 5 sets of fish scale armor had been produced so far. To be precise, it should be called fish scale armor jacket. It had no sleeves or skirt, only protecting the torso, making it rather impractical. Given the armor's poor utility, most of the steel was still used to forge the tips of wooden spears. A single wooden spear required very little steel, and so far over 400 spear tips had been crafted. These steel-tipped spears were allocated to primary combat personnel and were only for close combat. Only Lin Ye could throw the steel-tipped wooden spears, which was a strategic offensive capability. Once it was confirmed that Xiao Yan had landed, Lin Ye summoned personnel to board the ship and set off. The Earth Warriors, along with the command personnel, numbered nearly 1,500, all boarded the ship empty-handed and rowed out. By evening, the fleet arrived at the southeastern port of the island. Weapons and equipment had also arrived. Only then did they receive their weapons and armor, taking control of the port town. After resting for a night, they set off towards the chief stone fort the next day. We are ready to depart. How is the situation on your side? Lin Ye sent a message to Carlos showing great concern for it. Carlos at the hilltop camp looked at the letters on the animal skin scroll, revealing a satisfied smile. After a fierce battle, both Carlos and Tudgerson understood that they could not defeat Tuagon. Next, we just have to wait for Xiao Yan and Lin Ye to deal with Tuagon. At that time, I will negotiate, ensuring that we can at least maintain the territories we currently occupy. Next, we just have to wait for Xiao Yan and Lin Ye to deal with Tuagon. At that time, I will negotiate, ensuring that we can at least maintain the territories we currently occupy. Carlos wore a broad smile as he explained his plan to Tudgerson, deliberately emphasizing his role in the negotiations to prevent Tudgerson from harboring any ill intentions. Carlos never doubted that Xiao Yan and Lin Ye could defeat Tugan. The reputation of the Giant King was something he had witnessed firsthand. As long as the Giant King took action, Tugan would kneel. Especially since Tugan liked to lead the charge, it was practically setting himself up as a living target for the Giant King. Carlos still believed that Xiao Yan was indeed the Giant King. From his understanding, Xiao Yan had little desire for expansion, and Lin Ye only enjoyed doing business. Neither had a strong inclination for territorial conquest. Lin Ye could even turn a blind eye to other factions on his island. Carlos believed that as long as he held on to his current territory, he could safeguard his vested interests through negotiations after the war. But he didn't know that Lin Ye wanted it all. It wasn't that Lin Ye was too greedy, it was mainly because every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom held a vision of unification. Not conquering the world within their understanding felt like leaving something unfinished. The posture of advancing on 2 fronts was aimed at seizing the entire large island. Over here, Xiao Yan had 1,800 carefully selected warriors who had undergone 2 weeks of training. Half were from the Dragon Kingdom and half were natives. The high dragon content guaranteed their combat effectiveness. They were equipped only with simple weapons, wearing leather and vine armor, and had spent 2 days traversing the rainforest before they began to receive the weapons that were sent to them. 200 bronze crossbows, each paired with 50 arrows. 3 sets of scale armor for senior commanders. 200 steel-tipped spears. Looking at the shiny scale armor, Xiao Yan was stunned. He tapped on it with a bronze knife, listening to the pleasant metallic ringing, and his eyes widened. Is this steel? Damn, they can smelt steel now. Having never fought such a well-equipped battle, Xiao Yan felt his confidence swell. They camped at the edge of the rainforest and reorganized their combat units. He selected 200 of the strongest warriors to serve as spear bearers. He instructed the native warriors familiar with the rainforest to gather wood and vines to create broad shields with spear holes. The 200 spear bearers would wield their spears, with 2 others holding swords and shields beside them, equipped with throwing spears, forming an armored combat unit. Several combat units were then assembled into a literal combat squad. They began training the combat squad in cooperation with the archers. Xiao Yan's plan was to use this team, which combined both ranged and close combat capabilities and was equipped with armor, to directly overwhelm the enemy at the front. While Xiao Yan trained his troops, Lin Ye led over 1,000 men toward the chief stone fortress. On the way, they encountered native lords and directly sent envoys to persuade them to surrender. Since these native lords were unwilling to retreat with Alexis, they harbored intentions of allying with Tugan. Faced with the unknown intruder Lin Ye, they unhesitatingly chose to refuse surrender, even shooting an envoy who, not giving face. Lin Ye watched as the envoy, who was tending to his wounds while reporting, gradually darkened in expression. Assemble a counterweight trebuchet and level this stone fortress, leaving not a single survivor. They cut down trees to build a frame, shaped the crossbar, and assembled the pre-made components. After more than 2 hours, a rather crude counterweight trebuchet was completed. Its accuracy was a bit lacking, but when launching at the stone fortress there was no need for precise aim. They first launched a few jars of heated oil, followed by a fireball. The demolition expert Su Wan had stopped going to the front lines after her belly grew. During this time, she had been improving the animal fat mixed with resin combined with saltpeter powder, and sulfur was highly safe in its solid state. Once melted, it could ignite with just a spark. After burning, it also released toxic smoke, which was quite effective against those hiding in cover. Boom. The oil that stuck to the stone wall quickly ignited into a large flame, filling the air with toxic smoke. Those hiding behind were surrounded by thick smoke. At first they thought little of it, and could resist with their eyes closed. But after inhaling the toxic gas, they felt their throats burning hot, gradually becoming dizzy and nauseous. They then realized the severity of the situation and tried to avoid the toxic gas, but opening their eyes was uncomfortable and their bodies felt weak and flaccid. They endured the burning pain, gasping for air, yet felt as if they could not catch their breath. Ultimately, they could only lie on the ground struggling to survive. Meanwhile, the trebuchet began to hurl stones. The native stone fortress was merely constructed from stones of various sizes without any binding agent. Such a stone wall, when faced with a powerful impact, would have the stone shatter and shift quickly, creating holes. Lin Ye ordered his men to continue launching jars of oil into the holes. Once the thick smoke dissipated, they sent people to search for survivors. In the end, they found only a dozen or so barely alive individuals. Drag them away, behead them as a warning. Since they have already refused to surrender, there is no need for further discussion. Lin Ye decided to treat these guys as a typical example of the folly of challenging the inevitable. Beside him, Wang Dadong reminded, if we kill them all, no one will pass on the message. The intimidation effect may not be very good. Lin Ye shook his head and sighed, I can't treat sulfur dioxide poisoning. Even if I save them, they would only drool, but simpler to just execute them. The native warriors were quite professional at this. Upon receiving the order, they immediately dragged the unfortunate ones into the woods, swiftly executing them with a knife and hanging their heads on tree branches. The dozen or so people walked away very peacefully, even bearing expressions of relief. This dilapidated building can't house anyone anymore, tear it down. Lin Ye surveyed the battered stone fortress and added. Wang Dadong joyfully said, don't throw away the stones, they are just right for building a house. This location should have a relay station for convenience. The team immediately stopped and chose a place to build the relay station. The construction of the relay station was completely different from the native structures. The people from the Dragon Kingdom could see that it resembled the layout of ancient relay stations. There were dormitories, kitchens, dining halls, warehouses, restrooms, as well as parking lots and livestock pens. Wang Dadong's engineering team even built a two-wheeled cart. It looks like we must send over a cow. Lin Ye looked at the two-wheeled cart and couldn't help but feel pained by the cost of sending it. The delivery cost for an adult wild cow was over 30 points. That was too expensive. However, considering the risks of transporting large animals by ship, Lin Ye gritted his teeth and accepted. Moo. A wild cow with grass in its mouth lay softly in front of Lin Ye. After a while, it woke up, its eyes wide, and its expression somewhat confused. It had been grazing on the hillside, wondering where it had ended up. After chewing a few times, it remembered the leader of the herd's instructions. Come over and pull the wooden frame. Oh no, I've become a laborer. The wild cow was somewhat resistant, until it recognized Lin Ye and felt the intimidation of the animal slayer. Its gaze suddenly became clear. It leaped up, scampering a few steps to the cart, and nudged its head to hook the yoke around its neck. The working cow was ready to get to work. It couldn't be killed. Seeing how understanding the wild cow was, Lin Ye sent over 2 more companions. These 3 carts will be used for transporting personnel. Supplies can be delivered directly, so there isn't much need for transportation. The main purpose of the carts is to transport personnel, especially any potential casualties that may arise next. Lin Ye spent a few days at the relay station before finally starting to head toward the chief stone fortress. Although there had been no survivors from the previous battle, and no one had escaped, the news of Lin Ye leveling a native stone fortress had still spread. Since the battle began, native lords had sent people to gather intelligence. That very night, the tales of Lin Ye's brutality were vividly relayed to their leaders by the scouts. From the southeast, a guy more brutal than the giant king has come. The wooden monsters he summoned can pierce through stone fortresses and breathe toxic smoke. This news quickly spread throughout the island basin. All the native lords now knew of Lin Ye's infamous reputation. In the northwestern part of the basin, atop a mountain peak, Carlos gazed at the information compiled from various personnel on the chat panel, revealing a smug smile. Xiao Yin is sending troops into the basin from the south. Lin Ye is entering from the southeast. It seems they aim to capture the entire basin in one battle. As he reviewed the intelligence, Carlos analyzed the situation with the nearby Tugsen. Lin Ye's personal combat strength is lacking, relying heavily on the combat abilities of his subordinates. Even to attack a small stone fortress, they need a counterweight catapult, indicating that his men also lack strong fighting. On Xiao Yan's side, his personal combat strength is the strongest, so he is arrogant and self-satisfied, choosing to traverse the rainforest. Even locals rarely use that path, making it hard to say how much combat effectiveness his men will have. After finishing his remarks, Carlos picked up a piece of beast skin and wrote on it with beast blood. Lin Ye's combat strength is weak, but he can create powerful weapons. Allowing him to garrison at the chieftain's stone fortress would cause significant trouble. Xiao Yin possesses long-range killing capabilities, leading a charge would be a certain death. Finding a local to deliver the written beast skin to Tugin, Carlos sneered, the combination of Xiao Yin and Lin Ye is too strong. We must have Tugin drain their strength, preferably leaving them both wounded. That night, Tugin received Carlos' letter. Having a basic understanding of English, he managed to comprehend Carlos' message by piecing it together. I must indeed retake the stone fortress as soon as possible. Only by occupying the fortress can I demonstrate my strength to those lords, compelling them to willingly send troops to fight. By that time I will not lack manpower. To supplement his forces, Tugin had begun raiding villages days earlier, forcibly conscripting all able-bodied men into his ranks. Now his numbers had swollen to over 3,000. The greatest challenge was the lack of supplies. Whether to prevent Lin Ye from entering the stone fortress or to quickly eliminate unnecessary cannon fodder, Tugin needed an intense battle. He immediately ordered his subordinates to advance at full speed, intending to traverse the basin and reach the chieftain's stone fortress within 2 days. At that time Lin Ye was still engaged in a thorough sweep. The target was those local lords. The minor lords were permitted to surrender, but they were not given any respect. The major lords wished to surrender, but Lin Ye refused, only wanting to divide the population of the lords. The mismatch in supply and demand led to the consequence that regardless of whom they encountered, a fierce battle was unavoidable. Lin Ye's methods remained as ruthless as ever. As long as they breached the stone fortress, the entire clan of the local lords would be on the road together. Even the local warriors loyal to the lords would face reckoning. Those who died in battle would see their families reduced to slaves, distributed to those among their ranks who fought bravely. Meanwhile, the local warriors who miraculously survived would have 2 choices. One was to join the death squad, regaining their freedom after killing 5 enemies. The other was to enter the mines, serving 3 years of hard labor before being released. This tactic, once implemented, greatly diminished the morale of the local lords' armed forces. If they died, not only would they suffer, but their wives and children would also become slaves, making it impossible for them to afford to die. What was even more excessive was that every time Lin Ye defeated a lord, he would hold a bizarre ceremony claiming to extract the souls of the fallen enemies, ensuring they would never be reborn. As news spread, the subordinates of the local lords scattered in half overnight. Seeing the intimidation was so effective, Lin Ye simply decided to hold the soul extraction ceremony before battles. The subordinates of the local lords began to defect. Finally, a local lord surrendered. Lin Ye waved his hand, dragging the person out to be executed. Those who dared to refuse surrender faced certain death. Their families would become slaves, subjected to centralized auction. The system of dividing the population of lords was being enforced quite thoroughly. By doing this, Lin Ye quickly established a thriving slave trade wherever he went. The local warriors participating in the battles each became lords with servants attending to them. Meanwhile, the local lords came to loathe Lin Ye deeply, looking towards the king's army day after day. Tugin had originally planned to reach the chieftain's stone fortress in 2 days. Upon learning that Lin Ye was purging the local lords, he changed his mind. Since the other party was not in a hurry to enter the chieftain's stone fortress, he would first strengthen his own forces. Taking advantage of Lin Ye's actions causing widespread resentment in the east, Tugin used this as an excuse to intimidate the lords along the way, forcing them to gather able-bodied men and bring their own provisions to join the east expedition. It was not until the 10th day that Tugin, leading over 8,000 men, completely surrounded the chieftain's stone fortress. The sheer might of his force made the lords who followed feel as if they were dreaming. The island has a considerable population, but has it ever seen an army of nearly 10,000? The locals number less than 10,000. They cannot withstand such numbers. In this battle, even the gods would have to retreat. How could they possibly lose? Upon learning that Tugin had brought a massive army, the eastern lords, terrified by Lin Ye, quickly packed their belongings and pledged allegiance. When they saw Tugin, they fell to the ground, clinging to his feet and weeping uncontrollably. "Chieftain, you have finally come. Those outsiders are too evil. They steal our people and lands and want to destroy our... This is blasphemy which absolutely cannot be tolerated. Chieftain, please send troops quickly. We must not let that Lin Ye run rampant any longer. Surrender means death, and not surrendering also means death. We will fight him to the bitter end." The local lords and their families cried loudly, causing Tugin's head to throb, yet he felt greatly comforted. Though they had previously erred by following Alex, upon learning that I was still alive, they knew to abandon darkness for light. The hearts of the people can be won, and their morale can be utilized. If not now, then when? Tugin immediately ordered his subordinates to launch an assault on the chieftain's stone fortress, promising land to the first to breach its walls. The locals disregarded any strategy of surrounding and cutting off, and directly attacked from all sides at once. The 700 defenders inside the fortress remained calm in the face of enemies 10 times their number. The local siege techniques were incredibly primitive. They simply set up ladders and climbed, relying solely on their luck. Archers fire. On the fortress top floor, Gung Mao, commanding the battle, let out a fierce roar. He was a comrade of Xiao Yan and had served in the military. Upon learning that an operation behind enemy lines was to commence, he was the first to volunteer. Originally planning to usurp Alex before the coup could be enacted, Alex was scared off by Tugin. Gung Mao had no choice but to convert the coup team into a garrison. The chieftain's stone fortress on the Big Island was the highest and most fortified stronghold among all the local stone fortresses. Not to mention, it would be difficult for the locals to capture. Even traversers using only cold weapons would struggle. Now, with ample ammunition and food, Gung Mao wanted to strike hard. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Ye delayed entering the stone fortress. Whoosh! With Gung Mao's command, the crossbowmen in the fortress tower fired first. Shooting from a height already provided a range advantage, and the improved bronze crossbow's power was immense, directly scattering the local archers who had yet to form ranks, causing them to wail and flee. The close combat locals, shielded by woven shields and armor, managed to approach the fortress with ladders. The greatest issue with the chieftain's stone fortress was the lack of a moat. The enemy could reach the base of the wall in an instant. Archers shoot. The local archers took turns stepping forward to shoot. Oil barrels. Gung Mao shouted again. Someone produced an oil barrel from thin air, placed it over the fire to heat, lit the cloth seal, and set it on a device resembling a seesaw. Pulling the rope, a bag of stones fell, launching the oil barrel on the other side. Crowded together, the locals holding shields to withstand arrows suddenly erupted in wails. Subsequently, the crowd scattered, with locals frantically patting out the flames on their bodies and fleeing in panic. Tugin watched the first wave of the attacking formation collapse, his facial muscles twitching, his teeth grinding in frustration. Even without Lin Ye here, it would be incredibly difficult to capture the fortress. The speed of Lin Ye and Xiao Yan's team suddenly increased significantly. It was not that they were rushing to rescue Chief Shirbao. Rather, it was because Tuagan had emptied the leader's seat of the local tribes in the western basin. Xiao Yan wanted to recruit people, but couldn't find any targets. In the eastern basin, where Lin Ye was, all the fleeing lords had escaped, and those who couldn't flee had surrendered. Thus, both of them no longer had the need to scour the area. On the morning of the second day after Tuagan began the siege, Lin Ye and Xiao Yan appeared simultaneously on either side of Tuagan. Tuagan began to panic. This was the rhythm of being surrounded. The number of his own people had long exceeded 10,000. Yet the opponent had only a little over 3,000, daring to encircle him. Since Shirbao could not be taken, they would first attack the outside. Tuagan instantly realized the benefits of attacking the flanks. I will take 3,000 men and attack eastward. Lucan, you take 5,000 men and attack westward. The rest will continue to besiege Shirbao. Tuagan swiftly issued orders. The local strongman in front looked confused. He did not know how many 5,000 people were. Fool. Tuagan grabbed a rope bundle, counted 5 groups, and tossed them over. Take this many people. Oh yes, chief. Lucan embraced the ropes, rushed out of the tent, and began counting the men. Tuagan was also gathering 3,000 elite warriors. These were all seasoned veterans who had been tempered in blood and fire. After more than 2 hours, they finally finished counting the troops and set off in separate directions. Lin Ye's side had already set up camp and dug numerous ankle traps and tripwires in the open space ahead. The continuous battles over the past few days had allowed all of Lin Ye's more than 100 transmigrators to level up to the hunter profession. About 30 people chose handy traps, taking on the role of battlefield engineers. More than 50 others chose pursuit, running at extreme speeds to deliver fatal blows to their targets. These individuals were battle maniacs, eager to claim the first kill at the first encounter. The remaining ones opted for the pets they brought were quite bizarre: wild boars, wolves, snakes, and even goats. It looked more like a zoo. When Tuagan was confronting Carlos and Tugson, he tasted the sweetness of a full frontal charge. This time, he led the charge, pushing all out. This maneuver is at least that of a player with 3 years of experience in mount and blade. Lin Ye secretly clicked his tongue. Looking at the dense crowd, his eyes nearly blurred. This tactic posed some trouble for Lin Ye, who preferred decapitation strikes. Finding high-value targets among so many figures was as challenging as finding discrepancies in a picture. When in a tight spot, strike for decapitation. When wealthy cover with firepower. Lin Ye gently waved his hand. The crossbowman shot, and then retreated to reload. The archers shot, raised their shields, and defended against the enemy's ranged attacks. Then it was the crossbowman's turn to fire again. In the running crowd, people kept falling. However, these were all elite warriors under Tuagan. Seeing their chief charge forward, they would not stop. During this battle period, they also realized a principle: facing an organized army of outsiders charging directly was the most effective offensive method. Only thus could they negate the opponent's advantages in ranged attacks. Whenever someone fell beside them, the local warriors would conveniently snatch away his throwing spear. As they approached the throwing range, they all raised their spears, ready to counterattack. Dare to throw spears in front of me. Lin Ye finally moved. At this distance, he could clearly see the opponent's command person. Taking a bag of steel-tipped throwing spears from his inventory, Lin Ye began to call out names. Kill. The local commander in bronze armor roared, rallying those around him. His voice suddenly cut off. A throwing spear pierced his neck, pinning him to the chest of the man behind him. Immediately after, a second local in bronze armor was struck by a spear, becoming entangled with the person behind. One spear skewered 2 men. The strange casualties made the locals realize something was amiss. They glared angrily, trying to locate the enemy, who threw the spears. One spear skewered 2 men. The strange casualties made the locals realize something was amiss. They glared angrily, trying to locate the enemy, who threw the spears. Against steel-tipped throwing spears, leather armor felt like being made of paper. Most of the throwing spears achieved a 1-3 effect. Those in the front fell like wheat being cut. Those originally in the middle of the ranks felt their vision suddenly widened, bewildered before a blade pierced through their body. The skill effects combined with innate bonuses allowed Lin Ye to feel no fatigue during battle, and his nearly 100 points of constitution enabled him to project freely. The speed at which throwing spears were launched from his hand rivaled that of a repeating crossbow. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the local ranks retreated over 50 meters. It wasn't that they truly retreated. It was that all their kind within a 50-meter range ahead had been pinned down by throwing spears. Over 3,000 locals had suffered nearly half casualties. Their morale finally shattered. They turned and fled, not caring whether the chief was still there. No one restrained them. Even the local lord was so frightened that his heart was in turmoil, preferring to flee and risk being boiled by the chief, rather than charge into such a devastating attack. Tuagan was still alive. Today he did not wear bronze armor, but rather a set of vine armor identical to the ordinary. He also donned a completely masked vine helmet. This way he could issue commands, but it would be difficult for anyone to spot his presence. Ever since receiving news from Carlos, he had been prepared for decapitation strikes. He did not restrain his troops, but instead shouted, "First fall back to the camp." Those around naturally recognized Tuagan's identity, and upon realizing he was leading the retreat, they all fled in a panic. Tuagan ran amidst the crowd while cursing inwardly, "Damn Carlos, why didn't you tell me Lin Ye also had such a terrifying throwing spear master?" When he reached the siege camp, Tuagan saw a scene of chaos. Could it be that the camp is also under attack? Upon closer inspection, Tuagan felt relieved. It turned out that those who had fled back first and vying for the chance to enter the main camp had gotten into a scuffle with the others. Tuagan hurried forward, stopping his soldiers, while questioning the others. "Whose subordinates are you? Why are you blocking the entrance?" The local strongman covered in blood recognized Tuagan's voice and stammered, "We are the ones following Lucan." "You all?" Tuagan was stunned, his eyes wide open in disbelief. "You also lost?" Tuagan's voice grew exceptionally hoarse. The strongman broke down in tears. "The giant king, that Xiao Yin, is too terrifying." His people huddled together, turning into a massive monster, and anyone who approached would be killed. "Lucan is dead. Our people are all scattered." Tuagan felt a wave of dizziness, nearly unable to stand. When he was helped into the main camp and regained his senses, he received even more shocking news. There were orderly military formations approaching from both the east and west like a landslide and tsunami, unstoppable in their advance. He was truly surrounded. With over 4,000 remaining soldiers, they were holed up in a rudimentary camp, facing the attacks of 3 enemy forces. There was no chance to escape. At the moment of Tuagan's defeat, Carlos received intelligence from the front. "Fool." Carlos kicked over the table before him and cursed, "How dare he divide his troops? How dare he?" Carlos trembled with rage, his expression fierce, causing the surrounding whites and natives to shrink back. Only Carlos himself knew that deep inside, he was filled with fear. The able-bodied men in the basin had all gathered under Tuagan's banner, yet they were still defeated by Lin Ye and Xiao Yan. This meant that the strength of the two had already far surpassed his own. Could he still negotiate and obtain benefits? After pondering for a few seconds, Carlos made a decision. "Tudorson, we must launch an attack on Tuagan immediately. Only by joining Lin Ye and Xiao Yan's camp do we stand a chance of holding onto the territory we currently occupy." Tudorson looked a bit confused, stroking his stubbled cheek, his expression bewildered. "But the people of Tuagan are besieging Chief Stone Fortress. We will also head to Chief Stone Fortress," Carlos said without hesitation. "Regardless of whether there is an opportunity to attack Tuagan, we must show our stance. Hurry. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." Without tidying up the camp, the two took everyone and rushed towards Chief Stone Fortress. The fortress was located in a river valley to the east of the basin. To the west was a small river with a small hill to the east and north. For a long time, the native chieftain relied on this fertile river valley to become the largest power in the basin, thus intimidating other lords. This terrain determined that once the attacking side was defeated, it would be very difficult to cross the river and escape, and it was highly likely that they would be completely annihilated. Tuagan could never have imagined that attacking the stone fortress passed down from their ancestors would also lead them to such a dire situation. With over 4,000 men advancing would be met with a rain of arrows from the fortress, and retreating would encounter 2 strong enemies flanking them. They could only huddle in their makeshift camp, waiting for the moment of their demise. Lin Ye did not rush to launch an attack, but held a soul-searching ritual every day. The spiritual pressure brought about by this feudal superstition not only instilled fear and anxiety in Tuagan's people, but also made the natives under his command tremble in fear. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey was indeed effective. As for Xiao Yan, he conducted drills every day focusing on formation training. The natives were forced to stand in squares, marching in unison and practicing left and right looks, standing still and resting. Those familiar with Xiao Yan murmured, "Brother Yan is revisiting military life again." By the 3rd day of the standoff, Xiao Yan could no longer hold back and sent a message. "Lin Ye, Carlos hasn't arrived. He probably doesn't dare to come." Lin Ye in the camp was turning skewers of meat absent-mindedly and replied, "It's just as well. We have a reason to strike now. What if he comes?" Xiao Yan asked again. Lin Ye said, "With Carlos men's nature, they will surely plunder along the way, which is perfect for publicly punishing them and allowing the war-torn natives to vent their frustrations." After waiting another day, on the morning of the 4th day, news finally arrived. "We have spotted Carlos and Tudorson. These beasts have been burning, killing, and looting along their way." People gathered around a massive wooden frame, hoisting the prefabricated grid-like structure up, securing it layer by layer. People gathered around a massive wooden frame, hoisting the prefabricated grid-like structure up, securing it layer by layer. It ultimately formed a lookout tower over 20 meters high. Lin Ye climbed the lookout tower with a loud-voiced native. At Lin Ye's instruction, the native took a brass trumpet and "Tuagan, you have betrayed the gods, slandered the divine envoy, incited the foolish and unspiritual to resist the king of giants. You have been sentenced to death, your soul obliterated, never to be reborn." Since the natives believe in this, Lin, you would make full use of it. First he would label Tuagan with a great hat of disrespecting the gods, and then publicly punish him, ensuring the natives would no longer dare to believe in Tuagan's extreme rhetoric. Then following Lin Ye's words, the natives shouted, "Those who follow Tuagan, lay down your weapons now, and come out to surrender. You will only have to serve 3 years of hard labor to avoid punishment. Continuing to follow Tuagan and resist will only lead to the fate of death and soul obliteration." The lookout tower had a height advantage and was in an upwind position. Lin Ye's ultimatum was transmitted word for word into Tuagan's camp. The natives' expressions were all dejected, their morale plummeting to the lowest point. Just days ago, after 2 defeats, their once 10,000-strong army had dwindled to only over 4,000. They had already firmly believed that this battle was doomed to fail. Upon hearing that laying down their weapons would bring them immunity from punishment, most were tempted. They had yet to act only because Tuagan's accumulated terror still lingered. They looked around hoping to find someone willing to stand out. What they received instead were the reprimands of their lords. The lords who had long tasted Lin Ye's methods were too clear. Ordinary natives could surrender, but even if they did, they would inevitably end up with nothing. No matter what, they had to drag their subordinates to resist a little, to strive for better conditions. Seeing the loyalty of his subordinates, Tuagan's confidence grew, and he immediately stood up to try to stabilize their hearts. Do not believe the outsiders' incitements. They are the enemies of the blood god. Only the enemies of the blood god would destroy the souls of warriors. Today we have no other choice but to fight bravely. Only in death can we return to the embrace of the blood god. A year from now we will be reborn. 15 years later, we will once again become young warriors. With younger bodies and stronger warriors. Death is merely the path leading us to rebirth. Draw your weapons, follow me, and fight to the death against the enemy. Before Tuagan could finish speaking, a sense of alarm arose in his heart. As an experienced warrior, he had an almost instinctual premonition of danger. Never before had he felt death so close. Tuagan widened his eyes and scanned his surroundings cautiously. He worried that someone might take the opportunity to kill him and then surrender to the enemy. While being vigilant and distancing himself from the crowd, Tuagan's hand was already resting on the hilt of his bronze knife, ready to counterattack at any moment. He could never have imagined that the attack was not coming from the crowd in front of him. Rather, it was coming from the tower hundreds of steps away. The steel spearhead glinted coldly as it whistled through the air. Tuagan had distanced himself from others, thereby avoiding any interference from Lin Ye's aim. As long as there were no obstructions around the target, and he did not make any extreme evasive maneuvers, it was bound to hit. Thud! The speeding spear pierced through Tuagan's back and protruded from his chest with a blood-stained white blade. Lin Ye had gone to great lengths to build the tower, not merely for convenience and shouting orders, but for this moment of public execution. While Tuagan was making his speech, Lin Ye had relied on sound to pinpoint Tuagan's position. This spear purely demonstrated the ruthless and unreasoning hit rate of a projectile weapon. Tuagan stumbled back a few steps, barely managing to steady himself. He turned around to see who had ambushed him from behind. But this movement exceeded the limits of his body's endurance. He collapsed to the ground like a cooked shrimp curled up. Glimpsing the crowd, he saw terror and panic etched on everyone's faces. "Chief, enemy attack." The crowd surged forward, surrounding Tuagan, reaching out to check his injuries, wanting to heal him. But the spear was far too heavy. Not only had it pierced through Tuagan's body, but it had also mangled his internal organs. A large amount of internal bleeding had caused Tuagan's pupils to dilate, resembling those of a dead fish. Hearing the crowd's cries, Lin Ye confirmed that his earlier strike had hit. Continue the surrender. Lin Ye began instructing the nearby natives to shout. The native, witnessing Lin Ye kill Tuagan from such a distance, was already stunned into silence. After Lin Ye kicked him, he finally reacted and began to shout word for word. Tuagan's deceptive words have led the masses astray, and he has suffered divine punishment. His soul is likewise destroyed. Those who do not wish to end up like him surrender now to avoid death. Hearing the shouting from the copper trumpet, the people in the camp finally understood how Tuagan had died. It is the giant king. It is the divine punishment. The giant king can really. Surrounding Tuagan's corpse were the prominent local lords. Confirming the power of the divine punishment of the giant king, they were all in shock. Surrender and lose everything they had in life. Resist, and even everything after death would be lost. After such a comparison, they felt that surrendering was not out of the question. Previously, they had wanted to drag the local cannon fodder to buy themselves more time. Now Tuagan had fought for them with his life. How ungrateful it would be to inherit the chief's dying wish. It was time. They all threw down their weapons and unbuckled their armor, one by one, walking out of the camp. Some even fought each other with fists and feet, just to be the first to go. Xiao Yan also climbed the high tower, watching the orderly line of people surrendering like ants. Is this it? Xiao Yan felt that the training of his troops over the past few days had been a pointless act. The locals were never our true opponents, Lin Ye said with a smile. Carlos is the enemy we truly need to eliminate. Both the looting culture and extreme localism are tumors of this land that must be eradicated completely. Xiao Yan realized the implication behind Lin Ye's words. You don't intend to keep any prisoners. If possible, it would be best to capture some alive. Lin Ye's lips curled slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Holding a public trial and execution should win the hearts of the natives. The divine punishment on Tuagan was a blow to the heart, while the trial of Carlos and the 2 Gusun bandits would be a way to win hearts. All right, Xiao Yan excitedly patted his chest. Leave Carlos and his gang to me. During the training of the troops, Xiao Yan had promised everyone that if they learned this trick, well, they would win every battle on the battlefield. Having issued so many empty promises, Xiao Yan was eager to find someone to fulfill them. Leading over 2,000 people whom he had put through a few days of training, they marched towards Carlos with great momentum. Carlos and Tu Gusin advanced in a straight line. The scouts ahead had long since identified their location and reported it to Xiao Yan. After determining the strike strategy, Xiao Yan directly split the troops into 3 parts, choosing a small river ditch to set up an encirclement. When Carlos and Tu Gusin emerged, they brought over 3,000 people. Leaving some behind to guard the looted spoils. By the time they reached the encirclement, there were barely 2,000 left. As they approached the chief's stone fortress, they restrained their troops from further looting. These local soldiers, having lost their opportunities for plunder, were extremely dissatisfied, dragging their feet in the march. Whenever they reached a place with water, they had to stop and drink. Tu Gusin, worried about inciting a mutiny, could only let it be. Carlos hoped these people wouldn't cause him trouble and was too lazy to intervene. Anyway, this was just a formality, like a military exercise. Upon reaching the river ditch, the locals could no longer move. Those who wanted to drink water did so, and those who wanted to bathe did that as well. After a cold wash in the heat, they lay lazily, not wanting to move. The pebble beach on both sides of the ditch was filled with people sprawled out in every direction. They discarded their armor and weapons, carelessly lying on the sun-warmed stones, enjoying a natural stone massage. After sitting for a while, Carlos also felt drowsy and simply lay down for a nap. Those damn things are more comfortable than we are. Xiao Yan crouched behind a bush watching this scene, feeling envious and resentful, unable to help but curse. To avoid leaving any traces, he strictly ordered that no one was to enter this river ditch. Over 2,000 people lay on the ground, thirsty and dirty, feeling extremely frustrated. Seeing the ambush target so comfortable, their pent-up resentment quickly transformed into killing intent. They could only endure for now, due to the range limitations. Brother Yin, who knows how long they will rest? Why don't we charge over? Someone in the chat channel was already volunteering. With someone starting, more and more people agreed. Taking advantage of their current laxity, we can catch them off guard. Once they are well rested, they will don their armor, and the attack effectiveness will be reduced instead. Looking at the comments in the channel, Xiao Yan felt tempted, gritted his teeth, and said, let's do it. Team 3 will go first, and Teams 1 and 2 will block any leaks. Over 800 people carrying rattan shields and bronze crossbows quickly advanced. The rumbling footsteps soon drew the attention of those resting on the riverbank. When they saw who was coming, these 800 people also entered effective shooting range. Whoosh! The archers raised their hands and unleashed a volley. The people on the riverbank were caught off guard as the rain of arrows instantly turned into a downpour of blood. Cries of despair and shouts of retaliation echoed back and forth. Enemy attack. Counterattack. Over their charge. We can't let them load their crossbows. Tu Gusin roared as he kicked his personal guards, leading the charge in a counterattack. However, the second volley of arrows arrived. Thud, thud, thud. Tu Gusin was hit by several arrows, one of which pierced his eye socket. He staggered and fell, losing his life alongside those nearby. Seeing their commander killed, the others scattered and ran. Some ran downstream, while others ran back the way they came. But arrows flew in both directions. Next came a dense mass of figures advancing in orderly lines, shooting a volley of arrows every 10 seconds. Soon there were no standing people left on the riverbank. After confirming the battle results, Xiao Yan sent a message back. Carlos and Tu Gusin's over 2,000 men have been completely annihilated. I am prepared to pursue the remaining personnel they left behind. Lin Ye curiously asked, what about Carlos? Xiao Yan smirked. That guy was soundly asleep, turned into a hedgehog by arrows, and died quite peacefully. Tu Gusin was also shot dead. Lin Ye pondered for a moment and said, find a white person and have him send a surrender message to the Northern Islanders through the tribal channel. Alright, I'll do my best. Xiao Yan then remembered that the initial goal was to capture some alive for public trial. Stop always thinking about the kill. Those who have upgraded their hunter profession are not allowed to kill again. Xiao Yan quickly conveyed the new order to his subordinates. On Lin Ye's side, they had already settled into the chief's stone fortress. Looking at the eerie and foul-smelling corridors of the fortress, Lin Ye frowned. Is this a place for humans to live? How could anyone not go insane living here long-term? Lin Ye still preferred the camp he had built with his own hands. But the most important thing now was to control the big island. If he wasn't here, the deterrent effect weakened, and there would likely be trouble again. Husen, what do you think we should do right now? Lin Ye looked at the local woman, acting as a translator. Husen replied without hesitation, Giant King, we should soak. Lin Ye was astonished. Isn't it autumn now? Isn't it suitable for planting corn? Husen said, it's only good for breeding when the weather cools down. If the weather is too hot, the seedlings will die from the sun. Lin Ye then remembered that the climate of the archipelago was different from that of the original world. Only when he started farming did he realize he could never return to Blue Star. However, it was also good here. There were 24 beautiful women, and an archipelago as his territory. Each of these was an unattainable goal when he was on Blue Star. The end of the book.